It was dusk, at a convenience store in town. Suddenly a loud scream rang out, "Gone!" Below the studio is a fried chicken restaurant. The plate of fried chicken on the table that had just been brought out was still intact and no one had eaten a single piece. Jian, listen carefully. Tomorrow you will die. The person who said this unfortunate word was the blonde-haired brother, the center saint, Hugo Otters. The person sitting across from him couldn't bear it any longer and picked up the chicken leg, chewing on the tip and asking again very impolitely, "What, hey, oh Taiku, why do you want me to die? Ah, are you angry because I ate 2 thighs at the same time?" When we look straight at this guy's face, we can see scars from the forehead to the corner of the mouth. Some are torn, but this guy's face doesn't show any sadness at all. This person is the 13th awakened, Li Jian. Hugo Otters was angry after hearing this but couldn't do anything. He tried to look and smiled and said, "It's not Oh Taiku, I'm Hugo Otters." Li Jian took another bite of chicken. He clicked his tongue and said dissatisfiedly, "I understand why you're so worried, but I won't die, my friend. I've killed more calamity beasts than all 12 of you saints combined, and how do you think I can die?" Hugo frowned, cold sweat began to roll down his cheeks. He heard the question but did not answer, just silently looked at the table, his hands clasped tightly. Devil's Tower, where those who threaten humanity's safety and the most dangerous calamities reside. It all started on the last day of the 20th century. From nowhere, beastly disasters appeared and pushed humanity to the brink of destruction with overwhelming power. Right in the midst of humanity's chaos and horror, 12 entities claiming to be absolute gods appeared. They promised to give humanity power that would surpass even the calamities of beasts, and would choose 12 awakened people to receive that power. However, something unimaginable happened. The 13th awakened person has appeared and is someone who has not received any blessings from the gods. He gently loosened his collar, and also that awakened one. A bloody axe blade was stuck firmly in the ground, extremely strong. Incredibly strong, to the point of being comparable to the other 12 saints combined. "Tell me who it is, I don't come here anymore. The person calling me here is my brother who nibbles on 2 chicken thighs at the same time." The scarred man's name is Li Jian. He is the 13th awakened person, with extraordinary power. Hugo Otters spoke softly to Jian. He looked back and thanked Jian. "Thanks to you, this time we were able to successfully conquer the demon tower." Li Jian sat down on the rock next to him, leaned on his hands and said, "Oh Taiku, stop flattering, you can just give me free fried chicken for 5 years, you're addicted to fried chicken. Also, how many times have I told you, I'm Hugo Otters, not Oh Taiku." Hugo was extremely unhappy about this call so he immediately complained, but Jian frowned and said, "Well, that can't be fixed." 2 more people came. The blue-haired girl hummed and said, "Well, if we can destroy the red eye when we enter this demon tower, then surely the reward we will get will not be ordinary. No matter who says what, this is still the strongest disaster beast, so we'll probably get the lowest of 100 billion won." Li Jian stood in front of them and reminded them that everyone should gradually think about a comfortable situation in a 7-star hotel in Hawaii for the next 10 years. Because some countries are also on the verge of bankruptcy due to the chain of command. After hearing what he said, the fat man raised the corner of his mouth. "Ah, Li Jian." He showed a disdainful expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said to Jian, "Even though you need to earn a lot of money so that you can negotiate with us, only then can you get your copy back, your once beautiful face and your current wounded body, isn't that right?" Li Jian said nothing but looked at their backs, thinking, when they received power, they were called saints, but in reality they were still just selfish scum. Suddenly there was a voice next to me, "Oh yeah, hey." It was those 2 people again. They turned around and giggled and mocked him. "Even if they asked for help, don't immediately run to the scene of the disaster. We must reach a certain number of victims for the reward we receive to be good." Jian sighed deeply. "Whatever, let's go quickly." Having said that, he silently snorted, "These scum bastards, once they destroy the red eye, they will immediately cut off contact with them." The cave began to light up. The people nearby all looked up at the cave ceiling with extremely scared expressions. The blue-haired girl and the fat guy from before were also here. In contrast to their itchy faces from before, they now looked extremely disheveled, cold sweat pouring down their faces. The final boss of the Devil's Tower, Huan Red Eye. Li Jian stared at that red-eyed Huan and thought to himself, he didn't expect that just by looking at us, the pressure would already be this heavy. Huan Red Eye suddenly opened its mouth wide. It seemed like it was planning to release power from its mouth to attack everyone. At the same time, the surroundings were also affected by it. The ground continuously shook, smoke flew, and rocks on the ceiling of the cave kept falling to the ground in front of their bewilderment. At this moment someone stepped up. The ground under his feet immediately cracked into pieces. Li Jian raised his hands in front of his chest to protect himself. As for the red-eyed monster Huan, he sat extremely leisurely on his throne-like chair. It sat still and controlled its terrible power, destroying the ground. Under Huan's control, a column of hot power like lava sprayed straight upward. Everyone around them let their guard down, so they were sent flying high into the sky, screaming without making a sound. The entire evil castle, which was covered by shadow puppets all year round, now shines extremely brightly, sparkling across the entire sky. Black smoke began to spread out, making it impossible to see. The blue-haired girl, the fat guy, and the guy with thick eyebrows, everyone was scared by that thing and didn't dare to come closer. Below their feet is now only hot lava. If you accidentally fall down here, your ashes will be gone. Huan Xinyan sat elegantly on his throne, very leisurely, not afraid of heaven, not afraid of earth. He looked at the scene he had created before his eyes and couldn't help but grin. His eyes didn't even bother to hide his killing intent. The blue-haired girl trembled, her eyes widened in fear, she couldn't even speak, so she ran. Scamper, she tried her best to say this last sentence and at the same time controlled her body to run away from this evil place. How can we confront something like that? Quickly run away. Li Jian still stood still, just looking back at them, sighing in frustration, yet you guys still dare to call yourselves saints. Well, it doesn't matter. No matter what, the person who will destroy Red-Eyed Huan will definitely be me, Li Jian. Thinking so, he picked up his weapon, his will extremely determined, certain that he would win and return alive. Suddenly, there was an explosion where he was standing, and rubble flew everywhere. It was because of Li Jian's jumping force that the phenomenon just now occurred. His hand was already holding the weapon, he puffed his chest out, gaining momentum to prepare to give Huan a good beating. It's all bullshit. In the end, I was stabbed in the back by humanity and fell into this miserable situation. How long has it been? What is the world like out there now? Is the timeline in the tower and outside the tower different? Wow, really lazy to think about these things. Right now, I just want to. After thinking about it, he held the sword in his hand and slashed the monsters to death. Li Jian held a sword in his hand and a sword in his mouth. He made up his mind to kill. I have to keep swinging my sword. Because this is the place. A special trap that will summon infinite calamity beasts. Li Jian stood alone, helpless and lost. Although he is just a small person without any threat, he radiates a terrifying murderous aura with strong determination and is not afraid of strong enemies. After a fierce battle, he was covered in injuries, bleeding, and even lost one arm, but his eyes were always that will, never changing. Do you think this is enough to kill me? Just wait. He thought, clenching his teeth as if he wanted to tear and crush the sword in his mouth. I will definitely survive and leave this place. And reap the heads of every bastard among you. Time passed quickly, 20 years later. A long-horned monster fell backwards on the ground, looked at the person approaching him, and shouted, "Impossible. How could you come all the way here?" The person walking nearby is a man with a wrinkled old face, scraggly hair, and beard. He said, "You are the last." The monster was forced into a corner and could only scream for help. "Save me, is there anybody there?" This old man was probably Li Jian. He raised his foot and said, "Scream all you want, please forgive me." Without saying another word, Li Jian decisively kicked that monster to death. Old man Jian stood in front of its corpse, snorting coldly. Finally, it's over. As soon as he finished speaking, the cave suddenly shook violently, rocks and dirt on the ceiling of the cave fell. The old man jumped out contentedly. He said, "Finally I can go out." Then, as soon as this sound left Li Jian's mouth, he couldn't escape but was crushed by the pile of rocks. After 20 years, the healthy boy could not fight the changes of time every year. He lost all his strength and resigned himself to the fact that he would die here. Transition back to reality. The bustling, luxurious and splendid city filled with laughter is now only ruins. The towering buildings were destroyed long ago. They tilted and overlapped each other. Suddenly, the sound of someone screaming rang out. A scream broke the silence. "Run away, ah ah." The gray-haired boy ran as fast as he could while suppressing his anger and said to the brother next to him, "I told you not to run back there, right?" The other brother ran after him and replied, "How would I know? It should have been safe that day." "How did I know we would encounter a high-level beast disaster?" My brother shouted loudly and ran faster, otherwise he wouldn't be able to go home today. The gray-haired guy hasn't been eaten by those monsters yet, but now he's about to go crazy. Tears and saliva are flowing, he also has lifeless eyes, a foolish smile, ha ha, we're done, my hunch tells me that today we will meet an extremely powerful monster and it's not wrong. Suddenly, the monster bounced on its heels and jumped high. I rushed towards the two of them, but luckily my ancestors saved me, otherwise I would have turned into a dumpling cake. The gray-haired boy fell face down on the ground, his whole body was in pain and couldn't stand up. He cried to heaven and earth, damn it, now the great-grandfather doesn't know how to save these two guys who are surrounded by a bunch of monsters. The gray hair tried to push one leg up to stand up, glanced around and thought to himself, if only Mr. Li Jian had come out of the committee tower alive that day, then this disaster would be nothing. Huan's castle with red eyes suddenly appeared before the two people's eyes. Both were captivated by the light from the castle and stood still for a few seconds. The light became more and more intense, covering everyone's horizons. Next, a huge explosion occurred, shaking the whole area. The two brothers inside kept holding their heads, shielding themselves, praying that they would return safely today. After the explosion passed, the smoke and dust began to dissipate, leaving a large hole in the heart of the city. These guys were trying to get out from the pile of rocks on top of them. What the hell just happened? Before he could get out, his brother opened his mouth and rolled his eyes. He was trembling, pointing to the front. Jimin, there's a human coming out of the collapsed tower. Jimin, what, a man? Indeed, in the midst of that pile of rubble, there was a tall, extremely strong-looking figure standing there. He spat out his hand and then snorted. Li Jian stepped forward step by step, his face sunken, his mouth filled with smoke. He said, "How dare you stab me in the back and push me into that trap, you bitches?" With a murderous look on his face, he shouted loudly, "Humph, you damn dogs will all die." A silent scream rang out. Jimin and his brother next to him were both extremely shocked, wondering to each other, what was going on, what is this? That high-level monster looked strong, but he was punched so hard that his nose was covered in snot. Li Jian didn't let go when he punched it, but continued to put force into his arm. Unbelievable, if it was an orange-level disaster, even high-level awakened people would have trouble confronting it, and yet he killed them again with ease. Li Jian with his arm still in the monster's chest, he proudly stood on the pile of monster corpses, laughing like crazy. After laughing enough, he immediately realized the presence of the other two people and glanced over. Suddenly he jumped up high, the person was nowhere to be seen and smoke was flying all over the sky. Before the two people on this side could yawn, Li Jian jumped down and scared the two of them until their souls almost left their bodies. Jimin stepped back, his face full of black stripes and asked him, "Wait, why did you attack us?" As for the other brother, he was still so shocked that he couldn't speak, ready to cry. Li Jian came closer and saw them clearly before he calmed down. "Human, so everything has been cleaned up, right?" Hearing that, the other two sneezed out a breath. "Phew, we're alive." After Jimin breathed a sigh of relief, he realized something, sweating profusely and turned to say, "Hey, that guy, I think he's from the tower, is this a scoop?" "Jimin, where do you think the tower is? If you go around talking about this, people will probably take your life. He's only in this area because the tower collapsed." Suddenly something appeared above their heads, blocking all the light. You can see how incredibly big and scary this thing is. That big thing is actually the alpha wolf, the leader of those kids. It was baring its sharp teeth, breathing hot waves out, extremely terrifying. In contrast to the leisurely appearance of male 9, as soon as these two saw it, their mouths opened wide and their eyes widened, sweat pouring down like rain. "That is the alpha wolf. Hey you, quickly run away." Li Jian wasn't afraid at all, so he didn't listen to their warnings but stood looking at the wolf and then smiled. The wolf didn't wait until they ran away, but began to flex its butt muscles, grit its teeth, and prepare to attack. When it had absorbed enough power, it immediately opened its mouth wide, released its power, and attacked them. Jimin and his good brother covered their heads together, hoping to escape the wolf's attack. The giant wolf leader with terrifying strength destroyed almost everything they came across. Just like that, nearby buildings were knocked down by it, sweeping everything, leaving nothing behind. It didn't stop there but continued to create a huge ball of light. It took a while for the smoke and dust to clear to see the surrounding scenery clearly. The older brother standing next to Jimin opened his eyes. He couldn't believe it, we were still alive. Before he could be happy that he was still safe, he was frightened by the scene before him. That is the picture of Li Jian with toned muscles and tattered pants that he has not changed for many years. Handsome male 9 stood in front of the two of them, like a strong shield that could not be shaken. Jimin and his brother were so shocked that their chins were about to fall to the ground, unable to believe that the person who was about to attack them just now used his body to protect them. Did he protect us? Lee Jian's mouth was smiling but anger was boiling in his heart. He snorted coldly, "A stupid piece of shit." Then he jumped up and soared high, his hands clenched his fists, aiming straight at the head of the alpha wolf. He clenched his teeth and rushed from above at the speed of light with a thunderous punch. "If you were just a stupid dog, then get down." As soon as these last two words left Lee Jian's mouth, his fist was also released. The fist from above was like an invisible force, tearing through the clouds and the wind, attacking the wolf, making it unable to dodge and collapsing on the spot. The two of Jimin over here kept coming from one surprise to another, wanting to be psychologically traumatized. Lee Jian successfully defeated the wolf before landing. Male 9, with his dark brown pants and healthy body, literally made both men's hearts stop. He stood up straight with his armpit-length legs, his hands on his hips, looking at them smugly. Jian raised his hand to wipe his face and said, "This time it's really over, right? Now, let's see." He suddenly called, two people. It was Jimin and the other brother who wanted to die and come back to life, just afraid of doing something wrong and then Nam 9 would punch them to death. He quickly replied, "Yes." Lee Jian turned back to look at them with cold, murderous eyes, and left immediately. The two of them were not cold but shivering, their faces were so scared that they were pale. Where were they going? Lee Jian immediately changed his expression, looking cute and adorable, asking them to help him buy me some food. After talking, he scratched his head. 6 eyes looked at each other passionately for a while. Male 9 suddenly remembered that it was missing, so he quickly added, "Well, clothes too." A while later at the convenience store, Nam 9 drank all of Mrs. Tan Vlog's giant bowl of noodles, then sat down in satisfaction, causing the remaining noodles in the bowl to splash out. His brother looked at the bill and his soul had truly left his body. Jimin turned around and saw that the amount of money he had to pay was longer than the number of times he said bad things about his ex-lover. His face was sometimes blue, sometimes red, 7 colors of the rainbow. The waitress stood from afar watching Lee Jian go from muscular to a fat Western guy with a big belly and a shrunken ass and couldn't help but smile. Nam 9 said, "You said you didn't have much money, so I ate less. Does that mean you haven't eaten yet?" Hearing that, Lee Jian said to the girl, "What's up? Didn't you say you'd buy everything I wanted because I saved your life? Please add another portion of ramen." Lee Jian called out to him and Jimin and his brothers were shocked and wanted to stop but couldn't. Jimin shyly pretended to scratch his ear and asked Jian, "But who are you, an apostle, or maybe some holy soldier captain? Also, what are you doing around the tower?" Lee Jian grabbed a toothpick and picked his teeth, smiling and saying, "Ha, I walked out of the tower and these things just happened." Jimin was completely shocked. "Ha, he's in the tower, forget this, I have something to ask." "Who are you? Doesn't look like a normal person at all. Why do I feel magic power from you guys?" The brother sitting next to Jimin replied that it was because he was an apostle. "Aren't you also an awakened apostle with blessings from the gods?" "God, what the hell, why do I have to serve those damn people, huh?" Lee Jian said as he picked up the spoon. He looked at it and saw that his current self was extremely handsome. "But I was so scared that I lost my mind, thunder and lightning exploded in my head." He threw the spoon away, stood up and looked up. "Is there a mirror around here?" The waitress pointed to the opposite side. "Over there." Jian quickly took off his blue shirt. Running to the mirror, touching my face, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. What was it? My entire body has been completely restored. The scars from before, even a scratch, were gone. He suspiciously traced his hair, then pulled his mouth open to see if there were still scars from years past. Those injuries are extremely difficult to recover if you don't risk your own strength. "Now look at this, my left hand." Lee Jian looked at his hand and accidentally discovered a snake curling into a circle in the middle of his hand. "Ha, what is this seal?" Suddenly, the snake-shaped mark gradually appeared as a snake with green eyes. Around it also radiated some strange power. At this moment, he felt a strong pain coming. The system panel also displays a message: "You have just experienced death. You have achieved the impossible, your existing abilities will be transferred to your new body, all achievements from the tower will convert into experience, get Zodiac skills, all skills and characteristics you possess will be transformed and evolved. You can now use the power of the Serpent Constellation." Male 9 closed his eyes in pain and looked at the snake in his hand. "Then close your eyes again, trying to control the power in your body." By the time he opened his eyes, he was no longer surrounded by the image of himself facing the mirror but was lost in another space. In front of him was a giant snake with red-orange eyes staring at him. It approached him, sticking out its long red core around Li Jian's body. Li Jian suddenly reached out his hand. Count on touching its face. The moment his hand touched the snake's mouth, there was a flash of light. That light is divided into two parts. One orange part represents Li Jian, the other is the green color of the snake. By the time he regained consciousness, he had already returned to the restaurant from earlier. The sweat on my cheeks kept flowing like water, he was breathing heavily, still not realizing what had just happened. Jimin has been in front of him ever since. He reached out his hand to help Li Jian. Wake up, hey, are you okay? Li Jian waved his hand and asked them, have you seen any snakes? Jimin replied and told me the story just now. I didn't see any snakes, but he just took off all his clothes and ran to the mirror, then he grabbed his wrist and cried out. After listening to them, he immediately looked at his left palm and asked again, did no one else see it? At this moment, the scene before his eyes changed again. The system board announces that you have become the owner of the soap opera Constellation. After that, 5 or 6 system tables appeared in a row. Li Jian, the 13th god, the owner of the snake sits, awakening the title of the guy who invented all things, existing skills, God's magic, factory creation, duplicate skills, 13th sense, fighting instinct, activate existing skills, super regeneration, F. Super regeneration, F, all damage to the body will be restored, your body has been newly formed, there is a small penalty and resistance reduced by 50%, the remaining time is 1,032 hours. Li Jian crossed his arms and looked at the system board, thinking to himself, so his change was due to his super regeneration skill, never heard the saints mention anything like that before. Also, I don't feel any presence of any gods at all. Putting aside what happened, my body has recovered, so it doesn't seem too bad. What I have to do right now is kill the saints who ran away and the bastard who stabbed me in the back. Thinking about being able to torture those bitches makes me feel really excited. Seeing him flex his muscles like that, the two people over here couldn't help but tremble, they were sweating profusely, they couldn't run, they couldn't stand still either. Scene changes to yesterday's fight scene. The press, along with a forensic team, and some surrounding people gathered to examine the situation. The two people standing closest talk to each other. That's it, the impregnable demon tower has collapsed. Oh, and from now on the world will only get more chaotic. The Devil's Tower is the symbol of this land, but is it the actions of Li Jian's followers? It could also be because the apostles hate him. Apostle, I wonder, look at that bunch of miserable animals. Even high-ranking saints will have trouble with them, let alone a group of anonymous pawns. After all, who could take down all of this and destroy the demon tower? The fat man turned to look at him, worried about a case, or if it was possible that Li Jian would actually survive again. He returned. I don't know either, but we just need to wait a little longer and everything will become clear. In that high-rise apartment building. Mr. Yang Wei. Please let us know what you think about the Devil's Tower collapsing. Do you believe that it was because Li Jian came out alive? These questions are caused by the press here and they're jostling together trying to get information from Mr. Yang Wei. Faced with those questions, he could only frown and watch without saying a word. He is the saint of the Yang Wei constellation. It wasn't until a long while later that Yang Wei picked up the mic, and I, for one, had nothing to say about it. Just say that one sentence and then you and the others all pulled out of here, leaving the others screaming, just for a moment, Mr. Yang Wei, what do you mean when you say there's nothing to say, Kai? Yang Wei's car drove on the road extremely calmly. But the person inside was not like that, he was angry and broke the glass, damn it. Li Jian, Li Jian, Li Jian, Li Jian, just a little bit, Mr. Yang Wei. You mean to say Li Jian is still alive? That he existed for 20 years in that tower? No, that's impossible. He put his hand in his pocket and tried to take something out to reassure himself. There were tens of thousands of demons, not to mention they were all dark level. Destroying Diet Huan's red eye is already a miracle, how could someone like him survive such injuries? His body has also been destroyed by his own power, not to mention, unlike us, he has not received any blessings from the gods. However, if he really survives, then... He put the cigarette in his mouth and took a deep breath, exhaling a bunch of white smoke. Then he gritted his teeth, furrowed his eyebrows and said, everything will be over soon. And Li Jian over here is still happily playing with his phone. Now, what if I kill this guy first? The airport sky was clear and blue. In the sky there were planes carrying people flying in all directions. Below, groups of people and cars were busy preparing for other planes that had not yet taken off. A plane has just landed at the airport. It seems that this plane is carrying a very special character. The plane door opened. A man wearing leather shoes and trousers walked down the stairs. A loud respectful greeting rang out, "Welcoming you." A group of people dressed in black stood respectfully below the stairs and respectfully greeted, "Very honored to meet one of the 12 constellations, this is our honor." Sir Hugo Otters, the extremely handsome man who just walked out as the star centaur, Hugo Otters, he adjusted his collar and looked faintly at the people below. Stepping down to the ground, he gently asked, "Where is the chief?" One of the bodyguards replied respectfully, "He was waiting at the governor's office, your car is prepared over there." Hearing that, he calmly walked straight to the car. The bodyguards behind him respectfully bowed to greet him. When he was far away and could no longer hear their voices, one of the two bodyguards looked after him and exclaimed, "Wow, he was amazing. Only such a person deserves to be called the chosen one." After a welcome at the airport, the group finally got on the bus and the car began to roll quickly in the wind. Sitting in the Otter's car, looking out the window, thinking about something. Suddenly the phone screen placed next to him turned on and a ringing sound attracted his attention. Hugo Otters looked at the displayed phone number and clicked his tongue in annoyance, thinking, "It's those damn reporters again, they are always babbling about theories that Li Jian is still alive." Even though he didn't want to pick up the phone, the strange number still kept calling. Otters slapped his hand on the phone to silence it, then huffed in frustration, "It's been more than 20 years." After a series of unanswered calls and the strong impact from his blow, the phone was quiet again. Although he was no longer bothered, Otters was still upset. He frowned and looked out the window, continuing to ponder. He remembered the previous conversation between him and Li Jian. At that time, he seriously told Li Jian that you will die tomorrow. Even though he found this matter to be extremely serious, Li Jian still calmly smiled and said, "Oh Tixu, why are you so afraid of death?" Then he thought about his life in the past. During the journey to conquer the Devil's Tower, I always dealt with the long-standing calamities outside the tower as requested by Jian. After being seriously injured in the war, he only had one wish in mind, praying that my prediction was wrong, so that Jian could return safely. But then it seemed that his prediction was correct. When he heard the bad news about Jian, he couldn't believe his ears and asked, What did you say happened to Jian?" He looked in shock at the others happily because they got what they wanted and thought bitterly, the other hunters left Jian alone, they abandoned him and returned with the Red Eye's head by their side. "And our achievements are recognized," they hailed the 12 divine existences including me, as heroes, and were then given strength and power. After returning and going to the hospital for treatment, he still did not accept the truth about Jian's death. The torture from the pain of the wound and the unwillingness to accept what happened to the other person always made him uncomfortable. He questioned his teammate and kept making demands. He couldn't believe that Jian was dead and asked for a search for him many times, but the other man laughed and dismissed his request, replying rudely, "We can't do that, Hugo Otters, he is a star Cancer, Zhanglui Maleng. He calmly told me that I understand very well the number of evil monsters that will escape from the tower if we do that. The fact that Li Jian is still alive is extremely absurd. He even cheekily challenged you, if you were that worried about him, you could go and find him yourself, I won't stop you, but that also means there won't be a 12th star anymore, you understand?" At that time, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth but couldn't do anything, because a part of him didn't want to give up the title of one of these 12 stars. Returning to reality, after a moment of contemplation about the past, Otter's eyes sparkled with sadness and a bit of regret. He reached out and loosened his collar to relieve the feeling of urgency in his body. Looking at the scenery passing by on the side of the road, he thought, yes, no matter how strong the Jian is, that is impossible, and now it's too late. He added that person's name with a sad tone, Jian. That figure has always appeared and haunted his mind throughout the years, partly because of regret, partly because of regret. Suddenly, the voice of the talented person sitting in front rang out, interrupting his thoughts, "Mr. Hugo." It was a call from the Prime Minister. The small screen in front of him connected to the Prime Minister. He spoke first, "Hugo, is that you?" Otters adjusted his mood and calmly replied, "Yes, what's the matter?" The person on the screen frowned and said to him, "You've heard the news too, right, that the Demon Tower has collapsed?" Hearing the answer, Otters rubbed his forehead and clicked his tongue, "TSK, is this again?" He coldly replied to the man, "I'm sorry Prime Minister, but if you want to ask me to search for Jian, I'm afraid I will have to refuse." He turned away uncomfortably and continued, That day, in the Devil's Tower, Jian died. The Devil Tower incident was probably done by his fans. If you're planning on using this for vote percentage then, the Prime Minister immediately interrupted him. No, I'm not talking about that. According to the information I received from the Korean government, that call just rang not long ago. He was startled by the Prime Minister's words and immediately asked again, what, something rings? The man answered a question that made Otters shake his whole body and seemed unable to believe his ears. Lee Jian's exclusive call line. After the concussion, he immediately stood up as if stimulated by something, banged repeatedly on the driver's seat and asked the person on the screen, really? His blows also made the driver panic. Then suddenly he shouted and stopped the car immediately. The driver was also stunned and stammered in response, yes, sir. The car immediately braked suddenly, making an extremely harsh friction sound on the road surface. He gasped in confusion, remembering the calls from the same number just now. Don't tell me, the calls I received just now. Before he could finish thinking, his phone popped up notifying him that he had received a voice message. He stared at the phone screen in bewilderment with an expression of disbelief. After a while, he trembled and clicked on the notification he had just received. He brought the phone close to his ear, his expression both expectant and confused. Jian's voice rang out from the phone, hey, oh Taiku. I will find you and kill you. The voice coming from the phone sounded extremely ghostly and creepy. Good luck. Listening to the end of the recording, Otters seemed to fall into an ice cellar because of that scary tone. He panicked and thought, this voice, it can't be, it's really you, Sao Jian. Suddenly he yelled at the bodyguard and turned the car around immediately. We'll go back to the airport. The bodyguard was confused. Sir Hugo, what about the job in your country? He snapped. Who cares? Go back to the airport now. The bodyguard had no choice but to respond, yes sir. Scene changed to a fast food restaurant in a foreign country. Inside the store, Jian looked at the phone screen and smiled. Really, it seems like Oh Taiku has grown up, he even knows how to ignore calls from me. At this time, his friend sitting at the table asked, Hyung, who are you calling so much? He calmly replied, well, you'll know. He then explored the phone with excitement. Anyway, you call this a smartphone, this is interesting. Then he commented on his past. When I entered the tower it was 2005, and now it's 2025, right? The world has become a better place, hasn't it? The guy at the table was a bit surprised. Wow, this is your first time using a phone, you can use the internet with it, and add news too. He asked again in confusion, the news, so I can read articles about Lee Jian, right? The friend still patiently explained and guided him on how to use it. Yes, articles about Lee Jian are trending, if you do this. After searching, a series of articles appeared that made both people admire. He skimmed through the comments under the articles about Lee Jian and found it difficult to understand, but these comments were so small. Before he could finish his sentence, he was angered by the comments. He squeezed the phone tightly, causing the other boy to scream in shock, it's my phone. Hyung angrily gritted his teeth and muttered, who defeated the red eye? These brainless idiots, you should be scared and run away. Then he took a few breaths and said to himself, well, cool down, this is nothing. Then suddenly Hyung scrolled through an article that surprised him. My will. Reading the headline made him suddenly remember, that's right, I remember, I have agreed to donate all assets to the orphanage and the education promotion fund. He glanced at the article and mumbled happily, I hope it's done well. Then suddenly he saw another headline, Lee Jian transferred all his assets including his hunting achievements to the 12 constellations, to save humanity. The subject line made Hyung so angry that he crushed the phone and shouted, I will kill you all, I will chop you into pieces. The other boy could only cry in pain without making a sound because his beloved phone had become ashes in his Hyung's hand and couldn't say anything. After a while of getting angry, Hyung began to ponder, but what should I do? Even when I wanted to announce my comeback, I looked very different from 20 years ago. If I go around saying I'm Lee Jian, people will just think I'm crazy. Right now it's best to keep quiet and deal with the saints, one by one. Meanwhile, the other guy was still crying because of his beloved phone. Suddenly a strange aura appeared around him, surprising Hyung. A warning line appeared in his head, warning that someone was watching you. He thoughtfully felt the airflow and then suddenly realized something, this presence was. He stood up, pushed the door open and walked out. The other boy immediately asked after him, Hyung, where are you going? He replied coldly, breathing in fresh air. Hyung walked outside the store and stopped, it seemed like he encountered something. In front of him at this moment were countless streams of red smoke in the shape of a gazelle with a ferocious expression constantly hovering. Hyung was surprised. A guardian angel, they are the subordinates of Aries. At this moment, countless system notifications appeared in Hyung's head. The guardian angels were creating a barrier belonging to the Aries. The power of the divine gods has decreased. The guardian angel demanded tribute. Hyung gritted his teeth in frustration. Those damn people. He angrily unleashed his power and gritted his teeth. How dare you do something like this in your own area, going around and robbing other gods' properties, already then. Suddenly a voice interrupted Hyung's words. Damn it, Lee Jian, again Lee Jian. It's annoying because everyone is talking about him right now. These words seemed to attract Hyung's attention. He regained his strength, put his hands in his pockets and looked at the person who said that. The couple sometimes didn't seem to realize anything but continued calmly. I was about to say the same, he was all over the news. The man holding a cigarette smiled faintly as he continued to speak to his girlfriend, not understanding why everyone cared so much about him. Either way, he's dead. The girl walking next to him also followed suit and leaned her head on his shoulder and nodded in agreement. Suddenly the button on the man's jacket attracted the Hyung's attention. The button bears the Gemini symbol and shines brightly when light shines on it. The boy who was with Hyung was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Those people, they came from the Twins Association." Until the couple walked closer to where Hyung was standing and it seemed like he was blocking them. Seeing that Hyung didn't move at all, the guy inexplicably paid attention to him. Suddenly the other guy shouted, "Hyung, come here quickly, if you get involved with those people." It seemed like his friend's words didn't mean anything to Hyung. He still stared thoughtfully at the couple. Annoyed by his gaze, the man frowned and said, "What are you looking at? Fuck off." His friend and his father standing behind, watching this scene, could only cry and say, "We are done." When the man saw that he didn't react, he brought the cigarette to his mouth and took a long drag. Then he blew white smoke straight into Hyung's face with a challenging expression. Then he smirked, "Why, are you angry?" The man saw that he was still standing stiffly and continued to provoke him. "If you immediately hit me, then hit me." The girlfriend walking next to him seemed to realize that the situation was a bit tense, so she smiled and walked over to hug his arm and said, "Okay, let's go," pulled him to pee in his pants. He smirked, then hugged his girlfriend and left. When he passed by Hyung, he even gave a teasing glance, "You son of a bitch." Those two people continued to walk and laugh. I'm sure losers like him are the ones supporting Lee Jian. The other girl also pampered herself, it was obvious. Why do they love the weakest of the hunters? Is it possible that he is a saint? Every word the other two talked about made Hyung start to get angry. The friend who was with Hyung stepped forward and smiled and comforted him. "Hyung, you controlled your anger very well. Those guys are from the Twins, overcome Gank A." Before he could finish his sentence, he shouted after the other two, "Hey, you flies." The two people just got angry and turned around to look at him as if they couldn't believe what they just heard. "You just called us flies?" Hyung got mad as he started his knuckles and responded, "Oh, it's you guys, a whole bunch of them. Cockroaches stink and are dirty." The centaur's disciple stepped forward, his steps becoming cold and stiff. He came in front of Lee Jian, let himself stand close to his body, very sarcastically said, "Let's say it again." Lee Jian was extremely angry at this moment. The man in front of him had offended the wrong person. He raised his hand as he continued his words, "A piece of trash that I don't even feel, no mana like you." Before he could finish his sentence, he snapped his fingers, his body flew several meters away, his eyes turned white, his mouth opened like an animal. He flew into the wall, breaking a piece of the wall, causing people around him to panic. A girl standing there screamed in terror. What kind of power could make a grown man fly away, really hit the wall like this? The rest of the people in the room were also extremely shocked and looked over there. They couldn't believe their eyes. Why did this happen in broad daylight? Han Jimin was speechless. He opened his mouth to make an ah and an oh, speechless. Lee Jian was still standing there. His face did not show any signs of fear or panic. On the contrary, he was extremely excited about what had just happened. This was his true strength. The second centaur's disciples were very angry when they saw what he did. How could she accept letting him roam around before her eyes? So she made a move, but unexpectedly, Lee Jian knew about this beforehand. As soon as she entered, he smiled and said, "Hey." She thought I didn't know she was behind me. She was on top of him. Her hand was still using her strength to threaten him. After hearing these words, she slowly retracted. But how could he escape the sky? He used his divine finger to counterattack her. So in an instant, the girl became Lee Jian's easy prey, flying thousands of miles away, with the same fate as the centaur's disciple. After dealing with the two of them, he felt that this was very boring, raised his hand to his mouth and waved a few times to express himself. She's not very strong, right? His words made everyone there, strange feeling of contempt. But someone immediately reacted, hey there, why are you using your ability in the middle of the street? When he heard that, he turned around. He raised his hand and pointed at himself. What are you guys talking about? If I had used my powers, those two people would have died. He was very angry when someone suddenly stood up to advise him. After those two heard it, their souls were completely blown away. He sold the goods to the two rank A apostles with just his back fist. As expected, this happened. I thought he had been using it all along. Ability, not knowing that his true ability is several times stronger than this. He sounds like he doesn't care much. Why does he have to meddle in my business? My concern is the person lying in front of me. He looked down at the person he had just destroyed, lying motionless on the ground. Something made him sit down. That was the necklace that person was wearing. This necklace seemed to be a treasure. He picked it up, looked at it and considered it. So without hesitation for a second, he immediately picked up that rope, regardless of whether it belonged to someone else. He raised the face of that necklace, looked at it a few times and said, I see that it's been since he hit me. Isn't this the next sacred object? The face of that necklace sparkled in the sunlight. It seemed to be made from real gold. This is a very precious thing that you definitely won't be able to let slip out of your hands. But a strange thing made him think again. After thinking for a while, he wondered why this group of people had holy objects. Only the saints had the right to own them. Thought for a moment, he also didn't get an answer. Fortunately, Han Jimin was there, someone who knew about these guys. So he told me, Hyung, you don't know anything. Humanity was almost extinct after the disasters a few decades ago. Humanity survived thanks to the gods and saints they chose. An image appeared. Many people were standing, wearing cloaks, jackfruit. They stood around a magic circle. In the middle of that circle was a pair of beautiful eyes. There were many symbols illustrated around that eye, which were the 12 zodiac signs. Perhaps the 12 people standing around represent the 12 signs of the zodiac. At this point, that person will take it back and continue to tell you the story. But because 12 people cannot protect the whole world, you the saint gathered people together to follow them and established a church. Awakened people are given power by saints and are called apostles, and they are ranked according to their own strength. Saints are chosen by the saints as the leaders, and the planets can be considered as the saints. The strongest apostles who give orders to the other apostles are called the leaders of the church, and the apostles. The power of the Holy Spirit comes from the faith of the apostles, so they set up all kinds of contests to increase the number of people joining the church, and the chosen apostles will be given gifts by the holy angels. Those gifts could be jade jewelry, gold and silver jewels, precious stones or long-lost antiques. Everything was a valuable object. Han Jimin also seemed to wish it very much. I hope to get my hands on those items. After hearing the story, he clenched his fists, his eyes looked at his hands, in his mind thinking, after being absent for 30 years, things turned out like this. He didn't want to believe what he just heard, but without letting him think too long, the person with brown hair shouted, "Brother!" Li Jian heard him call and turned around. He pointed to one side with an extremely worried face and said, "Look over there." He also logically turned around, not understanding what was going on. But in front of him right now is a herd of sheep that seem to be very angry. The sheep are several times larger than humans, and perhaps they are not normal because these sheep have no legs. They are made of coming from some kind of power. Notification pops up and says, the servants of prosperity and greed under the Aries are enjoying this moment. They urge you to finish off the man and the woman. They desire to see bloodshed. They telling you that he will give you a useful gift if you kill the other two people. The flock of sheep becomes more and more enthusiastic. They look extremely angry even though they don't know what makes them angry anymore. The person with brown hair who had just told him the story, now that he had witnessed the Aries sign with his own eyes, was very stunned. Oh no, he had already attracted the attention of the guardian angel. Sweat was flowing down his face, that person's entire face. The person with brown hair shouted in vain. They were like the shadows of the absolute gods. Fighting them was no different than fighting the absolute gods. So he ran away, not forgetting to tell Li Jian to hurry up and obey them. But he was not an ordinary person. He did not think in a conventional way and never showed fear. Why should I listen to what he said? He laughed loudly. I'm wondering why Yang Wei's boys are in a place like this, so they want to fill their stomachs like that fat pig. He gritted his teeth. Yang Wei's face once again appeared in his mind. He made his insides boil. When he set foot on the ground, he did not forget to say a very brave sentence, and it was for the sake of the gods. He had long been fed up with this saying, those sheep running wild up there are nothing compared to him. Once you set your foot, the world shook, you screamed. He didn't change at all until the end. Your voice was a bit deadly. Now is your true strength. here it is. Perhaps the other flock of sheep had never witnessed Li Jian's power, until now when he had unleashed almost everything he had. They were surprised. His power had created an elephant and a dragon, straight to the sky. That power made all the birch guardian angels up there scream. They had no time to do anything. They could only scream a few times and then finally succumb to his power. The observers below, including Han Jimin and the person with brown hair, could not resist the light emitted from that tornado, covering their eyes with their hands, not forgetting their admiration. After a while of developing their power, those guardian angels finally disappeared, forming a pink cloud that covered the sky. Han Jimin couldn't help but be shocked when he witnessed what happened. Until now he was still covering his face with his hands, unwilling, enjoying Li Jian's power. Li Jian had now completely destroyed the birch guardian, standing with his hands on his hands with great confidence, daring to confront me, his smile still shining brightly on his lips. Han Jimin looked up. The birch guardian had run away. The person with brown hair looked around and exclaimed, the barrier also disappeared. Han Jimin looked at Li Jian, extremely admiring and thinking, that guy, he is definitely not an ordinary person. As if reading the two people's thoughts, the speaker turned and called, Han Jimin. As soon as he heard his brother calling him, he was suddenly startled and turned, yes. He looked at Yang Wei, the centaur's disciple lying motionless in front of him, and asked, this gangster, you said must be Gemini's disciple. It seemed like he had his own thoughts. Han Jimin nodded and said, yes, they are the most influential church in this country, and are an elite force that includes many great figures. Perhaps this Yang Wei is really the one who makes everyone wonder, afraid, but in the end became Li Jian's easy prey. Li Jian turned around and smiled mischievously, so I guess they have a lot of money. Han Jimin heard him say that. It was quite questionable. Why did he ask like that? Wouldn't it be great to defeat him? So now he revealed his scary face. Everything he wore was branded, right? A burst of laughter rang out. Han Jimin seemed to understand what he was planning to do. So he sang and rummaged through all of that guy's belongings. The two people standing behind couldn't help but worry about that guy's next fate. The three of them walked back to Han Jimin's apartment complex. It was time for him to rest. The brown-haired man pointed up the floors, and I was his next-door neighbor. He very warmly introduced himself to him, Han Jimin also bowed very politely. He thought that after this, Li Jian would no longer come here. After all, everyone has a home to return to, right? But after a long time, Han Jimin didn't see any movement from Li Jian. This thing started to get strange. So he gently opened his eyes to check where the other person was and what they were doing. Yet Li Jian naturally walked into my house as if it were her house. Now I'm about to take a bath. Yawning, he shouted, A moment later, Li Jian successfully revamped his appearance, cutting his hair in half. After cutting his hair, he looked very handsome. His body had been exercising for many years, so his muscles were strong. Now he only wears a towel but still looks very elegant and handsome, He walked out, looked at the mirror reflecting his image and couldn't help but feel complacent about himself. Who is that handsome person in that mirror, Han Jimin couldn't resist this beauty, so he had to come out and praise her. Indeed, there are no ugly men in this world, only men who haven't cut their hair. Li Jian was given clothes that fit his body by Han Jimin to revamp his appearance. Now he has become a dumpling boy with very neat hair, and the things he wears look good, very beautiful and dignified. Han Jimin standing next to him saw his appearance and had to admire him. He looked so handsome. He was quite shy when he heard that. He asked again, really? He thought back to his past. At that time he was still crying. I am not a dandelion. Now I am so lucky to become this person. In the past every hair was precious because of its power. My strength caused my hair to fall like autumn leaves. Who would have thought that now my hair is growing again? Then suddenly he turned around, saw a strange object and asked Jimin, hey, what is that? It was a very strange fly. Its eyes lit up like car headlights. Its wings flapped non-stop. He asked, why is there such a terrible thing in your house? Instinctively, he reached out and used his strength to grab the animal. He looked quite calm but still seemed very angry. He crumpled it like a piece of paper and then when it became dust, he threw the ashes to the ground, letting it fly away. Han Jimin saw this scene and praised again, oh my god, it's okay to kill it with your bare hands. Experts may not be able to kill it, as expected. In any world, catching a fly with your bare hands is unthinkable. But that is not his limit. He continues to use his bare hands to catch flies many times. There are so many disasters. Why do they keep targeting me? He notices that many flies are clinging to him. His body, as if he was very smelly. Maybe Han Jimin was aware of the problem so he asked, or was it because he had a smell that the bad guys liked? He turned away not to accept that. Nonsense. normally this means there is something in the house that attracts them. Han Jimin didn't understand when he heard that. What is there in his house that attracts so many disasters so weird? Then he noticed that next to his number there was a shelf. On the shelf there were many gilded treasures. There was a statue of a goddess breastfeeding, next to a mask made of shining gold, next to it was a very beautiful chest, and finally a medal that seemed to be very valuable. He told him that it was because he left these creatures here that the disaster came here. Han Jimin didn't understand what he said. Why did he say these things were creatures? He asked again. I received this directly from the Gemini Saint. Then he picked up a treasure and introduced it to Li Jian. Even though they weren't mine, these things were still blessed by the saint. His face still showed admiration for the saint, many times. But immediately the statue was broken by Li Jian. Just one use of his power was enough to split the object into two halves. He saw that what he treasured had been broken. I was so scared, I screamed, but his reaction was unusual and disgusting. He picked up another treasure and said, hey, listen carefully, this mask is a sacred object that monitors the person who bought it. He threw up everything on the shelf. This music box is a relic that steals personal information. This watch is a beast that attracts disasters. It seems like everything the saint giving to Han Jimin is not a blessing, but a loss of blessing. He continued, those damn saints, not only robbed us of money but also sold trash to others and exploited others later. Really, these guys are monsters, not saints. They only specialize in people who do bad things or a pack of wolves hiding their faces under the mask of sheep. Thinking about this, he became extremely angry. The anger in his heart flared up. Thinking about it made him feel angry. So he asked, throw it all away immediately. His voice was so loud that the person outside the door could hear it. As if he was being bullied, he screamed. Suddenly, while the two were struggling, they noticed the door suddenly opened. That was Chun Sung Jae. He just came home and saw a stranger in his house. This person was even bullying Han Jimin. Li Jian saw Chun Sung Jae and asked, who are you? Han Jimin saw him like he saw his savior. Chun Sung Jae, he said slowly. Chun Sung Jae is also not a gentle person. Seeing Li Jian, who just met him, is being condescending, your face turns black, me. His strength was also gradually revealed. I am the master of this house. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Li Jian heard that and accepted it. Everything suddenly fell into awkward silence. At the Birch Church, Yang Mei residential area, Yang Mei was extremely angry and shocked at this time, had to scream, what? He couldn't believe his eyes. The guardian angel in Korea had disappeared. Had someone caused his minions to disappear like that? The reporter trembled and said, yes, so our Korean branch is currently panicking. It seems like things are getting complicated. When he heard this news, he couldn't help but worry. Why would he do that? This has never happened before. This is an unprecedented event. Guardian angels are subordinates of the body glands. No awakened person dares to chase them away. He himself knows what the power of those people is. They are the embodiment of his power. Being beaten failure is like being defeated yourself. So as if to protect his honor, he pointed his finger and ordered the messenger to contact other saints to see if they knew anything. That person, hearing that, obeyed the command, continued to speak, and did so, clear but. That person continued. The Sagittarius side was always unable to contact. He immediately asked again, Hugo, ignore it, Han is probably working as a mercenary with you now. That person shook his head and told him quite surprising news. We received the news that after arriving, he left the country immediately. This guy's voice suddenly sounded a bit urgent. He was quite surprised to hear that. So what, where did it go? However, the news delivered made his face disfigure. The destination was Korea. Stunned for a moment, he turned away. All the thoughts in his mind were gradually linked together, but he still did not continue to speak. Everything needed to be calculated. Hugo, he is a close friend of Li Jian. Hugo's face appeared in his mind. It was an extremely handsome face, and also had the appearance of a gentleman, completely different from group of saints. The reason why he moved was because of the rumor of whether Li Jian was still alive. He turned his eyes to the side, his face unable to hide his extreme worry. He really came back alive. This question stimulated his mind so much that all the blood in his body rushed to his brain. He grabbed a lamp next to him and shouted, damn it. In front of that light was thrown towards the messenger while he did not do anything detrimental to him. Impossible. His face was extremely panicked, investigating this matter clearly. What about the other things? His voice was filled with trepidation and fear of her husband. That person knew that his master was no longer normal. Just mentioning Hugo or Li Jian made him become like this again. Where the guardian angel disappeared, the apostle of Gemini was also found, fainted there. He was left wearing only his underwear, lying naked in the middle of the road. According to witnesses, Thinking about that image in his mind made the messenger want to vomit. He had a conflict with a handsome man, that's all the witness told the messenger, everything else is very obscure, not considered official information. When he heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Handsome, so it wasn't Li Jian because he was destroyed, perhaps this information eased his mind a bit. He gritted his teeth. No matter what, things weren't going well these days. There were rumors that Li Jian was back. This still made him unable to eat or sleep well. The threat really needed to be eliminated. The guardian angel in Korea disappeared for no reason. Worse, we failed to conquer the Spider Queen. He remembered all his terrible failures and hated himself. Then he clenched his fists. If we continue, our position will be shaken. He is very worried about his future. So he ordered his subordinates to prepare the private plane. He was very surprised when he heard him order like that. It must be something very important for the master to order the preparation of the private plane. But this time he needed it. He asked when he went there himself. He nodded and said, well, we need to know exactly what's going on in Korea. Then he took the cloak that was lying on the chair and put it on. That face, the face that brought death to all humanity, appeared again. You had to see it with your own eyes. He walked and brought death to everyone. In Korea, that guy was brought to the affiliated hospital in a closet. Everything seemed to have greatly affected his body. He had to use a lot of medical techniques to help restore life. Even the defenders cannot do it themselves. President Gemini saw his nephew lying down and was helpless. He pointed at his nephew. Who would dare to turn his nephew into this? His face was deformed. This really angered him, or in other words angered the whole corporation. Then he pointed out a person standing quite calmly next to him. Hey, this person seemed to understand this old man's mood, so he very calmly said, don't worry about what happened recently. This is the S-rank Eternal Ice Gemini Apostle, Min Sung-hoon. Min Sung-hoon is a person who doesn't stand out too much in appearance but has a very quiet personality. He said slowly, that's why the Gemini Church appointed him. I'm here, Mr. President. Chun Sung-jae was now acquainted with Li Jian. After hearing Han Jimin's story, he was very angry and asked again. So he said he met him at the Devil's Tower. This really made Chun Sung-jae think a lot. And he personally cleaned up the whole herd of calamity beasts with his bare hands. Han Jimin is not a person with strength like Li Jian, so he could only nod his head. Yes. Then he continued to ask, he even defeating a rank A apostle. This is truly something worth paying attention to. If the truth matches what was heard, then this guy is indeed a saint, not an ordinary person. And yet Han Jimin still answered, yes, that's right. While the other two were extremely panicked. You think I believe, he broke all the sacred objects in this house. This is truly horrifying. You have to know how much Chun Sung-jae tried to receive it. All those sacred objects were now broken by an unknown person. Li Jian didn't pay much attention to the two people's reactions, continuing to look at the things he was holding in his hands. I said to the middle brother was a fake, so he picked up an unknown object, which was also a fake. But whether it's fake or real, Chun Sung-jae doesn't care. What TOC Red cares about now is the identity of the person in front of him. What group are you in? Li Jian still smiles very much, slyly replied, do I need to be in any association? Actually, Li Jian's behavior combined with his very indifferent attitude made Chun Sung-jae extremely angry. Which god do you follow? Hearing this, Li Jian did not even bother to confront this guy anymore. I am not those 12 idiots. Chun Sung-jae still didn't believe his words. What was his awakening class? He remembered, boredly answering, a publishing class. Hearing this, Chun Sung-jae really couldn't feel what he was saying. Talking again, so what's your name? Han Jimin was very scared when he heard this. If these two people had a fight now, he would be the one who would suffer the most. Li Jian replied very coldly, Li Jian. Han Jimin was extremely scared at this point, turned around and said, brother, that guy. Chun Sung-jae, calm down. Li Jian still doesn't know why these two people reacted so vehemently. Chun Sung-jae can't keep calm anymore. He came into our house and broke all the holy objects, and now he says what his name is. How dare you pretend to be Mr. Li Jian? Turns out Li Jian is Chun Sung-jae's idol. That's why Chun Sung-jae can't accept the fact that the very hateful guy standing in his house has the same name, exactly like that. The strength in his body gradually revealed. He vowed to kill the person who dared to insult his idol. Han Jimin saw that things were gradually going further from his imagination and was scared. Hey, Chun Sung-jae, we are in the house. Are you crazy? Indeed, now if these two people fight each other, this house will be destroyed. At that time Han Jimin will have to sleep on the street. The notification appeared again. Warning, the Gemini Apostle's magic power was exploding. Li Jian saw that he was so enthusiastic and quite complimented him. That's great, at this rate, you'll burn down the house too, right? Coincide. To better understand the power of Chun Sung-jae, he opened his eyes wide and activated the skill of stopping vision. Chun Sung-jae screamed and wanted to attack him. In front of you now is all the information you need to know about Chun Sung-jae. He is a disciple of Gemini, his awakening level is A, his awakening title is Punisher, he possesses magician skills cremation, the mark of eternal ice, his characteristics are, genius, vision, stubborn attachment, idol worship, and actually this guy is also a genius, the learning effect is 200%. Reading this, Lee Jian was also a little impressed, he was still young and had already used such a high-level summoning spell, as expected, his genius characteristics were not something to show off. After summoning, Chun Sung-jae shouted. Han Jimin saw this scene, didn't think Lee Jian could respond, so he quickly warned, brother, run quickly, Chun Sung-jae is a rank apostle, not to mention he's also a fanatic, it's Lee Jian. Han Jimin floating without knowing that Lee Jian is really in front of the two of them, even feels very funny. Chun Sung-jae thought the person in front of him was pretending to be Lee Jian, so he was still very cold. Jimin, don't you listen to me, get out of here if you don't want to die. His face was full of murderous intent, probably wanting to kill. There are a lot of people here. But Lee Jian was one step faster than him, he moved behind Chun Sung-jae. Good children don't play with fire. This meaningful statement caught Chun Sung-jae's attention, but now I don't know what to do anymore. 7 Lee Jian has disappeared somewhere. Since when did he? Chun Sung-jae quickly turned back, but maybe Chun Sung-jae is not as good as Lee Jian. With just a snap of his fingers, Chun Sung-jae's body flew straight forward, no longer looking back, just like a piece of paper. Could Chun Sung-jae be like this? Lee Jian definitely wouldn't, not a normal person. Han Jimin's doubts are increasing day by day. Then he slowly walked in front of Chun Sung-jae and said softly, you crazy guy, the house is the most important thing, but look, you'll burn this whole house down, he said. He sounded very mature. Han Jimin was next to him even though he had a little injury on his cheek but still couldn't help but feel it. Chun Sung-jae was still lying motionless on the floor. Han Jimin couldn't help but worry when he saw Chun Sung-jae's condition like that. Hyung, Chun Sung-jae isn't dead yet, right? Seeing him scared, he felt even more interesting, smiling mischievously. Ah, he's okay, it's okay, maybe, because actually Lee Jian himself doesn't know if he caused any injury to him. Han Jimin looked at Chun Sung-jae, very scared, both afraid of what problem he would encounter, and afraid that he himself might not be able to avoid disaster in the future. Is that okay? Chun Sung-jae's face looks like he's about to ascend to heaven, there's a lump on his head, his mouth is foaming, his eyes are white. Ignoring the victim who had just been given a few blows, the victim's family members were extremely scared and ran over, picked up the victim. Chun Sung-jae, are you okay? I ignored the two of you and went inside the house. I went to bed first, I will wake up on time, as if you have nothing to do with this. So, like an innocent person, he went into his room and slowly closed the door so that no one outside could know. However, as soon as he entered the exam room, he knew whose room this was, because in front of him was not a normal interior but also many statues, and this statue was not an ordinary statue, it was a statue of you are standing with so many brothers. Up there are all sculptures of him, Lee Jian, but that's the image when he was still a young man with messy hair, a ruffled head, and an arrogant face that didn't take anyone seriously. Even though he already knew what all those things were, he still insisted on asking again, what are they? Han Jimin saw that he seemed speechless and quickly replied, I told you, he is a fan, crazy Lee Jian. Chun Sung-jae saw that everything he treasured most was destroyed by this side, so he warned, how dare you go inside, that room contains a collection worth more than my life, that person this is really crazy. But Lee Jian didn't listen to any of the words, aren't these things about you? Then don't you have the right to use them? He stepped forward, grabbed a statue and quickly broke it. Head off, at least take your head off, this makes me so miserable, it's hard to be with you but it's hard to live with Chun Sung-jae. He just saw Lee Jian touching one of his treasures, even broke his head and screamed, my idol Lee Jian. But Lee Jian didn't stop there and continued to be naughty. Chun Sung-jae didn't accept his fate. No, stop, you crazy bastard, calling you like this is wrong, I'm not a crazy bastard, I'm Lee Jian. At this point, Chun Sung-jae couldn't bear it anymore, this was truly an irresistible force, he couldn't beat that guy and couldn't kill him, this was fate, damn it, Chun Sung-jae cried out, in suffering, no. At a coffee shop, Hugo was sitting waiting for his drink to come out while watching the news. Today's news is quite strange, the editor talked about an incident that took place very recently, this is a continuation of the news. Yesterday afternoon, 2 apostles of Gemini were humiliated by a possible person. According to witnesses, the suspect stripped off all the clothes of the two victims. Hugo heard this and sighed. It was definitely Lee Jian, there was no mistake. What was that idiot doing? This was the first thing I heard after returning to Korea. He put his hand on his face expressing boredom. How much does this Lee Jian want to cause trouble? Just thinking about this, suddenly a cafe employee brought out the menu. She looked very gentle, her face was a bit kind. How can I help you? As soon as you heard this voice, you became confused, extremely cautious. My strength increases, you rest and get out of here, Yang Wei. Sure enough, that person was Yang Wei and no one else. He smiled mischievously. Oh my, he discovered it immediately. It wasn't funny at all. The body of the sweet employee from before suddenly changed, transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. She smiled and said, "It's been a while, Hugo, it's been a long time since I've contacted you." She smiled but her face radiated murderous aura. This is truly the embodiment of Yang Wei. Then she came over, put her hand on his shoulder, her eyes still shining. He must be thinking about Lee Jian, and that's also the reason why he's in Korea. I think it's best for him to send everything he knew. He knew that getting involved with this old man was not okay, so he prepared to run away. Then he raised his hand, trying to get away from this guy as soon as possible, avoiding and saying, "This is why I can never like you, that damn pervert who likes to take over other people's bodies." As expected, this was not him transforming into himself, but rather him taking over that employee's body. So he was discovered. He jumped out of the waiter's body. The girl suddenly regained consciousness, realizing she was standing in a completely different place than the last place she was aware of. Okay. She looked down at her hand. What did I just do? Sure enough, Yang Wei was gone. Hugo was also aware of that. He slammed his hand on the table, angrily thinking, "Damn it, Yang Wei, dare to use cheap tricks like this. I have to find Lee Jian before everyone else," because in his heart he knows Lee Jian is now everyone's enemy. You have to find him. Where the hell are you, Lee Jian? At Bucheon, the commercial center of Gyeonggi Province, Chun Sung-jae and Han Jimin were going to the supermarket together, leaving the pervert at home. The two talked to each other, but today's topic seemed a bit different. Han Jimin was wearing a very cute hat. As he walked he asked Chun Sung-jae, "Cam, do you think he's really Lee Jian?" While examining the item, he shook his head and said, "Are you kidding? He looks completely different." Then he said, "Besides, Mr. Lee Jian is a hero of humanity. Do you think he's like that bastard? Come to think of it, Chun Sung-jae's whole body is on fire. Even if it's true, I still won't accept it." "Where?" Han Jimin said, "But I definitely saw him coming out of the demon tower. He's super strong, so he could be, but no matter how much evidence there is, Chun Sung-jae won't accept it. No way." He shook his head vigorously. "I'm sure he's dead, because that's what Dad told me." He looked at Han Jimin, said with a very firm voice. Han Jimin heard that and agreed. "Oh yeah, your dad is the culprit, Ma Tin." Actually, Chun Sung-jae didn't want to talk much about that person anymore. The more he talked, the more complicated things got, so he quickly turned to Han Jimin and told him to quickly go pay. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. The two people who heard it were very surprised. There was a robber running towards them at a speed faster than the wind. And beyond their expectations, this robber was as fast as lightning. With just one run, he was able to knock both of them down. Their food basket was also thrown aside and scattered everywhere. They flew to the sides. That robber had a very strange appearance. His head was wearing a wool hat, and he was wearing a black suit. Han Jimin was injured but couldn't help but be surprised. This Chun Sung-jae, an apostle of Cancer Constellation. Chun Sung-jae was lying down and had to look up to see. He used his ability to steal. At this rate, all the items in the supermarket will be taken away, he can guess. That guy is still rampaging, thinking in his head, "You idiots, even if a saint comes here, you won't be able to catch me. I've taken enough, now let's go to the next location," he said while laughing. But unexpectedly, Lee Jian appeared here. I don't know what he was doing here, I only know that he appeared right when that guy was about to leave the store. Even when he caught the thief, his face didn't change color. "He caught you," he smiled. That robber was stopped by an extremely dangerous blow, shouting, No way." Han Jimin looked to the side and saw his acquaintance and was speechless. "Brother, what are you doing here?" He saw Han Jimin and also smiled and said, I forgot to tell you to buy some chicken." That robber is still there, lying on the ground in extreme pain. Minute Sung-hoon had arrived. He still spoke with a pensive face. Impressive, because Chun Sung-jae was so fast, catching a Cancer apostle was very difficult. "In my opinion, you're just an ordinary apostle. Next time you'd better call the police." He saw someone who had made great achievements but still wasn't grateful, and even had a bit of criticism in his voice. Li Jian saw this guy walking next to him and didn't like it at all. What's wrong with this idiot, he thought to himself. Suddenly a loud noise caught both of their attention. Everyone realized where the noise came from. The ceiling was about to collapse, perhaps this was an earthquake. The guy lying on the floor also realized this. Actually, this was a lucky sign for him. What the hell? Earthquake? Really lucky, I'll leave here when they're panicking. So he quickly ran away. Luckily for him, Li Jian didn't have time to catch him. He missed everyone for a very long time. As he ran, he thought proudly, almost getting caught by a strange bastard. But, thanks to this earthquake, I had the chance to escape. His face showed a lot of intention. Suddenly the ground in front of him shattered. He was running but had to stop because of surprise. From the ruins, a centipede emerged. This centipede was giant, with a body that was both tall and large, looking very strange. The appearance of this animal surprised everyone who appeared in the store. Cannot stand. He looked up, stammering, monster disaster. Why is there a monster disaster in that green area? This is truly an unbelievable thing. You must know that monster disaster never appears in safe zones like this. So he took a step back. Damn it, I'll get out of here before I get caught in the ward. So he jumped up, but he actually agitated the animal that had just appeared. He was still very pleased with his actions. Even if a disaster beast couldn't catch him, he laughed very enthusiastically. But what he didn't know was that the place he was jumping towards was the mouth of the disaster beast. This animal just needs to open its mouth to make the whole city become its food. This apostle will definitely become delicious prey. With just one bite, that calamity beast had finished killing a human life. Everyone standing around became its next target. And even more terrifying, this was not a calamity monster, normal beast, this is the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen turned and looked at the innocent people standing there staring at her, their faces filled with fear. She looked around and saw that no one had the ability to fight her and was very pleased. Perhaps now was the opportunity for her to gather delicious prey. Suddenly a voice rang out, warning, warning, this is not a drill, a monster disaster has appeared in the supermarket. All residents in the supermarket, please leave as quickly as possible. Everyone who heard this knew where their fate had gone. Now the most important thing was life, not buying snacks. Everyone ran away in fear. That warning continues to sound. With the appearance of the Spider Queen, the level of danger in the supermarket, people don't need to listen anymore. They are now only focused on running away. Behind the Spider Queen ordered giant spiders to run after the supermarket residents. The scene is now very chaotic and scary, making anyone with a weak mentality scream in pain. Small centipedes also started crawling on people's bodies. Now the supermarket has been regulated as a red zone. Let me repeat, with the appearance of the Spider Queen, the danger level in the supermarket is regulated as a red zone. Those giant spiders continue to attack. Everyone was so worried about themselves that they didn't notice a little boy who had lost his mother was still standing there crying, without the spirit to run away. The beast was gradually approaching this boy. Because of all the moving baits, the immobile bait is the best. It opened its disgusting mouth wide and tried to push the boy inside. The baby is still crying loudly. But fortunately, someone ran over and defeated that beast for the boy. When the boy returned, he was safe. That person gently told him, "Boy, you should walk carefully." The boy trembled in fear. That was Li Jian. He reached out his hand and gently said to the boy, "Are you okay?" But this is the time for the boy to run away. He looks too scary. His face is like a murderer. This makes him really disappointed. But in order to maintain the honor of a hero, he still had to calm his voice and say, "Well, I'm glad the boy is okay." Then he turned around and focused on his expertise. Anyway, why are there more monster disasters in the supermarket than humans? This really makes him confused. The Spider Queen is a very scary monster disaster, now appearing in the green area like this. But he is not the type of person to give up easily. If he wants to fight, he will fight to the end. Fine, he muttered, now will be the time to prove to everyone his strength. He summoned a cobra. It's been a while, so I'll warm up a bit. The newly summoned cobra wrapped around his body, making him feel more and more enthusiastic. On the road, a car is moving at lightning speed. Inside the car, the old Aries apostle Yang Wei also knew about it. He immediately asked, let's say it again. Yang Wei's assistant immediately reported that there was a monster disaster that was ravaging a supermarket in Buchan. Just hearing this, Yang Wei was already sweating. He said, "Forget it, what kind of beast is it, that is?" The assistant paused for a moment then continued, "They said it was the Spider Queen." Old Yang Wei had just heard the species name of this new beast, and his eyes darkened. He forced his mouth to say, "Damn it," he didn't say anything else but wondered. The last time we tried to destroy it, we failed so we could only seal it, but how could it escape? The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes widened, his eyebrows curled up. Damn it, it was too difficult for me to defeat the red-level monster calamity alone. After the monster calamities started appearing, the hunters divided them into 6 levels. The first rank, Lamb, the Lord's domain. The second level, Green, is safe. Third level, Yellow, Alarm. Fourth level, Orange, Danger, seek shelter. The fifth level, Chain, exceeds all rules of disasters. The sixth level, which is also the most difficult level to deal with, is Black, destroying humanity. If it's the Spider Queen, then the supermarket is, because a level 6 monster appeared in the supermarket. This place is now a red zone. The assistant was extremely nervous. He asked while driving, "Mr. Yang Wei, what should we do with that supermarket?" Yang Wei didn't respond right away. He thought for a moment and then gave an order, telling them to bury it. After listening to the assistant, he was a little confused. Yes, Yang Wei clenched his fists, thinking, no one knows, things will get very bad if the world learns about how much damage we suffered because of our failure to destroy that thing. Yang Wei pointed forward with trembling hands. He said with a hesitant voice, "Say that everyone there is dead, and send a few apostles to bury the building." The cries of the beasts surrounded the supermarket. Inside the supermarket, countless spider-type monsters appeared and were ready to attack people. At this time, a pioneer apostle took the lead in using a technique to confront the monsters. White smoke emitted from the corner of his mouth. "You guys!" He shouted loudly, "You damn insects," then used a move to hit the floor hard. Sharp blocks of ice stabbed up. His ice prison stopped the attack of the monsters. "Just using a move, that guy's sweat was already flowing profusely," he said while breathing. "How dare you disrespect an S-level me?" But that guy hadn't been complacent for long when the roar of a giant monster suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of ice layers breaking. That bald guy couldn't help but be surprised. They could break the magic ice so easily. Seeing that the situation did not look good, Li Jian decided to take action himself. He carried several cans of water and walked up with an extremely strong spirit. "Get out of here now, little snowflake." The bald man frowned in confusion. Since when did he? Not only was Li Jian not afraid, he also dared to tease the monsters. He tossed the can in his hand and said, "Hey, bugs, you guys are trying to eat humans because there's nothing else to eat." After saying that, Li Jian immediately pulled his hand back to gain momentum. "So eat this." Immediately after that, there were endless popping sounds. Countless beasts died at his hands. The giant beast saw this and was extremely angry. It roared. But in just a split second, the beast was given a sword blow that cut its body in half. Li Jian used incredible speed to slash all the monsters. "What are you guys baring your fangs for? Ha!" Before the monsters could react, they were defeated by Li Jian's sword. Li Jian finished dealing with the monsters and said, "You bastards better not run around." Standing outside watching Li Jian's one-on-one performance, everyone's eyes were wide open in surprise, their mouths speechless. "Destroy all the monsters. The system will notify Li Jian again. You have dealt with the disaster. Your zodiac experience has increased. You have obtained new ingredients for the holy item." After reading it, Li Jian was a little confused and asked, "What are the ingredients?" "You can create new skills and relics with these ingredients." After reading, Li Jian immediately tried to create a new sacred object. He secretly thought, "Has my production skills also changed? I will find out later, anyway." Even though the penalty was reduced so that my ability could only block 50% of incoming damage, my movement wasn't too bad. At this rate, I'll be able to become even stronger after fully activating that thing. Thinking of this, Li Jian immediately grasped the glowing sacred object in his hand. The Snowflake Apostle had also witnessed Li Jian's entire fight. He couldn't help but think in shock, impossible, even his S-rank magic didn't make the monsters look bad, yet he was able to destroy them so easily. After finishing work, Li Jian walked over and gave the knife he just killed the monster to Sungchae and said with a smile, "Hey, this is the dagger from your house." Hearing that, Sungchae was stunned and asked again, "When did he get it?" That S-level apostle was always observing Li Jian, wondering where he came from. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. He immediately cried out, "Ha! Hey you!" Li Jian turned his handsome face to look at that guy. That apostle pointed his finger at Li Jian, then opened his mouth and said loudly, "I don't think it's strange. You're the one who ambushed our 2 apostles, right?" As soon as Li Jian heard that, his face turned pale and he cried out, "Ah!" Li Jian immediately thought of the 2 apostles he mentioned. Right after that, he immediately gave this bald guy a punch in the face and shut up. The bald man just took a punch from Li Jian and immediately fell to the ground, his body trembling and not daring to resist. Li Jian smiled evilly and said, "You idiot, how could you find me? You know too much already." The bald man angrily punched the ground and spoke again, "How could I not know, wise guy? The clothes on your body were stripped by some of them." He pointed at the clothes on Li Jian's body. Jian didn't know how to argue back. The bald man continued to say, "That badge is an S-class holy item that is only given to twin apostles." The bald man angrily asked Jian, "The reason you are so absurdly strong is because of those badges, right?" Jian bewilderedly held up the badge. Since when has this badge been here? It looks so ugly." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jian crushed that badge. The bald man was not surprised by Jian's actions. He shouted, "That crazy guy." Li Jian didn't care about that guy's reaction. He calmly said, "Holy object, are you kidding me? It's obviously just jewelry from the market. You guys have all been fooled by that old woman." The bald guy shouted in vain, "How dare you?" Jian continued to say, "After all, 20 years have passed, but that meathead which is still such a wretched woman." Just as they were talking, another monster appeared. It bared its fangs and roared angrily. Facing such great pressure, Li Jian just frowned and observed without any intention of hiding. As soon as Jimin saw the beast, his hands trembled and he couldn't speak. That is, what sat above the giant beast was the Spider Queen. It controls the beast to chase people inside the supermarket. The civilians all fled in panic. Screams rang out everywhere. The bald guy also recognized that thing. It was the Spider Queen. Li Jian still didn't show any attitude. Right after that, the ability in his body immediately burst out. Li Jian, as fast as the wind, rushed towards the Spider Queen. He gritted his teeth, frowned and said loudly, "Hey, that spider." Unarmed Jian rushes to duel with the Spider Queen. The pressure radiating from both sides is not trivial. Li Jian shouted loudly, "Get out of here now." He then used his fist to punch strongly at the Spider Queen. The beast and the Spider Queen had no time to react to Jian's speed. They were immediately blown away by his extraordinary strength. The people there witnessed this scene and no one was shocked. Sungchae and Jimin were also shocked by this scene. The bald guy was no exception. He silently praised Jian's talent. It was crazy. He faced the Spider Queen head-on without any sacred objects. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out again, "Listen, all the Gemini Apostles in the supermarket." This voice is Commander Choi Sung-hyuk. As soon as he heard Commander Choi's voice, Sung-chae immediately had questions and telepathy. The bald guy immediately replied to Commander Choi, "Yes, Commander, this is Min Sung-hoon." Commander Choi ordered, "Chun Sung-chae and Min Sung-hoon, leave this building immediately, and the Birch Apostle will soon bury this whole building." As soon as Commander Choi's words ended, a membrane covered the entire supermarket. Commander Choi continued to say, "Yang Wei is coming here alone. We have no way to stop him too." The appearance of the Spider Queen here meant that he had failed to destroy it. That's why he's trying to hide the truth. It would be very troublesome if any information about them leaked out. "Minute Sung-hoon, you have teleportation skills, right? Quickly bring Chun Sung-chae out." Sung-hoon frowned and asked again, "Do you mean just the two of us?" After finishing speaking, his eyes immediately turned towards the group of people in the supermarket. They were injured a lot, everyone was supporting each other. His eyes turned to the group of monsters again. And finally towards Jian, who still doesn't know what's going on. He's still fighting the Spider Queen. Facing these people, Sung-hoon's body trembled. He didn't know what to choose. Seeing that Sung-hoon was still hesitating to leave, Commander Choi immediately asked, "What, is there a problem?" But right after Commander Choi's question, Sung-hoon's face immediately changed. He smiled evilly and replied, "No, there's nothing." Hearing Min Sung-hoon answer like that, Chun Sung-chae immediately got angry. Even begging for support is not enough in this situation. "But what the hell are you talking about? Don't you see how chaotic this place is right now?" But even dared to open his mouth and say that he would leave them here and be buried in this building. Facing Sung-chae's questioning, Sung-hoon still calmly replied, "I know." He looked at Sung-chae with cold eyes and continued, "But think about it, if rumors of the Spider Queen appearing in the heart of the city get out, what will people think of us?" When Sung-chae heard this, he was extremely surprised and asked, "What?" Sung-hoon held out his phone and continued speaking. "The residents would definitely rebuke the church, and then their belief in the power of the absolute God would also decline. Humanity's faith must not be shaken, only then can we receive protection from the gods." After hearing Sung-hoon's unreasonable explanations, Sung-chae immediately questioned him, "Just because of that?" Sung-hoon frowned and continued arrogantly, "Fortunately I still had one teleport left, but it can only be used by 2 people. Chun Sungchae, just add you 2, this is an order, so I have to take you out. Sungchae couldn't listen anymore, his anger broke out. Sungchae shouted loudly and asked, what about my friend? Can't leave him here. Furthermore, there are still many people here who cannot find shelter. Selfish Sung-hoon only thinks about his own benefits. He frowns, grits his teeth and spits out some harsh words at Sungchae. This stupid guy, why are you still in the mood to destroy me at this point, star? Don't think I'll hesitate and end up buried alive in this damn place with you idiots, he cursed while performing magic. Ice cubes began to appear on Sung-hoon's arms. Sung-hoon's pupils shrunk, his eyebrows furrowed together, his mouth curled into a sinister smile. He continued to speak, and I couldn't ignore orders from the church commander, so I'll ease some of the pain of the idiots here. I'll send them away for a while, and you don't need to worry about them anymore. Seeing that guy preparing to attack the innocent people here, Sungchae's power immediately burst out, his eyes immediately glowed. The whole body is covered by a strong energy. Sungchae shouted loudly, you trash bastard. Both of their bodies were surrounded by ice and fire. Sung-hoon showed an arrogant attitude and laughed loudly, then asked, Chun Sungchae, you don't think about fighting with me, do you? I'm completely on a different level than someone like you. You better stop feeling that useless guilt and make a wise decision. All the time, as soon as he finished speaking, something attacked him from behind. A giant rock came straight at Sung-hoon. His whole body was crushed by the rock and he couldn't get up. From behind, Lee Jian walked up and asked, ah, here you guys are, why are you still standing here? That rock was thrown by none other than Jian. Lee Jian carried the sword on his shoulder and walked out of the ruins and said seriously, get out quickly, this place is very dangerous. As soon as he saw Jian, Jimin smiled brightly and called out Hyung, while Sungchae showed a stunned expression. Then he said, the exit was blocked by the disaster beasts, so there was no way to escape from here. Okay. Now, or have to use teleportation. Or stay here and destroy all these damn beasts. Also, there are a lot of injured people here. Not to mention, the Birch Apostles are blockading this place. Jian frowned and said, his head really hurt. While the two were talking, Sung-hoon was trying his best to escape from the large rock, his whole body trembling. Immediately after that, he burst out with power, and the large rock was immediately broken by him. Sung-hoon shouted angrily, you bastard, don't you dare hit me. Hearing that, Lee Jian looked bewildered. Huh? He immediately questioned Sung-hoon's name. What was that? I thought you were trying to abandon everyone and get the hell out of here. Sung-hoon angrily cursed and shut up. He still has the same disability and wants to run away alone. Stupid bastard, try to survive in this damn place. Even if we go alone, we have to get out of this place. Sung-hoon took out his phone and prepared to use the teleportation technique. But right at this moment, a giant spider web suddenly rushed forward and hit Sung-hoon directly. The Spider Queen controlled the beast to spit out a giant spider web to prevent Sung-hoon from escaping. Sung-hoon felt something stuck to his body. He quickly turned his eyes back. It couldn't be. Immediately, Sung-hoon was pulled into its giant mouth by the Spider Queen's spider web, and fresh blood gushed out. That guy was dealt with by the Spider Queen. The phone in his hand fell out. Witnessing this scene, Lee Jian frowned in discomfort. Jimin and Sungchae were extremely stunned. To prevent such a thing from happening again, Lee Jian immediately said, 2 people. Sungchae and Jimin couldn't believe their ears. They both asked in unison, what? Jian's eyes turned cold. He repeated firmly, I will deal with this, quickly. At this time, the sealing layer set up by the Gemini Holy Society was also completed. Old Yang Wei was also present outside the supermarket. He immediately asked how the situation was inside. An apostle worriedly announced that the supermarket was completely isolated, and we had also sealed the entire building. As soon as he heard it, he immediately questioned, isn't this progress too slow from the time I gave the order until now? At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up, why do I feel like this seal isn't quite right? Another guy immediately continued, yes, as if something was stopping it. Before those guys could determine what the problem was, a blue light from inside suddenly appeared through the seal layer, causing them to break. The apostles who were reinforcing the seal were immediately knocked out. The next second, a giant beam rushed out from inside the building. Its entire body exuded an extremely powerful aura. Old Yang Wei witnessed this scene and couldn't help but ask in shock, what is that thing, a snake? Countless people escaped the building, everyone ran out, followed by screams for help. Help me, the calamity beasts are inside, there are still people trapped inside, he's killing the spiders. Those people ran to Yang Wei's henchmen. Old Yang Wei heard them say that and his face immediately changed. He thought to himself, kill the spiders? No, that's impossible, even I couldn't defeat one, who could do that? Not believing it was true, he immediately made a risky decision. I would go down there and check it myself. Hearing that, one guy worriedly said, Mr. Yang Wei, the calamity beasts are still inside. Yang Wei calmly replied, no problem, you guys can just wait here. After saying that, he rushed into the supermarket alone. Yang Wei is also an ordinary person. He jumped up the building with formidable speed. Just a few steps he reached the third floor. With a bang, he appeared at the place where the battle with the beast took place. The thing in front of him made Yang Wei say in surprise, oh my god. Before his eyes was the body of the Spider Queen. It was dead. Yang Wei's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered, how could that person defeat this and that thing? Who is it in the end? He continued to walk around to observe the situation. The remnants of this war, what happened here and there, that means he's hunting the Spider Queen. Thinking of this, Yang Wei broke out in a cold sweat. He covered his face, exhaled and said to himself, things are getting more complicated, not to mention there's a bunch of other things to figure out, damn it. Just when Yang Wei was having a headache about this, he felt something. This feeling is. He quickly walked to the door and stood watching below. Below the building, ambulances arrived to aid injured residents and there was one more person. Yang Wei thought in wonder, no, that bastard, why is he here? Hugo Otters, he seemed to be talking to someone. As soon as Yang Wei saw Hugo Otters, his face immediately wrinkled. He wondered, it couldn't be, maybe that bastard Hugo was the one behind all this. If so, what about this time? Yang Wei was forever thinking about Hugo Otter's appearance when a voice suddenly rang out from behind. I haven't been here for a long time, how's your life? This voice immediately made his face twitch. The look in that guy's eyes made Yang Wei feel scary even before he looked at it. What the heck, you son of a bitch, do you find it difficult anywhere? That person is none other than Li Jian. Jian smiled evilly and said, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, but why do you look so panicked? Yang Wei quickly turned around. As expected, it was Li Jian. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, stammering and shouting, Li Jian. The alarm bell rang continuously, ringing, the blue light flickered non-stop. It seemed like something big was going on. The rescuers appeared very quickly. They quickly divided into tasks. Some gave instructions to the people, others who were injured were asked to follow this way. Some people held walkie-talkies to mobilize manpower. Hurry up and go. They rushed to work shouting, please get out of the way, it's very dangerous. Two boys wrapped in blankets sat in the middle of the road. The one with that hair was staring ahead as if thinking about something. The one with black hair kept coughing. The red-haired boy thought thoughtfully, in his mind a monster with its mouth opened wide and a smiling boy walking in that direction. Was he really Li Jian? Even though the appearance is different, the way they move is completely identical. While engrossed in thought, suddenly a loud voice rang out, startling the two boys. Sung Jae. A man with Western features appeared, his face showing some concern, calling the boy's name again. Sung Jae, why are you here? Seeing that man appear, Sung Jae looked angry and said, when did you return to Korea? The father heard his son ask him in that voice and couldn't believe it. What, is that the voice you should use to talk to your father? The black-haired boy sitting next to him turned his head to look and gasped in surprise, wow, Star Centaur. Black hair smiles like it's nothing and doesn't affect him. As for the red hair, she couldn't help but huff. The father stood looking at his son in deep thought, rubbing his chin as if he was calculating something. After thinking about it, the father stood with his hands on his hips, looked down at the two children wrapped in towels sitting in the middle of the road and said, okay, at least I'm not injured. After treatment, the two of them will be fine. Then his face suddenly became serious and he continued, more important, Sung Jae, you were in that supermarket, right? I heard that someone destroyed the monsters. Do you know who did that? Sung Jae ignored what his father said, sat with his back turned, coughed. The black hair sitting next to him smiled wryly at him. The father standing behind saw it and just laughed and thought, this kid, in the end, is covering for someone else. Then suddenly the black hair widened his eyes and asked, but, will Jian be okay? The father standing behind heard that question and was a bit surprised. Suddenly, a shadow rushed towards the black hair, making him widen his eyes in bewilderment as he looked at the person holding his shoulder. As soon as Sung Jae's father rushed over, he shouted in panic, you said Jian, where is he? Do you know him? Black hair was bewildered, but being asked these questions consecutively made him even more confused, stuttering, and confused. When rearranging his father Sung Jae's questions, he smiled and said, "Could it be that Uncle Hugo Otters was talking about the saint?" The black hair continued to speak. "He is currently inside. He was also the one who destroyed the Spider Queen. He said his name was Jian." The more Uncle Hugo Otters listened, the more unsightly he became. His face tightened, showing a bit of worry, a bit of disbelief. Hugo Otters wanted to know more, so he grabbed the black-haired man's shoulder and asked, "What, can you explain more?" Suddenly there was an explosion in the building behind. Boom, the fire flashed out very dangerously. Everyone suddenly turned to look. Standing in the smoke and dust of the collapse, Hugo Otters' hateful eyes appeared clearly. He gritted his teeth and looked forward angrily. In the pile of rubble, broken rocks and dust, the previous explosion caused the ground to sink a bit. In the dust and smoke, there was the sound of breathing, panting. A man walked out of the smoke and dust, panting as he walked. Red spiritual energy appeared around his body, his eyes staring straight ahead. A tall guy, wearing a white t-shirt and black pants, stood in the dust and smoke of the recent collapse, facing the person in front and laughing. "That's a bit too much, my friend." That guy seemed to have escaped the building explosion just now, but he didn't look tired or scared at all. On the contrary, he was a bit provocative. "It's been 20 years since we met, but just seeing him made me want to. I'm already shocked." The man with red spiritual energy around him was a bit surprised and asked, "What is your name?" He looked at the boy in front of him. Many thoughts appeared in his head. He felt as if he were Li Jian. But isn't that guy's face covered in scars? Not to mention this guy's voice is also different, being stared at by the other person. The young man did not understand and asked questions. The more he thought, the more certain he was that what he thought was right. Thoughts appeared in his mind, and there was never any way he could be that young. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. His face also became simpler. Adding to that the gloating that could not be hidden said, "Bastard, how dare you impersonate Li Jian?" The shield was completely startled. The young man stood in a cloud of flying dust, his face showing confusion as to what he was saying. "What, disguised?" Suddenly he gathered his strength, the spiritual energy around him radiated even more intensely, and shouted, "A disguised guy who doesn't know how high and how thick the sky is actually going to confront me, so you must be mentally prepared to pay the price for that action, right?" Looking at the scene before his eyes, Li Gon stood still for a moment and then shouted, "What the hell are you talking about, you bastard?" He rushed up, but before he could attack, Li Gon punched him in the stomach and screamed in pain. Li Gon angrily said, "Do you think I'm talking nonsense?" Li Gon's punch sent the other guy flying 5 meters away. The dust was still so thick. In the air, there were only 2 silhouettes of people fighting fiercely. Then he used his inherent strength to suddenly appear behind the other guy and continued to strike again. He appeared from behind as quickly as the wind. Every move was full of powerful damage. Li Gon flew up high, used his hand to grab another shot, causing the other guy to fly down and hit the ground hard, causing rocks to break and fly up, creating a hole there. After finishing a few attacks, Li Gon regained his strength and landed on the ground. In front of him was the other man's large body, breathing heavily. There was more and more smoke and dust around, and the building was completely destroyed by them. Suddenly, Li Gon's face flashed with light. Standing from above, looking down at the guy lying on the ground in pain, he smiled contemptuously and said, "You bastard, you really need to be beaten to know how to listen to others. So, if you tried to destroy me in that tower, would you be any better off? Oh, you son of a bitch." He stepped forward step by step. The other guy saw that and backed away in fear. As he walked, Li Gon said, "I know everything, but you guys have eaten and swallowed all the sacred objects and assets I left behind, and you don't even miss my will anymore." These words first hit the other guy directly. He stammered and said, "That." Li Gon's face flashed with evil. He smiled at the other man full of danger, his hands clenched to prepare to deal with the other man. A mysterious blue light appeared around him saying, "Okay, that's okay. Anyway, I don't plan on letting you guys continue to live on Earth anymore." Li Gon continued to threaten, "I will start by teaching you a lesson, and then your family, your holy society, your holy objects and those scum saints too." But these words made the man gasp and his whole body turned to stone. "I will break everything." After these words, a beam of great power appeared around. A rumbling sound was heard. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He gaped and looked up at the powers. "That's strong." He did not accept such a truth, gritted his teeth and thought, Don't let that happen." He stared at Li Gon, his face stiffened, thoughts appeared in his head. The way he acted and his words, he was not joking, and from now on, I can't even keep up with his movements. Looking at the young man who kept smiling evilly towards him, in his mind appeared a huge image of Li Gon, a man with a face full of scars, eyes flashing with danger. He was really Li Gon? He survived and then came back from the tower, impossible. He stood up, stared at Li Gon in front, said, if you are really Li Jian, then. Before he could finish speaking, he used his strength to lift his whole body into the air, red spiritual energy appearing around him. He was floating in mid-air, red spiritual energy surrounded the entire space, eyes filled with hatred appeared. Then he used his power, sharp blades appeared around him, his eyes also flashed a creepy red color, he said loudly, "Show me." The entire space was surrounded by his spiritual energy, he was using all his strength to call for someone to appear. Below him appeared the image of a goat, probably the person he knew. We are preparing to summon. Li Gon still hasn't moved at all, just standing looking forward like that. Suddenly a hat appeared on his head like that of ancient gods, the spiritual energy around him grew more and more, his face also became full of danger and hatred. Then a god appeared behind him, that huge god is the owner of the birch, the absolute god, the blue emperor has appeared, this god has white eyes and looks very fierce. Sharp swords are surrounding him, and with just one command, they will all rush forward without any mercy. Li Gon saw the scene before his eyes and was not afraid, but his face showed a bit of provocation, well, just summoning a part of the power of the absolute god. He suddenly pointed two fingers at Li Gon, his eyes were now one black and one red, looking full of danger, he seemed to be commanding his power to attack Li Gon. The red chains he commanded kept flying towards Li Gon as if wanting to tie him up. Li Went was chained around his body, looking at him with only a little surprise but no fear, as if these things couldn't hurt him. Seeing Li Gon being wrapped around his chain like that, he looked full of gloating, his face smiled cunningly and said, "Now do I look weak enough for you to oppress me anymore?" Thousands of ants kept spinning around him, accompanied by the power of those red spiritual energies, which seemed to add strength to those thousands of ants. The other guy continued, "I don't know how you got back out of the tower, however. This move is the imperial flag, the weapon of the absolute god, he has someone backing him, so it's like he's calling the wind and rain here, as if this is his land and can do whatever he wants." Li Gon was tied tightly by the chains, unable to move, his eyes kept looking at the other guy, his hands clenched in anger. Then he used all his strength to throw a palm at Li Gon, causing rocks and soil to fly up. Everyone watched the sword rush forward, creating a thrilling scene. Li Gon just stood there watching, not bothering to do anything. Li Gon looked at the scene with disdain and said, "Wow, that's great." Hearing these words made him even angrier, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, shutting his mouth. The swords were still flying forward with no signs of stopping. Accompanied by a shrill, death scream, thousands of swords flew towards Li Gon as if wanting to pierce him. Li Gon stood tall in the sky, it seemed like he had no intention of dodging these swords. Thousands of swords kept stabbing into the ground, causing loud metal collision sounds, and rocks were broken into pieces and flying by those swords. Thousands of swords crashed down on top of each other like a giant mountain. If buried under swords, it would be difficult to come back alive. Would Li Gon have been buried under these swords? Looking at the swords in front of him stabbing down as high as a mountain, that guy still had some disbelief, his face showing doubt. Was he dead yet? Then he step by step walked towards the mountain of swords, talking as he walked. "When he saw you escape the Devil's Tower and return, for a moment I was quite surprised, but a cat is still a cat, stupid thing." He satisfactorily looked at the stack of swords as high as a mountain in front of him and continued, "That is the outcome for a fool like you when confronting someone as experienced and strong as me head on. How stupid, ha!" The more he spoke, the more satisfied he became. He smiled brightly and looked up at the stack of swords and continued, "Do you think I'm still the Yang Wei of 20 years ago?" Suddenly, a blue light appeared in that pile of swords, as if there was a source of power hidden under those swords that was about to explode. The other man's eyes looked surprised at the event before him, his eyes widened as if he could not expect this. I couldn't help but worry in my heart, it was impossible. Below the ground, where the swords were buried deep, a flash of power, cracking the rock and breaking the swords, gradually appeared. A huge body appeared from inside, causing thousands of swords to be thrown into pieces. The person who rushed out, without saying anything, raised his hand and punched the other guy in the face, making him unable to react in time. Just one punch was enough to send that guy flying 5 miles away. He fell down, causing the ground to break and fly up. The young man's clothes were still cold, but now his shirt was torn. The punch just now was not light. One punch broke the other guy's 3 teeth, his nose bled profusely. He couldn't believe that this crazy thing had happened. He was filled with fear, thinking, what should he do? Survive that attack? Seeing the young man appear again, this time he seemed to have accepted the truth and asked, "Are you really Li Jian?" The young man had just escaped from the realm of death. His shirt was no longer a shirt, his shoes were nowhere to be seen, his eyes were still so bright. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Damn, you finally recognize me, that's it." Having said that, Li Jian used his foot to step on the other guy's body, causing him to scream in pain and groan. Stepping hard on that guy's body, Li Jian's face suddenly turned into a different person. Around him radiated magical green spiritual energy. His sharp and dangerous eyes said, "Oh, you're right, I'm really back." After saying that, Li Jian raised his hand and covered his nose tightly, saying in a sarcastic voice, "Well, what is it that makes your weapon smell like shit?" The guy incredulously raised his head to look at Li Jian in front of him. His face was punched and his nose was still bleeding. The part that was punched was red and swollen. He thought, the level of recovery was unbelievable, not even the Aquarius healers. The system displays a notification. You have just experienced a near-death moment. The conditions are satisfied. The 13th sense skill is unlocked. Hearing that, Li Jian smiled proudly. "Oh, thank you, thanks to you, I'm stronger now." Then Li Jian's eyes flashed blue, a bit dangerous. He smiled mischievously and said, "Now. What if I experiment a little?" Li Jian's foot stomped harder on the other man's chest, his whole body exuding magical blue spiritual energy. The swords in the back were completely shattered by Li Jian. The other guy saw the scary Li Jian in front of him and trembled and said, "Wait, wait." The system appeared again. Aries, absolutely amazed by Li Jian, he groaned, wondering why Li Jian was still alive. Aries trembled in shock, affirming that it was impossible. That guy was so pointed in the face by the absolute God that he was speechless. This. Suddenly the magical birch disappeared with a curse wind. This disappearance surprised the other man. He turned his head and shouted, "What?" He turned his head and looked around, looking left and right, desperately saying, "What the hell, why would a god disappear?" Li Jian, standing next to him, smiled smugly when he saw this, perhaps because he knew from the beginning that this matter was hopeless. The other guy's god has disappeared, he has no support. Li Jian is full of sinister, his eyes show a light that makes others scared. He smiled and said, "I'm very merciful, so I'll show you, just taste what I've been through." This smile is full of benevolence. I don't know how Li Jian handled that guy, only a black patch appeared along with the other guy's shrill scream, "Ah ah." Out of nowhere, 4 or 5 people dressed in black and wearing sunglasses slowly approached. Smoke and dust were still flying around them. They were a bit confused as to what had happened. One of those people looked at this chaotic scene and couldn't help but speak out. After all, something terrible just happened here. Before their eyes were dead spiders lying on the ground. They were a bit surprised. Taiku stood on his hands and looked around, as if he discovered something. He stood thoughtfully, his whole body emitting golden rays of spiritual energy. This energy was. Then he saw a figure lying deep under the ground, around that area emitting rays of yellow spiritual energy. Taiku's head jumped to a name, Yang Wei. Thinking so, he just helplessly held his head and sighed helplessly, thinking, this is definitely Li Jian's doing. No matter how much chaos he causes, it's too much. The 2 men in front were looking at the situation there. One spoke up, "I could feel Mr. Yang Wei's energy from here." The guy next to him also responded, something was wrong. The 2 of them looked around and continued to discuss, wasn't his energy too weak to be said to still be alive? After all, what's going on? One of them seemed to have discovered something. He snorted. Suddenly Taiksu behind him used his power to create a powerful spiritual energy screen. His eyes flashed with light, shouting, "Can you all back down a bit?" When they heard it, they suddenly turned around and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah ah." Having finished speaking, Taiksu used his strength to strike hard, causing the surrounding rock to explode and crumble, making loud noises. This blow has great power. If anyone is hit by this blow, they will not be able to return in one go. After hitting that blow, Taiku's whole body floated in the air to restore his strength. The blow just made the surrounding space even more foggy with dust and smoke. He took a breath and slowly landed on the ground. It looks like this shot looks like he's looking for something. He quickly restored his original appearance, without any fatigue. He looked forward a bit in disbelief. Li Jian, this bastard, it's true. Looking at the man lying on the ground foaming at the mouth made Taiksu helpless. There was also a note attached to his body as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know. This damned rag. This made Taiksu unable to help but think, what else are you planning to do next? The scene changes to another place, the back of a young man standing in front of a large building, still humming and singing, seemingly thinking about something. Li Jian looked at the building in front and couldn't help but click his tongue. He looked at them with interest, but the sacred objects that Yang Wei stole from him were all here. Li Jian slowly walked in, He looked around. The first thing that caught his eye was a buffalo head cast in gold. There are quite a few people who come here to visit. The things in here are unique, making others curious. A golden statue of Yang Wei was placed in the middle of the lobby, truly dazzling. Li Jian gradually entered the main hall. He couldn't help but admire, that bastard, he's so obsessed with wealth that he shows it off like this. He stopped, feeling the surrounding air, thinking to himself, I can feel my relics here. He put 2 bags in his pocket, came closer to examine the objects displayed here. These were all very precious objects. I looked and thought, but are these all fake products? Those clothes look like the ones he took from his house, but all the weapons are junk. His eyes suddenly bumped into something, and he couldn't help but suddenly say, oh. Looking at the toothpick displayed in the glass cabinet makes those who don't know very curious, but those who know will be speechless. This is the toothpick used by Li Jian. Seeing this familiar toothpick, Li Jian seemed very happy, hugging the box with both hands. Her happy face couldn't stop talking. She finally saw it, her beloved girl. People walking around here suddenly heard a noise and were startled to look around. They didn't understand what had happened. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Alarm bells were ringing continuously. The ringing sounds kept ringing as if something serious had happened in here. The people dressed in black who seemed to be protecting this place immediately ran away like the wind. Everyone's faces were very serious. Someone among them announced, there is a thief. Everyone, quickly go to Area B. Li Jian had just broken open the glass box to take out his favorite toothpick when the alarm sounded continuously, making him freeze for 5 seconds. Several hundred guards ran over, standing to fill the entire space in the lobby. For a thief to mobilize all the guards like this, it seemed a bit excessive. They surrounded Li Jian, shouted loudly, raised their hands, let the wrestler down and surrendered. Li Jian looked at hundreds of people standing in front of him, holding a toothpick in his hand, as if calculating something. He hummed a few times. Suddenly, flashes of soup-colored spiritual energy appeared around him. His eyes became full of cunning. His face was not afraid but a bit provocative. Looking at the toothpick in his hand, said contemptuously, I don't want that. After saying that, he smiled cunningly, raised his hand and lightly flicked it down. Li Jian's blast of power blew away the people surrounding him. Just a gentle wave of his hand caused those hundreds of people to be thrown away, everyone screaming in pain. And Li Jian just stood calmly and watched them painfully collide with each other. He smiled with satisfaction as he watched them fly in the air followed by screams of pain. Li Gong didn't care about them at all. He held up the toothpick and smiled, you guys have to use what you're familiar with, am I right? They flew up in pain with a wave of their hand. Their moans kept ringing out endlessly, whoa, it hurts so much. The toothpick in Li Jian's hand has now turned into a cute pink ball. Seeing its owner, he couldn't help but feel happy. Long time no see, Li Jian happily said, I'm so happy to see you again, Lime. A notification appears, you have found an artifact, necessity creates everything, ancient production system, characteristics, transformation. System notification, you have met the conditions to open the creative workshop skill, a 1,5 square meter workshop was formed, the default energy of the creation workshop has been unlocked, the production workshop, the repair workshop, the disassembly workshop, the properties of the orb that creates all will be bestowed on the creature made from the inscription skill. Li Jian happily looked at the ball on his shoulder and smiled, let's go out now. The ball also happily responded, it smiled until its eyes narrowed. As he was about to go out, a red door caught his attention. The system informed that the energy from the birch artifact radiated strongly. Suddenly Li Jian's body radiated darkness, his eyes were now filled with cruelty. A mischievous smile appeared, making the beggar next to him a bit surprised. He said, I'm here, then coming back empty-handed seems like a bit of a waste, right? After saying that, he walked over, raised his hand to grab the thing, wanting to push it out. His mouth kept muttering, it's time to go pick up the things. Oh, Taiku had arrived at Yang Wei's place. He looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but click his tongue, am I too late? Before his eyes were a series of people rushing out. The scene was full of chaos. As soon as they rushed out, there were continuous screams, Seeing this, Oh Taiku could only shed tears helplessly. He clenched his hands and said in pain, Jian, please. The people running out from inside kept saying, there was just an explosion there, run quickly. From a distance, the figure of Li Jian and Lime walked out from inside, with one hand pulling a large bag of things, the other hand rubbing his stomach and saying, I'm hungry, Lime. Oh Taiku suddenly shouted loudly when he saw his friend. His face showed a little joy, Jian. Li Jian heard someone calling his name and looked forward, his face a bit incredulous. Ha, oh Taiku. Oh Taiku saw that his friend was still alive and happily rushed forward, running and crying, shouting loudly, Li Jian, you're bastard. Seeing his friend Oh Taiku running over, Li Jian felt a little happy in his heart, leaning on his hands and saying, you bastard, it seems like after all, you're the only one left, but Oh Taiku paid no attention to him and rushed straight towards the injured person behind him, still calling his loving name, Jian, making the person behind him freeze, not understanding why someone was running towards him. Running to the person whose leg was injured, Oh Taiku hugged his shoulder, tears streaming down his face and said, if you're still alive, you should come find me right away. What the hell are you doing after coming back? Is your leg okay? It's obvious that your physical condition is not good, so why the hell are you in such a hurry to cause trouble, you idiot? Li Jian stood at a corner and looked blankly, wondering if something was wrong. He gritted his teeth angrily, a dangerous black aura emitted around him, his indignant eyes directed at his friend. Li Jian angrily gave Oh Taiku a bloody punch and shouted, even his friend doesn't even remember what it's like, this son of a bitch. Oh Taiku didn't have time to prepare when he was hit and cried out in pain, ah. As for the unrelated person who was mistakenly mistaken for witnessing this scene by Oh Taiku, he couldn't help but exclaim in his head, he was flying and kicking. Oh Taiku was hit and fell to the ground. Li Jian stood with his hands on his hands and looked down from above and said, do you want me to understand? Even so, it can be confused. The person who was mistakenly recognized took the opportunity to slip away. Before leaving, he looked back and said, let me go then. After being punched, it seemed like Oh Taiku was a bit conscious. He held his head and looked at the people and things in front of him. It seemed a bit familiar, that is. He stared at the bridge on Li Jian's shoulder, and couldn't help but think in his heart, Jian's holy relic, the slime, wait, so maybe you are. Looking at the person sitting on the ground bewildered, looking from him to the slime, Li Jian smiled and raised his fist and said, do you want me to chant a few more rounds to clear my mind? Taiku was bewildered, his mouth open as he looked at his friend in front of him, speechless. Suddenly, Taiku stood up, jumped up and hugged Jian, his mouth cried out with joy, Jian. He hugged his friend, tears flowing non-stop, crying and saying, so he was still alive, you really are Jian, right? Suddenly, Li Jian raised his hand and punched Taiku in the stomach, making him turn blue. Li Gon grimaced, raised his fist and said, you crazy guy, why are you suddenly hugging and cuddling your underwear? He really didn't expect this to be his friend, he was angrily panting. Taiku was still happy after being punched, tears still falling from his eyes, ha, he's truly Jian. The system board displays a notification, Apollo, the magical centaur has appeared. Li Jian, standing next to him, was a bit surprised when he heard that. He turned to look at the notice board and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, behind Oh Taiku's back, a huge god appeared. Around that god a dazzling yellow halo appeared. Taiku saw that and was surprised. That god Apollo closed his eyes, then gradually opened, surrounding him radiated a brilliant halo. Both Taiku and Jian stood back and looked at each other in surprise, each with a confused face at the appearance of this god. The god Apollo looked down from above at the two young men below, his face was a bit unpredictable, but there seemed to be some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Standing before this enormous god, the two of them suddenly became small, the giant god towered in the sky, making everyone stare. Both Taiku and Jian suddenly had thoughts, why did he appear here? Before the suspicion of the two boys, after the light source appeared, a face gradually appeared, he stared at Jian and stroked his chin as if thinking about something. The two boys still didn't understand what was going on. Jian wondered and thought, how could that be? At this time, the system board rang. Apollo, the divine centaur, was questioning the survivor Li Jian. Then it rang again. Apollo, the divine centaur was asking to check if it was really Li Jian or not. Apollo was worried and his face turned pale when he heard the system notification. Taiku frowned and looked at him, lowering his voice and asking, how to check? As soon as he finished his sentence, the system panel rang again. Apollo, the centaur, said in great spirit, maybe if I shoot a missile at him, something would happen, and aimed at Li Jian. Apollo squinted his eyes and shot at Jian even though Taiku's tears flowed down and hugged him tightly, hugging and screaming, no. Faced with the scene before him, Jian fearlessly used his sharp eyes to look at Apollo, gritting his teeth and saying, this guy is absolutely amazing. Despite Hugo's crying, Jian angrily said, every time he appears, he looks at whoever he sees. Taiku held his shoulder tightly and begged, okay, it's okay. Jian replied loudly, what's okay, now I have to retaliate against you. Taiku stammered in surprise, retaliate. Then Jian summoned. After summoning, Jian pointed his finger at Taiku. He would kill him. Good luck. Taiku's face after hearing this clearly showed fear. Jian said with a sinister face, glaring, as soon as I stepped out of the tower, I learned that my house was being sold, the will was changed, and I felt like the antiques were also gone. Taiku trembled and stammered, no wait, oh Jian. Jian raised his fist, his big hand covered with veins, and laughed loudly. He first punched him and then continued. It seemed like the fist was so painful that the loud scream felt really painful. Taiku with a big head, tears still flowing down his cheeks but still forced a smile and said, "It's really you, Gio. Thank God." Even though my mouth was smiling, I was still silently cursing in my heart, "You bastard, you can beat me to death." At this moment, the voices of many people could be heard from far away. "I saw him, over here, arrest him, he is the one who stole the antiques," shouting at them while pointing at Jian and Taiku. Jian was startled to realize, oh yeah, now he remembered that he was wanted. Taiku helplessly turned around and asked, "What exactly did you steal to make people come in such large numbers?" Jian proudly pointed to the sack next to him, "Just a few items." Taiku panicked when he saw the sack of stuff Jian stole. "Don't tell me you stole Yang Wei's socks." Jian smiled, his hands on his hips as if he had just accomplished a miracle. "Yes, that's right, see how cool I am." I thought Taiku would blame him, but in reality he turned to pat Jian on the shoulder. "Good job, you crazy guy." Jian laughed happily. At this time, a bald guy spoke up from the other group, "Captain, we have to catch him right away." But the captain seemed to understand something and grimaced and replied, "He is not a mediocre group like us." Concern was clearly visible on the captain's face. He lowered his voice and continued, "But he would not have a chance to run away, because I had already invited someone who could confront his monster, bald guy." At the place where Taiku and Jian were standing, suddenly there was a big wind that made Hugo scared. What is going on?" Before I could finish wondering, something suddenly appeared in the sky. The captain's face was very scary at this time. He was coming. A giant foot stepped on the ground, causing a very loud noise, shaking the earth and sky. None other than he is the guardian angel of Aries, the prosperous beast, Pishu, a beast with sharp fangs and angry eyes. At this time the system suddenly rang. The guardian spirit of Aries, Pishu, appeared. It warns that all your assets and property may be taken away. A loud roar echoed throughout the sky from the beast. Jian and Taiku looked up at the beast. Hugo frowned. "Oh no, even the guardian angel of Aries has arrived." Hugo seemed very worried, but on the contrary, Jian was very calm and not afraid. Taiku's face was extremely scared right now. "Jian, just throw away the things he stole from Yang Wei and run away." Jian smiled triumphantly at Hugo and then replied loudly, "Taiku, calm down." Jian's smile gradually became more sinister. "I am a person who lives with a plan. Where can I find lime?" Jian looked at the mascot on his shoulder and gave orders. The mascot on his shoulder, after hearing the owner's command, his eyes lit up, and the light in his eyes began to emit. Jian, with his tall figure, sinister face, and bright mascot on his shoulder, does not look afraid at all. The hilt of the sword gradually appeared from the mascot's mouth. He pulled out his sword with a smile like a victor, looking very scary. Jian reached out and held the sword very skillfully, with a face ready to fight. But Jian suddenly stopped and suddenly thought, in this situation, using it to fight the guardian god would be a bit of a mistake, but his thoughts suddenly disappeared. Blue rays of light enveloped him. Still smiling with eyes flashing blue rays, Jian said provocatively, "Show me your true form." Those dazzling blue rays made Taiku wonder what that energy was all about. The sword fell to the floor, causing the land to explode. After that sky-shattering swing, the sword seemed to have more power. Jian was pleased, finally something useful. The system panel appears and then rings. The artifact has been awakened through the energy of the owner of the constellation Ophiuchus. Thanks to the characteristics of the constellation Ophiuchus, the snakehead, the holy sword received the element of destruction. Network, the sword has become sharper, the sword's attack power has increased. The system panel continued to sound. Enhanced skills, 13th sense, now able to observe the enemy's weak points, unable to observe the path of death. Jian then spoke up, "Delicious, I've received a new dose of sunshine, that's it." Before finishing his sentence, Jian turned around with dangerous eyes, smiling and speaking, his 13th sense. I could clearly see the weak points of that damn thing. Jian turned to the giant beast in front of him and said, putting all his strength into the sword, he rushed towards the beast. "Okay, let's kill." Taiku didn't know what to do. He stood at the far head, watching Jian holding a sword and rushing towards the beast, muttering, That's right, Jian. Attacking head-on is the way he always does. He always tries to overcome through every challenge he faces, no matter how cruel it may be. Taiku seemed proud at this moment, triumphantly thinking to himself, kill him, Jian. The beast seemed to have become angry at this point. It walked down to the ground, causing the ground to crack and fly everywhere. It used its huge feet to land on Jian. Taiku stood from afar and saw this scene. His face turned pale and he screamed out Jian's name. Before the monster could be satisfied, a voice suddenly came from his feet. What are you screaming? It's so loud. It's Li Jian. He used his strength to push the monster's leg up, his face angrily reproaching, hey, you fat bastard, your feet smell so bad that I almost suffocated, you know. Without waiting for the beast to protest, Jian finished his sentence and smiled with a scary smile, his eyes flashing with a chilling green light. So, now it's my turn, right? The beast suddenly roared in pain, its eyes widened and the roar echoed throughout the world. A foot suddenly fell from above. It was the beast's foot. It was cut off by Jian. Jian looked so brave, just one swing of his sword caused the beast's foot to be cut off. It seemed like it couldn't stand the pain and kept roaring with a very painful expression. At this time, the system suddenly displayed a notification, showing that the beast Pishu was using its ability. Jian calmly looked at the notification. It roared with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes. At the same time the system sound continued to sound, the Pishu was absorbing all the surrounding prosperity. It rushed towards Jian as if it wanted to swallow his body. Jian was still not worried at all from beginning to end. Well, if you had just obediently sat still, maybe you wouldn't have been beaten like this. As he spoke, he leaned forward, full of momentum, rushing towards the beast. He turned around with his powerful sword. The system rang. The characteristic of the owner of the Constellation Ophiuchus was activated. Jian's eyes are extremely scary. Please allow me to caress you a little. As soon as the system panel rang, Jian's signature was also when he swung a snake claw towards the monster. All efforts seemed to be aimed at this ferocious monster. As soon as it received a fatal blow, it cried out in pain, seemingly unable to stand any longer. It flew away, its giant body fell to the ground and was slowly pushed away after being hit by Jian's fatal blow. The places it passed through were all cracked, rocks and dirt were scattered everywhere, causing the chasers from earlier to be hit by rocks. Taiku standing nearby was also thrown out, extremely frightened. Jian's eyebrows were now extremely satisfied, his blue eyes were extremely scary and his creepy smile appeared in the blue air. The places where the monster passed by were left with a long, pathetic streak. Taiku still couldn't believe his eyes, doubtful, that energy was exactly the same as he once possessed in his golden age. Jian held his sword and stood over the monster, who was struggling and unable to stand up, looking extremely satisfied. The system panel sounds, you have defeated a guardian angel, your divine experience points have just increased. Before stopping, the system panel asked again, do you want to keep Pishu, the prosperous beast, as your guardian angel? After hearing that, Jian was startled and asked again, what? I possess the power to control a guardian angel, something that only 12 absolute gods can do. He put his hands in his pockets and approached the beast, wondering. He approached the beast and reached out to touch it. A blue light suddenly flashed around the beast. The wings began to move as if they were gradually awakening. The system rang. The beast Pishu has become the guardian of the Serpent constellation. The current number of guardians, 1. It seemed that the ferocious face of the beast from before had disappeared. Instead, there was now a much cuter beast in front of Jian's eyes. It had lost that ferocious expression. Pishu, prosperous beast, had shrunk its own size to be carried by its owner. After the system panel rang, the beast's body was also shrunk right after. Jian carried it with an amused expression. Oh my. Good, it's a prosperity beast so I can use it to store all my treasures. Jian suddenly shouted loudly, startling the beast and Taiku. Taiku frowned and thought, where did he learn that's the good thing? After saying that, he hugged the monster and swayed happily. Hugo helplessly looked at him with judgmental eyes. How could he turn the guardian angel belonging to another absolute god into his own? What exactly happened before he returned to give him such terrifying power? You can name Pishu, your guardian angel. After hearing the announcement, Jian suddenly stopped, hugged the beast and stared at it. Named, Taiku looked at Jian extremely confused, not knowing what else he was planning to do. Jian laughed and shouted, piggy bank, making Taiku cross his arms helplessly. The scene changes to a house at dusk. A voice suddenly rings out, traitor. Inside that was Taiku. He was angrily yelling at Jian, betrayal, do you know how long I've been worried about you? Jian assembled and calmly responded to Taiku's anger, right, wrong, while my best friend is still struggling to survive in the tower, you are out here getting married, starting a family, enjoying life and all. Someone is struggling every day in the tower to find a way out, someone dares to call themselves a friend while living a prosperous life out here. I don't know if he ever thought about finding someone. That guy, I don't understand how they can call each other friends. It's only been 10 years since they've seen each other. But you say, that guy already doesn't recognize his friend. TSK, it's true that the other guy is a little more handsome. But if a saint couldn't even notice that small change, he'd stop wearing shorts. Faced with Jian's questioning, Taiku was angry and couldn't do anything, secretly thinking he was very good. Saying that, Jian stood up, turned to his friend and said, I guess I won't be able to take advantage of your friendship and stay at your temple, Hugo. Although he was just questioned by his friend, he is very generous. No, whatever, stay here this time, I live alone after all. Jian whispered, it seems like I said a bit too much earlier, lighten up, my friend. Taiku panicked, startled and quickly turned to explain, I'm not divorced, my wife, she. Taiku helplessly clapped his hands on his forehead, stop talking about it, now tell me, in the end, what happened in the tower. His mouth was deliberately ambiguous but in fact, in his heart, Taiku was still thinking, don't tell Yua and Sung Jae about Li Jian, both of them are big fans of Li Jian. Taiku still asked worriedly, at that time, I was worried about dealing with the monster disasters outside, so I didn't know what was happening inside the tower. Why can everyone bring the head of the red-eye badge but can't bring you too? Jian was still in the mood to laugh and joke. What was behind was a long and sad story. At this moment, Jian's expression suddenly became more serious. I was stabbed in the back and pushed into the trap they set. The place where they pushed me down was originally a place crowded with tens of thousands of monsters. In addition to the countless calamity beasts that appeared, there was also a red-eyed Huan that also revived. As Jian spoke, he described extremely terrifying beasts, all of which had sharp fangs and cold eyes. Taiku was startled and panicked, his red eyes revived. Jian still calmly replied, the red label that we saw before is not its true entity. The entity of the red eye is something that lies deep within the tower, a giant beast, blazing fire surrounding its body, with its huge wings full of aura that made everyone tremble in fear. I finally managed to defeat that damn red-eyed red eye, Jian said. Jian continued, but the real problem was not the red-eyed beast but the tower's operators, as they possess the ability to revive dead calamity beasts. Just like what Jian said, it is an extremely scary place, giant monsters with cold smiles, their eyes are extremely scary, long fingers holding small ropes as if they want to strangle them to death. Creatures here. Jian was angry, I tried many times to open a way out of that dark place, but in fact I only put myself in danger. Jian with his sword strapped to his back stood before the ferocious beast. At the end of his struggle for survival, I finally killed the operator and then collapsed from exhaustion. Jian's body slowly fell. If I remember correctly, I was definitely dead. A hand with a blue mark appeared in Jian's hand. A stream of blue light also emanated from it, but after waking up, there were no more of those damn monsters around me and I don't understand why but I receiving this ability. As he spoke, he showed the hand with the blue mark to Taiku, but he immediately lowered his voice. But one thing was certain. Jian clenched his fists but that blue light still flashed. He continued, the guy who stabbed me in the back was the one who knew the structure of the Devil's Tower, because that bastard threw me into the cave full of people. The beast disaster as if he knew exactly where it was. I will definitely beat the crap out of the people who stole my fortune, including those gossiping experts, but I'm going to give that thief a very special massage. I need to start preparing to take action, right? As he spoke, he slapped his hand with an extremely determined look on his face, making Taiku sweat and stutter, probably sure. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian held out his hand, and the blue light appeared again, shining on the horse he had just assembled. The blue light enveloped him. First, he had to make weapons to be able to sell them to them. The system also rang at this time. The LV-1 manufacturing workshop summoned a workshop that could manufacture everything. The system panel rang again. The LV-1 manufacturing workshop summoned a workshop that could craft everything, looking for materials that could be used for manufacturing. Do you want to use the ingredients to create sacred objects? Jian thinks. Ingredients usable material retrieval response system table. Seeing Li Jian bring out the box, Taiku still didn't understand. What do you plan to do? It won't be easy to reach the Saint Stone in their territory. Li Jian still calmly sat and fiddled with the box. Wouldn't it be enough to lure them out? At this time, the system board suddenly rang. The safety of the royal catfish, you can own anything, as well as cause it to develop if an equivalent price is paid. Taiku was extremely surprised. Wow, it's the holy son of the Aries, the safety of the yellow catkins. Taiku's expression gradually became more serious. He frowned and said to Li Jian, "That is an artifact that is among the top sacred objects. Why did you carry that thing with you even though you can't use it?" Li Jian still can't help but tease his friend Taiku. Rumor has it that Taiku is a poor saint who only brought a little money with him at night. Taiku got mad and shouted loudly, "I'm not poor. The higher the level of the sacred object, the more expensive its ingredients, right? We will take advantage of this to obtain materials for ourselves and also cause the high-level holy objects to destroy themselves. That is the sacred object level box. It looks extremely luxurious and seems very mysterious." Taiku is still extremely wondering what to do right after that. So what do we do now, when no one here can activate it? With his personality, Li Jian probably likes to tease his friend, but you can't use it either. Every time Li Jian teased Taiku, he couldn't help but jump up and down. "Hey dad, I'm not an Aries saint, I'm a Sagittarius." The whole room suddenly became quiet. Li Jian was bewildered. Li Jian glanced at it, thinking he could use it. Taiku still has to say it again. "No, sorry, but let's find another way." "Damn it, I accidentally sent the war letter and it's gone." Taiku suddenly froze when he heard Li Jian finish speaking. Taiku still couldn't believe what he had just heard, stammering and asking again, "What did you send, and where did you go?" Li Jian sighed. "Well, I'll have to find another way." "Wait, where did you send the war letter?" Taiku shouted. Taiku couldn't calm down anymore and screamed, "Hey, that crazy guy." Scene changes to a large building, a late afternoon, in Greenhouse, Korea. In a room in that building there seemed to be a meeting. A loud scream continuously came from the room. "You useless people, not only could you not destroy a single spider but you also humiliated yourself, anymore." A man, with a dirty face, he blatantly put his feet on the table and shouted at those people, "You should just go back and make those amulets. After all, participating in the battle with monsters, what do you do? This man is the commander of the Lion Guild, Loiver." Because of his bad words, one of the men had to speak up and remind him, "Leader of the Lion Church, please pay attention to your words." Even so, he still rudely continued, "I heard that an unknown guy destroyed the Spider Queen, right? Did Li Jian rise from the grave or something?" As he spoke, he laughed loudly. A crashing sound rang out, along with a loud scream, "Don't be fooled." The crashing sound came from the bespectacled man sitting there. He smiled and said, "Commander of this Lion Guild, it seems you are too obsessed with Li Jian's heroic story. The guy wearing glasses is the commander of the Song History Church, Choi Sung-hyuk." He laughed loudly with sarcasm in his voice. "Why, if it's the real Li Jian then that spider is nothing to him. Didn't you see that famous Russian guy being subdued in the video?" Choi Sung-hyuk, sitting opposite, immediately responded, "It was because he received buffs from other saints, not to mention the weapons he used were given to him by others. With that much support, we can do better than that." Oliver laughed out loud at what Choi Sung-hyuk just said. "So it's probably because you lack support that you can't destroy that Spider Queen, huh?" Faced with Oliver's sarcasm, Choi Sung-hyuk was extremely angry. His eyes gradually became more scary, pointing at Oliver and saying, "I have a recorder here. We, and the Birches too, are the ones who killed the Spider Queen, all thanks to the sacrifice of an S-rank apostle." Oliver's face also gradually became more scary, with a sinister smile. "Wow, there are people in the Ocelot group that are that strong. I can't wait to meet him. I guess he's probably in the belly of the Spider Queen." Oliver and Choi Sung-hyuk refused to give in, constantly mocking each other, looking at each other with indignant eyes. The other man saw this scene and couldn't do anything but curse silently. "Damn it, since when did the greenhouse become a den of thugs like this?" Suddenly, an employee quickly ran in and opened the door, shouting loudly, "Mr. President, something big has happened, please watch the news tomorrow." In front of the anchor of news and special reports, our information station has just received a mysterious package. Inside it contains pictures from Muth who we call Yang Wei and a message that I'm back, set on the screen while showing those photos. At this time, Taiku was angry and scolded loudly, and the handwriting was confirmed to match 99% with the dead person, Li Jian. "Hey, what the hell were you thinking when you sent that out?" In contrast to Taiku's panic and anger, Li Jian still calmly lay down and dialed his phone. "It was a letter of war, just let them wash their necks and wait for me to come and wash their hair." Taiku is extremely helpless. "Hey, you crazy guy." Taiku put his hand on his forehead helplessly. "You killing Yang Wei is already a big deal, and now you have to tell the world." Li Jian looked up at Taiku. "Yang Wei, he's not dead." Taiku was surprised to hear this. "Ha," Li Jian jumped up. "Well, strictly speaking, he was still alive but not really alive." Taiku was always scared out of his wits by Li Jian's words, his face panicked. Li Jian smiled happily and handed out something. Name, Yang Wei here. Is a yellow rabbit. It was grabbed by Li Jian's ears. It silently cursed Li Jian. You damn bastard Li Jian. Li Jian held the box in his hand. Blue rays of light enveloped him and the box. Electric rays continuously shot out. Its functions began to appear. The system panel continuously rang. The hammer bar with the overlapping ant bar is the Constellation skill. The workshop summons a workshop that can make anything. Next is a pair of blue eyes, the spirit of vision that allows you to see into the origin of all things. Your 13th sense gives you a special perspective. You have the ability to intervene in the spiritual realm. One eye flashed mysterious blue light. A cross-shaped frame appears on the system notification panel. Super regeneration, regenerating all damage at super fast speed. Next is also a cross frame, but it probably has a different use. That notification system panel is the body of 100 poisons, resistant to all types of poison. Finally, there is a notification system demon model that is a battle instinct that uses all your remaining magic power to release the status of a god within 3 seconds. The extremely useful uses that come from this box are very suitable for fighting. Seeing Li Jian holding the rabbit's ear and holding it out in front of him, Hugo Otters also panicked and hesitantly asked, could it be that this is Yang Wei? The rabbit was grabbed by the head and silently cursed in frustration. Staying away from me, get out, let me out. Young man Li Jian told Otters that my ability has grown stronger from the experience in the recent battle, and now I can completely control this soul named Yang Wei with ease. He smiled sinisterly, tugging the bunny's ears to remind him, what else are you doing? No, 2, introduce yourself, making you sweat profusely but silently calling for help. Having said that, Otters looked at Jian curiously and asked, can you even do something like this? What's the point? Jian replied, that's not important. Look at this, he said as he held out an object to Otters. Otters reached out to take it, a little confused, and asked, what is this? Li Gon raised his dislike hand to show disdain and then boldly declared that this was the knife that was stuck in my back at that time. That was the thing that pushed me into the trap. Looking at the dagger he was holding in his hand, Hugo Otters was secretly worried. A knife had pushed Jian to the brink of death. Looking at the sculpted pattern on this knife, it seemed like it was not an ordinary knife. Thinking for a moment, Otters said, if he was stabbed in the back, it was definitely not Yang Wei, and Jian did not hesitate to hold the rabbit's neck by the ears, constantly jerking, and calmly replied, then go ahead, take him down until he confesses. After that, Jian carried the rabbit on his shoulder with one hand and stuffed his pants pocket with the other. He leisurely said to Otters, I'm going to the Relic Shop. Otters didn't understand why he was there, so he asked, the Relic Shop, why is that place? Li Jian picked up the rabbit ears and answered, this bald guy said he had seen this sculpture somewhere in the store. Jian realized something was missing, then said to Otters, oh yeah, lend me some clothes, while Hugo Otters was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts pampered and said, they're in the closet, take whatever you like and wear it. Having finished speaking, Jian immediately gave the rabbit Yang Wei to Otters. Li Jian turned around and walked away but still calmly let out a provocative word, so you stay and watch over the house, slave number 2. Hearing that, Otters senselessly asked, number 2, then who is number 1? Li Gon didn't forget to wave goodbye and replied, I'll be back number 1. This joke made Otters mad and shouted loudly, hey, while Yang Wei Hoi Kuan silently giggled. Scene change, to the place where Li Jian just fought. This place is now only a pile of ruins and ruins. A group of people wearing elegant suits arrived. They checked around. The person in the lead immediately raised her hand to her ear and pressed a button to communicate. She immediately reported, the Saint Aries is not here, and at the same time, I don't feel any of the Saint's energy, anywhere around here. On the other side, the girl received the news but still calmly played with the water and replied, is that so? That was the Aquarius Saint Sophie Marty. The girl was comfortably soaking in the tub and asked, I wonder where he went. On this side, the leader replied, perhaps he had disappeared with all his assets. Hearing that, Marty exclaimed, that would be difficult. If he joined forces with another saint, behind my back, things will be quite troublesome. Sophie Marty was now thinking to herself, where did that bald pig run off to? The other person then added, Holy Lady, could it be that he was captured by the supposed new returnee, Li Jian, kidnapped or not? For some reason, when Marty heard that, he burst into laughter. She looked like she was crazy, smiled coldly and said, girl. Sophie Marty immediately grabbed someone to get a little angry. The girl in distress tried to struggle, and she calmly said, joking like that is not funny. A loud noise rang out, causing the person on the line to jump in surprise. That person panicked and immediately took the initiative to apologize. Forgive me for saying unnecessary things. and Marty didn't pay much attention and said, "Okay, we will go to the Relic Shop as planned, so prepare, go, we have to sell all the relics to raise capital for the upcoming auction. This auction is very important." Suddenly, someone hurriedly came to Sophie Marty and reported, "Holy lady, it's a big deal." The girl said loudly, "There was another saint registered to participate in the Drakma auction." These words made Sophie Marty panic and say, "What?" At a rather luxurious gym called Lions. Inside, for some reason, something attracted attention. Everyone around them gasped in surprise. It turned out that there was a muscular guy lifting huge weights in everyone's admiration. Suddenly a young man crept closer and hesitantly asked, "Mr. Stephen." He continued, "It was rumored that Li Jian's relic would appear in the upcoming Drakma auction." Hearing that, Stephen Mark turned around in surprise, his eyes clearly showing some coldness. He suddenly dropped the 100-pound dumbbell on the floor, causing a slight shock. He seemed to have been waiting for this day for a long time, smiled coldly and said, "Finally appeared." Then, as if Stephen Mark was sure of victory, he boldly announced to everyone that Li Jian's relic would belong to us. Scene change, somewhere in the city, a door is flashing with rays of light. That was a fast-moving door, a guy had set foot through that door. It was no one else, it was Li Jian. He looked at the door and exclaimed that instant teleportation is very convenient, right? The red-haired friend next to him heard that, looked at his phone and explained, "Usually the service's teleportation is very expensive, but for Gemini branches it is free." The two of them leisurely walked to the Relic Complex shop together. Suddenly Li Jian turned to look at Sungchae next to him, then sincerely thanked him, "Thank you, kid, I asked for an appraiser, but you introduced one to give me an SS." Sungchae was a bit worried, stammering and saying, "It's nothing, it turns out, it wasn't a coincidence." He was asked by someone to spy on Jian. He immediately remembered what that person said. He knew him, "Defeat the Spider Queen, right? Whatever, help me spy on him, then I'll complete whatever assistance you need." The red-haired young man looked at the commander's messages and helplessly let out a TSK sound. Seeing that he looked awkward, Li Jian patted him and asked him, "Did the commander bother him after the incident the other day?" He replied a little confused, "That." After that, Jian immediately gave him an item. He said, "Take this, I often use this to deal with those disaster insects. That thing is Janus's desire, has the skill of summoning a two-faced warrior, red warrior with S blood, blue warrior with M blood, activates a random skill." Sungchae observed for a while, then remembered the old story and asked, "Wasn't it rusted at that time?" Jian immediately explained, "I fixed it, and its effect is a bit different, don't be surprised, of course." After saying that, he immediately thanked Li Jian. After walking for a while, he finally arrived. Jian took a quick look and then said in surprise, "Wow, is it this place?" Jian looked at the large, somewhat ancient building in front of him and exclaimed, "This is the residence of an SS-level appraiser." The two went inside. Suddenly outside, there was a guy who saw something and widened his eyes in surprise. He just pointed and said to everyone around him, "Oh my god, why does someone like her appear here and there?" The person next to him is no different, amazed and exclaiming, "She is beautiful too much." The beautiful young girl with a group of bodyguards following her, walking amid the cheers of people, is the Aquarius saint. Mr. Sophie Marty, the girl at this moment was like an angel, radiating brilliant radiance. Sophie Marty immediately said to the person next to her that I would like to ask the appraiser to appraise a few relics before the auction, but he was a bit confused and explained, "This saint, I'm sorry but I'm currently appraising. The staff member who was attending to another guest has disappeared." Saintess Aquarius looks like that, but it's not like that, although on the outside she smiles and says, it's okay if I wait a little bit, but inside she's screaming in anger, "What's with that guy, dare to help others when I'm already here?" Marty stood outside, wondering in her mind who was in there. Inside the house, Li Jian had circled around. He stopped to observe the items in a glass cabinet. He couldn't help but exclaim, "An SS level runs this place, and its prices are also SS level." Notes. The appraiser took the item given by Sungchae and asked, "Sungchae, who created this?" Without letting him answer, Li Jian quickly replied, "It's me, what's wrong?" That appraiser was none other than Jin Myung, Virgo branch, SS family appraiser. With his qualifications, he wondered, "Did you create this? Excuse me, but when did it happen? Do you have any connection with Mr. Li Jian?" Hearing that, Sungchae felt a little helpless and said, "He is a guy who likes to call himself Li Jian." Mr. Jin seemed to realize something and immediately said, "Sungchae, I have something important to tell him in private, please, can you go out for a bit?" While Sungchae calmly whistled and walked out, Mr. Jin Myung asked, "Hey, what relationship do you have with Mr. Lee Jian?" Jian was a little confused and asked, "What's wrong?" Mr. Jin seriously explained that because his fighting ability was so outstanding, few people paid attention, but he created a legendary author. He looked at the item brought, then added, "The artifact you brought me, I have seen countless fakes in my whole life, but this one is completely different. I feel Mr. Lee Jian's efforts cast a safe in this thing." At this moment, Lee Jian felt more proud of himself and exclaimed, "Wow, you must know a lot about Lee Jian." Mr. Jin did not hesitate to confirm it with you, of course. Suddenly he changed from a serious mode to a shy one, shyly explaining, "Because I was the only disciple who received favors from him." Lee Jian slapped his face 3 parts as helplessly and 7 parts as 3, unexpectedly. He asked clearly, "What did he say?" But in his heart he wondered, "Why are you blushing, father?" Lee Jian heard Mr. Jin Myung's words and was confused. Countless questions arose in his mind. "What's wrong? Remember that I didn't accept a disciple or anything. It's really strange." Mr. Jin Myung did not pay any attention to Jian's expression, but still carefully observed the handicraft and judged that, "Judging by your age, you cannot be a formal disciple like me. Your skills quite impressive. I almost got scammed." The more I heard Lee Jian angry, I secretly wanted to punch him. Damn it, am I here to punch this scammer's face to pieces? After that, he immediately gave a small notebook to Jian. He said, "I see, this is the thing I received after being accepted by Lee Jian as a disciple." Looking at his own notebook, Lee Gon suddenly realized something. He thought to himself, "Isn't this my lost notebook? Wait, could this guy be that person?" Lee Jian realized, it was the new guy who had been following me around China. He was really so troublesome, so I thought that guy was trying to bother me, but it's only been 20 years and he looks old, so, at this moment, he is enjoying happiness, mixed with pride in himself. About Lee Jian, Mr. Jin said, "He really has great vision, he even gives us very useful information." He didn't know that the person in front of him was Lee Jian, so he held up the notebook and continued to talk, but one day he left, leaving me and this thing behind. It was a handcrafted stone, and Lee Gon was completely finished, quite the opposite. He thought to himself, "I thought I lost it, but it turns out this guy stole it." Jin Myung opened the notebook and added, "His handwriting was quite bad so I couldn't read anything, but this must be an idea notebook. I'm so happy to receive such a precious item, but I didn't expect it." That, Jian secretly wants to remind, that is my blacklist. The more Lee Jian thought about it, the more suspicious he became. He thought to himself, after reawakening, no matter what he punched, he would receive information from it, but this guy is an SS class appraiser. He should have thought about it, got some information from that notebook, didn't say much. Mr. Jin closed the notebook. He then gave the notebook to Lee Myung. He immediately explained, "However, this notebook will probably be useful for a young talent like him. Please accept this." The item returned to the owner. Lee Jian was secretly happy. "Oh great, I wrote a few designs here, so I felt a bit regretful when I lost it." Looking at the notebook in his hand, his expression was clearly filled with joy. The system immediately announced that the sleeping notebook would respond to the owner's magical power, and the notebook would become an object due to the magic power of the Serpent Constellation. Witnessing this scene, Mr. Jin Myung panicked. "Oh my god, this is the relic that stores those memories. It seems you possess a skill that I have never seen before." Suddenly someone rushed to report, "Mr. Jin Myung, there's something wrong." He asked a little surprised, "What?" He asked the young man what was going on. He pointed directly to the door and said loudly in panic, the young woman was outside. He immediately lost interest, felt a little unhappy, then exclaimed, "Why do they have to make a mess because of the Saintess?" While Lee Jian stood next to him, hearing this, he asked again, "What about the Saintess?" At this time, on the other side of the door, Sophie Marty was waiting somewhat impatiently. Looking at the crowd of people gazing at melons, Sophie Marty thought to herself, "What are you ordinary people looking at me for?" She clicked her tongue and exclaimed, "I'm always like this when I go out." Sungchae was no exception. He calmly stood there drinking water. He was secretly surprised. "Sophie Marty, doesn't the saint only appear in certain positions? I heard that she just needs to leave. Just the temple is already a problem." Sophie Marty stood waiting for a long time, then lost patience and said, "Waiting any longer is a waste of time. I will meet and talk to him personally." In her mind she was thinking, appraisers have to buy antiques, with a high price, we can raise funds for the auction, but how long is he going to make us wait? She went directly to the door with the intention of opening the door. The person outside stopped her. He stammered and said, "Holy lady, there are still people inside." Sophie angrily cursed silently, Just a lowly guest who dares to treat her. If it's like this for us, then we have to see who that customer actually is. Without saying much, she angrily walked into the surprise of Mr. Jin Myung and Lee Jian. When Sophie Marty realized something, she suddenly stopped. Turns out, it was Lee Jian's super handsome, radiant beauty in the late afternoon that made her stunned. The girl's face turned as red as a tomato. She couldn't help but silently exclaim, "As a handsome guy, I have to get closer." Before Sophie Marty could take any further steps, suddenly a giant snake appeared from nowhere, appearing before her eyes, opening its mouth wide with a long tongue as if it wanted to swallow the girl. She was so scared that she didn't have time to react and avoid it. She immediately stiffened and widened her eyes in panic. The girl quickly fell to the ground. When everyone saw that, they also panicked and called out, "Holy lady, what's wrong with you?" That thing made her extremely scared. Her mind kept thinking, what is going on? The magic power I just felt just now made me feel like. In her mind right now was the scene of herself being attacked by hundreds of ferocious snakes. Sophie exclaimed, as if she had just been entangled by hundreds of giant snakes. "I have to leave this place." Without thinking too much, Sophie Marty ran out in panic, and everyone called out in panic, "Saint!" Mr. Jin Myung was afraid and told Jian, "Why did she just come and already left?" Lee Jian also enthusiastically replied that maybe she wasn't feeling well. Once again, the messages appear. Someone linked to the zodiac sign has bravely approached the Ophiuchus. Your divine power has been honed with the Ophiuchus's divine power. Your current divine power is 35%, Lee Jian said in surprise. Divine power, is this different from magic power? The system further informs, divine power is given in the form of divine power, and is forced to use it. You can take divine power from the gods and others. If the divine power reaches 0%, your zodiac will lose its strength, and if the condition lasts, you will weaken. Jian clenched his fist and said, "I have collected a few more trifles." Having said that, Lee Jian asked Mr. Jin further, "By the way, is the new girl here a saint?" He replied a little helplessly, "What, you don't even know this saint? Even though she was a saint, it's all over the apostolic newspapers." Mr. Jin asked again, "She is an Aquarius saint, Sophie Marty, do you really not know her?" Lee Jian had doubts and asked clearly, "Is Sophie Marty?" Hearing that, Jian burst into laughter and said loudly, "I wonder what the saint everyone talks about is like, but is she really a saint?" He remembered the Sophie of the past whispering sarcastically, "It was just a transformation, no wonder I didn't recognize her. Her original form wasn't bad, and she became prettier too, but even if she had surgery to destroy that face, her rotten conscience would still be the same." As for Mr. Jin Myung, he imagined the things he hated and said, "If we divide the things we don't like into fish bones, flies, and trash, then Sophie is a fly, and to her, she's not even human. She considers her skin care routine more important than human life." He confided his feelings to Jian for a long time. "I don't understand why they see her as a representative of compassion and altruism, while she is a cruel, selfish person." Lee Jian immediately felt like hearing that. "Excuse me, so you know something about her?" Jin Myung explained clearly that it was all because she used to be Lee Jian's physician. Using that excuse, she tried to illegally collect funds on Lee Jian's name, but when the other saints also looked at it, the government had to intervene to stop everything. These words made Jian angry and silently scolded, "Do these guys want to make money in our name?" He was a little confused and asked Jian. It seemed like he didn't hesitate to call her by name directly. "Are you an acquaintance of the saint?" Lee Jian smiled coldly and replied sarcastically, "There's no such thing, she doesn't know me, we're old friends." At that time, in a neighborhood, there were still houses with electricity still on. Sophie Marty ran all the way to an empty place and stopped. Her bodyguard also chased her and asked, "Holy lady, are you okay?" She remembered Jian's murderous eyes, and his words at that time, "Do you really want to die?" Her face showed extreme fear. Sophie silently cursed, "Damn, why does Lee Jian have to come back at this time?" But that overwhelming magic power of his gave me chills like the time I met Lee Jian. She thought about that power and silently exclaimed. Sophie's face darkened and she asked her bodyguard, did she ever think that being dead would be better than being unconscious? This question made the bodyguard a little confused and asked again, "What?" Without letting the bodyguard answer, Sophie Marty immediately advised to go back there and investigate the identity of that guy. Even though he saw that the owner was a bit unusual, the bodyguard still agreed to ask, "So what about the other appraiser?" Sophie seemed to be thinking about something, paused for a moment, then coldly said no. "I changed my mind," she said. At this moment, Sophie's animalistic nature seemed to burst out, somewhat crazy, and she told the bodyguards to kill them all. The bodyguard immediately advised against it, but that appraiser was highly appreciated by the Virgin, and we had to sell our items. But Sophie Marty still had no intention of changing her mind and calmly explained the reason. One made me wait so long that I got mad, the other made my wounds reopen, both of them were simply insolent idiots. Having said that, she took off the necklace around her neck and gave it to the bodyguard and said, "I will give you my artifact and borrow the god's power." The bodyguard said confusedly, "But Mr. Sophie, the use of strength of people in a neutral district is impossible." Holding the necklace in her hand, Sophie flashed a crazy smile, saying a sentence that was 8 parts threatening, meaning, "Do you want to disobey my orders?" When the bodyguard heard that, he was extremely frightened and falteringly explained, "I had no such intention, the saint's will is the god's will." Then she knelt down to receive the bracelet. Receiving the bracelet, the girl was a little scared but still accepted, and firmly said, "The saint's will is also the will of heaven. There is no way I can disobey the wishes of the 12 supreme beings that rule the world." At this moment, in the eyes of the bodyguard, Sophie Marty radiated a beam of energy, a stream of noble light, representing the palace, Jar. Looking at the saint's satisfied expression, the bodyguard knelt down and bowed in gratitude. At the same time, Li Jian was still at Mr. Jin's place. He looked at the drops of water falling and wondered where the water came from. At the relic store complex in the central area, people are walking, talking to each other and shopping very bustlingly. Looking from above, this central area looks like a black silk strip dotted with sparkling lights, giant. At this time, Chun Sungchae was walking among the bustling people, holding a glass of water and slowly drinking it, feeling the very special atmosphere of the city. But suddenly he realized there was something under his feet. Even though the others didn't care much, he still carefully kept an eye out. When he saw what was appearing under his feet, his insides suddenly stirred. He tried to ask himself, so actually he didn't know what it was. What does it mean when there is no rain but there is water? Below his feet right now is a country. He doesn't know where it flows from or what its origin is. He only knows that although the sky is very dry, there is a lot of water, lots of water on the ground. So to be more careful, he bent down a bit, trying to see what the secret was behind this. In his mind, he thought, although this move is faint, I can feel the force in it. While doing so, talking to himself, he suddenly saw reflected in the puddle not his own image but a ghost with bright, white eyes. The image of the ghost made him suddenly stop and try. Sure enough, this was not an ordinary puddle of water, this was a puddle of water with 3 strange forces, and from inside appeared a person who was not him. That person raised his hand to grab his body, but fortunately because he was careful, he took a step back, safely protecting his life. He dropped the glass of water he was drinking into another puddle next to him, causing the soft drink to splash. That ghost still did not give up his obsession, captured him alive and continued to crawl, slowly crawling towards him, making him extremely scared. His hand touched the glass of water but somehow it passed through, perhaps because its body had no specific shape, just a transparent jumble. He had to calm down now, try to breathe deeply so as not to be scared, then slowly observe the actions of this ghost, wondering what the hell was going on. Suddenly he heard a lot of people screaming, so he turned around to see what was happening to this downtown area. Sure enough, he was not the only one who had to go through such a scary thing as just now. Everyone standing around also encountered the same situation. One person appeared corresponding to a ghost rising from his face, ground. Everyone started to scream and worry. What is this? Or is this some kind of event? Because of this, it seems that everyone has not been able to calm down, unable to react to the incident. It happened too devilishly, too quickly. Above, Sophie Marty is looking down, not sure if she's crying or laughing, but maybe when she sees her work going well, she feels very excited. Without waiting a second, she continued to use her power to cause trouble. Mirror, mirror, she continued to create more mirror mirrors to create more demons. She looked down at the people under her control who were having trouble and smiled mischievously. Although the cloned ones were only the apostles, if the ants were to follow the herd, I'm afraid they would even be humans. Even elephants can't escape. What she said makes sense. Perhaps her goal is much further than this. At this point, Chun Sungchae knew he needed to do something, so he turned and said to the girl wearing a black outfit and dark glasses standing very solemnly next to him, "Hey, guardian saint, guardian." The saint heard someone calling her, so she turned to ask what was going on. Chun Sungchae saw things gradually getting out of control and shouted, "Why are you guys using a combat skill in a neutral zone? Immediately cancel it. At this time this is illegal. Doing so would be like threatening the lives of civilians. This is not the kind of action that a saint should do." But the saint's guardian was not shaken at all. She even turned around and was upset with him. Everything was due to orders from the saint, so please stop nagging. He heard it, then it was quite surprising. What kind of saint is this saint? What? The question just escaped and ended his admiration for the saint. She saw that this boy was not easy to control at all, so she began to use her strength to make him submit, all under the will of her superiors. She reached out her hand, using her power to manipulate and activate the sacred object. Now he couldn't do anything but try to stop using these nonsense entertainments, screaming for the guardian saintess to forgive him. No. But now it was too late. That power pierced the air, surpassed all human limits and flew high into the sky, creating a connection between the ground and the sky. Currently, all the people in the neutral zone are surrounded by the power of the guardian saint. She also has the same power as the saint, just not as superior, and even Chun Sungche is not the same exception. He is easily controlled by this type of power. And even Chun Sungche is no exception, he is easily controlled by this kind of power. After she controlled everyone, she turned around and said to the apostle, "Okay, now I will go deal with the man in the relic appraisal shop, while the planets go to capture the relic appraiser." Her voice was cold as ice, and no emotion appeared on her face. After hearing the command, they obeyed, just like good dogs obeying their masters, flying away immediately. Chun Sungche was being captured under the pressure of the saint's guardian. He looked around and didn't know how to handle it. Since when did he start thinking about it? He tried to activate the power from his hands, but nothing could make him escape, but in his mind there was always a belief that he had to get out of here quickly. He looked at his gradually emerging power, knowing that in this power-controlling sphere of the guardian saint, the use of power was very taboo, but this was the only way to help him find it, free and going out to help people. He tried to hold on for his last breath, before he lost consciousness. The power began to cover his body as his eyes gradually closed, his mind no longer alert. At this time at Li Jian's house, all the developments in the neutral zone gradually appeared. However, here the puddles did not appear on the floor, but on the contrary, they chose to appear from above the ceiling. Li Jian is not new. In fact, he is already familiar with these tricks of the saint, so his expression did not show the slightest worry or change. Jin Myung was behind him and looked around, a bit panicked. What was going on outside? I felt a suspicious magic power rising. He looked behind, observing his expression. He then started thinking. But life never waits for anyone. Without waiting for him to finish thinking, those powers also captured Jin Myung. He was hung straight from the ceiling, not knowing who to ask for help. That power even covered his breath. A person suddenly appeared behind Li Jian, holding a knife close to his neck, making him quite surprised, but surprised by this guy's courage. How dare he assassinate him? Sure enough, that person was the guardian saintess. She had come to destroy him, because she thought she was on his request. She said very strongly, "Don't be shy, you also know that your movements are the same." Wrong decision should follow her words. She raised her hand to adjust her glasses and said, "I have no intention of killing you, but you are the one who makes the saint unhappy." He still stood there, putting his hands in his pockets, listening to what she said. Then her face became cold, her voice also became sharper. "If you want to avoid senseless bloodshed, don't act rashly. At this time, she is still standing behind you, in an active position to manage you. The second saint ordered me to kill both of you, but if both of you accept the blame for disrespecting the saint and he accepts the blame, buying our sacred objects at a high price, I will defend you too in front of the saint." Having said this, neither of you showed any emotion or reaction. Jin Myung stood opposite, knowing he was in a dangerous situation. Li Jian was also threatened with a knife at his throat. Perhaps he should really listen to them. But one word from Li Jian now it only rang out, startling him. Now it's normal to carry a knife around in crowded places. It's really too brave to say something like this. He opened his eyes wide and looked towards him. At this moment, he broke her knife blade with his bare hands, and did not hesitate to give her a cold sentence. "In my time, no one dared to use outside weapons." His action startled her. Is there anyone on the hill about to be killed who might have the courage to turn the tide? Right after becoming the superior person, he turned to break the lone cycle for Jin Myung and said, "Jin Myung, make them compensate for the damage. She still hasn't recovered. You're really too strong." Even though Jin Myung on this side knew he was on his side, he still couldn't help but be surprised by his obvious strength. That knife was Aquarius's sacred object, but he broke it with just his bare hands. This is truly beyond imagination. It must be said that breaking Aquarius's sacred knife is an extremely difficult task. This is also using the whole hand in such an urgent situation. Anyone who sees it will be impressed. These words, those actions, all made the female bodyguard mad. She gritted her teeth, her eyes glared and filled with murderous intent. Her voice became crazy. "I told you not to, there is movement 3. So she turned into a water dragon. The dragon looked very powerful, could kill anyone. Just now she wanted to forgive Li Jian. now everything has turned to dust. Li Jian raised his hand and very jokingly grabbed a part of the dragon's body made of water, but because the crystallization was not tight, it was quickly destroyed by him. He smiled and said, "Oh my." Then he turned around, using his strength to threaten her, "Are you still there?" It was quite fun to hit her. Actually, this attitude of his is not like the attitude of someone preparing to fight, more like the attitude was more like that of a child playing. She didn't know what to say. Maybe now was the time for her to use her true power. She put her hand in her pocket, thinking, "I can't believe it, he destroyed an A-class clone with just one blow, exactly as predicted by the saint." She thought, "This guy is too dangerous," thinking while not letting her eyes leave him. He no longer cared about her appearance anymore but turned to ask Jin Myung if he was injured anywhere. Jin Myung looked at his hand, seemingly not, he answered, but in fact he was more concerned about him. Seeing him talking happily like that, the saint's guardian didn't mind. "I have to get rid of him, so that he could not harm the saint." So from her pocket, she took out a bracelet. That bracelet was a very noble treasure of the Saint Aquarius. She shouted, very sure this time, to see if he could block this attack, or not. She used it to continue to produce extremely powerful moves. This thing was formed from the pure magic power of the saint, not forgetting to introduce it. Summoning the orange level, Water Wolf, she held out the bracelet. Many sea monsters were summoned. They had faces exactly like a crazy dog, but their ears were fish ears. They looked scared, so much so that if the person in front of him wasn't Li Jian, he probably would have given up this battle a long time ago. Contrary to her thoughts, he turned around with an attitude as if he were going out, a bright smile still on his mouth. "Goodbye Fly and Flea, long time no see," but she greeted me grandly, like that always. Then he said to Jin Myung, "Hey, Jin Myung." He used two knives to rub against each other, creating very painful sounds, but this was the sound he liked because after these rubbing sounds would be the screams of his opponent. He smiled mischievously, "You told me I could take whatever I wanted, right? So now I'll take this." You looked at him and then at the two swords in front of you. Without letting Jin Myung say anything else, he disappeared from the place he had just stood. Then he flew very quickly towards those sea monsters. The speed seemed to be completely different, although different in quantity. In terms of quality, Li Jian's side was much better. Those sea monsters seemed very strong. He tried using knife attacks and found that they were all usable. He exclaimed, These knives are not bad." A notification appears saying, "You have received the data, the call of oblivion from the Holy Grail." Fortunately for him, at this exact moment, it appeared to give him an advantage over the sea monsters. That's crazy, as expected from those insect hounds. These things are all A rank or higher. Ha, the more we come, the more we evaluate, the more we evaluate, the more benefits we get. He rushes into the battlefield like a person with a big suit of armor and a special weapon on his body. No one would expect that he is just being a normal person, using normal weapons, but without knowing it, those sea monsters became easy prey behind his back. The announcement continues, "You have received data, fragments of human mirror. You have received the data, boundless stomach. You have received the data, obsession with food, enhanced psychological characteristics. You have received the data, tenacious fist, strength increased by 5%. The Zodiac experience points have increased." He looked up, saw all those notifications and felt proud of himself. So many points. The guardian saint has never seen a person with such boundless power before, and now witnessing this scene of his with her own eyes is considered to have opened her eyes. Until now I still haven't left my position. I can't believe that even the saint summoned beast was killed so easily. Her eyes widened, she was sweating profusely. "Hey," he shouted, causing her to return to reality. By now Li Jian was no longer a failure. Once he was put into battle, there was only battle to the end. 1 was victory, 2 was no one left alive. He laughed maniacally. "Don't tell me that's it." His eyes lit up, his power filled the air, making everyone tremble in fear. She was now extremely scared, knowing she could not fight this kind of person. He was not someone she could deal with. If she faced him she would die. She looked at her, yet she also knows her strength. Now the important thing is that she knows to give up to save her precious life. So she ran away in fear, not forgetting to give Li Jian a sentence. "Damn it, don't think like this, the planet will escape." Knowing that he had won, Li Jian was very happy, more than complacent. Those running with their tails between their legs like she said were not scary at all, he said and smiled, feeling that he was also damn scary. Jin Myung was next to him, looking at all the events up until now and commented, "This boy was exactly what I thought," but he just kept those thoughts in his head, not daring to let them out. At that moment a voice rang out, "Uncle, brother, are you two okay?" "That's Chun Sungchae, maybe he escaped and now he's running to Li Jian to tell the news. Apostle Aquarius just attacked indiscriminately. I just escaped," He was hasty ran, not letting himself breathe. But in front of him, everything was even scarier than now. Around the room were many sea monsters lying there. In front of him was Li Jian with an expression that couldn't be more confusing. He said, "You come, okay, we just finished talking here." He was speechless. What the hell happened here? He looked around, observed the bodies of those sea monsters, commented, "This ability, isn't this the Sacred Maiden Summoning Beast?" He looked around and nodded. It seemed like that, but how many against a crafting system like me? These things are only worth using as ingredients. The more Li Jian talks, the more talented he feels. He observed for a long time and continued to tell Li Jian, "No matter what, we have to get out of here before they bring more accomplices." But right when the two of them were about to act, Jin Myung came from behind to stop them. "Wait," this voice made both of them stop and turn back to see what he wanted to tell them. He still hasn't said anything, but he's thinking a lot in his head. 20 years ago, I followed Li Jian to learn the crafting methods of that day. I just understood the process of fighting monsters and collecting materials from them. So with his many years of experience, he quickly realized who he had encountered, who he had talked to, who he had accompanied. This was not something normal people could see. Okay, only those who have experience with Li Jian will know. That weird expression just now, the whole match was full of madness. Could it be that you are Li Jian? Knowing he had realized something, he raised his hand to show off. Smiling a very elegant smile, he signaled him not to talk about this to anyone, because it was true that he was Li Jian, but he still had many plans ahead. See him one day soon. He knew that the person in front of him was Li Jian and was extremely moved. It had been a long time since he had seen him again. Tears welled up in his eyes. Indeed, this was the fate of a life. After a while, he didn't hesitate here anymore and decided to go, not forgetting to tell Jin Myung, "I will come back to get a few more things, so please preserve them for me. Next time I also have something to do," asked him, his appearance like a true hero. Jin Myung knew that this time he was lucky to meet him, so he bowed down, as if he was letting a saint leave. "Thank you very much, next time please continue to support him." He smiled and walked out of the room. In this life, fate is something very difficult to say. Perhaps for Li Jian, meeting each other is a coincidence, meeting each other again is fate. In life, if two people have fate together, it's definitely a very good relationship. I really appreciate things like this. A moment later, when Li Jian and Chun Sungchae had gone out of that room for a while, Hare did not speak. This brother, what, behind the saintess is targeting him like that? He was very curious, asked, as expected, all the saints in the world have been in chaos because of him. He scratched his head and replied, "Yes, I accept. Maybe I accidentally displeased her." Chun Sungchae didn't agree with this answer. "No such thing happened. Did you turn her into an enemy or something?" He shook his head, but didn't answer his question clearly. "Just wait." Then his eyes turned blue, full of hope and drama. "Soon, I'll show you something very interesting." The two of them went to a restaurant together. This restaurant had a very beautiful decoration. Everything around was black. At night the restaurant was like a starlight in the middle of a moonlit night. Here, the two of them ordered a lot of delicious dishes to enjoy, such as cakes, pastries, and also a lot of fresh ice cream to enjoy. These are the dishes that Li Jian really likes. He enjoyed it very deliciously. One spoonful into his mouth was a spoonful of happiness. He enjoyed the moments when he returned to being a child, and did not hesitate to show his love for sweets like this. So he couldn't stop eating, and turned to say to Chun Sungchae, "Hey Chun Sungchae, this ice cream is so delicious, just eat it to your heart's content," he said as if he was afraid someone else would eat his portion. On the table, there's still a lot of food that hasn't been touched, but he still stimulates others to eat more. Luckily Chun Sungchae is a thoughtful person. "It's okay, but, is it okay? The things in this place aren't cheap." He knows you two aren't luxurious, yet he comes in. Is this too much for an extremely expensive restaurant like this, ordering dishes that only special nobles dare to order? But his explanation left him speechless. The moment the female defender ran away, she turned back and told him, it wasn't over yet. She had dropped a treasure, and he had to know. People like that often carry a lot of valuable treasures with them, that one was sure to sell for a lot of money, so he quickly took it, of course without returning it to her. He held that medal in his hand, looked at it and evaluated. "I said okay, after looking at this, I have a lot of plans to do. As expected, you are Li Jian. Even if a person is strong, fate is still very kind to him, giving him many opportunities to pick up gold, really pick up gold." He kept looking at that medal, for a long time without taking his eyes off it, wondering, is this a badge? This thing can be used as a credit card and even contains get skills from other gods too. When Chun Sungchae heard that, he was also very curious and brought someone up, wanting to see more of the badge. Now he saw it. This thing seems to be an Aquarius badge. This thing also serves as a card, so it's okay. It's also possible to be stabbed in the back by the same thing. He started predicting a lot of things in advance, because in this world if you don't anticipate it, you'll end up getting screwed. But Li Jian's words didn't seem to fall on deaf ears. He continued to eat a lot of ice cream. After he finished eating, he could speak. When he saw the person in front of him being so carefree, he didn't know what to say anymore. He really didn't know what to say. Are you still in the mood to eat? Suddenly, a person came from behind. This person had very beautiful hair, and wore quite trendy glasses. His clothes were all branded clothes. His smile looked very football-like. Hey Li Jian, do you like the ice cream here? Chun Sungchae had just finished eating when he heard someone calling him and stopped. This voice was. The two turned around. Chun Sungchae was quite stunned and Li Jian didn't care too much. Chun Sungchae said, "Ah, Choi Sung-hook church leader." This person looks very tall, slowly walked over, looked around and raised his hand to say hello. Do you mind if I sit here? The two people at the table still haven't reacted to the situation. This is really too carefree. The two of them were sitting and enjoying dinner together, having just arrived and already decided to take the plunge. This person's actions really made Li Jian uncomfortable. Isn't this the boss who often bothers Chun Sungchae? He walked over and put his hand on Chun Sungchae's shoulder, but because of his different status, we have no choice but to agree. Let our boss sit in and talk together. This atmosphere is really awkward. He sat down on the chair, immediately turned to Li Jian and spoke. Nice to meet you. I'm the leader of the Gemini Church, Choi Sung-hook. Excuse me, but are you the guy that Chun Sungchae mentioned first? Is that right? I'm still eating ice cream very passionately, nodding and saying, yes. What's wrong? All these words of that guy don't fall into my hands, and I don't want to pay much attention to those people, like this. He was still smiling and talking, but his face had changed a bit. His eyes seemed very cunning. Rumor had it that Chun Sungchae knew a very magical guy, and even defeated the Spider Queen. Even Yang Mei can't defeat him. Maybe this guy has a lot of information about him. People like this must be careful. When he heard that, he was a bit wary. He stopped eating and looked up. So what were he going to do? He laughed and said, scouting out an outstanding talent is also the responsibility of a church leader. Hearing this, he started to eat more. It's not his business, so he shouldn't meddle. He asked, spying, so what did he plan to use to bribe me? As expected, there was no need to say more. He realized this guy's intentions. He smiled brightly. One of the tycoon's 8 sacred objects will be auctioned soon. I'm not busy right now, so how about we discuss a bit about that auction? I hear that sounds good. Unexpectedly, naturally wanting to discuss something related to economics and politics like this with someone like him, surely the purpose is not good. He placed his spoon on the table, making a rather unsightly sound. At this time, his face was covered in cream and ice cream. He was upset, so they were going to auction off his property. He really knew how to bribe people. He smiled and said, I have nothing to lose, so I'll go with you. Is that auction nearby? You act like you're cool, but in reality you still have ice cream on your mouth. Look at Chun Sungchae, I'm sorry. Before that, wipe off the cream from your mouth. But this guy doesn't mind that he's not a person who cares about his appearance. He happily extends his hand, still keeping a smile that never changes. I'm afraid not. This is fine. Given that Li Jian's relics are famous, they should be auctioned somewhere of equal value. His eyes lit up as if he had found the gold mine of his life, which was the greatest auction floor in the world, towering at 4,880 meters in the sky. His voice gradually lost in the darkness. Happy. That was the prosperous fortress city, Drakma. That city, as soon as it appeared, overwhelmed everyone who saw it. There was an extremely modern house placed in the middle of the city, all floating in the air, surrounded by farms and people's houses. This city is a combination of modernity and rusticity, all creating a harmony, like a unique sound that goes deep into the hearts of those watching. There, the Drakma auction hall is what attracts people the most, because it is the tallest building, even protected by many layers, extremely safe and also extremely important to those who live here. In there, Sophie Marty was holding her throat. Although she was a beautiful girl, without a good voice, she would be nothing in everyone's eyes. She understood that principle very well, so it was extremely painful when she heard it. I felt my voice gradually become hoarse. I don't know why, but since I've been sitting up until now, my body is shaking as if it's very cold. Someone next to her put down a cup, startling her. That person exclaimed, "Hey! He's a pretty fierce person." He called her to marry him. If he intentionally just sits in that corner and uses himself, then he can go home. If she makes me drink alcohol, he doesn't taste good anymore. He seems quite nice, uncomfortable. When she heard that, she was very angry. This guy never learned any manners, a true brawny guy, but now she had to stop him. even though she was very angry with this attitude, but with this status of hers, she can only react like that. This is a man who has surpassed Li Jian, there is no safer place than next to him, he sits cross-legged, feeling like he is the king of this place. Then he stood up and told her, anyway, Li Jian's weapon in this auction will be mine, so don't even think about it coming back at night and profiting for yourself. He's saying things that should not be said to a girl, making the listener feel quite uncomfortable, but for the girl next to her, everything is under control, she does not feel humiliated or humiliated, like at all. Then when he went out, she asked, where are you going? He replied curtly, it's none of your business, so just wait there in peace. His voice was rude, he really knows how to make others hate him. And of course, with an attitude like that, how could she not hate him? Even though she hadn't said anything to upset him, she still hated him. Then she imagined herself in the glass, looked out, the sky was blue but she could only see herself. She said to herself as a consolation, yes, just calm down, this is Drakma, no matter who it is, he can't appear here. But something startled her, she looked away and realized, that was Hugo Otters. Sure enough, she saw Hugo Otters standing in the distance. He still maintained that demeanor, an expression that remained unchanged no matter how many years had passed. That face was unmistakable. It was Hugo Otters already. She feels that she is very lucky today, her timing to get here is really perfect, valuable customer. She raised her hand to admire herself. But here Hugo Otters still doesn't know everything. He is still walking around, looking for someone, probably. Where is Li Jian? As Li Jian's best friend, Hugo Otters can't let him wander around and create trouble for himself. Meanwhile, behind him, someone approached. It was the girl just now, but he did not feel anything from her and continued to wonder, thinking it was a place where many holy objects were stuck. With money like this, Li Jian would definitely be here, but it seems like I guessed wrong, he said with a smile. A voice rang out and made all the thoughts in his head disappear. Long time no see. He turned around as a natural reaction. That was Sophie Marty. She very naturally asked him, are you okay, Hugo Otters? Sophie Marty's face was hidden behind his shirt, making it even more mysterious and magical. He turned, Sophie Marty, he knew her. She crossed her arms and smiled at him. Meeting him was indeed difficult, but he didn't want to meet her at all. Then she raised her hand and smiled at him. It seemed like he couldn't overcome time. At that time, he thought he represented the 12 saints, but he had changed a lot. She laughed, said, not knowing if he was praising or mocking the person standing in front of him. He waved his hand, signaling her to go away. Not being a sensible person, she continued to advance. Could it be that he is like this because he has too few apostles compared to us? There was a lot of sarcasm in her voice. Knowing that this type of person was not compatible, he didn't want to come closer, just walked away. I didn't want to talk to her. His face clearly showed disgust. Provocation has been Hare's job for a long time. How could she let him get away so easily? She smiled so deviously. Oh my God, are you planning to trick me and continue doing what you do? If you want to be naughty, if you do that. Who knows, maybe he will also lose his child, the same way he lost his wife. Her words are like an arrow piercing his already painful heart. This is not a touch to his limit but has already exceeded his limit. This is not something that an ordinary person like her can say. Hugo Otters is not an easy person to touch. If she wants to become an object, if you live, just continue teasing me and touching the pain in my heart. She still smiled very brightly, feeling like her actions were very correct. Oh my God, isn't she dead? However, Hugo Otters, this woman really knows no limits. No matter what, I can't tell the difference between rude and funny. Just keep talking like a typewriter. Her eyes lit up. Maybe she was still alive. What could he do but watch his family fall apart due to the helplessness of the breadwinner? Right, this was truly shameful. The humiliation is too serious. I don't know if this girl has received a full education, but reaching this level is more than enough compared to Hugo Otters. So Hugo Otters lost all his composure. He activated his power, decided to turn the girl opposite him into a pile of ashes. No one had the right to talk about his situation. No one had the right to talk about his situation. The right to talk about your wife like that, those are all your most valuable assets, yet she tramples on them like a commodity mercilessly. You will never forgive those types of people. So his power was so great that it exploded, creating a huge hole in broad daylight. He was still standing there, facing her, his body glowing, burning like fire. He shouted, I'm telling you, get out. His voice was filled with murderous intent. If she didn't do what he said now, she would definitely be the next to die. But she was still very calm and giggling, as if she had been acting all along. She placed her hands in his burning hands, because their elements were opposite. It was easy for him to restrain her and vice versa. It was also very easy for her to restrain him. she said with a smile, "Please calm down, I have to anyway, it seems like I've forgotten the armistice agreement we signed 10 years ago." Her face became gentle, but it was still not difficult to recognize out the vulgarity behind it. She started her extremely sarcastic tone again, and besides. At this point, she did not hesitate to show off her strength. Didn't he realize that he was just a saint? As expected, she knew what his weakness was. Clearly, in theory, he cuts many times stronger than the saints, because he is half human, half saint, and cannot be compared to them. "Hey, you insect," a voice rang out, causing her to turn around in surprise. Who was calling her in a hot situation like this? She turned around. That was Lee Jian. He came here in time to rescue his friend. Sophie Marty has been acting superior up until now, but now he was shot far away by Lee Jian's finger noodle without mercy. She was injured right in the middle of her head, her whole body lost the ability to resist. So with just one sudden blow from Lee Jian, Sophie Marty was completely destroyed, fell down, without any honor left to stand up. And that was also the end of the story between the two of them, Hugo Otters and Sophie Marty. Lee Jian didn't want him to get into more trouble, so he decided to take him away, not to have anything to do with this woman anymore. He shouted Lee Jian's name, "Lee Jian." Lee Jian heard someone say his name and as usual stopped and asked, "What, oh Taiku?" Hugo Otters turned around, he saw his friend's face, asked, "What are you doing here?" Hugo Otters didn't know what to say, sweat dropped and answered, "I'm worried about you, that's why to that place. In case you mess up again, you will die. I don't think anyone will worry about me." Ask again, "Worry, me? Yes, I worry about someone else. I never thought I would someone is worried about me." Then he showed himself to be very precious and noble, hugged himself and said, "Don't say you like me." Hugo Otters heard him say such a shameless thing and shook his head. "Don't get angry, Lee Jian." Both of them looked at the woman lying below, their faces couldn't help but show disgust. "Forget about it, but what the hell," he said, looking at Hugo Otters, who was observing very carefully her expression, his face and the woman's body. "Everywhere I go I see her. Sophie Marty has really appeared in so many places." During this time, there was a person who deeply hated Lee Jian. Every day, that person considered Lee Jian his strongest opponent, carving Lee Jian's name on the wall, the 13th saint, considered to be strongest saint. That was Sophie Marty. She woke up from nothingness, realized she was lying in an unknown place. Clearly the last time she was aware was when she met Lee Jian. Then he again beat her unconscious. Where is she now? "I've always hated Lee Jian. It's not that I'm afraid of him. His hideous face, full of scars, his heroic personality that never forgives anyone who angers him, and his sharp eyes, that cold person always looked down on her." Her thoughts surrounding this man were all extremely negative thoughts. One day 20 years ago, she began to remember everything that made her hate him so much. That was when Lee Jian was still in disarray, but he still tried to take long steps forward. Everyone around was screaming, "Mr. Lee Jian, stop him quickly." Everyone ran. I wanted Lee Jian to give up that idea, but he seemed very determined with his actions. Someone came out and told him, "This is Aquarius Holy Land, please leave here immediately," she said in a very worried tone for him. This is a very sincere person. She doesn't want him to meet her, any trauma in his subsequent life. The light shines in, but not enough to illuminate Lee Jian's cold heart. He doesn't need everything now, he just wants to do as he pleases, and doesn't want anyone to stop him. So no matter what she told him, he still wanted to be the best. He used his scariest voice to threaten the person standing in front of him, to go away. Because of that, she also ran away in panic. What was this? Everyone screamed in panic. Everyone thought this person was crazy, but he alone knew he had done something respectable. So he continued. Then he met a girl, that was Sophie Marty, who now hates him very much. Sophie Marty was still a young girl with extremely beautiful beauty. She stood tall in front of him, speaking to him in a very dignified tone. "How dare you intrude into this place, leave quickly." But all she received in return was a punch. Although that punch didn't hurt her, it made the wall of the room she was in a mess. She didn't know why it suddenly happened. A person invaded her residence, then acted like she was the one invading his residence. He was extremely scary, telling her, did she really want to die? She was still a child, and Lee Jian still had a lot of wounds on his face. He looked extremely strange, so she can't be afraid. She shouted, "Why are you suddenly doing this?" He asked and answered in a very normal voice, "Do you really not know the reason? I clearly sent you back to the rear to treat the sick, traumatized by a bunch of monster disasters, yet now she's still hanging around here." As expected, Lee Jian must have a specific reason to accuse others, not just some stupid guys looking for something to do as a gift. He held her tender hands and shouted, even their limbs were severed. Why, It was all due to injuries from trying to protect her. He really very angry by what she did to those who tried to protect her, but she did not answer any of his questions but screamed in pain. Then he pulled her away. Although she did not agree with this, he coldly said, it was she who proposed to treat them, hurry up and like them to go quickly, but it looked like her expression did not show any compassion. Even what she said behind it made his heart ache. No one would care if those guys died, they should feel honored for protecting me, protecting the interests of humanity. Go, you're looking down on the next saint, she's feeling too precious here, those people aren't worthy of her attention. It was enough to endure the curses from those people who said we were useless. I never thought that I would have to clean up and end that mess. Her words made him stop. Besides, I didn't think there could be such a cruel person in this world, and that person was of the same blood as me, and also a saint. I was not willing to let that person continue to behave in that way. So he turned back down, his voice filled with disappointment. He didn't want to continue. Why? She put her hand on her nose, looking extremely disgusted. If you understand, then go away. Hey, his body smell is terrible. I also have to put on makeup for the interview. As expected, all that what this woman cares about is her body, her future, not the body, the future of the people working hard to protect her. So she struggled, said, hand out, leave me alone. God, how hard he squeezed my hand. She raised her hand, looking at it as if looking at a treasure, that dirty hand. At this point he couldn't hold it in anymore. Then, he raised his hand and prepared to do something terrible. So in the end, he hit her cheek really hard, as if to release all the anger and resentment he had been feeling up until now. He refused to let a woman like this continue, living in this world. She truly deserves to die. Yes, I'm sorry for expecting a bug like you to understand human language and do something useful, but bugs also need to deal with their own messes. He continued to beat her, while beating him, explained to her why her actions were so reprehensible. He had never met a person who was irresponsible to the people. In the end, she was dragged away for treatment until she fainted. Lee Jian, you're such a rude and unreasonable guy, I really hate Lee Jian. When she opened her eyes, in front of her was that person, Lee Jian, the person who had made her suffer for a long time. He was still very depressed and told her, you slept so well, you worm, bug. She was very skeptical about reality, where she was and what she was doing. Suddenly she realized she was tied to a chair, completely unable to move. Her fate now depended entirely on her. It's all about the two people in front of you. She was speechless and didn't know what to do anymore. He was still sitting there staring at her, not saying anything, not doing anything, just sitting there looking at her, but his eyes made her laugh, angry and extremely scared. So in a sacred place like this, her scream echoed across heaven and earth. She tried to escape, arching her back and screaming, what are you doing? Untie me now. How dare you do this to a saint? Even now she still thought to herself, really noble, and you, who are you, compared to her? This is extremely taboo. But he didn't care about her words. No matter what she said now, her fate still belonged to him. She should have obediently followed what he said, so he turned around, sang to Hugo Otters. She has hardly changed even though it has been 20 years. How come her tone is still the same? Hugo Otters has no choice. No one can cure this girl all in all. This disease comes from her spoiled mentality since childhood, never thinking about others. He shook his head. I was about to say the same. She knew these two people definitely wouldn't let her go, so she lowered her head, trying to think of a way to escape from here without those two finding out. Damn it, do you think I'll put up with this? Don't think that everything will still be the same as 25 years ago. She began to remember that time and saw that she would escape from here with her own strength. If she could, she would kill him to her satisfaction. Then she used her strength. Because her hand was in a hidden corner, the two of them definitely wouldn't see it, so it was easier for her to act. I would disperse the acid to melt the rope, thinking to her, just executed the plan without leaving a second to waste. Then after almost achieving her goal, she smiled. Control at this level was useless for me. If I escaped, I could find Stephen Marker. Suddenly he came from afar, pinched her forehead again, making her scream in pain. Sure enough, he discovered something unusual. How did you think you could get past him? Just flicking his hand made her feel sick. He shook his head. Seriously, her intentions were clearly shown on her face. Hugo Otters beside her had no choice but to deal with this girl. She was not. Can you do something in secret? Then he looked down at his hand. It was truly a waste of strength for an ordinary person. But what he saw on his hand was not quite what he imagined. What was this? His middle finger started to burn. She was laughing happily at this point. You idiot, I have an acid self-defense skill that will activate whenever someone else hits me. Her face was extremely smug, as if this was the first time. First, she wins over others. Now starting from the other hand, the acid will corrode his whole body, she said with an extremely cruel tone. In her imagination, he will die in pain, scream in vain and in the end will die, having to beg her to survive. She suddenly felt that she was too smart, so she started talking again. This is Aquarius's strongest self-defense skill. When he heard that, he burst out laughing, then raised his middle finger, both to curse her and to prove to her that there was nothing wrong with him, healthy like a normal person. Is that so? This is a strong skill, your best. As expected with his current strength, it is extremely easy to completely recover from his injury. But she couldn't accept this. What the hell? Instant recovery? That's not recovery anymore. His skills are too great, she thought. Then a smug smile appeared on Li Jian's lips. Now, you worms, let's account for everything that happened between us, shall we? When she heard that, she couldn't make a sound. He continued to tease. I heard rumors that you claimed to be my doctor. One punch. The terrorists in the store were determined to be sent by you, right? One more punch. Punch. There's more. What the hell did you say to Hugo Otters just now? 50 more punches. When you heard this, your mind and your three senses started to gradually sag. You didn't accept this. You still not ready to become a victim of his violence. He heard her begging and smiled, waiting. She didn't answer. He didn't say anything. The whole room fell into dead silence. But silence is not Li Jian's hobby. If he wants to do something, he will do it to the end, so there is no way he will forgive anyone. Wait with us, he shouted, screaming as he rushed forward, preparing to use all his strength to make her lose her color. So a fight broke out. Here only he was allowed to do everything. She was tied to a chair so she couldn't do anything. She could only scream and boo, hoping that someone would appear and save her. Help me, wait a minute. Hugo Otter sitting next to me doesn't know what to do anymore. Since you've angered Li Jian, you have to accept your fate to become like that. This is you bringing trouble on yourself. I'm there. Then he looked over and felt that everything was so horrible. This was the outcome for those who dared to touch Li Jian. Regardless of whether they were male or female, Li Jian would all be beaten. Even if it was true, it's true that Li Jian has a reason to do that to them. Hugo Otter's eyes have a bit of sympathy for this girl. But suddenly he realized something. What? Am I imagining it? It seems. His divine power is increasing with each strike, as expected. Looking at Li Jian's place, you can see many notifications appearing. Replenishing divine power, 40% divine power. You just gave a strong blow to the Saint Aquarius. You receive special data, Saint level. The more you listen, the more Li Jian's soul becomes throbbing. This is really strange, Hugo Otters wondered, but what caused his magic power to increase? A moment later, after stopping the beating, Li Jian realized that his victim had been lying motionless for a long time. She was now extremely pitiful, but his face still did not show the slightest emotion. She was almost dead, her face had no life left. He judged for himself, she had fainted. But that didn't stop the notification from continuing to come to him. The divine power had been unlocked. The current divine power was 50% requiring replenishment. He was quite wondering when he saw that. God state, what is that? Please explain, he said, shaking his head at the announcement. So to please you, the announcement introduces you to all the things it just mentioned. The divine state is the divine power for the purpose of adjusting and maintaining the power of the absolute God. You can steal the God power from the apostles of other absolute gods. When the divine power reaches 0%, the corresponding zodiac sign will also lose its power, and you may die if it remains at 0%. I hear you here. Then nodded as if he understood everything. Then he scratched his head and continued to ask vague questions. So I can also increase my divine power when hitting others. It didn't increase when I hit the pig because at that time the skill was not open. In the next class, perhaps in the many times he appeared stupid, this was the only time he was smart. He smiled and looked at his hand, satisfied. After all, this means he can get stronger. This is the only thing he cares about, not the heartless person sitting in front. Your eyes must prepare for ascension. Hugo Otters didn't speak up until now. Li Jian, didn't he ask her why she left the knife? Only now did Li Jian realize how much risk she had taken. Now she's unconscious. No, I can't tell you any more secrets. But you still have your own solution. She won't dare stab me in the back, and I've also found someone capable of investigating that dagger, so it's okay. Hugo Otters also nodded, seemed to trust him, even though nothing was certain now, so he just wanted to torture her. What a scary person. Then suddenly he put his hand in his pocket, looking for something. It was a phone. He took it out and looked at an application, smiled and said, "Oh, how long has it been?" Hugo Otters was very surprised to see that. "Where did you get that phone?" "I borrowed it from an acquaintance," he replied. "The acquaintance here is Chun Sungche." He gave a thumbs up to show that everything is going in the right direction. "Oh Tiksu, I have to go to the auction house now, so the rest is up to you, Mr. Kwong." "She's in the right place, Hugo Otters." "Thank you. I think that's too cruel. How can I throw such a poor girl in the trash? She hasn't woken up yet. Not paying attention to Hugo Otter's state, he jumped out, entered the elevator to go downstairs, and said as he walked, I will contact you after the auction ends. He always made his own decision. Everything, not paying attention to everyone. Hugo Otters saw from afar that he was gone and shouted, hey. Then Hugo Otters turned to look at Sophie Marty next to him. What should I do with her? She is still fainting, not awake yet. Suddenly the door opened, a person walked in, but this time it was not Li Jian but someone else, indicating that something bad was about to happen. Hugo Otters was startled when he saw that person. What, did you forget something? Of course you also have to be careful, this person, you can see that he is not an ordinary person. He looked at his face and thought, there are so many people but why is it him? That's Stephen Mark, he has an extremely muscular body, eyes that never have a hint of happiness, walking into the room. He looked at the person tied up in front of him, that was Sophie Marty, who dared to touch his person, and even dared to beat her to pieces like that. Now even he couldn't recognize his face. Hugo Otters knew that this time he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Take a step back, if that guy makes any move now, you will be ready to fight, because you can't run now, okay, the only way is hand-to-hand combat. That guy was now extremely angry. Why did he dare touch her? All the strength in his body flared up like a fire. He used his scariest voice to threaten you, Hugo Otters, what the hell are you doing here? Hugo Otters was extremely shocked because in front of him right now was Stephen Marker. He had superior strength, maybe even superior to Hugo Otters, so he was extremely scared. If he affected him now, I don't know how he will fight back. After waiting for a long time, he took off his glasses and said, wow, Sagittarius, long time no see. His eyes shone like a white snake creeping through the jungle. He smiled contemptuously, but I guess the current situation did not allow for a sweet reunion to take place. Hugo Otters then spoke up, Stephen Marker, why are you here? He held the glasses and raised his voice. That Aquarius suggested forming an alliance. At this time Sophie Marty was still lying motionless above chair, not knowing how the world around me changes. Besides, I also have some work to do at Drakma, so I'll stop by on the way, he said, looking at his woman sitting on the chair. It turned out that he didn't have this woman in his mind, nor did he, because of you, I came here. Then his voice became more serious. He looked straight into Hugo Otters' eyes and said, okay, now answer my question, why are you here? Hugo Otters of course is not close what's with this Stephen Marker guy, there's no reason to answer his question. I came here because there's some business in the auction. It's not your business, Hugo Otters' voice was low. So he successfully angered Stephen Marker. He became extremely angry. Are you at this auction? He nodded and said, Li Jian's relic will appear at the auction. He asked But he reacted as if he was someone who had just come from the countryside. He really didn't know why, but the price was probably out of reach, so what could he do to make him feel more sad? His voice became extremely contemptuous. Perhaps he did not think that Hugo Otters in front of him would have enough money to buy those things. But Hugo Otters was no longer a young and naive boy anymore. He smiled and responded to the man standing in front of him. They both looked like two real men. Hey lion, I. Still collecting the relics that Li Jian made, his face became fiercer than ever. Up until now he has never acknowledged Li Jian's strength and always felt that he was inferior to him. Hugo Otters remembered his previous memories, but until now he's still trying to collect all the sacred objects he crafted, he thought while feeling sorry for Stephen Marker. Hey, don't tell me you think that if you keep doing this, you'll make yourself as strong as him. Sure enough, these words hit Stephen Mark's heart, his face right now, gradually turning black. He certainly didn't want everyone to know about this, but now there was a young man who dared to speak directly to him like that, which was so rude. And Stephen Marker is not the type of person who is easy to control. He is now an extremely strong man. Once he uses his power, it is like spreading his arms to cover the sky. No one can overcome it. So he was so angry that his power burst out, shattering half of the room. That power was so bright that everyone standing across from him had to take a step back, not excluding Hugo Otters. Knowing what he needed to do, Hugo Otters continued to use his strength to prevent the other guy from affecting him, thinking in his head that every time Li Jian was mentioned, it made him lose control. He created a ball of power, bringing his fist to prepare to attack Hugo Otters. And very quickly, like a flash of lightning, he grabbed Hugo Otters' hand to limit all his remaining powers. His voice at this moment sounded like it was coming from hell. It had a quiet, squeaky, Hugo Otters sound. His face at this moment was filled with fear, because his hand had been grabbed by him, uncontrolled. There is no way to use the power. His eyes were streaked with blood. Don't take any risks. He gave a final warning to Hugo Otters to know where his identity is. Don't touch his honor. harm his self-esteem. His hand tightly grasped Hugo Otter's wrist. It felt like if just a little more force was used, Hugo Otters would lose his hand. You are nothing but a stupid person, and don't never mention Li Jian in front of me. Sure enough, after a while, Hugo Otters couldn't bear it anymore. Stephen Marker broke Hugo Otter's hand. His hand turned over backwards, his fingers scratched the air, he screamed in pain and hopeless. This guy's strength is truly extremely special, he roared, feeling like in front of Hugo Otters now was a hungry lion with an empty stomach, and he was his prey. If he moves just a few more seconds, he will devour you like an animal, he said. I am now much stronger than him. Of course, just listen to this. Everyone can know that Li Jian is still a wall. He said, I am now much stronger than him. Of course, just by listening to this, everyone can know that Li Jian is still a wall. While the fire was boiling, someone suddenly ran into the room, causing the air to naturally rise a lot. That person quickly said to Stephen Mark, afraid to command the church, Mr. Commander, something is wrong. He now forgave Hugo Otters, knowing how to look back to see what happened. That person is crazy. Those Gemini bastards have bought all of Li Jian's items. When he heard this information, he immediately ran over, his face extremely worried. What did you say? He didn't believe it was there. Who bought all of Li Jian's precious items? So he threw Hugo Otters aside with his bloody hand, not caring whether he was alive or dead. His voice was extremely cold. It seems like I don't have time to play with you anymore. Hugo Otters is now extremely scared. He can't do anything. Then he led all his entourage out of the room, to the place where the items were displayed. Do whatever you want with that Aquarius girl. He turned around and said to Hugo Otters. He listened. I don't really understand that. Isn't he trying to take her away? In fact, he doesn't want to leave her here. If that's the case, he can't guarantee her life will be safe, but he doesn't care. The auction needs priority. I'm going. In any case, she and I are also competitors in terms of the number of apostles, so taking care giving her that much was unnecessary. Then he turned around and continued, and this centaur, this is my advice as a former teammate. If you still want to continue making a living, should you restrain your personality and be more careful, more. This statement seemed quite valuable to an arrogant person like Hugo Otters, but because of his dignity and his young age, he only responded with one sentence, ha ha, thank you very much, I do. I was so touched that I almost cried. After a while, he didn't leave, leaving the two of them in the room. Until now, Hugo Otters didn't know what to do but sit there and watch what happened next. He was still cursing in his head, damn it. He looked at his hand. Even though it was broken now, he was a semi-saint and could still recover. He thought for a while, this is why I don't understand. He stood alone in the room, not knowing how much time had passed, only knowing that he was just like that, looking at his hands like a mirror. At this time, in the Drakma auction hall, everyone was waiting for a passionate auction, so the atmosphere was very jubilant, everything was beautifully decorated. In one place, the air seemed to burn the most. That was the VIP room. From inside the room came a voice, Gemini. It was the person who presided over this auction. She spoke very clearly into the microphone. This time the sacred treasure will also belong to Gemini. She smiled brightly and went up to the auction screen. This also means that the first auction will end. We will start the second auction after the break. After her words, everyone in the room shouted, great, maybe because this is Li Jian's room. Li Jian drank wine, enjoyed the delicacies of life, and auctioned his own items. The more he bid, the more talented he felt. This time the treasure belonged to him. He laughed loudly, is mine again. The church commander was currently sitting on the side, very satisfied with what Li Jian showed and said, congratulations, you can buy anything you want. His words were congratulations but still can feel a bit fake. Hearing that, he didn't think much. He raised his hand to scratch his head and took another sip of wine. Thank you for not only inviting me to the VIP room but also letting me buy everything to my heart's content. This time, Li Jian thinks he has benefited a lot from this guy. Then this guy started praising you more, obviously, because what we want is a genius like you. The more he talked, the more Chun Sungchae felt like something was wrong. Commander, what's wrong? Is this really okay? Those sacred items look like they'll cost billions of won. But Chun Sungchae's response to this was a smiling face that didn't pretend to be true. It's okay, but more importantly, Chun Sungchae, sorry but could you please pay for this wine for me? I forgot he didn't have his association card, and as soon as his words rang out, Li Jian felt unsympathetic. Isn't this bullying a subordinate? Why did he invite you to eat and drink? Now you tell your subordinates to pay, how despicable. However, Chun Sungchae couldn't do anything. He had always been oppressed by this guy like that. Now it was okay to be bullied again. He had endured enough. He had borrowed a lot of money, that's a lot, but he's the superior so I can't do anything else. so he gently said, okay. Of course in his heart he didn't want it at all. Luckily today he was with Li Jian, so he was freed in time. Don't worry, I can pay it all. He held up the black card, looking very cool. The leader of the church saw this and was not very satisfied. On the contrary, he felt very worried, and more specifically, in his hand was this guy's black card, not anyone else's. This time, he had no choice but to deny his guilt. Then, in his mind, he thought, that's my black card, since when? It's very flattering to see him surprised like that. It seems like you've had quite a bit to drink, so I'll pay in advance. Usually you shouldn't let your subordinates pay, even if you forget, right? Li Jian's really knows how to make people angry. Everyone knows that this guy intentionally left his card at home so he wouldn't have to pay. What an unlucky person to go today with Li Jian's, a person with many tricks. Because he didn't want to lose face as a subordinate, this guy could only laugh it off. I was just about to give her my personal card. Thank you very much for your advice. This guy's mind was already bitter. I'm so scared. He looks good but he tries to climb on top of me. It's really making it difficult for Li Jian or Li Jian's friends, if they don't want to end up like this. This guy has a reason to do such unscrupulous things. He thinks of one person, but this is a super rookie. Even though he destroyed the Spider Queen, if he uses it well, losing this immediate amount of money won't be a problem. Nothing. He tried to think about the benefits of being able to recruit Li Jian. Then he laughed again. His smile was still full of fakeness. Okay, we've had enough to drink, now let's get to the main topic. A breeze carried the fragrance throughout the room. It seems like this is some kind of plan by this guy. While that scent was still warmly surrounding everyone, that guy started his speech. I rate you very highly, and I'm sure you have the potential to become at least S rank, then it will be SS or more. All the praise is for Li Jian. Li Jian has heard enough of these things but he doesn't understand the meaning and continues, if only he also received blessings from the white are personal yang then. A mist with the ability to dominate the mind that no one can perceive. If inhaled, it won't make a lowly person do what he says, but it will make people trust his words more. As expected, he is very familiar with old tricks like this. After all, he is a Saint Li Jian. Why would he think that he can fool him? This guy didn't realize that he was also on Li Jian's tongue, so he didn't pay much attention. His mouth was still working at full capacity, transforming the character of a saint. Maybe he would become one of the 10 saints also rise, and that's not all. You will be rich. He started talking about things that make people confused. And glory, he kept talking, constantly mentioning the achievements he could achieve in the near future, even though these were only superficial, without any honesty. His words should continue to become more and more passionate. It is true that Aries is different. You will also possess strong power from the great magician Aries Saint, all for free. The multi-level fire in his body flared up. All his words became unusually interesting. He still doesn't stop there, dancing very forgettable dances, but this is the only way for his customers to feel that he is a friendly, approachable person. From there they will be convinced. Come on, take my hand, you and I will become one of the apostles of the great Aries. But instead of reacting to all of this guy's baseless words and enticements, he smiled brightly, even smiling like the guy he had heard talking all this time, laughing. Chun Sungchae didn't really understand when he saw him react like that. Right now he's sitting in a chair, not feeling like heaven and earth anymore. Maybe 1 is because he's drunk, 2 is because he's too alert to realize that what he said was a lie. Honestly, today is so fun, in my opinion. Well, to sum it up like this, he needs to talk and feels like he's gone from being smart. His words have become arrogant and arrogant. Suddenly his eyes lit up. This was the signal to everyone that he was ready to fight. Were he asking me to become the hunting dog of that poor saint? His mouth, smiling from ear to ear. That guy knows that all of my words have been tricked by him and he's speechless. He's completely different from when he was on the phone. Why did he suddenly get angry? First I need to change the subject. It seemed like he knew how to lure others into his business. So he spoke up. Perhaps he had made a mistake. Suddenly, a woman came in and interrupted the conversation. Sorry to bother, I brought the auction items. That guy knew this was an opportunity for Li Jian to forget what he had done. As he said, he could then do another trick. In his mind he was very happy, the timing was right. So he shouted, okay, come in. However, the person who came in looked quite strange. Even though she was an employee, she had a murderous aura. She said, yes, please allow me. Congratulations, these are the auction items and the authorization certificate proves that this relic was created by Li Jian, she said as she showed the relics for everyone to see. As soon as he saw it, he knew it was his, so he nodded and accepted. Okay, in his head he thought, authorization certificate, why are there all these things? After all, it is my belongings. But at this point, the other guy was surprised. Did he buy Li Jian's sacred object? He picked up a holy object and showed it to everyone. It was a bracelet made of gold, even though it was daytime. When he held it up in mid-air, it could glow. He laughed and said, "You said to buy anything I want, right? I wasn't looking for this, but it's really a useful relic." He smiled so happily that the other guy couldn't do it. What's rude? So he started to act not very sincere. Stephen Marker is obsessed with Li Jian's relic, so we shouldn't touch it. He held out his hand, explaining very roundly to him, "I'm sorry, but someone else is the owner of this item, so we will refund it." The waiter standing next to hear that is quite confusing. Isn't it this guy who bought it? However, the door opened as if to prove the church leader's words just now. A force capable of destroying a building spread into the room, startling everyone. Who is this? Everyone stood close together, hoping no one would get hurt. All eyes turned to see who was coming in. Sure enough, it was Stephen Marker. Stephen Marker came in with an extremely scary tone. His eyes were black, his body was 100 times more muscular. Which era? His voice was low. "Whoever dares to touch my things," knowing that the item he ordered in advance is now in someone else's hands, he doesn't mind. He turned around and noticed that behind him was Stephen Mark, an extremely strong person who even had a small obsession with his things. He said, "Stephen Mark, who is he? Are you saying that he's aiming for my sacred object?" he asked, his face not showing any expression. He came, immediately flattered Stephen Mark. "Forgive me for loving Stephen Mark. This new father made such a mistake because of lack of understanding. I will give him back right away," his voice said. His words became as sweet as sugar cane. When Stephen Marker heard that, he didn't say much anymore, didn't destroy things but stood with his arms crossed. "Is that so? Fine, he just needs to admit it and return it." The other guy heard that then yes. His voice became full of confidence again. "Thank you, sir, you can take your time with the payment," truly typical of a subordinate who wants to climb high without wasting any effort. Stephen Marker laughed. "Luckily I didn't have to use even a penny." Hearing this guy say that, he didn't quite understand and asked again. "You didn't think that after touching my things, you could conveniently play cards, did you?" The leader of the church, Choi Sunguk, so he used one of his hands to prepare to break Choi Sunguk's head, his hand, almost as big as that guy's head. This guy is extremely scared right now. Who wouldn't feel hopeless when facing death? Silently cursing in his head, "Damn it, he intended to save those billions by taking it the wrong way, come out as an excuse." Li Jian now saw that the two people could no longer accept each other, so he spoke up and stopped talking nonsense. "I won, so it's mine, but how can it be yours?" Li Jian smiled and said, "If you want, let me sell it to you for an insurance fee of 200 billion. His words completely angered Stephen Mark. Stephen Marker laughed loudly, "Ha ha, it seems like Gemini aren't just cowards, they also have a strong personality." When Choi Sunguk heard that, he felt like this couple was doomed. That guy was crazy. He wanted to commit suicide. He didn't even know who Stephen Mark was. His face looked like it was burned alive right now. So Stephen Mark boldly pushed Choi Sunguk away, walked to where Li Jian was sitting. "I like you already. If you're a man, you should at least have that much courage." As soon as Choi Sunguk was pushed away, he fell down, knee aside. The two of them stood facing each other. Stephen highlighted, "Meeting each other like this must be fate, so we should introduce ourselves, right?" He uses the power of self-aggrandizement. When he meets someone who arouses interest in him, he will call his name in an extremely extravagant way. His true face begins to appear, reeking of electricity. "Let's save it." Li Jian is not discouraged at all. "What the hell are you talking about, Stephen Mark? This guy, he probably has a bit of an agenda, because I've known everyone for a long time, so I don't see these tricks. What is strange? He is extremely strong, but not strong enough to make Li Jian wary. Instead, he just commented that it is true that lions are different, specialized for fighting, although his fighting spirit is not, can be compared to Aries or Aquarius. He went to the place and prepared to destroy Li Jian, but Li Jian was not afraid at all. He had already heard his name, so he probably wouldn't be satisfied unless he killed someone. The two rushed to fight each other like a lion rushing to fight a cobra, unable to win or lose. But this cobra has already become a star. The lion in front of him is just a delicious prey, he thought, too impatient. His face still didn't change color. This guy was nothing compared to him. He looked at him boredly. So when he gathered all his strength to hit him, he quickly gathered everything. Chun Sungchae outside didn't know what was going on but was still very worried about Li Jian, saying, "On." When Choi Sunguk saw this scene, he was also extremely worried. Damn, in his mind, he really wanted to murder him. After that guy felt like the other person was dead, he was very satisfied and stopped, saying to himself, "It was fun, you can enjoy the rest of the journey comfortably in the wheelchair." Okay, but the results made him unable to help but wonder, what is that? Sure enough, all the attacks up until now couldn't move Li Jian. He even smiled and said, "What are you doing? Brush the dust off your shoulders for me." His face at this moment was extremely crazy. He laughed loudly. All of these actions made the other guy feel extremely scared. Who was at that right after receiving all of his most terrifying attacks? There was you can laugh, talk, and provoke actions like this. He didn't really understand what was going on. His dimension must have had a direct impact. Then he removed his hand from my shoulder and slowly said, "You used teleportation to redirect my attack. I was no match, responded right away, couldn't see later. It seems like it's just someone with a stupid mind and developed limbs." He smiled and said, "The stone wall break has been resolved. Do you think there are any other skills that can affect me?" Only now can he show off his strength, his aura. He looks extremely scary, begged me to teach it to you, and then said that he would only use it to save humanity, but it seems like you just use it to show off your power, right? Seeing the expression on the face of the person standing in front of him right now, that side was extremely scared. "Isn't this what Li Jian should say?" he exclaimed. "How could you? Who exactly are you?" At that moment the auction started again. "Everyone, thank you very much for coming." The auctioneer continued his program. "We will start the main stage of the auction right here." So the fight had to stop. Stephen Marker turned around and said in disgust, "Damn, it's time already." He looked and sighed. "What's that? Another of my sacred items." He couldn't help it anymore but had to go up and point at Li Jian's face and say, "I have a lot of things to ask you, but this auction is also extremely important to me." So he had to leave that necklace in Li Jian's hand, not forgetting to warn him, "Keep that necklace carefully. When the auction ends I will come again." Chun Sungchae then quickly ran to Li Jian's side, eagerly asking, "Are you okay?" Choi Sunguk had been observing everything for a while now and was very surprised. How did he use that attack just now? Redirecting a saint-level attack is impossible. Even me, everyone has to stop and think about what happened just now. This young man, who the hell is he? Li Jian's identity never makes others wonder. At this time, the next auction begins. The host says, "The original version of the first auction dares to begin. Next, we will reveal the sacred object that you all have been waiting for." Do you still remember the Berlin Wolf incident 24 years ago, when an unknown disaster from the beginning occurred on a German island? A complete pandemonium melts all types of weapons and armor, then even 12 saints cannot wipe it out, so all efforts to overcome the disaster are in vain. Right at that moment, the hero Li Jian appeared and conquered the disaster. Now we will reveal a scene that Li Jian used to conquer that disaster. Stephen Marker has been waiting all this time. Now is his moment. It is finally about to come to my hands, the legendary weapon that I can only see in my dreams. About 20 years ago, in a very remote place, something very strange happened. A person while flying a plane saw an island under the sea, located in the middle of the sea and uninhabited. So the person up there started using a camera to record the event. One of the two people sitting in the cockpit was a television reporter. He was very brave to film that scene live. "Hello, we are present right now, above the island where the disaster occurred. Even though it's been 4 days since Li Jian, the 13th awakened, entered, we can't confirm what happened inside because he hasn't come back out yet." Several saints also tried to enter, but because the airfield on the island was too dense, it was impossible to find Li Jian's direction. When we have the latest news about the current situation, we will report back to you as soon as possible. At that place, not only Li Jian but also Stephen Mark, he was sitting in a secluded place where no one could see him. His body was in serious condition at this time, so a servant came to tell him, "Sir, on the saint's day, we can only go so far. The saint does not accept his fate and still wants to be stubborn." There were thousands of thoughts in his mind. How could Li Jian enter a place like this? How could he take over that? Damn me, we couldn't even enter. He's feeling very clearly about the power gap between me and Li Jian right now. Why do I feel like this? Is because some bastards almost died because they didn't have God's blessing. What is the difference between me and him? He muttered, strength, subordinates, skills. He wondered what he was missing. The servant next to him continued to say, "Mr. Saint Gladiator, Li Jian has left." Hearing this, he was extremely surprised and quickly looked over. There, above, everyone was also watching this program with great excitement. Everyone hoped that Li Jian could come out safely. The editor was extremely shocked when he saw his silhouette. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is Li Jian. Li Jian has come out alive. Li Jian has successfully defeated the calamity beast that everyone thought was invincible." His figure slowly walked out following the sound of blessings. Congratulations from the TV station editor. But all he felt was that he felt hot for his mother, but in order to protect his image, he did not show anything. The TV station editor also continued to say, the hero had returned. The other two were below but still aware of how the situation was turning. The attendant said, it seems like Glory has been dehydrated by Lee Jian. Stephen Mark was now very bitter and stood up, laughing, one page and then say, now I understand. Holy Taoist, the other person asked. He did not answer but just remained silent. After a while he said, prepare to withdraw. Why don't you bring the gas tank back? I don't need it anymore, I'll give it to you. He threw all the gas tanks on the ground. He saw a group of people next to him. Standing in the middle of that group was Lee Jian. He was smiling brightly. Even though his face was very damaged, it all exuded a generous, carefree and talented look. He really liked this guy, so he said, I've found a better one. Yes, that's it. What I lack to compare with Lee Jian is, his mouth smiles horribly, that's the weapon. Now, a bowl of Lee Jian's great relics, we will reveal the strongest god ever used in the Berlin Wolf. Back to the auction. At this time the auctioneer has started a competition extremely suspenseful and dramatic. Above, two people, Chun Sung-chae and Choi Sun-guk, were both extremely anxiously watching the results of today's session. Only Win Lee Jian is very diligent in observing everyone. Just as I thought, it was it. I turned to Stephen Mark again. He was extremely pleased with the next dish. I finally got to see it again. That is Lee Jian's relic, the thing that will make him unparalleled in the world. In Drakma City right now, everything is extremely quiet outside. No one knew that there was a dragon with immense dark power residing on the roof of that building. I can feel it, the dragon whispered. It used all its senses to sniff and finally concluded, Lee Jian's relic, I can feel it. At the beginning of the auction, the loudspeaker rang out, loudly shouting from the seller organizing the auction, inviting words about a valuable and rare item, one of Lee's 8 great sacred objects. Jian, the host put on strong white gloves and decisively pulled up the white towel covering the item to satisfy the buyer's curiosity, and at the same time opened a fierce bidding match. The most powerful relic ever used in the Berlin Wolf incident 24 years ago, the loudspeaker resounded information about the precious relic through the salesman's narration, making the participants' desire increase to the extreme point. The salesman's product introduction statement successfully attracted the attention of the entire audience, including two guys who were behind the glass and staring at the stage, waiting to see the product. Row. After hearing his name, Lee Jian seriously stared down at the stage, his eyes as if wondering, what kind of weapon are they selling? After a while of back and forth, with the tension pushed to the limit, the salesman announced, we would like to reveal it right here. As soon as we heard the voice start, a leader, his large face was covered with scars, his defining characteristic being his blonde lion hair and bold eyebrows, he opened his mouth full of confidence as if he had won this auction. The item was revealed. It turned out to be the strongest bone mace. The white cloth covering was opened, revealing in front of him was a huge white bone like that of some super large animal. Basically, the name of the item was just revealed by the seller, breaking the initial quiet atmosphere, returning a space full of whispers and discussions from the participants. Oh my god, I probably won't be able to take my eyes off of it. I thought I could only see it through history books. The voices of discussion were constantly flowing. It seemed that right now all the attention was focused on the bone or the antique that was shining and displayed in front of them. To increase the value of the item to the extreme, as well as motivate people to compete to buy to get the highest number, the salesman shouted invitingly and challengingly, come on, this is the strongest sacred item, both epic and extremely useful. Who will be the owner of this great bone? Right now, behind the glass, there are 3 silhouettes, 2 of which are screaming and crying when they see that their favorite antique will be taken away. Wow, I can't believe it's Mr. Lee's magic weapon. Jian will fall into the hands of those trash. Damn it, we can't do anything but watch the lion fling his hand at the stars. The remaining figure belongs to the male lead. He is still thinking about it. What do you think? Back in the flashback, the male protagonist appears with that artifact in a fight. Actually, I've used that before, but still, the male lead's train of thought disappeared. Sung-jae, that thing. As he spoke and pointed at the item with an expressionless face, he was interrupted by the red-haired boy in front of him named Sung-jae. Brother, I'm very busy right now. Later, Sung-jae cried out and angrily rubbed his messy hair as he couldn't accept the loss of his favorite item. The tense atmosphere between the 3 people continued to recur as the 2 of them clung to the glass in front of them, hopelessly regretful. Church commander, please do something, Sung-jae called out to the guy next to him, looking urgent but helpless. I will contact the church's headquarters right here. I can't let it be taken away. The guy wearing glasses next to him responded uncertainly but urgently. The male lead standing behind looked frustrated and helpless when his rag was so sought after. So now, we will start the auction for this item. The starting price is $1 million. A large amount of money was broadcast through the session host's microphone, directly starting an explosive fight between the buyers below. 5 million, 10 million, 30 million, the numbers are continuously given out from the words of the rich people below. Without any regret, the vibrant atmosphere reeked of money and blood, stirring completely according to the host's wishes. Positive blue indicators continuously appeared in front of Li Jian, covering his entire vision, making Li Jian surprised and frightened about what he saw before his eyes. Li Jian couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, "Oh my god, why do you guys spend so much money on that thing? It's not even real." Before he could finish speaking, Sung Jae, standing in front, showed an angry face, trying his best to shout an explanation, obviously because it was a legendary weapon made by Mr. Li Jian himself. No matter what, that must be it. Ask. You may not be smart, but everyone does it for a reason. Sung Jae pouted without even glancing at Li Jian, expressing disdain for his friend's level of knowledge. When Li Jian heard the explanation, his face became distorted, full of confusion when he was the one who created it and there were also people who looked down on him, saying he didn't know about it. Decorations, charms, tools, weapons, fragments, every divine weapon he creates is the best of the best. Anyone interested in the sacred item is willing to spend heavily to get it. Sung Jae explained Li Jian's ignorance while speaking with admiration for his idol. Especially the Lion Saint, Stephen Marker, a fierce player, he said as he pointed through the glass at a person below. Sitting below is a blonde-haired man with a bushy beard and strong muscles, sitting proudly, arms crossed, looking towards the stage, his face serious and dark. He collected Li Jian's magical weapons from all over the world. He is a holy fighter with overwhelming strength, so every time Li Jian's divine weapons are involved, everyone tries to avoid causing trouble with him, Sung Jae added while looking at it. As soon as Sung Jae looked at the blonde guy, his stiff knuckles trembled slightly, clearly showing his hatred for the person in front of him, helpless tears rolling down his face. At this point, other than uttering bitter curses, there was nothing he could do. It was unfortunate that Mr. Li Jian's magical weapon ended up becoming a part of Stephen Marker's collection. I will try my best. Console yourself when all profits will be transferred to Li Jian's bank account managed by the government. As soon as he heard that sentence, Li Jian was surprised for a few seconds and couldn't help but think that the profit would go into his account, no matter who bought it. He couldn't help but be suspicious about the bargain that suddenly fell from the sky. Naturally, he felt that seeing people fighting to buy this lowly weapon from him was not too bad. Dear, buy it all. His mind kept jumping with joy, thinking about the scene of not working but also having food. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Li Jian sat comfortably eating popcorn, watching people bid higher and higher prices. $80 million, $90 million, $100 million. His curiosity piqued. Li Jian wondered how much it would sell for. 1 billion. Suddenly a very strong and decisive voice rang out, dispelling all the fighting words of the auction. Jian was eating popcorn and had to take off his glasses, his round eyes clearly showing surprise, when he did not expect that the humble dog bone he picked up at random would be sold for a terribly high price that a person might not even pay in their lifetime. Earn like that. More surprising was Sung Jae and the leader of the holy group because he did not expect Stephen to be willing to play so much that he could throw away such a large amount of money, an amount of money that two people would never dare to spend. Everyone on stage was equally panicked, completely silent, thinking that the amount of money they had spent was already huge, but who would have thought that he would spend so much? Didn't you hear that? Stephen Mark firmly reaffirmed his decision. He put his hands in his pockets and walked down the stairs leading to the stage. All the lights shined on him in a cool way. I'll buy this for 1 billion, if it's not enough, should we change it to 10 billion? He spoke loudly, showing off the arrogant face of someone with money, as if wanting to provoke all the participants in front of him, as well as show off his unmatched level of playfulness. $1 billion. After hearing this number, the host really couldn't believe his ears, so he tried to ask again, panicked face, eyes in an O shape and mouth in an A's. A terrible number has just been released, 1 billion. The host regained his composure and continued to run the auction. After a while of panic, everyone began to get bored. Everyone felt like there was really no hope. At this point, the voice of the tour guide rang out again. Is there anyone with a higher bid? Sung Jae was now in tears because he had really run out of hope. He turned to signal for help to his friend who was the merchant guild owner. Do something, damn it. But the guy wearing glasses really had no choice but to give up, his face trying to look steadfast but full of awkwardness. The host asked again a second time as if to make sure no one else would buy at a higher price, and would anyone pay a higher price? After hearing that, Jian really couldn't swallow the popcorn. because it was a huge amount of money. Such a huge thing is about to fly into my account. I feel like the auctioneer's question is redundant because who else would dare to play more than Steven? Until I could no longer hear anyone's response, the new session leader spoke and stamped firmly on the table, signing the deal. He also did not forget to end the auction by saying, the main bone was sold for an astonishing price of $1 billion. The sound of the trial ending was so shocking that even outside the trial, 2 cleaning workers were cleaning outside. After hearing the huge number announced, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you heard? They said it, sold for $1 billion. Really, $1 billion is not a small amount of money that can be thrown out the window." The guy next to me asked again with great surprise, feeling extremely confused with the spending ability of people in the rich world. The two of them couldn't help but feel sad when talking about their own fate. People like us don't even dare to dream of such a large amount of money. He felt like that was really a waste, and he said with a small glimmer of hope that something would change. As soon as they finished speaking, a strange noise outside interrupted their conversation, making them wonder and turn their heads towards the source of the sound. Before their eyes was a blue creature, surrounded by pitch black dark power. That creature was right outside, bordered by the glass covering, looking inside with angry eyes, confronting them. I made eye contact with the 2 sanitation workers, making the 2 of them tremble and stare forward. Muttering regrets about what I had just said, I retracted my previous sentence. Inside the trial, the ringleader constantly expressed congratulations mixed with a fair amount of flattery. Congratulations, the great lion saint, Mr. Stephen Mark, has become the new owner of the Great Bone. Stephen stood proudly holding the great item he had just purchased in his hand. Everyone standing below could not help but be overwhelmed by his aura and began to praise him one after another. Standing in front of everyone's cheers, he loudly affirmed that with this, the lion will make another big leap. When they finished listening, everyone shouted his name in unison like they were worshipping a king. Stephen, Stephen. The atmosphere was joyful. Suddenly the scene before Stephen's eyes became chaotic. The separating wall was broken, causing sand and dust to fly everywhere. In that mist and dust, a ghostly cry rang out softly, cackling. Everyone at this time could not help but panic and be confused about what had just happened so quickly in the blink of an eye. Stephen still held the bone firmly in his hand, trying to calmly ask loudly, "What's going on? What happened?" The wall was crushed into a circle, and entering was a green creature with an extremely powerful aura. Its red eyes seemed to want to crush everything in front of it. Only then did everyone regain their composure, scrambling to escape and screaming, "Ah ah ah!" It was a calamity beast, screaming at the top of their lungs, running for their lives. The beast now roared loudly with its terrifying sound, and found it. The beast has a devilish shape, large, rough teeth, sharp teeth overlapping each other, and a face full of anger. It continued to speak, its eyes focused on the item in Stephen's hand, Li Jian's relic. The ferocious beast opened its mouth wide, bared its sharp teeth and roared with all its might, flowing and sticky. The power it radiated from its scream stirred the entire peaceful atmosphere. Silence before my eyes. It rushed toward Stephen, who was holding the big bone in front of him without any hesitation. His mouth opened wide, revealing a long, flowing tongue. It seemed like it just wanted to swallow everything. When he saw his life threatened by the green beast in front of him, Stephen awakened his lion saint power. His eyes revealed the bright yellow pupils of a lion, beams of mana energy covering them, take his whole body. He held the bone mace and swung it forward. The blinding light emitted from Stephen's energy rays obscured the entire space, and the beast was no exception. Bricks and stones were flying everywhere due to Stephen's blow. Even the auction building was completely destroyed by Stephen's slash. Quahahaha, this is the first time I'm grateful for a disaster. As he spoke, Stephen aggressively fought the ugly creature in front with strong blows to the ground, making it seem like nothing remained. You allowed me to immediately experience the power of this holy item. As he spoke, Stephen stood proudly on the broken ground, holding a large bone in his hand. Stephen's whole body was surrounded by golden energy. On his face was the arrogant smile of a winner. In front of everyone's cheers and praise, Stephen, wow. When he looked in front of him, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he saw that all the teleportation magic had been destroyed while he was fighting with the monster. He couldn't help but cry out, speechless and awkward. When Li Jian's group of 3 saw this scene, their mood became urgent and worried. Sung Jae gasped and exclaimed, "This is bad. The magic tower of the teleportation area has collapsed." The guy wearing glasses adjusted his glasses awkwardly. At this point, the magic tower could no longer stand firm and immediately fell to the bottom. Dirt and rocks also followed, flying to the ground. Everyone on the street also looked in surprise. Everyone lost their voices, shout, "No, ouch." When the pink-haired magician witnessed this scene, he became extremely worried about the future of the island and shouted to everyone in panic, "If all the debris fell to the ground, this floating island would collapse, lost. All the apostles, let's gather our strength to stop them. The old magician urgently shouted to call on the strength of all the other magicians to save the floating island where they lived, are living. The soldiers wearing iron armor in the distance also shouted loudly when they heard this, with serious faces and determination. We also helped. At this time, a terrible source of mana power with small blue lights covered everyone. All the soldiers focused all their strength with the great thought of being able to save the island from the storm. Risk. All apostles, release your magic power, the voice both called and urged and encouraged everyone. At this time the magicians also concentrated with all their strength. Everyone clasped their hands in front of their chests respectfully. After a while of concentrating their strength, the huge source of energy from the solidarity of the soldiers and magicians was compacted within their grasp. They raised their hands high, their eyes shining from the powerful source of mana, flowing inside him. A huge circle was created, waiting to be launched. At this time, when the power had reached its limit, the soldiers and magicians began to release great power into the sky. A giant source of lightning was shot into the sky with everyone's enthusiasm, forming a column of light that blinded the entire area, powerfully piercing the sky, shattering countless bricks and stones. But it doesn't seem to be effective when that column of light doesn't penetrate the thing above that needs to be destroyed. It doesn't work, it's too big. At this rate, we won't be able to destroy it. The pink-haired magician cried out as if calling for everyone to use their full power. Oh, run away, everyone shouted to each other to tell others to avoid the remnants of bricks and stones falling from the sky during the power launch earlier. Apollo's anger. Suddenly a powerful voice rang out in the golden light, a puff of smoke rose. Below was a fire that flared up strongly, seemingly burning everything in front of him. The fire grew bigger and bigger, burning away everything that even the soldiers and magicians could not do. A figure appeared behind. The magicians and soldiers standing below looked up at the sky and saw this scene. They couldn't help but be surprised but also let out an exclamation. One soldier exclaimed with eyes wide open, unable to believe it, immediately burned so thoroughly that not even a scrap remained. The pink-haired mage looked up with curiosity, unable to stop asking questions. What power was that? The silhouette of a person surrounded by firelight, his pupils glowing with golden yellow fire, his clothes fluttering, floating in the sky. At this moment everyone suddenly exclaimed the name of the person who created it. A scorching fire just now, the saintly centaur, Sir Hugo Otters. Hugo was flying in the sky, having difficulty controlling the power source surrounding him, silently scolding in his mind, "That stupid lion, you should know how to control your power, it's dangerous." After everyone saw the benefactor's face clearly, they shouted loudly to thank him. "Thank you for saving me, Mr. Hugo, thank you." Suddenly a cloud of smoke flew everywhere behind Hugo, at which point he suddenly widened his eyes. A monster with a protruding skeleton was standing on the ground, eyes full of hatred looking towards a person floating in the sky surrounded by a fiery light. Its long and sharp claws seemed to make the ground shake wherever it went. Bricks and stones were shattered. The monster's red eyes looked like it wanted to swallow everything. Its whole body, just all the bones, made the monster look more hideous than ever. It was preparing to rush forward. Hugo now felt extremely angry and thought about the dangers ahead. Damn, there's still one more. Her face couldn't help but be confused, her jaws clenched as if she were grinding her teeth. The monster began to drip streams of drool from its mouth. Red liquid came out of the monster's mouth and fell to the ground. The streams of water from earlier suddenly flew up in the air and shot towards the people standing in front, making them extremely panicked. Someone was curious and trembling in fear and exclaimed, "What the hell?" The saliva began to curl up to form a formless creature, penetrating the people's faces, causing their pupils to appear full of red blood threads. The man couldn't help but feel scared and tried to push that horrible creature away, but it didn't seem to be effective. "Ah, help me," everyone shouted in panic in the suffering of those who were invaded by that creature. Everyone tried their best to resist, but it seemed ineffective. When Hugo saw this scene, he was extremely angry, pulled out the arrow and his bow and shouted, "Animal, how dare you!" The rising fire mixed with Hugo's anger. He shot all the power in his arrow towards the monster. Suddenly, behind him, there was another green monster struggling to prevent him from shooting an arrow forward. After discovering that Hugo was surrounded on all sides, he couldn't help but be confused, trying to look around to calculate. Hugo looked fearfully at the monster behind him when suddenly a tall, thin figure appeared, kicking hard at the green monster. The monster was suddenly kicked and his entire body was distorted, twisted to one side as if it was about to break in half. The kick seemed to contain a huge amount of physical strength, making him surprised. At this moment, Hugo called out his friend's name, Gian. He was panicked, his face full of surprise but extremely grateful. Lee Jian saw the scene just now and kept screaming and calling his name. "Hey Otiksu, calm down for me," he said as he looked with an angry look as if he was shouting. He turned around and kicked the monster one more time to make it fly further away, then slowly landed his body on the ground with extremely skillful bare feet. Hugo also landed on the ground. He smiled and looked at Jian and said gratefully, "Thank you Jian, thanks to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian with an angry face landed, trying to scold him in a voice that couldn't be more rude. Wasn't he still in the form of a saint when fighting? Jian didn't stop, and began to pour out an endless stream of words, throwing eyes that couldn't be sharper at Hugo, his voice scolding, "What did I say that you're weaker than a manufacturing class guy like me?" His face full of wonder and confusion about what he had just seen before his eyes, he continued irritated, "Seriously, Otiksu, you're starting to make me feel frustrated." Hugo, after hearing this, was extremely sad. He sat curled up like a rabbit, his face showing extreme pity. Hugo then bravely stood up to refute. The two pointed their fingers at each other and started an argument that couldn't have been more childish. "Hey, I've tried my best." When Lee Jian heard it, he was extremely shocked. He didn't believe it and started to refute, and then he almost got kicked by a miserable brat to play with the king of hell. "You useless Tiksu." Lee Jian's voice full of contempt made Hugo's blood boil. He responded vehemently, "Hey, don't you think your mouth has crossed the line?" Suddenly, a loud scream from a large man rang out, breaking up the heated argument between the two people. Hugo and Jian then turned in panic to search for the source of the sound. In front of the two people is the image of Stephen rushing forward, with a large bone in his hand. He jumped up, screaming in anger, as if he was concentrating his strength on the stick. "What is the point, damn it?" At this moment, his face was truly extremely angry. His eyes were wide open as if glaring at the person in front of him, his pupils flashed with golden light as if burning, his mouth opened wide, screaming fiercely, "How dare you interrupt my experience of sacred objects?" The lightning surrounding Stephen became more and more dense. The monster could no longer bear it anymore and started to turn its head to the sky, opening its mouth to scream loudly as if showing off its strength. Everyone was now fully aware of the existence of the monster above them. Jian, after an argument, suddenly remembered, his face full of bewilderment, and he spoke towards Hugo, "Oh yeah, he's here too." When Hugo heard this, he was filled with worry about what would happen next. Suddenly flashes of flashy light appeared on Stephen's body and suddenly crept to where Hugo and Jian stood. That source of power enveloped them, making the two brothers unable to be more surprised. Jian's face was startled and wondering, Stephen is now flying in the sky looking down below where the monster and everyone are standing. In his hand is an extremely large beam of energy that has been balled up for a long time and is preparing to be launched. His muscles are strong. Roll. Stephen raised his voice arrogantly but full of anger, "Don't get in my way and interrupt the boss's performance." Hugo and Jian now looked up at the sky. Hearing those scary and challenging words, they couldn't help but feel annoyed. Jian reprimanded, "Why was he so mad again?" Hugo seemed to have predicted something and quickly reminded him, "Don't say it." Stephen's face was no longer normal at this point. His white eyes radiated a dazzling light. His hand was throwing energy forward, speaking in a sharp and dismissive voice, "You mice, get out, all to one side. Come on, this is a battlefield for the winner." As soon as the sentence ended, the entire vast space was covered by an extremely thick and large layer of yellow power, and a thunderbolt struck down as if imprisoning. Everyone is in there with no way out. After finishing performing, he landed on the ground. In his hand was a dog bone, also known as a big bone. Stephen walked leisurely forward, saying teasingly, "KKK, just wait a little longer." He looked at the giant membrane surrounded by a flying sandstorm, the dust created by himself earlier. Inside were trapping many people and a monster, as if looking at the finished product of his achievements. "I created it, and let it out firmly, in this indestructible storm." Stephen held the big bone firmly, his face full of triumph, his eyes looking firmly at the monster. He firmly said, "Okay, the stage is ready." I had just finished my work, so I counterattacked with the magic power injected into it, however. The green monster then looked at the big, strong man in front. Its whole body began to shrink, preparing to fight. Stephen carried the big bone on his shoulder. His face smiled arrogantly, his eyes lit up when talking about the big bone. He continued, "Now I want to see what this big bone can do, just it alone." After hearing Stephen's courageous words, the soldiers couldn't help but feel happy, but as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw, they shouted loudly to cheer, "Mr. Stephen, the strongest saint, who has overcome everything, Lee Jian." The cheers of the magicians grew louder and louder. creating an extremely proud atmosphere and immense power for Steven to become more arrogant than ever when he won. The magicians continuously cheered, "We are alive, cheers, send it back to dust, Mr. Steven." Steven, now encouraged, rushed straight at the monster with great strength in his body. He said triumphantly, "Now it's time to pay the price for your extravagant actions." Steven held in his hand Tandai bone. He grabbed his weapon tightly and shouted loudly, bracing himself to block it. It seemed that at this moment he was using all his physical strength to destroy the monster, there in one note. The dog bone in Steven's hand was lifted up and hit directly on the green monster's head. Everyone exuded fear, as if they thought the monster's head would be destroyed in just one blow, but it seemed to be a big bone, that had no effect on the monster at all. The bone was even broken and a few pieces came out. Steven's face suddenly turned red. He looked back and forth thinking he would defeat this monster in just one attack with the powerful Tandaikok that he must have always been proud of. The monster was not at all surprised at this time, but also never suffered any damage. The magicians and soldiers who had just been cheering for Steven enthusiastically were now confused and extremely speechless because they were disillusioned and not as imagined, perhaps thinking that they could no longer be saved. Steven was both surprised and awkward at this time. He landed on the ground, still holding the large bone in his hand, looking straight at the monster. The monster also looked down at Steven with a disdainful look and was curious, know what he is planning to do. Steven now seems to be tinkering, learning how to use the bone he just bought. At this time, the green monster is also tilting its head, paying attention to every action and as if waiting for Steven to continue to counterattack. Another period of silence continued to pass. Steven poked his head with his index finger as if thinking about what to do next in such a sudden and unexpected situation. The monster just looked on in bewilderment. Wait. At this moment, when he saw that Steven had finished thinking and was in a posture as if he was preparing to fight, the monster also began to focus on him, eyes full of anger and also in preparation to attack. Steven begins to reveal his full power. He clenched his teeth and roared furiously, "Whoa!" The lightning created by his power splashed out. His eyes became bright due to the great source of power being radiated inside him. His big, strong, muscular arms. He tried to beat with all his available energy. He turned around and hit the blue beast in front of him everywhere. While beating him, he screamed powerfully, "Whoa!" All over the body were blows like ant bites, making the monster increasingly impatient. It was angry and frustrated, not knowing when these nonsense blows would ever end. Unable to wait any longer, the monster got angry and raised its long, sharp claws and strong muscles to slap Steven in the face. With a physical impact, the monster screamed loudly, full of anger, "Kiao!" causing Steven to lose his position. His face, which had many scars, became more distorted and had to spit out a sentence full of pain. "Huh." As soon as he fell from a high place, he was stung by a beast that he thought was weak. Steven couldn't help but be shocked and think that something was wrong. He must have gone all out. But why? The question is always in my mind in an inexplicable and painful way. But Steven at this moment still seems to know nothing about the truth about the weapon he bought and is questioning himself. Why is Li Jian's weapon but does not promote its effectiveness? The scene changes to the image of Hugo touching the dense sandstorm layer that Steven initially created to imprison them. With each touch, it seems that a huge source of energy is released, making both of them extremely it's hard to think of a way out. Li Jian was now impatient and wanted to ask his friend's opinion. He said, "What do you think, we can go out now?" Hugo touched the membrane in front of him while testing it, while gently denying, "No, because it's his base technique, destroying it won't be easy at all." Li Jian couldn't hold back or give in anymore. His anger had reached its peak. His arm and leg muscles were surging. He raised his hand into a fist as if preparing to punch whoever was in front of him. The tone couldn't be more hateful. "If he can escape from here, there's no way he can escape this Jian." Hugo behind him is equally angry. He chimes in, "That damned lion, who would have thought he would use it too? Please take care of us." At this moment, the two of them turned their heads to each other as if they were discussing something very important, a very decisive decision. Jian spoke up and affirmed that he could not give in and continue to wait for the Lion Saint. "Okay, that's it then." Jian looked up at the sky, towards the bone monster in the back, along with a group of people like the undead rising, standing with his arms crossed and saying, "Let's take care of this guy for now, right?" And looked down at the people who had got infected and asked the person next to him, even if he had been drinking for a long time, it was a disaster. An army consisting of both travelers and magicians, soldiers, had just gathered their strength together, but now they were all possessed by the parasite in the mouth of that disaster. Everyone's eyes were black, their red pupils looked like zombies, they screamed, clenched their teeth, It seemed like there was no longer any humanity left in them. The group of people pushed each other forward to attack two people, Lee Jian and Hugo, following the command and manipulation of the disaster monster behind. Hugo, someone who witnessed the entire incident before going to Jian, arrived. After receiving his friend's question, Hugo began to explain to Jian the origin of these people. He said, they were all people whose minds were controlled by the power of that evil monster. Look, the way they stood in front of such a disaster, they were definitely trying to use them as hostages. As Hugo spoke, he reminisced about the scenes he had seen before, the scenes of people calling for help because the parasite in the monster's body took over them. At this point he started to become angrier and he spoke with a difficult voice, so attacking it wasn't so easy. The army was coming more and more, their steps almost leveled the ground at an even and dizzying speed. At this point, Jian looked at Hugo and said in a calm voice, I think we have to put an end to this. The army still walked forward fiercely. Hugo looked towards a group of emotionless zombies preparing to kill themselves. It was difficult to understand. Huh? How? What are you thinking in the end? Jian was just sleepy at this time. As he walked, he yawned and replied calmly, not really, just kill him and be done with it. Hugo heard it and quickly ran towards his friend, trying to stop him quickly. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly a blackened person rushed towards Li Jian in a surprising and ferocious way. Hugo from behind saw him and couldn't help but hastily try to remind his friend, but he didn't know about Jian's strength at the time. Hey! Before waiting for the other guy to attack him, Jian discovered it following Hugo's reminder. One hand held a tight fist to the head, the other hand grabbed the collar of the blackened man's shirt, making him completely passive. He could only scream pitifully with lifeless eyes. It didn't stop there. When he grasped the shape of the parasite, Jian's pupils flashed blue with confidence, making the person in front tremble in fear. Now with just one hand, Jian gently tore the parasite away from the blackened person. Jian continued to tear angrily and very easily with both hands, while tearing and saying in a voice that could not be more enthusiastic, "Hey!" causing the parasite to completely disappear from that man. But, don't touch them at all. Hugo witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes were an O, his mouth was an A, shocked to see his friend's easy way of fighting. He also secretly worried about the other man. The monster and the group of people it had turned into slaves also looked over, feeling extremely surprised and angry at not being able to destroy the enemy in front of them. When he saw that the parasite had completely disappeared, the other man also lost consciousness. At this moment, Jian held the man with one hand, speaking in a voice that could not be more calm. See, it's easy, right? Hugo was worried about his friend but also worried about the blackened guy, so he quickly ran to ask what was going on, if he was okay. Yes, I'm just unconscious. How did you do it? Hugo looked at the scene in front of him in surprise and couldn't help but ask curiously. With strength, then how can I do it? I'm not unreasonably strong like someone else, Hugo said angrily. What are you saying? After all, I intend to save them myself. What do I expect from some weak guy? Hee. If you say avoid it, you won't lose any food. Hugo looked angry first. Jian joke. Well, anyway, Jian said in a reluctant voice. Jian looked towards Hugo and said in a challenging voice, Oh Taiku, finally got it figured out a bit. Well, then, let's try to catch up with me. At this point, the two of them looked towards the monster, concentrating all their strength. Taiku and Li Gon's people both exude their own spiritual energy. Both of them have a dangerous look on their faces. They look very eager to fight. Taiku said sinisterly, You're still going to rush in, so just let me take care of the cover. Li Jian heard his best friend say that and happily replied, Oh, Taiku, you're still the same as before. Hearing that, Taiku laughed with joy. The fire around him burned even more intensely. This was also his strength. He smiled and said, It's been a long time since we cooperated together. Li Jian, standing in front, was also excitedly waiting for this combination. He smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth, a smile that showed victory. The disaster-level hero revived. The scene around the two of them was broken rocks flying everywhere, smoke and dust everywhere. The entire space was surrounded by bright blue spiritual energy. Taiku stood ready, raising his fire bow to aim at the enemies ahead. Li Jian was standing in front, ready to fight, but did not forget to remind his friend, Don't bother, handle them neatly in just a moment. Opposite them is a huge monster. It is growling at the two people in front of it. Not only that, there are also many people surrounding it. They have all been transformed. Humans, everything looks like a zombie. Li Gon suddenly jumped up. He ran like the wind forward. He ran and used his strength to shoot rays of power towards the others. Seeing Li Jian running towards them, they froze a bit. The surrounding scene was a yellow patch that blinded our eyes. Suddenly a beam of light rushed down from above and jumped down to the middle of where the others were standing. Li Jian used his strength to knock away all nearby enemies. Li Jian used his fists to beat them to death. He threw a punch and sent the other man flying back. He screamed in pain, then attacked them from behind, making them unable to react in time, only accepting the blow. Li Jian's face was now filled with provocation. His eyes showed a danger that could not be hidden. Seeing this, the monster stepped forward and growled a few warnings, its eyes flashing red and looking sinister. Once the surrounding limbs were taken care of, both the monster and Li Jian rushed forward at the same time. The monster's mouth kept screaming, growling sounds that shook the world. Li Jian rushed forward without any fear. As he rushed forward, he shouted loudly, full of provocation, "Mosquitoes bitty knocks." His eyes now flashed blue, his whole body rushed forward like the wind. As he rushed forward, something caught Li Jian's attention. He looked to the side, as if something made him think before rushing towards the monster. He glanced behind him, thinking in his head, is it aimed at the people behind him? The people behind him were mutated into zombies. Some were in pain and they collapsed. It seemed like they couldn't stand it if this continued to happen like this. The streams of spiritual energy became stronger and stronger, accompanied by the loud noises of the ongoing battle. They were about to not be able to stand anymore. Suddenly, a fiery arrow rushed in front of everyone, rushing towards the monster. The person who shot the giant fire arrow was none other than Taiku. He quickly shot at the monster to rescue the people here. Everyone who saw this scene was also dizzy. Taiku's whole body was surrounded by fire spiritual energy. His eyes were sharp. He still maintained the same archery posture as before, looking towards that monster and said, "Don't even dream." Li Jian knew that Taiku had taken action, so he couldn't help but happily turn around and smile happily without caring about the monster rushing towards him, and said, "Taiku, you're very good." The distance between Li Jian and the monster is getting closer and closer, but this doesn't seem to make Jian worried. On the contrary, he becomes even more excited and says, "Hey skeleton, you don't need to waste your effort in vain anymore." It heard what Li Jian said. Suddenly a flash of surprise appeared. Its bloodthirsty appearance made everyone looking at it feel scared. Li Jian became even more excited, using his strength to raise his fist and aim straight at the monster, his face showing a cunning look as if victory was within reach. Li Jian's punch sent the monster flying into the sky, along with Jian's scream, "Get out!" The beetle monster flew up 5 meters above the ground, neither dead nor dead. The surrounding rocks also flew up and down. Li Jian stood tall in the middle of the ground, still maintaining the same position as he had knocked the monster away. The monster was beaten until it was painful, its mouth roared with earth-shattering sounds, its body began to burn. Boom, all its bones crumbled in the air. It was no longer a terrible monster. Li Jian was filled with joy after the punch just now. He smiled with satisfaction. This is the smile of a winner. After dealing with that monster, Li Jian restored his original appearance. Taiku saw that and ran over happily to say, he didn't expect that he could solve it in the blink of an eye like that. Li Jian proudly said, "But what else?" Li Jian looked around and said, "The people controlled by that skeleton are about to wake up." Taiku looked towards the people lying on the ground and couldn't help but let out a cry, "Oh!" Suddenly, a blue light flashed in his hand that was resting on his hip, which attracted both of their attention. He opened his palm, a snake-like image was emitting from it. Li Jian said a little surprised, "Hey, why is it like this?" Suddenly a series of blue system panels appeared before the two people's eyes. In turn, you have stripped away the ore of disaster with your bare hands, and you have accumulated more physical strength. This message repeats on the system board 4 times. Next is absorbing divine power. The current divine power is 81%. The total divine power absorbed had exceeded 70%. Please activate the absorbed divine power to use the level 1 God of War ability, yes or cancel. Li Jian looked at the messages appearing on the system board and seemed to clearly understand the use of the object in his hand. War God Instinct. It turns out I had to accumulate this much divine power to use this skill. Li Jian crossed his arms and looked thoughtfully at the system board, unable to help but think, which was good, this will be my chance to try it out. Taiku, standing behind, widened his eyes and looked confused. Li Jian got out of his thoughts. He was full of mischief and said loudly, "Accepting." Another place, a tall man, holding a giant bone in his hand, seemed almost exhausted but still trying to fight the enemy in front of him. I couldn't help but swear in my heart, damn it. Standing opposite him was a giant monster, with white fur and a few black edges to make it stand out. The man looked at the monster in front of him and thought, not expecting things to turn out like this. He stared at the giant bone in his hand, then thought, why doesn't this giant bone have any effect on it? Is it because I can't use the true power of the giant bone? The dangerous monster stared at the man. Just one more step and it would swallow him whole. The man became small in front of this giant monster, his mind still thinking, maybe it was because he was weaker than it. The monster was now surrounded by a powerful spiritual energy. The man standing opposite could only hold up his giant stick trying to continue fighting. Hey! The people outside observing couldn't help but worry about that man. One of the three people spoke up, compared to now, Mr. Steven is in a disadvantageous position. The person next to him pointed his finger forward in panic and said, oh, wait, look over there. Suddenly a loud noise rang out. A powerful stream of spiritual energy appeared from nowhere, blocking the monster's attack. I only saw a figure rushing like the wind, using his strength to break through this formation. His eyes were bright, his face showed a bit of anger, and his whole body quickly rushed forward. The man raised his head to look at the young man who had just appeared and gasped, not believing his eyes. Impossible, how could he destroy his Zodiac secret technique? The monster's face turned pale when he saw that. He looked forward, but a little worry arose in his heart. It was too dangerous, that guy would kill him. If I was going to kill myself, the monster opened its mouth in pain and screamed, shaking the world. Its arms and legs continued to dance wildly in the air, its screams still refused to stop. Li Jian stood still in the air, face down as if preparing to explode. Unable to stand the monster's deafening roar, Li Jian angrily ordered him to shut up. His face no longer had a joking look but instead anger was clearly visible on his face, accompanied by unleashing his enormous power. The unleashed power not only caused the surrounding rocks to shatter, but also caused the monster to be thrown a distance, accompanied by a scream of pain from it. The people around were also affected by this force. They had to raise their hands to block the incoming rocks and stones, and couldn't help but cry out in pain, ugh. The man at this moment had to stay on the ground to avoid being thrown away. He had extraordinary strength. Li Jian hit the palm of his hand and stood there looking at the results. Without fear or fatigue, the monster was hit with pain, convulsing, screaming shrill screams, and lying flat on the ground, unable to move. Li Jian stepped forward in front of it. The monster was now lying on the ground dying. It spoke intermittently, why, humans have this power, could it be you? The monster used its last bit of strength to assert something it thought was true. Are you not human? Li Jian slowly walked forward step by step, his mouth showing an amused smile. Hearing these wild words of the monster made Li Jian lose all patience, frowned and said, what the hell are you talking about? Saying that, he slowly moved his foot towards the monster. A gentle kick caused the monster to be kicked 50,000 miles away, and the surrounding rocks and soil also flew away. With just one kick, the sky and earth shook like that. Li Jian truly has extraordinary strength. The man kneeling on the ground also raised his head and suddenly looked towards Li Jian. He looked at the scene before his eyes that made him not believe his eyes. He couldn't believe it. How could this happen? His face now showed hatred, his teeth clenched together, but only that guy had such terrible power. Suddenly something seemed to flash through his mind. Maybe it wasn't. In his mind, a huge figure appeared. Looking back, he could only see one eye, but it was enough to make people shiver. And Li Jian looked down at the man from above and smiled full of cunning. Then suddenly Li Jian's face became dangerous, his face darkened, he looked at the other guy and said, long time no see, the yellow-haired cat died, it seems like you're very happy to have trampled on my name all this time. The guy was extremely scared when he heard this tone, his whole body trembled, his face was both scared and indignant as he looked at Li Jian. Maybe this was something he didn't expect, his heart trembled, he couldn't, He suddenly stood up, raised that giant bone stick and hit Li Jian hard. His eyes became fierce and he shouted, it can't be you. But he suddenly stopped, his eyes could not believe that this was true. It turned out that Li Jian had caught the giant bone. This move could not hurt Li Jian. Catching the giant bone, Li Jian smiled sinisterly at him. There were always rays of blue spiritual energy around him. Li Jian only needed to use one hand to easily hold the giant bone. He said provocatively, wow. Watching you play with this bone is really fun. The other guy is using all his strength to attack, but it seems to be in vain. After saying that, Li Jian clenched his fists, the giant bone crumbled in an instant, and cracking sounds rang out continuously. crushing the giant bone into pieces without losing any strength, then smiled disdainfully and said, "But what can I do now, because this is just a bone that is a little bigger than normal." Looking at his giant bone being crushed in half by Li Jian, the guy was so angry that he couldn't close his mouth. His eyes widened and he stared at the stick in his hand, as if this was a myth. Li Jian didn't let the other guy be surprised like that. He rushed up, raised his fist towards the other guy and said, "You fought with all your might, right? So it's my turn to return the favor fairly, right?" Looking at Li Jian's fist pointing towards his face, the other man shouted in panic, "Wait a minute." Without waiting for the other guy to finish speaking, Li Jian used his strength to strike down with a strong force, causing a beam of light to flash. The soil on the ground had crumbled to pieces, and the surrounding air was filled with smoke and dust. The soil and rocks in that citadel were all shattered, and the loud sounds of broken objects continued to crumble. The whole sky was covered in smoke and dust. A beam of light from there shines straight into the sky. Below that is a bottomless abyss. The other guy was beaten upside down, cursing and punching his cheeks. His face turned pale, not even a drop of blood remained. It turned out that he was falling from above. His scream echoed throughout the sky. Change the scene to another place. A girl with heart-colored hair was sleeping, drooling profusely. Suddenly she woke up. "What's wrong? Why are we sleeping here?" Right now she is tied to the chair, but it falls to one side. Looking at her like this is very miserable. She tried to move, but the headache made her unable to bear it and exclaimed, headache," around her neck. She now wears a necklace that emits blue spiritual energy, very mysterious. The other guy was punched by Li Jian and flew into the sky and then fell to the ground, forming a huge deep hole. Taiku and Li Jian slowly walked to the edge of the hole, looking down. Li Jian saw that guy falling into such a deep hole and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, the fun is still long, see you later, the obnoxious yellow-haired cat, that's if you're still alive." Taiku came closer and looked a bit surprised and asked, "Oh my god, can he climb up?" Li Jian didn't care about his life or death and said, "Why do you care about that? His body was so muscular, how could he die?" He remembered the people in the barrier and immediately turned back to ask, "Were the people in the barrier still safe?" Taiku happily replied, "Yes, they are having fun in the back there." The people couldn't help but rejoice when they saw that the guy had been destroyed. They cheered for this victory. Everyone was happy. After saying that, Li Jian's face became full of cunning. He snapped his fingers and said, "Very well, then, where is the piggy bank?" A piggy bank appeared and let out a joyful sound. Li Jian quickly took advantage of the opportunity to order, "You go and collect all the valuables before we leave." Taiku looked at his friend like that and couldn't help but think, he really knows how to get rich. While the piggy bank was packing up all the items, Li Jian turned and said, "Oh yes, I still have one more teammate. When I get back, I'll let you two meet." Taiku heard that and asked, "Who was that? Was it the person who lent him the phone he used earlier?" Li Gon immediately replied, "Yes, his name is Sung Jae." Hearing this familiar name, Taiku was like being struck by lightning. I couldn't believe my ears. Taiku seemed like he didn't want to believe this was true. His voice trembled and he asked again, "What did you say, Sung?" Li Jian looked at the phone and leisurely replied, "Sung Jae, Chun Sung Jae, I'm sure I remember correctly. It seems that he is a person of Gemini star. If only considering magic power, he is more than capable of being a holy guild leader, even though he's still young. That kid is very smart and agile, he'll probably do a lot of work." In Li Jian's head, an image of a young man with red hair and handsome face appeared. The more he heard Taiku, the more he scratched his head. He didn't expect it to be his son. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't accept it. "Sung Jae, why are you involved with this annoying guy?" Seeing Taiku's expression a bit strange, Li Jian wondered why he had such an expression. Taiku was still lost in his thoughts. "I was extremely careful not to let them meet. If only those two crazy Jian fans knew he was still alive." The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. In his mind, a family of three had now transformed into evil. Now he couldn't cry anymore. There was only one thought in his head, so what would happen to his family? My family will be broken. Li Jian turned around and saw his friend's unsightly expression, and was a little confused, but he continued, "That holy leader of Gemini star who knows how to use instant teleportation is also here, right? If we call him to take everyone away." Before he could finish his sentence, Taiku quickly said, "Wait, can we just leave like that?" Hearing his friend say that, Li Jian was a little confused and asked why. As for Taiku, he was worried as if he was afraid that Jian would know about it, so he would cover it up, because the twin stars wouldn't want to take him along. What are you going to expect from them? Listening to Taiku, it seems right, Lee Ji-yeon is a bit hesitant, come to think of it. In Lee Ji-yeon's head, it's like a tape rewinding to a time before, arguing every time, making it impossible for him to forget. Lee Ji-yeon thought back to what he had experienced before, it was worth pondering, they were always angry with him. Taiku took the opportunity to say, "Oh my god, look at that, I just saw how much they hate you." In his heart, he whispered sorry to his son, "Sung-hae, I'm sorry." Lee Ji-yeon thought about it, his face turned black, his hands clenched his fists, and he said unpleasantly, "Anyway, it depends on the person, so they only care if it's Gemini, that's not strange, right?" When Taiku heard his friend say that, he felt a little happy in his heart, but his facial expression was still so unsightly. He patted Ji-yeon's shoulder and said, "Ha, so Ji-yeon, don't worry about those people anymore." Suddenly, a familiar voice came, "Dad." This made Taiku seem petrified on the spot. He slowly turned his head, his heart trembled every now and then, afraid that someone who shouldn't have come had come. His voice trembled and said, this voice was a person holding the phone. His voice a bit vague said, "Could it be the Ji-yeon that Dad mentioned? Is it Lee Ji-yeon?" It turned out that Sung-jae had arrived. He looked bewildered and a little surprised at his father. Taiku stiffened his face and turned to look at Lee Ji-yeon. His expression was that he didn't know what to say. On the contrary, Lee Ji-yeon looked at him calmly. It seemed like this was quite interesting. Taiku turned back to look at his son. His face became stiff. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word, but inside he was seething. "Sung-jae, why are you here?" Could it be that he called it? Sung-jae was angry, truly unacceptable, shouting loudly, "Dad, please answer me right away, and those people too. Dad saw you, that's why he said that, right?" Standing in front of his son, Taiku became confused. He didn't know how to explain. His voice trembled slightly and said, "Sung-jae, that's it." Suddenly there was a loud scream, Lee Ji-yeon, followed by a large black streak flying towards the three of them. All three of them didn't know what was going on, and were a bit surprised. That black streak was aimed straight at Lee Gon's body. It moved as fast as the wind, instantly flying in front of Lee Ji-yeon. To Lee Ji-yeon's surprise, suddenly an object appeared in front of him and that black streak. It opened its mouth as if preparing to eat all those things into its stomach. It's slime, so Lee Ji-yeon's darling. It flew up, opened its mouth wide and ate all those black streaks into its mouth, to the surprise of the three people below. After swallowing everything into its stomach, it even licked its lips to show that it was very appetizing. It seemed like the food it ate was quite delicious, and on its face, a look of immense satisfaction and enjoyment appeared. The system panel displays a notification. The Earth Spirit Holy Artifact has received anti-poison. The range of use of the skill invulnerability has been increased. Poison resistance will show the basic effect when crafting holy items. Lee Ji-yeon held the slime in his hand and his face turned black. He suddenly looked down at his beloved animal, as if he couldn't believe it. Taiku and his son in the back were not much worse. Both of them gasped in surprise at what had just happened. Unable to accept this happening, Lee Ji-yeon was angry, opened his mouth and cursed, "You crazy person. You ran out of food, why did you eat that? You vomited out right away for me." Taiku and his father, standing behind, also expressed sympathy for Lee Ji-yeon. Lee Ji-yeon used his hands to force the slime to vomit, so angry that he was breathing heavily. Taiku on this side turned his head and thought silently, did it fall in the ashes of that skeleton disaster? We were almost in danger. On the ground is the broken skeleton of that monster, which is also the source of the giant black streak just now. Sung-jae stood looking at Lee Ji-yeon trying to dig out what the slime had just swallowed. He couldn't help but be curious. That slime was Lee Ji-yeon's relic that he had seen in the book. As soon as these words were uttered, he caught Taiku's attention. He was startled and turned to look at his son. Sung-jae step by step walked towards Lee Ji-yeon in front of his father's bewildered look. As he walked, he spoke as if affirming the great ability he had shown all this time, a person with a huge source of magical power. Terrible. He walked and talked as if connecting things together. My only deep friend who was willing to hang out with my friendless father, even that shaking slime. Maybe you're really Lee Ji-yeon. Saying this, Sung-jae's eyes suddenly lit up, his face radiated extreme joy. He was so happy that he cried when he met his idol. Taiku was stabbed in the back by arrows of truth, unable to say anything more. On one side, Taiku cried soundlessly when he saw his son like that. Next to him was Sung-jae, who was so happy to meet his idol. He couldn't help but scream with joy, ah. Lee Ji-yeon on this side was trying his best to force the slime to vomit what it had just eaten, but it seemed to be in vain. He squeezed its face and shouted, "Hey! In that castle there was a loud scream that echoed throughout heaven and earth. Scene changed to the headquarters of the Star Lion in the United States. In the senior classroom of the Star Lion, a meeting of the Lion Star leaders is taking place here, and it seems very tense. The leader of the Saint Lion Guild, Oliver, spoke up. The Star Leader has been missing since yesterday and has not been found yet. We have to rely on people with the Gemini Star's searching ability. The people who appeared at this meeting were not ordinary people, everyone had supernatural powers. A young person among them spoke up. But you were aggressive with them in Chapter 12, will they accept our request? When Oliver heard that, he cursed loudly. Damn it, actually, since it was his first appearance, he had to try to act a little cool. The young man continued, and one more thing, Holy President, I heard the rumor that the person who caused the Star Master to go missing this time was Li Jian. Hearing this name, the Holy President was a bit surprised, but he quickly replied, can you believe it? And even if that's true, he's just Li Jian who was once defeated by the Star Master. Our Star Master is the strongest among them. The whole conference was very serious. Suddenly there was music. Hateful lion, hateful, hateful centaur, hateful. This music made the people present a little scared. The music hasn't stopped yet, it continues to sing as if provoking the people present. Lovely Jian, Jian come here, come here. These people were bewildered by the music, their faces showing disbelief that there was such a person in their group. The whole conference fell into silence, no one spoke. Suddenly, a girl among the people here spoke up, I'm sorry, then picked up the phone and pressed it to turn it off. This girl is the vice star of the 10-star Lion, Chun Yu-ha. She held up the phone and calmly said like this was no big deal, I forgot to turn it on vibrate mode. When he learned the owner of that strange music, even the Holy President had to hold his head helplessly, and the young blonde man shouted in disbelief, Vice Star Master. The Saint Guild Master also had to lament, Vice Star Master Chun Yu-ha, this is a meeting to discuss plans to find the owner, please be serious. Chun Yu-ha heard that and her face fell, why do we have to find that bastard? The other people who heard her calling the owner like that gasped in surprise, only she had the guts. She picked up the phone and pressed the button, not paying attention to the expressions of the people around her. Damn, I accidentally spoke, why do we have to look for him? He is inherently a person who is good at taking blows, he will come back alive no matter what. Hearing her say that, the people around were helplessly thinking, was it true that she had accidentally spoken? Hearing Chun Yu-ha's words, Saint Oliver was furious and screamed, but she was the Star Master's right hand, one of the 10 stars, so she had to come forward and solve the problem. Don't talk like this is someone else's business. No matter what anyone said in her ear, she didn't care. Now her attention was focused on the message on her phone. Sister, our uncle appeared, it's a real person, please go back to your father's house, the legend is true. Seeing her keep looking down at the phone and ignoring what he said, Oliver helplessly reminded, hey, did you hear me? Chun Yu-ha didn't care. Her face looked at the phone thoughtfully, thinking, Uncle, I can't stand being curious anymore. She suddenly stood up and left in front of everyone's surprise. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a sentence, I have something to do today so I have to go first, many thanks to you. She turned away without paying any attention to the people present, they could only stare in bewilderment. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence. Oliver trembled when he saw her leave, but the people here were powerless to do anything. He angrily held his head and shouted, it's unacceptable, what is the Vice Star Master? Scene changed to the Holy Land of Aquarius Chi Star where Sophia Marty resides. In front of the castle was a chaotic scene, many people gathered here, they kept asking questions. Holy Lady, please just say a word, is it true that you are related to this Drakma incident? Who kidnapped you in Drakham? What did the truth mean 20 years ago? Standing in front of dozens of reporters asking questions and taking photos, the representative of the saint had to stand up and say, today is not convenient, invite everyone to come, the saint needs to rest and regain composure. To appease these dozens of reporters, the representative had to add that the saint will officially answer all your questions later, please come back. The saint stood from the room looking down with a face full of fear, it seemed like the questions asked just now had made her so panicked. She angrily swung and pulled the curtain back and shouted loudly, damn you, Li Jian. Her face showed anger, her eyes were filled with hatred, she chewed her nails worriedly thinking, even if you want to cause trouble, how dare you use this method? Inside the castle, the door gradually opened, accompanied by the voices of the guards, please stay away, please make way for the saint. The saint was escorted out, Everyone around immediately started talking. What's going on? I heard that the saint was kidnapped. Oh my god, who's that bold? Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the saint's direction, causing her and the guards to gasp in surprise. The people around were both surprised and worried and looked up, continuously saying, what's going on? Is it terrorism? After clearly seeing what had just appeared above, they were even more surprised. Everyone gasped in disbelief. They were constantly buzzing. No, that was it. It's an announcement. A notice board appeared in midair to everyone's bewilderment. Who is the one who killed Lee Jian? Please clarify the story of 20 years ago for everyone to know. Reading those notices, the saint became even more worried and uneasy. She held her head and worriedly thought, what should I do now? If I clarify the truth, the zodiac branches will kill me, but if I keep quiet like this, Lee Jian won't leave me alone. The more she thought about it, the more she hated the guy. How dare he do this while she was unconscious, and that necklace couldn't be removed. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She hated that name. She went crazy, clutching her head and looking at those notifications in fear. She screamed in panic, I kept cursing in my heart. It was all because of that bastard Lee Jian. Another place, Lee Jian is quite leisurely. On his body is a piggy bank that seems to have just woken up. Aang scratched his ear and said, should I order some vermicelli and tofu? TV is currently reporting on Saint Sophia. Until now, Saint Sophia Marty has not expressed her opinion. The saint also did not go outside the holy area. Experts predict a series of events will occur after this Drakma event. A man was leisurely sitting and listening to this information. Not knowing what he was thinking, he just exclaimed, ah. He leisurely assessed that if that was the case then it wouldn't work. The holy land of the Sagittarius star, Hugo house. Boom, the arrow hit the bullseye. Looks like this person is an archery expert, scoring 10 points in one shot. That person is none other than Taiku. In his hand is his new bow and arrow. After finishing shooting, he stood satisfied looking at the result he had just achieved. The person next to him also happily asked, how do you like this bird bow? Do you like it? Taiku replied with satisfaction, it's really great. The products made by that Capricorn guy are completely incomparable to it. It seemed he noticed his friend shooting in archery. It didn't seem quite right, so he grimaced and said, you should put the arrow in, but where are you planning to shoot? As soon as Taiku finished speaking, that arrow flew 10 points into the center. Taiku stood next to him with a goofy face and couldn't help but speak up, Jian. He angrily said, do you really have to shoot arrows like that? Jian is currently using a towel to cover his eyes. He really knows how to tease others. He held the bow and arrow and thought, I have to escape, then tell Taiku, admit that archery is really fun. Lee Jian turned around and took off his blindfold, smiling sinisterly, as if he had teased Taiku, so he felt very comfortable. Taiku standing behind said angrily, are you trying to tease me? You don't need to shoot your target. Seeing that, Lee Jian wanted to tease him even more, so he said, that's right, I just wanted to tease Taiku a little, ha. He was about to turn around and leave when suddenly a glass of water appeared from nowhere. It's none other than Sung Jae, a crazy fan of Lee Jian. Now he's kneeling down, holding the tray of water with both hands, his eyes shining and saying, here you go, I've brought you a towel and a drink. Lee Jian saw someone bringing him something and happily said, oh, thank you. Then he picked up a towel and water to use, drinking water while smiling and talking to Sung Jae. Taiku, seeing this scene from behind, his whole body was on fire. All he could do was spit fire at the two people standing in front of him. This was anger, but he couldn't do anything. Then he calmly ran to the other two people, pretending to be stupid, and said, Sung Jae, Dad wants to drink too. But what he responded to was Sung Jae's coldness. There was water in the refrigerator. Dad went in and got it himself. Lee Jian stood next to him and laughed happily, not forgetting to give a thumbs up like. Taiku couldn't believe that this was his son. He immediately danced wildly to show his existence. Sung Jae stood there looking at him and thoughtfully assessed, oh, he looks like an octopus. Lee Jian leisurely drank water and checked the system. He said his abilities had increased after the recent Drakma incident. Should I invest a little? On the system panel appeared one after another. The Snake's Sanctuary and the Snake Palace had been formed. The level of the sanctuary is too low, so the space is very small. Lee Jian stood in another space and looked around as if thinking a bit. The system panel again displayed a notification that the Holy Land is both the field in which the owner of the star lives, as well as the inherent field where the owner can maintain and use power. Lee Jian drank water and pondered. The information continues to appear. You can manage the sanctuary from now on. You can move piggy-level subordinates to the sanctuary. You can strengthen the power of the Holy Land by adding the power of humanity. Looking at these notifications makes him think again. The power of humanity. While deep in thought, Sung Jae's voice rang out, "Uncle, you said it's almost time for you to go, right? I also need to go out, let's go together." Saying that, he flipped the phone in his hand. Lee Ji-yeon heard that and said, "Oh, it's already time." While dancing around on the ground, hearing the two of them talking, Taiku asked, "Do you have a date?" Lee Ji-yeon smiled and replied, "Yes." He turned around and smiled brightly. He didn't know what he was planning to say. "I have to meet a lot of people today." Scene transition to Red Eye's studio. Three men, one sitting and laughing. "I didn't expect you to come to Gemini Star." In front of him was a table full of fried chicken. He didn't know who could eat that much. It was none other than Lee Ji-yeon. His mouth was eating chicken. He was eating and talking. Why didn't he look tired at all? "I heard you're very busy." The staff who brought out the chicken were also surprised by his appetite, thinking to himself, "This is terrible." When that man heard that, he laughed and said, "No matter how busy he is, recruiting talented people is always the most important thing." Again. He used several billion won of Gemini Star to participate in the auction. "I don't intend to just wipe my lips and leave." Speaking of this, the man's face revealed a bit of mischief, and his words were also a bit threatening. Faced with the other man's question, Lee Ji-yeon still made a mouthful of chicken, chewed and looked straight at him. He slowly raised the towel to wipe the chicken crumbs from his mouth. The man seemed to gradually lose all patience. Lee Ji-yeon looked at that and thought, does he really think like that? Lee Ji-yeon continued to think while chewing. Although it was a bit annoying at first, he seemed to get the job done. In his mind, the faces of the three guys he had defeated gradually appeared. It seemed like he was still thinking about the next target. A girl with flashing eyes and purple hair appeared right in his mind. He suddenly thought, that liar saint. Lee Ji-yeon held the piece of chicken firmly in his hand, his face showing certainty, and said, okay, I will join the Gemini branch." Hearing this, the man said with some joy, "So the official baptism will take place that day." Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Ji-yeon added, "But, with one condition." He held the chicken leg and pointed it straight at the man and said, "You have to give me that badge you're wearing." Hearing Lee Ji-yeon say that, the two bodyguards standing behind that man immediately stepped up and raised their hands to protect their master. One person shouted loudly, "You're too much. The badge is a gift that the Star Master himself gave to the Holy President." Lee Ji-yeon didn't care about its origin, gnawed on the chicken's mouth and said, "Oh, you guys should quickly go somewhere else, where adults are talking." Lee Ji-yeon continued, "If I have that badge, I can use all the privileges of the Twin Stars, right? I know that in the future you will give me everything I ask for, but I have to be the one who has it in hand to trust others." He held the chicken leg straight in the man's face and continued, "Can't you invest everything in talent?" The man's face showed a bit of discomfort. He said, "Please give me some time to think." The two janitors didn't expect the Holy President to say that. The two of them shouted in unison, "Holy President," but Lee Ji-yeon still kept the chicken thigh sticking out in the middle of that man's face and said, "You decide quickly, I still have one more appointment." He picked up his phone to send a text message. It might take a while. The other recipient also responded, "Yes, please take your time, my sister said she would probably be a little late." Lee Ji-yeon texted back, "Okay." Sung Jae sat in the shop staring at his phone, smiling and thinking, hoping this gelato shop would satisfy him. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, his face turning pink as he thought, he didn't expect Mr. Lee Ji-yeon to be his uncle. "You will probably be very surprised, it's been a long time since I saw her surprised face." His face was filled with contentment, his face was full of spring. He happily hummed the song and then looked down at his short sword, thinking, when uncle comes, I must ask him to engrave his name on the short sword once. Please help me fix it first. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed the short sword with a voice saying, "Hey, Sung Jae, why are you playing with the sword so dangerously?" Sung Jae was daydreaming when he was startled. That young man grabbed the short sword in his hand and happily said, "I'm really dead, I guess I'll have to confiscate it." Sung Jae was shocked by the short sword, so he banged on the table and shouted, "What are you doing?" Sung Jae shouted, "Yoon Si-woo, this is the A-level Twin Star Apostle, Yoon Si-woo." Sung Jae angrily said, "Why are you here? Give it back to me quickly." Yoon Si-woo arrogantly replied, "Hey, how dare you talk to me like that, this is our favorite cafe." Sung Jae stood there gritting his teeth, his hatred for those kids clearly showing in his eyes. In his heart,
He was constantly cursing them, and every time they argued, he always used the excuse of being older. Wow, knowing that, I would have chosen another restaurant, although I really want to give it a good punch. But he is the son of the Libra zodiac star, so I can't casually touch him, but this guy also knows that, that's why he's so arrogant. Can't punch it, but can't lose that short sword either, he shouted, give it back to me right away. Do you know what that is? Yoon Si-woo and his friend pressed Sung Jae flat on the table, arrogantly said, sit down. When the people present saw this scene, they all turned around to look. The back and forth curses of those people kept ringing out. You should know how to keep order in public places. Shut up, man. The people around saw this and thought, should I intervene? What's going on? Is there a fight? Sung Jae was pushed down on the table by the other guy and shouted, do you really want to play with me? Yoon Si-woo stood next to him, full of arrogance. He said, every time you get caught, your mouth always works at full capacity. The other guy proudly continued, not knowing what this was. Why Sung Jae dared to pop the cup like that? Is this what your beloved Lee Ji-yeon did? Good. This is the legacy your mother left behind. Yoon Si-woo's face now becomes extremely sinister and cruel. When Sung Jae heard the other guy mention his mother, he couldn't help but feel hatred in his heart. His face was full of hatred as he looked towards the other guy. Suddenly, his eyes flashed blue. His whole body exuded dangerous blue spiritual energy. He screamed. His eyes were dirty-faced. Suddenly, a huge ray of blue spiritual energy shot out from the short sword. A notification panel appeared, and Janus's longing relic sensed that its owner was in danger. Launch random skills. Yoon Si-woo was surprised when he saw that. His face turned pale. A stream of light flashed in his eyes, making him unable to bear it, so he raised his hand to cover his eyes. His mouth couldn't help but blurt out, "What is that?" Suddenly, a head appeared from nowhere, rushing straight towards Yoon Si-woo, making him sweat in panic. That head rushed forward, punched the other guy in the face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The two juniors standing behind saw this scene and gasped. They couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't understand how this could happen. The people around the shop were both panicked and surprised by what had just happened. They all turned pale. Lee Ji-yeon protruded from the short sword. He used his head to knock the other guy down. Yoon Si-woo held his nose in pain, screaming ah continuously. If the flick just didn't break his nose, it would be a waste. Seeing the person who had just appeared, Sung Jae's eyes filled with tears. He smiled brightly and looked at Lee Ji-yeon, his mouth saying goodbye. Then Sung Jae happily shouted, "Uncle!" Lee Ji-yeon had just used his head to knock the other guy down. Now he was rubbing it. He heard someone calling and turned around. Oh, is it Sung Jae? Sung Jae was also surprised by his uncle's appearance. He happily asked, "How did you know I was here?" Lee Ji-yeon rubbed his head and said, "Oh, I'm at the chicken shop. It seems like the most useful summoning skill that I added to this sword last time has been activated." He looked at the sword he had repaired. Blue spiritual energy was surrounding it. Having said that, he looked around, then looked down at the guy whose nose he had just knocked and broke his nose and said, "That also means the same thing." These guys threatened Sung Jae, right? Yoon Si-woo held his nose in pain. Hearing that, his whole body looked a little worried at Lee Ji-yeon. Needless to say, his two accomplices looked worriedly at Lee Ji-yeon. After saying that, Lee Ji-yeon stood with his hands clasped together, preparing to give those guys a punch. His eyes were angry and he said, "Don't you dare touch my nephew." The other two guys saw that, sweating like rain, and said to each other, "Hey, Sung Jae's uncle is very strong. I don't know, but it's scary." Seeing the expressions of the other two guys, Lee Ji-yeon laughed even more proudly. His eyes sparkled with excitement and said, "Then let me help you remember the price you have to pay." After saying that, he pressed his hand and heard a cracking sound. When the other two saw Lee Ji-yeon like that, they were so scared that they froze, sweating non-stop. The sounds of crashing and crashing spread outside the store. The scene inside was even worse. Potted plants fell, tables and chairs tilted, and the people who had bullied Sung Jae earlier were beaten to a pulp by Lee Ji-yeon. Two of them were beaten until they foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Sung Jae continued to deal with the blonde guy. He rushed forward and punched him straight in the face. The blonde guy was punched but still wasn't afraid. He asked, "Do you know who I am?" "I am a level A apostle of the Gemini Star Association, the second-generation young master of a tycoon family." Sung Jae didn't care about that guy's family background at all. He directly used his foot to push hard into his stomach. After being beaten so hard, the blonde guy kept saying that he was my son. Saintus Libra is the star. The more he said, the more Ji-yeon would hit. He got angry and hit that guy in the head. That guy's face was so swollen by Jian that even his ancestors didn't recognize him. He was about to continue but was stopped by Jian's slap. The blonde-haired guy's face was deformed, his whole body was trembling. He thought warmly, "Listen, you have to listen to what people have to say first." Seeing him fall to the ground, Li Jian still had no intention of stopping. He cracked his knuckles to prepare to continue fighting. "Get up, you dog, I'm just starting now. What the hell have you been babbling about since just now?" The blonde man was beaten until he couldn't breathe. He cursed, "Damn it, all his defensive magic was destroyed by him. What should I do?" That guy's hand was shaking. He forced his mouth to curse, "You coward." That guy clenched his fist, determined to defeat Jian. That guy's whole body immediately emitted an aura. He thought bitterly, "You won't be able to be so proud anymore." Immediately afterwards, he summoned the bronze bull of Phalaris. A giant bronze bull covered in blue light appeared. He controlled the bull to attack Jian. When civilians saw this scene, they were extremely frightened and screams were heard everywhere. He used magic on other people in the residential area. "Run, if not, you'll be dragged into the flood again." Seeing that everyone was afraid of his strength, the blonde guy became even more confident. He laughed loudly and said, "This is the price you have to pay when you dare to be so arrogant." Faced with such great power, Jian did not lose his composure. His body was immediately covered by blue aura. "You're too noisy." Jian created a fireball and said, "I thought you used some terrible move. This fire is not enough to warm my ass." After finishing speaking, Jian smiled sinisterly. And the next second, Li Jian's true power made that guy scream. The system now appears to notify Jian that the opponent's skills have been suppressed. Received data, Bronze Bull of Phalaris. In just a second, that blonde guy's skills were completely suppressed. He screamed in pain. It was impossible. "Are you a magician?" The other guy's skills had been absorbed into Li Jian's relics. He smiled smugly and replied, "No, I'm just a blacksmith." Message continues to appear. You can use the collected skill data. The received skill data will be in a temporarily preserved state, and will be damaged after use. If you want to use the skill permanently, you must collect data to craft the relic. Do you want to use data as a skill? After completely absorbing that guy's skills, Li Jian's relic immediately took effect. "I'll show you how to use fire." Thanks to the other guy's skills, Li Jian's power grew even stronger. He immediately used the heart of the iron-blooded man, Phalaris Bronze Bull, to attack the blonde guy. That guy's body seemed to be burned by fire. He screamed in pain. Li Jian created a giant tornado that fell on that guy, blood spraying everywhere. The water cannon penetrated the cafe and crushed the scum down below. A large hole was created below, the rock and soil crumbled, smoke and dust flew. That guy was beaten to the ground and his pants were torn in large chunks. After finishing the fight, Li Jian immediately warned that guy, "If you dare to touch Sung Jae again, then prepare to eat incense." Then he turned around and smiled and said, "Sung Jae, next time you meet those Yang Lake people, don't hold back anymore, just punch them to death. I have a security guard." After hearing this, Sung Jae's eyes lit up and he immediately replied, "Yes." At this time, a girl came and called Sung Jae. When he saw her, he immediately cried out, "Sister." The girl walked over and looked at everything around and asked, "What just happened here? Why is this so chaotic? I'm not injured anywhere." Hearing that, Sung Jae immediately showed an extremely excited expression. His eyes lit up. "Sis, now it's not important anymore." The older sister looked at Sung Jae in bewilderment. He immediately pulled her over to Jian's side and said, "This side, this side." The hero who eliminated countless disasters, the hero who sacrificed his life to save humanity. The main character in the video that we have watched countless times. When we were kids, Sung Jae and I watched a lot of videos about Li Jian. Previously, Jian's face was deformed so he always wore a veil. But now he no longer has to wear a scarf. His handsome, radiant face has returned. Sung Jae shouted happily. It was Uncle Li Jian. When Sung Jae's sister heard this, she couldn't help but be startled and shocked. She even pinched her cheeks to see if it was a dream. Seeing his sister like that, Sung Jae smiled happily. Sung Jae's sister hesitantly asked, "Is that person Uncle Li Jian?" "It can't be. He's so handsome. 20 years ago he had a lot of SEO marks, and he had to stay in the Devil's Tower for 20 years, so I thought he must be miserable, but even so, he's still cool." At this point, Sung Jae's sister put her opinion aside and continued to say, "No, appearance is not important." Luckily, Uncle Li Jian returned safely. Seeing his sister like that, Sung Jae immediately put on a judgmental face and said, Her heart jumped out. Hearing that, Lee Jian could only laugh. Lee Jian went to greet Sung Chae's sister. He waved his hand in a friendly manner, then smiled and said, "You're Yuha, right? Hello baby." Seeing that, the girl immediately bowed low and said, "Hello, uncle, I'm Chun Yuha, thank you for helping Sung Jae." Lee Jian smiled and continued, "Yuha, just relax, if you are Hugo's son then I am your uncle." Sung Chae smiled and teased her, "Wasn't it nice?" At this moment, Yuha suddenly burst into tears. She hesitantly asked, "So uncle, I'm sorry I just met you like this, but can I ask you something?" Jian happily replied, "Yes, go ahead, I was going to ask for your autograph, right?" Yuha continued, "If you don't mind, you can." The girl had not finished her sentence when the ground suddenly cracked. Just then, a giant monster appeared from the ground. It roared as soon as Yuha said some important words. Lee Jian couldn't hear what the girl said. He asked in bewilderment, "Hey, what did you just say?" At this time, the girl immediately took out a staff, turned around and prepared to confront the beast, a top-notch post from Yuha's position. Jian still stood there bewildered. The staff rushed straight towards the beast. Lee Jian still didn't understand what was going on. He stood behind and called her name. "Yuha," Yuha replied with a cold face, "Please wait for me a moment. Because after killing these bastards, I will propose to you immediately." Yuha's eyes were like lightning. Immediately, Yuha took the staff and rushed straight towards the beast without the slightest fear. Sung Chae sighed and said, "She already turned on the signal while standing in front of you," and Jian standing next to him was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. "Sung Jae, what did your sister just say?" "Demand, what?" Just thinking about that, Jian's face changed color. In the sky, the sunlight was gradually obscured by the beasts. Their cries rang out everywhere. The loudspeaker immediately broadcast an announcement, "A disaster appeared, a disaster appeared, this is an urgent notice, everyone please go to the shelter quickly." The claws of the plague destroyed high-rise buildings. There are countless disasters, they are gradually destroying the whole city. There are two types of disasters, one that can fly and one that crawls up from the ground. They are destroying the whole city. Their appearance caused the whole area to become chaotic, people fled everywhere in fear, and screams rang out incessantly. But in just a split second, the monsters had several large holes carved into their bodies. And it was Yuha, the girl holding the staff in her hand, who did it. Yuha's appearance made the disaster group unable to react in time. Just one move of hers made the calamities scream in pain. Her speed was dizzying, but Yuha was still not satisfied. She thought to herself, "Faster, faster. Fast." Her body moves very gracefully and quickly. Yuha firmly held the staff in his hand and rushed into the group of monsters. Even so, she always reminded herself that she had to be faster. "I want to quickly deal with them and then propose to him." Yuha looked up at the sky. The monsters were still coming. Their cries echoed everywhere. Yuha angrily said, "What a bunch of troublemakers." Right after that, she immediately put all her strength under her feet and jumped up high. "Looks like I have to take them out in one hit." As soon as he jumped off the ground, Yuha immediately held the staff firmly and spun it around. The power released caused the calamities to instantly turn to dust. After that, Yuha quickly landed on the ground, her speed causing the ground to crumble. She immediately took the staff in her hand to the monsters. Yuha angrily said, "You guys. Don't try. Ruin my proposal." Wherever the staff rushed, blood spurted out. The whole sky was filled with the bloody smell of the beasts. The destructive power of the scepter is no joke. No monster can escape, they screamed in fear. Yuha uses the ultimate move to end the battle, the Fire Lotus Flower. Firepower was launched to burn down all places where monsters appeared. Yuha is truly an outstanding talent. This time Lee Jian doesn't need to act. Yuha alone can handle this disaster, just stand outside and watch. Witnessing this scene, Jian chuckled. It seemed he had worried too much when running here. She's younger than Hugo in every way, no joke. After dealing with the people blocking the way, Yuha discovered when Jian had been standing behind. She happily turned around, waved and called, "Uncle." Just as she let her guard down, something suddenly attacked her from behind. But Lee Jian was still quicker and saved Yuha from death. Just a second later, she was killed by that beast. Yuha was startled and called out, "Uncle." Yuha's hat fell off and was burned by fire. A creepy laugh rang out, then it spoke, "Not expecting you to be able to dodge the attack just now, turns out there are still people who are that good in humanity. I like you already, I will especially make you my pet," she said while smiling evilly. holding a whip full of sharp spikes in her hand. She sat on the back of a beast with a mouth filled with lava. She laughed and said, "Why are you all playing with fire today? I'll pee my pants in my sleep." Lee Ji-yeon stood facing her without fear. "Well, this was a good opportunity. I'll need a steam forge if I want to create more sacred objects." Lee Ji-yeon said excitedly, "Very good, you will become my #1 furnace." That disaster girl laughed loudly and said, "Training you would be very interesting." As soon as she saw her, Yuha immediately recognized their species. She thought to herself, "Clearly they are illusory species. I have to stop it now." Just when she was about to move forward to stop Lee Ji-yeon from fighting that disaster, Ji-yeon was quicker. He raised his hand to touch Yuha's forehead to stop her and asked, "Why do you look so serious? Are you planning to deal with them alone?" "I will take care of this now, and you please ensure the safety of everyone around you." Hearing Ji-yeon say that, the girl's expression became even more worried. Lee Ji-yeon smiled and continued, "He knew Sung-jae and Yuha were very strong, that's why he trusted them, so you guys also trust me to handle it." Hearing Ji-yeon say that, Yuha was no longer worried, nor did she continue to intend to stop him. Instead, Yuha gave Ji-yeon a gentle smile. Right after that, both Sung-jae and Yuha said in unison, "Yes." The three immediately used their skills, led by Lee Ji-yeon, followed by Yuha, and finally Sung-jae. "Everyone is very energetic," Ji-yeon said confidently, "Well, I'll probably go a little overboard." Immediately after that, everyone split into action. Lee Ji-yeon alone went to fight that disaster. The two immediately fought. The miserable girl excitedly whipped her whip repeatedly at Lee Ji-yeon, her mouth constantly saying more, 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 again. Wherever she threw her attack, Ji-yeon easily dodged it. Seeing that Ji-yeon only dodged but did not attack, she became even more excited. "Please struggle again." Immediately after that, Ji-yeon's entire body was tied tightly by her with that thorny whip. Even so, Ji-yeon still didn't react at all. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, the disaster girl laughed loudly, satisfied with her victory. This was truly training. Next, she swung the rope high, pulling Ji-yeon with it. A lot of fresh blood flowed out. She continued to swing the rope in all directions to torment Ji-yeon. The more she beat her, the more excited she became and she couldn't stop laughing. Lee Ji-yeon was pulled along by the rope. His whole body was thrown hard to the ground, causing the rock to crumble. Even though he was abused and his clothes were torn to tatters, Ji-yeon still did not give up. He stood up himself. Ji-yeon stood up, the fallen rope binding him immediately broke. Ji-yeon made a disgusted face and said, "You're just being loud. Why aren't you interesting at all? Is this all you have?" That miserable woman was extremely angry when Ji-yeon despised her. She gritted her teeth. His eyes became extremely cruel. She shouted loudly, "Impossible!" Immediately after that, her beast spit fire at Ji-yeon. A loud explosion shook the whole area. Sung-jae is currently helping people evacuate. He was both calling for people and holding up the collapsed building to help people leave. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sung-jae hurriedly urged everyone to evacuate and quickly move to a place of refuge. Before leaving, the residents did not forget to say thank you to Sung-jae. "Thank you." After evacuating everyone, Sung-jae clapped his hands. "Good job, this side is also done." Then he immediately ran to Yuha's place and announced, "Sister, the last residents have fled." Hearing what the other sister said, Yuha just answered Sung-jae indifferently, "Yeah, yeah." All her attention is focused on the battle between Lee Ji-yeon and the Queen of Calamity, smoke and dust flying everywhere. Even though she trusts Ji-yeon a lot, Yuha still feels insecure. It's true that Uncle Lee Ji-yeon is very strong. They are the most dangerous of all disasters. He must at least be leveled up, so Uncle Lee Ji-yeon will have difficulty confronting him. Furthermore, what if he is still injured or has sequelae caused by the demons in the Devil's Tower? If that's really the case, then I have to help him. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became, so Yuha decided to go to support Ji-yeon. Seeing Yuha walking towards Ji-yeon, Sung-jae immediately said loudly, "Sister, Uncle told me not to interfere." Yuha replied, "She will be right back." "Sung-jae, please stay there." Returning to Ji-yeon's battle, the Calamity said angrily, "You are forcing me hard. I didn't expect you could do this much. This place has been leveled by the power of the Calamity." Faced with the terrible power of the disaster girl, Lee Ji-yeon suddenly laughed loudly. It was her. Hearing Ji-yeon's voice, her expression became confused. From within the burning fire, the shape of Ji-yeon slowly appeared. He said, "That's right, if it's a fire, it should burn like this. Your fire is warmer than that of that Gemini brat just now." Li Jian is in a fighting mood and is like a different person. His eyes became extremely scary. Jian laughed loudly and said, "I have marked you, smelting furnace number 1. At this time, the system notification appeared again that it had collected flames that could be used in the space creation room. The miserable girl thought in bewilderment, unable to believe it. Can he still live in his circle of fire? The system announced that the hammer artifact had been summoned. Li Jian smiled confidently and said loudly, "Your fire cannot make me afraid." Has sensed a usable flame in the space artifact room. Space artifact room level 1 repaired, enhanced, started enhancing attributes, applied random luck. Please select the object to be enhanced. Jian happily grasped the artifact hammer tightly. The object is enhanced. It's Li Jian. Immediately after that, an artifact space opened up to cover the Jian. The miserable girl standing outside, not understanding what was going on, was extremely angry. She gritted her teeth and said loudly, "Huh?" even though she didn't know what it was. She shouted angrily, "But do you think I will leave you alone?" Just as she was about to attack Jian, Yuha appeared from behind. Activate skills. Thunder Shock. When Yuha's staff activated its skill, it immediately turned into a monster and rushed to attack the disaster girl. But the next second, Yuha was bewildered by her actions. She was able to single-handedly block the staff with Yuha's power. She became even angrier and said, "You dare die." After finishing speaking, she immediately threw the staff and Yuha straight to the opposite building. A bang rang out. Yuha just suffered one attack from the evil woman and coughed up blood. That miserable woman has no intention of forgiving Yuha. That girl will become my meal. Her beast rushed towards Yuha. "We will eat it all." After saying that, she laughed loudly. The monster opened its giant mouth, preparing to swallow Yuha. At a critical moment, the beast was suddenly attacked by something, and it painfully closed its mouth. Yuha couldn't help but be stunned by Jian's heroic act of saving this beauty. Under a sudden attack, the beast cried out in pain. Li Jian excitedly said loudly, "Where do you want to go? Let me play with you first." Jian grabbed the beast's tail and threw it into the sky with force. The beast collided with buildings, causing rocks and soil to fall. The beast could not resist, it screamed in despair. Witnessing this scene, the disaster girl was also overwhelmed by Jian's power. She immediately said, "Can you catch a hell lizard with your bare hands and throw it away?" Jian summoned his divine beast and said in a threatening voice, "If you dare touch Yuha again, I will chop you into 1,000 pieces." Jian's giant snake appeared. Now that calamity was just a grain of sand in its eyes. The evil woman finally became scared and stammered, saying, What, he will eat me." She held her head in fear and asked, "Wait, are you really going to kill me? An illusory species like me was transformed by a human like you." "Yes, I understand." Saying this, a blinding light suddenly surrounded her body. She continued to babble, "We should stop playing around here." Yuha felt this source of magic power was extremely uncomfortable. She wondered, what source of magic power was this? The Calamity Girl is still going on and on. "Things have come to this, although I am sad that I can't train you anymore, but I acknowledge you." Jian stood expressionless looking at her. The magic power dissipated. She appeared again with a new interface, danger level red, illusory calamity, wings of hell. She continued to speak, "As someone worthy of being my opponent, I will use one blow to send you back to the motherland." Calamity skills. She used the skill and immediately rushed towards Jian. The disaster girl used the Hell Sentence move to confront Li Jian. Confronted with such a terrible move, Jian could block it with just one hand. Seeing this scene, Yuha panicked and shouted, "Uncle!" Right after that, a blinding light was released. Everything there was once again burned by the fire of the illusory calamity. The attack was so great but Jian was still unharmed, startling her. Jian spoke up, "Oh my, this trick works better than we thought." To deal with the disaster's attack, Jian wore a fire weapon, enhanced by the fire of the wings of hell, fire resistance, random luck, potion properties increase by 1 when eating spicy food, port durability, disposable. He continued, "Unfortunately we have this glove." She was extremely confused. "Damned, can your gloves withstand my sentence of hell?" Jian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately activated the super regeneration skill. "You will have to burn all your life in my smithy, to pay the price for daring to play with fire in a residential area." The demon still couldn't believe his eyes. He was surprised that such a lowly thing could do that. Li Jian happily smiled a creepy, cowardly smile. "Are you looking down on my gloves?" Lee Ji-yeon's eyes gradually become more scary. It's very convenient to use to shred grilled chicken to eat. At this moment, the system suddenly rang. The wings of hell had an evil aura too strong to be a part of the snake star. Purification needs to be performed. After listening to the system notification, that smile appeared again. Purifying, was he talking about this? Lee Ji-yeon clenched his fist, his eyes sharp, his fist purifying. Lee Ji-yeon happily rushed towards the demon, happily shouting continuously, purifying punch, purifying punch, purifying punch, making the demon constantly cry out in pain. Even though the demon was in a lot of pain and fell to the ground, Lee Ji-yeon was still not satisfied. Why couldn't he be purified like this? A notification appeared on the system panel. The target was dead and the target could not be purified. After hearing that, Lee Ji-yeon was helpless and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't stand this attack. Lee Ji-yeon turned around and looked at the Hell Lizard as if he wanted to do something. Then there was no way. My furnace is dead, so I have to use it on you, heard Lee Ji-yeon say. Hell Lizard gaped helplessly. It had no choice but to raise the white flag of surrender, and at the same time the system board also rang out a notification that the disaster of Hell had announced its surrender. The Hell Lizard has become the soldier of the star snakehead. Little Lee Ji-yeon stood in front of the lizard and asked loudly, so what name do you want to choose? 1. Fire torch, 2. Mini gas stove, 3. Charcoal grill, 4. Honeycomb charcoal, 5. Lizard. The funny names that Lee Ji-yeon suggested were so difficult to choose that even lizards were helpless with the names he suggested. The Hell Lizard chose to start a fire. The system panel just rang out the lizard's new name when Yuha and Sung-jae rushed over in panic. Yuha worriedly asked, Uncle, are you okay? It's funny to tease others, but Lee Ji-yeon still kindly asks back, Yuha, Sung-jae, are you two hurt anywhere? Yuha looked worried. Yes, we're okay, but I have something to tell you. Lee Gon is curious, huh? Yuha spoke softly with a serious face, because I will propose to you after killing the bastards. Lee Gon heard a thunder strike in his ears. He gasped and thought, I'm dead. But gradually regained his composure and said seriously, Yuha, hey, that. Before he finished speaking, Yuha interrupted, Uncle, didn't you sacrifice yourself in the Devil's Tower alone? Hearing that, Lee Ji-yeon still didn't know what to say, so he just remained silent. Yuha spoke up, I've always had doubts. As he spoke, Yuha thought about the photo of his cold face, hung on the wall under the witness of many people. Yuha continued, even though the other zodiac stars always said that he had sacrificed himself to protect humanity, I found it very strange that only the strongest of the zodiac stars died, in the battle with the Scarlet Eye who almost destroyed humanity. However, I don't have clear evidence and can't conduct an investigation, so I can only keep it in my heart. Seeing your strength today, I can be sure. As he said Yuha, he held his hand tightly. It seemed like all the repression was there. It wasn't that I was sacrificed, but that I was harmed by someone maliciously. Yuha was worried and looked extremely sad when she finished saying that sentence. Lee Ji-yeon didn't dare look at her face but only dared to peek, not knowing what to say. And then sighed and said, are you Taiku's child? You're really sharp. Lee Gon also didn't want to hide it and seriously admitted that it was true, causing Yuha and Sung-jae to gasp in horror. To the surprise of the two children, Lee Ji-yeon continued, 20 years ago, I was betrayed in the Devil's Tower. A sword pierced Ji-yeon's body. Lee Gon was angry, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and continued, because one of the group of 2 stars who went there with him to destroy the Red Eye. Yuha couldn't believe what he'd just heard. It couldn't be. Sung-jae also couldn't calm down when he heard what Young Jae said. I still don't understand. Weren't the zodiac stars and you born to save this world? Sung-jae screamed, Uncle, no, the great Lee Ji-yeon, who sacrificed his life to protect the world. How could they do that to the hero Lee Ji-yeon respected? Ji-yeon smirked, pointing at Sung-jae. That's right, that's why. Sung-jae still didn't understand what Ji-yeon said and was bewildered. Ji-yeon continued, because he was stronger than all of them, cold face, tall and muscular body, along with an extremely powerful sword. Just looking at it is enough to understand how strong Lee Ji-yeon is. Although Ji-yeon is smaller than other monsters, he is not afraid. With his invincible strength, no matter how strong the monster is, he can defeat it, Ji-yeon proudly said. Because he alone defeated the Red Eye, they plotted to kill him. It seemed like these people were discussing something extremely important. Everyone's faces were filled with worry and discomfort. Ji-yeon continued, because if the leader of the calamity is dead, then they can no longer control the world according to their will, then he is the one. A sword stabbed straight into the table, with such force that it shattered to pieces, causing everyone to startle and panic. Li Jian, holding a sword, an extremely scary smile, eyes full of hatred, stood before the surprise of everyone present, the biggest obstacle remaining for them. Li Jian suddenly sighed. Actually, he wasn't sure about that. I just guessed that. After listening to Uncle Li Jian's story, both of them were angry. Sung-jae kept blaming him. It was too much. Sung-jae looked down and confessed, the person who saved this world was him, yet he had to find a way to survive in that tower. Yuha and Sung-jae couldn't hold back the suffering he had to endure and burst into tears. Sung-jae cried and blamed him unwillingly, and his name and reputation were criticized by the Zodiac. Another takes it away. Li Jian suddenly smiled, feeling satisfied with the understanding of these two. He approached with a cheerful and considerate face, patted their shoulders and said, "Thank you both, but you two don't need to cry like that." Because he will definitely force them to pay this debt 100 times over. Hearing that, Sung-jae completely stopped and stared at him. After hearing this, Yuha was very impressed with him. The trust in her expression was clearly shown on her face. Li Jian smirked, holding his phone to fiddle with something. "Let me try it out." The phone screen flashed information and breaking news that Saint Sophia Marty had come to South Korea urgently, while scrolling and saying, "Today's final schedule." The scene changes to 2 rows of tall, massive houses. Inside, there were many people listening attentively to something, everyone sitting upright and waiting nervously. Below the podium were many cameras pointing at the woman sitting on the podium. Many reporters crowded around and took pictures. The beautiful female reporter turned to whisper to the man next to her, "I heard that today the truth from 20 years ago will be revealed. I don't know what the saint is planning to announce." So she hastily returned to South Korea. Open a press conference like that? The man frowned. It was definitely related to the message that appeared in the last Drakma incident. The more he talked, the more interested he became about this matter as he put his hand on his chin as he spoke. Or maybe it was related to the recent Li Jian's survivor scandal. But I have one thing I can do. Surely, that is what the saint is about to say that will shake the whole world. The female saint stood majestically on the podium under reporters' cameras. But when she stood in front of the crowd, she was a little afraid of something. Sweat drops of pressure flowed down her face, thinking to herself, "Damn, now I can ignore this press conference and run away." No. The thought of running away suddenly disappeared, but it was not possible. Li Jian's relic is still around my neck. Who knows what that cruel guy's relic will do to me? The sparkling blue necklace was clasped tightly around the saint's neck. She feels like a puppet being controlled by Li Jian. He looks very scared. Her uneasiness can't help but think, if I want to live then I only have to follow Li's instructions. Just Jian. I don't know about the other zodiac stars, but if it was Li Jian, he would really kill me. The saint's heart was extremely uneasy, her face darkened. Then I took a breath to regain composure and spoke. "Today I came here to clarify the truth about an incident that happened 20 years ago. You probably still remember the Devil's Tower incident 20 years ago." Hearing this, the reporters sitting below were all very excited to discuss, because they were probably extremely curious about this issue. The beautiful female reporter from earlier was no exception. She turned to ask the guy next to her, "The Demon Tower is a red-eye attack, right?" The guy next to him quickly continued, "If so, then perhaps the 12 stars had destroyed him. Thanks to that, they have received the privileges reserved for heroes until now." The saint didn't seem to like this very much, but for her own safety she had to continue. In fact, that day, the hero destroyed the red eye. Having said this, she suddenly stopped and closed her eyes tightly as if she was very worried about what she was about to say. "It's Li Jian," the saint said loudly, but it seems that when Li Jian's name was mentioned, the reporters sitting below were not surprised at all. The guy just calmly said, "It turned out to be Li Jian." It seemed like it hadn't stopped there when suddenly everyone froze, panicked, not believing what they had just heard. What? The whole press conference hall was shocked when they received the news they had just heard. In the chaos at that time, countless questions arose. Is what you said true? Was Li Jian really the one who took down the mark, not Stephen Mark? Please explain more clearly. Go. Oh my god, so the zodiac stars have been lying for the past 20 years. The hall is extremely noisy right now. All the questions were focused on the saint. If everything was a lie from the stars of the zodiac, could Li Jian still be alive? The more she asked, the more confused the saint became. Her face darkened. The saint didn't know how to answer, so she frowned and sighed helplessly. After countless questions, the saint only answered the question, "Is Li Jian still alive?" "Yes, making the saint's eyes widen in surprise. A figure looked at him extremely terrifyingly, gradually approaching the saint. She turned around in panic and stammered, "You are." Scary smile, cold eyes. He caressed his tie and said in a low voice, "Zanglawi Maleng, he is the Cancer zodiac star Zanglawi Maleng." The saint's face turned pale and trembled before his appearance. Seeing this, he was even more motivated to speak sarcastically, and it seemed that the saint's face was not in good shape. "It seems that it must be difficult for the saint to continue holding this press conference, isn't it, Sophia?" The look with red rays of light appearing in his eyes was extremely scary. The saint was scared, trembling as she looked at Zanglawi Maleng, who kept stammering, "Zanglawi Maleng, why did you come here?" He smiled in horror and leaned close to the saint's ear. He whispered into the saint's ear, "Shut up, what are you going to say when you turn on that mic?" His voice becomes more and more scary, "I see you are not reasonable. For so long you have been given the title of saintess and lived arrogantly. Do you still have some dissatisfaction?" The saint could not say anything more. With momentum, he continued to scream in her ear, "If you don't want to see your mouth ripped open here broadcast live around the world, then please be quiet for me." Zanglawi Maleng raised his hand and a beep rang out. He turned off the mic signal. Even though the saint was extremely frightened and regained her composure, he loudly said, "Sincerely apologizing to you." After verifying the truth, it was discovered that the saint was threatened by an anonymous person, which is why she spoke so vaguely here. His eyes gradually became more scary. He smiled cunningly, "But you don't need to worry, because now I will protect the saint's safety." Standing in front of the murmuring crowd below, he spread his arms proudly and continued, "Sorry for making you all bother to come here, but perhaps today's press conference should end at." The reporters didn't seem satisfied with this result. The other reporter suddenly interrupted, "Wait, if it ends like that then it's Lee Ji-yeon's story." Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying wind blew towards him, making him widen his eyes. Zanglawi Maleng was covered with a very scary-looking black aura standing in front of the guy. "Lee Ji-yeon died in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. Do you need me to explain any more?" His eyes widened. If Lee Ji-yeon was really revived, then all he had to do was appear. But have you seen him appear? The other guy still didn't give up on this story. He still tried to ask more. Then who is the one who threatened the saint? The reporters there seemed to have understood something and kept asking questions. And why did that criminal have to involve Lee Ji-yeon in this matter? The questions became more and more intense. If the Zodiac stars ended the press conference like this, it would only arouse more suspicion in the public's mind. Please explain more. These questions made Zanglawi Maleng unable to calm down anymore. He cursed silently, "All these flies." There was no way the reporters could ask any more questions. He was angry and gradually clenched his hands as if he wanted to do something, thinking to himself, "Don't these people know their fate?" Looking at his face, "I knew you were planning to chop up the journalists." The voice that rang out from inside Zanglawi Maleng startled him. Before he could look at him, he was kicked in the face. A ray of blue light stabbed into his chest, causing him to grit his teeth and endure as if he couldn't stand it anymore. With a scream, he was thrown far away and hit the wall hard, causing the wall to crack and rocks to fly. The saint clutched her head in panic, unable to hold back her tears of fear, and screamed, He's coming." Zanglawi Maleng is in pain, clenching his teeth. What is going on? Lee Ji-yeon jumped up and delivered a fatal blow. "Long time no see, rotten crab, your crushed face is still the same as ever." Lee Ji-yeon swung his tail and hit Zanglawi Maleng while hitting him and shouting excitedly, "It's so precious that I gave you a gift." The saint was extremely frightened when she saw the scene before her eyes. The thoughts in her mind appeared, that is, a star tail. The fire torch had a helpless face filled with tears. The system panel rang. The prisoner of the firelighter snake had been disarmed. In front of him was the firelighter sitting helplessly like a statue with a sign saying "Please don't feed him." He couldn't do anything other than work, sit still and let others take pictures and touch it, but there's a piece of its tail missing. After being beaten by Lee Ji-yeon, Zanglawi Maleng lay down and was unable to get up. Lee Ji-yeon, with a long tail behind him, stood before Zanglawi Maleng and interrogated him. "Hey, rotten crab, are you planning to end the press conference? Are you crazy?" The voice suddenly reached Lee Ji-yeon's ears. It turned out to be the tail of a hell lizard. Zanglawi Maleng, after getting up, he walked around Lee Ji-yeon walking and talking. "But, I heard that it was defeated by someone a few minutes ago, so it turns out you captured it." Lee Ji-yeon glanced at the mouth and started cursing. "Damn, you were playing the split game again." Zanglawi Maleng was surprised. "Just one look and I knew who you were with my clone ability." Li Jian proudly held the tail of the torch and smiled and said, "Me, who what, of course it's Li Jian." When the reporters heard the name Li Jian, everyone stared, surprised and couldn't believe their ears. Li Jian and Zhang Luimelang stood on the podium. Li Jian was extremely confident and proud in front of everyone below. The reporter suddenly burst out laughing. Next, everyone joined in laughing at what Li Jian just said. He called himself Li Jian. "Why is Li Jian so young and beautiful? This is the funniest thing I've heard this year, brother." Zhang Luimelang also raised Li's hand to cover his mouth and smiled sarcastically at him. "You have real power but you're a bit delusional. If you want to impersonate, you have to choose a target." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Luimelang was hit in the face with the tail of the torch, the loud popping sound in the face. Being hit in the face again, he was stunned and flew away, while Li Jian held his tail and spun at breakneck speed. While turning around, Li Jian said, "Let's just fight until we wake up." The reporters standing below all gasped at the scene before their eyes. Li Jian laughed loudly, his face becoming more and more scary. "How long are you guys going to stand there staring blankly?" Li Jian shouted, "Hurry up and do your job," causing the reporters to turn around in fear and run away, screaming loudly that this crazy guy was coming. Everyone's screams shook the entire press conference hall. The cries for help were deafening. The saint was also panicked and scared, thinking in her head, "I have to take advantage of this opportunity to escape immediately." Just as she was about to run away with the crowd, something blocked her way. The saint was startled and screamed. A figure gradually appeared behind her. The saint couldn't calm down anymore. She was exhausted. Looking back, it was Li Jian with angry eyes, shouting in a loud voice, "This bug, where are you going? You have to tell the whole truth. That 20 years ago you guys ran away when you saw red eyes, that you used my name to polish your own, that your face has been beaten over and over again but your character can't be if you can fix it, you must clear up all your sins." As he spoke, Li Jian pressed his hand into the saint's face, causing the saint to feel both pain and fear, unable to do anything but silently curse, "You crazy dog, you said it all yourself." Suddenly a black aura flew in. Li Jian and the saint were both surprised and didn't understand what was going on. The system panel suddenly appeared and then rang, "Pay attention, the aura of the darkest star is bringing danger." The system board begins to sound a notification, "Pay attention to the darkest star Tquar gas that is bringing danger." A black aura rushed like a wind towards the hall. Zhang Luimelang's body suddenly shook from the pile of bricks and stones. The body gradually has strange changes. A deafening scream echoed throughout the hall, causing everyone to hold their heads because the scream was so loud. The saint was surprised at this scene that was about to happen. "Oh my god, could this be?" Li Jian looked at the saint in bewilderment. "What should I do?" Surely what was about to happen was extremely serious, so when Li Jian asked that, the saint was extremely angry and shouted straight at Li Jian, "I won't tell you, the situation is very dangerous now. Because we feel the aura of the zodiac star, the scene is terrifying, red rays of light glowing throughout the space." Zhang Luimelang's body floated in that scary red and black space as if his body was rising to awaken the beast. A creepy smile, along with a scary tone, "I really didn't expect you to be Li Jian. Fine, even though I don't know why you were able to survive in the Devil's Tower." The saint behind him was extremely scared when the voice was spoken, but Li Jian was not afraid at all. His eyes looked like he was ready to destroy these demons. "But now let me hold a party to welcome you back." The giant red light happily welcomed Li Jian. Standing in front of them, Li Jian looked very small but not afraid at all. At this time in the holy land of the star of Sagittarius, Hugo is home. The sunset shines with warm yellow sunlight, making the house look warmer and more idyllic. Hugo himself went into the kitchen to prepare the meal. While cooking, he muttered, "Hayes, Sungjae, Yuho, and Jian were all not at home, so let's eat noodles quickly tonight." Even though it's instant noodles, Hugo's preparation also looks extremely attractive and delicious. After placing the pot of noodles on the table, Hugo leaned back on the sofa and exhaled, then picked up the TV remote and mumbled, "Does the TV have any good news?" He tuned to the news channel, threw the remote aside and began to enjoy dinner. At this moment on TV, a press conference is being broadcast live. The host introduces, "I am currently at the press conference of Saint Sophia Marty." While the press conference was underway, a man calling himself Li Jian barged in. As you can see, he is fighting an extremely fierce close battle with the Cancer Spirit. Honestly, this battle is very interesting. On TV right now, the scene of Li Gon and Cancer fighting extremely fiercely, the surroundings were almost destroyed by these two. The battle continued and became more and more intense without any signs of stopping. Jian swung a punch straight at the ground where the Cancerian stood, causing the wooden floor to break and scatter, but the Cancerian was not the average type. He threw himself into a high jump to avoid Jian's attack. The whole hall looked extremely chaotic. The reporter present at the scene continued to comment, while I was speaking, the Cancer character launched an attack skill. On this side, Hugo watched the news and opened his mouth in such surprise that the chopstick of noodles that had just entered his mouth didn't have time to swallow it all. Returning to the battle, the Cancerian began to concentrate his energy in preparation for the attack. The strange black smoke gradually gathered into a vortex under his hand. Cancer's eyes are red, his face shows cruelty, ready to destroy everything. After that vortex of black energy had reached a satisfactory level, he stopped swinging the blow onto the floor, causing the wooden surface to scatter, and that stream of power ran straight towards where Jian was standing. The normal people present at the scene at this time were extremely chaotic. They pushed each other and ran while shouting, trying to get away. Wherever the Cancer's attack went, the ground immediately turned into rubble. It expanded more and more without showing any signs of weakening. On this side, Jian jumped out of the direction of the attack. He moved and sneered, "This ordinary attack of yours has no effect." Cancer did not get angry at this provocation, but just smiled extremely sinisterly. He waved his hand to change the direction of the attack and replied smugly, "You are trapped." The attack followed closely behind Jian's feet. No matter how high he jumped, it chased closely without letting go. At this time, Jian suddenly stopped moving, his body tensed. The energy around his body formed an invisible layer of defense to prevent the Cancer's attack from touching his body. Looking at Jian's strange actions shocked the Cancerian. His face showed confusion, and the energy flow around him gradually dissipated. On Jian's side, a sharp blade sliced open the sheath and stabbed straight into the top of the Cancer's attack. The power radiating from that knife caused it to stop. He straightened his body and grabbed the handle of the knife, adding strength to it and gradually repelling the Cancer's attack. It was controlled by Jian's energy and gradually became weaker, showing signs of fading away. Other people at the scene who witnessed this scene all showed admiration, some even applauded. After successfully dispelling the Cancerian's attack, Jian proudly jumped down, passing through the empty space between the disintegration of that attack. He smiled triumphantly and landed hard on the floor opposite the Cancer. The energy that erupted around him was now clearly overwhelming compared to the person whose attack he had just broken, the Cancer. He paused for a few seconds to stabilize his energy flow and began to exert more strength. Then he suddenly raised his head, smiled triumphantly and jumped up. Jian rushed straight towards the Cancer as fast as the wind with a terrible force surrounding his body. Cancer got angry and started to counterattack. While preparing to attack, he gritted his teeth and said, In the past 20 years, you've only learned this move." After saying that, he repeated the attack on the ground, this time even more terrifying than the last time. It seemed like he wanted this one attack to kill Jian. However, Jian didn't seem to be slowing down. He still held the short sword and rushed straight towards him. Jian rushed straight into the center of the attack. He swung the short sword in his hand and slashed repeatedly at the attack, causing it to gradually disintegrate before his overwhelming power. In just a short moment, the powerful attack of the Cancerian was disintegrated before the overwhelming strength and speed of the Jian. He rushed straight in front of him and shouted in a challenging tone, "Is this your so-called petty talent?" As he finished speaking, he swung his short sword and slashed across the Cancer's body, leaving him unable to react. But suddenly he turned his head and looked back with an extremely surprised expression. The giant's body suddenly turned into streams of black smoke that spread out in all directions. Jian immediately became angry and shouted angrily, "It's been 20 years and you've only practiced the same clone technique over and over again." Cancer's voice now came from behind Jian. He smiled very cunningly, "Ho ho, I will take that as a compliment." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind began to rise, accompanied by an extremely ear-piercing growl, making the normal people present there feel extremely uncomfortable and painful. That wind gets stronger and gradually gathers into a giant tornado that destroys everything as it sweeps through. The hall was now more chaotic than ever. Other normal people began to experience abnormal conditions. Streams of black smoke began to attack them. They entered their bodies through their eyes and mouths, looking extremely horrifying and terrible. Witnessing this scene made Jian extremely angry. He shouted in a low voice, "Father, you are crazy. What kind of responsibility do you intend to take by daring to do this?" Cancer seemed completely indifferent to what he had caused. He calmly walked out of his hiding place step by step, slowly speaking as he walked. Taking responsibility was a matter for later, we should finish it. Jian glanced behind him. The Cancer was walking step by step closer to him. His body was now covered in red and black smoke that looked extremely scary. His arms turned into two endless sword blades, sharply bowed. He sneered, "I think the best way is to deal with you when I have the chance, even though this is a bit too much for me." Hearing that, Jian suddenly chuckled and then asked in a low, angry voice, You stabbed me in the Devil's Tower, right?" Cancer laughed evenly. He neither admitted nor denied, just smirked and asked in return, "Me, so you are playing the game to find the culprit." As he spoke, he began to split into a series of copies. He glanced at him provocatively and spoke in an extremely challenging tone. A hero who saved the world immersed himself in a petty feud. If others see you, they will mistake you for a street thug. However, Jian didn't get angry because of these words. He just looked at Cancer indifferently and pointed the knife at him to provoke him. "You stink. Your tongue is really flexible. The factory bastard is just good at hiding in that bunch of clones." Cancer laughed again with a very monotone voice. "Ho ho, these are not ordinary clones. These are clones created from the life force of the journalists gathered here. If you intentionally destroy these clones, their life force will also be shattered. We cannot guarantee their lives." Jian was now standing in the middle of the siege from the clones of Cancer, but he looked extremely calm. He calmly put his hands on his hips and smiled faintly, encouraging him back. "No wonder I smelled the same fishy smell, your face when you use this move." He kept smiling that obnoxious laugh and continued, "Ho ho, I will take that as your will. Now then, die." After finishing the sentence, a series of Cancer clones rushed towards Jian at the same time, forcing him into a siege with no way out. It seemed that he was determined to kill him in this attack. But suddenly the clones of the Cancer and himself all had panicked looks on their faces, as if they had seen something unusual. One of the clones shouted, "Tail! What's going on?" At this moment, the position where Jian had just stood was suddenly replaced by a strange tail and he himself was nowhere to be seen. The clones began to attack his tail, thinking it was his new transformation trick. At this time, the Cancer guy angrily spoke up, "This is the new skill I received from Drakma." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jian appear right behind him. He jumped up and rushed straight towards the real Cancerian with a fist containing terrible power. He shouted, "For me! Strike!" After finishing speaking, he threw his fist straight into his stomach, leaving the Cancerian without any chance to react. Having been hit by Jian's attack, the Cancerian looked at him in pain and disbelief. Jian increased the strength of his fist and coldly asked, "You are a superior clone, a part of Zhanglui, right? As long as I can kill you, I will be able to deal with the clones who caused it." Cancer was both in pain and couldn't believe his ears. He tried his best to scream, "Why, how did you know?" He smiled triumphantly, "I told you you were very fishy. If I can't smell your stench, I'm really stupid." "Congratulations on winning the jackpot." After finishing speaking, he withdrew his hand from his body and pulled out a gem as red as blood. Cancer screamed in pain. The scream shook everything. He was both in pain and heartless, and the Gemini star's sensing ability could not find me. Why can you? Without letting him say more, Jian made a blow that completely destroyed the star of Cancer. Each line of system notifications also appeared one after another. The Cancer nuclear fragment contained 33% of the soul of the star of the Zodiac, contains 20% of the soul of the Zodiac star. The power of the star of Cancer has created a huge crack. Cancer's guardian angel is extremely panicked. The magic power of the surrounding dark star was disappearing. After the last notification line disappeared, everything around returned to normal. The tornado carrying black energy also disappeared, leaving only the remnants of smoke and dust created by the destroyed space. The whole hall at this time became desolate like never before. The surrounding area was full of holes and cracks caused by fierce battles. The reporters at the scene also slowly calmed down, looking at the scene before them with confusion. A few people spoke in confusion as to what had happened. "I thought I was dead. What is this?" On the side of the two people who had just caused the battle, there was a situation of one standing and one lying down. Cancer lay on the ground barely breathing, looking at Jian calmly holding his soul gem and smiling faintly. "What exactly did you experience in the Demon Tower? And yet I feel the divine power in you." He laughed and then smirked. "You really have a big mouth. I will use the new nuclear ball to carefully dig it out of your body." Cancer was still smirking at this time. He said confidently, "Humph, this time I will retreat, but I still have fun for you. You will probably have a headache here." As he finished speaking, his body gradually turned into black smoke that gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Jian did not react but just calmly stood there and muttered to himself, "There is still fun for me." That's right, with his personality, there's no way he could quietly retreat like that. At this moment, suddenly Jian's pocket vibrated, attracting his attention. He took out his phone and saw the caller's name and was surprised. Oh my god, it was Oteksu calling. He clicked to listen and asked, "What's going on?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hugo shouted loudly on the other end of the line, "Hey, what happened to that bastard of yours again?" "That's okay, you don't have time to explain anymore, run away from there, quickly." Hugo's ending sound was so loud that it made him startled and put the phone 2 meters away from his ear. On your side, the more Hugo spoke, the more panicked he became. "I was watching the news and saw that you had just destroyed Zhang Lui's superior clone, right? So there's a rocket about to fall on you." Jian was startled when he heard that. "What?" At this time, a beeping sound began to be heard in the sky. The sound became increasingly louder. Outside the Earth, right at the president's position, he was looking straight up at a giant satellite that was constantly emitting red warning lights. The satellite's organs began to start up, and a long beep rang out. On Earth, Jian is still surprised by what Hugo just said, "Rocket." Jian was startled when he heard that. What did he say? At this time, a beeping sound began to be heard in the sky. The sound became increasingly louder. Outside the Earth, right at the president's position, he was looking straight up at a giant satellite that was constantly emitting red warning lights. The satellite's organs began to start up, a long beep sounded. On Earth, Jian is still surprised by what Hugo just said, "Rocket." After that long alarm sound, the rocket attached to the tail of the satellite began to separate. The rocket slowly starts and enters orbit in a vertical direction from the position of the satellite shining down on the Earth. After entering the correct orbit, a warhead from the rocket was fired and crashed straight into the hall where the Jian was at an extremely terrible speed, so fast that sparks appeared around it due to friction with the plane. Air. Right now, down below, on the other end of the phone line, Hugo is explaining the birth of the missile he just mentioned, the guinea pig missile, which is a weapon of destruction created by the element of Capricorn and the element of Gemini together. Together, they joined forces to create a product to deal with the great disaster after Li Jian disappeared. This is humanity's ultimate weapon, used to burn down an entire land. While Hugo was explaining, on this side the rocket was still speeding at the speed of light along a trajectory towards the hall. Hugo is still continuing, where the type of disaster that humans cannot withstand follows a pre-programmed attack trajectory. After listening to what he said, Jian didn't feel worried at all but just frowned. So they created that thing. It was absolutely useless. Those words made Hugo scream. The rocket, it is set to automatically fire if Zhang Lui's life signal disappears. Hugo's words made him remember the scene of Cancer lying there barely alive looking at him just now while in his hand was the nuclear lump taken from his body. He scratched his chin and said calmly, "Ah, no wonder, in fact the superior clone is also an entity of Zhang Lui." Huh? He's so calm, but on the other side of the phone, Hugo is worried. "Now is not the time for you to be free like that, run out of there quickly." He asked again in confusion, "How could I run? You said it would destroy the whole city." Hugo helplessly rubbed his forehead. Is that the end of the line?" Wei, as he spoke, he flashed a cunning smile and looked towards a nun who was slumped in front of him. His gaze made her startled. He narrowed his eyes at her, then smirked and said to the person on the phone, There's no way around it." Jian's strange look made the nun he was aiming at both confused and confused. At this time, the rocket crashed through the Earth's atmosphere. The sparks around its body spread more and more, creating terrible heat in the surrounding space. The sky in the city began to darken. The atmosphere looked extremely gloomy. Loudspeakers from all over the city began to broadcast emergency announcements. Guinea pig missiles were falling in this place, asking all people to quickly go to the nearest refuge for shelter. This is an emergency. As soon as the announcement was made, people walking on the streets immediately panicked. Why did anti-disaster weapons fall in the center of Seoul? Doesn't anyone have teleportation skills? Many people started to run away, just booked a ticket to go to another city to take refuge. Someone shouted, "It's gone. The train tickets are gone." People became more and more chaotic, running and pushing each other. The scene was more chaotic than ever. At this moment, in the middle of the chaotic crowd, there were two people standing in opposite directions running, looking at the scene in front of them with bewilderment. What was this? Guinea pig. At this time, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky, as if something had just launched into the air from inside the press conference hall. The unexpected situation made everyone present below look in surprise in the direction of that moving beam. The red-haired boy among the two strange people from before spoke up, that is Uncle Jian. Yes, the person who just soared into the air creating that beam of light was Jian. Not only did he fly out alone but in his arms he also carried the nun he was aiming for while talking on the phone with Hugo. The frightened nun screamed non-stop, what are you planning to do? He did not answer but bit hard on the piece of badge he held in his mouth. From that piece of badge emitted a sparkling light. A notification from the system also appeared, activating the wandering and teleportation skills with his right hand. Saint Guild Leader's level limit is Gemini Star. Teleport in front of the guinea pig missile. He carried the nun in his arms and rushed forward with a smile. Jian and she rushed closer to the falling rocket at breakneck speed. Feeling the terrible heat from the missiles made the nun scream more and more in panic. He looked straight at the missiles without any confusion but also laughed out loud defiantly, that bug, as long as you are determined, you can melt anything, so you should melt this thing, go for that missile. The nun screamed loudly, struggling and screaming, how could I do this, you want me to crash into a rocket and die? He didn't care about her resistance and started to prepare, saying as he took action, if he couldn't do it, you, me, and the innocent people down there would all die. Do you know yet? Now is the time for you to pay the price for living in vain for the past 20 years. The nun was so scared that she cried and screamed, her words were all mixed up, this crazy guy, oh my god, don't throw her away. He didn't care at all about her extreme fear and just threw her straight towards that falling rocket at a terrible speed. She screamed in fear and cursed at him, climbing the damn Jian. Right at this moment, a goddess soul appeared above her, the guardian angel Aquarius. The notification from the system appeared again. The guardian angel Aquarius descended. The guardian angel Aquarius star was surprised by this situation. The nun had now closed her eyes and was screaming hysterically, "Protector, please do something." The guardian angel Aquarius is using all his words to curse Li Jian as crazy. Seeing that announcement, the nun was both frightened and angry and screamed loudly, "Enough cursing, please hurry up." Line after line of notifications from the system continuously appear. The guardian angel Aquarius is buffing everything for the saint because she doesn't want her zodiac star to die, enhancing magic power, enhancing physical strength, mental enhancement, defensive ability enhancement, good luck enhancement. The last message line that appears is when the guardian god uses all his strength to push Aquarius straight into the guinea pig missile, scared her to the point of fainting on the spot. Seeing the missile so close right in front of her eyes made her eyes widen and cry and scream. The scream shook heaven and earth. Just when it seemed like everything was over, a teardrop emitting beautiful blue light appeared. The guardian god also unleashed the strongest skill of the guardian god Aquarius Chi-Star at this time, activating the goddess's tears skill. The rocket plummeted down into the water tornado that had just been created from the power of the guardian god. The rat missile rushed into the heart of the whirlpool. The vortex slowly swallowed it and after contact with water, the ring of fire around the rocket gradually disappeared and the vortex turned it into a pile of scrap metal. The royal magic matrix from the whirlpool destroyed the missile and turned it into shreds that flew in all directions. The Aquarius monk's mind was spinning at this moment. She groaned and said word by word, "Success, success, I have become an ant." Before she could finish her sentence, she began to freely fall. She fell straight to the ground, screaming at Jian as she fell. "You didn't catch me then, did you?" Jian didn't pay any attention at all and just smiled cunningly. "There, you did so well, you're already buffed, it's okay if you fall." He hovered in mid-air, put his hands in his pockets, looked at the rocket shattered into pieces flying in all directions and exclaimed, even though the bug was successful, the ending was too messy. If these fragments continue to fall like this, the world will be in chaos." Below, the people who witnessed the scene just now were in a commotion. The missile had already disintegrated in the air. "Hey, rocket fragments are falling, what should we do?" Up here, Jian pondered for a while and then seemed to remember something. He muttered, "Oh wait, this was done by Gemini, right?" Then he gave a sinister smile, "So I should send a grand greeting to that witch." At this time at Hugo's house, he suddenly heard Jian's words through brain waves, "Taiku, can you hear me?" Hugo was startled. This voice was, "Li Jian, have you solved that missile yet?" Jian didn't answer his question but hurriedly said, "No, damn it, the situation is very urgent, I don't have time to explain it to you, please lend me your absolute coordinates skills." Sagittarius's skill is the star, absolute coordinates, must move the object to the designated place, synergy will be enhanced when combined with guns. Hearing Jion's urgent tone, Hugo mistakenly thought that he was in an urgent situation that could not be resolved. He was startled and thought, Jion is in such a hurry, is this really a dangerous situation, star? He was worried, so he immediately quickly dialed the phone and said, I understand, I will send it to you. He looked at the message sent and was delighted. He dialed the phone and chuckled, thank you, slave number 1. The message sent by Hugo appeared, having received the absolute coordinates skill from the star of the centaur. The number of times the skill can be used is 238. Looking at the message, Jion nodded with satisfaction. Good, this is enough. After getting the test he needed, Jion started to activate 2 skills at the same time. One was the Gemini star's teleportation skill and the other was the one that Hugo just sent him, the absolute coordinate skill. After the skill was activated, a series of matrices appeared at the same time. Debris from the rocket fell straight into the matrices and then disappeared. Jion looked at the scene before him and was satisfied. It was time to send a gift to the witch. It's water. The people below saw the giant glowing matrix and were extremely curious. Some people exclaimed, ah, look at that. Looking at the rocket fragments gradually disappearing in the air, many people excitedly shouted, the rocket fragments have disappeared. That's right, we are alive. Woe is alive, long live. Among the line of happy people there are 2 people who seem to be Jion's acquaintances who are also extremely happy. The boy is clearly happy and turns to say to his sister, Sister, Uncle Lee Jion, don't wait. The guy finished talking. His sister understood what he meant and interrupted, yes, he succeeded again. However, in that line of cheering people, there was a man who looked at the scene above and was filled with confusion. Oh my god, is this real? The guinea pig missile has disappeared without a trace. Suddenly a voice appeared in his head. This is the Yin and Yang Palace, the holy land of the Gemini star. Can you hear the holy guild leader Choi Sung-hyuk? The man was startled. This voice was. After realizing who was talking to him, he immediately replied, I'm the president of Choi Sung-hyuk. What's going on? As soon as the other end heard his answer, he immediately scolded him, you stupid son of a bitch, what are you doing using the authority of the holy president? Choi Sung-hyuk was immediately confused. The other man continued, fragments of the guinea pig rocket falling into the Yin and Yang Palace there. His tone was extremely panicked by the scene in front of him. A series of rocket fragments that were in the sky of Seoul were now simultaneously flying straight towards the Yin and Yang Palace at breakneck speed. The sky was beginning to be covered with darkness. At the presidential secretary's office greenhouse, the high-level meeting is taking place. The atmosphere is tense and panicked voices are heard. Lee Jion appears. What is this? The man's voice became more and more urgent. You said he destroyed the Saintus's press conference, took down the Star of Cancer, and successfully stopped the guinea pig missile. Looking at the crowd of people who only bowed their heads and remained silent without speaking, he became even angrier and shouted loudly, what was the meaning of that? The crowd trembled in fear as they looked at the cold air that was covering the entire room. They tried their best but could not compete with Lee Jion's strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful stream of power slammed into the room where senior leaders gathered. Lee Jion went straight through the hard wall and landed on the ground, conveniently grabbing 2 people standing in his hands, next to them, hitting them hard on the ground. Then a series of miserable screams rang out, ah. Several high-ranking leaders saw this scene and opened their mouths in surprise. After a while, they regained their composure and exclaimed, what's going on? The surrounding smoke and dust made it impossible for them to see clearly who the other person was, so they could only speak out to probe. Lee Jion smiled sinisterly and looked at the man in front of him with disdain and said, what are you rats gossiping about? Why do you look so tense? Those high-ranking leaders were suddenly frightened by his cold voice and did not dare to open their mouths. Lee Gon's eyes seemed to carry a spark that wanted to burn the people in front of him. His low voice continued to ring out, I will settle the matter with you guys as soon as possible. I came here to get my money back, me. Several leaders lined up in a long line and knelt down in front of Lee Jion, discussing in a low voice, is he really Lee Jion? He is the one who appeared at the Saints' press conference, just keep quiet. Hearing them talk so passionately, Lee Jion still didn't have the slightest intention of directly stating the purpose of his coming here. You guys kept the account containing the money from selling my things, right? I didn't remember until I got home. I heard Otiksu used his authority to access my account but still can't open it. After saying that, he sat down straight in front of them, making the other people tremble in fear before his oppressive aura. It was obvious that I had given Otiksu Tai the way to represent me. That's really strange. So what should I think? A man tried to resist the cold atmosphere and stood up and said, that's it, actually, The South Korean government finds it very difficult to trust Mr. Hugo, so. After hearing this, Lee Ji-yeon's face became even more ugly. What? The man did not dare to delay in explaining, isn't Mr. Hugo a foreigner? Since Mr. Lee Ji-yeon disappeared, our country has fallen into a state where there is no star of the zodiac, therefore, the government cannot trust other countries' zodiac stars. Moreover, the power of the star of Sagittarius continues to weaken with each event, from each incident, so we have no choice but to authorize someone more trustworthy than Mr. Hugo. Hearing him talk so long, Lee Ji-yeon became even angrier and said, that's why. The other man looked up at Lee Gon's expression and continued to say, furthermore, the power of the Sagittarius star keeps getting weaker with each event, from the incident, so we have no choice but to authorize one person, more trustworthy than Mr. Hugo here. Taiku stood behind Lee Gon and looked at him with a dark face but did not speak. Lee Gon said with a dark face, that's why. Lee Ji-yeon couldn't help but punch the other guy right away, causing his face to turn purple, and he was ordered aside to understand how strong his strength was. Then he roared, the person you chose is the witch. That's cheap water. I already knew that. That's why I came here. The other guy heard what Lee Gon said but had no strength to resist. The pain that came from him made him groan and choke. Seeing that the situation was not good, a woman ran to help the beaten man, but was frightened by Gon's aura and fell to the ground, looking at him in horror. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Gon's anger flared up and he shouted, why do you all say such nonsense? Lee Gon couldn't bear it even more when he saw them insulting Taiku. Gon glared at the group of people in front of him and said, who are you to dare to despise Taiku? Taiku stood next to him, moved to tears and said, thank you for paying attention to that, Gon, but I'm fine, so don't be too harsh. Lee Gon continued to ignore what he said, only I have the right to look down on Taiku because he is my slave, not your turn, you damn dogs. Taiku was touched when Gon said that and immediately turned to stone. Huh, what did you just say? Gon pointed his finger straight at Taiku's face and said loudly, although apart from being handsome, he had no special talents. Taiku continued to turn to stone when he heard him say that. His heart was full of resentment. Stop it, you crazy guy. Lee Gon not only didn't stop, but the more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Even if he was so poor that he was like a beggar, he still wasn't someone you could treat like a beggar, so. The group listened to Lee Gon lecture for a while and could only look at each other quietly, secretly complaining, we didn't say that, just be quiet. Looking at their indifferent faces, Lee Gon couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, you are not allowed to treat her like that, you know, you useless idiots. Lee Ji-yeon couldn't swallow this anger, looking crazy at the group of stupid people in front of him. Really got angrier the more he talked. You idiot, why don't you naturalize and enjoy that treatment? Taiku was trying to make himself invisible when Gon called out his name and his face immediately turned black. That's enough, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lee Gon walked over and patted Sue on the shoulder firmly and said, try your best, try to live well, Sue said with tears in his eyes. Gon, you are the most evil person in the world. Lee Ji-yeon turned around with a cold look, moving his arms and legs to look at the group of people making threats. Anyway, it would be better if you guys vomited all my money out before I beat you motherfuckers to death. The man knelt down on the ground, crying and saying, oh no, that's it. The cold air covered the entire room. No one dared to breathe loudly in the face of the terrifying force that seemed to want to chop them into hundreds of pieces. The group of cold people could only pray to God to help them escape this disaster. In that strange atmosphere, a powerful voice rang out, shutting up. This voice completely attracted everyone's attention, also taking away the coldness radiating from the Gon. A leader turned around in panic and said, this voice is impossible. A powerful force that shook the ground appeared. The woman's beautiful, delicate feet appeared before everyone's eyes in surprise. Lee Gon wasn't as surprised as the stupid people in front of him. He calmly and indifferently blurted out, here we are. His expression was completely as if he had expected this. The woman who appeared powerful said, we have already accessed that account, don't worry about it anymore. The woman's eyes shone with coldness, her voice also carried a deadly aura. Your assets will be used to repair my yin and yang palace. Did you do it right? Did you send the broken pieces of yin and yang electric guinea pig rockets, right? Remembering that day, the yin and yang palace was engulfed in death and the woman's hatred increased more and more. The woman standing in front of Gon could not help but raise her voice to question. Her whole person became angry and said, that's why the yin and yang have been completely destroyed. Do you know that I have suffered so much damage that which one? Faced with the resentment of the woman in front of him, Gon didn't show any special expression and just stood there silently watching her talk nonsense. She was still talking non-stop. You must have been mentally prepared to do that. Before her prediction, Gon still maintained the same cold expression. Listening to the woman in front of him talking nonsense all this time, Gon finally couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" The woman bit her lip and looked at him without speaking. The woman saw Lee Gon wandering around like that and immediately got mad. "If you're too noisy, I'll erase you right away." The woman proudly looked at him with a dangerous smile and then used it. The magic power of the Gemini branch was fluctuating. The other group of high-ranking leaders were also scared by this incident. "Oh God, we are also caught up in it." Suddenly a cold voice rang out, exchanging information with the powerful soul. A man in the group of leaders fearlessly exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, this is the ultimate secret technique of the twin star, summoning the soul of." The woman was not distracted by the voices around her. She closed her eyes to concentrate. Using necromancy, the elf queen Larry Queen responded to the necromancy. After concentrating all her energy, the woman finally achieved her wish, opening a spell to summon souls. The woman in front of her eyes was surrounded by a strange light, her whole body exuding a special aura. Gon still didn't show any special expressions at this time. He stood there like a passerby watching a play, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Larry Queen proudly looked at Gon and laughed loudly. "This is the soul equivalent to a female body protecting Larry Queen. Let me see if you can withstand it." Lee Gon looked at her arrogant appearance and laughed in his heart. Gon then rushed towards Larry Queen as fast as lightning. Faced with his attack, Larry Queen did not have time to react and was immediately approached by Gon. He held Larry Queen's hands tightly and did not let her move. She did not have time to take precautions and had no way to counterattack. Her face suddenly changed, against the emergence of fear. Lee Gon smiled sinisterly and said to Larry Queen, "Die." He threw the Larry Queen hard into the air, causing a large hole to immediately appear on the ground. Small pieces of rock flew in the air. Gon's strength scared the leaders present. Lee Gon's throw was so powerful that the whole building shook. Larry Queen was also kicked out of the building by Gon's throw. Looking at the large hole that appeared on the ceiling, a man in the group of leaders nervously called out, "Star Master." Gon smiled satisfactorily. The magic power of the twin star was being separated. Gon turned around to look at Larry Queen, who was surrounded. That cold voice rang out again. Queen Larry Queen didn't return to her residence. Larry Queen's whole body gradually sank, then Gon quickly used his hand to hold the top of Larry Queen's head to prevent her from sinking. Larry Queen looked at her cruel face and her determination not to forgive her and felt worried. Queen Larry looked at Gon in confusion, but Gon remained silent without speaking or showing any expression. Lee Gon tugged on Larry Queen's hair and then said sharply, "Where do you want to go?" Larry Queen screamed in pain, Let me go." The announcement now continues to echo, "The elf queen Larry Queen has been successfully captured." Gon lifted Larry Queen's body up, his face full of disgust. "Do you think I'm an idiot and plan to run away?" Larry Queen screamed in fear. Where was her cold and arrogant appearance from before? I was wrong." Lee Gon looked at the group of high-ranking people, then shot the Larry Queen straight to the ground. Queen Larry still hadn't regained consciousness and was lying flat on the ground. The leader worriedly asked, "Is Master Chimpanzee okay?" Larry Queen was finally taken down to prison and immediately showed her true form. The system's cold voice announced, "The user has lost consciousness, causing the ability to control magic to be overturned. The transformation was borrowed from the Pisces branch. Crystal has been deleted." The leaders looked at this scene and were filled with loss. It turned out that this was not the star of the Gemini Zodiac. Seeing their savior being sent to prison, they didn't dare to speak out anymore. Gon smiled brightly, looking like she had planned everything in advance. "See, I told you this was the first time we met." Gwen grabbed her hair tightly and said, "Did she think she could win against me because this elf queen was here?" Larry Queen completely lost her ability to resist and just stared at the hand that was gripping her hair tightly, causing her to scream in pain. Hearing Larry Queen's pitiful cry, Gon became even more excited and said to the leaders, "You all saw clearly, but the help from that cunning witch was no longer there." The leaders were stunned, looking bewildered at the scene before their eyes, unable to believe how this could happen. Gon arrogantly said to the people in front of him, "It's time to take back my fairy, right?" Lee Gon and Taiku successfully achieved their goal, so they didn't stay long. The two of them left the greenhouse together in the bewilderment of the senior leaders. Gon was in a very good mood, carrying a pile of documents as he walked, saying, Good, I got my property back and today I have to buy something delicious to eat." But why did they display so many documents? Taiku walked next to him and said worriedly, "Don't you see anything strange?" Gon didn't think so and asked, "What's going on?" Taiku voiced his concerns. Why did Heiji appear? Isn't she the type of person who would go crazy in the middle of the street if she felt angry? Contrary to Taiku's worried mood, Gon was completely comfortable looking at him smiling and talking. "What are you saying again?" Gon confidently continued to say that Dwang had already collapsed. How could she come out directly so that was obvious? Hearing Gon say that, Taiku had to stay silent. Gon started showing her evil face again. "That mean girl is trying to endure this, but I know roughly where she is and I'll go see her soon." Today Lee Gon's group of people had a gathering at Chun Sung Jae's house. The atmosphere in the house was extremely harmonious. Before going to Sung Jae's house, Gon bought some fast food. He said to his friends, "Let's eat something together." Gon took out a cake from his bag and gave it to Sung Jae. His tone was extremely friendly. "Here is your hamburger." Holding the hamburger in his hand, Sung Jae looked at it thoughtfully without touching it. Then he said to Gon, Okay, I can eat something else." Gon heard that and didn't think much. Maybe he didn't like eating hamburgers. Gon asked the other two people in the room, "So what do Yuha and Jimin want to eat?" Yuha put her hand on her lips and then showed an enchanting look and slowly said, "I want to eat." Gon just bit into the hamburger in his mouth and heard Yuha say that and immediately vomited. Yuha smiled brightly, trying to make herself look innocent. The caption, Jimin stood next to everything, looking at everything, feeling extremely interested and thinking, "Yuha is very spicy." Speaking of Lee Gon, he lowered his face to hide his embarrassment. "I'm going crazy. If Taiku knew, I'm sure he would faint." Yuha looked at Lee Gon and stopped teasing him and asked, "Uncle Taiku is not coming." Lee Gon regained his composure and said in a cold tone, "Uncle asked him to go do something so he will be home a little late." Lee Gon, Jimin, Yuha walked together to the glass box in front of them and excitedly said, "So here we are." Lee Gon stood in front of Larry Queen with a sinister face and said to the two people next to him, "Let's start the interrogation." At this time, Larry Queen is locked in the relic of the Aries Chitin, a super hard exhibition box, a very sturdy exhibition box. Lee Gon's whole body was covered with cold air and began to threaten, "From now on you must answer everything I ask correctly." Queen Larry looked at him with a cold face from head to toe and her whole body began to tremble in fear and nodded repeatedly and replied, "Yes, yes." He held the book in his hand and walked to the box where Larry Queen was locked up, smiling sinisterly. "Anyway, being in the box and looking out is better than being in my book, right? So you should know your fate, but answer well." The book that Lee Gon is holding is the book of everything. The object's inventory will be turned into holy text and stored in the book, which can be disguised. Now a cookbook. Larry Queen was scared and quickly subdued and replied, "Of course." Lee Gon started to interrogate, "Don't you think it's strange that that dirty, lying witch hasn't shown up yet?" Seeing that Larry Queen did not speak, Gon's voice as if demanding his life rang out again. Strictly speaking, it was not that he had not appeared yet, but it was strange that he could not appear, right? Queen Larry didn't dare to lie so she nodded and replied, "That's true." Lee Gon sat down and tapped his fingers on the floor to continue questioning, "That means she is locked up somewhere and that place is here." At Sung Jae's house, Queen Larry saw that her secret had been exposed and that he could easily guess it, and her heart was not willing, but in such a situation, she could only tell the truth. "Yes, what you said was very right." Lee Gon received such an answer, frowned and continued to say, "I will give you a chance to know exactly where she is." Queen Larry didn't want to submit like that, but when she looked into those spark-like eyes, she couldn't hold back her fear. "That's the story." Lee Gon looked at her so slowly, his coldness immediately increased a bit. "Do you want to say it yourself or let me say it for you?" Larry Queen, who was locked in the box, began to tremble and look at him in fear. She couldn't resist such an overwhelming force, so she raised her hand, which was constantly shaking, and stayed. The Larry Queen is just a seemingly harmless statue lying in a corner of the room, her voice constantly trembling saying, "There." Lee Gon and Jimin couldn't hide their smiles as they looked in the direction of Larry Queen's hand. Knowing that her life was over, Larry Queen could only bow her head in shame. Jimin looked closely at the direction of Larry Queen's hand and said in surprise, "Oh, that was the statue that was broken last time." Lee Gon smiled and approached the statue holding it in his hand and said proudly, "That's right, I said there was something suspicious smelling here." Then he turned around and said to Jimin, "You kissed her before, right? Maybe that's the location magic of that lying bitch." Jimin finished listening and was surprised to remember the time he had said before, "Although this is not yours, This is the prize that the Zodiac Shikin kissed on it to bless. Jimin silently lamented in his heart that he was lucky he didn't throw it away, it was really dangerous. Li Gon stared at the statue in his hand, his eyes quickly flashed with a magical blue light that began to activate the 13th sense. Very quickly, Li Gon was able to control the source of his power, activating his 13th sense that could interfere with the spirit world. The statue in Li Gon's hand quickly went to work, it angrily roared at Larry Queen. "Hey Larry Queen, how dare you snitch like that?" Yuha and Jimin standing next to him were startled and shouted loudly. Li Gon still maintained a smiling face and watched the fun. Yuha still couldn't regain her composure and asked, "That's it?" Looking at the statue floating in the air, Yuha doubtfully made the judgment that this was the Gemini star of the zodiac Heiji. Heiji angrily scratched his head and shouted, "Damn, why did I have to be exposed in front of that bastard? Why did things turn out like this?" The more she talked, the more worried and uneasy she became, wondering if the day the tower collapsed. If things don't get messed up. Recalling the day the tower collapsed, it created such a huge stir, even now Heiji still thinks it's scary. The glass bowl placed neatly on the table suddenly fell down, creating a deafening sound. Heiji suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and silently exclaimed, "What was that aura just now, this aura that gives people goosebumps?" The familiar and strong aura made Heiji's heart stop beating, not even daring to make a judgment. Is it Li Gon's? Is he still alive? I couldn't believe her worries had finally come true. I was very surprised when Li Gon returned and the place he came from was the house of his friend's son, Chun Sung-jae. Heiji stood in front of the mirror with a pensive expression, watching Li Gon having fun with his friends, but that was good because my eyes and ears were already there, so I had to go directly to confirm. Immediately after that, Heiji used teleportation to move to the designated place in the blink of an eye, only safely teleporting his soul into the designated object, the object of the angel statue in Chun Sung-jae's house. Thanks to his teleportation skill, Heiji successfully moved into the statue at Sung-jae's house. Immediately after entering the statue of Sung-jae's house, the statue vibrated violently and emitted a special aura. After that, the statue returned to its original appearance. Heiji thought that entering the soul of the statue was a good idea. Returning to Sung-jae's room, Heiji placed his cold hands on the top of Jimin's head and cried loudly. Jimin trembled in fear and screamed, "Ah!" While the two of them were still crying, a warning sounded, "Please pay attention, you will not be able to speak out if the possessed object is destroyed while in use." Hearing this, Heiji became even more panicked and shouted, "The statue was broken, so the soul possession skill also happened. If so, I will be locked here, is there no other way?" While he was still worried, Jimin walked in from outside the door and said, "After all, it's a sacred object, I can't throw it away like that." After hearing this, Heiji's excited mood soon relaxed. Oh, that's right." The gray face was gone now. Heiji happily said, "Now you can rent the cheap restoration skill to use as long as you can restore this statue to its original state." Jimin walked towards the statue, holding the glue in his hand. Then poured all the glue on the statue and happily said, "Haha, I will attach it firmly." Heiji stood next to him with indescribable joy. Returning to the present, facing Li Gon, Heiji couldn't help but scream loudly, "Ah!" The notification sound echoed, the possessed object was broken and you couldn't escape. Li Gon fiercely squeezed the statue in his hand and said, "How should I spread the rumor that I bullied you?" Heiji angrily glared at Larry Queen, who was being locked up, and shouted, "Hey Larry Queen, do something quickly, you can get out of that exhibition." Larry Queen trembled in fear and replied, "If you don't want me to, I can't. Even if I escape, I will be caught again by Mr. Li Gon. Please don't ask me to do useless things anymore." Yuha was watching her and was extremely satisfied when she heard that. Li Gon was also extremely excited and turned around and said, "Oh, you know that too, right?" Heiji had tears in his eyes as he looked at that disgusting girl who dared to betray him like that. I'll tear your clothes off, I said I'll do it." While he was still angry, Heiji suddenly remembered something. "Oh, my faithful saint, saint of the Gemini star Chun Sung-jae." Heiji was immediately stunned when he was pointed out. Heiji commanded coldly, "I order you as the Holy Master to attack Li Gon immediately." Chun Sung-jae still stood there calmly saying, "Why should I do that?" In anticipation of Heiji, Sung-jae said, "I don't want to fight with Uncle Gon." Heiji immediately got mad and said, "What the hell are you talking about? Li Gon is the sworn enemy of our holy group. If you are a saint of the Gemini star, then it is natural for you to fight with Li Gon." Sung-jae showed a thoughtful expression. Heiji rushed towards Sung-jae, "Come on quickly, Just as he was about to beat Sung Jae up, he suddenly said, "Then it's okay for me to leave, Gemini love." Heiji unexpectedly looked at Sung Jae angrily. "What did you just say?" Faced with Heiji's regressive reaction, Sung Jae just replied indifferently, "I'm truly a saint of Gemini, but you're my hero." As he spoke, he took out the badge hidden in his pocket. "If the star of Gemini is the reason why I became an enemy to Uncle Gon." Sung Jae coldly looked at Heiji without fear and replied, "Then I will leave Gemini star." Heiji didn't expect him to be so determined to do it that he couldn't react in time. Heiji was even more surprised when he saw that he himself had thrown away the badge of the Star of the Zodiac. Watching the symbol of the Gemini star slowly fall to the ground made the guardian gods angry. Sung Hae's house shook violently, causing the four of them to stumble. Heiji worriedly told Sung Jae, "No, this is a punishment from the guardian god." As soon as Heiji finished speaking, the cold voice came again. "The faith of the saints belonging to the Gemini star, Chun Sung Jae is heading towards the Snakehead star. Guardian Angel Gemini is angry and carries out punishment with the magical power of Guardian Angel Gemini is trying to forcefully descend on Chun Sung Jae." Sung Jae's whole face started bleeding and he was so surprised. "Oh!" Yuha and Jimin shouted loudly and worriedly. Sung Jae, as soon as Yuha stepped forward, he couldn't stand it anymore and collapsed to the ground. Heiji could no longer stay silent and said, "Sung Jae, quickly pray to me that you have sent me you're a candidate for my successor so I will forgive you and you must attack Li Go immediately. Li Gon is a violent and cruel man who cannot believe blindly." Sung Jae heard Heiji say something bad about him and immediately roared angrily. It was so loud. After Sung Jae shouted loudly, he exhausted all his strength and said, "If you guys had that kind of heart, you wouldn't have abandoned the others." Sung Jae gasped, recalling the past events. The man asked him, "What's the matter?" That man's voice said coldly, "I don't think I have to die here just because of those stupid, ordinary people." That man ordered him, saying everyone in there was dead, then sent them to the cathedral to bury him. Saying this, Sung Jae's voice choked up, while Uncle left. Gon is ready to stand up against that evil monster to protect everyone without hesitation. Always save people in danger, so I don't want to confront him. The more Sung Jae talked, the angrier he became as he questioned, "And you guys always talk about saving the world but only care about your own safety." In Sung Jae's heart right now there is only the image of Li Gon. He said, "My hero." Sung Jae remembered the scene where Li Gon kindly advised him, "Sung Jae, if you ever meet those bastards again, don't hesitate at all, just attack them with Uncle behind you." Sung Jae's whole body was covered in blood right now, but his eyes were still shining brightly. "You guys should stop using your eyes to look at others, you damn dogs." A warning bell rang out. The god of the twin star Pyara was showing his majesty. The punishment for the saint who gave his waist to buy a car was painful to the highest level because of the statement just now, gathering force to make him hang down from the car, and his hero also disappeared. Li Gon's expression was as cold as ice. He had begun to act skillfully. Li Gon moved his magic so that Pyara's whole body was covered with the blue light he created. Li Gon waved his hand to control the magic but Pyara could do nothing. Pyara was surprised to see Gon's magic covering his body, breaking through the abyss. A red ray of light like fire rushed quickly through Pyara's body, cutting off the torture for Sung Jae. Li Jian activates moves, special moves. The absolute god Gemini was suddenly stunned. Then he raised his hand, creating a blue slash that was converging with his red bullet-shaped eyes. When he had accumulated enough, he raised his hand to the sky like a sharp knife. The Gemini saint's eyes turned white from being hit. The scene changes to the Yin and Yang Palace. This place is devastated by the fire. Someone calls out, "Let's use magic to remove these debris." A person was using water magic to put out the fire. "The fire is now under control. Bring all the water magic users here immediately." With a flash, the magic circle in his hand disappeared. He was surprised. "Huh? What's going on? Why can't he gather magic power?" A group of people behind ran to announce, "Church leader Ken, it's not okay." He also frowned and looked back in a confusing situation. The girl continued, I can't gather magic power, no, more like I can't feel any magic power at all." "Have you contacted disciples in other districts?" Then the scene changed to another district. Everyone's magic was disappearing. A group of people were stunned. Neither telepathy nor teleportation could be used. The teleportation gate had completely disappeared. What happened to the disciples who went to face the disaster? "They are being attacked by giant monsters, but because they don't have magic, they run away. We tried to contact them, but because it was a disaster district, Telepathy couldn't be used and the communication equipment also malfunctioned. It was as if the Gemini's magic power had completely disappeared. At this time, at the shop where everyone was being attacked, Legion destroyed the twins in everyone's surprise. A black-haired girl spoke up, "The magic power of the absolute god gems disappeared." Then Legion told Sung Chae that his eyes and nose were bleeding. "You're okay now, Sung Chae, it was only because of me that you almost got caught up in danger." Legion knelt down on one knee in front of his surprise and said, "Thank you, Sung Chae, for trusting me until the last minute." Sung Chae's eyes turned A and mouth turned O, not knowing what to say. Then he laughed happily because of Legion's compliment. At this time there was a loud call from the Gemini Saint, "Legio-un, what have you done to me?" He ignored those words. He now only retains his original form, each part of his body screaming, "Why has the power of absolute God completely faded from me like that?" At this moment, the system notification appeared. The connection between the twin saint, Heist, and the twin absolute god, Freya, had been severed. The absolute gods spent a large amount of resources and had to take great risks when trying to interfere with this reality. That is why the gods entrust their power to the saints. At this time, the absolute god Gemini felt the connection was broken and was angry. Then the image of a woman appeared, giving strength to the saint. Then the saint gave strength to humans, and then the saint dispersed that strength to his disciples. In other words, absolute magic is a power plant. Saints are transformers and transmission towers. And the disciples were the electrical sockets and wires. The Gemini Saint was now frowning at Legion in fear. The fact that this power immediately faded away meant. Then Legion came closer and smirked, feeling how incompetent he became, making the Saint Gemini startled when in front of him Legion suddenly appeared from behind. "What the heck?" Then Legion gathered energy and said, "That rotten crab often does things like this, cutting off relationships with hell beheading." The system appears, "Hell beheading, SS level, Cancer's ultimate technique, you can cut off anything you want." The Gemini Saint gritted his teeth at this moment and couldn't do anything. Legion continued, "After combining my abilities, the results were quite interesting. The more you talk, the scarier you appear. I can even cut off your connection with the absolute god." The system appears again, "Actions are forbidden by the gods, cut off the relationship. You can cut off anything, including memories, human relationships and loyalty. You will receive a new ability when mastered." At this time, the Gemini Saint angrily spoke up, "What? There is no way God would allow that. Now you will suffer his wrath." Legion calmly replied, "Ah, no problem, I'm still looking forward to it." Then he approached the Gemini Saint's face with a strange expression, "So that meant that stupid goddess would stick out her mouse tail, right?" The Saint opened his mouth in fear and could not say anything. During this time, lightning struck outside. The sky outside became purple, lightning was striking, black crows were flying in the sky. People were confused and scared, looking up at the sky to see a giant black hole appearing. A giant electric tornado appeared in the city. System notification appears, "Absolute God Gemini is mad because of losing his saint and disciple. You will take the risk and directly exert all your influence." The Gemini Saint gasped in fear, and Legion glanced at him without saying anything serious. Then suddenly a great earthquake shook the ground. Is that the tornado is approaching the building where Legion is standing? In the magic gate, the Gemini magic spell appeared in front of Legion. He calmly walked closer. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled calmly. His appearance looked flashy. The gate appeared completely. Finally, the Gemini angel also appeared, a white-haired woman, wearing a black outfit with a butterfly symbol, purple eyes staring at Legion. That's the twin god, Freya. The system again displays a notification, "Warning, the natural power of the absolute god is fluctuating very dangerously." Then she raised her hands high, charging the energy ball. Legion still calmly took one hand out of his pocket and took out the stored item. Then the Gemini god struck a blow to Legion. It was a huge, powerful spark that destroyed the entire building. Pausing for a moment, the Gemini was surprised in shock. Is Legion absorbing the power of absolute god? The system reappeared, the Cancer's core fragment, having absorbed the power of the absolute god. It was an eye surrounded by rubies that were absorbing power. Then the notification system, the Gemini god was very confused when he saw the fragment of another god. Legion smirked, "Unfortunately I can no longer use heavenly punishment. If I had this guy with me, then no matter if it was a god or anything else, I would blow everything away." He still absorbed the power of the Absolute God, notification system, summon friends, regeneration workshop, available materials list, a piece of Cancer's core, and the lightning and tornado of the Gemini Absolute God. Lee Ji-on said, "I can't help it." His eyes flashed and his fists filled with energy. If he didn't have teeth, he'd be able to hit them with his gums. Then he crushed the giant fragment, summoning a giant death scythe with the power he had just gained. Notification system, Scythe of Temptation of the Abyss, forged from a piece of Cancer's core and Gemini's lightning bolt. Your crafting skills are inferior to the materials, so the durability is extremely low, wasteful. Lee Ji-on didn't care but smirked. Hissing with a face as sharp as a python, he raised his scythe. Activate the fighting instinct. By consuming the collected divine power, he stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum. Then launched a slash that cut the body in half towards the Gemini god. Notification system, you have caused significant damage to Gemini. Gemini is struggling in pain and humiliation. Sung cursed, his friends, and even the Saint Gemini were all surprised. They had already injured him. It was impossible. The system announced again that the scythe that tempted the abyss had been shattered. Lee Ji-on showed a disappointed expression as he looked at the scythe that was gradually disappearing. Well, the improvisation could only go so far. At this moment, the Gemini gem is in pain and angry. System notification, the twin goddess Freya has lost consciousness. The absolute twin goddess Freya wants to descend to this world with all her strength. She is sending tornadoes in the sky. In the tornado appeared a soldier. Then monsters came out of the tornado. Tuathan Gemini is using all his power to summon infantry and monsters. In response to the system's announcement, Tuathan Gemini has gathered all his forces and strength. Then suddenly there was a scream from the sky. That's enough. A giant fireball was flying towards the Gemini god. Then it fell in front of Lee Ji-on. Was a blonde-haired man wearing a black shirt landing. Sung Chae and the black-haired girl were shocked. Dad? He has golden eyes and hair, and a sun symbol on his forehead. Then cross his arms with the Gemini. Stop your invasion now, Freya. The great goddess Freya suddenly stiffened. Then he threatened with bullet eyes. Going any further would be considered an act against the law. A strong yellow air pressure circled around Taiku's body, causing his black cloak to curl and flutter. Above that small form was still the form of a very ferocious god. Taiku shouted loudly and turned around. Come back, Freya. Absolute God cannot use his true form to interfere in this world. Under the huge flying form like an angry demon, the dark purple aura like dark energy surrounding the entire world, there is an old memory that says, absolutely divine. The prince replied to the person he loathed, the Sagittarius god, that he should not get in his way. She mocked him, wondering what a god who had lost his temper and a saint could do. Under that terrible purple pressure of Freya that seemed to want to kill all life around, Taiku just calmly closed his eyes and said, of course, the pure power of the centaur alone would not be able to do it. Anything, ma'am. Then suddenly opening her eyes, Taiku's stern face became hard and sharp, her sharp eyebrows furrowed and she shouted, however, we are not the only ones who object to her intervention. From somewhere in that gloomy and dark purple light appeared bright yellow magic circles above Freya's head. Freya, or also the real god of Gemini, seemed to be frightened by something. Every word seemed to be a reminder of the current events that were taking place. Countless entities observing the world objected to Gemini, lower mortal. They expressed dissatisfaction at the significant violation of rules regarding direct intervention. To consolidate their territory, they forced the Gemini force to retreat. Gemini's face looked at the transformation in bewilderment and fear. The yellow magic circle containing all the names of the 12 zodiac signs is huge, covering the quiet night sky above large houses that no ordinary person knows about. From above circle, a long, large yellow chain fell hard below, followed by dozens of other sturdy chains interwoven together as if forming a solid cage, making Freya afraid. It seemed like the other gods were imposing sanctions for breaking the law, to interfere with the earth further. A large amount of ability, including trust and experience, must be taken as a price. If this intervention continues, you will face extreme hostility from the other gods. The absolute god Gemini gasped as if he felt the bondage that was about to surround him. The 6 people standing there witnessed the entire shaking of heaven and earth about the punishment ahead, rocks and dust flying everywhere, looking very surprised. Taiku spoke softly to express his regret, really sorry. The huge chains gradually wrapped around and tightened around Freya's body. Freya stood frozen in control and looked down. Taiku shouted from below, It seemed like the other gods had no intention of just sitting there looking up. Then Taiku's face changed quickly, his eyes seemed to scream fire, wondering if she could accept a higher level of risk. Freya gritted her teeth as if in pain, angry but could do nothing, glaring down at Taiku standing there. Gritting her teeth hard, the next moment Freya had to scream in pain when hundreds of chains were tightly wrapped around her body with no way to escape. Taiku and the figure of a majestic god above his head were still standing there watching, calmly. Suddenly, the glass on high-rise buildings exploded and shattered into small, scattering pieces. Some people standing there or watching felt as if they were pressed down by an invisible force and covered their ears in discomfort and shouted, "Ah!" Freya, or also the absolute god Gemini, with a pained face but full of horror, fiercely pointed down at the crowd of people, as if a warning came. The absolute god Gemini gritted his teeth, saying, "He will never forget what happened today." Taiku put his hands in his pockets and gave a faint smile, while Li Jian stood next to Taiku with a joking face, raised his middle finger and said, "Hee, I'm so bitter, don't talk nonsense, next time, remember to bring your brother along." Freya was so angry at Li Jian's rude words that she gritted her teeth and looked down with venomous eyes. Each yellow, red, and green chain seemed to make her strongly oppressed under everyone's witness. Because of that, no one paid attention to his friend Li Jian, who was smiling faintly and listening to the announcement of something that looked like a system. "You had trampled on the pride of the Gemini god, you have established a reputation among the entities observing this world, you have received a large amount of Zodiac experience, Zodiac incubation level 9, once Zodiac reaches level 10 you will face special trials." Everything seemed to be over, the sky seemed brighter than usual. Taiku looked at the god smiling. The system voice continued, "Accumulating tendencies, a special quest based on your inclination has been activated, the awakening of the Ophiuchus." Everyone else who came along lay exhausted and breathless on the ruins. Li Jian walked up to Taiku, smiled brightly, patted his shoulder and said, "Good timing, good job, Taiku." Taiku glanced at Li Jian and coldly replied, "I just did what I needed to do." Taiku gritted his teeth and frowned as he continued, thinking about what Freya did to Sungche. Holding his hands tightly as if to suppress his anger, Taiku continued, saying that an arrow piercing her head would not be enough. Li Jian still put his arm around Taiku's body and smiled faintly, making Taiku a bit surprised. "Just be patient, it will be soon." Then Li Jian suddenly smirked and pointed at his face, affirming that "I will crush your brothers until there are no bones left." Taiku with his handsome face and beautiful blonde hair smiled and looked at Li Jian as if he agreed and silently thought, "Thank you, Jian." As if suddenly remembering something, Taiku reached into his pocket and said, "Oh yes, I brought what you told me from the Yin-Yang Palace." Li Jian still didn't seem to remember anything, waiting in surprise when he saw Taiku pull out a roll of paper with a red border in front of him, then happily snapped his fingers. "Oh so delicious." That scroll in Taiku's hand is the spirit book, the deed recording the contract with the souls linked to the twins. Heiji and Spirit State at the side shouted in surprise, "How? That thing should have been strictly guarded with the highest level of security." Taiku smiled and replied, "Penetrating and hiding are the basic skills of an archer." While saying Taiku, he humorously imagined himself running. Then he looked away. Taiku thought to himself, not to mention the badge that Jian gave him. Li Jian was attentively opening the spirit book to read and ponder. Behind him, Heiji in his spirit state cursed, not knowing if he didn't care or because Li Jian didn't hear. "That bastard Li Jian." Taiku stood and looked at Heiji in a slightly frowning soul state. "Watch out for that bitch's mouth." Looking at the spirit book full of strange symbols, something like Li Jian's system shouted, "You have opened the spirit book, investigating the linked soul list." Then the names of those involved were announced. The legendary one-eyed berserk maniac. Next, the image of a red-haired man with a fierce face appeared, the giant of the legendary giant King Yutun. Next, another name was announced, the light of the legendary white warrior King Rar. The souls associated with Gemini have completely surrendered to Ophiuchus. You can take on surrendered linked spirits as a member of your clan or prisoner, Li Jian said in surprise. Ugh. Then a certain voice rang out again as if telling the story. The commander's soul sealed deep under the sea of the Yin and Yang Palace also expressed its intention to surrender. Li Jian held the spirit book and studied it intently. In his heart he thought, the soul commands, he would be a mythical level spirit, right? Holding the spirit book tightly in his hand, Li Jian's face suddenly darkened and said, "But why should I accept your surrender? How about you prove your sincerity to me? As soon as Lee Ji-on finished speaking, a certain purple light suddenly appeared in each letter of the spiritual book. Then, with a bang, a circular spiral shot straight into the sky, causing Lee Ji-on to gasp in surprise. Then there was a magical scene. A girl with dark hair, a beautiful face, and a beautiful nose gradually appeared from inside the circular vortex. As if he didn't expect what would happen, Lee Ji-on still stood there with his mouth open in surprise when he saw that girl. Not only Lee Ji-on showed a surprised expression, but also Heiji in his soul state and Taiku both stood still as if they were about to turn to stone in equal surprise. The girl in that gorgeous outfit gradually walked down, making everyone cry out, "Haze!" Heiji in his soul state was so surprised that he wanted to petrify his indescribably twisted face. Lee Ji-on, Taiku, and Heiji, in a state of soul still in shock, surrounded Haze's body lying limp and unaware of anything. The souls linked to the twins offered Haze's body. Lee Ji-on seemed to have figured something out and raised his hand to brush back his hair and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, it was so funny, great, you have all been accepted." The familiar system's voice rang out softly again. "You accepted the surrender of the souls linked to the Gemini. The souls associated with Gemini surrendered to the Ophiuchus." Lee Ji-on smiled happily, holding the spiritual book in his hand, looking at the strong blue smoke in front of him, as he continued, "Please give your new subordinates a name." When Lee Ji-on heard this, he felt like a bored loofah and didn't bother to talk. "I'm lazy, so let's just put them in order, 1, 2, 3 and so on." The system voice rang again. "You have given a name to your subordinate." Heiji, in his soul state, suddenly came forward, hugged his head and screamed, "It was unreasonable, Lee Ji-on, this is truly a nightmare." Fast as lightning, Lee Ji-on grabbed Heiji's neck in spirit state, causing Heiji in spirit state to startle and choke, causing her to cry out, "Gu." Heiji, in his soul state, struggled as hard as he could under Lee Ji-on's hand squeezing his neck. "Ga, ga." Lee Ji-on frowned in annoyance. "Hey, bitch, you abandoned everything and ran for someone else, so now you're completely abandoned." Then his face changed 360 degrees with anger as if he wanted to break his neck. Heiji said in his soul state, "So if you're wise, answer my question, are you the one who stabbed me in the demon tower?" Heiji, in a breathless soul state, looked at Lee Ji-on and awkwardly replied, "I don't know anything, who's going?" A stream of murderous aura shot out from Lee Ji-on's hand, causing Heiji in his soul state to be pushed away before he could finish his sentence. Heiji in his soul state screamed in pain in the murderous aura from Lee Ji-on's hand. Something fell to pieces. Lee Ji-on's voice said each word. "This is a piece of the Abyss Temptation scythe that I used earlier. Isn't it exhilarating to personally feel your soul being torn into pieces?" Lee Ji-on shouted loudly in anger, "Stop pretending to be stupid and spit it all out here." Heiji, in a state of soul pain as if he wanted to cry, tried to explain, "I really don't know." Everyone around was filled with fear at the blue murderous aura that shot out into the sky and heard Lee Ji-on's gloomy voice, "Do you want to disappear into nothingness after your soul state is torn apart?" Taiku stood there and raised his hand to block that blue light from touching his body. The blue light glowed brightly as if intending to deal with Heiji in his soul state. As if he couldn't take it anymore, he threw his neck behind Heiji in a spirit state and screamed, causing Lee Ji-on to freeze. "A virgin, it must have been done by a virgin." Lee Ji-on still did not stop. Heiji, in a state of soul as if he was about to die, spoke weakly, "Because the virgin had been punished by heaven." Lee Ji-on's eyes seemed to be amused and he curled his lips. Something seemed to break and fall to the ground. "Gently release your hand from Heiji's neck in spirit state." Lee Ji-on smiled evilly and said, "Very well, I've been given very useful information, so I'll give you your body back." Heiji, in a state of emotional surprise, raised his hand to touch his body and happily thought, "I'm alive." Someone's long legs walked closer, causing Heiji in a state of surprised soul to think, "Oh well." A certain beautiful face made Heiji, in a state of stunned soul, smile to the point of distortion and gratefully say, "Thank you, even though I was released like this, I'm still very grateful." Lee Ji-on smirked and said, "Oh my god, I missed it." Lee Ji-on looked down at Heiji in his soul state without any remorse, calmly speaking, making Heiji in his soul state want to cry on the spot. "I'm sorry, I accidentally gave your body to Reliquin." Seeing his body rushing forward to thank Lee Ji-on made Heiji in a spirit state and everyone around him speechless. The windy blue sky, under the clear clouds in the sky, in a villa with large stylish architecture. In the huge mansion, Larry Queen in the beautiful form of Heiji was frowning angrily, looking at the pile of dark papers on the floor urgently. The yellow rabbit standing in front of her kept saying, oh man. There's no point in finding a place to fix it." After hearing this, Larry Queen screamed loudly, "Why is there no place to fix this, damn Yang Wei pig? There are only a few toxic clauses and a few contracts with holes in them." The ugly and crumpled pile of paper on the floor was the sole contract created by the Virgin Church that specialized in creating contracts. Because of that, Li Jian stole all the things monopolized by Yang Wei. Her face suddenly became bright with two long, sharp horns on her head. Larry Queen snapped her fingers and turned to look at Li Jian and said eagerly, "Mr. Li Jian, by the way, please give me the list of souls as well, I will make all of them strong, reaching SS level." The black-yellow rabbit looked at Li Jian, who was smiling brightly, and answered Li Jian happily, "Okay, Larry Queen, just do it." Larry Queen eagerly said loudly, "Yes." The sound of something whispering reached Li Jian's ears, causing him to turn his head to search. After determining whose terrifying moaning sound it was, Li Jian sighed with a troubled face. Inside the uniquely sculpted statues of the gods, Heiji, in a state of misshapen soul, looking pathetically ugly, cried painfully, "Let me go, let me go." There was a message that suddenly appeared: "You can learn new skills, the Snakeman's contract, you can endure it once, but you can't endure it 3 times." Li Jian was standing in front of a system board of some kind, his long, slender fingers caressing the shape of his chin, intently reading each word. Taiku was also standing right next to him, looking at him. From the system panel, a flattering voice suddenly shouted, causing both Taiku and Li Jian to look down in disdain. We have finally become gods under Mr. Li Jian. The newly recruited gods are praising you. I am honored to become a god of Mr. Li Jian." Looking expressionlessly at the group of magical beasts in front of him competing to flatter him, Li Jian was so bored that he didn't bother to open his mouth. Mr. Li Jian just looked at us. Just looking at his face makes me feel very grateful." Taiku walked up to Li Jian. His blonde hair made his face look even brighter, crossed his arms across his chest and smirked to Li Jian. "I thought if I were a god I would be very arrogant and complacent. This is the first time I see them like this." Li Jian, smiling comfortably, put one hand on his hip, the other hand pointed to the bewildered gods in front of him and answered, "I told you so." As if they didn't expect anything to happen, the 3 magical beasts simultaneously pointed their fingers at Taiku and shouted, making him freeze, "Who let you interfere, you servant of Mr. Li Jian?" After hearing this, Taiku gasped and didn't know what to say. His body seemed to turn to stone on the spot because he was so surprised. "Are you sure you heard it right?" With a cold face, Li Jian crossed his arms and looked straight at the 3 gods in response. Behind him, Taiku seemed to be pressed down by the word servant until he had a stroke. "It seems like you misunderstood something." Then Li Jian's face suddenly became deceitful and cunning. He pointed his finger at Taiku, smiled widely and frowned, correcting that he was not a servant but a slave. It seemed like someone's words containing the word slave weighed hundreds of pounds, crushed the word servant and fell on Taiku, making him want to fall down and vomit blood. The other 3 gods, as if enlightened, pointed at Taiku's lifeless body to explain and exclaimed, Oh, it turned out to be a slave. A slave dares to stand in front of Mr. Li Jian." As if his spirit became relaxed and excited, Li Jian waved his hand and said, "Enough talking about him, now let's talk about you guys. Why did you leave Gemini Star to come here?" Just thinking back to the great and terrifying violent appearance of the twin god, all 3 of them were terrified in response to Li Jian's question. "It's because we can't stand the violence of the Gemini guardian god." Li Jian squinted his eyes and still didn't believe it and asked again, "Really?" Sweating profusely, all 3 of the magical beasts changed their answers. In fact, when they saw the guardian god of the twins of the Zodiac Star being lost by Mr. Li Jian closed his eyes and let out a sigh of satisfaction. Wouldn't it be better to just tell the truth? When those 3 divine beasts heard Li Jian say that, they seemed to be inspired to continue. "Not only us, but also the other gods and our legion commander had also decided to surrender to you. It's just a pity that they were imprisoned under the sanctuary so they were not present here." The image of a deep seal on a thorny rock appeared before me. It is as if something has completely changed on the earth. Currently, humanity has lost more than half of the earth to a calamity force whose identity is unknown, although at a glance, we see that the zodiac stars are still maintaining a balance with disasters. But in reality, they did not even dare to reclaim the territories that belonged to the calamities of unknown status. It is a war between humans and monsters. Right now, To be precise, humans are surrounded in an irresistible circle by monsters. Lee Ji-on heard those words and put his hands on his hands, his face serious, thinking, if it was the bottom of the Yin and Yang Palace, that place would be near the Pacific Ocean. Bending down, furrowing his eyebrows, Lee Ji-on continued to think, it's quite close to the area of those unknown disasters, looks like I have to go check out the situation. The voices of the other three divine beasts rang out again. Interrupting Lee Ji-on's thoughts, he raised his head and glanced at them. Anyway, they knelt down and swore. Then the three divine beasts with tall human bodies knelt down before Lee Ji-on. They said in unison, they would dedicate their lives to him. With a bright smile filled with confidence and regal aura, Lee Ji-on's body emitted an emerald green light and his eyes also glowed. Okay, I have something to ask of you, three brothers. Sung Jae stood behind and watched with his beautiful orange hair, next to his close sister with her hands in her pockets, an exclamation, as expected of Uncle Ji-on. Sung Jae's ruby eyes shined brightly, he raised his fists in victory and shouted, I didn't expect such high-ranking gods to bow down. He's so cool as hell. Yuha's face was expressionless but still agreed, yes, you're right. Yuha finally looked down and smiled contentedly, so good. Then Yuha raised her head and said something that made Sung Jae startled as he was looking at Lee Ji-on with a spirited face in front of him, when she proposed to him. But after Yuha's words, both Taiku and Lee Ji-on were so frightened that they felt like they were about to freeze on the spot. Taiku's shadowy face glanced up at Lee Ji-on with his dark eyes, standing motionless right in front of him, unable to say anything. Taiku's voice seemed to whisper to Lee Ji-on's ears, whose face was sweating in drops, biting his lips and standing there, hey, what's up, what is that? Leaning his now ghost-like face close to Lee Ji-on's trembling face, Taiku continued gloomily, his voice ringing out like a spell, proposing marriage, propose. The joking words of the yellow rabbit behind seemed to punch Taiku and Lee Ji-on in the ears, so Hugo will become Lee Ji-on's father-in-law, then you will become a real family, right? Just as he finished his sentence, something like an arrow shot straight at the yellow rabbit, making it unable to dodge. Taiku, with a shining appearance like a monster standing there with his bow drawn, was the murderer. Lee Ji-on stood on the side gawking at Taiku's lightning-like actions and wanted to pop his eyes out, and the yellow stuffed rabbit was like burned to death while running and screaming, ah. Taiku stood there trembling, his face black with anger, and Lee Ji-on naively approached as if encouraging Taiku to calm down. Taiku, put down your bow and arrow first. Holding the bow tightly in his hand, Taiku gritted his teeth. Suddenly, it seemed like two huge flames were rising above his head. Taiku raised his fist and screamed like he wanted to crack the whole house, but he still hadn't heard his daughter say she loves her dad on Father's Day. It seems that the star of the zodiac Sagittarius is really angry. The fire was angry as if it wanted to burn down the whole house. Taiku held his bow and jumped up continuously shouting, ah. Lee Ji-on could only stand there and watch while sweating before continuing, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Ji-on received a series of dangerous fire arrows flying towards him, causing Lee Ji-on to jump up and avoid, gritting his teeth and saying, calm down, this crazy guy. His bright eyes seemed to contain tens of thousands of large volcanoes inside. Finally, Taiku gently looked at Lee Ji-on and said, but his words were not so gentle, Ji-on, I'm sorry, but today you have to die here. The Sagittarius zodiac star has used stealth. Seeing Taiku as if he wanted to eat him alive, Lee Ji-on was bewildered. Hey! Then he also sweat dropped and was surprised. Lee Ji-on's eyes glowed with blue light and gritted his teeth and asked, this guy, are you really angry? Lee Ji-on used his magic eye, sensing the magic power of the zodiac star centaur Hugo. Gently closing his eyes, Lee Ji-on's eyes frowned slightly as if to feel everything around him. After that, he jumped up and dodged in the air as if to avoid the invisible death that was approaching him. Each bright red arrow like Taiku's fierce gods continued to fly towards Lee Ji-on from his bow and arrow, then, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, tens of thousands of arrows as thick as a secret city wall rushed at the same time, towards Lee Ji-on. There were flashes of broken light, followed by each flash of light, there was a cracking sound like cracking. Lee Ji-on stood on the ground and looked up, a bit angry at Taiku's childishness and said, arrows are not buzzing flies, so annoying. It seems that Lee Ji-on's statement insulted the star of the zodiac Sagittarius, accumulated trend, the skill experience bar is full. A loud scream behind Lee Ji-on made him turn around in surprise, then Lee Ji-on himself had to admire what he saw, oh my god, that was Taiku. Above Lee Ji-on's head is the secret zodiac move, The solar god's chains, that thing is like a large dangerous vortex. Lee Jian scowled and growled, you don't know how to behave. The guardian god Apollo of the Sagittarius zodiac star asked if this is your home, is there any problem? The guardian angel asked if you didn't have much money left after lending money to Sungjae to repair the house. Screaming loudly, resounding throughout the surrounding space, Oh Taeku pointed the arrow straight up and shot. The arrow seemed to spit out a sea of fire. Lee Jian's face was so sad that he didn't bother to say another word but thought, now I know who he looks like, and didn't hesitate to burn the house down. Truly a child of the family, I probably have to stop him. Yuha stood below and looked up at Taiku to advise him, Dad, it's not okay. Oh Taeku was so angry that he didn't care about anything anymore and shouted, nothing. Then the black-haired girl's innocent face looked up. Taiku did not hesitate to say directly, no, I mean you can't do anything, Uncle Jian. Both Sungjae and Yuha looked up at Taiku. Yuha continued, making Taiku stand still with tears in his eyes as if he wanted to fall. How could he win against Uncle Jian? The words were like a stimulant, hurting the other person's spirit with a merciless kick. Taiku still held the bow in his hand and lowered it limply like a torn loofah. Lee Jian angrily jumped up as if he wanted to punch Taiku. This guy. Then, there was a painful sound of punching from Lee Jian. Oh Taeku's head was swollen to a huge lump, but he seemed to have regained his sanity. Stunned as if in a daze, Lee Jian sat next to him with his arms crossed and said, Are you awake? Sighing and glancing at Taiku, Lee Jian continued, How can you so carelessly believe the words of children? Do I look like the guy who will marry your daughter? He was so excited that he wanted to burn the house down. Taiku seemed suddenly awake and surprised by Lee Jian's words. Lee Jian continued to explain that his daughters rarely showed emotions to him because they were too shy, but they thought about him a lot. Looks like they're going to buy you a gift right now. Yuha and Sungjae brought out 2 trays full of things and looked at Taiku when he had calmed down. The girl in black said first, Oh, Dad is awake. Sungjae raised his hand and waved, Tada, we went to buy Yerga Chef a coffee and strawberry cream cake that Dad liked the most. Taiku cried with tears in his eyes as he looked at the 2 trays in front of him and groaned happily, Huh. Taiku cried and rushed to his 2 children to hug them, my beloved children, but before he could touch Sungjae, he crawled towards Lee Jian like a ghost. And then the conversation between Lee Jian and Sungjae made Taiku dumbfounded. Sungjae obediently said to Lee Jian, Uncle, I sent the clip of the fight to the reporters as you asked. Lee Jian was satisfied and patted Sungjae's head. Good job, it was Sungjae. Taiku's face full of black lines turned his head to look at his son in despair and shouted, Whoa, I just patted your head, from now on I won't wash my hair anymore. Sungjae and Lee Jian's words kept ringing in Taiku's ears. Oh, you should eat the cake too, Lee Jian replied back. Whoa, why are there so many strawberries on the cake? A little dead in his heart, Taiku turned his head to look up at his daughter, who was also looking blankly at Lee Jian. Then looking down at the tray of cakes Yuha was carrying for him, missing a strawberry, Taiku's face turned black, but then Taiku still raised his face and forced a smile to look at Yuha and asked, Yuha, where are the strawberries on my piece of cake? Yuha seemed startled and looked down at the cake tray. A second later, Yuha suddenly seemed innocent and wanted to be forgiven, winking and smiling, apologizing to Dad, I've put it all into yours. Taiku ran like a flash of lightning to Lee Jian and shouted, startling both him and Sungjae sitting there, He punched Lee Jian in the face like crazy, but didn't hit anything, making Taiku look like a clown, while Lee Jian remained calm and ate the strawberry cake while avoiding it. The villa now looked dilapidated and filled with smoke and dust down to the morning sky. The house was broken and Taiku's loud cries of despair and sadness seemed to spread throughout the world. Larry Queen was sitting smiling brightly, gently sewing back a yellow teddy bear whose head was torn from being hit by Taiku's punch. While sewing, he happily said, Ha, it seems he can't teach his child anymore. Yuha sat silently on her body as if writing a few lines of love. Jian happily looked at the 3 people, Taiku, Lee Jian and Sungjae, as if they were in a fierce battle. Give her the bride right away. If you put it in your mouth, how can you spit it out? Dad, don't fight with me. A small beep rang out from the phone. Yuha took out the phone and read something that made her startled and opened her eyes wide. The content of the announcement line is that acute disaster is lurking at Tianli Bridge. All the saints must obey the summons immediately. The opening scene is a scene in a sea area with waves crashing and pounding violently in waves. Above are skyscrapers. This sea area is called Haiyan Beach in the capital Manila of the Philippines. The thunderstorms came non-stop, accompanied by dark clouds forming a gloomy mass, thunderstorms thundering across the sky, lightning strikes seemed to want to tear apart the blue sky before our eyes. The military camps were closed all along the coast, the ranks of soldiers were lined up straight and dense, each equipped with a set of iron armor and weapons. They were discussing with each other about the horrifying scene before them, the red-level disaster that had appeared. The current situation was terrible. Another soldier also chimed in. "Wow, will this be okay?" The others replied, "After all, we have gathered troops to this extent, it is worth fighting." At this time, a tall figure with characteristic yellow hair appeared, raising his hand to cheer. Perhaps this guy was the commander. He was standing here, on the highest place, raising his hand to encourage the soldiers. He also added another sentence in a state of extreme excitement and reassurance. "Don't be afraid, as our grandparents say, challenge is also an opportunity." The commander cheered and announced the current situation. "Currently, the star of the zodiac is absent, so we must take care of these incoming red-level disasters that day." The more the army talked, the more spirited it became, everyone competing to raise their hands high as slogans for victory. Everyone shouted with spirit. "Oh," the commander at this moment said a decisive and proud sentence. "Moreover, the power of the Lion Star is still preserved, so this is an opportunity for us to once again be on top of the world." Yoha-chan is now standing in the army ranks and she is wearing the commander's iron armor. Behind is a group of troops who have been motivated by the scene just now. They compete with each other to shout the spirit of war. Yoha-chan, hearing that, gave me a headache. She lightly covered her hand and thought, "Pa, I wanted to go home, I miss you so much." On the other side is the army and another army. Each person is equipped with anti-gas masks and extremely discreet clothes. At the top is a very solidly built camp tent, around which hang Capricorn flag, the atmosphere surrounded by a blue poison emanating from the mysterious hut. The scene inside the hut is extremely spooky and scary. A man like a mad scientist is looking at the blue glowing thing in front of his eyes with a creepy smile and saying, "Oh, you stupid people, you're just causing trouble in vain. You're trying to hide your fear. After all, it has nothing to do with me. What's more important is that." The old man wearing a monocle remained calm. His eyes showed no signs of smiling, but his teeth showed a very triumphant smile and said, "Perhaps the gift I sent has arrived by now." The scene changes to a high-rise house as spacious as a villa, but there is a pile of rubble above. Wooden planks are packed together to form the walls to stabilize the house, and below is a sign, notifying that repairs were underway. A politely dressed man with a suitcase in hand stopped in front of the house's iron door and rang the bell. As soon as he heard the bell ring, a figure opened the door to greet him. Hugo's face appeared on his body, wearing construction worker clothes, his face covered in dirt but still smiling brightly, welcoming him home. "You are home." The person who knocked on the door just now was the secretary of the Sagittarius zodiac star, Yunyarin. She smiled brightly and asked Hugo, "Long time no see, sir, how are you?" Then she looked around the house, clearly surprised and confused. She turned to ask Hugo, "But why did your house turn out like this? Did something happen?" she added. When Hugo heard the question, he broke out in a sweat. He replied very tiredly and sadly, "Don't ask me, it's over." At this time, the new assistant followed Hugo into the house. She looked up at the TV and said, "Are you also watching the news about the 1,000-foot disaster?" Hugo received the question and turned around to take off his dirty hat, and replied, "Yes, Yuha is on a mission there." Only then did he notice the box the secretary was holding in her hand. He asked, "What is that box?" The secretary did not hesitate to answer, "I saw it in front of the door so I brought it in." "No, the goods you ordered from Shopee." Suddenly a loud voice came from the box, "Where is Li Jian?" making both Hugo and Yunyarin jump, and both of them couldn't help but wonder what was going on. At this time, in the workshop, there was a strong sound of a hammer hitting the sword, breaking it in half. Suddenly a blue notification appeared from the system. The level of the manufacturing tool was too low, so the material was damaged, broken. Jian held a hammer in his hand and the surrounding area radiated immense magic power. He looked down at the sword just now and said boredly, "I don't know how many times I've said it." The system's blue notification continues to appear as an invitation and request. You need higher level equipment if you want to create items of the desired level. The broken sword just now caused Jian to cursing. "Damn, is this the limit of the artifice hammer?" he said as he thought about a genuine crafting tool that he was extremely regretful about. It was a pity that he had lost the hammer that bestowed on him. He couldn't feel it at all. Where did he disappear during the past 20 years? As he thought, he looked at the powerful weapons he had made and couldn't help but think that with just slime, it would be very difficult for him to create holy objects of a general type or higher. and I must prepare a sturdy weapon before confronting Virgo cheat-in, Jian thought thoughtfully and seriously. The system continued to appear to inform about the situation. The holy area where the great zodiac star of Seifu and the ordinary zodiac star of Sagittarius stayed was hiding a contract from another zodiac star. Jian received the notification and suddenly discovered there was a noise outside. Outside was a scene of destruction. Hugo and the secretary were shocked to discover what was contained in the box. The strange sound coming from the box. This is the home of the star Sagittarius, Hugo utters right. The speaker continues to play. The sound has not been heard for a long time. Hugo, this is Sergeyevich? When Hugo heard this familiar name, he seemed to have guessed something before shouting, "You're too paradoxical, that goat," and then he reminded himself about an old witness who had made a mistake. "Yang Wei is paying, that's the price." Suddenly a foot stepped out and said in a calm and questioning tone, "Who dares to hide in this holy place?" It turned out that after hearing the noise outside, Jian carried the hammer in his crafting outfit and walked out, his tired arms leaning lightly on the wall, his face filled with annoyance and inquiring. It was Mr. Goat there. Jian walked out to the surprise of everyone who witnessed it. The goat's head with a speaker continued to emit a response. "Long time no see, Jian. Fortunately you are still alive and well," and so is the secretary, extremely shocked by the appearance of the person in front of him and quickly spoke. "Huh, Sir Li Jian." The speaker mounted on the goat's head introduced itself. "I am Sergeyevich Vladimir Invan of the star Capricorn. Do you still remember me?" When Li Jian heard the name being introduced, he quickly walked forward, deliberately calling out another name, Serbiskin. The goat-headed guy also did not give up. Determined to argue, he raised his voice, said, "Told me he was Sergeyevich?" Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan, the zodiac star of Capricorn, is also a special creator like Li Jian. After Li Jian disappeared, all the ultimate weapons in the world were created by him alone. The goat's head with a speaker and bright eyes continued to speak. "After all, I feel very lucky that you are still healthy, Li Jian. The reason I looked for you is because..." At this moment, the goat's head said again, "I want to apologize to you for what happened in the past." Suddenly a large hand grabbed the goat's head, making it extremely frightened and spoke more urgently. "And hoping we could join forces." Before the sound had finished, Li Jian gently tossed the modern item up with a very calm face. With the hammer in hand, he hit the goat's head hard once, causing it to shattering into many pieces. It seemed like he didn't want to continue listening. As he pounded, he also spoke in a cheerful voice, "Pop." Hugo saw that and curiously turned to ask Jian, "Didn't you hear what he said?" Jian looked neither surprised nor interested. Somehow he wasn't talking nonsense. "As if you already knew the old man's personality," he said. "What's the point of joining forces with a guy who still feels sorry for giving me an ingredient? Just watch the live broadcast about the red level disaster." The Capricorn star on the other end of the phone was extremely upset when he heard it. He gently lamented, "His personality is still exactly the same as before. I will have a big headache." Suddenly, the voice of a guard outside came from behind. He announced, "Sir, it's time." The old man heard it and suddenly quickly replied, "Oh, it's just arrived." The old man gently raised his gloved hand to gently lift the curtain of the camp hut. The star of Capricorn lifted the curtain and stepped out. He looked into the distance and said with great anticipation, "I also have to watch the scene of a thousand-legged red disaster appear." Right now at High Beach, the reporter is standing in front of the camera hosting today's broadcast. She started the program by saying, "Hello to the audience, I am currently present in Manila, Philippines. This is where the red-level thousand-legged calamity will launch its attack." The image of the monster was gradually recalled along with the reporter's story. The giant calamity was wiped out by hero Li Jian 20 years ago. The thousand-legged calamity, I saw its tribe appeared on the coast of Manila, Philippines, another thousand-legged disaster. Next, the reporter continuously introduced today's famous characters one after another. Many strong church leaders had gathered here to deal with the attack of these thousand-legged red-level calamities. The lion-shaped flag fluttered before the reporter's introduction. Vice Star Chan Yu-ha led the army of President Oliver to participate in this war. Lion Shi Star. Another army appears including sea creatures and mermaids introduced by the reporter. Sea combat experts with special stealth magic skills. The Star of the Fish. A group is equipped with iron armor. Above is the characteristic horn and the main weapon is a set of super hard and thick shields. The experts are responsible for the front line. The Star of Taurus. A group of holy women dressed in robes and holding a tall and super powerful staff as a weapon in their hands. The reporter looked towards them and introduced, The holy women stop nuclear missiles on the battlefield, with its divine power, the star of Aquarius. Even the star of Capricorn, responsible for creating and enhancing the weapons necessary for battle, has also participated in the battle. Most of the saint leaders have sent troops to work together to fight together. Even more so, the most special thing is that the zodiac star of Capricorn has appeared directly. Jian was at home watching TV until this part, then turned to Hugo and said contemptuously, "What, that fake aristocrat, he was there too." The old man Capricorn Chitin suddenly stood up, his hand reaching up high, moving as if he was gathering strength to do something. Seeing that, the reporter quickly updated, "It seems Capricorn Zodiac Chitin are planning to do something." In everyone's curious eyes, in his hand suddenly appeared a hammer carved with beautiful patterns and looked somewhat similar to the hammer that Li Jian recalled before. The old Capricorn man held the hammer in his hand with a triumphant smile at the reporter's acclamation. "Oh ho, that is the sacred object of the zodiac star of Capricorn, the hammer that bestows achievements." When Hugo at home saw it, he suddenly turned to ask Jian, "Hey, Jian, isn't that your thing?" Jian looked in Hugo's direction and was extremely shocked. Capricorn Chitin now opened all the machines to practice right at the table. The reporter looked at it admiringly and said, "Capricorn Zodiac Chitin was strengthening his army with his sacred hammer right before the attack." The match began. Humanity highly appreciated the strengthening ability of the Capricorn crystal. Li Jian heard the reporter's voice through the TV screen and couldn't help but scream in anger, barking, "That's our thing." Jian pointed at the TV screen, speaking in a condescending voice, "That damn goat, he dares to use my belongings to show off like that. I will arrest him before making the virgin salad because that hateful act." Jian quickly ran to the door, saying angrily as he walked, "I'm leaving now, I have to punish him." The new news on the TV made Jian stop. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's appeared. The reporter continued speaking while showing the sea scene. There was something giant rising from the bottom of the sea. The scene at this time is waves crashing against the shore, splashing boats and fishing nets. A monster with many eyes emerged from the sea, sharp claws and a huge body. Everyone screamed, "A disaster of 1,000 legs, a disaster of 1,000 legs." Everyone, including the army commanders, was surprised. A set of long tentacles and small legs began to emerge from the water. The monster has the shape of a giant purple octopus. The shape looks extremely horrifying, that is, 1,000-legged calamity, danger level, red. The soldiers at this time received orders to prepare for battle. A person wearing iron armor shouted, preparing to fight. Suddenly a red-haired guy stopped him. "Oh wait. It seemed like that 1,000-legged disaster was holding something, huh?" The monster's tentacles stretched out, and in its hand was curled a human shadow. The tightly wrapped figure then cried out in pain, "Ah!" A soldier boldly made a prediction, perhaps it was Stephen Marker. At this moment the image of the wrapped person clearly appeared. It was Stephen Marker. In his hand he was still holding tightly the giant bone he had bought. His voice was angry. Stephen Marker spoke, "Let go of my giant bone, go out." This monster is not your average size. Its body is huge with large tentacles. It looks like a giant octopus. Although Stephen has a muscular body, when fighting this monster, he feels you are extremely small and his expensive giant bone. He is holding the giant bone to fight against disaster. If he lost $1 billion just because of this monster, it would be crazy. Saint Oliver was panicking like a lost soul. He was still crazy about that bone. "Star Master, please let it go, calm down first." The old-looking man called out to Oliver with a calm voice, "What are you doing, President Oliver?" Mr. Oliver suddenly turned his head. The man immediately changed his provocative expression. He was confused when he saw the star of the zodiac lion and the 1,000-legged calamity appearing at the same time, even though it was the star of the zodiac star. But because the lion star is the main force, the command has to rely on you. "If you're tired, let me do it for you." The Holy Guild leader probably saw through that old man's ambition and looked irritated and contemptuous. "What an ambitious person. Are you craving for my command? Are you planning on stealing my credit? If you don't say so, I will give instructions right away." The Saint Guild Master stood on high, eloquently pointing his finger and commanding, "All the saints of the Lion Star, take the physical strength-enhancing medicine provided by the Capricorn Star." All the saints simultaneously held the yellow liquid, "Drink to increase strength." Besides, the stars are also increasing their strength. The Pisces star will use spells on the sea, the sea's sacrifice, the breath of the water, and the sea's sympathy. The star of Libra will increase strength in this battle for survival. enhancing physical strength, enhancing movement ability, and enhancing defense ability. On the Taurus side, they are also moving quickly. The Taurus star will set up defenses in the rear in case of emergency, and deal with the calamities that land on shore. Oliver jumped down from above. He landed with his 2 feet, shaking a part of the rock. His face after landing on land became enthusiastic. The entire army of the Star Lion also gained strength. "Are you ready? Kill them, you bastards!" Sir Oliver, he is full of strength, shouting, "The entire army of the Star Lions, attack!" The entire army rushed forward to confront that huge disaster. Oliver ordered the beast transformation skill, and the whole army and Mr. Oliver immediately transformed into the skill. It seemed that their fighting fire was increasingly flaring like lightning flashing in the sky. Look, the Holy Guild leader seemed to have turned into an animal. His face became more ferocious, his whole body seemed to be on fire. Oliver could no longer calm down, his pupils turned yellow and activated the beast transformation skill. Oh my god, he has truly transformed into a ferocious beast with sharp claws and sharp eyes full of hatred. This beautiful girl is Yo-Ha-Chun. Although Chun looks soft and beautiful on the outside, she has a very strong personality. The Star Lion fighting army has performed the beast transformation move. All the saints of Libra simultaneously open their magic power. Look at them, they clasp their right hand over their heart and then look down as if feeling strength. Yo-Ha-Chun raised the sword loudly and commanded, "The skill of linking the church." The blue and white Libra spirit beast appeared with great majesty. That move of the Libra saint was the white beast Night Star. It sounded so proud. The white beast then rushed like a lightning bolt towards that evil disaster. The spirit beast roared with its mouth as deep as a bottomless pool. The white night beast growled and its sharp eyes pounded at the disaster. At the same time, hold back the monsters so that the lion saint has a chance to attack. Oliver had now turned into a wild animal. His teeth had turned into fangs as sharp as knife tips. The white night beast had stopped it, at this very moment. The whole army of lions, at this time, had turned into wild animals and jumped on the unfortunate person. They and Oliver radiated an extremely powerful source of energy. The fighting fire in the entire army was too hot. Taking the opportunity of the white beast to hold the disaster, the lion saint rushed forward, screaming to testify, demonstrate the strength of the whole team, make it strong. Dozens of people rushed towards disaster. Some held swords and stabbed straight into disaster's body, others used their claws to tear the monster apart. The whole team joined forces to tear apart the disaster. Look, the monster's entire body was covered in slashes and claw marks. Calamity must have been in a lot of pain. Stephen Marker, is he still trying to get his giant bone from the tentacle of disaster? When he saw the soldiers rushing to fight, he got angry and shouted loudly, "You idiots, you have to stay there until it stops. Let go of my giant bone." Oh my god, at this hour he's still thinking about that billion-dollar giant bone. Oliver could only helplessly echo back, "Star Master, stop saying those ridiculous words, please stay still." "That guy, shut up, I'm almost done. How can I finish while he's in his bones, still so tightly wrapped in disaster?" While they were fighting so fiercely, the two of them were arguing over the giant bone. "Oh my god, I told you to throw that bone away. Shut up, just a little bit more and we'll get it." The army looked at this scene, their faces turned pale and they were talking, "What are they doing? They're crazy. If they keep like that, all of our troops will die." Yo-Ha-Chan spoke from behind, "Ha, that stupid person. The Vice Star Master Lion, the Vice Star Master the Lion Chun Yo-Ha, are you still here?" The Vice Star walks proudly, "I didn't intend to save Stephen, but looking at this scene, I can't sit still." Chun Yo-Ha put her hands on the ground and held the stick behind her, exuding red energy. The pupils were tinged as red as blood, extremely intense. Then jumped up and rushed forward like an arrow. She rushed straight towards Stephen, who was in a passive position, curled up by the monster. Stephen saw this and widened his eyes in panic, but he still tried to remove the skeleton. Because the deputy star rushed past too quickly, Stephen and his skeleton were thrown out of harm's way. The speed was so fast that everyone was dazzled. After rescuing, Yo-Ha calmly looked back and the rescue was successful. The planet and his giant skeleton fell into the water in Stephen's complete surprise. Stephen spit out water, his face pale. Oh my god, the Vice Star landed and stepped on the Master Star's face. Not only was the soul of the king but also the soul of the king. Yo-Ha-Chan's terrible energy source surprised everyone. He reached the sea in one step and even cut off its tentacles. Indeed, the terrible power of the Vice Star could be achieved in just a few seconds, neatly handled part of the tentacles of disaster. But wait, she's still standing on the star's face, but Yoha seems very calm and Steven seems like he's screaming, "Hey, you're not coming down yet." The saints of the Taurus are happy, don't stand there idly anymore, the star of the Zodiac Lion has been saved, we must also attack and deal with those calamities, everyone heroically unite, rush forward. The saints of the Zodiac join forces to fight disasters, but the White Beast still does not forget to compete for credit. You, the star of the Lion, don't try to monopolize all the credit, try to hold on to the disaster while arguing loudly for credit. That's right, Zodiac saints are always funny even when fighting. The fierce lion beast rushed forward and stabbed at the calamity's body, cutting off these annoying tentacles, aiming at its weak point, attacking its body. The saint's side is also concentrating with all her strength to attack the monster. Dozens of people were climbing on top of the monster, trying to attack at full speed. Some people were now shouting in victory, it was slowing down, forcing it. The monster's red eyes looked painful, the sea monster struggled with its tentacles, creating a chaotic scene, its red pupils seemed to be tinged with blood, raising its eyes to look at humans. The sea monster dived underwater, struggling violently, and because of that, the waves bobbed up and down massively like a tsunami. Indeed, the tsunami had come, everyone was pale, rushing to stop the tsunami. The Taurus saints used the steel wall skill. His whole body suddenly became huge and stood blocking this fierce tsunami. What is it? Why are people so panicked? What did they see? What is this? Why is there a tsunami? Look ahead quickly. Has that water monster regained its strength, or is it another disaster? It's getting bigger and more chaotic than before. Everyone who saw this scene turned purple. Even Mr. Oliver was surprised without blinking. What was that? Oh my god, there was still another thousand-legged disaster. The supergiant disaster appeared, this time it was twice the strength of the previous disaster, its danger level reached the red threshold. Everyone looked at it and slowly backed away, they were more cautious about this sea monster. Where did that monster come from? The old man who had evil intentions was standing leisurely and without fear, looking at the sea monster roaming the sea. He opened the lid of some device and mumbled, "If that monster appears, we will have no choice." Suddenly, someone's voice rang out from behind, "Hey, what are you holding in your hand?" The old man still didn't realize it but replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's just a detonating device, I've already installed guinea pigs near the shore, that sea." Suddenly he realized. As if predicting something bad, he quickly turned around, "Who are you?" The knife flew out of nowhere and crushed his detonation device, surprising him. The old man seemed to have guessed the name in front of him, panicked and realized, "Huh, no way." Sabakan suddenly jumped out of nowhere and grabbed him, the old man struggled helplessly. 5 people suddenly walked out from the purple space hole. A young man wearing a tall hat carrying a sword on his shoulder. "Don't you feel that you are being unreasonable when the disciples at sea failed to defeat the octopuses, and you still intend to use a bomb to blow away those disasters? Please stay there and repent." The guy slammed the sword hard on the ground. It was Ligun, he smiled contemptuously at the old man. Those attacks made the ground shake. Chanyoha passed through the rain of bombs and bullets, confronting the thousand-legged disaster head-on. She ran away, overcoming all dangers so as not to injure herself. In her mind, she thought that everyone had spent a lot of effort to cope with the thousand-legged disaster, so few people had any strength left. Then she looked around, judged the problem and said, "It's okay to leave the small ones later, we have to deal with the strongest ones first." So she rushed straight into the biggest thousand-legged disaster, using all her strength hoping to end it in one blow, lightning speed, smashing leaves, in her mind thinking, "I've seen it, here's the video of Uncle Lee Jeon's 1,000-foot disaster attack." In the past, Uncle Lee Jeon defeated many disasters, and his jealous apostles could only stand still, praying to God. This was the 1,000-legged disaster attack. She rushed forward and used her weapon to prepare to end this disaster. Lee Jeon was on the side, still very passionate about using his weapons to fight tenaciously, using small tentacles to stab at his prey, he thought. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into Lee Jeon, rushing into a dangerous place alone, her eyes shining and fiery. Now is the embodiment of Lee Jeon, only she can protect her life, or more broadly, the life of all humanity. She rushed forward despite all the obstacles from the 1,000-legged disaster like the way Lee Jeon had done in the past. That day, Lee Jeon also rushed forward, using treasures to heroically slash and kill the evil beasts. Up to now, There is no way she can't do the same as him, so I have to cut off all those tentacles in a single direction. She was extremely proud, extremely brave and rushed forward. Her weapon glowed. By now she had truly become an official disciple of Li Jian. All her actions, her will, her words and thoughts were identical to what he had. Finally, after fierce attacks, she was able to partially solve the thousand-legged disaster. She looked up, knowing she couldn't stop here if she successfully approached its body. She rushed up, thinking in her head, I have to stick this iron bar in the middle of it immediately. Thinking of this, her body was already floating in the air, preparing to destroy the disaster in front of her. Her eyes lit up, looking very scary and cold like death. She was now on top of the disaster, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to its head. Now she is no different from Li Jian. From her face to her smile, she is exactly like him. She shouted and performed her attack. It took a lot of effort for that iron bar to be thrown. It stabbed so hard into the head of the thousand-legged calamity that everything exploded. When she saw that, she stopped, expecting the results to appear right before her eyes. However, her iron bar not only failed to penetrate it, but was even blocked by its tentacles. She was very shocked when she saw that. How could it attack him so easily? This disaster is certainly not as easy to destroy as she thought. It only needs to use a part of its power to stop her attack. She looked up, not knowing what was about to happen to her. A person rushed forward, grabbed her by the arm and dragged her away. That was Stephen Marker. He came here in time to save Chun Yo-ha, right at the moment when the calamity dealt a very strong blow to her. Fortunately, thanks to his help, she was not seriously injured. You must know that the power of that disaster is very strong. Even when she was shielded by Stephen Mark, what the two of them had to receive was still huge. That disaster didn't seem to want to spare the two of them, continuing to use many tentacles to fight. She gradually couldn't stand it anymore. What was the problem? The soldiers below looked up and saw that the two of them were in such a difficult situation. They were very scared and cried out, Star Master and Vice Star Master, no. She didn't know what to do, really. In this situation everything was very unclear. The surrounding soldiers knew they had to do something, so they put their bodies up, tried to fight. Damn it, keep fighting, don't run away. Many of them fell into dangerous situations, only knew how to scream, call for help and wait in vain. If it were you, what would you do? If it were Uncle Li Jian, Chun Yo-ha thought. Uncle Will must have held a great sword and flew up, she thought, imagining the image of Li Jian in her mind. But it seemed it wasn't her imagination. She realized something was changing. It was the real Li Jian. That octopus came flying. Even if it was Li Jian, it wouldn't yield. That octopus displayed extremely special power. But the most special person here is Li Jian. He will not let anyone harm the people around him, especially when they want to harm him. Still, with that spirit, he used weapons that made the octopus life worse than death. His attacks were extremely powerful. With just one swipe, he split the octopus in two, very fast, so fast that its tentacles could not respond to his speed. Then he landed on the ground, continuing to turn around to perform new attacks. This is his new skill, penetrating mountains. As long as he knew how to use a weapon, he rushed forward and aimed straight at the body of the thousand-legged creature, which without warning exploded into 100 different pieces. And his attack not only destroyed his opponent, but also made the sky and earth tremble, and the sea surface was also affected. The octopus couldn't believe his eyes anymore. Are humans this strong in the world? The people wearing white turbans and white clothes on one side saw things unfold like that and couldn't believe it. In just a blink of an eye, he had finished dealing with the thousand-legged disaster. That thousand-legged disaster no longer had any shape, becoming nothing more than a donut. Everyone around could not stop exclaiming, it was terrible. That move of his flew all the way to this beach. Everyone who saw the long trail created by him were extremely shocked, no joke. On one side, the sword he had just used to destroy this disaster was stuck in the ground. It stood majestically amidst the dust. Where did you appear from behind those people? Oh my, I threw too hard. Those people still didn't have time to react to you. Everyone saw him appear and cried out in panic, Li Jian, why are you here? I'm so angry. Why are you so surprised? There's only an octopus and you guys are all arguing with each other, so I came to explain it to you all once. When they heard that, they felt so angry. Seeing that he was being despised, he asked again, what? They were very angry, even though they had just been saved. This guy's attitude was stubborn. It's too bad, just exploded. Suddenly you appeared and delivered the decisive blow. Like a disaster, We are more than capable of handling this 1,000 feet. But it seemed they had concluded too early. A tentacle flew up and wrapped around Li Jian's body, causing him to fly up. He still didn't realize what it was. Everyone around looked up in surprise. What was that? By the time he turned around to look back, it was too late. Even though the octopus had been beaten with a hole through its body, it still survived, and now it has even come back to kill him. He looked at what it was holding, that is. It liked him aside, deciding to kill him in revenge. Chun Yo-ha from below saw him in such a state and couldn't bear it and shouted, "Uncle!" The soldiers on both sides were very shocked when they saw the bad situation. What should we do now? The person who could have captured that monster has already been captured by it. At this point, things were no longer simple. This octopus was really angry. Its face was full of death. Then it opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow everything into its stomach for gradual digestion. However, a ray of light appeared in the middle of the dark fog, a ray of light that lit up the whole area. That was Li Jian. He didn't hesitate to use the Lotus Calamity skill. The octopus was suddenly attacked so unexpectedly and didn't know how to respond. The soldiers on both sides continued to explain the events unfolding before them, which was the ultimate skill of the Vice Star Master. The soldiers with surprised faces exclaimed, "Could it be that it was him?" Sure enough, that person used his power to destroy the ground. He rushed up from the ground, singing extremely terrifying sounds. He came here to rescue Li Jian. The 1,000-legged calamity just now felt like he was the strongest, but now that he was defeated by this power, he was very shocked. He could only cry out in pain due to Li Jian's strength. Its cries echoed throughout the world, no one could hear it. Even its tentacles and the small 1,000-legged calamities were burned into grilled squid by this power. Li Jian twirled his weapon in his hand, starting a wonderful performance. He used his weapon, aimed at the fierce 1,000-legged disaster in front of him, and activated the skill. Baptizing DM Fan, his power was activated, completely causing that 1,000-legged disaster to lose all its inherent abilities. The surrounding observers could only open their mouths, admiring this light show. His power did not stop there. His power was so strong that it shattered all the surrounding scenery. Everything began to fall along with the body of the 1,000-legged disaster. He smiled. "It's been a long time since I've been able to cut my hand like that, while I was still standing on part of the tentacle of the 1,000-legged disaster." His smile is very wide as his ears. Whether it's a 1,000-foot disaster or a 1,000-foot disaster, you're just a 1,000-foot disaster, nothing more, nothing less. The octopus has now become a bowl of calamity with 1,000 legs grilled under Li Jian's hands. He smiled smugly after seeing his achievements. "I've already torn you apart, the rest will find it difficult to retreat." By now that 1,000-legged disaster could no longer do anything to everyone, because it had been completely destroyed. The surrounding soldiers discussed with each other. He alone finished destroying that monster, and then a star lion spoke. It turned out Li Jian's reputation was true. The stars of Leo and Taurus are feeling surprised. Immediately the message appears. It describes the emotions of the people around. He looked to the side, able to enjoy the words of the announcement. "They began to respect you infinitely. Now that things have become more peaceful, people are starting to clean up the remnants of the war." At this time, the announcer on one side is holding the microphone and talking to the TV audience. "Audience, you also see it," she said tremblingly. "This is the person who has been discussed for a very long time." Even she herself could not believe what was happening before her eyes. Everyone in the city watching the battle was extremely happy at his victory. The announcer continued, "Here Li Jian had just returned, immediately defeating the 1,000-legged disaster. Everyone was happy for his victory. Everyone rushed to the streets to celebrate, both for themselves and for the whole year. Everyone, the whole city, is immersed in the joy of victory." On one side, the notice was telling him what he needed to know, stories that had been passed down for a long time, impressive journeys, achievements that made people respect him, the scriptures about the snake that was born. Recording the entire story of the snake and spreading it throughout the world. Other lovesick zodiacs are feeling panicked. He read those messages, combined with the knowledge he had just seen in the book, and said, "The Bible records stories filled with power. My power will increase if my saints read this. Is this okay?" But a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Chun Yo-ha. She was calling him, "Uncle." He looked to the side. Chun Yo-ha was smiling very happily. He asked with a very loud voice, "Oh, is it Chun Yo-ha? I only needed to jump in one jump to get to her side. Are you not injured?" he asked kindly. She nodded, "And so on, you're okay." Suddenly he discovered something. He looked behind her and asked, "Chun Yo-ha, what are you wearing on your back? Did you steal it?" The teacher he asked laughed. "What did you say? I knew it when I saw it. So Chun Yo-ha also likes bones, so you like lion bones. I'm so embarrassed when I hear that. I'm planning on using this to make things." But things started to get serious. He gave her something. "I accidentally broke your spear, let me make a new weapon for you." His voice became very remorseful. But contrary to what he thought, Chun Yo-ha's reaction was extremely happy. "The weapon Uncle Lee Ji-yeon made," she shouted. "Really, I like it very much, Uncle." "Yahoo, awesome," Stephen Marmer exclaimed. But Stephen Marmer's reaction caused all three people to fall into a dead silence. It was so embarrassing. He turned to Finland. "You son of a bitch, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly screaming?" Stephen Marmer heard that and shook his head. "Ha, of course I'm happy. Chun Yo-ha is my close subordinate, and you just said you will be her weapon, right?" He pointed at his disciple. Then he raised his hand towards me. "Doesn't that mean you will make a weapon for me? How can I not be happy when I have a new weapon?" He laughed loudly. "And 20 years ago, you were also the one who created holy objects for us stars of the zodiac." Hearing this, I felt extremely sore. Does this guy really know how to think? But he didn't see the gestures on his face and continued to say in a very ungainly voice, "You broke my bones, so of course you have to make a new weapon for me." "Ha, Lee Ji-yeon, I will generously forgive you for daring to step on my face and steal my bones." Hearing this, I can't stand it anymore. He was extremely angry and cursed the old man's temper. But behind him, a huge explosion happened that made everyone turn around to look. Everyone is now starting a period of fear again. It's impossible. Now you still have the ability to just scream and create an explosion. Are you even human after all? Big Stephen Marmer asked. "But I don't know why this happened. It wasn't my doing, you idiot." That's right, there was something very different about this explosion. The people caught in the explosion all screamed. It seemed like something was going to appear behind this layer of smoke. The people among them kept saying, "Save lives, ah." A soldier was worried. Damn it, all the troops on the front line had been swept away. Another guy looked around and said in panic, "What should we do now?" Then suddenly he saw something that made his body stiffen like stone. That was a star lion, but he was no longer as small as before. He had turned into a monster, even preparing to devour his teammates. That guy, back away in panic. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" But with just one blow from this monster, he was gone to the 9 springs. What is going on? He thought painfully. The army of the Star Lion, everything is gradually losing control, everyone is turning into extremely scary monsters. Everyone realized what this meant, because of the explosion just now, all the soldiers had turned into monsters with deadly power, they had gone crazy. Chun Yo-ha, who was on the side, saw this and judged. The Lion Star team was attacking the Taurus Star team. What was that explosion just now? She knew everything was due to this explosion, but the cause is unknown. The three people were standing there, examining the situation when a voice rang out. "What else?" "That was the bright light of the guinea pig bomb that I set up myself. It was quite small so the explosion just now wasn't very big." That guy stepped down, shaking the world with his robotic legs. All three people turned around. Stephen Marmer said loudly, Who are you?" Seeing the person in front of them, the three could not help but cry out in surprise. "Sebastian." He slowly walked towards the three of them. He was no longer a normal person, now his body was a giant machine with a lot of electrical charge, perhaps signaling a negative future. All three of them were very worried when they saw the slime. "Oh, slime." Lee Ji-yeon was extremely angry. "That damn guy, what did you do to my slime?" Stephen Marmer was more concerned about what he said before. "What did you just say? Guinea pig bomb? How dare you placing it where my subordinates fought? This is something he cannot accept." But Sebastian didn't care about the words of the people confronting him. "Just calm down, the fun hasn't started yet. The explosion just now was just a fireworks display to greet the people." To solve this problem, Lee Ji-yeon and Stephen Marmer need to calm down as much as possible. I told him, "No wonder, the Lion Saints are all insane. That's your game too, right?" Stephen Marmer turned sang wondered. "What?" Sebastian laughed. "Ha, it's true Lee Ji-yeon is different, you're very Italian. If so then I'll show you a much more interesting gift." His smile gradually became crazy. Then he smoked a cigarette, preparing for what he was about to do. With just one use of power, a lot of anesthetic gas was released into space. Everyone who encountered this gas slowly turned their heads to look. Even a star lion cannot resist the attraction of this light. They shouted in madness and rushed forward. Taurus cheated in seeing the lion cheat in front of her but not being able to do anything else. I know to warn each other, I'm coming, damn it, stop. They rushed to prepare to attack Taurus cheat-in, even though Stephen Marmer shouted, hey, you guys wake up quickly. And even Chun Yo-ha was pinned down by one of them, calling for help for Lee Ji-on. But Lee Ji-on is not beyond the target of these star lions, he is also gradually falling down. Chun Yo-ha can only scream, uncle. At this moment, Sebastian was extremely satisfied with what happened before his eyes. You spent a lot of effort fighting the calamities, so now you don't have much strength left, he said in a low voice. The tone was very satisfying, his whole life was devoted to this. Checkmate, Lee Ji-on, he said when he saw you being crushed to the ground. But Stephen Marker did not allow him to look down on his teammates like that. He continued to mock, I didn't expect it to be extremely refreshing to see you guys being forced like this. Stephen Marker came up, very bravely said, crazy man, what have you done to my saints, why don't they listen to what I say? He looked up, imagined what he had done and replied very carelessly, it was because you drank my essence. I was still feeling regretful because they had no special reaction. What's the difference? Your saints are excited because of the reaction between the love potion and the atomic radiation in the guinea pig that just exploded. In that state, in addition to the command from my flute, they will doesn't listen to anyone, husband. Stephen Marker was very angry when he heard that. You bastard patriarch, quickly turn them all back to how they were before me. That guy answered him very calmly, don't be so angry. If you want saints, if your condition returns to normal, you have to listen to everything they say first. So he threw down the sword that Lee Ji-on had just used to destroy the disaster. Stephen Mark was startled when he saw that. He looked at the sword in front of him. This sword was Lee Ji-on's weapon. The other guy smiled and said, yes, it was the weapon he created himself. You probably won't be able to refuse, Stephen Marker, use that sword. His voice became more and more perverted. He orders you, kill Lee Ji-on. These words made Stephen Mark's face filled with shock. Stephen Marker crossed his arms, killing Lee Ji-on for no reason, why should I do as you say? That guy saw that he might not listen and continued to threaten, of course you have to listen to me, don't you want your saints to return to the way they were, lion? He raised his face, tilted his chin towards Stephen Marker, it's okay, because you and I both understand each other very well. His smile became distorted. Isn't there something in common between the two of us? That Lee Ji-on's existence has made us become self-conscious. This sentence seemed to strike straight into Stephen Mark's heart, making him stunned. Stephen Mark still insisted that he was not that kind of person, don't talk nonsense, but he continued to mock. Then why do you care so much about Lee Ji-on's weapons? Well, isn't that the clearest evidence that you did it to overcome your low self-esteem? The more he spoke, the more humiliated Stephen Mark became. Stephen Marker recalls his life. For you, Lee Ji-on's strength is like a tall wall, and his manufacturing ability is the biggest obstacle for me. He laughed loudly. Everything that happened in Stephen Marker's past is portrayed in this name's words. He shouted, the more we tried to overcome it, the more we felt was just a solid and tall wall, a wall we could not overcome. His words echoed like clarify Stephen Marker's thoughts. Then his voice disappeared. This is our God-given opportunity, Stephen Marker. And I'm not as bad as Lee Ji-on. I won't make empty promises. Stephen Marker now seemed to have lost his reason. He picked up Lee Ji-on's weapon and prepared to do what the person in front of him said. He has successfully controlled Stephen Marker's mind. I will only create for you, test the ultimate weapon, unique in this world. If you join forces with me, then we can surpass Lee Ji-on, and it's only a matter of time before you become the ultimate star of the Zodiac. His voice made Stephen Mark disappear, go rational. Now he decided to listen to Sebastian's words. Sebastian continued to control, come on, take that sword and deal with Lee Ji-on right away. So Stephen Marker lifted the sword. Chun Yo-ha from behind saw the scene before her eyes and screamed in vain, Star Master, those are just lies, no way, I also know that Sebastian is not trustworthy. Master, did you hear what I said? The more I spoke, the more hopeless I felt, but now Stephen Mark's face no longer had any emotion. Chun Yo-ha still believes that her words will have an effect. If you dare to touch Uncle Lee Ji-on, I won't be able to sit still. But now he was standing right in front of Lee Ji-on, and he didn't react at all. He raised the sword, preparing to stab it and Lee Ji-on, the ultimate weapon, he muttered under his breath. Sebastian screamed, dying, while enjoying the drama before him. But he immediately stabbed Sebastian with the sword, regardless of what Sebastian had said up until now. Chun Yo-ha was stunned when she saw that. Sebastian groaned in pain. "You idiot, why did you miss this perfect opportunity?" He screamed, "Shut up. Now that he is completely on your side, do you think I will listen to the story of what turned my subordinate into this?" His eyes were filled with anger. "And I focused on training to overcome Li Jian. I still feel sorry for the time I spent sitting in self-pity in vain." He stretched out his arms to show that he would protect him. "And I also have no intention of killing Li Jian, to take that position from him. You are the strongest," he shouted, raising his middle finger to the loser before his eyes. Li Jian was very satisfied when he heard that, but on the surface he had to pretend not to care. Then he continued, "Because we have already overcome Li Jian, all we need now is weapons." He also smiled. He took a few steps forward, placed his hand on his chest to show confidence. "Don't compare me to a lowly thing like your goat. He is proving himself extremely strong right now. His internal strength is getting higher and higher." "And what? You said you would make me a weapon, but from the beginning you couldn't overcome Li Jian. You thought I would like your weapon more than yours. The gas was done by Li Jian, you psycho." Sebastian was so frustrated when he heard this, he muttered, "You judge. So he used his weapon to prepare to kill you. I will make you regret it." What Sebastian has in his hand is a very big gun. This gun has a much higher firing power than a normal person. But immediately, when he made his move, Stephen Mark blocked all of his attacks. His gun broke into many pieces, making him wonder why he had failed under those who stood up for Li Jian. Stephen Marker was now extremely strong, rushing towards him. He didn't care about the difference between the two. He shouted to save some honor for himself, "Don't show off." But the one who seems to be here is him, because after just a few attacks, Stephen Mark forced him to return to the west. He knew that if he stood here any longer, he would lose his advantage, so he put one foot down. He used the force to fly himself into the sky, launch the rocket, and fire continuously. His attacks carry the smell of gunpowder, creating continuous explosions. He thought that after this time, no one would be able to underestimate him anymore. Such a powerful attack, if he could resist it, he would no longer be human, so he smiled confidently, "Ha, the star of the Zodiac Lion, the reputation of the world will die before my attack." But what he did not expect was that he transformed into a real lion, bit off all his weapons and flew up to fight him. He rushed up, thinking in his head, "It is true that 20 years ago, I used to have low self-esteem like you said, but even though I fell countless times, I still stood up to test my limits. I did. Trying to surpass Li Jian, he got rich. With all his strength now he will become the strongest star of the Zodiac." He used all his skills to turn himself into a mighty lion. And of course with this kind of power, Sebastian is just a small shrimp. He immediately collapsed under Stephen Mark's lightning claw. Sebastian was beaten so much that he fell down. He didn't expect that he would be defeated, but Stephen Mark didn't let down his guard because he saw that he was on top. He still rushed forward and gave him some other attacks. Finally, after Sebastian fell to the ground, Stephen Marker stood up over his body. He shouted, "Old goat, you have thick armor, Sebastian can't move anymore." So he stepped on him. These impacts gave him strong feelings. And so the bare-knuckle fighting began again. He shouted, facing Sebastian on the ground, "Even Aquarius fought without using protective gear. Stop hiding in that armor, damn goat, come out quickly." He couldn't do anything anymore. He could only scream Stephen Marker's name. At this time, when did Li Jian escape? He came and said to the two of you, "How long are you planning to fight?" Everything was in chaos. Thanks to his presence, it became strangely senseless. They didn't believe Li Jian had escaped. How could he be safe and sound right here under the control of such extremely powerful lions? Stephen Mark shouted, "What, Li Jian?" Sebastian also didn't expect. "How did you escape like that?" He recounted, "At first I planned to let them arrest me to see what tricks you were planning to play, but you guys were wasting time making me so angry that I stood up. The button was so weak." Chun Yo-ha also asked. He was lucky to escape. The two people who heard that shouted, "It was unreasonable." Then he kicked Stephen Marker aside. "You can move aside. You look at the scumbag in front of you. I have a lot of things to ask you, so please talk to me for a bit." Sebastian, his face is now filled with doubt and fear. "Myself, I have done so many bad things, now I have to face the consequences. Li Jian is being captured by two beastmen, but he has no intention of resisting." Steven and Sebastian's arguments never stop. Don't compare me to a low-class goat like you, and weapons. You think the weapon comes from the old goat, dare you? The two sides kept arguing back and forth, no one willing to give in, and unable to determine victory or defeat, so Jian was extremely depressed. From the side where the two men were fighting suddenly came a loud scream. At this point, Jian was really impatient, he said angrily, it was not interesting at all. Right after that, Jian sat up without losing any strength. It seemed like the group of beast people weren't strong enough to stop him, he just hadn't made a move yet. They were bewildered and did not understand anything. I'm such an idiot. Jian stood up and angrily walked towards the other two guys. He complained as he walked, patiently waiting to see if this stupid battle was any good. I had to hit him so quickly. When the beast people saw him running away, they roared and rushed forward to capture him. But with just one kick, Jian finished off those big, useless beastmen. They kept getting kicked out of the chicken coop. Li Jian walked up to the other two guys with a disgusted face and asked, "How long are you planning to fight?" Seeing Jian appear, both Steven and Sebastian turned to look at him in bewilderment. 20 years ago, there was a battle to attack the Demon Tower. A man clasped his hands together, he gave a sinister smile and said, "Li Jian will die in the Devil's Tower." He is talking with Sebastian. When Sebastian heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. He asked, "Isn't that the prophecy Hugo received from the guardian angel?" The man with silver hair replied, "It was just a prophecy predicting the future. I mean the plan will come true." After hearing this, Sebastian immediately smiled proudly. I shivered. I don't care what he means by what he says, kill Li Jian. If so, then this is the perfect opportunity for me to examine Li Jian's body and turn all of his abilities into mine. Listening to Sebastian's story, Jian lost patience and exclaimed, "Oh my god." Jian tore apart Sebastian's flashback. He angrily shouted, "Stop reminiscing, I'm just asking you who killed me, I'm not curious about your past." At this moment, Sebastian's expression became serious. He said, "Okay, I will talk. In return, you must also ensure my safety." As soon as the words were spoken, Jian immediately poked his finger into that man's mouth and squeezed his chin hard. Sebastian cried out in pain. Jian said, "It seems like you still don't understand the situation. I'm not here to negotiate with you." Sebastian was extremely frightened when threatened by Jian. Who is that person? Because Jian's hand was in Sebastian's mouth, it was difficult for him to talk. He trembled and stammered out the name Jian wanted to hear, the Star of Virgin. Hearing the answer, Jian immediately thought, is it also a virgin this time? Indeed, it coincides very well with the witch's answer. Last time, Jian also used the same method to ask the guy who wanted to kill him. The witch who was strangled by Jian had difficulty saying the 4 words, the Star of Virgin, is the Star of Virgo. Jian was still a bit incredulous. He wondered if it was really because of the Star of Virgo. I have to go see Jin Myung first. I also need to ask about the results of the appraisal of the short sword that stabbed me. Returning to reality, Jian said again, "Okay, forget it, it's time for you to pay it back to me. The hammer that bestows magic is mine." Sebastian immediately asked again, "What, do you always do that?" Seeing that Sebastian seemed unwilling, Jian immediately changed his tone. He frowned and asked, "Don't you want it?" Looking at Jian's scary appearance, Sebastian didn't know what Jian would do to him, so he didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately said, pay, it's okay if we pay." The system immediately appeared with a notification that the Capricorn zodiac star Sebastian had returned the sacred object, the gavel hammer. Holding the hammer in his hand, Jian smiled excitedly and said, "That's it." At this moment, the notification appeared again. His body was shaking with rage and anger at losing the hammer. Jian asked, "Why are you so angry that you're making that expression?" After finishing speaking, he snapped his fingers and called out, "3 brothers, come out here." Right after that, 3 guardian angels immediately appeared. All 3 said in unison, "Please call us, Mr. Li Jian." Jian ordered, "Drag him to your field. If he dares to resist, feel free to break 1 or 2 of his legs." The guardian angel replied without hesitation, "Please obey." Sebastian couldn't believe his eyes. He asked in confusion, "Li Jian, can you call the god of destiny too? Perhaps you are not the new star of the zodiac, but you are." Before he could finish his sentence, he was dragged away by the guardian angel. The screams that had just arisen also immediately disappeared. Looking in the direction they left, Li Jian said again, "You should question yourself, although I have no intention of forgiving you." After Sebastian left, The beastman's consciousness also returned. They held their heads and cried out, "Oh my, what's going on? What, headache, what are we doing?" Seeing that, Yuha and Stephen Maker shouted happily. Everyone had woken up, lucky. Even so, some of the other apostles still felt uneasy and asked if they wouldn't go crazy now. Right, looks like they're okay. Sebastian's group, after seeing Sebastian being taken away, immediately fell into a state of panic. The planet's master has been captured, what should we do? The Holy Guild leader frowned and said, "Damn it, what else can we do? What you have done is to do it to the end." After finishing speaking, he activated the watch he was wearing on his hand. The soldier's armor immediately cracked. They exclaimed in bewilderment, armor." Everyone was extremely confused, their eyes widened, a yellow light gradually appeared. Immediately afterwards, loud explosions and screams rang out. The Holy Guild leader smiled like he had a good fortune and said, "Have you forgotten that you touched my Star Master's weapon before going on the expedition? I will blow you all up and return to dust." Seeing that he was talking too much, the soldier next to him quickly stopped him. "Holy President, please stop trying to make headlines." The guild master ordered, "Come on, quickly shoot the guinea pig." The soldier replied, "Yes." Immediately after that, he picked up his gun and aimed it at the guinea pig. Having identified the target, the soldier immediately pulled the trigger. A super huge bullet flew at lightning speed towards Jian. Jian seemed to have no intention of avoiding it. He said, "These are not toys. Why do you have to put the word guinea pig on everything you do? Then I will also use my toys to confront you." Jian immediately used the secret object, the hammer that bestowed the relic. Target's hit can be enhanced and transformed. Please choose a target. Jian gave a sinister smile and said, "The goal is Guinea." After finishing speaking, he used the hammer to hit the guinea pig bullet hard. A sky-shattering explosion rang out, blinding light radiated everywhere. The system announces that the target has successfully transformed. Guinea pig bullets have transformed into guinea pig fireworks. Fireworks immediately shot into the sky and exploded, making the whole sky light up. Sebastian's people were so angry, the guinea pigs turned into fireworks. "He's crazy, really crazy." Listening to them whispering, Yuha and the beast people could no longer stand still. An animal man stomped his foot on the ground and shouted loudly, "You guys are the crazy ones. You guys deliberately plotted to secretly stab us." Everyone lined up in ranks from highest to lowest, facing Sebastian's side. The soldiers quickly asked, "What, have you all lost your mind?" Stephen Maker replied, "We beastmen are stronger and tougher than you think. I'm not sure about guinea pig missiles, but that type of bullet can hurt me." Before he finished speaking, Sebastian's group of people curled up and ran away. "Run away quickly," Stephen immediately shouted loudly. "Listen until the end and then run." Stephen was so angry that he turned to Jian and said, "We can't let them go like that. Li Jian, do you have anything worth playing with? Big, sturdy, fits in hand, easy to swing?" Jian smiled faintly and replied, "Why do you keep coming to me asking for weapons?" With the criteria given by Stephen, Jian immediately thought of something that couldn't be more reasonable, something that gathered all the elements he wanted. He said with a sinister smile, "There is one thing." Stephen asked bewilderedly, "But what's wrong with your eyes? If so, please bring it to me quickly." Before he could finish his sentence, Jian picked him up. Stephen was startled and screamed. Li Jian held his legs and lifted them up to gain momentum. Then he immediately threw Stephen towards the group of people without any mercy. The peak throwing force of the tip combined with the factors Stephen gave is really something that can easily handle them. Stephen's ball immediately blew away all the soldiers on Sebastian's side. No one could escape. A silent scream rang out. "Just tried it once and Jian is already addicted to this game. Maybe next time I'll go bowling." After throwing people away without mercy, Jian calmly asked, "What do you think? Look at Stephen's rough and dirty feet." Jian's face darkened. He remained silent and said nothing more. He lifted Stephen's leg. Then immediately drop it down. "It doesn't feel right, it's better not to use it again." Scene transition to the Western Defense Area, suburbs. Red Zone is the place where European nations unite for humanity. Here, countless disasters are rampant. The plagues are everywhere. They crawl on the ground, climb buildings, destroy everything. At this time, a person came forward. He accidentally stepped on a large pool of blood. As soon as he arrived here, he immediately covered his nose with his hand. "The stench in this place is too strong. It would not be surprising if a disaster suddenly appeared. I must not relax my awareness." This person is the captain of the Virgo Constellation search team, Zane. Following Zane, there are 9 other people on the team. They are patrolling this place. The group of people walked and talked. Hey, have you heard the news? Legion defeated the disastrous octopus in the Philippines. Oh, I watched the video. He is so extraordinary. Those who officially joined the conquest did not do much in the end. It is said that Leo and Capricorn fought and both sides looked like losers, so it's more beneficial for us. The less competitors the better, right? Seeing the crowd gossiping, Zane, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around. He shouted in a serious voice and remained silent. Are you guys planning on chatting all the time while on duty? The 2 guys walking behind quickly admitted their mistake and apologized. Zane loudly lectured the team members. We didn't come to play. Don't forget the reason we're here is to search for the missing people of the outskirts of the temporary settlement. Everyone immediately stood at attention and shouted in unison, obeying orders. Zane continued, the Crimson Mist making the search much more difficult, keeping his focus, obey. At this moment, the sounds of asking for help not far away suddenly rang out. Someone save me, help, please. Someone, please, help me. Zane quickly located the person asking for help. The sound came from that side. He immediately ordered, I will lead the way, all, follow, obey. Many cries for help came from the place Zane identified. Help me, is there anybody there? Please help me. Someone, save, help me, please, is anyone there? The more he heard the cries, the faster Zane's steps became. He rushed towards the people who were asking for help. Zane frowned and wondered, all the screams were coming from the downtown area. Had I heard him wrong? It feels like a machine repeating itself over and over again, like a recording. The sounds of calling for help still rang out incessantly. Help me, is anyone there? Zane seemed to have discovered something. He stopped and quickly ordered the members, all of them, to stop quickly. Something's not right. The closer the screams for help came, the more disasters appeared. They blocked the entire path. Zane called loudly, hey, where's everybody? Oh, someone please answer. At this time, the disaster group began to approach Zane. Scary screams kept echoing everywhere. The cry for help came from this group of disasters. Someone, save me. Zane was stunned. The disaster crowd is getting closer and closer to Zane. The cries for help are also getting closer. Help me, save me, please. They groaned and made extremely terrible sounds. Zane seemed hypnotized by those sounds. His whole body was tightly clung to them, but Zane still did not react at all. The calamities deliberately emit sounds calling for help to lure people. Help me, please. In just a moment, Captain Zane's entire body was swallowed whole by the disaster. The scene shifts to the Sagittarius sanctuary, Hugo's home. The house is in a cool place, surrounded by trees outside. What an airy place. It's been a few days since Legion defeated the 10 Heavenly Hands and the Heavenly Hands. Legion is at Hugo's house. He is sitting drinking coffee, his feet on the table. Execute 0, return, execution number 1, destroy the sea monster. The commandments recorded in the hymns seem to have influenced the believers. Documented execution orders can blossom into power. Newspapers were scattered everywhere. The TV was now broadcasting news about Legion. Currently, a giant salvage machine is being mobilized to move the remains of the disaster out of the Philippines. Isn't Legion really great? He took down the disastrous octopus that put the entire strategy of the multi-constellation alliance to shame. Watching the news, Gion just felt depressed. The news only talks about me. What's there to say about killing an octopus? Anyway, while there are too many details here. The sound of the TV rang again. The returning hero, Legion, had defeated the 10 Heavenly Hands. Gion watched the news while reading the hymn. The basic effect of hymns is to make us do things that will become hot topics. At this time, Gion closed the book and said, enough reading the hymns, I have to deal with all the accumulated work. Immediately after that, the system appeared. There is a new announcement. Do you want to see it? Test 6 and increase skill 1. After reading the announcement, Gion smirked. How sick. Next, Gion immediately clicked on Test 6. Let's see this first. The system immediately appeared. The Awakening of Ophiuchus SSS. This test will begin when you reach Constellation level 10. You need to pass 3 tests. The reward is Ophiuchus's unique guardian spirit, greatly increasing his physical abilities, his unique awakening skill, and Ophiuchus's holy relic. Note, the time limit for completing the test is 240 hours. You will not receive experience points during trials. There will be penalties if you cannot pass all trials. After reading, Jian felt a bit stiff and experimental, is the quest that appeared after I fought the god of Gemini. The system continues to disseminate information. Test your strength, destroy the god-eating devil, request 1, you cannot use your war god instinct. Jian put on a regretful expression and thought, it was a pity not being able to use his ultimate skill, the war god instinct. As long as I don't face a real god or disaster head-on, I'll be fine. After all, I'm an expert at solving disasters. The system continues to provide information. Intellectual experiment, recruiting a secretary whose task is to record Ophiuchus's execution orders, testing his reputation, accepting a human servant as his disciple. After reading it, Jian immediately commented that these two things are the problem, a secretary and a disciple. Where should I go to find them now? Think later, this will be difficult. Next is, Jian clicked to increase skill 1. His eyes immediately lit up, notification system, divine gaze, has leveled up, efficiency is increased. Receiving this super skill, Jian shouted happily. The waitress saw him shouting and was a bit confused. In her hand she was carrying an animal. Release me, I'm clean. Jian immediately stopped the girl and said, hey, stop, can someone look at me for a moment? He used the skill, the divine gaze confirms faith. He can confirm the target's trust by looking at them with his skill. Jian immediately analyzed the girl and the thing in her hand. The girl is Yunyaran, 85% Sagittarius, 81% Great Snake, that beast is Yang Wei, 90% Aries, 90% Divine Contract, 81% Aquarius, 50% Capricorn, 30% Gemini, 9% Leo, and that beast is Yang Wei, Aries 90%, God's Contract, Aquarius 81%, Capricorn 50%, Gemini 30%, Leo 9%. The system again gives note, when you accept a servant, if the disciple's faith is not 100%, the constellation's authority will decrease. After reading, Jian thought to himself, noting the mention of the servant's faith, which means I need to be careful when choosing who to accept as a disciple. When it comes to 100% faith, a few names immediately come to mind, Sungchae, Yuha and Hugo. Jian thought very confidently, no problem, whether Hugo, Sungchae or Yuha can become my disciple. It's already here, let's do it. Thinking about it, Jian excitedly asked where Yunyaran, Hugo, Sungjae and Yuha were. Yaran replied, they left early in the morning. Hearing that, Jian could only sigh, is that so? We will check later. Listening to Jian, Yaran basically didn't understand anything. At this moment, Jian's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone to check. The caller made Jian happy. It's Jin Myung, finally arrived. Screams were everywhere. Run, help me, I do not want to die. The ground was littered with human corpses, and the air was filled with the foul smell of blood. Those who are not dead are also injured. Please save me, I was trapped in the rubble. Someone, save me. Sungchae's family was also present during this chaos. Sungchae's mother took him to the car and gave him instructions. Sungjae, listen to mom, you have to hide in the car until your dad comes, get it? Think of it like playing hide and seek, you have to hide carefully so the monsters can't find you. When the three come, he will deal with those monsters in one blow. Until then, my beloved Sungjae, promise me that you will be brave and wait for your father to come. After saying that, Sungchae's mother was immediately dragged away by the monster. The boy was scared and screamed for his mother, Mom. At this time, Sungchae also woke up, his face was covered in sweat. Sungchae gasped after waking up. His hands trembled, perhaps Sungchae is still haunted by that painful memory. Seeing her younger brother like that, Yuha immediately held Sungchae's hand to reassure him. Yuha gave him a gentle smile. Watching from the car mirror, Hugo immediately asked about his son with concern. Sungchae, are you okay? You look like you just had a nightmare. I think he didn't rest enough because we were planning to visit our mother. The boy couldn't sleep. Yuha was also extremely worried and said that it could also be a sequela of the heavenly punishment. Don't try too hard, Sungchae. Sungchae rubbed his eyes and said, I'm okay, I'm just a little tired. Sungchae sat blankly without saying anything more. Looking at his younger brother, Yuha suddenly remembered something. She quickly rummaged through her bag. Oh right, almost forgot, I have something I want to give you. Tada, birthday gift. I bought what you asked for. Receiving the gift, Sungchae was extremely surprised. This is it. You said you needed a holy relic that contained Gemini's magic power, right? I bought it with my dad, but that stuff is really good. Sungchae received the gift and replied, yes, You can get points without doing anything with this. Yuha said with bright eyes, I'm glad you like it, even though I always feel down every birthday, but anyway, happy birthday, Sungchae. Sungchae also smiled brightly and said, thank you, for putting your heart into this gift. Yuha said again, Mom will be sad when you are always gloomy on your birthday, please visit her with a smile. Listening to the two children talking, Hugo said nothing, his hand tightly grasped the steering wheel. After walking for a while, the three of them finally arrived at the Tail Hospital. Hospital room 808 of patient Chun Ji-woo. Yuha's voice came from inside the hospital room. At that time, Uncle Jeon flicked Godfrey's forehead. Uncle Jeon is even cooler than before. Mom, it would be great if you could see Uncle Jeon with us, we'll talk about everything when Mom wakes up. Mom, after being dragged away by the monster, Sungchae and Yuha's mother luckily escaped death, but lost consciousness and could only use a ventilator to maintain their lives. Yuha held her mother's hand tightly, the air became quiet. Hugo Otters did not enter but just hung out outside the door. His face was not at all happy, perhaps the guilt still remained in him for not arriving in time to save his wife. At this moment, Hugo's phone rang. Hugo was surprised to receive this call. Huh, this number is... He quickly went out and answered the phone. Hugo said, today is an important day, so I don't want to talk about work. I never thought he would call me directly like this. I can't believe the Alliance of European Nations is looking for me. But such a simple disaster extermination commission, isn't Virgo in the vicinity of the Eastern Temporary Settlement? A voice came from the other end of the line, Saint Sagittarius, I wouldn't call you directly if it was just some ordinary disaster. Virgo had long ago declared her refusal to destroy that disaster. Hugo was a little surprised and asked what he just said. Kevin Ajar said so. The voice on the phone continued to ring. Besides, I've seen that disaster before. It was the disaster that occurred in Korea 10 years ago and destroyed the entire airport. Hearing this, Hugo's face immediately changed. Is blood duty? That bastard has appeared again. Memories of the blood mist immediately flashed through Hugo's head. Today it's pouring rain. European Union, Virgo's jurisdiction, Belgium. Passers-by were crowded, filling the entire street. Lee Gon sat alone in the cafe and said, this is really a bad time. He looked intently at the phone screen and thought to himself, after so many beautiful days, why did it rain on the day we were supposed to meet? Lee Gon previously asked Sungjae if he wanted to be my disciple. But Sungjae replied to On, I'm sorry uncle, I really appreciate your suggestion, but I don't think I can. This answer from Sungjae made him very disappointed. I thought the boy would definitely agree. It's raining heavily today, which perfectly suits Lee Gon's chaotic mood, but there are still many things about Sungjae that I don't know. Remembering his strange attitude when he asked, today is his birthday, Sungjae's birthday. Through Sungjae's friend's words, he found out that today is Sungjae's birthday, which made him extremely angry. You should have told me soon. The other friend shyly replied, yes, Sungjae really doesn't care about his birthday very much. The more I think about it, the more strange it becomes. At that time, I didn't know why he did that. That kid, Sungjae, didn't even tell me that today was his birthday. The more he thought about it, the more strange it became. Lee Gon looked outside thoughtfully. Yaren also seemed to be hiding something. Did something happen on the boy's birthday? Immersed in his own world, Lee Gon suddenly heard a voice. You looked really thoughtful. Are you worried about something? Lee Gon didn't even lift his face and replied indifferently, oh, you're here. Jin Myung calmly sat down opposite Lee Gon and said hello. It's been a long time since I've seen Lee Gon. He politely said, I should have come to find you in person, sorry for making you come all the way here. Lee Gon replied very naturally, it's okay, I also have some things to do with the Virgin, besides coming here is not difficult at all. Inwardly, Lee Gon was laughing silently, ha 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 great. After greeting each other, Lee Gon also started talking about the main topic. By the way, I know this country is under the influence of Virgo, but why is there only stuff related to that guy everywhere? Jin Myung looked out the window in Lee Gon's direction and explained that Europe has always been heavily influenced by religion. Jin Myung looked up at Lee Gon's reaction for a while. Seeing that he was silently listening to him, he continued speaking, after the supreme gods and their religious forces appeared in the world, Europe has become a country subject to a large theocracy. The more Jin Myung spoke, the more worried he became. He gently raised the cup of coffee in his hand and spoke excitedly, and above all, they always see the giant dome protecting them every hour, and it is understandable that their faith is growing stronger. So, although this country is under my control, It is not easy to manage. Li Gon had not said a word until now, but at this moment when he finished speaking, he was filled with self-mockery and said, "Is that so?" while he used those flowery words to talk about the supreme gods. He smiled sinisterly, facing Jin Myung who was sitting across from him. His faith had weakened a lot. The person sitting in front of Gon right now is Virgo, the awakened SS, the awakened name Yan Jiam. Personal characteristics: the person who can determine the origin of all things, penetrating memories, has the ability to derive memory of all things, privilege of belief, indomitable mind, immunity to all attacks of hypnosis, brainwashing, mind control, etc. Jin Myung sat across from Gon and immediately sweated. Virgo's faith went from 92% to 87%. The statue's faith gradually weakened due to feeling betrayed by the god, Great Snake, 99.1%. When Jin Myung heard what Gon said, he suddenly froze, not knowing how to refute. Li Gon didn't rush to say more, thinking to himself, the faith index of a person like Jin Myung, who possesses fanatical characteristics, is decreasing due to the feeling of betrayal. Perhaps something very serious happened. Li Gon moves magic, looking into the god's eyes determines faith. He can determine the target's faith index by using the god's gaze when looking at them. Li Gon put aside the concerns in his heart and smiled and said, "I guess what we are about to talk about is related to your religion." Jin Myung's heart is currently very chaotic, but on the outside he is trying to appear calm. After a while of resisting, he couldn't control himself because Gon's aura was too scary. He lowered his eyes and said, "As expected, I can't hide it from you." Having finished speaking, Jin Myung immediately moved his magic. Very quickly the blue light surrounded the room. You used the skill borrowed from Pisces, the soundproof shield. Thanks to the energy of water, sound has been completely isolated from the outside. After separating the two of them from the outside conversation, Jin Myung lifted the bag in his hand and said, "I will get straight to the point regarding the dagger you asked me to examine." Despite Jin Myung's words, Jin's mind was now completely focused on the protective veil he had created. Jin Myung took out the dagger and placed it neatly on the table and said, "The dagger that stabbed you 20 years ago, it is a dagger filled with death energy. Due to containing the power of the devil, the knife's information was destroyed." As soon as Li Gon saw the dagger on the table, he frowned. Next to Jin Myung continued, "I read part of the memory left inside the knife." Jin Myung's voice was filled with hesitation, and the results of the investigation showed. The murderer who stabbed you inside the Devil's Tower was the Saint of Virgo, whom I served, Kevin Ajar. Returned to Korea, at Hugo's Sagittarius sanctuary. Li Gon returned home in worry. He said, "Reliquin, Sungjae refused to become my disciple, but he is still a Gemini." Despite the previous experience, because he wanted to leave Gemini Star, the boy was severely punished by the believers. "I'm sure there's a reason, so this is your mandate, Reliquin." Li Gon strictly ordered, "You should go find out why Sungjae joined Gemini and what happened to him in the past. Oh, and also learn about the duties of an assistant serving the faithful." Reliquin stood at attention and saluted in military style, responding loudly and obeying orders. As soon as Li Gon left Reliquin, he rushed to the sofa holding the tablet and smilingly said, "I will ask Jiang Wei or Hayes about the assistant later and start with the investigation of Sungjae." While sitting quietly thinking, suddenly Sungjae came and said, Reliquin, I came because I have something to ask you." Reliquin saw Sungjae suddenly appear and was extremely surprised. Reliquin was secretly happy. Fortunately the boy came at the right time. Reliquin turned around to look at Sungjae, hiding the smile in his eyes and saying, "Okay, what's going on?" Sungjae replied sincerely, "Please help me open a path from the prince's magic library to the secret library." Reliquin, who was happily listening, immediately had a look of surprise in his eyes that he couldn't hide. The magical library of the Gemini Star is the place that stores the world's most powerful magical information, including Gemini's assets, especially the top floor of the secret library, where only the disciples, only high-ranking people have the right to step in and preserve many forbidden spells. This library is so mysterious that it seems like no one can enter. Sungjae was afraid Reliquin wouldn't agree, so he worriedly said, "I can't enter Gemini because I threw away my believer badge, and I also don't have the authority to access the secret library because I'm an A-level disciple." After speaking, Sungjae bowed down and sincerely begged, "I have something to find inside, please help me." Reliquin looked at him like that and didn't know what to do. Under Sungjae's begging, Reliquin finally softened and agreed. She moved her finger in a circle. A huge gate immediately appeared. Sungjae stood next to it and the elephants were grateful. Soon the door leading to the secret library was also completed. Welcome, here is the achievement of infinite knowledge, Gemini's magical library. Request permissions when entering. Reliquin turned to talk to Sung Jae. Letting you into the library is not difficult for me. But, hearing what Reliquin said, Jae's heart immediately became nervous. Reliquin's expression became serious. The secret library was a place to store countless lost, mystical and forbidden magics. We need to know what you're looking for in there and why. Sung Jae thoughtfully listened to every word Reliquin said to him. He clenched his hands and replied, the thing I was looking for in the library was. After a moment of internal struggle he said, soul invocation skill, allows me to summon the life of the afterlife. After Lee Gon left home, he walked alone on the street. The darkness seemed to have engulfed him. He sat alone on the stone bench, thoughtfully recalling what Jin Myung had said. I checked my notes from a few years ago. Similar or similar type daggers are always displayed and auctioned. The appraisal was done by my predecessor. It seems he sensed the dark energy on the knife and tried to trace its source. The surprised voice rang out, but unexpectedly. Jin Myung hadn't finished speaking yet. Gon had already made a judgment. That knife belonged to a virgin. Jin Myung was not surprised that Lee Gon could guess. That's right. Jin Myung held up the phone for Gon to see and said, this is inside Virgo's weapons warehouse. Weapons possessing the same energy source as this dagger were piled there. Displaying and auctioning is just a method of destruction, slowly and discreetly, don't you think? Lee Gon looked intently at the phone screen with many daggers appearing and said, he must have heard some information from his predecessor. Jin Myung spoke up to refute what he said, no, I can't do that. Because he was suddenly murdered while investigating the origin of the knife. He was stabbed by the very knife he was investigating. Jin Myung meticulously showed Gon the abnormality on the knife. There were signs of intervention left on the knife stem. Someone had tried to erase the dark energy and also the person examining it. Besides, there exists a powerful curse that I have never encountered before, although it's very faint because it seems like the curse has been used up. The curse effectively neutralized his power immediately. Jin Myung said with a very certain tone, it was definitely related to a strong and cunning existence. So powerful that it can harm not only the Holy Spirit but also the supreme gods. Lee Gon just sat on the cold bench. Every sentence and every word that Jin Myung said were appearing in his mind. Gon gloomily thought to himself, cursing is Jean-Louis Morin's forte, but his curse doesn't work on the highest cities. Dark energy also does not belong to the Holy Spirit. The power of Cancer is nothing compared to the energy source on the tree trunk therefore. Gon's mind was very chaotic at the moment. After all, the bastard who stabbed him had close connections to the unknown civilization. Lee Gon had a headache, tilted his head back and rubbed his eyebrows. First he had to pass a test of strength, which had a time limit. Then I will deal with Virgo. Just like that, Lee Gon sat there until morning when a voice rang out. The train was entering the station and people wanted to get on the train. Then he opened his eyes and said, I'm here. The ship slowly approached him. A thick skin under the sun appeared. As soon as that man arrived, he immediately noticed Lee Gon. From within the crowd, his eyes were fixed on Gon without leaving. Besides, there was also a mysterious man wearing a full black shirt. Following him were two extremely handsome men. They relied on the crowded crowd to avoid them. After a while, the blond man finally stood facing Lee Gon. Lee Gon smiled sinisterly at him and replied, finally here. Before Lee Gon's greeting, he still remained silent. The person with the beautiful yellow hair was the elite force of the Holy Star Hugo Otters. Hugo Otters led his people forward. In just a short period of time, the sky where Lee Gon was living had violent fluctuations. Birds were flying in panic in the air, the ground, and high-rise buildings were all showing signs of cracking. An unprecedentedly huge bird appeared and burned down an entire huge city. The elite force of the Holy Star Hugo Otters was present in the city. Hugo did not panic when he witnessed the terrible scene just now. On the road, the ground was cracked and invaded by tree roots. One person in the group spoke up, we have to deal with all the natural disasters in this area today, let's move quickly. They were about to move forward when their steps suddenly stopped. It turned out that tree roots were clinging tightly to their feet. Hugo struggled to escape and exclaimed, what's wrong with these tree roots? They make it so difficult for us to walk. Lee Gon glanced at the man and said, what a coincidence, I didn't expect you guys to be involved in the Virgin's case too. Lee Gon couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, why did you guys come here? Hugo also turned to look at Lee Gon and replied coldly, it was because of the recently received commission from the Centaur Party. He looked at his bewildered expression and then explained further, The Centaur had accepted the mission with a few strong men to eliminate natural disasters. We were basically mercenaries. Our saint is going to meet with the EU European Commission to find out the details of this case. After hearing that, Li Gong looked at the mercenaries in surprise. What the heck, you guys don't know what the mission is yet you accept it anyway? The man's helpless voice rang out. Who was our saint? Hearing that, Li Gong did not understand what plot or purpose this saint of the embroidered soldiers had, or that their saint was too stupid. Hugo saw that Gun had no bad intentions, so he relaxed his vigilance, because this disaster was related to a special event. Then he turned to ask Gun. He had heard about the monster that always craved Li Gong's divine power. No blood yet. After speaking, this guy's whole person exuded a colder, more deadly aura than ever. At the European Union Disaster Measurement Agency, a professor stood in front of a screen showing a terrifying monster appearing in the city, his voice filled with anxiety. As everyone knows, the name has a meaning. The blood devil always emits a mist. Blood blindness devours the souls and vitality of creatures living near it, and according to reports of Bloodoa, it has appeared in the EU for about 10 days. Hugo Otters sat back in his chair and said, "Wouldn't the normal procedure be to contact the officials so they could handle it? Why do you want to handle it in such a dangerous way?" The professor spoke thoughtfully. As you know, with public opinion, Bloodoa is always known as a natural disaster that has been conquered, something that should never appear again. Hugo Otters replied coldly, even though it had already devoured nearly 5,000 people. Faced with Hugo's question, the professor immediately burst out laughing. "Ha, Hugo, the gods have been continuously calculating this number for decades." Hugo nervously jumped up from his chair and replied, "What about the Virgin side? Why didn't their Saint Kevin Ajar do anything?" The professor spoke up. The Virgin had already taken action. "I heard that they have mobilized high-ranking officials, palaces, and armies countless times. But those people were all murdered." Having said that, sadness and worry clearly appeared in the professor's eyes. It was also because of the mist that the blood emitted, causing serious symptoms on the human body. That is a disadvantage for the Virgo army, which is prone to close combat. The more he spoke, the heavier his voice became, and their female saint was fighting a disaster of the same level in the North Sea. From where he is, it's difficult to rush back to his holy land. This is the reason why we broke the routine and asked for help from other legions of gods. The more the professor spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Hugo also sat quietly and listened. After a while of research, we chose the Centaur because the Centaur's mercenary team was quite mobile. The professor looked straight into Hugo's eyes and smiled and said, "And you, Saint Centaur here, are on the same side as Li Gong. We are extremely impressed with Li Gong's work in the Philippines." Then the professor looked at Hugo Otters and said sincerely, "Please lower the blood for us." Hugo did not answer and pondered over what part of the professor's words were true and what parts were false. Finally Hugo came to the conclusion that he was lying. Hugo thought to himself, that arrogant and complacent Kevin Ajar would rather die than let outsiders set foot in his territory for those stupid reasons. Are those Virgos trying to use Oa blood to eliminate Li Gong and us? Hugo stood up from his chair still deep in thought. They must have done something here, but... Hugo tried to restrain himself, causing the veins in his hand to flare up violently. The professor looked at him like that and became even more worried. He began to think, would it be okay to let the Centaur and Li Gong get involved in this matter? Didn't they already know what the female saint's personality was like? The man coldly looked at him and replied, "It's okay, just tell them that the blood Oa has appeared." Once he hears that name, Hugo Otters won't be able to refuse, because... The man sitting on the street amidst the smoke and fire said that the Heavenly Lord's wife had died of blood. Li Gong leaned on the rock next to him and replied, "There is only one wife of the Heavenly Lord that you guys call that." The man did not hesitate to answer, "Yes." The man spoke up to explain further, "Chunjin Wu, Hugo Otters' wife, is also Yu Ha and Sung Jae's mother. They met after Li Gong's incident in the Devil's Tower, so he never met her." The woman who had been sitting and listening to the story of the two of them now also spoke up. She was the one who protected Sung Jae from the blood Oa. She and the first disciple, the captain of the divine team, had died. Li Gong next to him asked wonderingly, "The first team god, Li Jae-wan?" The other woman was quite surprised to hear him say that. "Yes, you know him," Li Gong replied. "Of course, he used to be the one who only carried things behind me and Hugo 20 years ago. Who would have thought that he would eventually become the captain of the divine team?" Li Gong didn't talk to the two of them anymore and fell into his own thoughts. Why did Hugo avoid talking about his family? It's unbelievable that he went through something like that. After a moment of silence, Gong asked, What kind of disaster was Bloodoa? To be honest Hugo, it's not like before, just wandering around like that makes him weaker and weaker. A man in the mercenary group proactively said to Gun, I know how good he is because I was the one who taught him how to fight. Since he was still new, I've always trusted him with my back. Do you expect me to believe that a guy like that was defeated by a disaster that I've never heard of? Mentioning Hugo makes him nostalgic, mentioning the Hugo he used to be. One person among 10,000, he is truly a person with extraordinary abilities, one of the strongest of the 12 saints. Lee Gun seemed to have lost his patience as he spoke, telling me exactly what Hugo had been through. The man sitting on the tree stump that had been cut down replied, okay, this is not an easy thing to talk about, but since this is you I will talk about it. The man spoke somberly, that terrible accident happened 10 years ago, on Sungjae's 7th birthday. At that time, Sungjae was still a cute and innocent child. Ji-woo was talking to her husband, Hugo Waters. Honey, I just returned to Korea, it's been 2 years since we last met, come here, right? I think I can create a disaster-proof prototype soon, thanks to Lee Gon's notes and all the weapons you gave me, thank you very much. Sungjae was sitting on the chair obediently waiting for his parents to talk. The boy seemed sleepy so he yawned. Ji-woo walked over and patted the kid's head and said, Sungjae even encouraged him in the middle of the night but I almost cried because I was so touched. I asked how did Sungjae endure going to the airport. When Sungjae heard his mother say that, he smiled brightly. Bro, the kid was able to go to the airport thanks to Jaewon, he handled it right in the night. Lee Jaewon sheepishly rubbed his head and said, haha I'm fine, young master Sungjae, I want to see you as soon as possible. After a while of waiting, Sungjae couldn't bear it anymore and cried loudly to the two of them, saying mother and son were hungry. Ji-woo heard his child complaining that he was hungry and paused the conversation. So, let's go eat a hamburger, Lee Jae-won suggested. You stay here, young master, so I can go buy it for you. Ji-woo happily replied, oh my god, thank you. While the two of them weren't paying attention, Sungjae caught an argument. Damn you idiot, do you know what you just did? The other guy panicked and said, I'm sorry, big brother. The big brother angrily shouted, I told you to keep him, who let you go? The other guy chirped apologetically, I didn't know it was like this. The big brother angrily said, shut up and run or you'll all die now. Sungjae sat on the chair looking at everything attentively until he heard his mother's voice, Sungjae wait here, Jaewon said he would go buy it for us. As soon as Ji-woo finished speaking, the airport lobby was plunged into darkness. Ji-woo looked around worriedly. Just now it was still sunny outside, but in an instant it was plunged into darkness, something that made people scared. Everyone was worried, their voices became more and more intense. Why is it suddenly so dark? Damn, why doesn't the airport have lights in the middle of the night? Sungjae was scared, he hid in his mother's arms and asked, Mom, why did the lights go out? Ji-woo looked at her scared son and hugged him, she was also scared and didn't know what was going on. Jaewon was buying hamburgers and said worriedly, what's going on? Why did the power suddenly go out? He seemed to have seen something that made him scared. Ji-woo's voice came, Jun, this is really bad isn't it? Sungjae was being helped by his mother and was trembling in fear. Jun looked in horror at the giant monster standing behind Ji-woo and his mother, the bag of cakes in his hand also fell to the ground. A huge monster appeared, it wanted to devour Ji-woo and her mother. Jun quickly rushed over to help Ji-woo escape from the monster. After jumping up and pushing Ji-woo and his mother out of the beast's mouth, Ji-woo panicked and hugged Sungjae tightly. Jaewon's body gradually fell into the beast's mouth, which opened its mouth wide to welcome Jaewon. Ji-woo painfully hugs his son, Sungjae desperately screams, Uncle. Jaewon smiled and held out his hand as if he wanted to say something. The beast's mouth was still wide open, waiting for Ye Wang's small body. Even though he was about to be swallowed by the beast, Jaewon was not afraid, he looked at Sungjae and smiled with satisfaction. Sungjae widened his eyes as he watched his uncle slowly being swallowed. Tears kept falling, Ji-woo heartbrokenly covered his son's eyes with his hand and screamed, Sungjae don't look, she seemed to not want her son to witness this heartbreaking scene at all. Jaewon's body fell into the beast's mouth and he immediately closed his mouth, feeling very enjoying it. Everyone at the airport saw the giant beast and everyone trembled in fear. That was a disaster, right? It just swallowed a person. Its huge tails kept wagging at the airport. Seeing that the situation was unsafe, the security team immediately issued orders and immediately contacted the church. Upon receiving the order, the staff immediately did it. The beast didn't seem to be satisfied as his body continued to roar. Ji-woo, worried that his son was in danger, warned, Sung-jae, no matter what, don't let go of me. The monster started to go crazy and continuously used his legs to grab the passengers present there, causing them to scream for help in vain. Ji-woo was afraid, hugged his son and ran away. The explosion echoed across heaven and earth along with clouds of smoke. The cries for help continued, passengers shouted to each other to run away, calling for help loudly. Everyone seems to be injured from the big explosion just now, please help me, I will be crushed by the debris, I don't want to die. They look extremely miserable. There was no sign of stopping yet, it seemed like something was falling again, causing one of the other passengers to scream, someone help. Ji-woo panicked, his face pale and told his son, Sung-jae, listen to mom, you have to hide in the car until dad comes, understand? The sounds of crashing and screaming became more and more intense. Ji-woo put you in the car and tried to talk more to calm you down. Think of this as a hide-and-seek game. You have to hide carefully so that monsters don't find you. Once your father comes, he will deal with you, this monster in just one hit. Until then, my mother's baby Sung-jae, her face changed. Promise me you'll be brave enough to wait until I get there, Ji-woo smiled to comfort his son. Then she closed the door and left despite Sung-jae screaming for his mother in the car. The more Sung-jae cried, the more desperate he became, crying and blaming himself. I just wanted to see my mother as soon as possible, I just wanted to talk about a lot of happy things. Because it's been a long time since our whole family gathered together, it's all because of you, it's all because of you, I cried while thinking about the happy scene at my birthday party. Sung-jae cried, his tears kept flowing, muttering, Mom, Uncle Jae-won, I'm sorry. The beast's legs were gradually approaching the car where Sung-jae was sitting. A bright light appeared in the sky, shining straight down. When the monster's legs gradually reached the car, the light from earlier also promptly rushed straight down. A man's face gradually appeared, Sung-jae, are you okay? After confirming that it was his father, Sung-jae shouted for his father, and the father, after asking about his son, immediately used his power sparks to cut off the beast's legs. After stopping the immediate danger, Taiku turned to ask his son, were he injured anywhere? Sung-jae, feeling sorry for himself, called his father with tears streaming down his face. Mom, with Uncle Jae-won. Hearing this, Taiku seemed to understand the situation. He stood dumbfounded for a moment. Trembling hands stretched out. He reached out and touched the car window, looking at his son in despair. Is that so? I understand. It seemed that Taiku was very angry and put all his effort into it. A bright light enveloped him. The fire inside him grew bigger and bigger, making the beast's legs not dare to touch it. Taiku's eyes were hateful, angry. How dare you? Taiku rushed towards the beast and flew up. Taiku looked so small when standing in front of the giant beast, holding a bow and arrow in front of him. Taiku thought to himself, the people he killed were locked in the giant tree on his back. Ji-woo, it was surprising that Taiku saw his wife, but she was still in that beast's arms. Taiku was excited to save his wife, but thoughts kept appearing in his head. I need to calm down, maybe there is still a way to save her, maybe forcibly pulling her out could save her. Facing the dangers of Taiku's wife, he held a bow and arrow and slammed it into the ground. Furiously rushed towards Vuj, still saying, wait, I'll save you right here. Bright sparks along with Taiku rushed towards the beast to save his wife. At this moment, above the beast's head, a ball of fire suddenly appeared with lightning continuously emitting around it. It seemed that Taiku was now controlled by the beast. He gritted his teeth and tried to hold onto something. Then turned around and shouted, don't interfere. The surrounding souls kept crying and begging, please save me, please save me. Someone please help. Taiku suddenly rolled his eyes, his sweat-drenched face turned to look at the begging souls. It seemed Taiku was fascinated by them. While letting his guard down, Taiku was suddenly attacked by the monster. It used its legs to whip his body, causing him to cry out in pain. The souls hiding behind the beast kept saying, it looks delicious, you who have received the power of God, that power looks delicious. The monster looked at Taiku's body hanging high above him and kept swallowing foam. I will eat you. Taiku's body was tightened to the point of pain, screaming out a scream that echoed throughout the world. Seeing that his father was in danger, Sung-jae could do nothing but sit in the car, clinging to the window and looking out, continuously screaming for his father in despair. A fireball appeared again in the dark sky. It looked down at the beast, causing the beast to roar loudly, extremely terrifying. Taiku was also thrown away after the beast got hurt. Small bubbles enveloped the bodies of those swallowed by the beast and floated in the air. A body slowly flew down from above. A voice came out, "Centaur, what a pitiful state is that." A woman surrounded by purple lights, she was controlling her shining ball, constantly muttering, "I will use magic to rescue the people trapped in that tree. Let's attack the disaster." After giving the command, slowly fly down to fight the disaster. Taiku is still in pain lying on the ground trembling. "Why are you guys here?" A foot landed next to Taiku and lowered his voice to ask, "Are you okay, Hugo Waters?" Taiku looked up startled. "Haley and you too." "She is the Scorpio Saint, Haley." Haley stepped forward and kindly helped Taiku stand up. "I heard that a very powerful disaster had appeared, so I went to gather everyone I could. They decided to help because no one wanted to see such a disaster appear in their territory. But the Saint's majesty and extraordinary strength were all gathered and ready for battle, so there was no need to waste time, just wake up in one shot." One of the Saints present spoke up. The purple fireball began to fly up, all energy was concentrated there. Purple rays of light surrounded the female Saint, her hair stood up with fiery energy, followed by a fat man, surrounded by rays of light, bright red, with a delighted smile. The last Saint is surrounded by golden fire rays, his eyes are cold and ready to fight, he smiles while activating his powers. "Sounds good." Letting it all out, these Saints all rushed towards the beast, beams of light piercing straight at it, causing it to look up in surprise. The three rays of light combined, spiraling deep into the ferocious beast. Taiku and Haley stood outside in shock, eyes wide open. Facing the beast, the three bodies of the little Saint stood before its eyes. "What the hell, did it just swallow our attack?" The Saint was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. "Damn, he's slowly recovering from his injuries, his feet hit the ground and the wounds are starting to show signs of healing." The monster seemed extremely angry, his eyes were red, looking at the three Saints as if he wanted to devour them. "Hayes, cast a barrier," he shouted. Hayes quickly replied, "I'm also planning to do that." Hayes controlled his power and focused it directly on the monster, using magic barrier skills. The large, ferocious beast let out a loud roar, its terrifying roar causing rocks to fly out and crack. Its small legs are out of control, continuously destroying neighboring high-rise buildings. Hayes, her face is getting more and more scary. At this rate the barrier won't last much longer. Skill, an outstretched hand with a cross bracelet also appeared. That was the strap of the golden rule. It emitted bright rays of light, making the beast feel like it was on fire as it looked extremely painful. "What are you guys doing?" The three Saints all fell to the ground. That voice came from another Saint standing on high. "If you're a Saint, don't be so easily confused by this disaster," said the Saint with the strap of the golden rule in the shape of a cross pointing his finger. "That is the Libra Saint, Giselle Lawrence." "Libra, Haley, do you call Libra too?" Taiku asked. In response Taiku Haley replied, "I just called the other three people to help me." Libra's bright eyes squinted at them. The beast seemed to have slowly recovered, growling and standing up. Seeing that the monster was about to get angry, Libra raised his voice and used teleportation to make the evil creature disappear, but history is still bewildered. "What?" Libra frowned and looked over. "You all saw how it swallowed the attack. We can't win against it now, it could take away our strength like it did with Sagittarius." Standing in front of the ferocious monster preparing to destroy them, Libra quickly continued, "So that doesn't happen, please teleport it far away. It doesn't matter whether it's deep underground or molten lava." Gemini still can't believe what Libra just said, but even if they do, it will come out eventually. Libra glanced, "So what, at least now it won't be here anymore." Hearing the conversation between Libra and Gemini, Taiku panicked and shouted, "No, that thing has swallowed human souls, those people are only left with empty corpses, we need to defeat it and bring its soul back, again. Maybe there are still many other people's bodies trapped inside, I'll help too, so let's take it down together, but the purple bubbles that are covering their bodies are still floating and haven't been released yet." Taiku tried to suppress the pain and said resolutely, "I can still fight." Libra saw Taiku so determined and didn't know what else to say. The beast opened its eyes wide, its scary red eyes looking towards them. "No more hesitation," Libra shouted, "I'm at my limit." Gemini also worriedly looked towards the beast, that restrictive tangle of strings. Libra ordered, "Hayes, there's no time, quickly use your teleportation jutsu." The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. The system board rang with a notification. The Saint, Hayes, was using the teleportation skill. Hayes controlled the ball in her hand, all the light focused on her. Taiku screamed in pain, despair, "No, stop." After putting all my strength into the monster, the system panel issued a notification that the teleportation was successful. The sky at this time is extremely dark, gray, full of sadness. On that day, everyone criticized my father, only the saints who sent the unfortunate child to some unknown place were praised. The news flash is shown on TV, the presenter is reporting on the bloody incident, 10 people died, next, we will report on the bloody incident. Early this morning, the storm that destroyed the airport was stopped by the saints, however, by the time the saints appeared, several people had been injured. In front of the screen were 3 saints who were praised by everyone. Journalists surrounded them to get more information. The microphone was passed to Libra Saint Giselle Lawrence. "We just did what we had to do, but sadly we were not able to minimize the number of victims." On the other hand, Sagittarius, the protector of Korea, received fierce criticism from the public, not only because they failed to prevent the disaster, but also caused additional victims due to their inadequate handling of the situation. "Just looking at it, I can see how angry the people present were." One of them spoke up angrily, hearing that he was unable to protect his family and was even injured. "Isn't he too incompetent? That's why people can't put their trust in him, he got it." On TV continued to present the news. After the centaur Saint Hugo apologized to the country today, he visited the monument to the victims. On the screen was a picture of Hugo bowing sorry head. But throughout the memorial service, public opinion continued to have harsh criticism of him. Hugo stood in front of the monument of the unfortunate victims with an extremely sad face, but outside everyone kept screaming and cursing at him. Everyone still constantly criticizes him. "We trusted him to protect him, but what the hell did he do before the other saints arrived? It's because of him that my family member had to die." People couldn't seem to calm down anymore. They kept screaming despite many security guards stopping them. "How dare you appear here? Take them back, give me my family back," they kept screaming non-stop. Unable to watch anymore, a voice rang out in front of the screen, and the TV was turned off immediately afterwards. In the living room space, "All the saints are here, what's wrong, Lion? I think it's okay to watch, why did you turn it off?" one of them asked. The Lion was angry, crossed his arms and criticized, "Do they really have to oppress the centaur like that?" The female saint sitting next to him also agreed, "Well, that's a bit too much." "Well, it's a pity, but someone has to take responsibility for the victim. Let's be positive, if the influence of Sagittarius spreads, it will be easier for other churches to be introduced to Korea," the fat saint still replied calmly while filing his nails. Yang Wei looks so handsome when waving to the public. Stephen Marker, your conscience is probably starting to tickle by now. A man holding a glass of water in one hand and the other in his pocket walked down the stairs with a sarcastic voice. His face looked extremely scary and stupid. He was made fun of because he was an idiot who couldn't even hold a royal title, and he constantly mocked one person to another, none other than the Taurus Saint Ivan Kruger. "If he can't afford it, then he should ask for our help," he said, rolling his eyes and smirking. Suddenly a voice came from behind him, "Oh hey Ivan, what you said was wrong." Another guy also started with a sarcastic tone. "He is a waste, because he was robbed of half of his strength by the blood mist." As he spoke, he pointed his finger with an extremely creepy gesture. It seemed that the other guy had said exactly what Ivan meant, making him laugh out loud happily. "Well, you're right, I was wrong, Morin." It seemed like he could no longer ignore the harsh sarcastic words of the other two men. The Lion and the female saint immediately stood up angrily. They pulled each other out of there, cursing as they went. "Damn, I'm completely crazy." In another room, I wondered if Hugo was okay, but the response to that question was just a sigh of dissatisfaction. The Lion put his hands on his hands with a serious look on his face. "Well, it's going to take a while to observe him." The backs of the two of them standing in the building looking out at the pouring rain outside, the Lion continued, "But more importantly, aren't you jealous of Chun Ji-woo? To be honest, I'm quite surprised with her reaction." "That's your current response?" Hearing the Lion say that, the saint turned around. "Of course I hate Chun Ji-woo, I hate her. But I don't want this to happen to her." The saint looked extremely sympathetic. But his face also changed and he turned around when he saw the Lion Saint's eyes. The room became quiet. The Lion Saint continued, "I felt sad for Hugo, but it was probably the children who suffered the biggest blow." At this time, the rain was pouring down but still could not stop the journalists. They were constantly on duty with Hugo at all times. Hugo's back walked to the building, surrounded by journalists on both sides. No matter how much rain it rains outside, they still hold the camera and continuously scream, Please share with us your feelings. Public opinion criticizes you a lot. Do you feel guilty at all when standing in front of the people? They don't. Hugo didn't seem to want to explain or answer their questions, making these people unable to calm down anymore and shouted at him. How long was he going to postpone the funeral for the families? At the hospital the screams showed no signs of abating. There were many rumors circulating that the victims had been sent to a Scorpio hospital to cover up the incident. Please give an explanation for this problem. Hugo, Yaren and the vice president entered the hospital. Faced with this situation, the vice president turned back to reassure everyone. During today's press conference, he will explain everything. He is currently on his way to visit the hospital's patients, so we would like to stop accepting questions. Where is Jaewon? Ho sadly asked Yaren. Even though the body was not found until later, we still transported him to the hospital. Before the plague encountered him, it vomited up victims it could not swallow. In front of the eyes are victims covered in mucus from its mouth that it vomited. Maybe we found the church captain so late because he vomited last, Yaren said sadly. Hugo still has that cold expression. When Jaewon gets here, please transfer him and the others to the special care area. I'm glad Haley was willing to let us use this hospital. Yaren puzzledly stared at Hugo. With some excitement she shouted, Holy Master, you don't have to take all the blame on yourself. You yourself also lost your family and you also fought the calamity, so don't stay silent anymore. Please tell the world what happened. That those people could have been saved. If we catch the blood mist, we can bring the souls back. Hugo turned around. Yes, there is indeed a way to save them. But the families of the victims, they still don't know. It's just that their souls are taken away. We just need to catch the blood mist and bring their souls back. Saying those words is basically torturing them with hope without any promise. Hugo tries to analyze for Yaren to understand. Hugo's face was drenched in sweat, his face was pale, the questions always echoed in him. Who, when, how, in what way? After being squeezed by the beast, it wrapped around Hugo, causing him pain. Hugo continued, I lost most of my strength, even the other saints couldn't find a way to solve that disaster. So other than sending it to an unknown place, there was no other choice. Hayes used his power to control the beast to disappear from there through Hugo's story. Hugo turned back and continued, among the saints, who would bet their strength and life to regain the souls of the victims? No, even if they found the disaster, who would it be? It can be conquered here. Yaren shouted after her in panic, but right now they were hating him when he hadn't done anything wrong. Yaren got angry and complained. Why? Hugo looked back. No, they were right to blame me. Faced with Yaren's silence at that time, Hugo continued, it was because I was too weak that I couldn't protect them. I couldn't keep my promise to protect Korea with Jeon. No matter how much the people did, no matter how much I criticize or hate, I can't say anything. Hugo gave a friendly smile. These things are really annoying, but I have to endure it. Thank you for worrying about me, Yaren. I have to go to Jiwoo now. Only Sungjae and Yoha were there, so I was very worried. Yaren was still not very comfortable, confused, and called out, Holy Master. But suddenly a hand patted her shoulder, causing her to look up in surprise. Vice President, Yaren turned to call. The Vice President continued to decode the knots in Yaren's heart again. The reason why the saint only sent them to the hospital instead of holding a funeral was because he believed that they could wake up at any time, but right now there is no way to save those people. He won't give up on them, because the moment he gave up saved those people. In front of us are ill-fated patients waiting for some ray of hope from life. Hugo's back gradually disappeared, meaning he had abandoned his wife and the church captain. In front of us is room 808, Chun Ji-woo's hospital room. Hugo looked at his wife's room board and stood there motionless for a long time. He was about to reach out to open the door when he suddenly stopped when he heard a voice calling, Mom. I'm sorry. Hugo's face suddenly turned dark. Inside was Sungjae sitting in the corner crying and blaming himself if he hadn't screamed loudly that he was hungry. If we immediately left the airport, Sungjae kept crying and recounting the incident. Jaewon's mother and uncle were unharmed. Ji-woo was lying on the hospital bed with Yoha watching over her, looking extremely weak, but Sungjae's cries of self-blame still rang out. Jaewon didn't look too good, his head was covered in bandages, he must have been seriously injured. Sungjae kept apologizing, crying and blaming himself. Dad was able to defeat the disaster and everything was safe. Faced with tears streaming down, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Hugo's arm was about to reach out to open the door after hearing his son's self-reproach. His arm trembled. The cries for his mother still rang out. At this moment all of Hugo's pent-up emotions broke out. those pitiful tears fell down his face. At that time, I should have told Sung Jae, who was blaming himself, that it wasn't his fault, but I couldn't show him my depression. Hugo sat next to the blazing fire as he spoke. It seems like Sung Jae still thinks this is his fault. Jian sat opposite and listened to his friend's story, his face still without any change in color even though the people sitting around were sobbing with emotion. Jian then spoke up, "Well, I was waiting for something wrong," Hugo said seriously. "No, I'll have to tell you eventually anyway." Jian still couldn't help but tease his friend, "Dude, don't cry while people are talking, it's so annoying." Hugo took the towel and wiped it shyly as he said, his tears kept running, "Who knows what now?" But then I regained my serious expression and continued, even though I felt a bit annoyed that as soon as I got home from work, you asked me to tell you about my past. Anyway, the blood mist has reappeared, so we have to pay off the old debt. Jian crossed his arms with a calculating look on his face when he heard Hugo say this. "Next to the fire that is burning like Hugo's current aura, this time I will destroy it once and for all." His face is extremely determined, that's for sure. The remaining power of the Sun God are looking for us. On this side the beast's huge feet seem to be moving. The power of the Snake God is also coming here. Those scary red eyes once again appear. His eyes became redder and scarier, his mouth opened as if he was ready for something. "I will swallow it all." The whole city in them, it gritted its teeth, its eyes filled with hatred and hatred. The scene became chaotic, a fire broke out and burned the black-feathered beast birds. Hugo Waters and a number of others held bows and arrows, walking slowly among countless animal corpses spread out on the ground. Hugo Waters put on his cloak, one hand on his hip, the other pointed forward and spoke loudly, gathering all the birds of disaster and burning them. If left alone they could cause big trouble. At the same time, an attendant stepped forward and kindly called out, "Holy Crystal." He politely gave Hugo Waters a can of soft drink. Taiku turned around in surprise, smiled and said, "Huh, thank you." While Hugo Waters was holding a can of soft drink to drink, two other soldiers came to his side and exclaimed, "Holy crap." He turned around in surprise. The soldier gave Hugo Waters a box of 12 round chocolates with all the colors brown, purple, pink and many decorative motifs. Hugo Waters was a bit surprised. He took the box of chocolates, opened the box and brought a small piece to his mouth. Suddenly 3 other soldiers stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Holy Crystal." The soldiers loudly said, "Take it, Holy Crystal." Hugo Waters shyly replied, "Thank you." Other people also hurriedly brought Hugo Waters food, drinks, and gifts. One said, "Don't forget this, sir." Another said, "This side too, sir." Hugo Waters helplessly took it and stammered, "Thank you." Hugo Waters said shyly, "What's wrong with you guys?" Because of the story I told you before, the juniors lined up in a row, gingerly turned away and said, "No, well, we just want to give away things, just for you." A sudden voice rang out, "We will expand the scope of reconnaissance and continue to investigate." Hugo Waters held a pile of donated items and stood next to Lee Gun, thinking in his heart, "Those people." Lee Gun innocently held a bag of chocolates in his hand, pretended to throw a few pieces into his mouth and said, "It's their kindness that they should come eat quickly, go." Suddenly a voice called out, "Mr. Lee Gun." He chewed a few chocolates and thought to himself, this voice, Lely Quinn. Lely Quinn has purple braided hair, 2 pairs of long deer horns, her hand gently placed on her ear and said, "I just talked to Sunji, do you have time to hear a report about what I saw in your consciousness?" He doesn't. Hearing that, Lee Gun replied, "Oh, what have you found out, and what is the boy's intention?" A young boy with red hair, wearing a fully buttoned shirt, walked into a building, tall, wide and majestic, covered with purple rays of light creating a mystical and sinister look. He stood in front of a large door, thinking to himself, "Finally here, you have entered the secret area of the Gemini Magic Library." He clenched his fist, showing determination and said, "What I want to find in the Magic Library." His eyes were steady, he continued, "A necromancy skill that could call upon the life of another world." He held out one hand, under his hand was a small object emitting a mysterious light. He added, "I said I would leave, but I can still use that skill because I am still part of the song, Death." Streams of purple and blue light appeared, flying in the air. He said necromancy was a skill that could call the life of another world to this world. He darkened his face, placed a hand on his chest and spoke, "So it could definitely call on human souls." On the bed was a woman with long hair, pale face, weakly wearing a breathing tube. He firmly said, "No matter what, I want to do everything within my ability." The image appeared of a middle-aged man, his head bandaged, he said, "My mother and Uncle Jaewon both lost consciousness because they had no souls while protecting me." His eyes were burning with anger and he shouted loudly, "And to those who died that day, I wanted to cure all of them." Lely Quinn crossed her arms over her chest and calmly listened to him. She raised her hand towards the door, her eyes staring at a bright circle that appeared. Sunji gasped and opened her eyes wide. In that circle appeared the words, "Confirming authority, thanks to the authority of the Elemental Lord Lely Quinn, you can enter the secret area of the Magic Library." Sunji happily exclaimed, "Thank you, Lely Quinn." Lely Quinn said softly, "I'm sure it's not an easy story to share, thank you for telling it to me." Standing in front of thousands of books neatly arranged in thousands of shelves, Sunji clenched her fists and thought, "This opportunity is very difficult to come by, I can't let it go to waste." Sunji held a book in her hand, its cover was sturdy, printed with a picture of a large ancient tree with long, tangled roots entwined in a blue pearl. Suddenly the words appeared, "Do you want to borrow my forbidden book, original SS tree, need to spend 187,000 contribution points. Chun Sunji's current contribution points are 157,482, contribution points are too low to read this book, you can get more contribution points by mortgaging the relic." Sunji held a book in one hand and a bracelet in the other and said, "I will donate this bracelet to the cult." As soon as he dropped the bracelet into the purple light of the library, in his heart he thought, "Thank you, sister." The text appeared, "You have received 30,000 points through donating the magic bracelet, tribute points. Chun Sunji's current donation is 187,483, you have borrowed the forbidden letter from the SS originator, Chun Sunji's current contribution score is 483. The book in his hand suddenly flipped open, emitting rays of bright white light, the words appeared again, the knowledge inside the book was pouring out. A series of letters and numbers escaped from the book, chaotically surrounding him, making Sunji gasp in surprise. He used his hands to turn the pages of the book, his eyes steady, thinking in his heart, the part he needed was page 1467, Conversation with the Soul of Death. While Sunji quickly flipped through the pages of the book, a stranger stood at the door and peeked in. Suddenly the book in Sunji's hand shook and fell out of his reach, causing him to panic. The book flew into the hands of the man standing at the door. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Man, you're planning on reading something quite difficult, Sunji." Sunji angrily rushed in front of the victorious man and shouted, "Damn, it's you again, Yun Si Woo." The man had yellow hair. He said, "What are you doing here after hiding when the sect was in trouble?" Sunji shouted angrily, "I don't have time to argue with you. Give it here quickly." Si-woon pressed the book close to his face, sarcastically said, "Why are you so angry?" "Okay, I will return it." Si-woon raised his hand and appeared 5 books identical to the one Sunji needed. He said to Sunji, "Huh? But which one is yours?" Sunji gritted his teeth and exclaimed angrily, his eyes and body emitted a blue light. Si-woon smirked and put his hand inside the front of his shirt and said, "Oh look, that's scary. The reason you dare to act condescending in front of me is because of that bastard named Lee Gun or something, right?" Si-woon searched the chest of his shirt carefully. With an evil look on his face, he pulled out a necklace with a cross pattern and a scale on both sides, telling Sunji, "But look, your dad and uncle are about to be torn to pieces." Hugo stood next to the extinguished fire, holding a bow and arrow in his hand, raising it high towards the sky, the arrow tip sharp, emitting a bright yellow light. He let go, and the arrow rushed across the sky, leaving behind a long arc of light, emitting a bright light in the dark night sky. The soldier looked up at the sky and said, "This is the signal to withdraw troops, maybe this is it for today." Another soldier added with his hands on his hips, "That's good, I also don't want to encounter disaster in the middle of the night, not like this." He gave the order, "All reconnaissance teams will collect troops, execute immediately, I will start taking score, one by one, quickly respond. First, Group A." Member of Group A spoke up, "Group A, no report." He continued to ask, "What about Group B?" The captain of Group B quickly replied, "Group B, there is no report." He asked, "Group C, Group C." At the same time, a bloody scene appeared, images of wounded warriors lying on the ground. He continued to call, "Hey Group C." It seemed like a cry for help, "Please, help me." The image of half a human face appeared, frowning a bit angry and scary. A loud explosion sounded, boom, the ground shook, the scene became chaotic, everyone was surprised and panicked. As Lee Gun, he put his hands in his pockets, his face showing tension and seriousness. Li Gun suddenly discovered Hugo Waters standing next to him with clenched teeth, a bit strange. He exclaimed, "Taiku." Hugo Waters clasped his hands, tightly grasping the handle of the sword in his hand. Li Gun spoke calmly. He added to Hugo Waters, "You're being too direct." Taiku gritted his teeth more and more, he was angry as if his whole body was on fire. Li Gun spoke quietly, keeping his head calm and not letting anger dominate him. Hugo Waters quickly covered his face with one hand and said, "Ha, I know, but you also know the situation, it's not easy, but I'll try." Li Gun clasped his hands and stretched them forward, silently saying, "Okay." In that chaotic scene, he added, he would repay the hatred he had carried for 10 years, ready to go. The scene changes to a large and majestic monument. It depicts a small sphere, inside is a young woman with soldiers wearing armor supporting the sphere below. An old man past middle age, wearing a beret, he spoke, "Huh." He walked slowly on the bridge, his hands clasped behind his back. On both sides of the bridge were trees with red leaves that made him exclaim in admiration, "Have the leaves turned red?" Under the bridge is a long tree root that seems to want to tear the bridge in half. Thousands of tree roots shot up from the bridge, causing the concrete layer to crumble into pieces. There was a sound of someone screaming. "What was that sound?" Another person replied. It came from inside the base. The sound of destruction made Hugo Waters and Li Gun look back in surprise. The landscape is dilapidated, tree roots constantly breaking through the ground. A large root branch rushed quickly, hitting the ground hard in front of the two people. The other branches of the tree began to riot, using their strength to destroy everywhere. The tree roots were large, long, reaching high, crashing into the ground, creating a horrifying scene. In the midst of that chaos, Li Gun angrily rushed forward and rushed towards the root. He lifted his leg and shouted, "Is it you?" He stepped on the beast's head and shouted angrily, "You!" Li Gun coldly added, "Animals have made my best friend and nephew live in hatred." The more he spoke, the tighter he held his legs against the beast's head. Immediately, he used all his strength to kick the beast away. His eyes flashed with the fire of hatred, his face was smeared with dirt from tree roots. The beast fell to the ground. Li Gun exclaimed, "Fuck it." However, at this moment, the beast's eyes glowed red, its teeth were bared, clenched together. Its roots wrapped tightly around one of Li Gun's legs. He looked at the beast on the ground and said, "So you are not ordinary." Siwoon smirked and put his hand inside the front of his shirt and said, "Oh look, that's scary. The reason you dare to act condescending in front of me is because of that bastard named Li Gun or something, right?" Siwoon searched the chest of his shirt carefully. With an evil look on his face, he pulled out a necklace with a cross pattern and a scale on both sides, telling Sunji, "But look, your dad and uncle are about to be torn to pieces." The necklace in Siwoon's hand suddenly emitted bright light. Sunji raised her hand in front of her face to block the bright light from entering her eyes. Suddenly Sunji's eyes opened wide, he shouted, "What?" Before his eyes was a strange and terrifying shape. That strange thing emitted streams of yellow light. Siwoon said proudly, You've seen this disaster before, right?" Sunji's eyes looked up, he was extremely panicked and thought to himself, "Wow." Siwoon held the necklace tightly in his hand and said condescendingly, "I told you right, Li Jian and Sagittarius will die soon. That blood oa is obsessed with absorbing the energy of the constellations." Meanwhile Li Gun was still continuing to fight the beast, its long root wrapped around Li Gun's leg. He calmly said, "I guess you're not a little disaster, right?" The fierce-faced beast said, "Your power, I will take it." Li Gun sarcastically said to the beast, "Take my power, what a big dream, right?" At the same time, the fire burned up and covered everything. It was Hugo Waters holding a bow and arrow to help. Li Gun quickly exclaimed, "Does he think anything that appears in front of him can be easily eaten?" One of Li Gun's legs that was wrapped tightly by the beast shriveled up, he said so greedily. Li Gun calmly stood up straight, put his hands in his pockets, a mysterious light emitted from his sore leg. A text appears, "Super regeneration has been activated, your wounds are healing," and at the same time the wounds on Li Gun's leg are immediately healed. Li Gun said loudly, "Hey Toad, it seems like you intend to eat up all the people in the city." A beam of light appeared in his hand, and a line of text appeared, "The sacred item clause Tanchi Yen, has been summoned." Li Gun continued to explain, "But you know what, we are here to ruin your meal." Surrounded by tens of thousands of auxiliary soldiers, each holding their own weapons. Li Gun stood next to Hugo Waters, he pointed at the beast and said loudly, "Looks like you ate a bunch of things you shouldn't have, today I'm going to cut your stomach open." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Gun suddenly jumped up and ran towards the beast. Li Gun held the weapon strongly in his hand, he pushed his hand back hard to create force, his mouth shouted loudly, "Drill into a hammer," at the same time his weapon emitted brilliant blue light. He swung his arms free from his weapon and shouted loudly and exaggeratedly. He signaled his weapon to smash towards the beast, causing a fatal blow that shook heaven and earth. Having been dealt a fatal blow, the beast looked up, its eyes red. The beast immediately opened its big mouth, knocking Li Gun into the air. It angrily let out a terrifying roar, "Keek." Suddenly, a sharp arrow stabbed straight into the beast's skin, causing its skin to be torn apart. The fire broke out behind the beast. Seeing this, Li Gun took the momentum to rush forward to attack. The beast gasped in pain. Hugo Waters, standing outside, saw this and shouted, "Good, it worked." Hugo Waters pointed and ordered the soldiers behind him to prepare the second round of arrows. The soldiers got into position and prepared to draw their bows and arrows forward. One person's head placed his palm down, and a line of text appeared, "The skill borrowed from Aries, the weapon storage compartment was used." Another leader quickly said, "It absorbed the Constellation's power." He stretched his arms to the side, above was a magic circle, below were sharp arrows. A soldier held powerful bows and arrows in his hands and shouted loudly, "Everyone must use sacred object arrows, absolutely do not use arrows created by skills." The soldiers raised their bows and arrows, shouted loudly, and took aim. When the command rang out, "Shoot," tens of thousands of bows and arrows with sharp, flaming arrows shot forward. The beast gritted its teeth in anger. The beast used some of its strength to control the root branch and hit the ground hard. The soldiers gathered in the air, along with the roots of the beast one by one also chasing and rising from the ground. Li Gun was in the distance holding a weapon and complaining, "These damn roots are so annoying." Li Gun's eyes looked resolutely forward. Li Gun gained momentum and jumped strongly into the air. Li Gun stretched his hand forward to summon, a line of text immediately appeared, the sacred object had been summoned. Li Gun said loudly, "Lime, scissors," a small, cute-looking relic, like a peach appearing. Hearing Li Gun's command, the image of scissors suddenly appeared in the sacred object's eyes. The sacred object opened wide in front of its mouth and turned into an extremely large pair of scissors. At the same time, Li Gun immediately held the handle of the scissors and walked straight forward. Li Gun rushed forward and shouted loudly, "Ha, it's time to take care of the bonsai." The angry beast opened its mouth wide and shouted loudly, "Bastard." The sharp scissors in Li Gun's hand cut off each branch of the beast's roots one by one. Li Gun stepped back with great momentum, the sacred object ran after him in panic. Li Gun pulled the tree towards the beast's head, a large tornado of light appeared, and the beast screamed in pain. Li Gun cut a long gash in the beast's body and rushed forward. The peach-like sacred object fell heavily to the ground, a bit weak. Suddenly a ray of light flashed from the beast's head. It seemed like the beast was recovering its body. Li Gun held his weapon in both hands and stood in a squatting position to prepare everything. The monster fell to the ground, blood flowed on the ground, everyone shouted with joy, "We defeated it." Everyone in the back spoke up, "Well, it seemed easier than I thought." Another person replied, "Is that so, or is it because Li Jian is too strong?" A blond man holding a weapon in his hand thought to himself, "Something's not right, there's no way it could end like this." Looking at the ruins, he thought to himself, "The unusual phenomenon that appears when there is a disaster has not disappeared, is not over yet." On the other side, Sunji stood with Si-woon who was watching the victory in the library. Sunji happily shouted, "I won, thank you, Dad, you defeated Blood Oa." Sunji pointed at Si-woon and said triumphantly, "Too bad for you Yoon-shi-woon, you wasted so much time planning like this, but Uncle and Dad are stronger than you think." Si-woon still held the necklace tightly in his hand and said, "Cuckoo, not bad, I think an eagle is better than a baby crow after all. I admit I underestimated them, but the real war hasn't even begun yet." Si-woon loosened the rope in his hand and said slyly, "Do you know why the Blood Oa is so voracious? Because it can convert anything it eats into power." Hearing that, Sunji was a bit startled, thinking, "What?" Si-woon continued, "You saw how dangerous it was, right?" Si-woon smiled, let the cross necklace hang forward and said, "Now let's continue to enjoy the show." At the same time a beast appeared in front of Li Gun. Everyone shouted in panic, "It can't be, it's regenerating." It seemed like the beast was slowly recovering. A soldier pointed forward and shouted, "Holy Centaur, look." Saint Sagittarius looked ahead in panic. Don Nyansa held the weapon in his hand tightly and said, the barrier was being eroded by blood. Seeing this, Li Gun swung his weapon onto his shoulder. Li Gun slashed his weapon hard on the ground, causing the ground to crumble. Li Gun's face looked a bit thoughtful. Looking at the ruins in front, Li Gun spoke up, I wondered how it got through the barrier, turns out it was this one. Li Gun imagined some images and thought, it used underground tree roots to indirectly enter the barrier. Li Gun looked up thoughtfully. Everyone shouted, everyone raised their bows. A giant foot of the beast stomped straight on the ground. The red-eyed monster shouted angrily, I'm so hungry, I have to eat more. Meanwhile, Si-woon proudly said loudly, even blood oats need time to eat an entire city, but now, the barrier can no longer protect humans, and has now become the domain of its bloody. Sunji on this side looked up, her mouth open in surprise. Si-woon laughed loudly and said contemptuously, it seems like there are a lot of people at the airport, so we can look forward to a great show. With slanted eyes and a smiling mouth, he is probably very satisfied with what is happening outside this basement. Now the basement is no longer a shelter but a food warehouse of blood fog, just like that, look forward to it because there are more things for you to eat here than at the airport. Sunji's face darkened and she spoke, Yoon Si-woo, you just now. What is that? What's with Sunji's panicked face? Has he noticed something unusual, speaking as if he witnessed the incident at the airport with his own eyes? Sunji's previous memories gradually appeared with someone saying, damn, do you know what you did, brother, I'm sorry. Someone responded with a trembling voice, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Sunji seemed to recognize someone. It was Si-woo, so it turned out that the person who caught Sunji's attention at that time was Si-woo. Sunji's panicked expression said it all, it seemed like he realized everything. Did you do that? Si-woo covered his mouth and he hugged his face and smiled, he laughed until he was shaking, his smile became more and more inhumane. Now I have to praise you for realizing it, or should I say you're stupid for just realizing it now. Suddenly he grinned loudly like an animal slowly awakening to his nature, I'm about to die of frustration because I had to hide it for 10 years, congratulations, idiot, you guessed right. He became more and more outrageous, he admitted without fear, I was the one who caused the incident at the airport, what are you going to do? Sunji's expression became more and more angry, Si-woo, he smiled provocatively, again. Are you going to notify the police, inform the whole world, do whatever you want? Perhaps your father already knows who the culprit is. Why the hell is the son of Saint Libra the culprit? The constellation Libra is the greatest constellation. He is a beast. That beast. I'm proud of what I've done. Image of the goddess Libra in the balance of power. The goddess looks down with haughty and disdainful eyes. This beast is continuing to provoke. What can you do to the son of the Libra saint? Sunji screamed, so many people have sacrificed. Don't you feel guilty? Si-woo, he still doesn't regret anything, no matter how much their lives are worth. Do you want me to be punished to pay for the crime? It's all because of their bad luck. Sunji he was throwing something at Si-woo and said in a harsh voice, you bastard. At this moment, Si-woo no longer showed the proud expression from before, but a face of surprise and panic. He exclaimed, that is. The situation has turned around and this time the proud one is Sunji. Why, I'm scared. The beast in Si-woo's nature is no longer there, but instead there is fear clearly shown on his face. No way, are you going to call it out right now? What should you do with the blood mist? The thing that Sunji was holding was glowing, that blue light emitted such strong energy that it made Si-woo scream loudly. Ah, that familiar angle again. Sunji suddenly rushed forward. And slammed her head straight into the cruel guy's face, making him unable to react. Sunji's head collided with the other guy's face, making him extremely uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, he panicked and blurted out, it's not him. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the beast's head hit the floor hard. Sunji smiled triumphantly, just normal light magic, you coward. Si-woo, he was lying unconscious on the floor. Before he wakes up, I have to clean up all the magic books. He said as he bent down to pick up the book when he discovered something like a necklace hanging on the beast's hand. Sunji quickly grabbed that thing from Si-woo's hand. That was a necklace with the symbol of the Libra constellation. Sunji recognized it. Clearly Yoon Si-woo used this to summon the blood mist. Surely I can use it to remove the harm. His face wrinkled as he thought, if so, I would have to go to Europe where there is blood fog. I don't have any holy items or skills right now. Can I do it? Thinking for a long time helped Sunji become more steadfast. With glaring blue eyes, he affirmed that worrying is just a waste of time. Clutching the book in his hand with anger, he quickly turned the pages of the magic book. If he used the power of the magic book, he could teleport instantly. The book kept flipping and opening different pages and was emitting mysterious green energy. In the city, the scene is panic, the monster is massacring the whole city. Loud shots were followed by thousands of fire arrows rushing towards the beast, creating an effect like a large rain of fire. Witness a series of arrows being fired non-stop, forming a giant dome with the power of hundreds of cannons. The monster was attacked with thousands of fire arrows, but there seemed to be no harm done to it. When it just lightly blocked it with its hand, its face showed anger and annoyance. Lee Gun has appeared in the city, his whole body exudes a blue light energy and his pupils also change color. He passed by too quickly, holding an extremely sharp bayonet in his hand, creating a cut along the road. The buildings gradually collapsed, falling out as the monster's hands rooted to those structures were severed. Green lightning was shot out spectacularly by Jian, causing all the surrounding scenery to fall on the monster. That beast had some parts cut off by Jian. Even after finishing this decisive blow, Lee Gun landed and had to praise his own cut. Wow, the cut was so beautiful. At Li Jian's feet, suddenly there was a moving corpse like that of a monster that had not yet been destroyed. It seemed like something black had passed through Gun's left hand, injuring him and reducing his strength by half. Gun regained his laughing expression from before and exuded a strong murderous aura with those sharp blue eyes looking down at his left arm. He said, "Wow." The system sends out notifications continuously to Li Jian, triggering super regeneration. Calamity Blood Mist reduces your strength. The super regeneration effect is reduced to half. The monster took advantage of Li Jian's serious injury, so the whole group rose up and prepared to rush towards him. Suddenly a bright light appeared in the sky as if a glowing sword was about to descend. There was a scream, "Gun, step back." As soon as the voice ended, a terrible explosion occurred that burned the whole area. There was no time, Gun rushed into attack. Taiku had to rush forward to give Gun a hand. Gun raised his punch and hit it hard. That punch shook the whole city. Smoke and dust filled the air, the ground concave into a large puddle. The energy that Gun and Taiku faced was too strong, but it did not mean that they had to back down. Looking up at the red light source, Gun recognized it. It was the same as the source of power in the Demon Tower, just like the power of the Blood Dragon Eye army. Back 20 years ago, the Demon Tower appeared with a major invasion of the Blood Dragon Eye team. The gloomy scene of the tower along with the skull on the main door exudes a heavy aura. Many people say that it is a ship-carrying disaster, or the base of a mysterious civilization. The monsters in that tower are just waiting for someone, ready to rush in and devour everything. The evil woman standing above the demon must be their leader. Red and black levels are nothing compared to them, terrifying disasters that are difficult to defeat. Back to reality, the beast is still unharmed, with red eyes and huge teeth. It still wants to devour the city, slaughtering all humans. The system activates the 13th sense accompanied by blue notification lines. Gun has awakened his 13th sense, searching for the enemy's weak points. Those deep blue eyes have noticed something strange, huh? There are 3 cores. The strongest core is the core that holds the souls and lives of the people it devours. In addition, it is continuously luring souls and lives from somewhere to the roots of the tree. Where does it lead from? If so, Jian thought about the city scene and couldn't help but guess. Damn it, it sneaked into the shelter and used that place as a food warehouse. We have to destroy the shelter. That place is now just a place to detain people, Gun said in a tigerish voice. Taiku realized the problem and immediately ordered his army, the Centaur team, to focus fire on the bunker, obeying the order. That beast glared red eyes and spoke, "I won't let you do that." Its tentacles wrapped tightly around Taiku's soldiers, making them unable to move, only screaming in pain. Taiku saw his legs tied by the beast's tentacles and screamed. Everyone, on Gun's side, did not panic but tried its best to remove the tentacles from his arm. The monster opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. At the same time, it stretched its tentacles farther. The souls from the strongest core began to cry out, "Help me, help, I don't want to die. Please save me, don't shoot, Mom, let me go." Everyone shivered when they saw the sight of souls hovering in the sky. Everyone's faces turned pale. Suddenly, a soul rushed forward and strangled a person in Taiku's army, complaining, "Please, please," making the guy's face turn purple. Taiku and Gun saw it and their pupils seemed to be on fire. The damn monster, it was impersonating the dead. Both looked up at the monster at the same time, struggling to find a solution. Lee Ji-yeon was helpless at this moment and could only cry out, "Damn it!" Gun turned around, looked straight at the beast and exclaimed, "You know how to make us mad." As if the monster had just angered the two of them, he was extremely triumphant, smiling savagely, baring his teeth. "I will tear you apart," Lee Ji-yeon said in a voice filled with determination. Somewhere a blue swirl appeared in the sky. Sunji fell from the vortex. He fell from the tree and struggled. He looked around for a moment and then asked, "Pain, where am I?" Damn, that Libra rosary changed the direction of my movement. That rosary glowed again. "What are you doing? Is there something there?" The rosary pointed towards the big dark red tree. Sunji suddenly looked towards the rosary. Sunji couldn't hide her panicked expression. "A tree, a star tree, that tree is deforming, it is creating some very strange shape." The barbaric scene with unjust corpses strewn all over the road. Sunji was standing in front of this ancient tree stained with red blood and couldn't help but be shocked. "I bet I was in the right place." But the ancient tree was dyed red, the image of the tree emitting a dark red mist. "Is this a branch of the Blood Oa tree?" he asked as the message appeared. "Libre Rosary, prevents the effects of Blood Oa." Sunji looked at the surrounding corpses wrapped tightly by the branches of that old tree. "I bet that tree was behind what happened to the people here." Sunji furrowed her eyebrows with her sharp eyes. He held the magic book tightly in his hand and the blue light flared up again. Sunji, he tried his best to unleash his skill in using the magic power of that grimoire. What appeared behind him? Was it a summoned beast? At the same time, somewhere else in the suburbs being protected by the European United Nations dome, radar flies everywhere to provide intelligence information to the protected area. Reporters live at the protective dome on the other side, west. The area has become completely chaotic due to the sudden appearance of a natural disaster. Bang! There was a loud banging sound from the middle-aged man wearing glasses who was watching the situation outside on the TV and then angrily shouted, "See Wu, that idiot, he doesn't understand what it means to do things slowly." He gritted his teeth, revealing a loss of control on his face. He thought he didn't know what he was doing. Publicly creating such a big problem, and now they know about it too. The woman with golden hair exuding a beautiful beauty all over her body was sitting and listening to the intelligence. The disaster in question was Blood Oa, something that in the past had caused many casualties. This was also the main suspect for the disappearance at the Virgo sanctuary. As you can see, the dome is covered with a toxic gas emitted from the Blood Oa. Wait, what is this woman's expression? It seems like she is not very happy or scared about this information. On the contrary, she is angry. Another middle-aged man. But why is he not as scared as many people but can sip a cup of coffee and watch the news so calmly? The rescue team could not deploy due to potential dangers in toxic smoke. Look, there is a young lady with a pure and captivating appearance. She is Lily Quinn. It seems like she is very nervous and attentively following every detail of this news. It is impossible to determine the number of people who died in the smoke. News crew drones were recording what was happening outside the dome. Returning to the situation outside, a loud bang echoed throughout the ground. Someone's feet were quickly rushing forward. That was Lee Gun. He was rushing out, holding two large swords. A strong punch hit the monster's tentacle while punching and cursing. This damn persistence thing is so annoying. Someone was floating in the air, challenging the beast. On the ground the saintly centaur was raising his head and shouting loudly, "Gun!" Somewhere there was a loud cry calling Taiku, "Saint, be careful." Behind him, he suddenly turned around and realized something big was rushing towards him. Fortunately, the saint was able to block the attack from the beast. The power of this monster is so terrible that even a saint who fights with all his might is not affected at all. Taiku was now in a passive position. He was pressed by the monster. Lee Gun appeared in time and rushed to save Taiku. What is this? These tentacle-like branches keep clinging to his body, these damn tree roots. The evil spirits cried and screamed miserably and hugged Gun's arms as if they wanted to be rescued. When he calmed down and looked again, Gun discovered that they were the souls of extremely pitiful people who had passed away. But Gun wasn't so easily trapped. He soon saw that it was just the beast disguised to make Gun fall in love and hesitated to take action. Those fake spirits keep following Gun, making his actions not go smoothly. Damn, I understand the feeling of this disgusting thing. That ghost tree branch wrapped around Gun and slammed him into the building next door. The sound was like the explosion of a newly unbolted bomb. Everyone below was freed from the tight grip of the ghost tree branch, looked up and shouted loudly for a gun, "Mr. Lee gun." The monster glared with red eyes and grinned provocatively, "He, you are indeed as weak as I thought, now I will devour you all." What is that yellow-white light? It turns out that the blood-stained ancient tree that Sunji saw had the same part as this monster. It sensed that someone had done something to its tree, some bastard was touching my old tree. It seemed like there was some electric current running through the devil's body, his whole body seemed to be being electrocuted, now his eyes rolled back and no longer had that satisfied smile. Sunji, he's hitting that old tree with all his might, because of things like this. All because of things like this, his expression became even more fierce. He clenched his fist and hit the tree trunk with consecutive blows. His memories came rushing back, he missed his mother. Miss you, Dad. J1 too. And all those innocent people, they are all unfortunate victims of this beast. The more he thought about them, the more he seemed to gain strength to fight harder, just because of these stupid things. With a fatal punch, Sunji punched the tree trunk to pieces, his punch sunk the whole red tree trunk. On Gun's side, the beast roared in pain. Its eyes became even more ferocious, damn maggots. The monster quickly walked away, seemingly looking for the tree. Wherever it goes, it destroys that place. Everyone below was racing in panic, he suddenly headed towards the dome. What was he planning? That beast was so strong that it severely injured the saint. He endured the pain and sat up. Damn it, I won't let you escape. Taiku shouted, "God, let me borrow your bow and arrow, we will use what we have prepared." "Yes sir." Suddenly, that demon rushed like lightning towards the large buildings. It crashed people into buildings. Suddenly, the fiery arrow flying from the saint hit the devil's head in the middle, causing it to roar in pain. The animal was foaming at the mouth and drool was flowing from its mouth. It roared loudly, the sight made the onlooker exclaim in disgust. Taiku stood from afar and shot that fire arrow while observing the monster's behavior. "I couldn't use this thing earlier because I was afraid I would trip the worm and get stabbed with an arrow the size of an arrow. How does the column feel?" Even though he was injured, Taiku kept looking at the monster and his anger flared up. The fire of anger inside him grew bigger and bigger. "I thought a small arrow wouldn't be enough for you, so I prepared it. This is just for you." Taiku held the flaming arrow and launched it towards the beast with full of hatred. "Today I will pin your fat body to the ground." The arrow once again stabbed straight into the monster's body. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, then many arrows pierced its body. Taking advantage of the monster's painful struggle on the floor, the Saint's army took the opportunity to capture and tie it up. "Now is our chance to open fire." The pressure of the giant arrow seemed to have an effect on the monster. More and more arrows rushed out like a rain. Its red pupils glared and looked painful. The opportunistic army rushed forward to destroy it. "We caught it and now we're safe." The whole group of people strained to pull the rope to hold the big animal firmly. "Don't try too hard, just try to stop it from moving." "Damn it, how big and strong is it? Use all your skills, and hands that you have." Their human strength doesn't seem to be able to withstand that monster for long. "Damn, are you sure this is a good idea? If you have the strength to complain, then use that strength to go stronger." That monster has no common sense. It is injured but its recovery is very fast and endless. If killing it is useless, then we have no choice but to imprison it. Look at the monster's fierce pupils, it's trying to recover its strength as quickly as possible. 1 second, its eyes were still burning with ferocity, but the next moment, it could no longer roar. The arrow seemed to have pierced the monster's core. At this moment, it looked extremely painful and cried out, "No." On Sunji's side, he is trying to use all his skills and strength to destroy that ancient tree. Because this ancient tree and the monster were linked together, the tree was injured so the monster no longer recovered as quickly, but on the contrary, it felt more pain. Sunji screamed, "Go away, get out of my sight." The two energies of Libra and Gemini were destroying each other. Sunji, with eyes of deep hatred, could not keep calm and put all his strength into this final attack. The green energy source smashed the evil tree's trunk, creating a shaking of the earth and rocks. By this time, the monster had completely lost its strength. It opened its mouth and was pierced by an arrow while still trying to hold out hope of swallowing the city. It could not. "The strength that I had gathered, my city, the souls that we must sacrifice." The beast was tied up, its big body stabbed by an arrow and no longer had the strength to fight, watching its hundreds of years of hard work slowly disappear into thin air. The strength that the beast tried to protect began to crack, and flashes of light flashed. The beast screamed in pain. "No, all the power I have accumulated, my city. All the souls I had to sacrifice to them." The cracks became bigger and bigger, the beast's city completely collapsed, but it could only stand and watch and could do nothing else. Inside the city, the souls that the beast offered to the monsters were gradually disappearing. A soldier said in panic, "The souls that collided with the tree branch are disappearing. I think it's because the dome is collapsing." Who did this? In just a moment, all the monsters inside the city turned back into dry, lifeless trees. But the ruins they leave behind are truly remarkable. Stone statues fell and broke everywhere. Sung Chae lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. "I had fainted." Just waking up, Sung Chae was startled and quickly raised his head. "That's right, the tree. Where is the tree?" Looking to the side, seeing only withered trees left, Sung Chae dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God, it was destroyed. At this moment, Sung Chae noticed his left hand holding the holy object. He was a little panicked. "I don't know if it was because of my efforts to defeat the tree. Is that why my hands are in such a bad state?" The virgin relic is also tattered. "But those things are not worth much because they have destroyed all those trees." Sung Jae turned his head to look straight at the sky and thought to himself, "Whatever. Now that the dome is gone, I can finally look at the sky." The whole sky was lit up by stars. Sung Chae happily laughed. "I did it." Before being happy for a few seconds, Sung Chae suddenly heard a loud explosion. He was stunned. Not far away, something had just exploded, causing smoke to rise. Sung Jae sat up bewildered and looked towards the explosion. The fire is starting to show signs of spreading. The system quickly issued a warning. The power of the sun god was spilling out. The power of the sun god instantly destroyed everything it passed through. Sung Chae was lucky not to be burned because he had a protective shield. The skill of Janus's longing relic, Snake Scale Shield, has been activated. The person using the holy item will be protected from danger. The sun god's terrible destructive power shows no signs of stopping. Sung Chae immediately used the Snake Scale Shield skill, stopping the spread of the sun's power. A dangerous heat flow was successfully blocked. The effect of the Snake Scale Shield has been completely exhausted and is disappearing. The shield gradually disappeared. Sung Jae frowned and wondered, "What are these flames?" They resembled father's fire, but the feeling was completely different. But in a moment, his attention changed. Everything in front of him made Sung Jae extremely surprised. It was impossible. The city was completely melted down. Even though the energy has been blocked, the places it passes through are still on fire and burning fiercely. The whole city was engulfed in flames. After the sweep of the sun's power, luckily no one was burned. Everyone was confused and asked each other, "What just happened? A giant fire just swept over us." At this time, Hugo Waters also returned in a torn costume burned by the fire. "Heavenly Master." He angrily cursed, "Ah, that bloody bastard. It's using the centaur power it stole from me as if it were its own." Blood Oil used Hugo's firepower skills so its body was always on fire. Hugo Waters asked again, "Are you okay?" The Deputy Heavenly Master's face was dirty and sweat was flowing down. He smiled and replied, "Yes, Heavenly Master, I survived somehow. But I think it will be a bit difficult for us to continue the fight. Please forgive me because I have protected everyone." Seeing the Deputy Heavenly Master kneeling on the ground, the apostles rushed over. "Deputy Heavenly Lord, are you okay? It's because of us." At this moment, the Blood Ore's eyes emitted some kind of light. Its eyes were like a burning ball of fire. It was staring at Sung Jae. As soon as he looked at it, he immediately recognized it. That's also the centaur skill that Dad uses, but the energy source is completely different from normal skills. The Blood Oa arrow created a circle of fire around Sung Jae to prevent him from running away. Then he spoke up, saying, The name destroys all my branches." Hugo Waters was currently standing on a building observing the situation. "Damn, isn't that Sung Jae?" Hugo saw that the person standing there was his son. His face became even more serious. "Why is he here? Don't tell me it destroyed the dome." At this moment, the Bloody Oar was extremely angry. He roared, "You insect, I will definitely eat you alive." After saying that, he immediately rushed to Sung Jae's place. Every step it took caused the surrounding rocks and soil to fly everywhere. That bloody guy was burning with anger and crawled towards Sung Jae. Seeing it coming, Sung Jae quickly backed away. That bloody man looked at Sung Jae with deadly eyes, his mouth constantly spewing fire. At this moment, Sung Jae suddenly realized. He quickly asked, "Is it, Blood Oa?" Being called by Sung Chae's name made the Bloody Or even more crazy. It rushed towards him even faster. Blood Oat was getting closer and closer to Sung Chae. Sung Jae was forced to stop so he couldn't escape. He desperately shouted. Right at the crucial moment when the Bloody Or was about to eat Sung Chae, Hugo Waters promptly appeared and stopped it. He used his hands to prevent Blood Oa from approaching his son. Seeing Hugo coming, Sung Chae was shocked and called, "Father." Being stopped by Hugo, the Bloody Or opened its giant mouth. "A half-witted archer, you're in my way again. In that case, I will eliminate you first." Hugo struggled to use all his strength to stop the bloody man's iron teeth from eating him. The system issued a warning again. A source of cruel energy from a mysterious source was accumulating. Hugo fought until he shed blood, but he still didn't care about himself. He looked towards Sung Chae and immediately used the fire shield skill. Sung Chae's entire body was immediately protected from the fire by a shield and floated in the air. After creating a protective shield for his son, Hugo also exhausted his strength. The bloody man roared, "Go away!" Immediately after that, it closed its giant mouth. Saw his father being eaten, but Sung Chae could do nothing. He shouted in despair, "No!" Inside the bloody man's mouth, Hugo was still not dead. Even though his strength was exhausted, he still tried to resist and not let his body be crushed. The Blood Or's eyes now became extremely scary, as if he was planning something. Right after that, that bloody man used his body to make the surrounding rocks and soil crumble. It constantly uses its strength to crush large rocks. That guy did something that stunned Sung Chae. He cried out in pain, "No!" Unexpectedly, that bloody guy actually put all the ice in his mouth and swallowed it. Sung Chae was blocked by the shield so he couldn't do anything. He desperately screamed, "Father!" After swallowing the stone, Haidoa laughed proudly. "Finally, I have swallowed all the power of the sun god." Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared from underground. At this moment, a sword appeared, making a noise that the Blood Or immediately noticed. He fiercely raised his hand to grab the sword. But it cannot touch the sword. In just 1 second, the sword was right in front of its eyes. In the blink of an eye, the sword pierced Blood O's skin. It screams, "Impossible!" The sharp sword pierced through every layer of skin on the beast's body. The sword has been used with the Bingsu mixer skill. With the speed of the sword, Blood O cannot do anything. Even though it couldn't do anything, the Blood Oa still did not yield. It laughed loudly and said, "Even though you are struggling now, then the rest of the sun god's power already belongs to me. I will soon devour you too." Holy Snakehead! As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Jian appeared. Jian rushed forward, holding 2 swords in both hands. He directly destroyed all the rocks blocking his way. Jian shouted angrily, "It wasn't over yet, get ready you idiot." The Blood Oa's body had been slashed countless times by Jian. Its bones had been severed. A light appeared inside the Blood Or's body. All its power seemed to be gathering there. Jian immediately called loudly, "Hugo." Hugo is now gradually losing consciousness. He thought, "I am in the stomach of a disaster. I can't feel anything." Hugo's body was clung to by the tree branches in Blood Oa's body. Hugo is still tormenting himself. "I can't even take revenge on Blood Oa. All I did was expose how pathetic I am in Sung Chae and Yuha. Will it all end like that? I couldn't do it in the end. I can't save Ji Woo and Jae-won." Just when Hugo's consciousness had only a little left, light suddenly flashed. Hugo immediately turned his eyes towards that light. The tree branches were reaching out and gathering there. Hugo immediately realized that a fragment of his power had been taken away. The power I so wanted to regain was now before my eyes. I can't believe I can't do anything. But if I can get it back, I'll be able to fight the Blood Oa again. Hugo reached out towards that light. But at this moment, Hugo was about to sink. Would it end like that? I've been trying to fight until now. I think this is it. Fight for something. Eternal sleep. No, his consciousness, his memories, are fading. The image of Hugo's small, happy family of 4 appeared. Everyone is playing together happily. Hugo's long ago memories surfaced. Hugo's wife holds the photo she just took in her hand. The woman happily exclaimed, "It's been a while since we last took a family photo. What do you think? Honey, we both look great, don't we?" The image of this beautiful wife and 2 young children helped Hugo regain consciousness. "Do you think I will fall like that? If I let it end like that, I will be so ashamed that I won't be able to see my family and Jian again. I can't let my family and Jian see how miserable I am." Hugo tried to reach out towards the source of power. His whole body trembled. "We must reach for it. Try your best. Just a little more." Thanks to his extraordinary determination, Hugo was able to tap into the source of power. You have touched the fragment of the Holy Centaur, Master of the Great Light. The fragment of the sun is trying to become your source of strength again. The debris begins to move, creating a spiral. The system quickly warned that the sun fragment had been exposed to the mysterious cruel energy source for too long. Be careful of conflicting influences. You have absorbed the sun's debris. Hugo used all his strength to integrate the fragment into his body. Hugo gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, my body cannot bear it any longer." Just as Hugo's body was about to be burned by the power, the fragment suddenly burst out. Then it immediately shattered. The noise it made was extremely loud. A familiar body appeared. It was none other than Gian. He called with all his might, "Hugo, Hugo Waters." Gian saw Hugo and immediately rushed over. "There's still a bunch of things he has to do. How long are you going to stay down there? Please take my hand." Seeing Gian, Hugo seemed to see a ray of hope. He immediately reached out towards Gian. Hugo reached out and grabbed Gian's hand tightly. Immediately after that, Gian pulled Hugo out of the Bloodow's body. At this time, Hugo also held the Centaur fragment in his hand. 30 years ago in Saudi Arabia, the whole city encountered a devastating disaster. The monsters are destroying the buildings. Terrible destructive power. Just one kick of the beast's feet could kick Hugo away. Hugo was then just a young man. He shouted. Hugo fell headfirst to the ground in pain. The fall left his mouth full of sand. Hugo's whole body trembled and he quickly vomited all the sand out of his mouth. Right at this moment, Hugo suddenly heard a voice that made him startled. Before Hugo could react, he was thrown into the sky by a beast. He shouted in panic. No matter how much he shouted, he couldn't change his own outcome. Hugo was swallowed by the beast. He was trying to support himself so as not to be crushed. Damn it, am I going to die like this? Died from being eaten by monsters, never thought about it yet. Hugo had tears in his eyes. He wasn't even married yet, but he was already joking. Life is like a beggar. At this moment, a loud noise rang out. Light shone on Hugo's face. He immediately opened his eyes wide. In front of Hugo's eyes right now is Li Jian. Jian killed the beast and slit its stomach. The moment Jian opened its belly, he saw Hugo inside. Jian said coldly, "What is this, human?" Even though he's not dead yet, he's already showing the face of wanting to give up on everything. After saying that, Jian immediately reached out to Hugo. Seeing that Hugo didn't react, Jian asked again, "What's wrong? Don't want to get out of this damn place?" In a critical situation, when seeing Jian's actions, Hugo remembered the moment the two first met. Jian is always the same. Jian reached out to Hugo and called out his name, "Hugo. I still have a lot of unfinished business. How long are you planning on lying down there?" Jian, always standing tall in front of me with a frown on his face, and reached out towards me. Hugo held out his hand, and Jian immediately took his hand. Immediately after that, he used all his strength to pull Hugo out. In his hand he also held a fragment of the sun. When Hugo got outside, he fainted. Sung Chae called worriedly, "Father, wake up Dad, father." Seeing that Hugo did not react, Sung Chae was afraid and called Jian, "Uncle, he lost consciousness." Seeing that, Jian immediately rushed forward to let him see. Jian immediately activated his 13th sense to check Hugo's condition. The system notifies Hugo's condition: you have absorbed sun debris contaminated by a mysterious energy source. You may experience a detoxifying effect as you fully absorb or regain power and purify the tainted energy. Looking at Hugo's palm, Jian immediately thought, "This bastard, could it be that he has regained the power that was stolen while in the Blood-O?" After checking, Jian immediately told Sung Chae, "No need to worry about your father. If he sleeps for a while, he'll be fine again. He picks up fallen things and eats them." Sung Chae didn't understand what Jian meant. What did the falling things mean? After finishing speaking, Jian turned around, carried his sword, and prepared to continue fighting. He said as he walked, "This level cannot make that guy unconscious, right? Anyway, keep a careful eye on your father, Sung Chae." Sung Chae quickly asked, "What about you?" Jian replied, "I have to deal with that bastard first." Having said that, Jian immediately switched to fighting mode. He jumped into the sky at incredible speed. In just a moment, Jian was holding his sword and standing above Blood-O's head. Jian used all his strength to stab the sword straight into Blood-O's head. Jian's first attack made him scream in pain. Jian said loudly, "Oh, blood, wow, because of you bastard, the whole world is laughing at my friend. My nephew has never even had a proper birthday." He smiled evilly and asked, "So did he deserve to be punished?" Haido gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes, cursing, "You bastard." Jian continued, "You're out of tricks, right? Looks like there are a lot of things to play now." As he finished speaking, a hammer appeared, holy object, summoning hammer to bestow achievements. The hammer is giant in size, twice as large as Jian. He shouted loudly, holding the hammer in his hand, "Now all that's left is your actual core, so just one shot." Having said that, Jian immediately brought the hammer down on the core of the blood ore. A loud noise rang out. Shueoa screamed in pain, "How could this be possible? I was defeated and didn't gain anything." "Good, Saint Soap Opera, we lost. However, our roots are still everywhere. As long as they are there. The blood oa controls its roots to destroy everything. Even if I die, I will take all of you with me. That guy's roots have terrible destructive power, everything quickly collapses. Saint Ophiuchus, humans can survive but not the other archers, the collapsing city would bury half of them." After hearing this, Sung Chae was also extremely angry. Its roots whipped into the buildings, making everything even more chaotic. Sung Chae and Hugo will most likely also be buried along with the collapsed buildings. Even so, Jian was still not worried at all. "Looks like you misunderstood something. Although Oteksu is a bit gentle, but do you think he will be so easygoing? Don't forget my only friend down there." Rocks and soil fell. Sung Chae immediately used his body to protect Hugo. His son's screams finally woke Hugo. Hugo had just opened his eyes and witnessed a large building falling down. The Sagittarius Saint's eyesight is not normal. As soon as Hugo opened his eyes, he released a huge source of power, shattering the large rocks that were falling. The reporters who were there were scared and shouted, What happened?" A tornado was created, destroying all the debris of the buildings. Everyone was confused and asked each other, "Another fire?" People at home watching live television also had to sweat when they saw this scene, wondering what was going on in those ruins. Powerful pillars of fire were continuously rising from the ruins. The scene gave everyone chills. Light, extremely terrible light. The Libra Saint was also startled by Hugo's power. Those reporters who were not afraid of death held cameras and pointed them at the sky and said loudly, "Even though it was midnight here, the sky was still as bright as day." Finally. Like the sun has risen, that firestorm is the defense skill, the cycle of reincarnation of the sun god. Right now, Yuha also saw the news. The sound of footsteps echoed loudly. Yuha hurriedly ran to tell Haley, Sir Haley, currently in Europe, Father and Uncle Gianni." Haley calmly replied, "I know, Yuha. We are also watching this." Haley sat on a large sofa watching news reports in Europe. Her eyes could not leave the magic mirror. "Looks like it took a lot of effort, but I still regained my lost strength." In Europe, at this time, all the power of the sun god was back in the hands of Hugo Otters. His entire body was covered with solar fire. Seeing Hugo regain consciousness and use the power of the sun god, Blood Otter angrily shouted, "Hugo Otters!" Sung Chae below also saw his father's cool return. He exclaimed, "Father!" Sung Jae silently exclaimed, "Thank goodness, Dad has woken up." Blood O was extremely angry but he couldn't do anything. "That was my power, my strength. Give it back to me." After saying that, it opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the earth and sky. The roots of the Blood Oa continued to rampage. They continued to destroy buildings. Great works quickly collapsed and became ruins. Countless roots of Blood Oa gathered together. They tried to destroy and bury everything. Hugo did not let the bloody ore continue to harass him. He raised his hand. Immediately, a huge force gathered together. Those roots were really troublesome. Hugo used his skill to burn the roots of the bloody ore. Nothing can resist the power of solar fire. In just a moment, those roots turned into dust. They gradually disappear. Hugo continued to use his glorious sky skill. The roots of Blood Oa are now just like a stick in Hugo's hand. In a second, he evaporated them. On this side, Jian continues to deal with the blood ore. The glorious sky is Hugo's skill of burning everything unclean. Kung is fine. Bloody you said you would swallow everything but you can't steal anything from us. So I had to send you away. One loss. After saying that, Jian immediately activated and fought for me. Swap your location with the person you were in closest contact with. His and Hugo's positions were immediately exchanged. Jian let Hugo personally end the hatred he had caused his family. Jian shouted, "Oh Taiku! Finish it off!" Hugo heard Jian's voice and immediately looked up. Encouraged by his brothers, Hugo immediately lifted the sword. Then he immediately stabbed the bloody man's core. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. Bloodoa screamed in pain. Hugo raised his sword and was about to stab Bloodoa one more time when his painful memories came back. Sung Jae's voice rang out, "Mom. I'm wrong. If only I didn't whine that I'm hungry. Mom wouldn't have had to leave the airport in such a hurry. Mom and Jae-won will be okay, right?" The mothers of sisters Sung Jae and Jae-won are unfortunate victims whose souls were stolen by evil blood. They can still maintain life but cannot regain consciousness. Only then can I suppress the disaster. Everyone will be safe, right? I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm wrong. Recalling the memory of that time, Hugo sadly said, "No, it's not your fault, Sung Jae." The words seemed to give Hugo more motivation to take revenge. He put all his strength into the sword. Right after that, Hugo immediately stabbed a fatal blow into the Bloodoa's core. With the highest destructive power of all time, Blood was no longer able to resist, and its body was gradually burned by the sun's fire. The battle has finally ended, the feud has been avenged, the city is now only ruins. The battle left a large hole in the heart of the city. Both Hugo and Jian were left intact after the battle, both of their clothes were torn. Hugo was resting when Jian came over and said, "That bloody bastard, he's causing too much trouble. I didn't expect it to become such a mess." Hugo was still a little worried, so he asked, "Jian. Now, it's really over, isn't it?" Jian replied, "All the cores have been destroyed, and his body has also turned into ash. There is nothing I can do anymore." Jian exhaled and continued, "If he was resurrected after all this, then what was he thinking about coming to a place like this to collect souls? After all, he is just an unfortunate bastard like other unfortunate people." Hugo agreed, it was true. After all, Hugo was finally able to smile happily. After all, this time he took care of him quite a bit. "Thank you, Jian." Hearing that, Jian turned to look at Hugo in surprise. Jian immediately changed the atmosphere. He put his hand forward and smiled and said, "How long have you known me and you only know how to thank me with your mouth? Let's at least compliment each other." Hugo high-fived Jian and said, "It's been hard, brother, you too." At this moment, Jian remembered something, "But wait, there's something I found when fighting Bloodoa." After saying that, he immediately searched in his pocket. Hugo was bewildered. "What is that?" Right after that, Jian pulled out a giant ball. "Look, I found it when I disassembled his true core." Seeing that thing, Hugo became even more confused and thought, how did he get that big thing out of his pocket? Jian continued, "That bloody brat seems to have collected quite a bit." Hugo stood up curiously, "What did you say? What is that? Wait, I'll show you." After finishing speaking, Jian simultaneously activated his 13th sense in his inner eye. The soul sealing gem is a sealing sphere that holds the souls of those absorbed by the disaster. After that, Jian transferred the power of the Holy Snakeman into the soul sealing gem. There is a high possibility that the soul sealing gem cannot last long. The jade that sealed the soul made a new crack appear. Cracked gems can no longer contain souls. Imprisoned souls are freed. The ball exploded. All the souls it had absorbed were released. Hugo asked in surprise, This is the end?" Jian replied, "I have freed the souls that the Bloodoa had devoured. Those who have been attacked by him will awaken one by one." As soon as Jian finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, "Really?" Sung Jae gasped and asked, "Yes, is it true that those people can wake up?" Jian smiled and replied, "Of course, when these souls return to their bodies, they will all awaken, both your mother, and Jae-won, everyone." Hearing this, Sung Jae burst into tears. "You're probably extremely happy." Jian asked again, "Sung Jae, how long has it been since you had a proper birthday? It's a bit late now but—" "Happy birthday, Sung Jae." There was a loud explosion. Cracked rocks and soil were scattered everywhere. In the bright air, a burly man with rippling muscles held a sword in his hand and shouted loudly, "Tear me, Stephen Mark will never stand by and watch. Humanity and bones are threatened by you." The huge beast, roaring in the blinding light, looked extremely angry. Everyone was extremely surprised. Everyone gasped and looked wide-eyed. A downward punch, looking extremely powerful, all covered with a brilliant light. Stephen Marker was a victor, full of enthusiasm, holding the bone in his hand and shouting loudly, "Finally got it back, my bone." "It's great, the bone seems to be very important to him," After getting it back he cherishes it little by little, taking care of it like a child. Walking is really great, isn't that Bone? He leisurely strolled behind and led the other Bone along with an extremely enjoying look on his face. He always felt a voice around him. Stephen Mark decided to fight. He suddenly grimaced in discomfort when he heard such sounds around him. He swung his fist towards those voices. This time he heard them scream in fear. He lost. He is truly number one Stephen. A shocking explosion rang out. Stephen ran away with his broken bones. Just a bone. That bone ran just as fast. Yeah, don't get caught up in the explosion. Stephen Marker. Stephen's eyebrows are raised, and Stephen's smile like a winner doesn't look bad. Equally, the other Bone is also full of spirit, and the glasses look very cool. Truly my best partner. Look at how powerful Stephen looks with his bones. At night, they even hugged each other and slept on the small bed, looking so comfortable when they were next to each other. Suddenly Stephen opened his eyes in surprise, seemingly discovering something unusual. Chun Yuha's face snatched the bone away. He cried with tears in his eyes, "Chun Yuha, no, give me back my bone." He reached out his hand as if to snatch the bone back, screaming and crying. The bone was nowhere to be seen, making him even more panicked, screaming in despair. In front of his eyes, Li Jian grabbed his leg and swung it high into the sky, his screams getting louder and louder. After Li Jian grabbed his leg, he threw him to the ground with a blinding flash of light. "Hey Bone," it's Stephen whose head is bandaged but his mouth is still screaming for his bone in panic. He sat up and didn't understand what was happening to him. The people standing guard next to him also panicked and surprised after seeing him stand up. Those guys shouted throughout the room, "The Holy Master has woken up, the Holy Master has opened his eyes, we are alive." Stephen is still confused and doesn't understand what's going on. "What's going on?" they answered excitedly. "Don't you remember, while hunting for wild animals, you were ambushed by Li Jian and then lay down?" That face is still bewildered, no matter how long it has been. Hearing their Holy Master ask that, they didn't know what to say. Stephen didn't care too much. "Okay, that is not important." His face gradually became more important, speaking to everyone, now at once. Hearing this, the other people immediately fell into silence. That attitude, could it be, go beat Li Jian, or take revenge on the Capricorns? His expression became more and more serious, his eyes extremely determined with what he was about to say. "Go to Chun Yuha's room and bring that bone back here," folding her arms and resolutely giving orders. When the other guys heard this sentence, they were extremely helpless and even felt crazy and cursed at you bastard, please. "Okay, you should go back to sleep and let the world be at peace. Maybe you've been poisoned. Now is the time to look for the bone, let it go." In the room, it seemed like the other guys had done something to Stephen that made him scream continuously. The room became noisy. Outside it seemed like they heard Stephen's screams, immediately attracting the attention of two guys standing outside. One guy jumped up. "Sounds, it seems the Holy Master has regained consciousness. Should he inform the Deputy Governor Chun Yuha?" The other guy replied, "Never mind, who cares? Don't you see she ran out like a shot as soon as we had a quest related to Li Jian's 8th relic." The other guy was also quite satisfied and agreed, admitting that she didn't even care how dangerous the celestial sanctuary was. The other guy suddenly left into silence, not knowing what else to say. Suddenly another guy ran in panic. He was panting, "Governor, he's awake." Thinking he was talking about Stephen, the other guy immediately said, "I know, leave it to the saint." Hearing this, the other guy realized the problem and immediately explained, "No, it's not the Holy Master. Those who were in a coma for 10 years after that bloody incident have woken up." Both suddenly stopped when they heard this news from the other man's mouth. It seemed like they had really woken up. Those patients were able to sit up and gradually regain their spirits. All those people in the world, all have regained consciousness. They gradually feel their family members. Everyone woke up, regained their lives, and received their family members in the hospital room. At this time, the media also received the information and reported it loudly. TV is probably reporting about this. "Do you remember the bloodbath incident 10 years ago and the victims of that event? We just received news that 1,000 people were in a coma due to bloodworm everywhere. The world has just woken up." Female reporter is live streaming at the scene. "Behind the rubble from the battle, I am on the outskirts of the defense line of Western Europe. After a long war, the hero Li Jian and the Saint Centaur fought hemorrhagic palsy." People still kept talking about this incident. One reporter even asked, "This has never happened before, right?" In response to that question, another person replied, People after that disaster are recovering miraculously. That's right, I have no words to describe what a miracle this is. Hopefully those who have not regained consciousness will recover soon. The news on the TV screen continued to report non-stop. A blonde-haired man is also watching this news in the living room. He raised his voice. He couldn't believe it. I sent you to capture Lee Jian and Hugo, but you not only lost blood, but you also lost the Libra necklace your mother gave you, and even let Blood O rampage and create a new chaos, he said while glancing at the guy standing behind him. His thug-like face appeared. He rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth, incessantly criticizing, and on top of that, you even touched the Gemini grimoire, the most important thing of all, and did lose it. He is the S-rank disciple, Yun-Tae-yu. I'd rather be robbed by a guy like Choi Sung-hyuk, but you let Shun Sung-jae, a guy you used to bully, take it away. Facing Yun-Tae-woo's blame, he could only bow his head and say nothing. The reproaches kept coming out. How could you be so stupid and harmful? Don't tell me, it was really Sung-jae's doing. He could only sadly answer, yes, that's right. A hand reached out and grabbed the bottle of wine very decisively. Yun-Tae-woo picked up the bottle of wine and threw it straight at his face, making him scream in pain. Yun-Tae-woo threw and cursed, so proud, this cow-brained bastard. You haven't changed at all. You have never done anything useful in life, you always disappoint your mother. Yun-Tae-woo kept cursing, and the other guy, because he was thrown so painfully, was still lying on the ground in pain. Even though he was in a lot of pain, Yun-Tae-woo still fiercely held the glass of wine in his hand. His foot stomped on his face and continued to scold him. Then how do you plan to handle this mess, stupid brother? If those people, when you wake up and tell us about us, everything will be revealed. He covered his face in pain. That's why I came here to ask you for help. You will also be affected by this incident, so you have to help me if you want to cover everything up. Yun-Tae-woo helplessly held his head. First sold to Lee Jian, followed him, and then erased all traces of us. The other guy jumped up. It seemed like the throw from before was still painful, making him cover his face. And what would he do? Yun-Tae-woo looked outside and replied, I will go to Yensinch Hospital. At least we can cover up the airport incident if we take care of the people who died in Korea, he said, looking towards the buildings, putting his hands in his pockets. At this time, on the outskirts of the Western European defense line, dilapidated buildings and thick smoke still covered the place. Yes, thank you, yes, that's it, Hugo smiled while standing on the phone. Seeing that Hugo seemed refreshed, Jian immediately asked, what did the hospital say? Hugo replied softly, everyone woke up one by one, but not everyone. Jae-won and Ji-woo are still in a coma. Jian looked at his hand and reassured his friend, because the longer a soul is imprisoned, the longer it will take for them to return to their original body, but I've already put a little of my power into them, so they'll return safely. Then turned around and smiled at Sung-jae, you should go back, Sung-jae, I have to go see Mom and Uncle Jae-won. Sung-jae looked at him bewilderedly. It suddenly quieted down, and Uncle? And what about Dad? He asked with a worried look on his mother's face. Hugo's eyes filled with tears of surprise when he heard his son ask that. Does Sung-jae care about me? He asked tearfully. Sung-jae turned around to avoid Hugo's question, and Lee Jian could only feel helpless towards his friend. Then gradually regaining his form, Hugo said, Ahem, Sung-jae. Hugo crossed his arms with a serious expression as if thinking about something, and then said seriously, Jian and father can go home yet, we still have some things to solve. Before my father could finish his sentence, Sung-jae interrupted, okay, then he held the notebook in his hand and opened it, sending blue light around the notebook and Sung-jae's body. Hugo was dumbfounded before he could finish speaking, but his son turned cold towards him, and Jian seemed to catch a wave of laughter continuously in Hugo's face. Jian kept laughing and mocking his friend, but there was still progress. He just distanced himself out of guilt. It's just a little embarrassing. Hugo was still in tears as if he had just been slapped by his own son. The scene changes to Yeonnong Hospital, where patients are still being treated and recovered. The blue light and Sung-jae's back had also just landed here, standing in front of the hospital building. After arriving, Sung-jae closed the notebook and put it in his pocket, looking towards the hospital. Looking at the hospital in front of him, Sung-jae must be very happy right now, he thought to himself, I'm about to meet my mother and Jae-won. Footsteps moved towards the hospital building. But suddenly stopped. A thought popped into my head, wait a minute, it's not very good to visit a sick person empty-handed, right? That's right, I have to go find some flowers. After saying that, he immediately turned around and ran quickly. Sung Jae's figure disappeared, leaving only a deserted street. Suddenly a voice came out right after, "Oh ho, this hospital is quite good compared to the Scorpions." It was Yu Tae-yu. He was covered up, his hands in his pockets looking at the hospital building with a sarcastic look. "Of course compared to our home's Libra hospital, it's nothing, but not bad. Well, they should have more benefits for their patients, who would let poor people stay in the hospital for 10 years, but suddenly remembered that he had to do something else. He put his hand on his forehead and frowned, thinking, come on, where is that damn brat now?" Suddenly he had a thought. It seemed like he wanted to target J1's mother and J1 to get JJ. Oh right, why not cause some trouble for his family? He will appear soon. On this side, Sung Jae is holding a huge bouquet of red flowers and happily returning to the hospital, eager to meet his mother and uncle J1. In the Western Protective Dome area where natural disasters occur in European Union countries, this place still has scars from some kind of chaos. Smoke clouds the entire sky. The news was broadcast with new information about the process of searching for bodies in accidents, and measures to deal with the crash site. It seems this place is in dire need of everyone's help. The news broadcasts were all broadcast live by reporters. Everyone was extremely excited when they saw the cameras. Being able to capture natural disasters made me really happy. The calls and screams continued to ring out, "Help this side, bring the wounded here." The wounded were all helped by the soldiers who led them to a place where their wounds were treated very attentively. Inside, many injured people were lined up to receive first aid. Outside, people's voices were still loud. "I thought it was over, why was it so chaotic?" In here, Lee Ji-yeon is still sitting there dumbfounded as if thinking about something. Lee Ji-yeon was concentrating on controlling the system board, seemingly researching something. The system board continuously shows the following messages. After Lee Ji-yeon controls it, you have passed the test of strength. The reward increases your strength, transforms the human body into the body of a god, maximum loss a day to strengthen and adapt, pay attention to side effects. New achievements have been added to the second Karma Bible. Sagittarius sees and admires the master of the snake constellation. Karma 3 destroys the demons that devour the gods and liberates the souls of humanity. The system board keeps announcing, thanks to the second combination, you can borrow the power of the centaur if qualified. Each achievement can be expressed through the power of the constellation Ophiuchus. Lee Ji-yeon was secretly happy. He had completed the test of strength. Now only the test of intelligence remained, and the required achievement was to find the temple knight and the scribe. But then that serious expression turned to think, but that's not important right now. I didn't expect this thing to appear. The rushing thoughts in Lee Ji-yeon's head continuously appeared. He looked extremely stressed. Debris similar to a dagger from an alien civilization was discovered along with a seal in the corpse's heart, I thought while looking at the sparkling purple stone garden before my eyes. After being bound, the beast still continued to curse, and the souls would be offered to them. Lee kept thinking, the thing that appeared in the body of the person who stabbed him in the evil waterfall and the person who summoned the corpse had the same voice. Lee Ji-yeon's hands were fascinated with the coin, but his mind still couldn't help but think. Until now all the evidence pointed to the Virgo constellation as the culprit. It was too much of a match. He tossed the coin in his hand high, he looked at the coin inside, then walked away. When the coin fell, he caught it with a victorious smile, thinking in his heart that he only needed to interrogate to get the answer immediately. The purple piece of stone was still lying there. Two voices suddenly came out from there, asking if the scene had been processed yet. The other side immediately replied, yes, I've come here to help as much as I can. Lee Ji-yeon sat with Hugo, holding a glass of water, and happily asked, now I just need to go catch the Virgo constellation. Hugo's face is dirty and he can only smile wryly. Rest, not everyone is as strong as you. Lee Ji-yeon was furious, his nose was flaring, his eyes were angry. It was because they were getting weaker and weaker. Back when I didn't even have time to breathe, disasters kept coming down on me. Hugo could only look at him helplessly. Why don't you go with Sung Jae? Lee Ji-yeon asked, and Hugo suddenly stopped and his face stiffened. Hugo smiled shyly, both Ji-woo and Jae-won, I don't have the confidence and qualifications to meet those two. I need to prepare myself and... Saying this, his face suddenly became more serious. Hugo frowned and lowered his voice to continue. There were still many things to be resolved. Also the story of the Virgo constellation. Looked at the stone in front of him and said. He raised his bandaged hand and looked at it with a heavy expression. And Libra constellation. After saying this, he sighed and looked at the broken cross-shaped rope in his hand. Think about the time when Yenbin sat on the majestic chair with a cold face, lowered his voice and commanded, choose. Please choose one of the two. That cold smile appears. Thinking about that, Hugo was extremely worried. He held the bracelet tightly in his hand. Catching the blood mist is not the end. We must find out the cause of this. But Sung Chae said there is still someone behind me that will bring the person who destroyed my family to light. Hearing that, Jian continued asking, and Hugo answered very decisively and firmly, piercing his fear. Jian was delighted at his friend's confidence, suddenly burst out laughing. Wonderful, it's been a long time since I've seen him explode with enthusiasm like that. After Lee Jian finished chatting with Hugo, he stuck his neck out and told everyone, "Hey, you guys can go back to Korea." Hearing that, everyone was very surprised and their mouths opened wide. Everyone didn't want to go back immediately, but we still had work to do. Lee Jian tried to explain, "I fight with you because you are related to the blood mist. You guys are just getting in our way in the process of capturing the virgins." Hearing Lee Jian say that, everyone was not happy. Everyone left except that guy with gelled hair who stayed behind. Lee Jian pointed at the guy with gelled hair and said, in front of everyone's admiration, they continuously complimented him. No wonder he got it, his class was really different. Being praised and admired by everyone like that, he was happy. He was constantly happy and thought, could it be that his strength has been recognized? But contrary to that guy's confidence, Lee Jian wanted him to stay for another purpose. That sinister, calculating look appeared in his mind, thinking, we need an errand boy. It's no wonder Lee Jian's personality is so obvious that at a glance you already know his calculations, don't you think? Lee Jian, sitting in a very dignified chair, his clothes disheveled, spoke up, didn't Sung Chae go to Korea alone? But the person who brought Sung Chae back alone must be very ticklish. The idea of Sung Chae going back to Korea alone, isn't it too dangerous? Hugo immediately jumped up in panic, because the situation was so complicated that I didn't pay attention. Lee Jian still calmly smiled and reassured my friend, it's okay now, I've arranged a security guard. After saying that, Lee Jian put the coin in front of Hugo. He still didn't understand what Lee Jian said, so he asked, that is? Hugo wondered. The coin, in Lee Jian's hand, was a silver coin with some symbol. Before Sung Jae returned to Korea, Sung Jae took it. Jian gave it to Sung Jae. Sung Jae wondered and asked, what is it? Another gift for me. Jian suddenly smiled and his eyes flashed after giving it to Sung Jae. At this time the system panel rang, activating the Eye of the God. The system board issued a notification again. Chun Sung Jae used to be a level A virgin. His devotion to Ophiuchus was 300%. Chun Sung Jae's piety to Ophiuchus had increased dramatically and was capable of preaching. Sung Jae looked intently at the coin in his hand and was extremely surprised. The announcement rang out again. Evangelism and dependence. You can turn a person into an Ophiuchus star. You can create an evangelism coin and give it to someone else. Special evangelist. The person who receives the coin must complete the challenge. If the mission is successful, then he or she will receive a great reward. Jian told Sung Jae that there will definitely be a time when he needs this and then went over to ask what Hugo at the hospital said. Hugo replied and still didn't say anything. Sung Jae still doesn't understand what his uncle and father are talking about. Sung Jae held the shiny coin that Uncle Jian gave him. He said he would have a chance to use this. Sung Jae walked into the hospital holding a bouquet of bright red flowers, looking at the coin as he walked. The more I look, the more curious I become, but how to use it? I was wondering how to use it when a voice rang out around me. Mom, Dad, you're awake. Sung Jae was attracted by that voice, immediately looked inside and saw a patient who had regained consciousness. The wife and child couldn't help but be moved with tears in their eyes. I woke up, the child could not hold back his excitement and called out to his father. Doctor, he's awake, over there too. Their happy voices continued to cry out. Hearing that everyone was awake, Jae couldn't help but be happy. The person lying there is awake. Jae-won's mother and uncle will wake up soon. Screams suddenly reached Sung Jae's ears. He couldn't do that here, causing Sung Jae to glance curiously. Turned around and witnessed someone's foot stepping on a patient's body, causing him pain. Chun Sung Jae, it turns out you're here. I had a hard time finding you. The masked man with evil eyes and a very dangerous look is Yoon Taewon, who is looking for Sung Jae. Sung Jae immediately cursed after seeing him. Yoon Taewon, you bastard. What are you doing here? Si-woo needs you, Sung Jae asked. He laughed loudly in response to Sung Jae's question. You still haven't changed. Don't talk to your brother like that. You make me angry, he said, then jumped up and threw a blow at Sung Jae with a bright yellow light. Sung Jae quickly blocked his attack, with his other hand still holding the notebook, two opposing rays of light shining straight at each other. Sung Jae's flower bouquet also fell down. He laughed loudly with sarcasm. Sung Jae, level A level can also block it, that's quite good. Sung Jae angrily shouted, what the hell are you doing? This is a hospital. Of course I know this is a hospital, Yoon Taewon replied. The doctors present still do not understand the situation happening before them. The female doctor in front of her looked bewildered, as if sensing the seriousness before her eyes. Yoon Taewon continued to say, I also know that this is a place that harbors people dying from blood mist. You guys don't wake up and cause trouble. This female doctor began to fall silent when she heard what Yoon Taewon just said. It's better to just lie there. This sentence of Yoon Taewon is really hard to hear. He continued to use a rocket punch to hit Sung Jae. The punch landed on Sung Jae's body, the two sides attacked each other, beams of light enveloped them. A loud explosion suddenly broke out in the hospital, the whole row exploded brightly. The scene changes to the Disaster Prevention Planning headquarters of the European Union government's parliament, where the lobby from the outside to the inside is full of furniture and looks very quiet. Inside there was a man standing in front of the desk with a very serious expression on his face. He seemed to be chatting on the phone with someone. I'm very sorry for losing this precious opportunity if things go wrong. If it goes well, we can eliminate Lee Gun and Centaur, which is also an opportunity to capture Virgo. The other end of the line immediately replied, since that's the case, let's look at the positive side. Thanks to this incident, we can bring down the reputation of Virgo. The other side continued, above all they will come back, so be prepared. Speak to the teacher in a very cautious tone. Suddenly there was the sound of rushing footsteps approaching. The sound of running became faster and more intense, getting closer and closer to the door. There was a loud push on the door, and the person who ran in immediately shouted in panic, what had happened? The man with long, white hair panicked and asked the man on the phone in the room why that Lee Gun was handling the disaster under the Virgo's authority. That white-haired man is Virgo Saint, Kevin Azar. On this side, Jian and Hugo, the two of them are drowning in beer and alcohol to relieve themselves. Kevin Hazard rushed into the office, screaming, what the hell? He couldn't help but care anymore. Why did Lee Jian, he handle the disaster in Virgo's area like that? His face was extremely angry right now. Mankind's greatest swordsman, symbol of the crescent moon. Silver Mist Knight, commander of the Ice Army, all that illustrious reputation belongs to Virgo. That is Kevin Hazard. Under his command, the Virgo Guild has achieved many resounding victories, and the Guild's strength and reputation are not inferior to the Libra Guild. Kevin Hazard is a talented person, he seems to have everything, talent, power, appearance, but after all, there are still things that make him uncontrollably angry. And one of them is Lee Jian. Right now you're on fire, Lee Jian. How dare that bastard roam around in our area? At this time, Kevin Hazard has caused chaos in the whole area. How dare he do that? Everyone around him only knows how to calm his spirit. Guildmaster, this. Up to now I don't want to hear what others have to say anymore. I can't see it. At least you guys have to give me a reason. Why that bastard? Why does it have to be him? I'm so angry. There. Then it seemed like all the rage broke out at once. I wished I was like him, who died in the Devil's Tower and was still praised as a hero. His eyes became strangely hateful. That bastard, why did he come back and take all my glory? Everyone around heard him scream and shook their heads. The Guildmaster seemed quite angry. It couldn't be helped. Lee Jian took up all of his aura. Lee Jian, Kevin Hazard's voice still rings out. It's true that the Guildmaster already had a serious conflict with Lee Jian. At first things didn't get to this point, but over time things seemed to be uncontrollable. One of the Saints of Virgo said, the rest could only nod. Yes, that person continued, it was all because of the resounding achievements of that Lee Jian. Glory from conquering disaster. Be the main character in every interview? Is the score achieved when singing karaoke? The Guildmaster's aura had been absorbed by that guy onto his sword. I couldn't forgive that guy. Everyone was talking very fiercely, and it seemed like the Star Master couldn't take it anymore. Then the member of the heresy had to go out, trying to make Kevin Hazard not angry anymore. Comde, the Inquisition Committee has already sent someone to search for the Lee Jian. We should wait for their contact. Take action. When I heard that I shook my head in disapproval. This time it's too much. I'll go find that bastard. You know, 20 years ago I couldn't do anything, but this time, he held my hand and showed determination. Then it seemed that anger had caused his strength to explode. He swore to himself, I will personally defeat you. Wait there, you bastard. A member of the heresy standing there, seeing you react like that, can only think, things are out of control. He watched Kevin Hazard go out the door with many saints in indignation and thought, I have to buy time. So he calmly said, "Sir, we have a list of that guy's destinations here." He held a contact lens case in his hand, his phone was still connected to someone. The person who connected the phone to him on the other end of the line had heard all the conversations up until now. There was still a sound in the phone. If he acted quickly, he might be able to meet Lee Jian, the official owner Kevin Hazard, that person thought, so Kevin Hazard is gone. After hearing the news, he turned around and told other members of the committee, he had a pretty big conflict with Lee Jian. No wonder he acted so fast I couldn't predict it. Other members of the committee nodded, wondering what day and time we will act. That person doesn't say much, nor dares to express himself much, just gently says, "Get ready, everything is ready." In one place, the Inquisition Committee rushed into a hut, saying in unison, "Here is the Inquisition Committee, everyone stay there." But from that hut came an extremely terrifying voice, "Everyone." That voice subdued even the strongest people of the Inquisition Committee. That was Sagittarius. He was holding the mic, his face was as red as a ripe jackfruit. Believe it or not, his voice rang out in the space, making everyone feel like they wanted to follow. Everyone shouted, "I believe, we believe in you, we all believe in you." When he heard that, he continued, "So what do you believe in?" "We believe in your strength. In the feats you have achieved, we believe in our two saints. Virgos are just weak bastards." Everyone inside the hut is crazy. So he continued his song, not caring what everyone else was thinking, his face was still red from being drunk. Then he burned to the point of using his power, creating a light source, the solar nebula shining. Everyone saw him so enthusiastic and continued to follow. This scene made the Inquisition Committee not believe in it. "My eyes." Everyone shouted the name Sagittarius, then said Lee Jian. Everyone felt this was so great, some people even shouted, "So great." A member of the Inquisition Committee saw that things were going too far and had to speak up. It was completely crazy. In a Virgo area, doing something like that would be nothing more than a provocation, unacceptable. So he ordered everyone, members of the Inquisition Committee, to conduct pasteurization of the mutants who spread these evil propaganda to me. "You bastards are waiting." But immediately an arm flew towards him, punched him in the face, causing him to fly away. Before being beaten, he only dared to say, "What the hell?" When the people of the Inquisition Committee saw someone daring to beat him, they suddenly turned towards him. Lee Jian, everyone realized in panic. Lee Jian was now very angry, suddenly came to my tent, and spread nonsense propaganda. If he wasn't angry then he wouldn't be Lee Jian. He gritted his teeth, "These nonsense people." The crowd's trust in Sagittarius has reached its peak. This trust is unshakable. "You guys better go away." He picked up the bottle of wine he had just drunk and looked down at the member of the Inquisition Committee. "Are these guys planning on disrupting our party? Don't make me have to do that." "Over there seeing how scary you are is speechless." "Say what?" Then that person stood up and tried to protest. "Even if you are Lee Jian, how dare you do such actions in Virgo's territory? Are you a member of the Inquisition Committee?" "Can." But once again, a hand flew towards him and punched him in the mouth, crushing both cheeks. The person who had just eavesdropped on Kevin Hazard's conversation appeared. He punched this guy to the ground, and said to Lee Jian standing in front of him, "Stupid, we didn't come here to cause trouble, this was done by we are not right." Then he took off his cloak and apologized to Lee Jian. "Please forgive me for my subordinate's actions of not doing good." That's Perio, the leader of the Inquisition Committee. He speaks slowly. "I'm the head of the Inquisition Committee of Virgo, I'm Perio. Hello, there's not much time, let's go straight in. Is the problem okay?" Then his attitude was completely different from what they showed just now. He leaned down and said, "We want to cooperate with you, to be able to dethrone the Guildmaster Kevin Hazard." During this time Kevin Hazard quickly ran to Lee Jian's residence. "We must escape his control." Kevin Hazard ran over, opened the door, and said angrily, "You bastard Lee Jian, are you here?" However, welcoming him was not Lee Jian but many people politely enjoying their meals. Too shy, he opened another door, "Here." But all of that was not true. That made him very angry, even embarrassed, so he ran out, stomped his feet angrily. "Strange, where is he? Why can't he be found?" People around couldn't help but feel speechless with this action. Then he put his hand on his head and hit me on the head a few times. I already knew where to go but why couldn't I see it? Then suddenly he realized something. Why is this so difficult to understand? The reason is, "Guildmaster, we can't find that guy anywhere." "We might be," one of the people accompanying him spoke up. Kevin Hazard turned around and said, "It's you." Take off your glasses. It seems like the heresy member's secret is about to be revealed. When the heresy member hears this, he can't help but ask, why? A reflection has been removed from the hare's pupil. That is the power of Kevin Hazard. He tries to make members of the heresy temporarily blind. Her hair no longer made painful sounds, her paranoid eye skill was disabled. The two saints of Virgo observed everything and discussed with each other, that is, the skill that made the guildmaster go everywhere. He wore glasses to hide his actions. Kevin Hazard realized, it was because of you, you did this with the intention of buying time, right? The member of the heresy was now extremely painful, unable to say anything anymore. He continued, you want the committee heresy found Legion before me. Where are they now? Tell me now if you don't want to die. Kevin Hazard held out his sword to threaten them. He was extremely scary right now, with more momentum than anyone else. Just one lie and your head would fly away. He placed the blade on his neck. At this time, at Virgo's palace, a great battle broke out. The palace soldiers are in chaos. They have to deal with someone who just broke in, that guy. That was Legion. He quickly broke into the palace to destroy all threats. They had no choice but to resist in vain. How could he break into here? Everyone doesn't understand the reason. Legion smiled evilly. That's okay, this must have a lot of what I'm looking for. You are invading and fighting in Virgo's territory. Your experience and reputation have increased. You have received high-quality fabric. He heard that and nodded. Rest assured I will use it well. On the side, Perio and his companions just stood still and watched. He was planning to destroy the palace. It's okay anyway, he is at the same level as Guildmaster Kevin Hazard. Legion, he will take care of it. Virgo's guild is quite chaotic. There are many divisions and disagreements inside, mainly due to the dictatorship of Guildmaster Kevin Hazard, which has upset a lot of people. Perhaps this is the reason why Perio wished more Legion did this. He looked aside, very angry, and said, the Inquisition Committee cannot let this situation of division continue, so we need the power of the day to help us. It got to the point where the guild members had to ask for help from outsiders, so the situation in the Virgo Guild seemed quite serious. The cooperation of both sides also caused them to bring heavenly punishment. Speaking of heavenly punishment, it is Legion's weapon and also the last weapon of humanity, and 20 years ago Legion died in the battle in the Lower Devils. The information that all Gemini adults were present at the Virgo Palace is correct. At that time, someone shouted, because of Virgo, I received heaven's help. You have defeated all the subordinates in the Virgo Palace. The treasure trove is in front of your eyes. The message that appears makes him very satisfied. People around were talking to each other. Behind that door is heavenly punishment. It's okay, that's good. But right at this moment, Kevin Hazard had time to return. He saw the mess in front of him and shouted, stopping immediately. Kevin Hazard, everyone shouted. He breathed heavily and said, luckily I came back in time, you hateful bastard. The battle continued to begin. Legion said, you and I will settle this today. Then we both said in unison, all the grudges went away. Kevin Hazard walked in, his tone became unusually serious. It's been 20 years, I didn't expect meeting you would make me so happy. Oh, aren't the people next to you centaurs? I haven't seen Hugo Waters for a long time. What's with his face? Hugo Waters heard him teasing him and didn't know how to react. There is also the person who betrayed me. Are you planning to rely on Legion to eliminate me? Perio sounds very frustrating. Kevin Hazard turned aside. That's fine, I don't have to go looking for them one by one. I will destroy you all at once. Seeing that all his soldiers had been defeated, Kevin Hazard was a bit confused. The two situations became extremely tense. Then suddenly, he shouted, who is it? Whoever caused my temple to be like this, with everyone standing around and no one saying anything, he must know. All three of them simultaneously pointed at Legion. Legion thought angrily, traitors. So immediately the battle opened. Kevin Hazard made the first move, using his strength to attack him. You give me another reason to defeat you, Legion. Taking it, he hit Legion. His power is to use ice to knock down opponents. A long piece of ice was created, almost hitting Legion. Those ice blocks were extremely powerful, destroying many walls, but just now he was angry because someone destroyed his residence. But being with Legion Hugo Waters was not enough. He created a small tunnel through the sky's ice, because his power is fire, fire controls ice. Just passing through the tunnel, he said, Kevin Hazard, that's right, you owe me. But the person who said it was not Legion but Hugo Waters. Before fighting Legion, fight me. Legion saw this scene and shouted, "Oh Taesuk, he is still not sober." Kevin Hazard replied, "I heard that you have regained your strength, but don't try to stop me." Hugo Otters stretched out his hand, creating a blast of power, not bothering to talk back to Kevin Hazard. "If you don't try it, how can you know?" From the armory of the 100 soldiers, the sacred object Arrow Earth Shaft was taken out. Surrounding Hugo Otters at this time were 3 swords. Then he ordered the swords to rush towards the opponent. The swords are extremely sharp, but Kevin Hazard still stands very bravely. "Kevin Hazard is over, you plan to confront me this way later." Everything became extremely chaotic. He rushed forward to block his attacks. However, his arrow still maintained its form, rushing to attack him continuously. An arrow caused the place where he stood to explode. Hugo Otters screamed, "Knocked out." But this made him a bit disappointed. "It's over," the person next to him sighed. "We should prepare the revival spell." Lee Ji-yeon stood there very far away, on the phone. "Oh, it's me." At this moment, Lee Ji-yeon didn't know who he was talking to, but he was smiling happily. "It would be too long to tell, I'm in front of Virgo's relic warehouse, come here quickly." However, after receiving many attacks from Hugo Otters, he still stood still, not damaged at all. He provokes, "Let's start an epic battle from now on." At this point Lee Ji-yeon will take action. He will come over and respond, "Everyone get out of the way, since you are so anxious then I will accept it." Kevin Hazard laughed, "Very good, the face is okay Lee Ji-yeon, the saints around are all in agreement, Holy Master, we will support." He laughed, "This is a holy war, children retreat. I have been waiting for this day to defeat you for the past 20 years, he said as if he would win. "When you hear that, you pretend to be a fool, dreaming big." He moved his leg to the side. He also started his battle. Both of them rushed at each other, shouting in unison, "Come." What Lee Ji-yeon did not expect was that this guy's strength was quite good, being able to block his extremely deadly attacks. The notification appears, "The power increase is in progress, the completion is 76%. The power increase process is not yet complete. During the power increase process, due to side effects, it cannot be used." Power. I felt so disappointed when I heard that. Kevin Hazard on the other side saw my face and sold it a bit. "What's wrong?" asked Lee Ji-yeon. "Use more force quickly, otherwise leave me." 2 swords. The stone stayed in that position for a long time. The notification appeared again, warning him that cold air was seeping into his skin. He continues to fight Kevin Hazard even though the situation is not on his side. The S-class scissor blade relic that cut through the earth was destroyed due to being unable to withstand the cold. This announcement made him quite scared. Sure enough, in this battle, Kevin Hazard's advantage was huge. He immediately caused heavy damage to his weapon, and he immediately retreated away. Fortunately, because of his quick reaction, he was able to avoid the next attacks. This guy didn't fit either. He passed weapons back and forth. Luckily he knew martial arts so all of them had no effect on him. Kevin Hazard saw that and was very angry, "Bastard." Then he raised his foot and kicked his arm holding the sword. It must be said that his strength in direct combat really makes people admire. Just with the weight of his feet, caused Kevin Hazard's weapon to shake, almost slipping out of his hand. Everyone around was surprised. He used his heel to block the sword. Then he jumped back. This guy did not expect his true strength. He shouted his name loudly. At this point, he began to show off the face he usually used to annoy his opponents. Kevin Hazard didn't think much and continued to try a few more attacks. But he blocked them all. Those attacks were too normal for him. He had even fought people of much greater caliber than this. Suddenly Kevin Hazard realized, Lee Ji-yeon's hammer of achievement, it was in front of him. He didn't understand. When did you take it out? While Kevin Hazard was still confused, where did a foot appear from? Pay attention while fighting, he reminded him while using his foot to kick his jade's face aside. Fortunately, Han knew how to stabilize her posture and not let herself retreat too far. He started to provoke, "What's wrong, silver hair? I told you to use more force, that's all you've been waiting for 20 years. Kevin Hazard was very angry when he heard him say that, but first he had to laugh. "Yes, haha, I'm awake now." Sure enough, it's Lee Ji-yeon. Here we go. Turns out this guy has only just started his game. The sword was broken and had no value anymore, so it was thrown to the ground. He pulled out his precious sword. "From now on I will use all my strength." His voice became deadly. He pulled out a very long sword, shining in space. It seemed that this was his true power, his soul. His soul was imprisoned in this sword. Everyone around saw him pull out that sword and didn't expect it. "What a ceremony. You're awake," Hugo Waters said, frowning. At this time, Li Jian was still sitting on the rock, looking out at his opponent and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen a tower like that. I thought, why did you use a sword? Turns out you were hiding it." He smiled. "Of course, this is not something you just want to take out. That is the royal relic." He holds it in his hand, gently provoking the opponent. Round 2. But at this point he couldn't move his body anymore. That guy saw that he was trapped and laughed loudly. "Can you move, Li Jian?" The cold sword not only froze the surroundings but also froze it. "That's your holy item. Li Jian, you are too arrogant. 20 years of imprisonment has made you so mischievous." He picked up the precious sword, very contemptuously teasing Li Jian. Now, taking the opportunity of Li Jian sitting there motionless, he raised the sword, preparing to take his face and accept it. The sword pierced Li Jian's body, creating a very terrifying scene. Everyone was extremely worried about him when he suddenly appeared behind them, even asking, "Why?" But as soon as they turned around, he jumped into the air to continue fighting. Sure enough, Kevin Hazard didn't expect this. The person he just crashed into was not Li Jian. Activate the ability to take damage instead. Sure enough, the person that Kevin Hazard just killed was Perio. He was extremely surprised. Even Perio didn't think he would fall into this situation. Why? At this moment, Li Jian ran from behind, holding his giant hammer and preparing to attack the other two people, while the two were still very confused about what was happening before their eyes, screaming, "I keep thinking." A person who once said to arrange the order of a holy altar was a fraud. He was extremely angry. The message still appeared: 3% devotion to Virgo, 90% devotion to Libra, 7%. Perio now seems to have been exposed to all lies, unable to say anything more. Li Jian screams, "Home run." As soon as he finished dealing with those two guys, he saw something appear right before his eyes. His eyes lit up. There it was. That is heaven's punishment. It is an axe surrounded by ice and snow, and that ice is also tied tightly with extremely sturdy chains. Perio can't live now, he can't die. Kevin Hazard saw it turned out like that and was so angry. "You bastard, how dare you," he said to Li Jian. But Hugo Waters stood up and told him again. "It's so funny, Kevin Hazard, someone who betrayed the Rocket the Devil, is now betrayed by his own subordinates, really?" Kevin Hazard heard that and was confused. "Huh? What are you talking about? I betrayed Li Jian." "Stop pretending," Hugo Waters pointed straight at him. "You set a trap for Li Jian and used a knife to stab him in the Devil's Escape." Kevin Hazard is naturally very angry when he is wrongly accused and speaks ambiguously. "Don't trap me, God." Hugo Waters is very frustrated with his reaction, still stubborn to the end. "You have deceived the whole world for 20 years, so you gradually accept it as the truth, right?" Kevin Hazard was furious. He clearly believed he didn't do it. So he raised his hand, preparing to use his power to destroy the brat in front of his eyes. "My soul, I will not forgive anyone who dares to insult me." But he did not expect that someone blocked his attack from behind. "Damn it," he muttered. Sure enough, Perio stood up. He took his tied hand. "This is why we should end everything from that bloody incident." He was cold. "Speak." He turned around, observed everything and thought, "This is Libra's skill, the root of the golden law." Perio was now boiling in flames. "Now things have become like this, we have to settle everything here, right?" He picked up a scale. "Use Libra's masterstroke, exchange correspondence, choose what you want to exchange with Astraea, the god of balance and justice." So now Kevin Hazard was locked in Perio's balance. He couldn't find a way out. This balance for everything inside. He shouted, "I dedicate it to Saint Virgo's Day." Kevin Hazard, as soon as his name was shouted, all the power inside that room was blocked. The rays of power just flowed out, leaving the strength of Virgo inside. Virgo tries to use her weapon to break the scale, hoping to escape the icy winter, but everything may not work. He tried to use his sword to cut through those seemingly invincible chains. Blood splattered all around. The scene before his eyes made Perio unable to help but vomit. He cut his own hand. Kevin Hazard cut off one of his own hands. That arm fell to the ground under the witness of everyone there. It was an extremely horrifying scene. No one imagined the scene at this moment. Kevin Hazard actually cut off his hand. The Apostle of Virgo was extremely worried when he saw him playing cards like that. Holy Master. Perio felt like he was the winner. "Ha, it's unbelievable, not in that situation but you dare to cut off your hand." People around have started to rush. "No, Holy Master, beast, they really didn't think about this situation at all. Perio raised his hand to his forehead and smiled bitterly as if there was no tomorrow. Your face when you cut your hand was truly a masterpiece, thanks to which it seems that you have completely avoided becoming a sacrifice to the gods, sacred. At this time, Kevin Hazard was trying to use his strength to stop the blood from flowing out of his severed right arm. His apostles also came to try to treat him. Kevin Hazard could only do this now, muttered silently, damn it, because now he was almost completely destroyed. Activate the matching swap. The right arm of Kevin Hazard, Saint Virgo, is considered a sacrifice. Perio now shows his true face. He uses all his strength to lift that right arm up. The fantasy space is activated as a reward for your work. All the power lines that have been emanating from Perio's body up to now have turned into a magic circle. It creates a black hole. Regardless, anyone who wants to reincarnate can go through that circle. He laughed savagely. It was a bit unfortunate, but one arm of a saint was more than enough to do the job. His eyes were now filled with color. Who would have thought that he was the one standing there? After this incident, the gentler the appearance, the more cruel the heart. At this time, Hugo Waters and Stephen Marker were also prepared on one side. As long as he made a move, both of them would rush to fight. And of course Legion couldn't let this go. He jumped up and raised his hammer. With just one use of his power, he created a wave that split everything it encountered into two. Following his hammer blow, Hugo Waters created many arrows with fire that rushed towards Perio. Perio is now faced with two enormous sources of power, but there is also a bit of resistance. But he looked down and coldly said, "It's too late. Welcome to the fantasy space," he muttered under his breath, so immediately there were many bloody hands reaching up. The scene was now as dramatic as in a horror movie. All the hands were raised above. Those hands all have sharp nails that could kill Legion at any time. Immediately, an unprecedentedly large explosion erupted in the sanctuary. This explosion was several times higher than the height of a normal person, and even radiated terrifying power. People who were witnessing this event couldn't believe their eyes. How could this be possible? Where are we? Legion is the most deserving person. I've experienced this unpleasant and shady atmosphere before. Don't tell me this is it. Perio stood on the high step, looked down at the bewildered people below and arrogantly said loudly, "What a wonderful view of hell. This space will soon become a burial place for all of you." Virgo's apostles couldn't stand it anymore. Now is not the time for them to be patient and shut up. You had the audacity to cut off the saint's right arm as a token. Isn't this enough? I will make you pay. So the two of them used the magic formula of the transformed Virgo to attack Perio, the ultimate technique of Virgo. They cried out. So they jumped up, preparing to use their power to destroy Perio. But Perio of course wouldn't let that happen. All this time, haven't these two people realized that their level is too different from Perio's current strength? Getting close to Perio is useless. Everything falls into the magical night. A quiet atmosphere occurs. Both apostles were startled, not knowing what they were doing or what this was all about. Kevin Hazard from behind came up in pain. Pain put his hand on his face. "I can't use it." The two apostles heard him say that and didn't understand what was going on. He looked at his hand that was shaking because he lost his power. "I couldn't use the power to connect with the gods, which had been severed." Stephen Marker also realized that the same thing was happening to himself. "Holy Master, it seems like we are too." Hugo Waters nodded. "That's right. I can't use my own power either. A normal character, how can one use power at this level?" The evil hands behind the two people seemed to have heard the content of the conversation. Now was the time for the two of them to receive the beating from them. So many arms rushed forward, preparing to smash where Hugo Waters and Stephen Marker were, but luckily because of the spider's extremely quick reaction, both of them escaped the hands of death. Perio above is very complacent. "Ha! This is an isolated space created by the power of Libra, so you cannot use that proud divine power here. Saint, you are just a bunch of ordinary people here, useless and small," he said as he ordered the hands below to control the apostles of Virgo and Legion. But Legion of course doesn't accept his fate. He jumped up. With just one jump he was able to reach where Perio was standing. Perio below looked up and saw his opponent and was very surprised. But he immediately had a way to face Legion. "Don't be pink," he said. Many hands were summoned to surround Legion. He was wrapped around his body by those hands, unable to move around. Inside the rotten hands, he paid attention and realized, these damn hands, they are not ordinary disasters. It seems like these hands make him use quite a lot, strength. On one side, Perio still thought he was in control of everything, so he was very satisfied. "Ha! Legion, Why don't you say hello to your old enemy? He asked again. What? Perio is no longer hiding anything. Don't tell me you've forgotten. You've been friends with them for 20 years. They're the ones that pushed you to the brink of death in the demon world. He glanced to the side. Sure enough. They are not the type of natural calamity invaders because adding guests strengthens themselves like a bloody ore. The hands now continue to reach out through the holes. It seems like they will not spare anyone. But they are actually natural disaster invaders, the same kind that appeared in the demon world. He looked around. Many natural disaster invaders had begun to approach this place, becoming the main threat to the survival of the people living there. Stand here. One of them has quite special eyes, the rest are full of eyes everywhere. It seems their power doesn't stop here. At the Tianhai Accident Specialty Hospital affiliated with Korean Scorpio, another battle is taking place. Chun Song-jae is now the victim. He no longer has the strength to resist. He blocks all his attacks. Siwon is smiling so brightly now. I told you, it's all a waste of time. See the difference between S rank and A rank. He used all his strength to confront Chun Song-jae's ice formation. Chun Song-jae could not resist much more. Siwon raised his fist. You can play with Yoon Shiwoo again, but you can't do it with me. So he was able to fly away Chun Song-jae. Chun Song-jae can now only accept flying backwards, becoming the loser in this war. But this guy's strength was too great. Not only was Chun Song-jae defeated, but he also slammed his body straight into the wall of the room. He was in a lot of pain right now. The road was broken by the enormous destructive force of that guy's strength. He fell down with a body that couldn't have been more painful. He groaned loudly. Now his whole body was injured. He looked up and realized, there's something in front of him. In front of him now is his mother's hospital room. His mother is still lying there with her health not getting better. He doesn't believe this is true. He was about to go to his mother when the other guy walked in. Clearly he had bad intentions. Sure enough, he said happily, this is your mother's hospital room. Chun Song-jae turned around to look back at him entering the room. Damn, my grimoire, as expected, my grimoire has having my grapefruit stolen by this inhuman Siwon. Chun Song-jae was extremely angry. Why do I always fall straight down here? This is the right time. Siwon had no reason to forgive Chun Song-jae, so he immediately gave him a kick in the stomach. He couldn't resist. But this guy's kick was too strong. It caused blood to flow out of his body, and he coughed up blood. Do you know what a grimoire is? It's just a piece of paper that talks about how to use violence. He looked at the book he was holding in his hand and never stopped making mistakes because of that book. Don't you? Can't answer anything, he continued, with that stupid head. No wonder you're always only A grade. He came across the book again and transformed into even greater strength. You tried your best, now give up, go down to the golden stream and have fun. Remember to hold your mother's hand tightly. So both mother and child were beaten by him until Bei went to another room. You guys and your mother are both in a very dangerous situation. If now the mother you love so much falls down with this Chun Song-jae, from this height, I don't know if she will be able to keep it. My own life is gone, and neither is yours. So he tried to hold on to something. Just in this moment, he really needed a hand to help him, to help his mother too. Death was very close to both of them. Chun Song-jae was extremely scared. No way, if he keeps falling like this. Uncle, I remember Lee Ji-yeon's face. Sister, I started to recall the memories between me and my sister. Dad, the image of him appeared in his mind. No one could help him. Everything gradually became blurry in front of him. There are thousands of questions in his mind that need to be answered. What should I do? I no longer have the strength to hold the short sword that Uncle gave me. There is no one to ask for help. Is there no way? Calm down, I'm about to fall to the ground. There's no way, but my strength is exhausted. There's no other way. Why is that? Why am I so useless? Why is that? Calm down, calm down. Chun Song-jae, you idiot. In your brain you can no longer think of any other situation other than the case where you will become a dry corpse. But a miracle happened. At the magic tower, he said. He looked at his mother who was slowly dying and suddenly realized something. As if to express gratitude for this moment, he hugged his mother. Even if he fell into a fog of blood, his father would not give up. So I can't give up, I will definitely do it. He hugged his mother, trying to find the smartest, fastest way to make both mother and child safe, without any future consequences. This passage, although the probability of his mother surviving is very low, I will protect my mother, he thought. This was his only thought when he fell into adversity. The constellation Ophiuchus welcomed him, a person with an indomitable spirit. The announcement appeared before Chun Sung-jae's eyes, making him stunned. He suddenly realized something. The announcement continued, "You are qualified to take the test of the Ophiuchus constellation. After receiving the power, will you fight the enemy?" The answer, it could only be yes or no. He couldn't stand still and watch himself fall to death. So he started thinking, what is this? The soap opera husband, the test, why everything came to him so suddenly, what should he do? So he shouted, "Damn it, whatever, I'll do anything, just this once." In his arms he's still his precious mother. "Just let me protect her once," he said with all his sincerity. Now he only has his life and his mother's life in front of him, nothing else, wishes, desires. His biggest was now inside the person he was trying to protect. Up here, C1 looked down and was quite confused. It was obvious that this guy could be killed. Why was everything so complicated? He couldn't believe it. What, he still had magic power? Sure enough, thanks to his will, Chun Sung-jae helped mother and child not be injured when they hit the ground, and even stood up very healthy. Speaking of Lee Ji-yeon's side, now Perio still has the upper hand. Lee Ji-yeon tries to resist the power of the hands that are preparing to oppress him. He screams in joy, "Ha!" Even though whether he's a saint or anything, there's nothing special, the people around him who see things going wrong are quite restrained. Damn it. Perio was very complacent. He didn't expect that I could end everything so easily. I was almost exhausted from all the preparations. He looked straight at Hugo Otter's face that was trying to escape. "Aren't you all saints?" Kevin Hazard is now this guy's most precious victim. Even if the insects are stepped on, they will start to writhe, try to struggle. Looking at these people without strength struggling only dirty my eyes. "What about you? Try to hold on or give up." Perio frankly pointed the axe at Lee Ji-yeon. "Now only you can resist with this great power alone. The rest are completely unworthy of attention." Sometimes there are times when giving up is the best way. He tried to advise like that because he is a real psychiatrist. He feels very angry and laughing right now. He talks too much. He is still fighting. Help. Then he opened his mouth and laughed loudly. "You told me to give up." Perio saw that he was still very happy and was very surprised. "Even when my body had no divine support, even when I fought Red Snow alone, even when I wandered alone in the Devil's Tower for 20 years, I never thought of giving up. Are you telling me to give up, in this situation? I used some of my strength to break those fingers. You brought these useless things here thinking you could win against me. You are so naive." Perio looks at the strategy from below. Mine is not working. Now he has successfully angered Lee Ji-yeon. Lee Ji-yeon is very frustrated with this tactic of his. "It is really despicable. Stop being delusional, you idiot. This is all that can threaten me." Perio doesn't accept it. "You're waving your lips at me." He raised the scale and ordered the hands behind his back to come forward. "If you want to die, then I will satisfy you." According to your wishes, those hands moved forward one after another to continue looking for Lee Ji-yeon's death. Back to the place where C1 and Chun Sung-jae were fighting, C1 couldn't think of anything else now. Everything happening before his eyes was really crazy. Chun Sung-jae successfully overcame his weakness and rushed up from the ground, now in front of him, preparing to give him 1,000 blows. Very quickly, Chun Sung-jae made C1 fly back like what C1 once did to him. C1 was punched so much that his face was distorted and he coughed up blood. Chun Sung-jae has returned to the battlefield. Now he is an apostle of the snakehead. His strength has increased 1,000 times. He puts his foot in the place where he just fell from. "You told me to give up. I absolutely won't give up. I'm already fed up with this scene of not having much strength." He was extremely angry and firmly said to the person standing in front of him, "My mother, I left her in a place where no one could see her, for her safety. I even let her sit on it. As for Chun Sung-jae, I said, 'Now mother. Everyone, I will protect them with my own hands.'" He shouted at the beast who dragged his family out to threaten him. He knows he needs his family now to give him strength. If someone dares to stop him from being with his family, he will definitely not forgive that person. The announcement continues, "You have passed the identity test. The first follower of the Ophiuchus constellation has appeared." His eyes lit up like car headlights. The first believer opened a new chapter in the Bible, the Lee Ji-yeon Gospel. You can use the power to record the Bible. As soon as he received that message, Lee Ji-yeon was able to break free from the hand that was pinning him down. He flew into the air, ready to fight Perio. Perio still doesn't understand what's going on. Hugo Waters was very surprised, shouted his name loudly. Kevin Hazard was also surprised. This is the power of Lee Ji-yeon pensioner. One hand was destroyed by his power and fell down. The remaining hands also suffered the same fate. As expected, whatever fell into his hands could not return intact. His strength even caused the barrier of this place to be broken. The strength was so great that the glass gradually became broken. He walked up the stairs and said, "It turned out to be like this." Every step he took caused the stairs to break. "But I don't care, I own this area, even if it is destroyed, the winner is still me. I will already have my shirt torn apart, now I will fight him one-on-one, one with a bare body." The ability to use the notes in the Bible with power. People don't want him to get involved with this Perio guy. Up until now this guy has only been torturing everyone, so he definitely still has tricks he hasn't shown yet. Legion, they shouted warnings. In front of him were thousands and thousands of lines of words with difficult to understand words and structures. The announcement said again, Legion Gospel page 1 paragraph 1, Legion Apocalypse, bravely walked out of the tower that he had broken, where he gradually imprisoned himself. He advanced to where Perio was standing. "I wanted to deal with you first, but I have something to take care of." "What?" he replied. "The sky's condemnation." He turned around and knew his target. The mysterious space was broken, revealing the holy materials. He couldn't believe his eyes. Sure enough, when Legion revealed his true strength, he was able to push Perio back to one side, completely taking control of the match, out of the way. He approached and touched the treasure. As soon as it became his, he was able to control it skillfully as if he had learned it before, and could even laugh and talk while using the treasure to destroy enemies. He just needs to use force to take it out. Perio doesn't think this is so simple. Why is only Legion able to do it? Legion picked up the hammer. This feeling is still familiar after 20 years. "Sky, long time no see," he said with a smile. The notification continued to appear with the narration, "The condemnation of the sky, one of the 8 great Buddhas and Legion's ultimate weapon." With every step he takes, everything Perio has been building up until now is destroyed. He smiles. 20 years have not been stained with blood and disaster. You must be very itchy. Immediately a hand appeared from the sky. He recognized his target and rushed towards Legion. But Legion seemed to have eyes and ears everywhere. He could immediately tell what the hand behind him wanted to do, so he raised the hammer he had just received and punctured the hand. Then, "Isn't everything over yet?" he turned around and said to that hand, giving it an extremely cold, deathly look, a look that could stick with it for the rest of its life. He raised his other hand to hold the axe hilt. Whatever he wanted to do, it had to be like this. So he swung the axe down, splitting Perio's body in two. And not only Perio, even the temple that belonged to Perio was cut in half. His power was so great that everywhere it touched, it exploded as if in stages. Not only what you affect, even Kevin Hazard or Apostle Virgo are also affected. They are on the path of power passing through. Kevin Hazard suddenly discovered that something was changing. In front of his eyes, there was a flash of light while everything was collapsing. This scene was like the end of the world. He asked Perio, "What are you doing?" His tone was extremely certain at what he could do. "Aren't you a Libra star?" Even when you are led, the insects become confused and struggle. You immediately use the same sarcastic words that I used just now to provoke you. Now, could turn around and bite his pride. "I'm different from them. I like people who never give up." "And you?" he asked his opponent, very satisfied. Giving up, now looking at him like this, who would dare to fight anymore? A tall and muscular young man with extraordinary strength, even holding a 1,000-year-old treasure in his hand. He smiled sinisterly. "Let's try it and see." His axe blade had now touched the ground. This guy has only been fighting so far, so facing Legion at this distance, he really can't stand it. "Stop him, everyone quickly stop him." Him again. The other hands also followed their master's words and rushed forward. But with just one swing of the axe, he was able to defeat all those giant hands in one fell swoop without much effort. His strength had reached legendary heights. Those hands, after receiving his attack, were not only destroyed but also exploded, as if he had secretly attached a bomb to them. He flew into the air, saw two hands attacking him from both sides and was very calm. In a situation like this, a cool head is the only solution. Those two hands clapped together, seemingly firmly in their hands. But immediately, both hands were split vertically in half, even the sky and earth were split in two. He stood up, raised his weapon high, that's right, charged forward. It seemed to him that this was all a game and not much like a fight. His eyes at this moment carried a state of extreme joy. It had been a long time since I had tasted disaster. His smile echoed throughout the night. 7 moon stars. By this time Kevin Hazard had also revived his strength. Even though he only had one hand, he could still exert his power. Now everyone's opponent was loyal. About Perio. Hugo Waters also raised his hands high, without all the pain he had just endured, and exclaimed, "It's glorious." All the skills of the individuals here were combined together, forming an unrivaled circle. In the center of the circle was a giant ball of power. It created a glorious north wind. Space has been destroyed, now everyone can contact the gods. The gods above seem to give strength to the heroes who are fighting for good. At this time, both Stephen Marker, Hugo Waters and Kevin Azar and the Virgo believers are on the same side. Everyone knows that if they don't unite now, don't use the strength of the group to fight an individual, they will never get victory. Virgo star, Sagittarius star revive. But this made Lee Ji-on criticize. The revival was too slow and still pretended. The other people saw this and were speechless. Shut up, we were just the wrong people. The only person who can't be happy in this situation is Perio. He can't believe his eyes. How can he be so strong? He even cut off the connection with the gods. No, I have to avoid. A voice pulled him back to reality. That voice came from his right, Perio. That is Kevin Azar. Kevin Azar has now regained his strength, so he runs very fast. He flew into the air, using the sword he had just created with his power to prepare to finish off Perio. My right arm, he shouted indignantly. Kevin Azar performed a finishing blow, pointing straight at this guy's head. This guy's eyes opened wide. He had never seen such terrible pain power. Then blood spilled everywhere. This was the end of a legend. Kevin Azar's weapon is so huge, it drags Perio to hell in an instant. That skill is clear. Kevin Azar jumped aside and stopped for a moment. I never wanted to see you like this. Even though Perio was hacked to death, he could still talk normally. Kevin Azar now understands the problem. It is indeed you. Jean-Louis Morin, Perio's true spirit appeared. It was a man with curly hair and a sinister smile. Jean-Louis Morin said coldly, "Long time no see you, Kevin Azar. I have something urgent to tell this guy." "Perio, are you planning to run away? We want to destroy them all." He tried to put pressure on Perio. He couldn't tell right from wrong at this moment. His eyes were wide open, like seeing a ghost. That guy once again entered Perio's body, not forgetting to give him the words, "Good, I will give you another chance," and Perio revived. Perio flew upward, using his power to command all hands to do as he wished. Jean-Louis Morin upside down from above, "I will offer you as an object to the gods. If you become a disaster, then complete your mission, Perio." Perio couldn't say anything anymore. The message continues to appear. Jean-Louis Morin, Saint of Cancer, uses the equivalent exchange skill from Libra star. Perio becomes Perio animal. Li Jian Quangyao, he has gray hair. His name is Perio, right? Kevin Azar cut off his head. So what, again? Are you going to give him a nickname? That's observant. How about the great Perio? Li Jian smiled. Silver Hair disagreed. I'm bored with your thoughts. Whatever, I don't know how the centaur will accept him. If he doesn't accept it, then what will he do? This sentence angered Hugo Waters. Kevin Azar could only laugh loudly. Yes, that slave. Perio was dragged into the chaos of hands, which looked like a door to hell. Li Jian laughed gloatingly. He was a bit busy. He was so busy. In his heart he was thinking, how does he have so much strength? Strengthening his body. That's right. You're enhancing your body. The enhancement progress has exceeded 80%. The side effects of the enhancement process will disappear. You can use the enhanced power. It was clear that he was swinging very lightly at this moment but still had such power. He remembered his attack. Let's try to swing a strong blow this time. So he raised his hand. Now it will be his strongest attack ever with his 1000 emptiness. Once he used his power, heaven and earth shook. He was very serious about this expansion of his power, but something was bothering him. Back where it all started, someone came here and looked up. As a result of the fight, suddenly Mr. Lee Gun called me again. What's going on? Could it be something he said at the altar? This person took off his hat and looked up. He probably won't fight with the Holy Master today. Suddenly the couple exploded, making Jin Myung extremely shocked. Jin Myung turned around and stepped back to keep himself safe. Virgo sign did not expect to be able to fly like this. A person nearby, after seeing Jin Myung's presence, came over. The thing that was blown up just now was the shrine of Virgo, right? Jin Myung was just about to lay his head down when he felt something familiar. Here, he clearly saw the woman's face. At this time, Perio really died. He was lying on one side, not knowing what happened. At this time, Li Jian was still by his side, knowing that he was no longer able to resist. He complacently placed his feet on the rubble. How did he strengthen his body? He couldn't even control his strength. He looked at his hand. If 85% were like this, how would 100% be like this? It must take quite a while to get used to it. Kevin Azar saw the whole scene and was extremely upset. Hey! He was so upset. That crazy guy. At this time the Virgo constellation no longer had a temple, all that was left was a pile of rubble and some people lying dead. On one side, someone has reported that Perio has been defeated, a disastrous attack, separation of the gods, internal betrayal, the entire plan has failed. Don't you find it funny to see this scene? Hey, that girl said to that person had no way to say, I'm so embarrassed about this, I didn't expect that Lee Gun didn't take those people away too. The girl was extremely angry. You even showed yourself in front of them. Quickly say, what are you thinking? He simply replied, didn't you order me to capture Lee Gun? I just trying to do my best. But she raised her hand, preparing to attack that person. You're kidding me. In just a moment, that person was imprisoned under the chains of power. That person was very painful and said, no, I don't dare do that in front of you. That is the queen. The queen hates this servant so much. I hope that sarcastic tone comes from the confidence that you will Perio in the future. What are they going to do? She held out her hand. That person now extremely hates the queen, but because of the responsibility of a servant, he still said, blocking his hair will confirm his innocence, so the place they will go will be the Scorpion constellation. The one who harmed Lee Gun is the Scorpion constellation. Right now the whole Legion group is discussing with each other. The question above is from Hugo Waters. Kevin Azar nodded, yes, that is the Scorpion constellation. Hugo Waters suddenly ran up to shake Kevin Azar's intact body. I don't know which one, but Haley wouldn't do that. Are you planning to confront a difficult person? We've seen the whole thing, records of swords of unknown civilizations. Kevin Azar pushes Hugo Waters away. Get help when fighting the Blood Mist. Don't rush to judge. By the way, you mentioned Tan Hong. If I defeat Lee Gun, then I'll secretly go to the evil tower to do it. What? We have to defeat him where everyone can see. Either way, I will show you the proof that it was the Scorpion constellation who did it. You open the way to the relics warehouse, Kevin Azar said. The rest of the people obeyed right away, while at that time, Virgo's people began cleaning and restoring. Kevin Azar looked around, very tired, and said, the sword and you presented it as evidence are not strange to me. Under that pile of rubble is a cellar. Perhaps this cellar is very important to Kevin Azar, so it was not destroyed even though it was affected by many different forces. I secretly investigating temples. Hair does not speak. To find Thu hiding among the gods, Kevin Azar brought two people to the cellar door, preparing to open it. When he opened it, inside was something that surprised Hugo Waters and Legion. Kevin Azar narrated, and we found out. These are the things I found when investigating the Scorpion constellation, all of which are related to unknown civilizations. In front of the three of you now are many swords and mirrors. There are also even chemical compounds or weapons were unknown to them. Kevin Azar let the two people observe and then continued to say, the Scorpion constellation is very dangerous. They are the ones who will threaten human civilization. Suddenly a person came down. The person mentioned above came in. It didn't seem like that. This person's words affected all three people standing. That's Yoha. As soon as Chun Yuha approached all three of them, Kevin Azar knew who she was. You were the daughter of Sagittarius. He looked up and said, what you mean doesn't mean anything. She didn't want to say too much, so she reminded all three of them that what he said was that the Scorpion was very dangerous. Before coming here, I had become a Scorpion. I was helped by Mr. Haley. He's a good person. It seems like you made a hasty judgment, she kept reminding everyone, not including Jin Maing standing up there. When Kevin Azar heard the news that Chun Yuha had gone to Scorpion City, he was extremely surprised and shocked. You went to Scorpion City, do you know where it is? But while the atmosphere of the conversation was gradually becoming tense, Legion's hungry stomach ruined everything, literally avoiding food. So Hugo Waters' proposal, let's eat first. Kevin Azar doesn't know what to say. It's true that you have to be real to win the religion. So everyone went to a nearby restaurant to fill their hungry stomachs. From now on, they were tired of fighting. Of course everyone was hungry. However, the hunger of these people was 100 times greater than the hunger of normal people. They ate like hungry monkeys, causing the whole restaurant to turn around and watch. At this point, Legion couldn't keep calm anymore. He squeezed the glass in his hand, causing the glass to break into many pieces. Really crazy. He looked at his uninjured hand. Why can't he control his strength? This is destroying someone's restaurant's furniture. Legion is such a simple person. Legion, what are you dissatisfied with? Right, Even if I am a saint, I can't repay you. Kevin Azar is angry now. You must know that I respect everyone for this meal. That's why he paid. But Lee Ji-yeon took advantage of it to test his strength, whether he wanted to fight Kevin Azar or not. Chun Yuha's reaction was completely opposite to Kevin Azar's. Perhaps she was already in love with this boy. Her face kept turning red and she said, "You're so cool." Kevin Azar is angry. Sagittarius, you, teaching girls like this. Hugo Waters doesn't know what to say. Then Kevin Azar started to get into serious conversations. Why what? He asked Lee Ji-yeon. Suddenly Lee Ji-yeon put his hand on Kevin Azar's head, not knowing what he was thinking. As expected, Lee Ji-yeon's power is more than enough to control Kevin Azar's mind. Kevin Azar tried to lift his hand but couldn't. Jin Myung had to remind him, Guild Master. Having completed the body enhancement, a notification appeared reminding the two of them to get rid of the weak human body and replace it with the divine body for the first time. Much better, still unforgettable. When he saw a notice like that, he also thought, his body is also strong when he fights. Hugo Waters saw Kevin Azar being bullied and was very excited. Just sit there, why come out? But this time Lee Ji-yeon's power will be tested on Hugo Waters' head. Hugo Waters now knows that this is his fate. 2 hands, 1 in each hand, this is the true effect of this power. I feel an extremely great source of power, but the 2 victims are extremely difficult to handle. Kevin Azar sees Hugo Waters was also punished. He laughed and felt pain. Why didn't he just sit still and stand there? He was also grabbed by the head. This scene was captured by Chun Yuha on camera. It took so long, she muttered. He could hold the heads of 2 saints and spin them like crickets. The 2 of them saw that not only did she not help them, but she also, if you're excited, you'll be mad, so mad, that Sagittarius is really your spoiled child. Chun Yuha is extremely lucky with Lee Ji-yeon's actions. Ah, that's right, Sir Haley asked me to convey a message to you. Lee Ji-yeon threw the other 2 away and replied, what's going on? Here, the girl brought up a gift. It is a pen made from wood, placed in an extremely luxurious box. This is a wooden fountain pen that writes the truth. The remaining traces of the writer copy. Jin Myung rushed over. Lee Gun, this is one of the 8 great holy objects. I didn't expect to see it here. I was startled. You weren't joking, right? He looked at the gift in front of him, thinking a lot in his mind. The Scribe, the ultimate goal of the intellectual challenge, the final test, the intellectual challenge to find a scribe to record the movements of the snake constellation. Wife. The Scorpion is someone who runs away when he sees me. Why does he have this? Doesn't it mean he hates me very much? Have you checked everything in the underground warehouse? Lee Ji-yeon asked Jin Myung. Jin Myung nodded. Yes, there are many things related to unknown civilizations, maybe related to the Scorpion constellation. See, I'm right. Kevin Azar, who was being tortured, sat up to speak, and Hugo Waters passed out without realizing it. Kevin Azar was extremely frustrated and told him, Scorpions are definitely related to unknown civilizations. I have definitely mentioned unknown civilizations before. I also saw him playing tricks on you 20 years ago. Finally Kevin Azar revealed this. He always poisoned your food. Kevin Azar remembered those memories. At that time Scorpion was an extremely sophisticated person. In order to poison Lee Ji-yeon, he always took advantage of the times when he didn't let him, put poison in your food. At that time, Kevin Azar indeed saw it. Kevin Azar even revealed another piece of information. The person who killed Lee Gun was definitely the Scorpion constellation. But now the person who is putting poison in Lee Ji-yeon's food is Kevin Azar. This is really gone. There is no more excuses. Lee Ji-yeon asked, so what is this? Kevin Azar still said with a thick face, it's a tonic, Lee Gun, because you weren't born a god, you always have to change your body and fight disasters. When you fight with me, you can't show your full strength, so I always put supplements in your food. You don't need to thank me. Hugo Waters in the back knows my master plan. This guy should say, what you put in is a tonic, but the Scorpions is poison. Jin Myung smiled brightly, so let me check to see if it is a tonic or a poison. Kevin Azar is all over. Don't touch this. This belongs to Lee Gun. You suspect your city master, are you plan? Jin Myung still doesn't understand why Kevin Azar treats him like that. It's too much. The trust of believers is decreasing. Meanwhile those 2 idiots are still arguing. Hey, try drinking. I'm not suitable for this medicine. Jin Myung said, Sir Lee Gun, I'm very embarrassed. The leader of the Inquisition Committee is related to another constellation. Lee Ji-yeon also slowly turned to respond to the story. He also expressed his opinion. From the beginning he was very strange. The rebellion in the Holy Party was a matter of risking his life. being both the vice president and one of the 10 stars and not reconciling, or control. Not only taking control of the constellation but also all of my army. You think I can trust him? Jin Meng will feel more reassured when he hears that, from the beginning of the riot that was his trick. Let us fight. He nodded in agreement. That's right, the information he investigated and captured was created by him to make us suspect Virgo. He recalled those memories and assessed, what a thief. Suddenly someone shouted, huh? His conversation gradually went deeper into the problem. All information and evidence pointed to it being Virgo correctly. He remembered that image, when a guy revealed to him about Virgo. It's so clear that it makes us doubt that answer. That's when that guy said the Virgo constellation is holding the promise of the sky. Because I only have a few memories of Tan Dao left, I can't be sure if the person who stabbed me was the silver-haired guy. If so, we also have to suspect others like Virgo or Yendin. Jin Meng said, if so then Guildmaster Kevin Azar. Kevin Azar once said to Hugo Otters, if you receive help from the Blood Mist, don't be so quick to judge, mentioning the sword. If you wanted to play tricks with Li Gun, why should I secretly enter the Devil's Tower? Instead, I want to defeat him in front of the eyes of the world. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes and said, even though he wasn't sure that the silver-haired guy was not the same, with what he did like an idiot, he was only harming himself. Jin Meng right now, understand? Chun Yuha turned to ask, Uncle, so what should we do? He smiled, just go find the Scorpion constellation. Then he leaned against the table. He was definitely involved in this. I also doubt that he gave this fountain pen to me through Chun Yuha. I also tried to make Chun Sung-jae become my follower. It seems like it took quite a long time to meet you. Your words made Chun Yuha and even Hugo Otters or Kevin Azar startled. Stop everything immediately. The actions I'm doing to hear clearly what he's saying. Hugo Otters suddenly trembled. What are you talking about, Li Gun? He also turned around and wanted to answer Hugo Otters' question. He laughed. Chun Sung-jae is my follower, your son is my follower, that first follower, Chun Yuha all up, don't mention it again. He's bad under your command. Chun Yuha, after hearing that she wasn't his only believer, was like a lost soul, turning to use her coldest tone to ask, then it's not you but Chun Sung-jae. Why, really? Chun Yuha's threat also startled Li Jian. Ah, I'm sorry I made you feel awkward, right, I'll go ask Chun Sung-jae. So she quickly dialed the phone, leaving Li Jian who was still shaking in worry. Chun Yuha doesn't care. Chun Sung-jae, don't do that to me, you're a robber. Uncle, I'm so sad, can you bear it? Chun Sung-jae, don't joke with me, pick up the phone quickly. It's strange, why doesn't my Chun Sung-jae respond to messages or calls? This started to get weird. She was frantically typing on her phone until she scratched her hand. Everyone had to stop her. Chun Yuha, calm down, Chun Yuha. At this time, Chun Sung-jae's phone vibrated but no one picked up the phone, because it had fallen out a long time ago, and Chun Sung-jae didn't know where he dropped it. But the most amazing thing was that Chun Sung-jae had finished dealing with the guy in front of him. He looked up and took a deep breath, as if he had achieved some feat. I won, this blonde bastard, are you kidding me? Chun Sung-jae was extremely tired and breathing like a buffalo. Next to him was the blonde guy who was still fainting from the impact. A person suddenly walked in the middle of this desolate battlefield. Chun Sung-jae was really impressed. Being able to defeat the S-level believer of the Libra constellation, he was startled when he heard that praise and turned around. It was a rather strange person, wearing a nurse or doctor's outfit. He closed the book and said, thank you, thanks to you I can easily suppress blonde hair. Chun Sung-jae is still. If you don't know the name of the person in front of you, ask, who is it? Ha, my transformation is so perfect. Seeing that Chun Sung-jae doesn't know who he is, this news decided to show his true face, eliminating the transformation skill borrowed from Pisces. That is Choi Sung-hyuk, he has changed now. It's me, grown up with the Gemini sign, playing Sung-hyuk. Is pretending to be a girl your hobby? Chun Sung-jae turned to mock. No, he shouted. Don was extremely angry. I didn't expect that I would have to pretend to be a woman to look for the brocade book. Do you know what the brocade book is that you took? There is no way other than me could have kept it. He was the only one from just now. It's monologue time. Chun Sung-jae scratched his head. Oh yes, it's my fault. You can take it back if you want. Choi Sung-hyuk doesn't understand why you forgive others so easily. Huh? I don't really care. I don't need it anymore. Then the other guy performed some magical manipulations to make some of the pages in the book burn. I'm sorry but I can't just leave like that. I have a lot of things I want to ask. starting with what happened to Mr. Conan. From you, Gemini traitor. After the power circles were opened, he slowly created many images of himself through passing through those power circles. From many places, many Choi Sung-hyuk appeared. Choi Sung-hyuk happily said, "Chun Sung-jae, come with us." What do you think? Surprised, next to where this is happening is Lee Gun's hospital room. Lee Gun also seems to be being woken up by someone. Lee Gun. Come with us, that voice kept ringing in Lee Gun's ears. By now, Lee Gun couldn't hold it in anymore, his dull eyes gradually opened. Choi Sung-hyuk held the Dharma book in his hand and said proudly, "Sorry but I can't just leave, I still have many things to ask, starting with what happened to Mr. Heiji." Holding the book in his hand, he used the power of the Gemini sign, then confirmed that it was from you, the Gemini traitor. More footsteps appeared from nowhere. He used the Gemini teleportation door to call someone over. At this time, Sung-jae was surrounded by a group of people because he was labeled a traitor. Choi Sung-hyuk seemed sure of victory and said, "Come on Sung-jae, come with us." When Sung-jae was put into this dilemma, he was so angry that he didn't even bother to explain, but just said, "It turns out the team leader is like that." He did not hesitate to criticize, a person who only knows what he wants without thinking about anyone else. While saying this, he remembered the times when Choi Sung-hyuk treated him badly, went out to drink together but did not bother to pay back, just said, "Sorry but help me pay for the drinks, I forgot my card, next time I'll pay." Another time he said, "Chun Sung-jae, Min Seong-hun, only you two can run away." Then Choi Sung immediately explained that it was because I didn't want to think about anything else. Sung-jae heard this explanation and was so angry that he pointed straight at him and cursed, "Stop talking nonsense." Yet he still dared to laugh loudly and speak out provocatively, "So Sung-jae, that's a pity." Having said that, he ordered the crowd, using Gemini's necromancy skills, to quickly restrain Chun Sung-jae for me, offering his life. Everyone immediately obeyed the command and used the skill, Evoke. Sung-jae also did not want to give in, a strong magical energy radiated around him, and he proudly said, "Let's see how much you can do, I am no longer who I was before." But strangely, his magic seemed to be being pulled away. He was a little panicked and speechless. Right in front of him right now was an incomprehensible matrix created by those people. He realized it and was secretly surprised. What? They were sucking his magic power, but actually the people at this time did not expect it. Okay, I looked at it and was equally confused. They were so shocked, they were all staring at each other. Choi Sung-hyuk asked many questions. What? Why was Chun Sung-jae's magic power sucked into that? The person next to him also chimed in. The team leader, there was something strange, and Sung-jae's side got angry and shouted loudly, "Isn't he stealing?" For some reason, suddenly a pair of hands emerged from the formation, emitting laughter of joy, a huge source of energy. The person in the formation quickly appeared, causing Choi Sung's group to struggle to control. Choi Sung-hyuk angrily said loudly, "What is that? It's not the soul we called, why did that thing appear?" He remembered the time Mr. Heiji failed to summon something and then silently realized, no, if I remember correctly then this was it. Something that Mr. Heiji could not summon. At this moment he seemed to be more afraid. The face of that person was clearly revealed. It was an old man with a gray beard and somewhat strange hair. Choi Sung-hyuk immediately confirmed that it was the strongest first-generation elf king, Elysian. Facing Elysian, Choi Sung spoke in confusion, "Gathering our magic power and being able to summon the Goblin King, is it possible? Could it be because of the power of the Forbidden Book?" The Demon King immediately told the crowd that the one who sent the summoning signal was you Gemini believers. "But what really called me here was his strength," Elysian said looking towards Sung-jae, surprising him too. He immediately praised Sung-jae, saying, "Who does that power belong to? It's very commendable, even though I'm under the guardianship of Gemini, I really want that power," and Sung-jae is confused and standing on his own, the formation I created without realizing it. Mr. Elysian also added that, to the point that I wanted to leave the altar. Choi Sung heard that and was surprised and said, "What?" Looking at him, Choi Sung loudly questioned, "The first Goblin King, how is that possible? Don't you belong to Gemini?" Elysian was a bit angry and replied, "Why, big to be able to keep this relationship." Choi Sung-hyuk was so angry at this moment that he shivered, but he didn't dare say anything, he just gritted his teeth to show discomfort, then he silently calculated in his head, "They haven't made a contract yet, we absolutely have to keep our love." The first Star King stayed at the altar. Thinking of doing it, He immediately ordered his subordinates to quickly attack Chun Sung-chae, quickly destroy him, and then the whole group shouted and obeyed the order. As for Sung-chae, on the contrary, he was extremely excited. With magical power and fiery spirit, he confidently told the crowd, "Let's rush forward." Suddenly, a notification rang out. The power of the Afiyukaspo was exhausted, making Sung-chae unable to react in time, so confused that he was stunned for a few seconds. He looked at his hands that no longer had any magic power and shouted, "What's going on suddenly? What is this, Mr. Elysian?" Saw that and immediately said, "Could it be that I just sucked all your magic power just now, perhaps?" Looking at the people who wanted to attack him, Sung-chae immediately cried and yelled, "Is it because of the goblin? Then go out and stop them." But he chuckled, blushed and told Sung-chae that we haven't made a contract yet, our relationship hasn't reached that level yet. These words made Sung-chae so disappointed that he said, "It's crazy, yes." As if he had caught Sung-chae, Choi Sung-hyuk loudly complained, just now he was still so proud, "But what's wrong, Chun Sung-chae? It's not too late. Quickly abandon the contract with the first Goblin King and follow us. If that's the case then your life." Speaking of this, he suddenly stopped when he heard a crack on the wall. A man from the other side of the wall suddenly rushed forward at the speed of light, with murderous intent. Choi Sung-hyuk stared blankly at that person without blinking even once. He was quickly defeated by that person's blow in an instant. Then that person loudly asked who it was, and Chun Sung-chae, standing next to him, was also surprised to see that. After that person defeated Choi Sung, he said aggressively, "Who dared to threaten him?" His face was clearly visible. He immediately announced to everyone to stay away from him, while Sung-chae stood to the side and shouted Uncle Jae-won's name. The power was extremely terrifying, creating an extremely large mark on the ground. The group of people couldn't believe it and spoke in unison, "Impossible, you are the leader of the Archangel and Mandarin squad who was defeated by the blood mist. A person who has been lying in bed for 10 years can move." Sung-chae immediately exclaimed, "It was the power of the gun," and at this time, Jae-won's notifications appeared. The soul had been blessed by the Afiyukas Palace, was undergoing regression, the body's condition was temporarily improving. At its highest level, temporary super regeneration powers are established. A Gemini man angrily cursed, "Damn, we have no disadvantages." We all rushed forward, the person next to us also followed suit. "That's right, after all there are only 2 people, our number winter is more beneficial." As soon as they finished speaking, suddenly someone rushed in from nowhere. One of them spoke up, "You said there were only 2 people." The rescue team rushed in as fast as lightning, surprising Sung-chae. Seeing everyone coming to save him, Chun Sung-chae looked at him and spoke up emotionally, "Everyone." Turns out, they were the people of the Centaur Bow, Jae-won's teammates. They all held red fiery bows in their hands. They aggressively provoked, "Gemini, if you don't like having a hole in your head then surrender." At this time Choi Sung's people also realized, panicked and said, "It's Sagittarius, damn it, we're done life." Suddenly, all attention focused on a light that appeared. A man appeared and angrily announced to the Gemini people that the operation to summon the forbidden letter had failed and they all retreated. The Gemini people were immediately teleported. Choi Sung-hyuk unconscious on the floor was no exception. Seeing that they were scared and had no choice but to run away, the Sagittarius Association immediately said angrily, "Why did they run away?" After Chun Sung-chae escaped one life, he sighed and wondered, "Is it all over?" He was surprised when someone came to say hello, "Mr. Sung-chae, long time no see." It was Jae-won. He remembered when you were young, then smiled happily and said, "You have grown a lot. Before you were only as tall as my waist." Looking at the seemingly grown-up teenager in front of him, he continued, "Now he is as tall as my eyes." Not only Sagittarius people, even Sung-chae looked at the person in front of him and was so moved that he shed tears of joy. He told Jae-won, "I don't know where to start, but you woke up, I'm happy, very." Hearing these sincere words from Sung-chae, Jae-won as if nothing had happened, happily released the like button with his nephew. And the Elf King stood to the side like a scarecrow, not caring whether they were happily reunited or not, but only interested in the book. He thought to himself, "They left that book behind." Elysian looked at the magic book left on the floor and exclaimed. Suddenly, a loud voice calling Chun Sung-chae came from behind. Sung-chae was startled, thinking to himself, "This voice belongs to that person." A girl came from nowhere and stood behind him. When he saw that it was Yoha, he was extremely frightened and called out, "Sister." The girl with an unhappy expression immediately questioned her younger brother, "Why are you so surprised, "What are you hiding from me?" Sung-chae quickly explained, "It's nothing, I'm so happy that's all." In the blink of an eye, the older sister immediately became angry, loudly scolding, "You lied, I know you have become a follower of Uncle Gun." Sung-chae was startled and silently exclaimed, "Stop killing yourself." He stammered and said, "That's it," but didn't give Sung-chae time to explain. Uncle Jun saw that and immediately laughed out loud, "Miss, I'm awake." When the young lady saw Uncle Jun laughing and talking healthy in front of her, she surprisingly called out, "Uncle Jae-won." She happily cheered, it was so sweet. He woke up, Jae-won smiled a bit confused, the lady also grew taller, Sung-chae behind him seemed to be alive again. He sighed and exclaimed, "Thank you." Only Uncle Jae-won was able to save his life, and Mr. Elysian witnessed this cold sisterly relationship and immediately replied, "Sung-chae, you are even more nervous when surrounded by Gemini." At this moment, Sung-chae turned around and intended to run away, but was immediately reminded by Mr. Elysian, "Do you want to run away? Then make a contract with me, I will move to your palace, and you can escape. Isn't it a win-win?" Sung-chae also helplessly agreed, "It seems there is no other way." The message is displayed. Chun Sung-chae has made a contract with Elysium, the first Goblin King. Elysium has moved to the constellation of the Snake. Through Sung-chae, the contract was successfully made. He immediately asked him, "So what should I do now?" He quickly replied, "So what did you ask me to do? Run away." As soon as he finished speaking, thanks to the help of Elysium, Chun Sung-chae immediately ran past the two people in front, surprising Uncle Jun and his sister who were talking. His sister loudly scolded him, "Sung-chae, what do you think you're doing?" But in her heart, she couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Just a little carelessness and she'd lost track of it." Sung-chae jumped out of the building. He proudly said to his sister as a declaration of war, "You can go before me but I can't let you become the first follower of Uncle Gun." At this time his sister has also chased him away, followed, heard these words and said angrily, "Stop there for me." His feet landed on the ground, he thought he had overcome his fate and was even more proud. "I thought he must be stupid, why did he have to stop?" But after Sung-chae finished speaking, he was stunned, causing his sister to ask in a bit of confusion. She didn't expect him to listen to her like that. Did he get injured when he fell? Sung-chae looked at what was in front of him and then hesitantly called out, "Mom." Seeing that, even Yoha was stunned. The woman in front of her immediately spoke up, "I'm so happy that you two are still happy, Yoha, Sung-chae." The mother, with a kind face, asked the two sisters if they were still healthy. At the Virgo Constellation teleportation station, it was still as intact as the first day and there were many people walking around. Inside, Lee Gun was chatting with Kevin. He wondered if there was still a teleportation station. The person next to him immediately replied that it was one of the remaining stations. His tone gradually became serious and said, "Compared to the Gemini constellation, the effect was not very good. It was not that there were no groups of people moving, but after the Gemini constellation made a mess, it began to explode." While he was talking, he saw that Lee Gun wasn't paying much attention, so he turned to ask, "Hey, did you hear me?" It turned out that Lee Gun was turning to wait for Otiksu to answer the phone. He asked the other end of the line, that, "Mom is awake, and Jae-won too." On the other end of the line was Yoha. After meeting her mother, she immediately called her brother to inform him. She happily replied, "I don't know if my mother has fully recovered yet, but she's asleep again. The doctor said she's fine, there was no problem at all." Hearing that, he was so happy that he shed tears and said, "How lucky." Then, Yoha immediately recounted the story of what Sung-chae had just encountered. She said, the constellation Gemini had been chased away by Sung-chae and the constellation Sagittarius. Yoon Taewon also disappeared. She remembered the scene where the Geminis were beaten up and said. Oh Tiksu heard that and was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, both Gemini and Yoon Tae-woo ran away, and on the other side Lee Ji-yeon overheard, so he curiously asked, what about Yoon Tae-woo? Goth immediately replied, it's me, son of Saint Aquarius. He immediately explained to Ji-yeon that Mr. Hugo had found the culprit who caused the blood mist incident 10 years ago. They were Yoon Tae-woo and Yoon Shi-woo, two children of Libra. He came, meet Saint Libra to pursue responsibility. Hugo Otters went to Saint Libra to question him. He was so angry that he slammed the table and said loudly, Libra. Even though she didn't answer him, he still said, she was the commander of the blood mist plan, right? It's because I underestimated this relationship. I checked all the investigation documents that she hid. Hugo remembered the item transported by Libra that he had found and said, special trading goods transported by Libra. He continued, and her son was on the customer list. Not only that, he also knew about Taewoo and Shiwoo arguing at the airport. The younger brother said, I didn't know he would turn out like this, he said. He replied, did I tell you where to drop it? At this point, he was so angry that his face darkened and he said grumpily, I have also investigated the surviving witnesses. Libra, answer quickly. That disaster, was it your son's doing? Having said that, right at this moment, tears fell from his eyes, and red veins appeared in his eyes. Yet, the Libra saint was not at all restless or shaken at all. On the contrary, he leisurely watched the rain, and coldly replied, Sagittarius, you finally know. Not only that, she also asked Hugo in return, so what are you going to do? With eyes radiating murderous intent, she turned back to look at Hugo, saying provocative words, what is someone like you who possesses shameful power compared to the title of saint? Then said sorry lightly, I am very sorry for the mistake my son caused, I will pay attention to them later, making Hugo Otters so heartbroken that he trembled, faltering in rebuttal, you also said those words again. She even criticized Hugo in return, saying that the truth is that you couldn't stop that disaster. If Lee Gun appeared, would it have led to such a big disaster? You failed to protect Korea that Lee Gun entrusted, she said here, directly leaving Hugo Otters speechless. As if she were Hugo's only savior, she turned around and played with the Libra scale and threatened, wake up, I'll give you a chance, Hugo Otters. Saint Libra looked straight into Hugo Otters' eyes, said in a strong voice, choose, just one of the two. Seeing that Hugo couldn't say anything, she continued to provoke, if you have the confidence to take responsibility, whether it's revealing the truth or going to war with us, it's up to you, otherwise, handle it quickly, destroy everything with your uselessness. She seemed to sigh and calmly asked Hugo, otherwise just ignore it, it's normal for children to make mistakes, isn't that right? You also have children, you probably know that too. Then he smiled pervertedly, as if plotting something, and said, yes, I remember their names. It's Sung Chae and Yoha, she mentioned the two sisters, making Hugo freeze. His emotions were mixed with anger and fear, which made him tremble and crumple the paper on the table. Saint Libra continued, Hugo, you are also busy, right? Choose quickly, what will you do? The words were as if she had put you on her scale, forcing you to choose between two things, making him feel like a chess piece for her to control. Up to this point, the goth's face was a bit quiet and said, when the Libra saint mentioned Sung Chae and Yoha, he had no other choice, while losing his own strength in the holy altar, we don't know, what will Libra do? Looking at the struggling man in front of him, the goth immediately exclaimed, the guild master for the safety of Sung Chae and Yoha could do anything, the guild master had to suffer so much. Lee Gun seemed to understand his friend's feelings and immediately ordered the goth to find out the whereabouts of their brothers at all costs, so that's why Hugo sent Sung Chae and Yoha to another constellation. The Sagittarius constellation gradually became weaker and could not protect the two children. Sung Chae left the Gemini constellation to become my follower and felt somewhat relieved, he thought to himself. While thinking about it, he had a little doubt in his mind that, yes, if Sung Chae becomes my follower, he will get to the next mission, let's see. Gun opened the notice board and browsed for a while. The notification bar suddenly appeared, a new mission has been added, create the Ophiuchus constellation badge, designate the Ophiuchus constellation saint, at least above the SS level. Lee Gun was a bit worried and thought, the badges it's okay to focus on making it later, but now we have to find out who will become the holy constellation, Lord, and there's still a level limit. Oh Tiksu next to him immediately spoke up, interrupting his thoughts, hey Gun, if I don't send the children away as you say, there will be big trouble, thanks to that the Korean side will be fine. But it seemed that Lee Gun did not hear what Tiksu just said, but stood and looked at Tiksu as if he was planning something, causing him to immediately prepare a defensive position and ask, what's wrong? He grabbed my head, ah. Thinking for a while, Lee Gun immediately suggested, hey Tiksu, do you want to come to my holy altar to become a follower? I will make you a saint, making Tiksu stunned on the spot. Suddenly, the god of Sagittarius appeared from nowhere, seemingly very angry after hearing Lee Gun's recent words. Gun's system immediately warned that Apollo, the god of the Sagittarius constellation, was on alert. He warned him not to spy on the person who had signed a contract with him. While the other two were panicking because of Apollo's obvious anger, Lee Gun on the other hand questioned, don't be so difficult. For some reason, while Tiksu and Goth were saying goodbye to Apollo, Kevin suddenly said loudly, Sung Chae, stop joking around and answer quickly, Sung Chae, Lee Gun next to him is worth it, you. He considered and asked, do you also want to join my holy group? He immediately burst out laughing when he heard this invitation and immediately refused, I won't. While Lee Gun was giving Kevin a memorable beating for daring to be disrespectful, an announcement rang out inside, passenger waiting number 64, the transfer station has been arranged, please prepare to enter. Then Goth immediately reminded, stop, prepare to depart. And Taiku standing on the side feels super annoying, helpless to speak, it's too noisy. Goth heard that and was not satisfied, and said, hey, what kind of attitude is that? Taiku with a bored expression replied, you don't know why I am like this. At Yoha's place, she was venting on the phone, angrily saying, Sungchae, stop joking and answer quickly, Sungchae. That's strange, why doesn't my Sungchae respond to messages or answer the phone calls? And the person next to me sees her angry and constantly tapping the phone screen and immediately advises her, Yoha, bye BHF, calm down, Chun Yoha. Yoha gradually lost patience, stood up angrily and asked for permission, everyone I'm sorry, now I have to go to Korea immediately, this kid Sungchae has been spoiled, how dare he not answer the message. A man there was a little embarrassed and said, Yoha, calm down, I have a way to get you to Korea quickly. He tried to act gallant in front of Yoha and said, can we go together to the teleportation station, that's the fastest way. Even though he was trying to show off, Yoha didn't pay any attention. Mr. Jin Myung immediately came to interrupt. He gave her a book and said, meeting each other like this is also called fate, gave her the teleportation scroll. As a gift, she immediately chirped her thanks. Oh my god, this gift is very rare, thank you sir. Seeing two people happily chatting without paying attention to him, he was extremely angry. The feeling of hostility of the Virgo constellation was increasing. Yoha took the teleportation scroll and ran to ask Uncle Gun. He went to the constellation. Jae-won immediately replied, yes he went to the Scorpion constellation. Yoha seemed to have the opportunity to show off her knowledge and immediately went to class to teach. She said that the Scorpion is a separate place so it is impossible to go right away. Moreover, both sea and air routes are blocked by culture. I don't know how to stop it, so we usually use the highway in America where the Lion constellation is to move. Uncle Gun sighed and exclaimed, it will take a bit of time. After explaining the knowledge for a while, I immediately used the scroll to teleport and said goodbye to Uncle Gun. After handling the work in Korea, you will go to the Leo constellation immediately, let's meet there. Before teleporting, she turned around and called out, Uncle, Dad. Yoha smiled and exclaimed, I watched the scene of the two of you fighting in the blood fog again, it was hard for you too. Having said that, she immediately disappeared to make room for the two dads to talk. The gun next to her immediately praised Yoha's dad, you have raised an obedient child. He also acknowledged himself and replied, of course, that's it. Yoha's father immediately turned around and smiled and told Gun that, no matter how tired he was, when he saw the children, he suddenly stopped talking when he saw Gun's bored face. Uncle Gun didn't understand that after Yoha left, he became extremely sad, making Yoha's father curious. Dad seemed to smell something bad and immediately interrogated you look very strange, do you have bad intentions towards Yoha? His words made Jae-won feel guilty and sweat. Dad immediately got angry, directly grabbed Jae-won's neck and cursed, why don't you answer me? The scene changes to the moving location of the Virgo constellation. The battle between the two teams Taiku and Lee Gun is still going on. Despite the staff making urgent announcements, passengers with waiting number 64, please hurry up. Having dragged each other to the teleportation gate, Taiku immediately grabbed Kevin's head and wondered to Lee Gun, what is this, do I have to go with this guy Kevin? Kevin immediately replied, I have to prove my innocence. He immediately declared loudly, besides, if anyone takes down the Lee Gun before me, I will be very tired, I will destroy whoever rushes into the Lee Gun. Only I can defeat Lee Gun. After saying that, Kevin laughed senselessly, making not only Lee Gun but everyone else speechless. The staff upstairs immediately announced, we would like permission to depart, and where are the location coordinates, ladies and gentlemen? The quartet spoke loudly and confidently with a majestic spirit, saying the coordinates were Washington, D.C., America, the Lion Palace. At this time, the Leo Palace also received the news, gathered everyone together and announced, everyone pay attention. We have just received notification that Lee Gun has arrived in Washington, D.C., USA. When the Lions heard that, they joined together. The blonde one spoke up, if that's the case then we have to prepare a grand welcome ceremony, prepare for the most wonderful performance. The black-haired man also agreed. He said, "Of course, who better to welcome the strong than our lion Constellation, that Lee Gun. I will make it impossible for him to stay awake." Changing scene, to the stadium of the Lion Constellation, the organizers immediately announced, "Welcome to the battle arena," making everyone excited and cheering. The party started. At the Leo Constellation Arena in America. The MC's loud voice attracted all the attention of the audience present in the arena today. "Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Leo Constellation Arena. Today the match of the century between Stephen Marker and Lee Gun." Compared to Stephen Marker's fiery spirit and huge body, Lee Gun showed a bewildered face. "Who am I and where am I?" After a round of cheers from the audience, Lee Gun realized he was standing in the arena and the person standing in front of him was Stephen Mark. Lee Gun's face still looked like he was snoring. He yawned lazily, thinking, how did things turn out like this? Lee Gun helplessly called for help. "Save me." Speaking of the current situation, we must mention a few hours ago in D.C. Lee Gun wondered, looking at the majestic lion statue located in D.C., "What is that? That bastard built a statue for himself." Lee Gun silently complained, his expression extremely disgusted, saying, "It's okay to be complacent, but that's a bit too much." Hugo Waters next to him also exclaimed, "It seems he is living very well." Kevin Ajar standing behind was extremely surprised. Kevin Ajar was so excited that his eyes lit up. "So cool, I have to make one for myself." Hugo Waters looked at his admiring face and said angrily, "Damn, why did you bring that childish guy along? Going out to study useless things." An excited voice came from far away. Over there was Lee Gun. Hearing them mention my name, all the Lee Gun people didn't understand what was going on. Lee Gun looked over and saw a group of fans holding signs, welcoming to Leo. A man smiled and said, "Mr. Lee Gun, nice to meet you. Sir Stephen Marker the Holy Lion wants to meet you, please follow us." Hearing them say that, Lee Gun and Kevin Ajar said at the same time, "Why is it him? Why is it him?" Two people without an appointment had the same question. Hugo Waters angrily rushed over and used his hands to hold his neck. The group of people were extremely surprised when they saw that it was the saintly virgin Kevin Ajar. Lee Gun stood next to him and silently smiled at Taiku. Hearing the man say that, everyone else was very surprised, including the female saint. On the left was Kevin Ajar and on the right was Hugo Waters. They silently exclaimed, it was indeed Lee Gun, a person who was not ordinary. He couldn't fight on his own, so he invited them along. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ate Lee Gun's sandal, scaring the two men next to him to death. Lee Gun strongly stepped on his chest and said coldly, "I'm sure you want my weapon, don't talk nonsense and go away." Hearing this, his accomplices worriedly explained, "No, please listen to us." Looking at Lee Gun's somewhat calm face, he quickly walked over to help his brother up. "We came to see you to invite you to the Lion Constellation Arena." He was afraid that Lee Gun wouldn't believe him if he said anything, so he showed him the invitation. Mentioning the Leo Constellation Arena reminds him of the irregular battles taking place across America. A battle just to choose the strongest, thereby showing us that this match is both fierce and dangerous. He knelt down on one knee and respectfully told him, "Especially the Holy War is always the arena that guarantees the box office. The last Holy War took place 30 years ago only once." Their movements were so loud that they attracted all the attention of passers-by. The man's voice became solemn. That was the battle between Saint Lee Gun and Stephen Marker. That holy battle happened again. At the Lion Palace headquarters in America, a surprised voice rang out, "What is fighting with Lee Gun?" Stephen Marker asked coldly, "Who did it on their own?" Stephen Marker's subordinate said excitedly, "I will prepare, Holy Master, don't worry, you just need to be present." After listening, Stephen Marker glared at him, "Why did you decide that on your own?" Stephen Marker's subordinates were not afraid but also looked forward to it. Everyone knew that he had humiliated Lee Gun thanks to his surprise attack at the Heaven's Gate match. He smiled and said, "Surely Lee Gun will not forget that defeat and will avenge the match 30 years ago." Stephen Marker hugged his face tiredly and said, "No." The subordinate looked at Stephen Mark eagerly and asked, "Don't you think there will be a one-on-one battle with him? I heard that Lee Gun has already agreed to this match." It is very difficult to invite distinguished guests in the world's leading media, politics and economics. He has come to America and you will definitely win the title belt. As soon as Stephen Mark heard that Lee Gun had agreed, he was surprised and broke into a cold sweat. Then I couldn't hold back my fear and shouted loudly, "AA!" Return to the Lion Arena. Stephen Marker sat in the waiting room, thinking anxiously, "It's over." Stephen Marker's subordinates watched the TV screen happily and said, The East stands were breathless. Spectators from all over the world came to America to watch the match between Lee Gunn and Stephen Marker. It was truly a top-notch match. Not only did it participate in the number of viewers on television, it also created a new record. His voice couldn't help but reveal excitement. Thinking about the sight of the Holy Master taking down the Lee Gunn in front of the whole world also made his subordinates' muscles boil. Stephen Marker's heart was full of resentment. This bastard wasn't trying to take revenge on him, right? Watching Stephen Mark leave, the subordinate quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Stephen Marker angrily looked at him and roared, "I'm going to the bathroom." After listening, the subordinate smiled to please him. He went happily. The subordinate thought he would run away. The subordinate saw Stephen Mark leave. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. His face suddenly no longer had the same cheerful excitement as just now. In the toilet room, Stephen Marker was filled with worry, so he ran to the bathroom to wash his hands. Stephen Marker just looked up and saw Lee Gunn standing in front of the mirror, making him stunned. Stephen Marker looked at him in horror and thought to himself, "Why the hell did I meet Lee Gunn here?" In contrast to Stephen Mark's fear, Lee Gunn Elephant was calm. He walked to the sink and suddenly called, "Hey cat." This call made Stephen Mark startled. Lee Gunn asked in a low voice, "What are you planning? Can you handle this battle?" Stephen Marker sweated at Lee Gunn's question. Stephen Marker looked at Lee Gunn silently. After a moment of self-deprecating laughter, he said, "Burden. Your death 20 years ago was truly difficult to bear." Lee Gunn heard him say that and was suddenly confused. "What?" Stephen Marker continued to say, "At that time you were the symbol and spiritual pillar that helped humanity believe that they would definitely win. The fact that you died in the evil tower gave humanity a great shock. Your death affects all humanity." Stephen Mark cried and showed a miserable face. "I don't believe it either. But I'm also very sad about your death." Lee Gunn of course didn't believe what he said. Why was he so sad about his brother's death? Did you just pretend that someone like you was crying to reclaim the lost land? Stephen Marker smiled and said, "I have to act like that. Saints like us cannot show others our fallen appearance. We don't need to appear noble and honest." Lee Gunn asked incredulously, "Saints?" Hearing that, Stephen Marker smiled and said, "No, I am an inevitable disaster." Stephen Marker curled his hands tightly and spoke, "I will do it my way so that humanity does not collapse. I fear humanity will fall into despair rather than being scolded for being useless." Having said that, Stephen Mark coldly snorted and warned, "One day you will have to face the wrath of those who know the truth." Stephen Marker smiled complacently, "When the disaster completely disappears, we can bear as much as we can." Lee Gunn looked at him laughing like crazy and then silently looked at him with disgust. Lee Gunn added coldly, "Why do you talk so much? In short, what do you want to say?" Stephen Marker spread his arms wide and thought, "I thought you understood?" Stephen Marker looked straight into Lee Gunn's eyes and said, "Listen, you see this match as entertainment, right?" Lee Gunn angrily glared at him. Stephen Marker was still busy talking. "In fact, this match was to choose a brave man to fight against disasters. We cannot turn such an arena of thoughts into entertainment." Lee Gunn was standing behind him without speaking, but his whole body was emitting a strong murderous aura. Stephen Marker is still not afraid of death, so Lee Gunn couldn't help but remind him, "I'm angry." Then he looked out as if he wanted to chop Stephen Marker into 100 pieces. Stephen Marker didn't have the chance to slip away at this time. But that deadly aura made him unable to bear it and burst into tears, then stated his purpose, "Couldn't there be a draw?" Returned to reality, Lee Gunn and Stephen Marker were standing facing each other amidst the bustling cheers of everyone. The host's voice rang out. Finally Lee Gunn and Stephen Marker faced each other. "Who will win this match?" Stephen Marker tried to reassure himself, "It's okay, just calm down." Stephen Marker turned to the stage to suppress fear. Lee Gunn promised to cooperate. To make the atmosphere hotter, the MC's voice was also more enthusiastic. "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation has changed. Lee Gunn's side has proposed to fight the gladiators at the school at the same time. This is it." Is Lee Gunn's most extravagant or his nature? After hearing this, Stephen Mark breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Gunn has agreed to my terms. In the bathroom, Lee Gunn smiled and said, "Okay, but I have conditions." Stephen Marker asked in surprise, "Condition?" Lee Gunn smirked and replied, "You said it right. Choose those who will fight the disaster. Bring to the arena those who are worthy of it." In the end, Stephen Marker chose to compromise. Lee Gunn was a cunning guy. He gathered all the fighters together to disguise their numbers. Lee Gunn, turn the one-on-one match into an all-star match, so that this match focuses on progress rather than winning or losing. This way it's win-win for both. Stephen Marker shouted, "Lee Gun, let's create an exciting match." Following Stephen Marker's scream is the MC's voice, "Before the match we have to warm up the atmosphere first. Let's watch the legendary match between Lee Gun and Stephen Marker 30 years ago." This statement from MC made Stephen Mark temporarily petrified. Lee Gun looked towards the stands, still as calm as ever. Very soon the match between Lee Gun and Stephen Marker was replayed on the big screen, but right now on TV is showing Stephen Marker punching Lee Gun straight in the face. Stephen Marker at this time attacked Lee Gun extremely fiercely. Stephen Marker also gave a provocation. "Lee Gun, do you think you can defeat me with this power?" When Stephen Marker saw him say that, he was scared and turned to look at Lee Gun, who was now staring intently at the TV screen. He panicked and said, "Why did you open that video? Wait a minute, I didn't ask them to do what I don't know." Lee Gun glanced at his expression and hated him even more. Lee Gun silently warned him, "I'm angry." Stephen Marker's heart was filled with worry. "I'm done. I'm really done. What should I do?" On the big screen was still showing the scene of Lee Gun and Stephen Marker getting into a fight. The MC's voice rang out, making the atmosphere even more exciting. 30 years ago, Lee Gun was defeated by Stephen Marker. It was a miracle, real, if there's something you don't want the world to know. Lee Gun was so angry that his head exploded. He pointed at Stephen Marker and shouted, "Are you still playing tricks after receiving money?" Stephen Marker was equally mad. If he gave 50 billion, he could think again. Stephen Marker's voice was quite loud for everyone in the audience to hear. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzz. What did he say? Stephen Mark was filled with fear and insecurity, and was already resentful. Then he couldn't help but say, "What are you guys doing?" Looking at Marker's scared look, everyone was even more certain that this was a problem. 50 billion was playing tricks. The players started to get excited and said, "Where does the match start?" and quickly rushed forward. Hearing this sentence, other people also rushed up with enthusiasm. Some people hold swords, some people hold swords, some people hold hammers. Everyone has the idea of wanting to defeat Lee Gun without hesitating to rush forward. Even though Lee Gun was alone, he was still not afraid. As soon as they rushed in, Lee Gun quickly jumped into the air to avoid the group of people who were like hungry tigers wanting to take his life. In the stands, the man sitting to the left of Hugo pointed in surprise at Lee Gun and said, $50. What did he say? Hugo sighed and replied, "I heard that he probably donated it all." Kevin Azar sat and watched, his whole body constantly shaking with anger. Kevin Azar ignored the people present and roared terrifyingly, unable to hold back. Hugo looked at him so mad right now, he just wished he couldn't kill him right now. Kevin Azar clenched his hands and exclaimed, "Why do you like to fight with them, when you can't with me, Lee Gun? I will give you money so it is the sword fight between you two. You don't know that which is a fight." In the arena, the battle is still going on extremely fiercely. There is a guy still holding his sword chasing after Lee Gun. "I'm coming, Kevin Azar exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, that guy." Kevin Azar and the man immediately jumped down into the stands. Azar said worriedly, "Damn, chasing after him." The other man replied, "Next time can we separate that guy?" At this moment, the whole stadium was in constant commotion. Lee Gun, he was about to lose, so he called everyone to rush forward. Stop him, he knew right away. Everyone is constantly dissatisfied and criticizes Lee Gun. "Hey, we have lost a lot of money. You guys dare to ruin the battle. Stop them and stop everyone who wants to rush into the battle." The scene was now extremely chaotic. The host's startled voice rang out. A rare situation had occurred. All the audience were rushing into battle. Everyone rushed forward like a beehive. Wow. Just as they were still enthusiastically moving forward, a pair of sandals kicked straight at the person leading them. The person who kicked that man and fell to the ground was none other than Kevin Azar. The most tragic thing is that this whole scene is being broadcast live. The host present at the scene could not help but say, "It's really chaotic." Comments started appearing. "If I knew there was going to be this match, I would also coming. Why don't the guards stop them? What a scary battle. Move forward, move forward, move forward. How can the guards stop it? Are they destroying the battle because they are scared?" The host exclaimed again. Even the market is not as chaotic as that place. In the VIP area, two men were enjoying the match together, when they were so surprised that they stood up. "What the hell, are they acting? They can't be stopped." The man worriedly looked at Oliver sitting next to him. "Captain Oliver, what are you planning to do? Where is he? The situation is so chaotic. Where has he gone?" Oliver went out angrily. "I was about to go crazy. Why did everything have to be so complicated?" Oliver pondered silently without realizing that there was another person still here, so he had to take the next step. Chun stood leaning against the wall next to him and said nonchalantly, "What is the next step?" Hearing the woman's voice rang out made Chun startled. The most dangerous thing was that she had heard his thoughts. Chun stood in the middle of the road, preventing Oliver from having a chance to escape. Oliver said in surprise, "Vice City Lord Chun, where have you been? This event is very important, you know." Chun replied coldly, "Where are we going and what are we doing? Aren't you the one who knows?" Chun crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked, "Don't you remember what you asked me to do?" Oliver stepped back in fear and stammered, "I don't remember what it was." Chun step by step approached him with an overwhelming aura that made Oliver scared. "Captain Oliver, since when did you talk to me so politely?" Oliver had never seen her look like this before and was suddenly silent and afraid. Chun suddenly changed his attitude and glared at Oliver and said, "Who are you?" Speaking of that chaotic match, the scene at this moment was nothing short of a disaster. Everyone rushed into each other, causing the screams to get louder and louder. Stephen Marker looked bewildered at everything that wasn't going as planned, silently cursing in his heart, "Oliver, that bastard." Stephen Marker thought to himself, "We can't let this battle go on forever. We have to think of a way to stop everything right away. Oliver, what is he doing? The battle has turned into a pot of bran heaf. What the hell is he doing?" Stephen Marker was still deep in thought when the scene became more and more chaotic. Just now he heard a loud noise and white dust flew across the entire area. Lee Gun did not hesitate and gave a guy a punch, causing his face to move completely to one side, defeating him. Gun collected the general's fear data. Another guy who didn't know how to control his own strength rushed straight towards Gun, making him unable to fight until he was human. The ending was even worse than the previous guy. Gun also collected the beast's will data. Stephen Mark stood in the middle of the hall and witnessed each of the guys being gunned down. The corpses of those guys kept flying in front of Mark, making him increasingly afraid. Lee Gun said excitedly, as expected, calling them all out to fight is the best. A ton of data needs to be collected. Looking at the corpses lying on the ground while Lee Gun was still holding a man's neck in his hand, he happily cheered, "Thank you for helping me collect data." Receiving Gun's thanks, Stephen Marker did not feel honored. Instead, fear filled his entire body. Lee Gun smiled devilishly at the Marker and said, "Now it's up to you. If you hadn't played that video it wouldn't have come to this. Now pray." Stephen Marker still hasn't digested what Lee Gun said. "Data don't tell me why you fought them." Lee Gun conveniently threw the guy he hit that couldn't form his human form behind him and replied with a comfortable smile, "Now you know how slow you are to understand fish." Stephen Marker, knowing that he had been tricked, couldn't help but roar, curling his body tightly, making his muscles appear extremely scary. Damn, it seemed like that. Stephen Marker lost control and rushed straight towards Lee Gun. "Then I will use all my strength to fight you." Gun was not afraid but stood still and watched him go crazy. Just when Stephen Mark had not even touched a strand of Gun's hair, he was punched by his terrifying speed. Gun's punch was extremely powerful, sending his whole body flying away. Stephen was surprised and did not have time to counterattack. Stephen Marker rolled a few times on the ground and then stopped. His whole body now looked extremely miserable, his face soaked in fresh blood. Before Stephen Marker had time to recover, the Gun continued to rush forward. His eyes seemed to want to pierce straight through Stephen Marker's body. Looking at his punch getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but tremble in fear, his eyes filled with clearly visible fear. Looking at the speed of the Gun he couldn't help but exclaim, "It was so fast." Whatever happens must happen. The Gun's powerful punch landed heavily on Stephen Marker's face, making his whole body jerk back. He thought to himself, "I'm crazy, I didn't expect to be pushed to this point, I need to use the Holy Spirit to descend." Stephen Mark's face showed pain, but he did not give me the opportunity to use it. The place where Stephen Marker fell made the ground crack. Gun's expression was not happy at all when he won, but this victory was 100% certain. Kevin Azar excitedly rushed over. Kevin Azar ran quickly towards Gun, carrying a sword in his hand and said, "Let me fight Lee Gun." As soon as Kevin Azar arrived, he witnessed an extremely terrible scene. What the hell? Oliver was beaten so badly by Chun that the ground seemed to explode. Kevin Azar looked up at the sky where Oliver was being treated by Chun and gasped in surprise, "Huh?" The loud noise also attracted Gun's attention. He also instinctively looked up into the air. "Huh?" Stephen Marker was stunned at this time, ignoring the chaos in the world. Chun Yoha is using her foot to kick Oliver's body straight. As soon as the two of them landed, they were so shocked that even the Gun standing nearby was staggered. Yoha stood in the thick dust, used her thick heel to press on Oliver's chest and threatened, quickly showing her true form, "Before I tear you apart with my lightning." Oliver was beaten and bruised and was lying on the ground panting. Oliver lying on the ground finally had to submit to Yoha's threat. Pisces' transformation skill was finally neutralized. Yoha proudly looked at Oliver finally showing his true form and smiled and said, "Celia hasn't seen you for a long time, your acting is really bad." Sylvia was provoked and shouted angrily, "Shut up, you only get strength." The group of people who were beaten by the gun were like zombies and said in surprise, "How could it be possible that Captain Oliver was male?" Sylvia was being pinned on the ground and shouted angrily, "You damn girl, get your feet off me." Yoha doesn't have much patience to say, "Shut up or eat my lightning." There's another person who's equally frustrated, that's Azar. Damn, it always gets in the way when fighting with guns. Azar firmly stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground and said with enthusiasm, "This time, don't try." Frustrated, Azar looked towards the stands in bewilderment. What was that sound? After a moment of bewilderment, Azar rolled his eyes down to look at the sword on the ground and his face turned black as he mistakenly stuck it into a human body. Looking at the dead man on the ground, Azar's face darkened and he looked around. This scene of Azar was broadcast live, attracting a large number of viewers. A family of 3 happily watching TV unexpectedly witnessed this murder scene. The father quickly covered the eyes of his son sitting next to him. The man sitting in the room watching live was also scared by the murder scene. On the internet, comments began to appear like, "He killed someone," and many other condemning comments. The competition hall, which was previously chaotic, is now silent because of Azar's incident. Everyone around was shouting, "He's killed someone," and Kevin Azar panicked and kept explaining, "Wait a minute, no." Kevin Azar suddenly froze when he heard a voice coming out, "It's so weird, how can you be so observant?" The voice didn't stop there, it continued to ring out, "You're really quick, Kevin Azar," causing Kevin Azar to widen his eyes and look towards the direction the voice came from. The body that Kevin Azar hit just now flashed a blinding light. What the hell is this? Is the energy of Libra? No way, there is a Libra spy within Leo. Everyone was bewildered and questioned the body slowly standing up after that beam of light. Suddenly Lee Jian frowned as if he had discovered something, thinking to himself, "This arrogant voice," then suddenly asked, "It was you again?" Libra arc was opened, that body also gradually approached after the arc was opened. He laughed loudly, "Lee Gun, long time no see." On his forehead also appeared the sign of Libra, along with his cold eyes and strange smile. He continuously smiled and said, "In the chaos that you can guess is lurking in this body, it is indeed the master of the secret altar is my rival Kevin." Hearing Kevin's name, he suddenly felt like many eyes were on him. He glanced over and saw everyone looking at him with curious eyes. But immediately regained his composure and replied with a cold face, "It's just because you're too obvious." After saying this sentence, I still couldn't help but secretly rejoice, I was alive. Standing in front of the mess with his arc of light shining brightly, he kept asking, "Lee Gun, how are you still alive? I didn't expect you to be able to crawl out of the evil tower." Right after that, he immediately received a curse from Lee Jian, "Shut up, even if you are a Virgo, your methods are always poor." He flashed a creepy smile again, "I was hoping to never see your face again. If you're still alive, it seems like I have to admit your bad luck." Then he turned to look at Kevin and shouted, "What should I do, Kevin? I thought you were going to stab him in the heart." Kevin was also angry when he heard that, rolling his eyes at him. Kevin's face suddenly darkened and fell into silence as if he was pondering something. Kevin was angry at this moment, shouted loudly at him, "Shut up, after all, you colluded with someone who dared to trap me. I can no longer ignore this insult. Don't deny it, didn't you brag about eliminating Lee Gun?" He stood in the middle of the arc constantly torturing Kevin mentally. He bared his teeth and smiled strangely, "Not only me but everyone else knew." "Shut your mouth." After that loud scream, a fire was ignited, the burning fire wrapped around the other man's body, glowing red across the sky. Suddenly a scream rang out, "Centaur." That fire is the word the centaur used to burn him. "Don't talk too much, you know what kind of person Libra is." Hugo held out his hand decisively with a determined look on his face. But then after that fire, with a voice that appeared, so disappointed, Hugo Oster, his figure behind the fire also gradually appeared. Still with his shining mark on his forehead, eyes flashing with light, "Haven't you regained your strength? If you want to burn this body, you can't use such a fire, of course. Even the sword has to be sharp, right, Kevin?" Hearing this, it seemed like the fight inside him arose and he rushed straight towards the man who was using sarcastic words towards him. A blow fell on him, with a white light filled with power and anger. But then Kevin suddenly stopped, surprised to see what was happening before his eyes. The sword was down but he wasn't harmed at all, and he even laughed sarcastically at him. A guy who stabbed Lee Gun 20 years ago is now accompanying him. "You're really thick-skinned, Kevin." Kevin was angry and wanted to stab him but couldn't, making him couldn't help but think about this. Damn, I can't pierce through, he's just a puppet of a saint. How did he get this power? Probably because of saying, "God sitting seal." What Kevin thought of was the Libra arc appearing behind him. That is the divine seal, the special holy mark that the gods give to the person they love. A divine hand seems to be offering something to a trustworthy person. Believers who are given divine seals will have the power to connect with the gods and use it. Kevin kept thinking about this in his head, thinking. Now that puppet is on the same level as Giselle Lawrence, he himself is now being controlled like a puppet in the hands of the gods. It seems that his power is now extremely strong. "Hey, get out of the way," Lee Ji-yeon's voice rang in Kevin's ears. Lee Ji-yeon held his sword and jumped high to strike down the other guy. The sword's shape descended into an arc. Lee Ji-yeon's very strong move seemed to destroy it, but before he could be happy, Lee Ji-yeon's sword was tightly wrapped by the ropes in the arc. Seeing that, the other guy immediately laughed. Lee Gun is useless. The seal of the divine seat can be said to be no different from being directly protected by the gods. You, who are not called saints, actually want to break the seal of the divine seat. He looked up at Ji-yeon's sword being blocked by the ropes on the throne and laughed. But before he could laugh for long, the ropes in the sacred seat seal that were still wrapped around Lee Ji-yeon's sword had now slowly broken off, causing the other man to startle and not believe the scene that was happening before his eyes. Lee Ji-yeon laughed loudly, looking at that guy with those scary eyes. Scared, why is his expression so different? The sitting god was cut in half by Lee Ji-yeon's own sword before the other man's surprise and panic. The female saint on this side also received some important information that made her face gradually change color. Asked in surprise, "Has the divine seal broken?" After confirming the information that the divine seat seal had broken, not only was she not worried, but she also smiled extremely happily. Really, she only did unexpected things. That's right, it had to be like that. Interesting. The person standing below immediately responded, pulling the Lee Gun into the trap, expelling the holy lion. It seemed that it was too much for him. She raised her head, with a reproachful tone. "If it wasn't for that guy Kevin Azar, I would have succeeded." The plan was too hasty and I can't help it. What about over there? The surgery was really good. Captain Oliver, looking at his muscular muscles, his strong steps looked very powerful. No, I should call him the Holy Lion. His face was extremely chubby at this time, his eyebrows were frowned and his eyes were uncomfortable. At this time, in the arena, the constellation of the lion, looking outside, could also see smoke flying out from inside. A fierce battle was still taking place inside. At this time, a notification appeared on the system panel. Special data had been collected. A part of the Libra constellation's divine seal had collected that divine throne skill. Lee Ji-yeon stood with the sword in his hand and scolded, "I'm extremely disappointed with you too. Not to mention this fish, those who are called saints cannot catch that puppet." Standing in front of the burning streak of the guy who was now split in half, Lee Ji-yeon was still dissatisfied and said to the two of them. Not to mention Yoha, there was no one who could do their part. Lee Ji-yeon stood in front of everyone there and was still dissatisfied and blamed them. Kevin then spoke up, "Lee Gun, are you a saint? You destroyed another saint's throne seal." Lee Ji-yeon could only ask blankly, "What are you talking about?" "I don't have any saints," Lee Ji-yeon calmly replied, but on the contrary, it seemed Kevin and Hugo were extremely eager and curious. Kevin shouted, "No way, Hugo is still curious. The divine seat seal is given directly by the gods, even a saint cannot destroy it without god-level power." Lee Ji-yeon felt annoyed when he was told this, his face looked disgusted and he scratched his ear. He walked away. "It has nothing to do with me." Standing in front of everyone, Lee Ji-yeon laughed loudly, pointed at the guy lying in the broken ground and said, "I won this match, right?" But it seemed that the subordinates standing outside were still not very satisfied with this result. They pointed at Lee Ji-yeon and said loudly, "If you mean it was due to the appearance of Libra Star and the chaos of the audience, then said, this match is invalid, nothing will happen." Lee Ji-yeon gritted his teeth and used scary eyes to glare at them, making them tremble. "I didn't mean anything." Standing in front of Lee Ji-yeon's anger, the other three turned around and whispered to each other, "What should I do? The green head asked, "Must we make a decision?" The bald head replied, followed by the last of the three, "That person wonders, who will make the decision? You also have to think about taking responsibility later. Captain Oliver is not here, the city lord is also defeated," the blue-headed man said worriedly. The other guy replied, "The other one." Suddenly Yoha-chun spoke up, "I want you to decide the outcome." Lee Ji-yeon spoke up triumphantly, "That's right, that's the deputy city lord." Yoha, Lee Ji-yeon looked confidently at Yoha. Lee Ji-yeon happily looked at Yoha and asked, "It's your decision." Yoha's face was shy, red, and she took a deep breath to think. After a moment of thinking, Yoha suddenly grabbed Lee Ji-yeon's wrist and made a decision, "Lee Gun won." In response to the crying of the three subordinates just now, on the contrary, the others were extremely happy and jumped up and down. 1. Betting on Lee Gun was indeed the right decision, hit the jackpot. Lee Ji-yeon was lifted up by everyone and cheered enthusiastically to celebrate his victory. Long live Lee Gun, long live the champion. And on this side, Kevin and Hugo still can't get rid of their curiosity about the story right now. "Hey Sagittarius. Lee Gun didn't have any saints 20 years ago?" Kevin asked with a serious face. Hugo immediately replied, "Yes." Kevin whispered to Hugo, "Don't you think it's strange? Lee Gun can destroy the divine throne seal with his own power even without the blessing of the gods, but he has more terrible power than any saint." Hugo was still bewildered, not quite understanding what Kevin had just said. But his face suddenly changed color as if he realized something. "What do you mean? Could it be Lee Gun? He is the god of the new constellation." Hugo was extremely surprised when he heard this. Over here, Lee Ji-yeon is still being cheered and celebrated by everyone. The atmosphere of the Lion Constellation Arena now seemed more peaceful than before, but the screams inside kept coming. Hey, those lions over there, hurry up." In addition to the shouts, "Those slow lions over there, move quickly." Lee Gun's eyes are those guys who are struggling to carry the packages of food to hand over to the spirit beasts in front of them. The system right now. Suddenly an announcement came out. The savings pig was swallowing the treasure. That shouting became more and more continuous. Whichever gladiator I had chosen quickly wrote the reason in the contract, stating that he would switch to the Serpentine Palace. The gladiators with tears streaming down their faces were kneeling before the Lee Gun to sign the contract. At this time, the system board continuously rang, recruiting more followers to increase the number of followers and increase taxes. Followers were forced to deal with the lack of commitment, starting with temporary devotion. "Recruit followers, rob all treasures." "I will slowly rob you all, you idiot," he said as he crossed his arms and smiled with a satisfied look on his face. Behind him, Kevin and Hugo could only feel helpless. Kevin continuously complained that if he were a god, the future of the earth would seem bleaker. Hugo glanced over. "Hey, there you are. Why do you keep saying Gun is a god? Is there any proof?" Before Kevin's questioning, he immediately blankly ignored the question. Seeing that Kevin didn't answer him, Hugo frowned, making up a story. "Have you been talking nonsense lately?" Hugo grabbed Hugo's neck and squeezed tightly, making Kevin scream. The pain of being pinned by the neck made Kevin angrily scream. "Hey, listen to me, Lee Gun. He can easily kill those who don't listen to the gods. There are 12 mosques, only Lee Hun's mosque no. If you look again and again, what you say is definitely correct." Hugo couldn't help it anymore. He felt that Kevin's words were too unreasonable. He grabbed Kevin's nose and pulled while speaking. It was all a coincidence. How can a human become a saint? Kevin, facing Hugo's torture, continuously cried out in pain. Lee Ji-yeon suddenly remembered something at this moment. He thought to himself, "Libra, he knows exactly where I was stabbed. It was like the day I was stabbed, he was there." I thought and remembered the moment I was stabbed. Libra is definitely related to the trap in the Devil's Tower. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Thinking back, he was closely related to the gods. If the day I was stabbed had the participation of the gods, then, the more Lee Gun thought about it, the more confused he felt about this. He folded his arms and looked at the system board. The system board displays notifications, believers' tasks, baptism, and baptism for believers, gave them holy names, awakened the skills of believers with holy names, limited the abilities of believers without holy names. Faced with the announcement, Lee Gun was extremely surprised. "Huh? What is this? Baptize them, my followers." Thinking to myself, it's time to meet Sung Jae. Turned around to see Hugo and Kevin still fighting. Lee Gun shouted, "Taiku, pack your things." Hugo was bewildered. "Huh? Don't you have to go yet?" Lee Gun held a silver coin in his hand, grinning. You haven't seen Ji-woo and Jae-won's faces after waking up, by the way, go see Sung-jae. It was a silver coin similar to the one that Lee Gun had previously given to Sung-jae. Change the scene to a place where there are many hills and trees, which is Canada, the headquarters of the Scorpio Cathedral. Inside, in front of the eyes is a screen whose shape resembles a scorpion's leg. This scorpion-shaped TV can also watch current news. In front of the screen is the image of Yo-ha holding Lee Gun and declaring, "Victory, Chun Yo-ha, Vice Saint of Leo declared Lee Gun the winner. Lee Gun is the champion of this match." Lee Gun has written a new page of history for the Leo arena. The person sitting and watching the news is the Scorpion Saint, Haley, sipping a cup of tea while watching the news. As expected, Leo is not as Lee Gun's rival. Suddenly she stopped, stared at the screen before her eyes, and let go of the teacup. Lee Gun's handsome face appeared in front of the screen, making Haley unable to help but jump and stare at the screen with a hungry expression. That hand kept caressing Lee Gun's face on the screen. Suddenly someone rushed in panic. "Holy Master, something big is going on. The Scorpion Hospital in Korea is continuously being attacked," because she was engrossed in looking at Lee Gun. When the news came, Haley was so startled that she knocked down the cup she was holding in her hand. "Huh, are you okay?" the subordinate asked in bewilderment. Haley felt like her heart was about to drop. Her body was still kneeling on the ground. "I'm okay. I'm okay, calm down. The cup of tea spilled on my head but I still said I was okay," making the subordinate worriedly ask, "Are you really okay?" Haley slowly stood up and asked, "How is the hospital?" The subordinate quickly replied, "Libra and Gemini were present but Chun Sung-jae, the son of Saint Sagittarius, helped." Haley calmly said, "Fortunately, is there anything else?" The astronomical observatory for these 13th constellations is Lee Gun. Coincidentally, Chun Sung-jae was the first follower of this constellation. Hearing this, Haley's face suddenly changed color. That is, it is a divine system based on the 12 zodiac signs. Is the arc around which are the 12 zodiac signs? Is the observatory, a special observatory created by 12 constellations, whose task is to observe the stars in the sky to detect changes in the constellations. The appearance of new saints is not good news for the other saints, with the sudden appearance of Sung-jae making the other saints angry. If the first believer had appeared, the other saints would have done everything to hinder it. Haley immediately asked, "How is the hospital now?" The subordinate replied, "Not very good, because there were people who wanted to eliminate that first believer, so the hospital was constantly attacked. They will definitely target Sung-jae. Quickly send someone to the hospital." Haley crossed her arms and ordered, "Eugene has already found out about that," the other guy replied. "What?" A panicked voice rang out along with a man walking high above the red light at high speed. He kept speeding up and running, looking towards the hospital as he ran. There it was, trouble. Right now at the Korean Scorpion Hospital's Unicorn Park, it seems like some kind of fight is going on here, making the landscape very desolate. A loud explosion sounded, boom boom. After that explosion everything exploded, rocks and soil were scattered, and the bodies inside were also thrown out. The saints shouted angrily, "You damn intruders, you guys are so bold, Chun Sung-jae is our prey, dare to steal our prey." Seeing the angry saints shouting made them extremely scared. But it seemed that they did not give up the idea of eliminating Sung-jae. Although one of them was scared, he still shouted, "Come on, we have to eliminate Chun Sung-jae." But the remaining two guys seemed very scared and immediately advised them to stop. "Why try? This is breaking the law, we will die first." A saint inside shouted angrily, "Don't say too much." One blow landed, shining brightly across the sky. The other guys immediately flew out after that blow, and Sung-jae, who was hiding behind the bushes, also stuck his head out to look at them, his mouth constantly whispering. It was so scary. Another saint also hid behind the bushes and crawled out behind Sung-jae. "You are really smart. I didn't expect to think of handling intruders with divine power. I thought we would be captured because of our strength, has been exhausted." Sung-jae laughed happily, "My mind is a bit smart." Sung-jae seemed happy when he was praised for his intelligence, but I felt relieved when the gods, who wanted to capture me but couldn't, were also scared at times. This god immediately replied that it was because they could not escape those saints. Soon after, the other gods discovered Sung-jae. He chased and captured Sung-jae, a human who dared to enter into a contract with a god, and quickly killed him. Don't make the mistake of thinking that if the monarch loves you, we will too. Prove your abilities. Sung-jae was chased by the gods and immediately ran away, calling for help. After a tiring chase, Sung-jae sat back panting and said to the god next to him, Sagittarius's people are taking care of his mother, I can rest assured if I leave here. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, "You are Chun Sung-jae." That voice startled Sung-jae. I turned around and shouted, "What is that? When did you appear after me?" Because he jumped out of the bushes in surprise, the coin that Lee Gun gave to Sung-jae also fell out. The coin suddenly flashed a ray of light, the voice inside came out, "It seemed to be here, let's go." "Hey, where are you taking me?" The voice inside caught Sung-jae's attention. A scream came from there, soon Hugo's body also flew out from there. Sung-jae was startled, "Dad?" After looking back, I saw only Sung-jae's father and asked, "Uncle Gun, didn't come with me." As soon as he fell down, Hugo still felt sore all over his body. He rubbed his body and said, "Gun, he's gone somewhere else." Hearing that, Sung-jae was extremely disappointed, his face looked bored. Seeing his son like that, Hugo immediately sulked, "Sometimes I see that you treat your father too much." But then Hugo was immediately attracted by the surrounding scenery and quickly asked his son why it turned out like this. Sung-jae replied, "It's a long story." The boy who was scaring Sung-jae also walked over and said, "Saint Centaur," he said as he walked forward, startling Hugo and his father. Seeing that boy getting closer and closer, Sung-jae quickly scowled and told Dad like a child, "Dad, he is the killer, because I was Uncle Gun's first follower, they wanted to capture me." Hugo angrily shouted, "What, you bastard?" Seeing that he was being unfairly blamed, the boy shouted back, "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't do anything." Sung-jae hid behind his father, "Lie, you were about to rush in from behind me." Hugo stood in front of his son with an angry face, "That's what my son said." The father and son looked so adorable, but the other boy didn't see it that way. He shouted loudly, "You two are too noisy." At that moment, suddenly a beam of light fell towards them from the sky, causing all three to look up curiously. At this time, the system rang, "Apollo, the god of the Sagittarius constellation, came. I will directly burn to death anyone who is dangerous." The centaur god appeared huge and bright in the sky. "The centaur god," the boy looked up and spoke. Hugo and his father were also extremely confused with the appearance of the centaur god. "No way, why did the centaur god suddenly appear?" Sung-jae asked curiously. The other boy was extremely angry, dissatisfied with the appearance of the centaur god here, frowned and said, "Damn, why did the god intervene? It's because you made things difficult first, don't resent me." The system board rang, starting to read the Sagittarius Bible. The boy's eyes now flashed a red light that looked very scary. A book slowly turns its pages, the sounds of chanting began to resound, the dawn light shone on the world, people were blessed and respectfully worshipped. But this chant made Sung-jae look up at the sky in surprise. The boy's hand held a pen, flashing red light. Holding the pen in his hand, the boy muttered, "This paragraph is long, I will edit it to my liking." Having said that, the boy immediately started correcting the words in the Bible. The words gradually changed by the boy. Lines of words appeared row after row, mumbling while writing, "It's a pity that it's already dark," thinking that the lines of prayer that were written were read out. "The light disappears when it's night, people are not blessed." Those bright rays of light also slowly disappeared after the boy read the Bible. "What is that?" Hugo gasped, extremely surprised at the scene happening right before his eyes. God disappeared. Father and son Hugo could only be surprised at the sudden disappearance of God. To the surprise of Hugo and his father, the other boy just laughed and said, "Of course it must be dark." To the surprise of Hugo and his father, the other boy just laughed and said, "Of course it must be dark. How can the sun rise at night?" The boy bowed his head and smiled triumphantly. Hugo asked in surprise, "What did you do?" The boy smiled devilishly, "I just eliminated a troublesome god. The centaur of the god palace can no longer interfere." To the surprise of Hugo and his father, the other boy just smirked and said, "Ha ha, of course the night sky must be dark. There is no sun that rises at night." His sarcastic voice made Hugo angry. "What did you do?" Hearing that question, he laughed loudly, his eyes became bloodshot, a red aura appeared around him. He arrogantly replied, "I'm just making trouble for a god. Now, the Sagittarius saint cannot interfere any further. He is the scorpion, Eugene." He raised his hand to prepare to attack. Eugene smirked and looked at Hugo to encourage him. "Ha ha, what do you want me to change to?" At this time a notification from the system appeared, "The Sagittarius Bible has been opened." Eugene delighted, "Ah, this is good." He began to mumble the incantation. The foolish sun tamers flocked to kneel at the feet of the darkness. They were all scorned and laughed at, and after finishing his words he immediately launched an attack. The surrounding sky and land immediately erupted in storms, the atmosphere was extremely gloomy, a series of innocent people suddenly became strange after the scorpion spell, the scene before their eyes made Hugo panic. That spell began to affect the centaur, causing him to be unable to stand and had to fall to his knees. His son saw this and cried out in panic, "Dad?" The terrible pressure from the spell that the scorpion had just recited made it extremely difficult for Hugo to maintain consciousness. He frowned and thought to himself, his chant. Hugo suddenly remembered that he had heard those words from the gods. He was stunned. Could it be a passage in the Sagittarius Bible that the gods sometimes read? Only the gods can open the Bible and do it. Why him? Eugene continued chanting non-stop. The foolish tamers of the sun kneeled at the feet of the darkness. They were all scorned and laughed at. The mysterious monsters foolishly knelt under the sunlight. They were supported and worshipped. With every sentence he uttered, the power of manipulation became more terrible. Hugo's resistance had almost reached its limit. He remembered painfully and thought, "No, yes, the content is different from the original that we already know." Could it be that he could edit the Bible? Hugo tried his best to remember what he had read and heard from the Bible and compared it with the words the scorpion was reading. The Bible records the achievements and actions of each constellation, each image of great battles in the past gradually running through Hugo's head. Confrontations with ferocious monsters or preventions of natural disasters slowly appeared in his mind. Biblical records became legends and myths, moreover, and became the power of the constellations. Each image of the silhouettes of the gods representing each zodiac sign appeared in Hugo's head. He remembered something he had heard: special existences could view and change the Bible. It was the Scribe. At this moment a Bible slowly fell from the sky and landed straight into Eugene's hand. He grabbed the Bible with an extremely arrogant expression. The smile on the scorpion's lips became more and more evil. This seemed to confirm Hugo's thoughts. This thought made Hugo feel very uncomfortable, but the Scribe no longer existed in this world. In the past, there were many monsters who often caused wars and destroyed citadels and homes, seemingly assisted by some force. In the past, the gods eliminated all those who held the powers of scribes and dependent gods. The proud gods did not forgive the humans who blasphemed the gods, so he came forward directly. The terrible influence of the biblical spell made Hugo look extremely miserable and struggling at this time. Seeing Hugo struggling like that made Eugene extremely happy. He sneered and encouraged him. "Ha ha, like this again. The arrogant attitude in front of me has turned into a red face full of sweat, so then." At this moment, Jian suddenly appeared out of nowhere right above Eugene's head. "I also took care of the flies at the hospital, right?" He was playing a bitchy and provocative voice without even realizing it. Jian kicked him hard from the air straight on his head, then shouted loudly and appeared. A strong kick caused the scorpion to fall and hit the ground. The painful kick made him scream. When Hugo and his father saw Jian appear, they were extremely happy. However, Hugo still remembered the main mission, so he immediately asked Jian, "Have you come to see the situation of those who have woken up at the hospital?" "Nothing has happened yet." Jian sat on the scorpion's body and sighed and replied, "I have to quickly deal with it and come back. What do you want me to hesitate about?" At his feet, the scorpion was already unconscious. Moving the scene to another space, the surrounding scene was extremely desolate and chaotic because of the war. The monsters continuously breathed fire and burned all the houses in the city. Below, the soldiers were defending and shouting loudly, "Destroy the scribes!" The people fled in disarray, running and calling for help. More and more dead bodies piled up everywhere. The soldiers and witches participating in the defense continuously chanted slogans, "Wipe out all those who undermine the authority of the throne." In a hidden corner among the rocks in the middle of a chaotic battlefield, there was a boy hiding in fear, tears streaming down his face. Although he was terrified by the scene before his eyes, he did not dare to say anything. What sound? At that moment, a scream rang out from the boy, and it seemed he had witnessed something extremely horrifying, causing his eyes to show extreme panic. The scene changes to another scene. Now the boy has been rescued and his wound has been carefully bandaged. At this point the boy groans and slowly opens his eyes and wakes up. Then suddenly the boy was startled and screamed. Sitting up, a woman's voice suddenly rang out next to him, waking up. The woman who spoke looked very noble. On her face, she wore a blindfold that covered one eye. She looked away from the book and coldly asked the boy, "How did he feel?" and saw the woman, surprised the boy. The boy shouted in panic, "Who are you? Where is this?" The girl still calmly reassured him, "Don't worry." She gently exhaled, then closed the book, smiled and slowly explained, "This is my city, There's nothing wrong. The scene changes to the construction site near the Scorpio hospital, each groan and growl sounds continuously. Inside an abandoned building, the Scorpion was now tied up and sitting at the corner of a pillar. He was still unconscious but mumbling in his mouth, "Mr. Haley." When he woke up and opened his eyes, he was startled because in front of him appeared three people, 2 years and a girl, staring at him. One of the girls reached out to push his glasses and leaned closer in surprise. He woke up. Then he suddenly realized that his whole body was tied up by something very strange. That thing wrapped him so tightly that he struggled uncomfortably and shouted, "Damn, where is this? Let me go quickly," he screamed loudly. The other girl happily squatted down next to him watching him scream helplessly. The other two men turned around and said to someone, "Holy Master." He woke up. At this moment Hugo appeared from nowhere. He saw his wife and was so happy he laughed and cried and shouted, "Jiwoo." His wife also beamed, spread her arms and ran towards him, shouting, "My dear." The two of them rushed towards each other happily and hugged each other very affectionately. The Hugo couple started being sweet and affectionate with each other. The guy was so happy and hugged his wife. She was awake. Fortunately, his wife was also happy, coaxed her husband and comforted him. What a happy day, crying, while the couple was having a peaceful day in love. On the opposite side, the other four people each had their own expression. Two of them were moved and wept at this scene while Jiyeon's expression looked extremely speechless. The son looked dumbfounded and thought to himself, "No, I mean the scribe is awake." Ignoring the couple's stupid Hugo love affair, Jiyeon rushed to the Scorpion's side and rubbed his chin sarcastically. "You have very interesting abilities, don't you?" His unexpected question startled him. He didn't pay attention to Yujin's expression and continued to ask the question, "You are a teacher." It seemed like he was right in what he said, so he looked startled and panicked and immediately denied it. "I don't know, what are you talking about?" The Scorpion's denial made Jiyeon smirk. "Aha, stop avoiding it, I know everything." Finished speaking, he activated the God's Eyes skill, looking straight at him. Seeing Jiyeon's eyes turn blue made the Scorpion immediately panic. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn, the scribe is easily exposed." Then he immediately activated his own skills, is the passing skill of Scorpio. As soon as the skill started, Yujin immediately broke free from the rope and rushed away at such a breakneck speed that only a streak of light could be seen, making everyone stunned. He rushed straight to where Hugo and his wife were in love, paying no attention to their surroundings. He raised his hand with the intention of grabbing one of Hugo and his wife and thought to himself, "I will use you as a hostage and escape." Seeing him rush towards both wives, they were startled. Suddenly a hand hit Hugo in the face, pushing him away. Jiyeon's other hand caught Jiwoo to prevent her from falling in her shock. I thought the Scorpion's speed was very fast, but Jiyeon's speed was 100 times faster than him. As soon as he rushed towards him, he pushed Hugo aside and hugged Jiwoo and flew away, so Yujin only punched the tile floor, causing the ground to shatter. Having his plan disrupted made the Scorpion angry. He glanced at Jiyeon and gritted his teeth. Damn it, where did he come from? He got mad and continuously used killing moves to attack Jiyeon. But his speed was no match for him. Even though he was crazy, he still calmly carried Jiwoo and gently avoided him, even provocatively yawned to tease the Scorpion. He couldn't hit but was provoked. He got mad and screamed, "Just one blow." Jiyeon still had that attack on his face, teasing him, and Jiwoo laughed happily. Everyone who witnessed this scene had a different expression. The son of Hugo and his wife gasped in surprise. His mother looked very happy. The subordinate next to him gently smiled and explained, "Because the lady is a big fan of Mr. Lee-gun." The boy asked in surprise, "Huh, really?" On this side, Hugo was pale, looking at Jiyeon carrying his wife and flying away. Then the guy blushed furiously and shouted loudly, "Gun, get rid of Jiwoo quickly." Seeing that Jiyeon didn't care about what he said, the guy changed the subject of his scolding to the Scorpion. "You're a scribe or whatever, just run away. Why are you wasting time fighting?" The Scorpion can't help but hear that. My heart shouted back, "I must hit him once to feel satisfied." His wife was now extremely enjoying the current situation. She happily said loudly to her husband, "Honey, wait a little longer. If not now, when will I have the opportunity to be hugged by Mr. Gun?" His wife's happy words made Hugo so angry that he vomited blood, his eyes turned dizzy and he fainted. The guy lay there, his soul gone from his body. His son ran to sit and knelt next to him in shock. "Dad, are you shocked that Mom is such a big fan of Uncle Gun?" Jiyeon over here saw this and shouted angrily, "Seriously, in this situation he's still jealous." Even Jiwoo was speechless to her husband. Seeing Jian not even focusing on the battle with him made the cable cow extremely angry. He dared to look down on me. How could this be possible? He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I have to open the Constellation's Bible that he under. But this time his trick was unsuccessful. The notification kept popping up and couldn't be opened. The new divine seed is not in the records, cannot be verified in the biblical index of the constellations. The Scorpion panicked. What? The new divine seed? At this moment, a giant hand in the sky pressed directly on the Scorpion's body, causing him to scream in pain. Everyone around witnessed this scene and was startled to exclaim, God is dependent. There was a giant hole in the ceiling. 3 huge gods with extremely majestic and terrifying appearances appeared. The white god wearing a mask with huge horns was using his hand to press directly on the Scorpion's body. Jian looked at the Scorpion sarcastically, a weak guy. Did you want to open my Bible just now? Looking at Jian's calm and careless attitude made Eugene angrily scream, damn it. He struggled to escape but the weight of the other wing was too heavy for him to be able to. What can I do? At this time, the system displays 2 notifications, intellectual challenge, looking for the Scribe to record the constellation Ophiuchus, Eugene Christian, the Scribe of the Scorpion constellation, the subject of the final challenge. Need to pay attention, this is an object that can threaten the throne. Jian coldly looked at him and made a suggestion. I said frankly, become a teacher for my constellation. Eugene sneered sarcastically at him, ha, what the hell are you talking about? Then he provocatively raised his middle finger at him, mocking him, and walked away. Jian didn't care about his youth, just snapped his fingers and calmly said, that's all there is to it, tear him apart. After Jian's command, a light sword appeared and stabbed straight at Eugene's head while he still maintained that ungrateful attitude. A tearing sound rang out, the sword stabbed straight down with a fatal blow, making a very loud sound. Then he provocatively raised his middle finger at him, mocking him, and walked away. Jian didn't care about his youth, just snapped his fingers and calmly said, that's all there is to it, tear him apart. After Jian's command, a light sword appeared and stabbed straight at Eugene's head while he still maintained that ungrateful attitude. A tearing sound rang out, the sword stabbed straight down with a fatal blow, making a very loud sound. It seemed like something happened that surprised the god who had just attacked Eugene. He exclaimed, what? What is this? At this moment a blood-red scorpion's tail emerged from the ground and began to wrap around the god's sword. The grip of the tail was so great that the sword began to vibrate and the hand was injured. Lifting it up slowly to reveal space made it easier for Eugene to breathe. A stream of red energy like lava gradually built up a wall in front of Eugene. When he saw this phenomenon, he was extremely surprised, the poison of the divine beast of the Scorpion constellation. He was both surprised and happy. The divine beast of the Scorpion constellation was here, could it be? At this time, each drop of solution from the Scorpion's tail flowed out drops of bright red solution like blood. Droplets of that solution continuously fell to the ground below, forming a moving puddle. From the underground solution, 2 silhouettes slowly emerged. One silhouette was the appearance of a woman and the other was a dependent god with an appearance somewhat similar to the 3 gods that Jian summoned earlier. This scene that just happened made Eugene blurt out in shock, What, Holy Master? That's right, the person who just appeared is Scorpio Saint, Haley. She is a woman with an extremely beautiful and seductive body. Her bloodshot eyes are covered on one side by a blindfold. Behind her back she is the dependent god of the Scorpion constellation. She looked at Eugene in front of her eyes and shook her head in frustration. Haley raised her hand to flip her long hair and said in disgust, Eugene, that was almost dangerous. Haley continued to question him with dissatisfaction. Why did you act on your own without my instructions? I told you not to act carelessly. Haley's questioning made Eugene scared. He immediately respectfully admitted his mistake and apologized. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind Haley, making her startled. She hadn't seen her for a long time. She quickly turned towards the source of the voice. The person who had just spoken was Jian. Haley stared at him without speaking. After waiting for a long time, there was no answer. Jian continued to feel a little uncomfortable. If he didn't want to be stabbed, he continued, if you die, please answer me. Haley still didn't speak and just stared at him with an extremely bewildered expression and seemed like she couldn't believe her eyes. After that, she hesitated and couldn't utter a word. The dependent god next to her was also startled by Jian's words. He trembled and spoke up, You, Ligun, you dare to be insolent. Then suddenly Haley screamed, her face turned red and she turned her head away, not daring to look directly at Jian. This expression of hers made both him and her subordinates extremely confused. Ji-woo's mother and daughter were also wide-eyed at Haley's strange reaction. Ji-woo wondered, turning his head 360 degrees. Only Hugo was still immersed in his worldview because of what happened earlier without even realizing it. What to know? Not only them but also Eugene and Haley's subordinates also widened their eyes in bewilderment. The surrounding space was as quiet as paper at this time because of Haley's strange expression, as if she saw Jian, but she seemed to still not be able to calm down at this moment. At this time, both Eugene and the dependent god were panicking and worried about Haley. They kept asking her, "Holy Master, Palace Master, are you okay?" At this point, she trembled and spoke up, "I'm okay, calm down, I suddenly want to walk on all fours." After finishing speaking, she continued to cover her mouth and tremble in panic, thinking, what to do? Why is Lee Gun here? He is clearly in the form of a lion. Then she suddenly remembered that she was in front of Jian, so she glanced back in panic and calmed herself, calmed down, took a deep breath, and turned around. At this moment, this frowning Jian spoke up, sick, even though he was speaking with an unsympathetic attitude. In Haley's eyes his whole body radiated aura, his whole body was radiantly handsome. As soon as she turned her head to look at him, all her efforts to stay calm immediately disappeared. She covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming, but in her heart, a deer was already running amok. Hugo's subordinates and his son looked at her expression and burst out laughing. Today there are many people who are not normal, like Mr. Hugo. Seeing Haley keep reacting strangely, Jian also got angry. He said angrily, "I know you're avoiding me because you're shy." He grabbed her shoulders and shook her vigorously, screaming with fiery eyes, "But I have many things to ask her, please calm down a bit." But who would have thought that she would react even more violently, screaming in her heart, "There was a loud noise, the Lee Gun touched me." After a while, she could no longer control her confusion, then she screamed so loudly that everyone was speechless. The guardian angel was sweating and talked non-stop. After saying that, Haley turned to yell at Jian, bowing, "Lord, calm down, Lee Gun, let go of your hand." Hugo's son looks at this chaotic scene and is speechless. Why did the scorpion turn out like that? The guy next to him burst into marriage. "Ha, you're really slow to understand." The scorpion's subordinate god was panicking again. "Lee Gun, stop now, the current situation is extremely agitated for the palace master." Jian gasped when he heard that. "Agitated? You hate me so much, It's really crazy." But at this point, Haley can't even answer a question when she's so dazed that her eyes and mind are all in chaos. Seeing no results, he turned to Hugo's son and called out, "Sungchae." The boy was startled and replied, "Yes." He pushed Haley away and exhaled an uncomfortable breath and said, "We can't talk to her, let's start with you." Listening to what I said made Sungchae difficult to understand. Then he slowly understood and said excitedly, "Yes, what should I do?" Jian put his hand on his head and said, "Get baptized." Sungchae wondered. Baptism means appearing before the Holy Master and being recognized as an official believer. Jian was speechless because of his question, giving up and answering, "Yes." When he heard his confirmation, he screamed in shock, "Wait, how can you carry out the ritual in such a hurry like this?" Jian didn't care and calmly replied, "Those rituals are useless." Sungchae responded, "Uncle, that's not what I meant, but I'm not mentally prepared." Without waiting for him to say more, Jian began to perform the ritual. Sungchae shouted. Then he began to sink into another separate space, growling and groaning in his throat. Then a moment later he slowly opened his eyes and looked around and was surprised. He was now floating in the dark space. He looked around and thought to himself, "It's so dark, where is this? The gods haven't appeared yet." At this moment, a deep, hoarse voice rang out in the air, "Do you want to become the first saintly follower of the constellation Ophiuchus?" Sungchae was stunned and looked up at the place where the voice had just come from. He immediately agreed to respond to that voice's words, "Yes, I am Chun Sungchae, trust the constellation Ophiuchus and have made preparations." That voice rang out again. Look behind him. He immediately obeyed. A strange light also appeared behind him. Sungchae turned completely backwards. Behind him was a strange, dazzling hole of light. From that bright space, someone's silhouette gradually appeared more and more clearly. That light was so bright that Sungchae had to put his hand in front of his face to block it. He doubtfully thought to himself, that was the god of the constellation Ophiuchus. That figure slowly appeared more and more clearly. The guy was a bit shocked when he saw it. "Huh? Why is it so familiar?" "That's right, that person is it." Before he could finish thinking, Around that light appeared a giant snake mouth opening wide. From that light hole appeared two arrow-shaped energy streams heading straight towards Sungchae. Before he could react, two arrows immediately stabbed straight into his body. At this moment in reality, the boy opened his eyes and screamed, his eyes turned bright blue, his power burst out. After a while, he slowly calmed down, the energy around his body slowly dissipated, and he slowly woke up. Seeing that he had adapted, Jian let go of his hand, raised his lips happily and asked, "How is it?" Sungchae happily ran his hand through his hair and exclaimed, "Wonderful." At this time a notification from the system rang out, "Baptized, you have learned a new skill. Chun Sungchae devotee has awakened to become a devotee of the Serpent Constellation. You have received a new skill." The worshipper looked at Jian and exclaimed, "Uncle Gun is the god of the Serpent Constellation." When he heard that, he smiled happily and thought to himself, "That kid is even quicker than the other two, he is indeed Sungchae." He remembered the expressions of his two friends when they found out that they were gods, they didn't even believe. At this moment Sungchae exclaimed in admiration, "I can't believe it, I have to tell her." At this point, Haley had calmed down, she slowly stood up, rubbed her head and said, "Is that your first follower? You finally have your first follower, congratulations." I heard. Haley's voice startled both of them and they turned to look at her. At this time, two system notifications appear again. You have the skill to awaken followers, the follower level has increased, and the 13th consciousness has increased. He looked at her and smirked, "Oh, you're awake." He immediately activated his 13th sense and looked straight at Haley. The energy around him immediately erupted violently, shocking everyone around him. He quickly grabbed Haley's neck and pulled her towards him. The dependent god who was previously restrained by Haley's subordinates immediately shook himself free. His brother's remaining dependent god immediately attacked Haley's dependent god before he could react. The scene at this time looked extremely chaotic and thrilling. Sungchae was also startled, not understanding what he was saying. "What?" At this time, Jian was still controlling Haley in his hand. He asked her first, "What a surprise, why didn't she avoid it?" Haley no longer had her original stupid look, she calmly and coldly replied, "Because I know you won't hurt me." She continued to speak coldly, "Don't you have something to ask me?" Hearing her mention it first, he tried to reply, "Oh yes." He activated his skill, frowned and asked, "This is the first question, explain to me. Why do I feel the aura of a mysterious civilization imbued with your power?" Jian frowned and said, "Then this is the first question, explain to me. Why do I feel the aura of mysterious civilization in your power?" Jian kept his hands in front of him, but he had no intention of choking Haley. Hearing Jian ask that, the people there began to stir. "A mysterious civilization, Holy Scorpion is a disaster." Jian smirked, it seemed like the whole world was still fooled as before, even the gods were fooled. The guardian angel saw Jian attacking Haley and shouted loudly, "Damn disaster, you dare to touch hands and feet with the princess, if it weren't for the princess's orders, you would have died by my hands." Jian still calmly asked, "These subordinates are also disasters pretending to be divine beasts. There is no divine beast in this world that listens to such holy words, princess." Hearing Jian say that, the guardian angel immediately got angry, "You." But before he could refute, Haley spoke up, "Yes, I come from a mysterious civilization." Haley's answer shocked the guardian angel to the point of being stunned. Haley continued to speak, "But I consider myself human. And I'm on your side," Haley said in a calm tone. Hearing her say that, Jian replied, "Is that so? Then prove it." At this moment, Slime also brought a piece of paper, just in time. Slime. On paper there are only two questions. Question 1, what do you think Li Jian? Question 2, what kind of relationship do you want to have with Li Jian in the future? Jian gave the paper to Haley and said, "Answer the question above." She just let out a loud sound. Nothing special. Jian and Slime excitedly waited for Haley's results. Right after that, Haley immediately gave the paper back to Jian. "Here." Jian took it and gave a sinister smile, "Very good." Haley's answer is very clear and concise. Question 1, teammates. Question 2, strategic cooperation. After reading it, Jian said, "Write it briefly." Haley continued, "What I wrote was a bit funny, but you know my sincerity." Jian simply hummed. After that, he immediately took the pen from before and gave it to Haley to write on. The pen immediately glowed. If he had this, he would know, that is the secret object, the 10,000-year-old wooden pen that always writes the truth. After saying that, he immediately raised the pen. "Here, if you have this, then whatever you write will be sincere. Starting from sentence 1, what do you think about Lee Ji-yeon? Hearing this, Haley immediately lost her temper. At this moment, she couldn't keep calm anymore. Haley's face was red and sweaty and she screamed, "Huh?" The three guardian angels also waited for the results. The writer started telling the truth, extremely talented and attractive. That's why he betrayed the mysterious civilization to come here. Being hit by the pen, Haley was startled and shocked. After listening, Ji-yeon looked at the investigation paper again. What's wrong? Haley's whole body trembled. Ji-yeon continued asking the pen, "The next question is, what relationship do you want to have with Lee Ji-yeon in the future?" The first sentence only made Haley tremble. The second sentence immediately made Haley explode. She screamed loudly and rushed to grab the pen. After listening, Ji-yeon said, "That's really strange. This pen is probably broken. Write again later." The pen said something that made everyone bewildered. Sung Chae's face turned red. The next second, he shouted loudly and urgently, "Urgent!" Sung Chae ran as fast as he could to inform Yuha, "Sister, your reputation is in danger." At this moment, the guardian angel pointed at Haley, who was holding her face shyly, and said, "Got it." Our princess turned her back on her background and chose who she was. "It's to be with Lee Ji-yeon, you." Before he could finish his sentence, Haley shouted, stopping him from speaking any longer would make her lose face, "Don't you dare say another word." Haley was afraid to blush and didn't dare look at Ji-yeon's face. She turned away and frantically said, "Yoo-jin is about to go, let's go back." Ji-yeon immediately stopped her. "Where to go? We haven't finished talking yet." "Where are you planning on leaving?" Haley seemed to be on fire. She said confusedly, "What else do you want to ask?" Ji-yeon didn't seem to care about Haley's thoughts. He pointed at the sword with a serious face and asked, "Do you know the weapon of the mysterious civilization?" "The short sword that stabbed me while trapped in the evil tower was the weapon of the mysterious civilization." Haley replied, "It is a weapon containing the power of the monarch." These last two words made Ji-yeon a bit confused. "Monarch." Haley immediately explained, "Monarchy is the highest level of the mysterious civilization. The weapons of the mysterious civilization contain such terrible power that even the gods are threatened. So even you, Lee Ji-yeon, cannot counterattack when facing that weapon. Because it was a dangerous item, I recovered it and sealed it as you saw." Seeing Haley standing unsteadily, the guardian angel rushed to help her. "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Ji-yeon also remembered what Hugo had said. These were the objects discovered when investigating the Scorpion constellation 5 years ago. He pondered, it turns out that's why the Scorpion constellation got involved. At this moment, an apostle suddenly raised his voice and asked, "Come on, wait a minute. Mysterious civilizations also have their own lords. 20 years ago, the chain mark was clearly dealt with." Haley replied, "Unfortunately the Red Eye is not the highest boss. There are at least 3 people who look like Red Eyes." Hearing Haley say that, everyone was startled and shocked. Hugo felt angry, while Ji-woo was extremely surprised. However, it was all unexpected. That red-eyed guy is not the boss of the mysterious civilization. Furthermore, there are 3 more names. While everyone was chatting, Ji-yeon just silently closed his eyes. He is concentrating on thinking. So, Ji-yeon remembered the words of the devil he once met. He smiled crookedly and said, "So touched, they captured one of my most beloved pets. Are you really a human being?" After remembering, Ji-yeon immediately concluded that the evil tower manager also said the same thing. Hugo, after learning about the situation, couldn't keep calm. He called out, "Ji-yeon, have you heard? There are 3 red label names." Ji-yeon immediately replied with a calm expression, "What if he knew?" Right after that, Ji-yeon smiled proudly and said, "Don't be afraid of anything. Anything that stands in front of me will disappear." Hugo saw this guy's expression and couldn't help but feel helpless. That's easy to say. Ji-yeon knows what he needs to do, he thought. Of course, up to now nothing has been easy. We have to be stronger, in order to do that. In just a split second, Ji-yeon made a decision. He pointed towards Yoo-jin, who was being pinned to the ground by a guardian angel. "Hey, follow me. I believe that the Scorpion is on my side." Being caught by Ji-yeon's gaze, his eyes widened in bewilderment. Yoo-jin said angrily, amused, "Stupid name. Do you think Mr. Haley will let me follow you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Haley said, "Okay." Having recruited another disciple, Ji-yeon was as happy as celebrating. This deal was good. Haley also laughed along with Ji-yeon and asked, "Is that all? Do you need anything else?" The two seemed to understand each other's meaning, so they looked at each other and smiled. "Hi hi ha ha. Being kicked away by Haley so easily, that kid could only laugh. Although Eugene still smiled, his heart was broken. He looked like he had just fallen from the ground into hell. The scene changes to the Tail Hospital. The hospital seems to be being caressed by gentle sunlight. The atmosphere is unusually fresh. Jian stood from the hospital room window looking outside, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. He said to the slime, "It's been a while since he said good morning in such a romantic way. Even if life is busy, you still have to set aside some freedom." Just as Jian was leisurely drinking a delicious cup of coffee, a sudden scream rang out. "Damn it, Li Jian, do you think you can be safe now?" Jian smiled complacently and replied, "It's a pity, but there are people who cannot enjoy freedom." That kid whose ass was kicked by Haley had to follow Jian. Eugene shouted angrily and shut up. Why do we have to face this situation? While Jian is relaxing, Eugene is working hard on writing. He is the Scorpion and Renunciation teacher, Eugene. Jian was extremely pleased with this free item, he said, because the Scorpion Saint sold you for 0 coins to me. If you have a new job, do it diligently. Eugene screamed loudly when he was exploited. But he did not dare to object. Eugene held the pen with trembling hands, his eyes filled with tears. "You bastard Li Jian, just wait, do you think I will work for you all my life?" Synchronizing the Bible of Ophiuchus, 99% progress. Eugene thought to himself, "I will make you regret handing over the Bible of the Ophiuchus Palace to me." You have completed the Ophiuchus Bible synchronization, wait and see. In Event 5 of the Bible, the scribe refused to sit and became a slave of the Ophiuchus Palace. After reading it, Eugene immediately thought, recording my story as an event, it seems that this Bible has nothing worth writing about. We will change. Eugene dares to think and act. He actually changed the Bible of the Ophiuchus Palace. Event 5, the sectarian who rejected the Holy Seat became the owner of the Ophiuchus Palace. After Eugene finished writing, he burst out laughing with great satisfaction. Li Jian, kneel down. Before even celebrating for a few seconds, that kid was hit in the head by Jian. Are you crazy? Eugene held his swollen head and said angrily, "Why, I changed the Bible." Right after that, Jian immediately reached out and grabbed this kid's head. He immediately felt cold down his back. In life, how can anything happen the way you want? 1 second Eugene was feeling warm and resentful, the next second his expression immediately changed, he looked bewildered. Ji-woo then spoke up, "I changed it because the lyrics were quite strange." Event 5 was changed to mean that the scribe refused to take the throne and submitted to becoming a slave of the Ophiuchus Palace. Ji-woo took it upon himself to take the pen and edit the Bible. Eugene thought in shock, "She changed the words I wrote." Ji-woo sheepishly scratched his head and asked, "What did I do wrong?" The Libra constellation is the leading church with 2 billion followers. Libra is not an easy opponent right now. Moreover, the Lord of the Palace of Heaven, Giselle, is not the representative of the gods. She is so godlike that she is considered an incarnation of a god. Facing Giselle was practically like facing a god. City Lord Giselle is truly a woman of temperament, her eyes were extremely sharp. To face the gods that are her or the kings of the mysterious civilization. The existence of a scribe so that you can improve your karma and power is truly necessary. Ji-woo smiled and explained, therefore, Event 5 was changed to mean that the scribe refused to sit on the throne and submitted to becoming a slave of the Ophiuchus Palace. A girl took it upon herself to take up a pen and edit the Bible. When Ji-woo corrected the information he wrote in the Bible, Eugene immediately screamed, "It's impossible, how is that possible? Have you revised what I, a scribe, wrote?" "Perhaps," Jian replied, "Yes, Ji-woo also possesses the teacher's ability." Haley also spoke up, "Really, it seems the goddess of luck is your protector, Li Jian, maybe. I didn't expect there to be 2 scribes, even though these 2 scribes are a bit different, they can still work together." The system displays a notification again. The intelligence test has been completed, you have passed all the tests, all restrictions were removed due to the challenge, can use divine power again, the trust instinct has been neutralized. The scene moves to the headquarters of the sacred altar of the Libra Palace. The Libra Palace, the headquarters is located right in the center of the city, it is an extremely magnificent place. Inside the Libra Palace, in the bathroom, Giselle was soaking and drinking wine. A servant reported to her about Haley's incident. Giselle asked, "Scorpion came to see Li Jian?" The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, Sagittarius, Libra, Scorpio, in addition to the scribe, nothing will happen." Giselle's expression still did not lose composure. She thought, Scorpion, Such a small human being has cherished that love for 20 years. What a pure feeling, like a stupid little girl. Just thinking about Haley's feelings for Jian, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. After that, Giselle said again, "It doesn't matter how many names besides Li Jian, they're just people obsessed with Li Jian, but, the story about the scribe is different." Giselle said while drinking, "We have to make sure." Giselle shook the wine glass, her eyes changed, becoming extremely calculating, otherwise. Just a split second later, the wine glass in her hand shattered. Giselle used her bare hands to crush that glass. Giselle also said at the same time, "Eliminate them." The words truly showed the cruelty in Giselle, the evil eyes and sinister smile clearly demonstrated Giselle's intentions. The subordinates also spoke up at this time, "Idiots, anyone who looks at it can see that there is no existence in this world that is beyond the power of the city lord. I can't understand those people who hold false hope for Li Jian." Giselle frowned and said, "Those facing Li Jian are divided into 3 types. Follow his orders or hate him." Giselle seems to understand Jian very well. Giselle stood up, she continued to talk, "Who is our person next to Li Jian?" When she stood up, her back showed many tattoos. Giselle got a tattoo of the Libra symbol to show her loyalty. The subordinate who immediately answered Giselle's question was Mr. Yun Shi Wu, "Sir, by order of Mr. Yun Tae Wu, he is following Li Jian." After hearing this, Giselle immediately scolded those useless people. Giselle frowned, her face extremely angry. "Kali, if that girl did what I wanted, things would be easier." Even though she was angry, she couldn't do anything. Giselle said, "There was no other way. Quickly order Shi Wu, aim at the scribe. It's okay to kidnap, it's okay to eliminate." Scene changes to the construction site nearby the Korean Scorpion's residence. Jian, Hugo and Haley are talking here. Hugo asked, "Will Ji Woo join your squad?" Jian replied, "Yes." Whenever the saints meet a scribe, they become upset. If they let them hide in the sacred altar like scorpions to practice, they will definitely be safe. Hugo was so angry when he heard that. "Why is it your altar?" Jian knew Hugo couldn't refuse him. He smiled complacently, pointed at Hugo and said, "After all, Ji Woo said she wasn't compatible with the other 12 saints, so only your holy altar remains." Hugo let out a helpless sound. At this time, Haley also spoke up. Yujin and Ji Woo would be better off under Li Jian. The one who encounters Libra is Li Jian. Haley also sided with Jian. Hugo immediately showed a pained expression. "Haley, even you." Being pushed to the edge, Hugo finally had to accept. Jian had pen and paper ready, just waiting for Hugo. He happily said, "Very good, oh Teksu, since it's your wife, I'll treat it very special." She did not join, officially, but was just a regular follower of the Afiyuka sign. "Besides, I'll send her to the Sagittarius Palace. How about that? I don't even want to stamp it yet," Hugo said helplessly. "I know, please reduce it." After that, Haley suddenly breathed loudly and said to Hugo, "Last time Yuha came to my palace and confirmed the condition of her arm." Hugo continued, "Thanks to that I heard your story from Yuha." Listening to 2 people talking, Jian had to ask a question mark. He didn't understand what they were saying. Haley continued talking, "Her arm was quite serious. Even though I tried to suppress it in every way, I gradually reached my limit. It may become more difficult to suppress any further." Hearing Haley say that, Hugo's expression became extremely worried. At this moment, Jian seemed to notice something. He turned around and asked in a serious tone, "Yuha's arm. What? Please, speak clearer." While the 3 people talked, Ji Woo's side also finished work. "So that's it. It's all over." Ji Woo held a thick stack of documents in her hand and waved happily. After that, she turned to ask Yujin again, "This Yujin, I've already written this part, can I rearrange the next part?" Contrary to Ji Woo's excited and enthusiastic expression, Yujin looked extremely pathetic and depressed. He replied, "Do whatever you want." Yujin had to write continuously. The papers were piled up into large piles. He is the Christian, Park Gisun Yujin. Yujin remembered the scene when Jian threw a pen at his head and then said to be less arrogant, then felt warm and resentful. Li Jian, that bastard, because he didn't have a slave labor contract, he dared to stab a hole in his forehead. Besides, there's this damn thing. Yujin thought about this and his eyes filled with tears. The pen in his hand kept moving, so Yujin had to work continuously without any rest. This is the 10,000-year-old pen that writes the truth, a sacred object that possesses Li Jian's seal, drank the blood of the scribe and chose him to become its master. Thanks to the blood of the scribe and the refining of Li Jian, he became spiritual. Yujin's hand always had to move with the pen, and the rustling sound of writing and paper also rang out, making him angry. Unable to bear it anymore, Yujin immediately picked it up and threw the pen away. Damn it! But because of his impulsiveness, Yujin had to bear painful consequences. The pen that was thrown against the wall rebounded and hit Yujin's head. Yujin immediately lost consciousness on the spot. Ji-woo standing next to him was also startled and called out, "Yujin!" The fountain pen vented his anger at the owner who abandoned him. Seeing Yujin lying motionless, Ji-woo immediately shouted loudly, "Yujin, you can't give up your life." At this time, outside the door suddenly appeared a strange man. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, came here on mother's orders. Tae-woo is useless and doesn't talk, what can I do? He is the son of Libra, Shi-woo-yoon, he is receiving orders to deal with two of Jeon's scribes." Shi-woo-yoon frowned and thought, "No, think positively, after all, I have no future after the defeat of the Blood Mist, I must perform this task well to make up for what my mother has not seen in me." Arrest a scribe, he brought his eyes closer to the crack in the door and began to observe what was happening inside. Seeing Yujin's miserable appearance, Yoon immediately thought, that guy is clearly a strong person in the Scorpion, although his current state is not good, I have to think about how to deal with him later. Then he turned his gaze to Ji-woo, if he wanted to catch her, it would be easier for the other woman, I can also scare Chun Sung-jae. After thinking, Yoon immediately took action. Yoon's steps were extremely agile but also very silent, not making a sound at all. He opened the door and quickly escaped to the side. Hide to the side and prepare a technique to capture people, Yoon thought to himself, let's end this quickly. Before Shi-woo-yoon could act, another apostle aggressively jumped in first and shouted loudly for Lee Jeon. He even kicked Yoon with his foot, making him scream. That guy aggressively walked in and shouted, "You dare leave me in the Lion Constellation, we will not leave it alone." Everyone was startled by that name. Yujin and Ji-woo immediately turned to look at the Virgin Saint. "Kevin Azar, why is he here?" Kevin Azar calmed down and looked closely and saw only two scribes. He immediately asked, "Huh, Lee Jeon isn't here." All the time, Jeon was bothered by this guy's noise. He walked over and cursed, "Why are you so noisy every time you appear?" Seeing Jeon coming, he was a little panicked. Kevin Azar immediately said, "Of course to find you, huh, Scorpion, why are you here?" Haley didn't seem to like this guy either. She immediately showed a disgusted expression and said, "Why do I have to face this person here?" At this time, Hugo discovered something unusual. He said in bewilderment, "Huh? You Shi-woo." Seeing Yoon's pathetic appearance lying face down on the ground, Hugo asked, "Why are you here, Kevin? You brought him here." Kevin Azar replied, "I don't know." Jeon suddenly remembered him when he saw him. "Huh, he is. This is the bastard who was beaten to a pulp by me." Hugo's eyes turned red. He immediately questioned, "Why did Libra's son come here?" Yoon Shi-woo, son of Libra. Hugo found the real culprits who caused the appearance of the fog 10 years ago. That culprit is Yoon Tae-woo and Yoon Shi-woo, two sons of Libra Temple. Jeon suddenly remembered an important event from 10 years ago. His expression changed. Shi-woo-yoon asked with difficulty, "What's going on?" As soon as he raised his head, he was kicked by Jeon. Jeon used a scary tone to talk to this guy again. "Long time no see, so you're the guy who made my niece and friends shed blood and tears." Being pushed to the ground by Jeon's foot, Yoon was extremely angry. But Jeon didn't care about his reaction at all. He smiled evilly and said, "Now you're dead, bastard." Lee Gun used his foot to stomp on Yoon Shi-woo's head, causing him to scream in pain. Lee Gun's voice became dangerous as he said, "Long time no see, you are the one who made my friend and nephew shed blood and tears." Yoon Shi-woo had his foot pressed against his head by the Lee Gun and was speechless in pain. He could only let out cries of pain. Hugo Otis came from behind, saw him being stepped on by Lee Gun, and shouted, "Yoon Shi-woo, why are you here?" As if thinking of something, his whole body was on fire, his eyes also flashed with fiery sparks. His dangerous voice spoke, "Could it be that you want to touch my family? This is the Sagittarius Saint, Hugo Otis." A woman came from behind and spoke, clearly, she must know about Lee Gun's contact with the scribe. Having said that, she looked down at Yoon Shi-woo who was lying on the ground in pain. She raised her voice to probe, "Could it be that Libra ordered you to eliminate the scribe? You are the Scorpion Saint, Haley." Next, another person came from nowhere and said, "Oh, is he the son of Libra?" This man exuded a blue spiritual energy. In his hand he held a giant sword. His whole body exuded the smell of danger. He continued, he was the one who ordered that frog to destroy the city's castle, Ta. Having said that, he raised that sword, intending to give the other guy a blow as revenge. His eyes showed danger. His hand holding the sword firmly said, Yun Shi Wu is right, let me see how much you have grown. This guy is the virgin saint, Kevin Azar. Hearing everything everyone had just said, Li Gun turned around to look at Yun Shi Wu and said, I really like everyone's attitude, and what do you think? As he spoke, he used his foot to press harder on the other man's head, making his body tremble. Li Gun's face flashed with mischief, his eyes flashed with a smile full of provocation and said, Now you're dead, bastard. This is the saintly snakehead, Li Gun. Li Gun looked at the guy lying at his feet and told everyone but also intended to let him hear. How should we handle him to spread the rumor? Yun Shi Wu worriedly spoke. Wait. Li Gun didn't even care about what he said. He stomped his feet a little harder and continued, or just keep kicking like this until he explodes. Yun Shi Wu painfully looked up at Li Gun and cursed, damn it, what the hell is the mission? I can't even save my life. Suddenly Yun Shi Wu shouted loudly, Divine Beast, please quickly transfer me to the secret base. After he finished shouting, golden rays of spiritual energy radiated around him, making people blind. There are also yellow ropes around, I don't know what effect they have. Seeing those ropes wrapped around his body, his face seemed to come back to life, thinking, success, I can run. Li Gun witnessed this scene and just stood there smiling silently, a smile that made people afraid. When Yun Shi Wu saw that, he widened his eyes and looked. What, Li Gun, did he laugh? In a moment Yun Shi Wu disappeared into thin air. Those ropes were also gradually receding in front of the surprise of everyone standing here. Someone suddenly spoke up and disappeared. Hugo Otis saw Yun Shi Wu disappear and panicked and said, Gun, take him away. Li Gun didn't seem worried at all, he just smiled and said, there's no need to rush, I intentionally let him go. After saying that, he turned back to look at everyone. His face became very cunning and said, wouldn't it be a bit boring to catch him and deal with him quickly? Scene changed to Hawaii, Honolulu. In the luxury resort, there is the constellation Libra. In the swimming pool, a young blonde man leaned his back against the edge of the pool, surrounded by several people serving him respectfully. That blonde guy cursed loudly, damn it, how can we be so humiliated? That blonde guy's face was full of annoyance and said, just wait and see Chun Sung Jae, I will tear off your limbs and make you crawl and walk. Life is worse than death. This person is Yun Tae-yu, S-level Libra, surrounded by the 5 daughters of the god of medicine Asclepius, the divine beast of Aquarius. Suddenly, from the sky, there was a flash of yellow light, accompanied by an earth-shattering scream. The 5 divine beasts heard the scream and were startled to look up at the sky. Yun Tae-woo was lost in his thoughts. Hearing the shrill scream, he said, yes, I will make you scream like this. A figure rushed down from the sky, accompanied by a scream, get out of the way. Yun Tae-woon was so happy in his thoughts that he didn't notice the person rushing down from the sky right above his head. Boom, water splashed, accompanied by a loud scream. I don't know whose it was. In another room, Yun Tae-yu, after hearing Yun Shi-woo tell the story, was so angry that his face turned black. His eyes were dangerous and he couldn't help but say, you said you were discovered by Li Gun about eliminating the teacher, stupid, a bad guy who can't do anything. Yun Shi-woo was sitting on the ground, his hands clasped above his head, trembling as he said, I'm sorry, I was discovered by them so now they will come here. Yun Shi-woo was scared and hid behind a wall, holding his head and bowing down in fear at his brother's scolding. Stupid, how should I answer my mother before returning? Why do you always have to clean up what I do? His brother's voice kept echoing in his head, useless boy. Yun Shi-woo held his head and clenched his teeth, his whole body sweating like rain. That scolding still didn't stop, it seemed very angry, damn it, just saying it would only hurt my throat. The lamp in the room kept shaking. Then both cousins came to a cabinet. The older brother said, quickly stop the Li Gun first. Yun Shi-woo walking behind also suddenly looked at the cabinet full of gems in front of him, not knowing what his brother would do. He spoke up, what are these gems? Hearing his younger brother ask like that, Yun Tae-woo suddenly turned into a dangerous mode. He smiled wickedly with sharp and cruel eyes and said, I will use them as an exchange, these stones are all inviolable nuclei. Having said that, he picked up a purple gem and looked at it with pride. He continued, when Li Gun attacked the evil tower, he used calamity to capture and create them. Yun Shi-woo, standing behind him, heard him say that and felt a little worried and asked, if we call them out, can we handle them? Yun Tae-woo needed the treasure in his hand, it was like a scale. He said, we have the Libra chain, so don't worry, let's catch Li Gun first. The system board displays a message, use the equivalent exchange skill of Libra, use the invulnerable nucleus as a tribute, summon disasters that no one can shoulder in exchange for those tributes. Suddenly a yellow light shot up into the sky from inside a building. It turned out that Yun Tae-woo was trying out the Libra chain. He proudly said, "Wow, that's strong, it seems that there will be a disaster that will leave the Li Gun half dead." Suddenly, the yellow light changed to a blue light. Both Yun cousins were surprised. That pillar of light was gradually replaced by blue. It shot straight up the winch, creating a towering pillar of light. When the passers-by saw this, they couldn't help but turn around and look. Everyone was equally surprised. Why was there such a pillar of light? From high above, there was a stream of power following that column of light and flying down at lightning speed, flying through space. That blue light flew down to where cousin Yun was standing. Yu Shi-woo couldn't help but ask in fear, "Tae-woo, what are you summoning?" Looking at a person filled with blue spiritual energy rushing in front of him, Lee Tae-woo exclaimed, "Strange, it can't be like that." Looking at the figure in front of him, Yun Shi-woo opened his eyes wide as if he didn't want to believe this was true. He thought, what, this familiar feeling? As if he had discovered something, Yun Shi-woo didn't say anything but moved aside to his brother's surprise. Yun Tae-woo turned his head and saw another head heading in a straight line towards his head. He was panicked for a moment but could not avoid it. Poof, this head stab sent Yun Tae-woo flying a bit, and Yun Shi-woo seems to have avoided this headbutt. On this side, Yun Tae-woo was knocked out, his nose bled, and he screamed in pain. As for Yun Shi-woo, he laughed happily and said, "Ha, are you planning on using that familiar attack? This time, don't try." None other than Li Gun, he was summoned here, holding the talking bird in his hand. It turned out he was hiding here. Yun Tae-woo stammered in pain, Li Gun." Li Gun didn't care. He held out the bird in his hand and said, "Oh, I picked it up on the way here. It's the magical beast you left behind when you ran away." When Yun Shi-woo saw his divine beast, he couldn't help but scream a few heartbroken sounds. After saying that, he squeezed tighter, causing the divine beast to scream continuously and miserably. "Summoning success, summoning success," Li Gun said. "It suddenly dragged me here, so I followed to see who it was." Seeing the divine beast held in Li Gun's hand and screaming like that made Yun Shi-woo gasp in surprise. Yun Shi-woo saw the Li Gun keep coming towards him and worriedly thought, "Damn beast, a disaster that no one can handle, and it even brought Li Gun here." Li Gun bluntly threw that divine beast behind the hole he had just landed in. He walked forward and said, "Come on, then talk to me for a bit." Seeing Li Gun keep walking towards him, Yun Shi-woo was so scared that he was about to fall. He stammered and said, "Hey, wait, we were wrong, we confess what we did. If you want we will go to Sagittarius Palace and apologize." Li Gun heard that and cursed, "Damn, you still don't see the problem." Suddenly a blue light descended from the sky, knocking Yun Shi-woo away, and the surrounding rocks and soil also flew into disarray. Li Gun became dangerous, his eyes gradually darkened. He looked at Yun Shi-woo in front of him and said contemptuously, "You forgot something important." Li Gun's face turned sinister, he shouted loudly and paid the price. It seems like Li Gun doesn't plan to spare this person named Yun. His eyes show death in them. Li Gun's words made Yun Shi-woo extremely worried, his whole body trembled, his eyes were also helpless. He thought, "It's impossible, if it keeps like this, then it will be." Li Gun is like a grim reaper coming to take Yun Shi-woo's life. He holds a giant knife, his whole body exudes danger. It seems like there is a debt that must be paid. The word death is displayed right above his head. Li Gun made Yun Shi-woo look up in fear. Yun Shi-woo stepped back in fear. Each step was heavy, his whole body trembling in fear as he walked and thought, what to do. It seemed like he had touched something. He was startled and his eyes widened, a bit frightened. Below his feet was the thing Yun Tae-woo had earlier held to summon. Yun Shi-woo immediately realized in his mind, Tae-woo's Libra pearl necklace. After a while of pain, Yun Tae-woo has now woken up. He propped himself up and sat up, cursing, "Damn, summoning once made such a ruckus." As if suddenly remembering something, Yun Tae-woo turned back to look at his younger brother and said, "That's right, the Libra pearl necklace, Yun Shi-woo. I have seen the heavenly pearl necklace." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes fell on the Libra necklace that his younger brother held tightly in his hand. He suddenly gasped, not knowing what his younger brother would do. Suddenly, Yun Shi-woo said, "Tae-woo, I'm sorry, I think you're right, I'm a useless person." Yun Shi-woo suddenly became sinister, his eyes darkened, and he was holding a Libra chain in his hand, planning something. Yun Tae-woo saw his younger brother like that and suddenly understood. His face stiffened. The system board displays a notification. Using the equivalent exchange skill of Libra, use Yun Tae-woo the son of Libra as a tribute. Yun Shi-woo's face is now gradually losing its humanity. It seems that too much pressure has made him become so dangerous, he said. It's lucky, unlike you, I am very useful. Speaking of this, Yun Shi-woo held out the Libra pearl necklace. Yun Tae-woo screamed in fear. Shi-woo. The notice board appeared, transforming Yun Tae-woo into disaster. Yun Tae-woo gradually turned into a monster, constantly screaming earth-shattering sounds. His arms and legs were tied tightly with ropes, causing him even more pain. Yun Tae-woo has turned into a monster. Now he is lying on the Libra chain. His mouth is constantly roaring. His whole body is tied tightly by yellow ropes. Lee Gun, standing below and witnessing this scene, remained silent and said nothing, as if he was watching a good game. Suddenly he laughed happily. Ah ha ha, that's interesting. A younger brother turns his older brother into a tribute, a god. Didn't expect it to be so dilapidated. There was a bit of sarcasm in his words. Lee Gun became serious again. He looked forward and said, "It's true, this altar is completely different from the altars we know." Suddenly, he accelerated and rushed forward. Deploy the stronghold. After Yun Shi-woo saw this, he stood dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe that this was true. He blurted out, "It can't be." In just 2 seconds, everything happened so incredibly fast. Yun Shi-woo just stood there staring blankly at Lee Gun's lightning-fast actions. Lee Gun said, severing the connection with Libra. After finishing his attack, he stood looking up at the citadel of the Serpentine Palace, seemingly having resolved these obstacles. Lee Gun said, "By the way, my city is growing. I have deployed the barrier. Here you will not be able to use the power of Libra." Libra's power was cut off midway and destroyed. Lee Gun continued speaking full of sarcasm. What a masterpiece, sacrificing his brother and then turning into ashes. Yun Shi-woo heard these words and his face turned pale. It seemed like this move was wrong from the beginning. Lee Gun smiled sinisterly and said, "What, don't you see it as a farce?" Lee Gun stood looking up at his newly created masterpiece, filled with satisfaction. His face is now full of mischief, speaking in a sinister voice, "Now it's me." The notice board appears, using the record in the Ophiuchus Bible. Select Event 2. Event 2, the Centaur Saint admires the owner of the snakehead. Through the event, the two can use the power of Sagittarius. Suddenly, a fire covered both of Lee Gun's eyes, but he didn't care at all, showing a devious smile. The notice board appears, activating the Sagittarius's penetrating eye skill. Lee Gun slowly walked forward step by step, talking as he walked. "Do you have any last words you want to say?" He carried the giant sword on his shoulder, slowly approached, his face full of danger, saying, "As before I die, I will pay you for your sins." Sometimes you also want to confess something, right? Yun Shi-woo saw Lee Gun walking towards him and couldn't help but tremble in fear, unable to say a word. Lee Gun's face was full of contempt. It seemed like this time Yun Shi-woo was coming to him. "If you have any last words, think carefully and say it, bit of a bastard." Yun Shi-woo was so scared that his teeth kept chattering. Seeing that Lee Gun was actually walking towards him, Yun Shi-woo trembled, his whole body stiffened, his face turned pale, he cried out in fear, "Damn, damn." Before Lee Gun could make a move, Yun Shi-woo was afraid, clutching his head and screaming, damn." Lee Gun found that a bit confusing. He clearly hadn't done anything yet. Yun Shi-woo was like crazy, screaming continuously, "Who are you? Who are you anyway? Who are you to constantly bully me?" The images kept replaying in Yun Shi-woo's head, because of what I called in the blood mist, because he was young. When you were young you didn't do anything wrong. Those images in his head made him think back and haunt, controlling the blood fog in Europe, Scorpio hospital attack. The things he had done before were like a film constantly playing in his head, helplessly screaming. Those things were forced down from above. He kept shouting like that, as if he was looking for a way to live. "No matter what, you will catch the blood mist." The more Yun Shi-woo spoke, the more scared he became. His face was so worried that he turned pale, sweat poured down like rain, screaming, "You saved those who thought they were going to die, so it's no big deal, isn't everything already resolved?" He was scared and shouted, "What do you want from me after everything is over? Do you know who I am?" The more he spoke, the more crazy he became. His face gradually lost its humanity, his eyes filled with blood, shouting, "Yun Si-woo, son of Giselle Lawrence, Libra." It seemed like he had someone's back, so he was a little less scared, But under Li Gun's threat, he wasn't much better. He continued, "Do you think if you touch me, my mother will leave me alone?" Seeing Li Gun's unusual behavior, Yun Si Woo panicked and blurted out, You bastard, I'm talking and you dare to fall asleep." This scream woke up Li Gun. He said a little sleepily, "Is it over? It's very difficult for me to open my eyes." Yun Si Woo's trembling fingers pointed towards Li Gun. Li Gun just woke up, so he didn't pay attention to what Yun Si Woo just said. He said, "Your life seems to have a lot of regrets. Why talk so much? I don't know what the hell you're talking about." Hearing these words made Yun Si Woo stunned. He trembled and said, "Didn't you hear what I said from the beginning?" Li Gun, a sinister person with equally sinister eyes, said, "Why is that so? I heard it very clearly." In Li Gun's eyes, Yun Si Woo's image appeared very clearly. It was like a two-way mirror. Li Gun smiled contemptuously and said, "Not only me but everyone else heard it." Yun Si Woo said in fear, "What?" Yun Si Woo's image is now appearing in mid-air. Screams are also being raised. "What did you say?" Everyone heard it from beginning to end. Some people pointed, some people gasped in surprise. Mouth. The next sentence was like a blow to Yun Si Woo. "What you said was broadcast all over the world." Everyone who heard the conversation just now was surprised. Yun Si Woo's pictures were everywhere. Everyone could watch it like a live show. No matter where you are, you can watch it. There must be a lot of viewers. Li Gun's words made Yun Si Woo gasp in surprise. He couldn't justify it any further. "It seems like it was broadcast all over the world." Li Gun counted the fog, roughly counting about 8 billion people. Hugo Otis is using his power to see through something. The system panel appeared. Sagittarius's penetrating eyes. His skills were like the eyes of the Sagittarius. Hugo Otis seemed to have seen something, a person lying in that deep hole. Hugo Otis jumped to a name, Duong Jian. The system board announced again. Yun Si Woo's live speech was transmitted around the world using this skill. In Libra, the domain of Libra, Yun Si Woo's image was shown all over Libra. People saw what Yun Si Woo said. This image shocked the entire Libra palace. The leader of the Libra palace angrily said, "Where are Li Gun and Mr. Yun Si Woo now?" The soldiers heard that and replied, "We haven't found it yet, sir." He angrily shouted, "Damn, how much that Li Gun wants to cause trouble. Quickly find every way to find that place right away. You have to save Mr. Yun Si Woo." One of them suddenly pointed forward, "Please look here, people are coming in here." The leader of the Libra palace was startled and exclaimed, "What?" The people pulled up in front of Libra palace, shouting, "Libra palace, come out quickly." Thousands of people just kept coming here. Everyone was dissatisfied when watching the live broadcast just now. Everyone was very upset. One man among the thousands of people who flocked there shouted, "Because of that Yun Si Woo, the blood mist appeared." When the surrounding people heard that, they also followed suit. Everyone shouted in unison, "It was Libra who unleashed the disaster." Everyone is dissatisfied with what Yun Si Woo did. Everyone shouted, "Everything was resolved." Mistake, are you human enough to say that? Everyone kept talking without stopping. Everyone was dissatisfied with those things. Everyone's faces were so tense they screamed. If it wasn't for Li Gun, thousands of people would have died. "You bastard, everyone keeps competing to curse Libra. These Libras deserve the same consequences." Thousands of people shouted in unison, punishing Yun Si Woo. "Li Gun, eliminate him." Everyone was like fans. They tried their best to shout and call for the elimination of that guy Yun Si Woo. Everyone hated what that guy did. Above that tall building, there was a figure sitting and observing what was happening. That girl said without any concern, "This situation is not good." The girl seemed to be watching a fun show, her face shining with satisfaction as she said, "There's nowhere to hide." The girl sat across from Yun Si Woo's picture, looked at him, then said, "No way." Yun Si Woo just stood there like crazy. The mirror turned pale, his whole body was sweating like rain, his eyes were streaked with blood, his whole body was shaking. He was scared when he knew what he had done had been revealed. He trembled, gritted his teeth and said, "It's impossible." In front of him appeared a scene of people flocking to Yunbin Palace to demand his elimination. Each image and word appeared one by one. Yun Si Woo came out here, threw him into disaster. Libra explains, "Li Gun eliminate Yun Si Woo." These words were like knives stabbing straight into Yun Si Woo. He held his head in fear and shouted, "Ah!" Li Gun smiled seeing Yun Si Woo turn out like that. He was full of gloating. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, what does it feel like to be someone the whole world wants to kill?" Li Gun's sword is now raised right above Yun Si Woo's head, as if preparing to execute him. His nose flattened once, he held it right in front of Yun Si Woo's face. He fell backwards, his body trembling. Li Gun still calmly said, "Do you know why I told you to say a last word?" Li Gun's face darkened. This also showed Li Gun's extreme anger. Li Gun said harshly, "Because you should have apologized instead of justifying." The sharp sword was brought to Yunshi Wu's neck, leaving him unable to retreat, unable to utter a word from his mouth. Li Gun looked down at him with disdain, no longer looking him in the eye. "Speak clearly." He threw away the last chance he could ask everyone in this world. Li Gun's words were like blows hitting Yunshi Wu, making him gasp but couldn't say anything. Tears began to flow. Li Gun continued, "Now neither we nor they can give you a chance anymore." Yunshi Wu's subordinates witnessed this scene. Everyone was worried. Everyone held their heads and cried, "No, he will die." The people in the palace saw this and became even more worried and cried out in fear, "Mr. Yunshi Wu." The system notice board shows that people's trust in the Libra constellation is gradually decreasing, believers' trust is decreasing, people are becoming hateful to Libra, the position of the holy altar is declining, people are sympathetic to the soap opera palace. The soldiers in the palace were all equally panicked. One of them pointed forward and said, "Holy Master, there is something big, the position of the holy altar, Holy Master, the faith of the believers is decreasing, can't let that Li Gun be overbearing, we will send our elite forces to attack." Before the speakers of his subordinates, the Holy Master still sat silently, as if he was calculating something. Suddenly, the Holy Master's eyes flashed a yellow light, as if he had thought of something. On this side, Li Gun was happily raising his sword, preparing to give Yunshi Wu a blow. On said, "Then let's have fun." With their enthusiastic support, Yunshi Wu was so scared that he could only scream "Ah ah." Before he could take action, a giant yellow light fell from the sky. Yellow ropes kept winding along it. This caught Li Gun's attention. Suddenly, a bird flew out, followed by a woman. Her surroundings were filled with powerful spiritual energy and said, "Li Gun, stop, we can't just leave it like that anymore." Li Gun turned around and saw that it turned out to be someone he knew, so it wasn't surprising. He looked at the woman and smiled and said, "That's it, you're too slow, you trashy girl." Yunshi Wu seemed to see the savior of his life, happily shouted, "Mom," tears streaming down his face. The divine beast saw this and spoke up, "You are determined, Li Gun. I didn't expect you could cause such a crazy thing." Li Gun smiled contemptuously and said, "Do you think that unleashing disaster and destroying the city is a small matter? Stop talking nonsense. I don't care about right or wrong, I just protect my son. I'll say it frankly, I'll take my son away. I know you wanted to provoke me, but don't you think this way is too cowardly?" Hearing that, Li Gun smirked and said contemptuously, "It's cowardly, it's a cowardly thing for your sons to harm innocent people." Having said that, Li Gun used his foot to step straight on Yunshi Wu's back, causing him to fall down and cry out in pain. Li Gun said, "Okay." The tip of the sword was stabbed by the Li Gun right next to Yunshi Wu, making him startle and panic. Li Gun listened to the crazy things that woman said. He didn't care. His foot still stomped on Yunshi Wu's body. His mouth said, "If you are not satisfied with my method, then try following it, the way you want." Li Gun's face was now full of cunning. He leaned his hand on the sword. His eyes looked at the divine beast and gave him a condition: choose one of the two, shedding light on all the atrocities committed by Libra and paying the price for those crimes. Bet everything to fight me. Obviously, it also refers to the person who cheated on me in the evil waterfall. Hearing these words, the woman's lungs were about to explode. She just held her forehead and snorted lightly as if thinking about something, then said helplessly, "I have nothing more to say to you, Li Gun." Then she suddenly changed her expression. Her face became cruel. Her words were full of hatred. "Why should I listen to you?" As he finished speaking, Yunshi Wu suddenly screamed in pain, his face bleeding, tears and nose running and screaming, "Mom!" Li Gun gave a strange smile and said, "It seems like that." Yunshi Wu was kicked and spun around, turning the world upside down. His eyes turned white, tears kept flowing out. It was Li Gun who gave Yunshi Wu his full blow. After knocking Yunshi Wu away, Li Gun still had a smile full of pleasure. Scaring anyone but threatening him would be wrong. Yunshi Wu now rolled his eyes and screamed in pain. Jian smiled cruelly and swung the weapon in his hand in a decisive blow. Blood splattered. His mother, the guardian angel of Libra, angrily shouted, "Li Gun, you dare do that in front of me? You think I will still leave you alone?" Jian rushed in front of him and taunted him, already angry. Then he smirked, "I can do more than that." As he spoke, he began to prepare his attack. Then he smiled cunningly and launched an attack behind his back, aiming straight at Yunshi Wu. The Libra god couldn't react in time to stop him and could only scream, "What?" Jian happily tilted his head and glanced at Yun Shiwu with a satisfied smile. The guardian angel, his mother, still couldn't believe her eyes and screamed, "How could this be possible?" Rebirth, that's right, Yun Shiwu thought he was dead when he took that one shot from Jian, but now he was holding his face, trembling and crying non-stop. Around his body there was a green aura surrounding him. At this time, a notification from the system appears: you have given Yun Shiwu the regeneration skill. The influence of the regeneration skill has increased due to the effectiveness of the territory. After Yun Shiwu regained consciousness, he reached out to touch his neck and exclaimed in panic, "What, I'm clearly dead." Before he could recover, Jian swung the blade in his hand and slashed him straight down. Yun Shiwu rolled his eyes in pain and groaned. After that, Jian didn't let him feel the pain, so he swung his weapon and slashed hard again, causing blood to splatter, and Yun Shiwu once again lost his life. But not letting it go so easily, Jian put his hand on him and cast a regeneration spell on him. The cut he just made was slowly healing. Yun Shiwu could only widen his eyes in pain as he watched his body get injured and then heal again without being able to do anything. He screamed in extreme pain, "What the hell was going on?" Before he could understand what was going on, Jian swung his blade up and slashed his head once, cutting off his head. The guardian angel couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "Li Gun, what do you want to do?" Jian smirked and glanced at the other god, then raised his lips defiantly, "Why can't you see if you're blind? If you let it die like that it would be boring." As he said, he performed a resurrection spell on Yun Shiwu. Yun Shiwu is now healed again, and Jian is still arrogantly challenging that god, "If I only kill him once, the people who were hurt will be very disadvantaged. Your child will not do bad things, phew, so." After saying that, he took a stance and prepared to draw his knife, turned to Shiwu and said contemptuously, "I will cut you as much as the pain of the people you have caused, or you can cut yourself. I will count them directly." As soon as he finished speaking, he also screamed loudly. He swung his knife again and cut down on him, causing him to die on the spot. He immediately performed a revival spell on him, causing him to be dragged back before he could reach the demon gate. The system continuously displays a notification: you have given Yun Shiwu the reincarnation skill. Yun Shiwu could do nothing but scream. He desperately screamed, "Save me." This scene was being broadcast live to everyone in Korea at that time. "Save him," he mumbled and repeatedly killed and revived. Then he smirked, "I'm saving you." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed again, causing him to vomit blood again and lose his life. He kept killing and reviving Yun Shiwu countless times. He was desperate to die but couldn't die and shouted in pain, "I was wrong." Next to the Hugo group of people gathered to watch Jian torture him. Hugo's group was now extremely satisfied with what Yun Shiwu deserved, and he was continuously screaming, "Please stop." At this moment, Yun Shiwu had just suffered another fatal blow. This terrible torture was not only witnessed by the group of centaurs but also by those present at the Aquarius Tower. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers in the tower did not dare to look straight. Some even held oil and shouted, "No, Sir Shiwu." At this time, Yun Shiwu no longer knew anything because he was so desperate that he could only scream in pain. Jian is still busy swinging his sword and slashing and then resurrecting. A series of notifications from the Yun Shiwu revival system appeared countless times. At this time in Aquarius Tower, his mother, the female owner of the tower, couldn't help but scream, "Li Gun, are you testing my endurance?" At this time, 2 lines of system notifications appeared on the ceiling of the low building, activating the instant movement skill through the Error Queen, activating the absolute coordinates skill of the Sagittarius Archer, and immediately after that a ghost appeared, a ray. From inside the matrix something large slowly appeared. Just when she was stunned and didn't have time to understand what was happening, the space before her eyes suddenly turned dark. Then suddenly there was a loud bang and an object fell hard right in front of her. A piece of debris from the falling object hit her face, leaving a bleeding wound. Layers of dust dissipated, and the object slowly appeared clearly. It was a large statue, but because it fell too hard, the statue's head and body fell into 2 positions far apart. The object appeared clearly in front of her, making her stunned. She slowly walked closer. When she saw clearly, that thing was her eldest son's head, which had turned into a broken statue, and on the statue's face was an extremely painful expression. Seeing the scene before her eyes clearly, she immediately rushed to the spot. Her face also became covered in blood. At this moment, Jian's voice from the magic screen rang out mockingly, "What's with that face? Bitch, you don't look very happy. Why was that so obvious? At this point she was so angry that she was shaking and you no longer had the will to react. Seeing that, Jian laughed out loud sarcastically and provocatively, your beloved eldest son has returned, tell him you love him and hug him. At this moment, she gloomily raised her head and looked at him, threatening in a low voice, you will definitely pay the price for provoking me. Jian reached out to grab the Aquarius guardian god and pulled him back. He smiled and looked straight at that bird and continued to provoke. I didn't provoke anything, hey bitch, I only responded to your choice. Anyone who stands in my way will end up like this, whether they are chosen by the holy altar, or the scourge of a mysterious civilization. The proof of his words is that her two sons suffered miserably at his hands. He ignored her angry look and continued speaking, even though. If it was a god, when he heard this, my father was both angry and stunned and just stood there as if frozen. See you next time, bitch. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand and threw that bird back to the other side of the matrix. Jian tilted his head to look at the zodiac symbol of Aquarius and smirked. He clenched his hands into fists and said one more sentence, prepare your neck and wait. Then he shouted, Giselle Lawrence, and finished speaking. He waved his hand to destroy the guardian god in that zodiac symbol. At the Aquarius tower, she was so angry that she was stunned but could only stare but couldn't do anything. As soon as the zodiac symbol is broken, the magic screen slowly disappears. The soldiers who witnessed this scene were also frightened. One commander exclaimed in horror, Holy Master! Right at this moment, a column of light suddenly appeared on the throne where she was standing. She roared loudly, causing the entire tower to shake. Her whole body glowed, terrible streams of energy flowed out, she threw back her head and exploded while roaring Jian's name. The surrounding sky and earth darkened, only the middle of the tower emitted a bright light, accompanied by the ground shaking. The people below cried out in panic, what is that, an earthquake? The female tower owner screamed in anger, if you dare to insult me, I will definitely kill you. Lee Gun, you're a bunch of trash. As soon as she finished speaking, the Libra tower also rose from the ground and hovered in the air. Returning to Yun Shiwu's place, he was now numb and lying on the ground without any reaction. He groaned softly in pain. Hearing his voice, Jian rushed in front of him, smirked and asked, are you awake? He sat back, startled. He looked at him in fear and then laughed happily, I thought you were dead so I'm so sorry, now let's continue with what we just did. When he heard that he screamed in fear. Suddenly he bewilderedly asked a question that made Yun Shiwu tremble, how many times have we counted? Then he stopped worrying and smiled crookedly, counting from the beginning. Hearing this, Yun Shiwu screamed in fear, stop, you bastard. He didn't pay any attention to him, but just calmly raised his hand to calculate. The number of injured people was 5,000 people, and the number of people in the Scorpio hospital together, and if he didn't let him finish his sentence, he would get scared, knelt down and screamed, please listen to me. He didn't care and continued to mumble, if we calculate the time Oteksu's family suffered by paying in installments. Then he pulled his knife out of the ground and said, okay, the count is over. He raised his knife and looked at him with a low voice, threatening to die 10,000 more times. Yun Shiwu cried in fear and screamed in pain, you horrible bastard. Before he could finish speaking, he slashed once, then smiled happily and started counting, 1. Immediately after that the system appeared again. You gave Yun Shiwu the reincarnation skill. At this time, in the Lion Palace arena, the majestic arena stood tall, every wind blew the flags flying, looking majestic. Inside the arena, a fight was taking place. A tall, muscular man fell to the ground in pain, groaning. After the opponent lost consciousness, the referee immediately stepped up to announce the winner. He held Yoha's hand up and shouted loudly, Chun Yoha, Vice City Master wins. Everyone around immediately shouted, amazing, Chun Yoha Vice City Lord, knocked out the opponent in an instant. It was such an overwhelming performance. Her two subordinates sitting in the stands turned to look at each other in disgust. That Deputy City Lord, there seemed to be something strange. The other one was surprised, huh? Another guy standing behind also spoke up, normally if he wins he'll be cold but lately he's been somewhat bewildered. The guy from before continued, that's it, I also think so. Ever since he saw Lee Gun and Libra's performance, he's become like that. That's right, on the day of that overwhelming one-sided battle, Yoha, among the bewildered crowd watching, was extremely excited and worshipped Jian. Her expression was completely different from the others, it was excitement and love. Her subordinate commented, yes, Her expression was very lost. Now he's just as dazed, clearly shocked. The guy who had been silent until now spoke thoughtfully, probably because it was the first time he saw someone being tortured so miserably. The guy next to him immediately continued, and I felt very happy. Those Libras are so arrogant and conceited, they play tricks everywhere, it's so deserved. On the ring, the referee was still excited and kept asking questions. Congratulations, Deputy Saint Master Chun Yo-ha, you have won this time. It's truly a series of consecutive victories. I'm curious how you feel about continuing to win consecutively. Suddenly she seriously spoke up and said something that had nothing to do with the referee's words. I made up my mind. The referee was surprised to hear what she said. Ignoring the referee's confusion, she slowly continued, I will leave the lion altar. I will join Uncle Gun's altar. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly became silent. She continued, I couldn't control myself anymore. At this time in the hospital room, the people present who heard her statement were shocked. All three people present in the room were stunned and speechless. After a moment of bewilderment, one of them grabbed the TV remote and said, quickly change the channel. The other one raised his hand to stop, no longer needed. He fainted. As soon as he finished speaking, the man lying on the bed was so shocked that he lost consciousness, his soul left his body, and the remaining subordinate lost his soul. He shouted, Holy Master, please wake up, holy command. At this moment the man standing at the door turned his head and glanced towards the hospital bed, clicking his tongue in annoyance. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, both the Holy Master and Deputy Holy Master, those who disgrace the holy altar. The two men next to the hospital bed were frantic at this moment. The man in black was screaming, Holy Master, please wake up, you can't leave like this. The man in white next to him immediately panicked, stop him, he just fainted, don't make a big deal out of it. On TV, the scene changed to a meeting room. The guy in white shouted again, Hey Steve, he was looked down upon by both Lee Gun and Chun Yo-ha, how can he live, you bastard, you pretend to worry about him, boss, confirm that he fainted and did something wrong. On the side of the meeting room, one of them spoke first, until now, Libra has deceived the whole world, she hid the truth of the blood mist with the mistakes of Sagittarius. Another person objected, weren't we too hasty, it hasn't been clarified yet, we still don't know Libra's stance, and there's also no verification, contrary, again, it's also possible that Lee Gun is setting a trap for Libra. Moreover, this is also a common dirty strategy of the constellations. His ridiculous attitude made the young man from before angry, the sons of Libra are all dead, yet you still speak like that, He was so angry that he stood up and protested, in this serious matter, Libra people still remained silent and did not even express their stance. Don't you think it's strange if you encounter this and don't do it? Is there any doubt whether there has been silence until now? Another guy waved his hand to show that he didn't care. How could we know? Maybe they were trying to think of some excuse, that's why they were slow. At this time the three Hugo people were still watching Haley's magic mirror debate. At this time, Haley commented, is this media manipulation? Besides poisoning food, you also know how to do this, Virgo. Virgo arrogantly replied with a smile, manipulating language, arguing with our influence is just a small matter. For someone who only lives in the Canadian jungle to know these things, Haley got angry when she heard these words. Virgo continues to provoke Haley, besides what I put in is not poison but a tonic, do you understand, Scorpion, it is the antidote that you put in Lee Gun's food in the blink of an eye. Hearing that, the girl objected indignantly, saying nonsense, my poison was the antidote to your cheap drugs, because I had to detoxify the poison you injected, I had to go through a lot of trouble. Those two idiots started an argument that no one could bear, then I solved it again, yes, I also solved it, the antidote of the antidote is the antidote, Hugo in the back, I looked at the two people arguing and was speechless, could I think that it was because those two people cared about Lee Gun that they did that? Anyone who looked at them knew that both of them were. Then I fell in love with Lee Gun. At this moment, the centaur turned around and asked Hugo, where is the person who created this organization? Why can't he see him? Is he busy? Scene changed to a construction site. This was the former base of the Libra Palace in Hawaii. Currently, cranes are working to demolish everything. On a nearby table, music was playing and fast food was displayed. Jian now shook his neck to relax after a long period of work. He sat down, picked up a hamburger, ate it and looked at the screen, mumbling, the destruction is almost complete, now I can figure out what to build, the bonus points are quite a lot, the Libras also have them, At this time a system notification appeared again. The Devil's Heart, the crystal stone was created by crystallizing the calamity that Lee Gun destroyed in the Devil Tower before. He remembered the battle the other day, when he caught that parrot and thought to himself, do they intend to call disaster with the gems I created, calamity level, calamity level. The same thing happened when the parrot summoned me, break time is over, let's continue. After finishing speaking, he stood up, threw away the paper package in his hand and continued to work. He took a sip of water, looked at the construction equipment in front of him, and was satisfied. We're about to have a new house. Has the gift I sent her arrived yet? The scene changes to Libra's tower. At this time the head of Libra's young son has been chopped off and hung on a fake holy tree in the middle of the cathedral. Below, she was standing there thoughtfully, her expression gloomy and scary. Outside her subordinates were kneeling down trembling. She was angry and spoke darkly. He wanted to make me angry, he sent this to humiliate me. He still wants to humiliate us on live broadcast, whether or not there is a broadcast. You still have no plan for this, she questioned her subordinates. The whole crowd trembled and argued, their subordinates deserved to die, the Virgo palace acted too fast, it was difficult for us to stop them. She was furious and thought to herself, damn, after all, she was just a servant of the goddess. Lee Gun's followers had already gathered in large numbers. Then she shouted loudly to her subordinates to quickly gather their forces. The whole crowd was stunned by this order. She didn't care at all and just continued to mutter, unable to sit still when faced like this. She used all her strength to attack. Tianbin waved his hand and ordered, contacted the allied saints and all cells around the world, using every means to eliminate that Lee Gun. His subordinates immediately received orders to go to work. They shouted, everyone took action, focused all their strength on the attack, switched to the attack phase, and avenged the young masters. Waiting for the subordinates to leave, the entire large cathedral was left alone, with a strange hole appearing in front of her. Her voice was cold, come here. From behind her, a giant figure slowly appeared. That person respectfully knelt down and respectfully said, Holy Master, I have summoned the army of the mysterious civilization. All are waiting for the Holy Master's orders. My father seemed satisfied and replied, very good. Then in the middle of her palm appeared a cross. She raised her hand, a bright light appeared, and her power exploded. From that beam of light appeared a sphere engraved with map symbols. The strange thing was that the sphere was surrounded by black streaks. That ball floats in front of Libra. She slowly raised her hand to touch the ball, her expression extremely gloomy and scary. As soon as her hand touched the black streak on that sphere, a huge stream of energy immediately exploded. At this time in the Pacific Ocean, the dark territory of a mysterious civilization, the sky and earth were gloomy at this time, the water on the ocean rolled up in roaring waves, the atmosphere was extremely strange. In the sky, a monster appeared in the form of a dinosaur skeleton, looking very scary. That monster opened its huge mouth and let out a scream that shook the heavens and earth. Around it appeared a series of monsters with similar or otherwise equally terrifying looks, and on their bodies were skeleton soldiers holding weapons. This is truly a base for monsters around the world. Leading this army of monsters is a skeleton with an extremely majestic appearance. He spoke in a deep voice, here. When that guy finished speaking, an army of thousands of monsters simultaneously flew into the sky. Wherever the army went, thunder and lightning filled the sky. A giant hand-shaped beam of light rushed straight into the water, stirring everything up. At this time, Libra put his hand inside the black spot on the globe in front of him. Then she grabbed something inside and pulled it out. She held that thing in her hand and angrily thought of the Lee Gun people, I will wipe them all out, the Lee Gun and those insects. From the thing she was holding an arrow in her hand appeared a strange eye, the energy emanating from it was also extremely dark. She screams madly, I will make you feel utter despair. As soon as she finished speaking, that eye immediately turned blood red, now in the dark territory, with 65 hours left before attacking humanity. The mountain seen in front of you with the deep blue river is Hawal Island. In front of us is the headquarters of the Tianbin workshop and the royal palace and the palace. The headquarters seems to be doing something that makes the place emit black smoke. Feet gradually appeared before the bright light. Hugo's group of people appeared soon after. Kevin yawned and lamented, what the hell is Li Jian doing? Why did he suddenly make us go to Hawal so early in the morning? Hugo immediately replied, I just know what he is doing here. Haley stood next to hear Li Jian mentioned and thought happily, can I really see Li Jian? Hugo and his wife standing next to him seemed to have been surprised by something, their mouths opened wide. Looking at the scene before his eyes, Hugo shouted, "Oh, this pile, when were they built?" From inside there was also a woman slowly coming out. That woman walked up and greeted warmly, "Oh hello, everyone must be the guests that Mr. Lee Jian mentioned." Hugo wondered and asked, "Who are you?" The woman happily introduced herself, "I'm Iaso, a former retainer of both Aquarius and Libra. I'm now called a disinfectant. I was kidnapped from the palace of Libra and thrown here, Mr. Lee Jian, brought in, as a prisoner." Haley was suddenly surprised, her eyes widened, a thought appeared in her head, what does that mean when Lee Jian put it in? "What are you holding?" a voice rang out. Right after that, the system board also rang with a notification. The Ophiuchus God's Egg was one of the rewards for passing the test of strength, intelligence and reputation. As soon as the system message was announced, Iso immediately replied, "This is the egg of the family god that Mr. Lee Jian entrusted to me. He said that because I am the god of health and nursing, I can nurture it well." Kevin immediately sighed, "This bastard Lee Jian, is he planning on getting married or something?" Hearing that, Haley's face suddenly darkened and seemed unhappy. Haley called softly, "My servant." After being called by the owner it appeared, "Yes sir." "Bring everything you can in our team and give it to Lee Jian." Haley suppressed her anger and ordered. The servant saw his master was scared and spoke up, "Sir." Haley couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Even if she had to carry the whole house pull to get here, hurry up, our mouths say so, but in our hearts we secretly think, if we have nothing to fight against, we will lose. The servant only knows fear, princess." Iso then pointed towards the door, "Please go through this door." The door slowly opened, rays of light began to shine through each gap. With the hot air blowing out, Hugo's group slowly walked inside. As soon as I entered, what I saw was a mascot blowing flames from his mouth. It continuously blows out large amounts of fire. In front of us is a furnace, surrounded by large flames. Hugo wondered, "What, a furnace?" Looking at the scene before him, Hugo couldn't help but be surprised. Was he planning to build a steel factory or something? Responding to Hugo, Kevin spoke up, "Did the face in the bathtub come from those damn lizards?" So this is what he wanted to build after destroying Libra's headquarters, Hugo said in surprise. Everyone was complaining as they stood in here, everyone was sweating profusely, only Haley was still happily thinking to herself, "It's true Lee Jian, this crazy leadership ability is really cool." Hugo's group continued to walk inside when suddenly a voice rang out, "Oh, isn't that the Lord's bastard centaur slave?" The other two guys kept laughing loudly, "He's waiting for you, see how grand our workshop is. Go straight in, he's inside the smithy." Those guys are constantly urging Hugo and his group to go inside. Hugo whispers to himself, "This group looks like they like working at the smithy, they look happy, always." The door inside was opened, the group walked inside. Hugo smiled and said, "If there is no smithy then it really wouldn't be Lee Jian's workshop." Haley wondered and said, "I heard the sound of hammering for a while already." The sound of the hammer hitting with great force, it continuously hit the sword below. Hugo suddenly waved happily, "Lee Han, we're here." That back gradually appeared, a muscular back, drenched in sweat. "Oh, it's here." Lee Jian turned around, a muscular body, holding a hammer in his hand, turned to look at everyone. Faced with this standard body, Haley was surprised and her nose flew out. Everyone is excited about Lee Jian's body, but not except Hugo and Kevin. Haley froze and fell down, startling everyone. Sung Jae's mother and Iso immediately went to Haley's side to check on the situation for her, and Kevin had already left there because it was too hot. With a click, the can of water was opened. Lee Jian picked up the can of water and brought it to his mouth to drink in large gulps. Hugo stood next to him and asked, "Didn't you just destroy someone's house yesterday? How did you build this place so quickly?" Lee Jian smiled handsomely, turned to look at Hugo and said, "I have a new skill that is quite useful." System panel issues a message, "Gluttony designates a target to eat regardless of type and regenerates the target, with the product when divine power is greater than or equal to 70%. If the target is a creature with power stronger than the caster, the skill can fail. If the skill fails, you can get side effects." Lee Jian smiled with a very satisfied expression, "I basically just combined the Ophiuchus Holy Palace and my workshop into one." Looking at the sword and hammer in front of him, Lee Jian smiled and said, "It's been a long time since I did my original job again. There's a lot of motivation." Hugo also agreed, "Yes, that's right, your job was originally production." Lee Jian continued to pick up the can of water and drink. Hugo suddenly turned to look at him in wonder. Surprised, suddenly there was a black air flying towards me. Just looking at the scene before my eyes, I can see that it makes Lee Ji-yeon so happy. Above is a machine in operation. There are also two giant snakes that look very majestic. Lee Ji-yeon proudly introduces, "Where this is my holy place, the place of my blood, and in addition, the workshop smithy is where countless sacred objects are created." Lee Ji-yeon smiled with satisfaction. "As long as I have the motivation, I can even say what I can do. If since I declare war, even that trash won't be able to stand still." Hugo immediately wondered, "What are you making now?" In response, Lee Ji-yeon immediately said, "A weapon for you, ha." As promised to the girl, Lee Ji-yeon also added, "I will make one too for Sung Jae and Ji Woo." Sung Jae and Ji Woo heard Lee Ji-yeon say that and immediately shouted with joy and excitement. No one noticed that Hugo's face had changed color. Also, Lee Ji-yeon opened his arms towards Hugo. "What?" Hugo asked curiously. Lee Ji-yeon immediately said, "Give it here." Hugo was upset. "Give what?" Lee Ji-yeon replied, "What else? Your royal relic." Suddenly there was a noise. Hugo panicked. "What is that?" The noise and shaking made everyone extremely scared. Sung Jae immediately screamed. Haley disappeared. The noise became louder and louder. Everyone was frantically shouting, "Are we being attacked? What the hell is going on?" At this time, the system board issued a notification. An emergency delivery from the Scorpion God team's headquarters had arrived. A pile of goods were stacked on top of each other, and Haley's figure gradually appeared. Haley shouted with an embarrassed face, "The Holy Land is basically just a God's house, so if you come here, it's like being a housewarming, right? Just consider this a family gift." I said that with my mouth, but in my heart I was extremely happy and admired myself. "Wonderful," I said it extremely naturally. Before everyone's bewilderment, Haley frantically went to the boxes and opened her mouth to see if this was food, this was money, and that was relics and fragments. Hugo immediately turned to tease Lee Ji-yeon, "Good luck, she seems really serious about you, eventually you will have a couple like me." And Lee Ji-yeon's face is full of sweat right now and he doesn't know what to do, what to say before this. Haley suddenly saw something that surprised her and looked closely at the box. "This box is not mine." Inside the box there are countless letters from someone else. "This is your Lee Ji-yeon." Haley suddenly took out from that box something with Lee Ji-yeon's name written on it. Lee Ji-yeon was surprised. "What? Who sent me a letter?" Hugo continued to tease his friend. "Maybe it was a letter from a fan, like 'I love you Lee Ji-yeon.'" Haley held the letters in her hand and said, all the letters had their names written on them. Lee Ji-yeon stood here, afraid that Hugo would continue to tease her, so he grabbed Hugo's mouth with his hand and spoke, "From the lion." "Why, that makes it even more difficult to understand." Sung Jae standing behind heard him mention the lion and shouted, "Yes, there is big trouble right now since the first sister suddenly dropped a bomb saying that she will leave the Lion Palace. Maybe that's the reason. They sent a letter to you." "What?" Hugo and Lee Ji-yeon both shouted in surprise. Scene changed to the U.S. headquarters of the Lion Palace, where there is a tall and massive building. A huge hand slammed down in anger. "Why did you say that?" The Lion Saint angrily shouted, "Even if he left, things wouldn't end that easily, you know that. Do you know how many people would leave with you?" Angrily slammed his hand on the table. Chun Yo-ha shouted loudly at Yo-ha, but Yo-ha still calmly replied, "Yes, I know." The Lion Saint is extremely helpless. If he knew, then how could he speak with such indifference? The scene in the room seemed to have been destroyed by the Lion Saint's anger. Not only that, the Lion Saint continued to shout, "What's the problem? I gave you everything you wanted. Say it." Yo-ha calmly said, "Please let me leave and transfer to another god team." Hearing this, the Lion Saint was so angry that he couldn't hold back and cursed, "This bastard." The Lion Saint was powerless to hold on. Not only that, but what about the contract terms, salary or anything else? Saint Yo-ha's response to those things still plainly refused. "I don't need those things, so." The Lion Saint lowered his voice, "Do you really want to leave this place? How has it been lately?" What the Saint wanted to ask about was her arm, but Yo-ha didn't answer and just frowned and watched. Back 10 years ago, a few days before the natural disaster happened, there was a very heavy rain falling at the Scorpio Hospital in Korea. At that time, Ji-woo was still in a coma in the hospital bed. Yo-ha and Sung Jae are at the hospital watching over their mother. At this moment, the two cousins were leaning against each other and sleeping very soundly. Suddenly a strange noise woke Yo-ha up. Her mind immediately thought of her father. Yo-ha stood up, opened the door, and asked, "Dad, is that you?" But no one answered. The hallway was deserted with no one in sight. The thought immediately appeared in my mind, there was no one. The front door attracted Yoha's attention. Yoha walked closer, rubbed her eyes and looked carefully, walking and talking. The door was closing. The door gradually opened, light shone on her. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, "Hello, you are Yoha, right?" That voice made Yoha freeze. Yoha was startled by the voice and turned around in panic. The woman immediately took off her hood, smiled and said, "Oh my God, I startled you." At this moment, Yoha suddenly stopped. Her mind immediately remembered the woman interviewed on TV and thought to herself, is this person a Libra saint? Under Yoha's bewilderment, the woman kept talking, "I want to talk to you a bit, let's go somewhere else. It's still raining heavily outside, voices are coming from the hospital, I'm a little worried about you guys after this bloody incident so I came to see you." The woman continued, "I'm very sorry about your mother." Yoha immediately replied, "It's okay." Yoha gave a friendly smile to comfort herself and not let anyone worry. The saints must have tried their best, I believe this is the best outcome. Saint Libra said softly, "Thank you for saying that. After meeting you like this, I understand why Hugo keeps boasting about his children." Even though he encountered such a thing, he was still so strong and mature. Yoha was surprised to hear this. Saint Libra continued, "I'm very worried because my children always make me sad. If only they could be half as good as you." Hearing Saint Libra constantly praising me, Yoha could only laugh. "They caused trouble again so I sent them to the punishment room to correct their behavior." The Libra saint angrily said, "What?" And Yoha was extremely surprised when he heard the punishment, this. While pushing the can towards Yoha, he said, "Raising children is really difficult, wanting them to become both smart, talented and obedient people is not easy at all, just like you, Yoha." Saint Libra's devilish smile gradually appeared, if only you were my daughter, it would be great." This statement from Saint Libra scared Yoha. "What are you saying?" Suddenly their conversation fell into silence. After thinking about something, the Libra saint sighed. Then suddenly laughed out loud, "You were joking." "I was just joking, look at your confused face. After all, I'm still just a child." Yoha was really confused and didn't understand what the Saint Libra just said. Saint Libra covered his mouth and smiled shyly, "Sorry, just now I was a bit mean." Saint Libra opened his hand and inside was a pair of earrings encased in a bright red crystal. He brought the earrings to Yoha Libra and said, "Here, take this." Holding a pair of bright earrings in her hand, Libra smiled and said, "It's a gift to commemorate the day we met." "No, we've only met once, I can't accept this." Yoha's panicked face must shine on her bright earrings. Libra keeps tugging at Yoha, "Just take it, come on, I brought it here for you." At this moment, suddenly there was the sound of footsteps of a man approaching. "Do you just take it, or do you want me to keep raising my hand like this forever?" The man walking over heard this voice and immediately thought, this voice is calm, who is she talking to? "Well then, thank you sir, I will accept." Yoha here happily took the earrings from Libra. At that moment Hugo also walked over. After Hugo walked over, he gasped when he saw that the Libra person speaking was his daughter, immediately called, "Yoha." Hearing Hugo Yoha's voice, he turned around and smiled happily, "Father," and his hands were still waiting to take the earrings from Libra. Libra suddenly showed an extremely scary smile, after the earrings were placed in Yoha's hands. Libra quickly retracted his hand, the pair of bright earrings were completely placed in Yoha's little hand. Hugo's eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. The earrings suddenly changed color, from red to black hair, making Yoha very surprised. Hugo saw this and screamed in despair, "No!" An explosion shook the entire hospital, causing the area to explode. After that explosion, the area started to burn in the middle of a shower. Everyone outside was extremely wondering, had the hospital exploded, had a gas leak or something? Everyone is extremely frightened by this incident at the hospital. Someone please report this quickly. A strange man who was also there witnessed the hospital explosion, his face contorted in extreme discomfort. Hugo on this side after the crossbow sound went off, in the chaos still called his daughter's name, Yoha. His eyes were suddenly surprised when he saw the scene before his eyes. Yoha sat down and continuously cried out in pain. Holding my arms while crying in pain, I called, "Father." Hugo was angry, ignoring the danger and rushed towards his daughter. A dazzling aura enveloped his body. He rushed like a wind towards his daughter who was screaming in pain. "Yoha," he rushed forward and called his daughter's name. wanting to touch her, but the most unexpected thing was about to happen right now. Libra smiled evilly, his cunning eyes had just achieved his goal. The thing he couldn't expect the most was that when he reached out to touch his daughter, suddenly a black aura surrounded Yoha. That black aura was extremely strong, causing his body to be thrown far away. He used some of his strength to get up after being overwhelmed by that aura. Hugo slowly sat up, his clothes were torn and his skin was wounded. As he sat up, he thought that he had exceeded his current strength. Libra then laughed loudly and mocked him, not to mention that he still considered himself a saint. Facing Libra, who was triumphantly flying high above, laughing at him and his daughter who were in danger, Hugo shouted loudly, "Libra, what have you done to Yoha?" Libra gave a cold smile. "You're too late, Hugo, it's already this late and you leave your child alone, doesn't that mean you don't deserve to be a father?" Yoha's painful screams became more and more painful, making her unable to bear it and kept screaming. Seeing his daughter suffering like that, Hugo felt extremely uncomfortable and shouted loudly, "Peace, please restore Yua to her original state immediately." Thinking about what I said to Hugo the other day, the hatred in Libra arose again. "Don't take this as a warning, it seems like you took my words too lightly, you laughed so much while saying Libra, hey!" Not only did he not restore Yoha to normal, Libra also kept saying sarcastic things to Hugo's psychology, but his daughter was even better than I thought. She was swallowed by the evil god's energy. It's not surprising, but she can still endure it. Yoha was in extreme pain right now, her eyes rolled back, her eyes kept flowing, her mouth kept screaming in pain. It seems that the more Yoha screams in pain, the more Libra enjoys, but either way, she will soon be devoured by that energy. "Oh no, Hugo. It seems that the only way to save your son is to bring him to my sect." Hugo seems extremely painful to see his daughter crying in such pain and not being able to do anything. Hugo was angry, his face gradually became scary, shouting loudly, "Don't talk as if she had no other choice when every time she was the one who made things turn out like this." Libra put his hand to his mouth to show Hugo so he was silent and then said sarcastically, "Hey, Sagittarius, you're in the hospital so you have to keep quiet, if you don't want to give you it to me that much then. Or you can become my subordinate." Hugo was surprised to hear Libra make such conditions for him. Libra tried to persuade Hugo to throw away his remaining attachment to the deadly gun and submit to me. Just looking at it, I can see how majestic and strong Hugo Saint Sagittarius is, making Libra so convincing. Standing before Hugo's majesty and aura made Libra extremely pleased and said, "I know your value, I value you more than all the other saints. If you follow me, I will restore you, his lost power and help him once again return to the position of a god." That doesn't sound bad, forget that dead name. Hearing Libra's words, he was extremely angry at her disrespectful words. From the beginning, she had planned this. Regardless of what Hugo said, Tianbin reached out to persuade him, "Come on Hugo, you have to make a choice, will you give me your daughter or join me?" A small hand suddenly grabbed Libra's foot. Libra was startled and looked down to see Yoha's hand holding her leg. Yoha weakly used her little strength to say something to her. Yoha said strongly, "Don't bully my father." Even though she is in a lot of pain, Yoha still wants to protect her father. She is truly a lovely girl. That small hand squeezed Libra's leg even tighter. Tianbin smiled maniacally, "This kid is so cute, he dared to use the energy of an evil god to fight against me." "Hey Yoha, what did I tell you just now? I like children who are both talented and obedient," he said, then opened his hand and the bracelet on his hand also began to emit light. "It seems that before taking you with me, I have to teach you how to obey me." Then Libra used his strength to prepare to teach Yoha. Seeing that his daughter was about to be harmed by Libra, Hugo used his little strength to rush towards her while shouting loudly, "Stop Libra!" While rushing up, a voice suddenly appeared, "What are you doing?" causing Hugo to stop. Libra was also attracted by that voice and stopped. A loud explosion rang out again. Yellow rays of light overwhelmed the black air surrounding Yoha, causing her to fly away. That ray of light was extremely strong, illuminating the entire hospital. Hugo was also attracted by that light, surprised. "This skill is... What is the battlefield skill of the Victor of the Lion Saint?" Hugo wondered while looking at his daughter whose body was surrounded by this light. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Hugo kept thinking, "This skill has been activated in this place, which means he has come here." Unfortunately, the footsteps became clearer and clearer. That voice rang out again. "Hey, the Centaur and his daughter are the recruitment candidates that I had already targeted." This voice surprised Libra and Hugo. They widened their eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Stephen Marker, he walked over with a calculating smile and scary eyes. He is the Lion Saint, Stephen Marker. As soon as he walked up he said triumphantly, if you understand then line up for Libra. When the skill was launched, Tianbin also looked up in panic. She thought, this skill was activated in this place, I think he has already come here. A pair of feet was gradually approaching, accompanied by a voice, hey, the centaur and his daughter were the recruitment candidates I had targeted before. Hearing the man say that, both Libra and Hugo were surprised and couldn't believe their ears. When they saw who was coming, both Tianbin and Hugo shouted out a name, Stephen Marker. Stephen Marker looked at the two of them with provocative eyes and said, if you understand, then get in line, Libra, this man is the Holy Lion, Stephen Marker. Stephen saw the battle before his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Stephen Marker looked at the baby lying in the newly released skill and couldn't help but speak, a dark god, Libra, she must have been very violent with this child. After saying that, he gave a strange smile and continued, a monster that strong would become a high-ranking person among the family members, perhaps even on par with a god. A mighty lion with dangerous eyes appeared in Stephen Mark's head. In just a few seconds it could pounce on the person opposite it and devour it. He continued to speak, it looked like it had that look strong, but, it's okay. Leopards and bears just appeared in his mind. Stephen Marker smiled sinisterly, his eyes flashed, he raised his hand and said dangerously, the lion is a divine team that governs all beasts, I will only consider myself disadvantaged for trying to recruit a high-ranking member. Unable to listen anymore, Libra angrily shouted, what did you say? She looked at the dangerous man in front of her and raised her voice to warn, Stephen Marker, don't do anything stupid. Hearing Libra say that, Stephen smiled even more sinisterly, his face showing disdain and said, Libra, let's be honest with each other, do everything to strengthen your team, isn't that the basics of any martial artist? After saying that, he calmed down, but the evil smile remained. He looked straight at Libra and said, it's like you used a dark god to steal Chun-Yo-Ha, do you know that I'm just stopping you, stop. Stephen's words made Libra angry, she frowned and cursed, you dirty rude thing, you dare get in my way. Stephen slowly walked up, sarcastically said, what's wrong, aren't you happy? Stephen Marker was standing in front of the skill he created, he stood proudly and said, try to destroy my royal skill and take her back. One of them got angry when he heard that, as if being teased, and immediately responded, no problem, saying that, he used his power to prepare to attack forward. Below, an ambulance was called, the siren kept ringing, someone with a loudspeaker announced, this is 119, please quickly move out of this area, a building has collapsed, this place is very dangerous. Everyone down here seems very worried, they seem to be running to find something very important, the calls in the rain keep ringing, God Stephen, where are you, God Stephen, it seemed like everyone was worried about Stephen's disappearance, even though it was raining, they still worriedly ran to look for him. Stephen stood above, looking down at the chaotic scene ahead, and couldn't help but laugh and say, oh my god, I accidentally attracted a whole crowd to watch. Stephen kept looking down, he smiled dangerously and said, I created it to adapt to the arena, so if we fight with all our strength, it's okay, Libra, what do you think? When Tianbin heard that, he was a bit startled. Do you want to push the situation? These words made Libra angry, she gritted her teeth, preparing to launch a move to handle this matter. Boom, she used her strength to strike back, causing an explosion that filled the sky, accompanied by a giant stream of yellow light. The building above exploded, shattering everything, the people below couldn't help but be surprised, they couldn't help but exclaim, oh hey, be careful. After Tianbin threw a blow that caused the entire building to crumble and smoke to fly, she maintained her stance and said, that's it, I didn't want the situation to become more severe, so this time I withdrew. Her face now looked a bit unwilling and said, Leo, I owe you, someday I will find a way to repay the favor. Hearing that, Stephen Mark smiled happily and said, ha, can you really do it? Then he raised his hand to make a like sign and continued, soon, I will become the strongest person, surpassing even Li Jian. Hearing this, she was so angry that she bit her teeth squeaked, and she couldn't help but let out a squeak. Then she disappeared. Before leaving she even sent a curse to Stephen, you stupid monster, you don't know your identity. Hearing Tianbin cursing like that, he was not upset, but just laughed it off and said, ha, it's so boring. Then he snapped his fingers and said to the person standing behind him, ah, no need to thank me, Centaur. Hugo stood behind him, now tattered, looking extremely miserable, and replied, not saying anything yet. Hugo let out a sigh, tried to regain his composure and asked, "What are you doing here?" Hearing that, Steven just glanced back a bit and replied, "I came to see your cup before going to work." Steven turned his head to look at Hugo with a somewhat helpless face and sighed, reminding him that he had to attend the first instance trial and apologize to the people. "You have a pathetic cup, like a puppy that was dragged down the street all day and then beaten to pieces." Hearing these words was like needles piercing Hugo's body. He said a little angrily, "Did you come here to mock me?" Steven looked at Hugo, then pointed at himself and said, "Better join my team before you get even more pathetic. If you, a Legion supporter, help me, then I will be able to overcome Legion." Hearing these words, Hugo could only bow his head and sigh. He said, "Everyone said that, thanks for helping me, but I can't let myself think about this right now. Let Yoha go." Without hesitation, Steven replied firmly, "I can't do that." Hearing this affirmation made Hugo's eyes widen in panic, with a bit of fear in them. Hugo was startled and shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Steven looked at Hugo seriously and said, "Na's daughter is being possessed by a dark god. If she were to release her now, the consequences would be hard to predict." Then both of them turned to look at the baby surrounded by Steven's power. Steven Mark looked and said, "His daughter Bly will become the target of Libra or lose her life because she cannot control that energy." Looking at the baby sleeping soundly surrounded by power, Steven asked, "I'm really asking, are you capable of protecting her in her current condition?" These words seemed to hit his weak point. He could only tremble in fear, face down helplessly. Seeing Hugo's expression like that, Steven felt a little sad, but he still said seriously, when he was powerless, the truth was that he couldn't decide anything. Then he raised his eyes to look at the skill he created and continued, "The dark god had entered the girl's body. It seemed like a monster. I just told you about the characteristics of the god team. Even though I can eliminate it or tame it, I can suppress it so it doesn't rage." He reached out his hand to touch the giant power containing the child and said, "So, I will take her with me." Steven is using his power to control the dark god in the baby's body. Bang! The power flow surrounding the baby's body was broken. With just one hand Steven was able to break it. Losing the cover of its strength, the baby was floating in mid-air, slowly falling. The beast inside the child was suppressed by a huge force and roared in pain. The baby fell slowly into Steven's hands. Steven's face looked at the baby full of respect. He stretched out his hands to slowly support it. The baby fell down, lying neatly in Steven's arms. Steven said, holding the baby's arm tightly, now that it was restrained. Hugo looked at Steven's actions from beginning to end. He always had a question, so he asked, "Lion, why did you turn yourself into Libra's opponent?" Hearing this question, Steven was a bit startled and turned to look at Hugo. He looked at Hugo seriously and said, "Because I cannot recruit you, I simply recruit your promising daughter." And, speaking here, he seemed to think back to something from the past. On the ground was a broken sword, accompanied by a curse, "You guys are all trash." The image of him pinning Hugo's head on the ground caused him endless pain, but those voices kept ringing in his ears. "How could you guys leave Legion at the tower and go out on your own?" The image of Hugo painfully saying, "If you can get the blood eye, you should at least pick up Legion's body." These images appear clearly in his mind until now. Then there was the image of him standing on the podium giving a speech, but below was a constant commotion. "Centaur, calm down," pulled him out. The screams kept ringing in his ears, the image of Hugo glaring in pain and screaming, "After everything you've done, how dare you defame Legion's honor? Are you worthy of being a saint?" And then the moment when he heard those curses was so painful, he just gritted his teeth and endured it. "It will probably never go out of your mind." He held the baby in his arms, but his face as he remembered the past was a bit sad as he continued, and our conscience felt a bit guilty when being reminded of the past. The baby he once held in his arms has now become a beautiful young woman. Her face was now full of seriousness and she said, "I will always be grateful for the things you have done for me." She clenched her hands and said, "But when I'm in the Lion constellation, you can't grow strong." She thought to herself, "If I want to help Uncle Legion, I have to become stronger." It seems like many years later, Steven no longer has the wildness of the past but instead has the calmness of a man. The girl looked at her uncle's back and said, "I need to practice a new and completely different style to become stronger." Steven pondered for a moment. It seemed like whatever would happen would happen. He sighed and replied, "Okay, during the past 10 years I thought I had done my best as your guardian." Having said that, he raised his hand and patted his head and continued, "Oh, and I've already kept quiet about you secretly going to meet the Scorpion Saint because of you." Hearing her uncle say that, she was startled and thought, "Oh my god." Stephen's hand holding his face trembled a bit. He said, "If at that point you still want to leave, it's because you didn't do a good enough job. It can't be avoided." The more he spoke, the more he trembled. "Even after you leave this place, I hope you will live happily." When she heard these words, she was a bit surprised. Her eyes opened wide, her mouth couldn't close. She looked at her uncle and thought, why did he act like that, really crying? She looked a bit confused, not knowing what to say. She hesitated. Before he could speak, someone from outside hurriedly came in. A man ran from outside angrily shouting, "Ha ha ha, Chun Yo-ha, I heard everything. Okay, go, I also like it very much." This man looked straight at Yo-ha and continued shouting, "I have never liked you. She always treats spirit team activities like children. Leave me now, and don't even think about going back." Yo-ha stood and looked at the person who had just entered and gave her a burst of effort. Suddenly, while Stephen was emotional, this guy came in and ruined everything. He suddenly turned around and opened his mouth to scream loudly, still holding a bottle of eye drops in his hand. "You idiot, she was fooled by my acting skills. Why are you chasing her away?" Yo-ha heard this truth and whispered in her heart, "This bad guy." Even though he was a superior, this man who just walked in didn't care. He went solo one-on-one with Stephen. He also raised his neck and said again, "Sir, you really want to keep this cocky girl this huh?" It's publicly announced that it will quit. It also said that the leaf will follow Legion. Stephen heard that and shouted back, "She was still the vice god. We have to keep people like her." The two of them refused to give in, kept shouting at each other like that. The man angrily shouted, "So what if I choose to quit my job?" Stephen also shouted back, "Why did he have to do that?" That man shouted again, "Answer me." Stephen was so angry that he shouted back, "Really? Okay, you all just go." Hearing Stephen's words, the man felt like he was struck by lightning. He opened his eyes wide, his mouth could not be closed. He could not believe that this was true. Stephen looked at the man's petrified expression and suddenly shouted. Why was he surprised? "I was angry, that's why I said that." Unexpectedly, the master was able to utter those words. The musician's whole body trembled, even his voice trembled as he said, "Ah, I see, you don't care if an SS ranker like me leaves or not, stay, but wants to keep S-rank Chun Yo-ha here." Seeing that man's expression become like that, Stephen said a little flustered, "That's not what I meant, let's calm down." Oliver angrily looked at the two of them and said that both the vice god and the god considered the god team as a joke. Who would have thought that God, who represents the value of the divine team, would blatantly ignore the truth that the strongest will survive? Having said that, Oval's whole body was suddenly enveloped in a huge stream of power. This surprised both Stephen and Chun Yo-ha. Looking at the power before his eyes, Stephen couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that the energy of Libra?" He called out in panic, "Oliver, what did you do?" Oliver now seemed to have turned into a different person. He smiled evilly and looked at Stephen and said, "Kokaku, this feels great. It's been a long time since I felt this strong. I will teach you a lesson, teach you how the Lion Constellation works with this power." Stephen looked at the strange Oliver in front of him and worriedly shouted, "Oliver, stop, do you know what you're doing? Looks like we have to take action to deal with this Oliver guy." Stephen seriously looked forward as if thinking about something, then he moved his arms and legs, flying as fast as the wind. Stephen used his strength to run forward to fight Oliver. His eyes were now full of sinister, his whole body moved as fast as lightning.
The man's strength was so strong that it almost broke through the wall behind him, as well as staying silent on the ground. The man hugged his hand and cried out, then couldn't believe it and thought, "How is this possible? My hand was cut off in just one blow." He shouted angrily, "Oliver, you betrayed us and joined Tien Bin." Oliver laughed loudly and said, "Betrayed you? Don't make me laugh." He said loudly, "If you, the Celestial Master, had done the work of the Celestial team well, things would not be like this. I would simply restore the rights of our Celestial team. The strongest will survive, that's the meaning of the lion." Stephen Marker, have you forgotten that? That's why you chose Chun Yo-ha, an S rank as vice governor, even though I, an SS rank is right behind. Bitter Oliver. My loyalty to personal history, my knowledge of the heavenly squad and rank shows my achievements and skills. I have surpassed Chun Yo-ha in every aspect. Why not choose me? He said loudly angrily, "Things like that were never the will of the Lion Saint, who always respected strength. Such a decision was only yours, Stephen Marker, who always favored Chun Yo-ha. You both heard this crazy Oliver talk. You guys were easily defeated by Li Jian. the deputy governor will neglect the heavenly squad just because she is crazy about Lee Jian. Do you think you can neglect the heavenly squad like that? Do you know what I did with the previous deputy governor to become a candidate? Stephen and Chun Yoha were shocked. Oliver, what did you just say? Don't say the reason my master died. Oliver answered on her behalf. Ha, yes, that's right. Do you think he died because he was isolated and didn't receive help? The next second, Stephen Marker shouted in shock, wanting to stop Chun Yoha. But she rushed towards Oliver as if overwhelmed by indignation. She pressed her hands against this man's disgusting pig face, using the stone wall breaking technique to push his face against the wall next to her. Right after that, she continued to use divine speed. Around her, she was surrounded by red sparks filled with murderous intent. At this moment Oliver was not afraid at all, he even showed an evil smile and said, ha, that's scary. The next second, his big hand grabbed Chun Yoha's small arm and asked, is this the special skill that Stephen Mark and Lee Jian created together? The name is breaking through the stone wall. It seems that's the only thing Stephen Marker taught you. Behind him a magic formation suddenly appeared. Oliver then told the truth, but this skill is still too weak for you to take revenge on. If you want to hurt me, at least do it like this. Having said that, the man immediately raised his huge arm and slammed it on the ground. That's a secret move on the office floor and practice floor, directly punching her down to the floors below. Surrounded by a cloud of smoke that covers the entire scene. Chun Yoha was knocked down, bleeding from her mouth. Everyone around was stunned. Deputy Governor, are you okay? As soon as Chun Yoha stood up, she heard loud laughter. Up high, Oliver was also jumping down through that hole. He said, get up quickly and counterattack. On the outside, the entire corporation was beaten as if it were being torn apart from the inside. Oliver smiled triumphantly and said, even the chain lightning you are always proud of is nothing compared to my new strength. You are no longer worthy of my opponent. If you don't want to die, then release the sleeping monster in your hands. Otherwise, Chun Yoha saw him swinging his hand out again, preparing to strike again. Oliver threatened, otherwise you will continue to be beaten like this. Then outside, the tall building suddenly exploded, making the people below scared. Oh, run. From above, this destructive power crashed straight down to the ground. In another place, a chest with items was placed on the ground. The man smiled at them and said, it's so brilliant, look at the energy in it even though I just made it not long ago. Wow, it's time to give Yoha this weapon. In Hawaii, the holy land of snake manufacturing workshops. The man shouted, Jiwoo, I will give you your first assignment as a secretary. Both of them were surprised when they heard that. The man said, Yoha needed her help right away. Returning to the death building, Chun Yoha was indeed struggling with Oliver. He said even more proudly, our positions are different. Chun Yoha, always looking down at others, acting like he's very superior. You and Stephen Marker enjoyed it a lot, right? Chun Yoha just said, are you causing trouble like this just for the sake of the deputy governor? Oliver doesn't understand. Why? Chun Yoha said again, you became excited just because you got a little stronger. Oliver said contemptuously, a little bit. Are you blind? I cut off Stephen Marker's hand, who was always as strong as iron, in just one blow. My strength is equal to that of a saint. I am the strongest, he said proudly, but Chun Yoha only repeated, strongest. She tore off her torn coat and said, you said you were the strongest, but what did you do besides push your master into a trap and secretly cut off Stephen Marker's hand? You still haven't been able to do anything to me, someone who's only at S level. Which part of you is the strongest? She tied her hair back and concluded, you're just Oliver, an idiot who used to be the captain of the lion handler god, who doesn't know his position. She said with determined eyes, I will punish you, traitor lion, right here, Oliver. Oliver trembled indignantly, how dare you say that? At this moment, the lion and beast transformation skills were activated. Oliver's face suddenly changed. He said, you don't even know how to use the beast transformation power, which is the source of the lion's power. The next second, Oliver, half man, half lion, rushed forward. Chun Yoha also welcomed him. The two sides rushed at each other. Yoha dodged the attack, and conveniently hit Oliver. She used her foot to push this guy away. After that, Chun Yoha took a prepared stance. The next second, the ground suddenly seemed to burst with lightning. She stretched out her arms and rushed forward. Facing this monster that was no longer Oliver, Chun Yoha directly used lightning punch, hitting the monster hard. A huge explosion echoed throughout the building. Just now Oliver knocked her down, now she sent him flying up. Oliver fell and landed on the wall of the house. Then the next second, Chun Yoha didn't let him rest but punched him one more time. But this time Oliver took this opportunity and quickly grabbed Chun Yoha with his hand. It muttered and roared, "So annoying." After that, Oliver directly threw Chun Yoha like an object and hit the ground. As he threw it, he said loudly, "No matter how hard you try, it's useless, this is for you, Chun Yoha." Yoha finally fell to the ground once again. She slowly stood up in Oliver's loud voice, "Saint Libra wants me to defeat you, but there is no need to worry about someone who can't even control the evil god in his hands." Chun Yoha thought while panting, "I'm very angry at myself for not being able to defeat someone like Oliver. At this rate, I won't be able to catch up with him, catch up with Uncle Lee Jian." Thinking of this, she became even more determined. On this side Oliver jumped down, holding something in his hand and said, "Hey Chun Yoha, what are you thinking in the middle of the match? We are at the train station, if you don't pay attention the train will hit you." After speaking, he immediately threw a train car in his hand forward. Yoha stood up straight, she faced this train car straight, in her hand was a stream of power. She thought, "I don't want to lose miserably like that time again, I don't want to lose again. I have to win, I have to be stronger, to be able to stand next to Uncle Lee Jian, I will give everything I have at every moment." Thinking that, Chun Yoha immediately gathered all her strength and shouted loudly. Then at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, surprising her, "Ah, I like that attitude." Chun Yoha was surprised, "Ha, Uncle Lee Jian." Just as the train was about to hit, Yoha looked ahead in shock. A loud sound rang out, the ship seemed to be broken into pieces. The friction from the train and the rails, along with some kind of force, created extremely unpleasant sounds. The ground must also crack before this power. In front of them, the entire train car did not touch a single strand of Chun Yoha's leg but was split in half. Chun Yoha was stunned, Lee Jian. In front of her there was only a blue sword. Oh no, Chun Yoha looked in surprise at what was blocking in front of her, it was a spear. The system rang, "The snakehead welcomes you, you have shown your immortal fighting spirit. The weapon of the Constellation Ophiuchus has chosen its owner, no matter where the owner is, it will find it. And continues to accompany it until its owner's life ends." Lee Jian smiled looking at the scene before his eyes. The sound still rings until the assigned task is completed. They all looked up at the spear. Jiwoo asked confused, "What should I do next?" Lee Jian told her, "Now throw the spear into the sky." Jiwoo was surprised, threw into the sky. After being sure of what Lee Jian said, Jiwoo didn't hesitate anymore and threw it up hard, all to direct his eyes upward. As soon as it was thrown up, the spear suddenly flashed with a huge amount of power, startling all three people. That power moves quickly, it continuously flies in the sky to land where it needs to go. Everyone was surprised. Jiwoo asked if it was okay to throw like that. Lee Jian immediately praised, "She did very well. Now that spear will know where to go." Indeed, the spear is rushing to another location on the other side of the hemisphere at rocket speed. It rushed towards the building where Chun Yoha and everyone were. Over here, Stephen Marker's amputated arm is being treated. The subordinate worriedly said, "Although I did first aid with borrowed skills, if you want to treat properly, you have to go to the Aquarius constellation." Stephen Marker said angrily, "Damn it, why do I have to endure such humiliation?" At this moment, the huge power of the spear passed by, shocking everyone. The spear without hesitation stabbed straight into the ground. It crashed through the solid wall to fly in front of Chun Yoha. The next second, as everyone knows, loud sounds of collision rang out. The image of the train being split in half lasted only a moment. Yoha was stunned by this scene. A spear containing magic could easily cut a giant lump of iron in half. The spear now slowly stopped, it was stuck straight into the ground. The system rang, "The owner of the Constellation Ophiuchus welcomed the person with a strong fighting spirit." The next second, it suddenly moved. The spear Chun Yoha lifted made a sound again. "To join the Serpent constellation, you must prove your qualifications." The mission to prove your qualifications appears, destroying all enemies in front of you with immortal power. Chun Yoha immediately grasped the spear and accepted the mission without hesitation. She smiled and said, "Okay, I will do it." Instantly, the spear emitted a powerful blast of power that enveloped her. Oliver in the distance was also stunned. But it immediately rushed forward and said, "You were lucky to break the carriage, but the result will not change anyway." It rushed towards Chun Yoha with lightning speed and said, "Because this is truly the end." At this moment, the spear in Yoha's hand took position. It emitted red power corresponding to her. Then Yoha quickly took a stance. The next second, she activated her Light Lotus and rushed towards Oliver. Her attack was quickly blocked by Oliver, who smiled triumphantly and said, "Ha ha ha, didn't I say your power no longer works on me?" Chun Yoha didn't care, she put in more and more strength. The system also announced that the power of the constellation Ophiuchus combined with the red lightning, the two powers gathered. Yoha put all her strength into this attack with fierce determination. Stab him.
The next second, a combination skill was released, which was the flash skill, Lotus Calamity.
The building was now filled with smoke due to previous collapses. Steven and everyone else looked down in shock. Damn, what was going on down there? The next second, everyone was stunned. Suddenly there was a huge explosion from underground, as if a drill was emerging from the ground. Not only there, the surrounding land areas also seemed to explode from the enormous power below. They all tried to keep their feet from leaving the ground. This power was truly terrifying. When the smoke faded, revealing the ground had been torn apart, Stephen Mark couldn't believe it. The city was falling apart. He couldn't wait any longer and jumped down. Damn it, we have to go down and see what happened. The moment he landed, Stephen Marker was stunned at the scene before him. Oliver was being beaten to pieces, leaving only half his body. He no longer had the shape of half man, half lion. Oliver saw him and said dejectedly, "I look ridiculous, right? I was aiming for the position of governor but I failed against Chun Yoha, not you." Stephen only said, "It was because you were obsessed with that position that you were defeated." He sighed and said, "Chun Yoha said that becoming stronger is to overcome challenges, not the goal. That's why she overcame and became deputy governor. Compared to becoming a governor or deputy governor, I think you are very suitable for the Leo constellation." Oliver just kept silent when he heard that. Finally, he turned his head and muttered, "You talk too much, it's really irritating you to death." Stephen continued, "Anyway, Chun Yoha won, but I didn't expect it to be this strong." In front of them was a giant hole. Right after that, Chun Yoha quickly jumped up from the basement. When she saw Stephen there, Yoha was also very surprised. "Lord." Oliver tried to resist and said, "Chun Yoha, you came at the right time, you two listen here." Stephen Marker didn't care about him and asked loudly, "Chun Yoha, how did you do that?" Oliver tried to speak but couldn't speak but was drowned out by Stephen. "Why does this energy radiate from your body and not the lion constellation?" Chun Yoha quickly said, holding the spear, "Didn't I say I would switch to your constellation?" The two immediately argued, "No, what are you talking about? You didn't even ask the gods' permission." "I don't need to ask that person's permission. You've lost your mind." Oliver still wants to talk, but Stephen Marker just wants to stop Yoha. "Don't go. If you want to go, then step over my body." Right now the mission immediately appears. The mission to prove your character, Saint Stephen Marker. Saint Lion is blocking your path. Defeat him and take what you want. It's only now that Oliver has the chance to appear. Can you hear what people are saying? Both of you only showed contemptuous looks. You, the fluttering ashes, can't even talk. Or should I call you traitor Oliver? Oliver tried to say before breaking up, "Do you think this will end here? This is just the beginning. You guys really don't know Libra's true face. The fight between the two of us destroyed the entire constellation headquarters. You know what that means." He smiled complacently. The protective barrier of the Lion constellation protecting this place had weakened, and this place would also be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly flashed with light. Both were stunned. Stephen frowned. Did he have some other plan?
Right at that second, a huge explosion rang out.
Stephen immediately realized, had he summoned a disaster? Sure enough, a huge hand with long claws appeared. Stephen Marker looked up in shock. All the people in the Starbase headquarters were as stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Facing them, a monster with a giant horn appeared. Chun Yoha, who was standing in front of Stephen, also looked up in shock. That glowing red eye was, Yoha seemed to realize something before this thing. The monster before their eyes was 3 times larger than a normal building. Stephen was stunned, his eyes were red, he had clearly died in the ghost tower. All the civilians were shocked and screamed, "It was a disaster, let's run away." Stephen also realized that something was wrong, the people were still here. On this side, the red-eyed monster slowly opened its mouth, spitting out a huge mouthful of fire. Everyone was immediately scared and wanted to run away from this place. Stephen Marker immediately swore and rushed forward. Chun Yoha wanted to stop him but there was no time, Stephen had already stretched out his hand. Elsewhere at the Hawaiian Ophiuchus castle. Li Jian suddenly felt something, his face became visibly serious. He held a bow and muttered, why do I have a bad feeling? At this time, the media is reporting extremely urgent news. Disasters have continuously spread all over the world. So far the confirmed areas are 3 countries, the United States, the European Union and South Korea. A disaster occurred in the U.S. capital Washington, D.C., a level 1 emergency was announced. The appearance of the disaster was very similar to the red eye that dominated the ghost tower. The constellations have issued statements that they are seriously aware of the situation. The Libra constellation has vowed to avert the disaster. The representative of the Libra constellation has spoken out and will coordinate with allied constellations to rescue people from disaster. In the speech, the Libra constellation did not mention anything about the city lord's son being murdered. Haley exclaimed, "That's a good reason, using the excuse of dealing with disasters to deal with us. I think those disasters are also on the side of those angels." Then she wondered again, but could they summon red eyes? The person next to her wondered, why did red eyes appear? What was going on? Didn't Jian capture it in the Devil's Tower? The other saints even said they had already taken care of that red-eyed guy's head. Li Jian asked Haley, then how was he handled? Haley only said, there was a dispute between the constellations over the issue of copyright ownership. She said, after the centaur attacked the evil tower, he cut off contact with the other saints, so he did not know the inside story. Finally, after the dispute ended, that head was sealed and buried under the sea. She looked forward and said, that was Libra's proposal. The whole crowd exclaimed, could it be that Libra summoned it? Just another pile of trash, I understand. Li Jian said, I will go deal with that head, to see if it is the person I captured, or someone else like the Scorpion said. Li Jian turned towards Haley again, making her blush and said, Scorpion, the enemy can invade, so build a protection system around my city. Isn't your talent in setting up formations and setting traps? I can only rely on you. Haley blushed and trembled, thinking, it's too close, what should I do? Li Jian smiled again and said, will you help me, even though this is actually just a filter in Haley's eyes. Haley immediately blushed and laughed loudly. She immediately proudly opened her box and said, just leave it to me, even if you tell me to pull out the pillars of the city, I will still do it. Another person quickly reminded, the princess asked him to calm down, if this continued, the altar would collapse. Haley didn't care and said loudly, Li Jian asked me for help. Li Jian said no one can help me if it's not me. In Haley's mind, Li Jian asked to strengthen the defense of the sacred altar. If you want to strengthen the protection, you need a lot of Scorpion's sacred objects. Doesn't that mean that the Scorpion's sacred objects will be brought to the Ophiuchus holy altar? That means living together, right? Overthinking, she blushed and thought, is this a marriage proposal or not? Li Jian said to Taiku again, as for you Taiku, he just sighed and said, I will go with you to catch that red-eyed guy. But Li Jian refused and said, no, you should immediately return to Korea. Taiku immediately said, what, Yoha is there, I can't go back. Li Jian smiled and said, don't worry, I can feel Yoha's breath, I will take good care of Yoha, don't worry. He silently said, if Libra obstructs something in Korea, then the people of your holy group can fight them. In Seoul, Korea, large plumes of smoke appeared. A group of monsters are being destroyed by red flames. A group of people were cursing, damn, where did they come from? Absolutely must not let the defense line be broken. Right now another giant monster appeared in another place. Everyone couldn't help but frown at this number, damn it. In front of them, the city was surrounded by countless monsters from above to below. If this continued, there would be no end to it. At this moment, in the distance there was a loud explosion, attracting the monster's attention. Not only that, that thing was like a scanner constantly rushing forward, scanning wherever it went. The monsters were swept away by this thing. The immense power exploded, shaking the buildings. The others looked ahead in shock. In front of them, the huge monster that had just been dealt with was not done properly. A sound rang out, they didn't expect you guys to deal with them so badly. I really can't look at it anymore, after all half of you are archers. This person is Ivan Kruger, the Taurus saint. He took a handsome stance and said, hey archers, where is Hugo? A representative came out and said, thank you Sir Ivan for your support, Saint Hugo is not here right now, if you want to leave a message, please tell me. Ivan patted a guy on the shoulder again and said, that's not what I meant, so I'll wait for him here, you know. He smiled contemptuously and said, I really hate anyone who stands in front of me. The next second, the guy who was tapped on the shoulder was thrown away by Ivan. The leader angrily said loudly, what are you doing? Ivan just smiled and said, I have adjusted his strength. If he is lucky, he may have a fever, don't worry. At this time, a voice from far away made Ivan a bit surprised. Perhaps you came here to deal with us, not those disasters. The boy who had just been knocked back stood up. Lee Jae-won had received the blessing of the Ophiuchus constellation hidden in his soul. He said, I thought it was impossible for a person related to our city lord to come here. Ivan Kruger pointed and smiled and said, oh, that's quite nice. It would be a pity for you to be his henchman. Jae-won said, up until now you have been insulting our city lord with words. He said seriously, hoping he would correct his words. Ivan then turned around and said loudly, how does he manage his subordinates, dare to argue with the words of the saint, completely a group of people without manners. He said, after all, Libra said it would be better to destroy them all. In the next second, Ivan's whole body surged with strength, he smiled and rushed forward. Elsewhere in Hawaii, Taiku told Jiwoo that if anything happens, you must contact me. Jiwoo happily told him not to worry, with Mr. Lee Jian here, nothing would happen. Taiku was depressed, even though I was angry, you were right. The saint's power is to be able to return to the altar. Before leaving, Taiku waved goodbye to them. Jiwoo also said, please send my regards to Sungchae and everyone. Lee Jian smiled and said, come to Korea to handle it for me. Once I catch the red eye, I will come right away. I will complete what you assign me, I will send a message. The next second, Taiku quickly teleported back to Korea. Lee Jian looked after him and said, we should also slowly prepare to go. Jiwoo said, we will go now. Lee Jian replied, no, before going to catch that red-eyed guy, I will catch the rats in my city. On this side, Taiku had left. A group of people looked after him and said, the subordinates of the Sun-eyed God have left, should we deal with him or not? The two guys said to each other, no need, our target is Lee Jian, okay. This guy is a skull-headed young man, looking very similar to the Korean version of the Ghost Rider. He raised his hand and shouted, knights, prepare to attack. They are dangerous black-level soul knights, almost impossible to defeat. Haley quickly buried something in the ground. When it was finished, she stood up satisfied, great, done, I've set it all up in this area. What was in front of them was the Scorpion Constellation relic, the Scorpion sculpture, and the Scorpion Constellation barrier guardian statue. Haley smiled and said, looking around to see if there was anything missing, something missing. It must be said that within a radius of 5 meters around them, there is no place without a Scorpion statue. The boy said, if this is enough, how can I satisfy you? Haley then said, oh look, this entire island has sacred objects. Then I'm relieved. We all cried silently in our hearts. At this rate our constellation will really be destroyed. Haley laughed again and said, what about destroying it? Lee Jian asked for my help. It's over, he's completely bewitched. They talked quietly to each other. It was a big deal. Even in the Scorpion City there weren't that many sacred objects placed. Just quietly follow along. He's made a decision and can't change it. The young man said dejectedly, I'm going crazy. Then at this moment, the boy suddenly saw a statue of a holy object shaking violently. The next second, the Scorpion relic was cracked. The boy was stunned. In just a moment, the relic burst. Not just one, not two, but one after another the sacred objects around them exploded. Haley and everyone were shocked. What was going on? An enemy with such power that the statue could not resist was nearby. A sound rang out that surprised Haley. This was the city of the constellation Ophiuchus. In front of the city gate, night souls slowly appeared. The leader muttered, what a mess. The three faced this soul and heard him ask, where is that human, the owner of the constellation Ophiuchus? The guy quickly said loudly, who are you to dare to barge in here? Then the next second, the boy's pupil shrank. A soul knight suddenly threw out a sword at them. He took back his sword and said, you dare to ask who we are? Haley's subordinates quickly used their strength to protect the group from the attack just now. The princess was not injured, it was all thanks to you. This person trembled as he looked at his injured arm and reminded the princess to be careful, they don't seem to be easy to deal with. Haley gritted her teeth and thought, could they destroy the armor of a divine beast to that extent? Could it be that they were an army from an unknown civilization? The soul knight shouted, although they don't show it, they have the same strength as us. What should we do, sir? The leader also thought, maybe they are the traitors of the same clan that Libra said. He ordered to kill all the criminals of the same clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the other knight immediately obeyed the order and rushed forward. The divine beast standing in front stretched out his arm and said loudly, do you think you can fulfill your wish? But in a split second, that powerful arm was cut to pieces, and the knight's soul told him to disappear. Li Gun was stunned, destroying the divine beast with just one sword strike. The knight raised his sword to face Haley and said loudly, "Traitor to his clan, go away." Faced with this attack, Haley quickly covered her face with her hand. The next second, she directly used her hand to block this attack. She changed to another armor and muttered, "The attack was boring." After finishing speaking, she continued to proactively reach out in front of the knight. The two attacks collided with each other, making a loud sound. Finally, the Soul Knight was knocked out by Haley's strength. Haley said coldly, "You guys dare step those dirty feet on this island?" A sound rang out, "Well said, Scorpion." Behind her, green rays of light continuously flashed in the air. Then the powerful healing attacks rushed directly towards those souls, leaving them unable to react. The skulls were quickly chopped off, most of them. Before these attacks, only the leader calmly looked at them, then he easily blocked this attack with his hand. Li Jian appeared from behind and muttered, "Who are you rats to dare to speak loudly? Oh, that's quite big, or should I call it rats?" He held the bow in his hand and asked contemptuously, "Who are you?" Haley was happy, it was Li Jian. The leader crushed the magic bow and arrow in his hand and said, "It turns out you are the owner of the Constellation Ophiuchus that Libra talked about." Li Jian also slowly approached and said, "So you guys are Libra's henchmen?" The leader said, "You better be careful with what you say. I heard Libra say there is a snake that does not know the height of the sky and the earth." He looked straight at Li Jian. "A brat like this dares to call himself a god, it's really disappointing." Li Jian smiled coldly and replied, "Why do I have to live up to your expectations? Answer quickly, who are you, subordinates of Libra?" The Broken Arm Knight shouted loudly, "Shut up, do you know who you are talking to?" This time, Li Jian gave him an extra blow to the face with a bow and arrow. Li Jian angrily scolded, "Get away, who are you to dare to interfere when I talk?" The leader looked at his fallen assistant and thought, "Master of the Snakehead, I thought he was just a brat, turns out that's why Libra is wary of him." Even though he attacked suddenly, he could still take down our elite army with one arrow. He was not an ordinary person, he commented. At this moment, the leader no longer looked arrogant. He asked in a harsh voice, "Who are you?" Li Jian also did not hesitate to say his name. The leader said loudly, "Well done, Li Jian, master of the Constellation Basilisk, forgive me for looking down on you." He then revealed his identity, "I am the leader of the army of the great unknown civilization, the Soul Knights, the servant of the War Baron. We are here to destroy humans, those who follow the cunning saints. I will punish you for hindering us." He has finally drawn his sword. Receiving the signal, the group of Soul Knights behind immediately rushed to attack, for the great monarch. Li Jian faced them and just muttered, "Your words are so exaggerated, but also so empty. Punish, destroy, are you kidding me? Know where you are." Li Jian looked straight at them. At this time, the army of knights had rushed forward at lightning speed. If they didn't fight, they would just die. They rushed forward with a single goal, to kill, for our great monarch. Li Jian, on the other hand, just felt that it was a trivial reason, they should still understand who they are. Right at this moment when everyone was rushing forward, Li Jian immediately shouted loudly, "Heaven and earth." At this moment, the gate behind them suddenly opened, a bright light flashed and the spear rushed forward at high speed. Wherever the spear goes, the souls of the knights die like straw. A knight who was lucky enough to dodge rushed forward with his sword. Facing them, Li Jian was not afraid but wanted to solo. This guy rode his horse forward and stabbed a sword straight at him. But then the next second, he was shocked. What? The scene before my eyes was amazing. Li Jian easily blocked his attack with just his bare hands. Li Jian smiled and said, "Haven't you eaten anything yet?" The muscles in his arms tensed. The next second, Li Jian, the king of the city, grabbed this knight's spear and lifted him up, holding the spear with no strength at all. The next second, Li Jian pressed this soul knight firmly to the ground. The other group of knights continued to rush forward, wanting to confront Li Jian. Li Jian still did not use his weapon, but quickly wriggled himself out of their pile of weapons. "You speak too loudly and slowly." The knights were also surprised by this amazing speed. The next second, Li Jian easily trapped them, pulling all the weapons to stay at one point. The knights were stunned. What, damn, the weapons are stuck together, why can't they be pulled out? Only then did Li Jian take the opportunity to pick up his weapon and strike straight at this group of knights. That tangled pile of weapons was thrown away, the knights also collapsed. Li Jian scolded loudly, "Are you holding weapons just to look good? The next second, Li Jian activated the skill to increase hammer size and then rushed forward. Hit or not, you guys are all dead. Li Jian looked like he was playing boxing and used the hammer to fling forward. Everyone was shocked by this power. Unbelievable leader, impossible, my army. And then, all those night souls were burned to ashes. Jiwoo in the distance beckoned loudly, Mr. Li Gun, I have brought everyone here according to your orders. All the sacred beasts of the Ophiuchus constellation have arrived. In front of them, the spirit beasts faced the leader of the Soul Knight. Those who dared to step into their master's territory would definitely be punished. Li Jian smiled and said, it's just the right time, you guys should handle them for me, and leave the captain to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a spear quickly appeared in his hand. He smiled and reminded the leader, don't just stand there, move quickly. The leader frowned seriously, the owner of the snake, you. This time he charged directly and roared, I will cut you into 100 pieces. In extreme anger, he rushed forward. A slashing attack was unleashed with great magic. Li Jian did not hesitate to use his spear to slash it away, and that's ridiculous. Right at the moment the leader ran to the spot and struck down a blow, Li Jian quickly used his sword to block this attack. The knight captain's soul couldn't believe it, he could resist it. Li Jian heard that and smiled and replied, oh, it took quite a bit of effort. Next, Li Jian not only blocked this attack but also used his foot to knock this guy back away. His horse was punched to the ground by Li Jian. But then suddenly a great force appeared in the sky. The leader raised his hand high, not forgetting to shout loudly, you are quite good, owner of the constellation Ophiuchus. His whole body was enveloped by a huge stream of power. He said loudly, then please accept this. But below, Li Jian just calmly reached up and pointed his sword upward. The next second, he immediately threw it forward without hesitation. The sword with rocket speed headed straight towards the swordsman's face. At that moment, his figure disappeared, the sword pierced through this power. All the other soul knights were also shocked and frightened by the leader's tremendous power. The next second, an attack came with a voice full of indignation, I will destroy both you and your subordinates, but this attack went straight down, destroying all the night souls. The leader was stunned and thought, that direction, damn it, I attacked in the wrong direction because of his weapon. Then, at this moment, the leader noticed that his legs were being chained by something. He muttered, what is this again, what are those bastards doing? Below, Haley and her accomplices were holding the leader's legs down as if trying to hold him back. Haley said loudly to everyone, quickly pull away. Faced with their power, the leader was not impressed, but muttered, that's stupid, doing that will only make you die sooner. Just when he was actively rushing towards them, Haley smiled and said, caught him. The leader still didn't understand what was going on when Li Jian rushed over with a smile. He immediately sent a piercing blow through the Soul Knight's chest, making him scream in pain. Li Jian looked at him and said, scream louder, you must be miserable if you haven't shouted until now. After Li Jian finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the sword and stabbed it deeper, causing him even more pain. Once finished, Li Jian said, good, it's over, Captain. Haley told him, your subordinates have been taken care of by our spirit beasts. The leader couldn't believe it, our army could not give in so easily. Li Jian smiled disdainfully and said, what are you talking about? Didn't you just destroy your subordinates yourself? I guess the number of demon spirits you captured is about the same as mine. Li Jian held his sword and smiled and said, by the way, change the name, what if the army is killed? The leader's cheeks turned red, he immediately shouted loudly and turned his head as if he were afraid of something. Li Jian also felt something behind him, what was it, and heard the other guy shouting loudly, Master. The next second, the leader's body wrapped around Li Jian's and said, even if I die, I have to make you die too. Haley shouted nervously, Li Jian. Everyone was also extremely shocked. The leader pushed Li Jian and him into a big hole and said, let's go to hell together, Master. The owner of the snakehead, Li Jian, did not understand what was going on, but was pushed hard by this leader into a gate of some kind. He laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, if you fall from here you will die, even if you live, wait for the suffering. But right at this moment, Li Jian directly pushed himself away from the guy and said, I don't know if you have anything ready. The next second, he directly grabbed this guy's collar and turned towards him and said, but I don't like this position very much. Li Jian directly rode on him, right, the leader who was being mounted immediately said loudly, you, what the hell are you doing? Li Jian smiled evilly and said, to be honest, I really want to surf in the air once, just dive down like this. The leader immediately refused and shouted, my honor as a knight. At this moment, Li Jian looked around with admiration and asked the leader, where is this space in the sky? In the vicinity of the Leo's headquarters in Washington, D.C., USA, buildings were blown away. The red-eyed guy is crazily destroying everything. Yoha and everyone were shocked, thinking he was dead. Stephen Marker used his hand to save everyone, his other arm looked like it had been roasted. Stephen turned his head and tried to ask everyone, are you okay? Chun Yoha quickly asked, are you okay? Stephen immediately sat down and said, I'm fine. He exclaimed, after all, he stopped it, it's a pity I can't eat with my hands tonight. Yoha let out a breath, if you can still joke, it seems okay. Stephen looked at the red-eyed guy, then gritted his teeth and said, it's moving in another direction, we have to stop it. Everyone else has also run down. City Lord, are you okay? Let's come help you. Stephen was a little touched, you guys are lion people, so even when faced with red eyes, you still burn with the will to fight. Everyone immediately became enthusiastic. The City Lord had caught it before, if we work together, he will catch it again. After hearing this, Stephen immediately became stupid, what the hell? Chun Yoha quickly told everyone, it's impossible because the red eyes are very strong, I understand everyone's feelings but that only increases the damage. She continued, everyone has other things to do, which is to evacuate the remaining people. She said, the responsibility of the strong is to protect the weak, I will support the City Lord. Everyone immediately received the order and quickly evacuated to save the people, and avoided obstructing the City Lord and Deputy City Lord. Stephen smiled and said, thank you. Yoha sighed and said, actually you are blocking my way. She looked at her mission and said, the mission of transferring the holy altar is not over yet, until I defeat you, you must live. Both looked at that eye, what should we do now, can you show me the power to cut those red eyes? Stephen sighed and said, you already know everything, why do you still ask, it's not me who caught the red eye. He smiled and frowned at the red-eyed guy and said, it's not me but Li Jian. Chun Yoha actually found out now, it turns out he was the one who caught it. Yoha said again, but Uncle Li Jian is not here. Stephen also thought with difficulty, now someone must stop it. He said determinedly, this time I will do it. I will use divine summoning, he decided. Yoha was surprised, if you want to summon a god, you will have to use a lot of power, will it be okay? Stephen does not deny, yes, the price for summoning a god is very expensive. He turned around and said, the lion constellation has lost everything it has accumulated, but if we cannot protect the city and its people, humanity's efforts will be lost. He stepped forward and said, I have decided, this is my chance to make up for 20 years ago. Stephen stood up forward, he quickly mobilized the power in his head. Remembering that day, Stephen determinedly thought, I will not run away like I did then. Big red eyes were also surprised to notice this flashing yellow light. Notification system, use all your power and accumulated points to summon the gods, Stephen said loudly, Chun Yoha, you must protect me while I summon the gods. Yoha quickly stood up in front. Red eyes now noticed them and immediately rushed over. It roared angrily and stretched out its hand to attack. Yoha did not immediately shout to prepare for battle. Stephen has also entered the state of summoning gods. There's also someone screaming on this side, or more accurately, the knight's soul is crying. Li Jian smiled happily and said, finally returning to the ground. The next second, he directly used the leader of this soul knight as his pedestal. On the other side, the red-eyed guy with Yoha and Stephen are still fighting.
Then the next second, a source of great power descended from the sky, crashing straight down on Red Eye's head.
The next second, Li Jian appeared as a professional skateboarder, surfing on the red eye, with the skateboard as the soul knight. Li Jian continued to jump up and down from this red eye. At this moment, even Stephen and Chun Yoha were shocked, what was that? Then a second later, Li Jian quickly landed, even using Mr. Stephen as his second pedestal. Chun Yoha looked at this whole scene in shock. Li Jian mumbled, oh my god, we're just landing now, but where is this? Yoha was shocked, it's Uncle Li Jian. Li Jian turned his head in surprise, ha Yoha, why are you here? Only then did Li Jian pay attention to the corpse at his feet, you are also here, Stephen. Li Jian angrily looked at the knight's soul, I was wondering where you took me down, it turned out to be Washington, D.C. The other leader laughed loudly and said, it's over, Master Snakeman, it's useless for you to defeat me. You won't be able to defeat that red-eyed monster, die in despair and helplessness, Li Jian, it said. Li Jian turned his head to look at the giant corpse in front of him. Oh, his eyes were red. Li Jian frowned at this name. Then he smiled gently as if meeting an old friend and asked, "Hey, do you still remember me? 20 years ago, the ruler of the evil tower appeared, that is, Red Eyes. That was the strongest disaster that Li Jian ever defeated after the bloody battle. Its roar was enough to frighten the 12 saints with its fear and ferocity." Back to the present, the Red Eyes came back to life once more. He furiously raised his foot and wanted to stomp on Li Jian. On the contrary, Li Jian was just slowly thinking, what will be different now? The next second, he easily dodged its giant leg. He ran and smiled and said, "Your greeting makes me so disappointed. It's been a long time since I've seen you, there's no sincerity at all." Li Jian quickly ran towards a building and jumped high above. Red Eyes didn't expect him to do that, or rather, he didn't know what he was planning to do. Li Jian quickly walked to the top of the building, coming face to face with this red-eyed disaster. It didn't care, it roared directly and then raised its hand to deal with him. Li Jian continued to dodge this attack. Wherever he ran, the Red Eyes attack was swung, and the sound of broken rocks and earth roared loudly. Red Eyes frantically slashed buildings, but Li Jian could still easily carry his knife and run away. Then he turned around and thought to himself, something was strange. Li Jian muttered, looking at his face, he was indeed the person of that year, but why is that evil and cunning devil so stupid now? Over here, the red-eyed disaster guy is bewilderedly looking for Li Jian. Li Jian muttered, "I have to confirm a bit, the 13th feeling." After confirming, he was stunned. "Hey! I was wondering how it was possible for the person in charge of the evil tower to be reincarnated. It turned out to be just a disposable item, except for the red-eyed head, which was real, everything was fake. A small amount of aura of an unknown civilization was discovered. A large amount of aura of the Libra constellation was discovered. Another place in the city of the Libra constellation, Libra Palace." Two voices rang out. "Nothing will happen to the United States city, what do you mean?" This person respectfully knelt down and replied, "I was worried about the red-eyed rebirth being too hasty." The person with blonde hair only said, "The lion constellation has been destroyed and that's enough. Even if a patchwork puppet is destroyed, it doesn't matter. It would be great if that Li Jian was like the constellation Leo." Then this person thought to himself, actually he was right, this red eye is not perfect. Blood mist, as long as he is resurrected, he can summon the black dragon and the host of the red eye with his resources. I didn't expect that stupid goblin to use up all the accumulated resources and then die. Back to reality, a masked person appeared and reported, "The city lord, I have a new report. I just confirmed that Hugo Otis has arrived in Korea. Looks like I'm about to meet Ivan Kruger." He continued to report that on the side of unknown civilization, the ironclad Baron had gone directly to battle. City Lord Tian Bin sighed and muttered, his demon spirit army was defeated in the blink of an eye. Of course he had to show himself. This person continued to ask, "How is Kali?" The subordinates responded immediately, "The city lord forgave the crime," but the young lady still had no response. City Lord Tian Bin Palace sighed and muttered, "It seems like it didn't listen to me at all, so I won't wait any longer." The woman said decisively, "I will go to war, order all the soldiers, the main target is the magic tower in Korea. Right now in Korea, Seoul is extremely devastated. Underfoot are corpses lying around." Ivan Kruger sat up high smoking a cigar. He is sitting on hundreds of corpses of the disaster group. Ivan smiled and frowned, saying, "You bastard, where did you come from?" Taiku frowned, "Don't you know what I came all the way to Korea for, Taurus? You still dare to touch my subordinates." The people who had just been beaten by Ivan quickly knelt before him. Ivan smiled and said, "The evil tower with red eyes has appeared in the United States. I wanted to come to investigate but your subordinates blocked my way. If the saints knew, wouldn't it be funny, so I'm just disciplining them." He smiled. Taiku frowned, "How interesting is your reason for red eyes appearing in the US to come to Korea? You should discipline Libra and red eyes, not my subordinates. If you came to investigate the evil tower, then why are you hesitating here?" He smiled sarcastically, "Just like 20 years ago." Hearing that, Ivan slowly stood up and muttered, "You bastard, I heard you've regained your strength, but it seems you're still very paranoid." He said, "If you don't have the sacred object, you're just a brat. Moreover, have you forgotten who broke your sacred object? This time I will break you." Ivan smiled smugly. The next second, He immediately activated the Taurus Constellation skill, destroying the tank and rushing forward. The subordinates worriedly said to the city lord, "Please go away quickly." Ivan proudly said loudly, "Are you scared?" On this side, Taiku calmly clutched something in his hand. The next second, he used these same hands to confront Ivan's strong strength. Everyone was shocked at this scene. It was Ivan who was knocked away and flew away. Not only that, the attack was so strong that its power caused several buildings to fall. Ivan sat down on the ground muttering, "Impossible." He said tremblingly, "Even a lion cannot directly hit my attack." The sky was clear. Taiku stood in front and said, "You think wrong, Taurus. Do you think I have lost the sacred object?" At this moment a huge yellow pillar of power appeared in front of him. Taiku did not hesitate to reach out and touch it, summoning the sacred object, his wish from the Ophiuchus territory. Taiku looked at Ivan's shocked face and asked, "What's wrong? Where's that proud aura just now?" "What do you see? You're scared, you bastard." A familiar holy item appeared in your hand. It was a constellation of light that penetrated the heavens, SS level. It wasn't just the bow, in his hand was a pile of super huge weapons. Then in the next second, not only the bow, but the corpses of the spirit knights just now also fell. Ivan watched as Taiku struggled to throw away these excess weapons. Ivan was still surprised. He could revive the relic. Could it be that Li Jian did something like that? Taiku said again, "Don't be afraid of Taurus. I have decided not to use weapons anymore. I'm angry because you dare to touch my subordinates. Even if it weren't for that, it's not like you and I have never fought before," he said as he put the bow back. Taiku tied his hair and said, "In this situation, it would be a shame to fight with weapons, so let's fight with our hands. It will definitely be very refreshing." Ivan Kruger muttered tremblingly, "Damn." He said indignantly, "How proud it is to resurrect a sacred object. You dare to despise me." The next second, Taiku appeared right in front of him with a fist and said, "Then jump in." A blow so powerful that it wanted to split the hill behind it. Behind the cloud of smoke, Taiku and Ivan were evenly matched to block each other. Taiku smiled, "Aren't you normally very confident in your own strength? Let's take this opportunity to develop your strength." Ivan trembled and tried to speak loudly, "Who are you to confidently challenge me?" At this moment, Taiku's whole body exuded a murderous aura, making Ivan a little scared. The next second, his leg was pushed back without any strength. Taiku smiled and said, "You underestimate the strength of archers too much." This time, Ivan decided to use the armored helmet to headbutt Taiku, causing him to vomit blood from his mouth and nose. Taiku smiled, headed out to the car and said, "That's really spicy." He raised a fist. This time Taiku aimed his punch straight at Ivan's head. Ivan also looked at Taiku, "You with cold blood." Ivan didn't like it either. He also used his fist to make Taiku's mouth bleed. Right now, he thought he had gained the advantage and wanted to swing his hand again. But in the next second, Taiku was able to hit him back with an equal or even stronger blow. He hit him and the residual power echoed 10 meters away. Ivan was punched and his teeth were broken, blood flying in the air. At this moment, his body could no longer stand and fell to one knee. Taiku did not hesitate to let him fall completely. He used his foot to press hard on Ivan's strained leg, causing him to collapse. Taiku smiled and said, "Let me fix it." Ivan shouted in pain, "Damn it, my leg." He still smiled and asked, "Let me see if the cowhide sandbag can be used well or not." Ivan was now so excited that he was crazy. He cursed loudly, "You bastard." The next second, Taiku continued to lift his leg and punched Ivan in the face. The two fought and the mountain behind them was about to collapse. The tremor was so great that everyone in the distance was surprised. "What's going on up there, City Lord?" Everyone is a bit worried. In that place, Taiku held Ivan's hand with one hand like a true ope, and with the other hand punched this Taurus boy like a child. Ivan was punched and thought quickly, "Damn, if this continues I will be beaten to death. I have to use defensive weapons." Just as another attack was punched out, Taiku suddenly realized that his attack was blocked. Ivan smiled, his arm was covered with a spear. Ivan smiled and said, "Damn it, I was just absent-minded all this time." Ivan quickly used Dirty Buff to turn the situation around and said, "Now equip weapons for round 2. With just one flick of his foot, the rock and soil below crumbled, and Taiku quickly retreated away. This time he also took out his bow and said, "You are so cowardly, Taurus, where is my weapon?" Meanwhile, Hugo Oster has not appeared yet. The memories suddenly rewinded. How did Li Jian handle the powerful relic? The next second, Taiku looked dumbfounded as his bow cracked again. Why? In another place, Steven's healthy body seemed to be sinking under the water. He thought, I can't wake up. What happened? After the god came, I don't remember anything anymore. Could it be that when the god came, did he take away the right to control my body? What is that red-eyed guy? A sound rang out that made Steven frown. The roar of red eyes. Yes, God was fighting with my body so I couldn't wake up. After all, I'm a saint. I can't leave everything to God and pass out here. Thinking so, Steven tried to open his eyes. You should wake up quickly. You have to wake up to help God chase away the red eye. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared. What was that light? Could it be God's instructions for me to wake up? If so. The next second, Steven Marker opened his eyes wide and shouted, Oh my God, here I come. Then he was startled and looked forward, seeing himself lying on the ground. Nearby was a red-eyed demon raging. In front of him, the red eye was groaning in pain because its arm was cut off, and Li Jian was fighting with it. Steven saw Li Jian here and was also very surprised. The one fighting with red eyes was Li Jian. So what are we doing? Yoha reminded him of the harsh truth. He was sleeping. Why not? He's been sleeping since chapter 83. Before his eyes, Li Jian stabbed his knife firmly into Red Eye's bicep, making it groan in pain. Li Jian was still welcoming the red eye. He aimed at its head. He smiled and said loudly, Hey fake, that's not right. Anyway, that head is real. Do you remember anything from the Devil's Tower? At this time, the other arm also swung forward. Li Jian quickly ran up to its forearm and muttered, No matter how many times I deal with you, that tower manager will still revive you. Li Jian faced it and said loudly, Thanks to that I also know how to catch you. He smiled and said, Aren't we old friends who share each other's joys and sorrows? We'll handle it quickly. Go in peace. The red-eyed guy was shocked when he heard that. He immediately screamed loudly and bit something when Li Jian rushed forward. Steven shouted, Don't jump casually, his breath will shoot out. Sure enough, the next second, the red eye opened its mouth wide. But Li Jian also changed his weapon to a hammer. He smiled. The hammer bestowed great achievements. This super huge hammer went straight into the red eye's mouth. Li Jian smiled evilly and said, Who do you dare to burp in my face? Shut your mouth. At this moment, some kind of power suddenly emitted from the hammer, shocking the red eyes.
The next second, a huge explosion rang out from its mouth.
The entire city of Washington seemed to enjoy a beautiful fireworks display. The achievement-granting hammer quickly shrunk back to its full size and returned to Li Jian's palm. He smiled and muttered, Grilled to perfection, so wonderful. Before their eyes, the red eye was burned away. Li Jian knelt down and muttered, The head seemed to be real but the breath was still as foul as before, but what to do? After Li Jian finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward. He directly used the knife in his hand to cut off the red eye's head. Li Jian smiled, What can you do, when the person you encounter is still me? Chun Yoha and everyone watched in shock as the red eye's head fell down. Those who were helping to find survivors were also terrified. Among those who were most surprised was the Holy Master Steven Kruger. Li Jian quickly jumped onto the severed head of the red eye in front of him. Steven thought, Yes, the person who can destroy red eyes is Li Gon. The image of Li Jian in his eyes right now is no different from the Messiah. Li Jian smiled triumphantly and turned around to ask, Have you learned how to defeat the Red Devil? The whole city was in utter chaos. Everyone was busy saving people or disposing of the red-eye's body. Li Jian, Yoha and Steven were standing over the red-eyes. The whole group looked inside the wound in the chest of this disaster. Li Jian smiled as expected. I knew it. Steven was surprised. What is this? Li Jian explained to them that there was a different side. After hearing it, everyone was shocked. Li Jian explained further, the red-eyed monster we know is the host of the Black Dragon. It is like a bowl of rice for the Black Dragon to live parasitically until it becomes an adult. Everyone was shocked. It can't be. The red-eyed is just a slice of rice. How do you know that? Li Jian recalls, while I was locked in the evil tower, the tower manager continuously reincarnated disasters, of course including red eyes and black dragons. I've been fighting them for 20 years, he said to himself, so even if you don't want to know, you have to know. Steven and Yoha heard that and were speechless, not knowing what to say. Li Jian looked at the head and said, I think the giant put the head and the disastrous body together, and the black dragon was picked up in the evil tower. Libra has an alliance with the mysterious civilization, so I think it must be so. Li Jian turned his head to look at the Night Soul and said, If only she could find your strength, she would definitely be able to revive her intact. What a pity, right, Captain of the Knights? The leader is currently being slashed in the chest by Li Jian's sword. He said tremblingly, "Kill me quickly." Li Jian sighed, "You are a parrot, why have you been saying the same thing all this time?" Chun Yoha asked again, "So what will you do now? We have to decide how to handle this giant and the black dragon too." Li Jian rubbed his head in thought, then suddenly a notification bar appeared. You received a complaint from Taiku, Holy Constellation Ghost. The problem of relic damage and manufacturer error arose. Unknown contact 146 times. He was stunned. What the hell? The bow is broken. How is that possible? Then he suddenly remembered the time when he fought with the knights. Oh, wait, could it have been that time? Li Jian read that red warning and was speechless. Finally, he knocked it away. I'm busy, wait a moment. Over here. Taiku cursed angrily. You bastard Li Jian, quickly accept the contact. He cursed while running away from the crazy Ivan who was laughing at him. Ha ha ha, where is your aura from before? He was proud. I destroyed your holy item. Taiku ran and explained, don't dream of destroying it, this is just the manufacturer's fault. Both sides, one against the other. Taiku ran while not forgetting to provoke. Ha ha ha, that's too slow, making this guy even more frustrated. He ran and said, don't underestimate my archer's speed. Then the next second, suddenly something emerged from the ground. This is. Taiku frowned. There was a black sword blade on the ground. I recognized it, it was Jean-Louis Morin. Ivan proudly chased after him, loudly praising him, well done. But at this moment, a sword was also raised towards him. Ivan had the sword pointed straight at his head, but luckily he was not punctured. Memories of before suddenly appeared, he thought, who suddenly barged in like that? The next second, the entire hill had another explosion. Taiku gasped and muttered, he almost died. He looked at the frozen Ivan and was shocked. What the hell was this ice mountain? A sound rang out, your appearance is truly miserable. Taiku was surprised. Kevin Azar, why are you here? Kevin just replied, I came here to save you. He even mumbled a little contemptuously, why do I see you shaking every time? Aren't you fighting with the Taurus? Do something. No wonder Li Jian can't trust you. Taiku said loudly angrily, shut up, I beat him just now. Kevin continued, hey Centaur, you should also pay attention to the defense of the temple. He explained, don't you see the flies flying around your city? The city has no owner, so Gemini, Aquarius, Aries, Capricorn rushed into it. Taiku was shocked. What? Kevin comforted, don't worry, I've taken care of them all. Your friends are okay, but the house has collapsed. Taiku swallowed his tears. The only way was to ask God Apollo for money to repair the temple. Kevin smiled and said, it's not because I lost my way to your city on the way to America and met Li Jian. Taiku's face turned black. I'm sure it's because you lost your way, you blind person. At this moment, the iceberg before their eyes began to show signs of cracking. Sure enough, the next second, Ivan broke the ice that was blocking him. He angrily said, I was wondering who came, it turned out to be my parasitic brother, do you think you can lock me in there? Kevin smiled, frozen beef won't taste good, but it looks like cowhide is very thick, your face still looks good even after being cut to that extent. Ivan smiled madly and said, I will cut out your tongue before smashing that face. On this side, Morin smiled and stood next to Ivan and said, stop talking, we don't have time, hurry up, we're not here just to chat, right? This guy is still angry, they are not Li Jian, they are just two weak centaurs and Virgos, quickly deal with them, they are angry. Both of them muttered, talking funny, you are not Li Jian, you dare to look down on us, weak, you dare to consider the second god in the world, and you still associate me with him instead of Li Jian. Both of them said with great enthusiasm, beef and crab, Kevin, have you eaten the grilled food yet? I really like it, if so, let me chop it up for you. Both people on the other end of the phone didn't hesitate to respond, I don't know who cooks who, we're in a hurry so we won't hold back. But at this time a sound rang out, you guys are happy to see each other. A figure slowly appeared, it was the Holy Master Libra. She slowly landed and said, nice to meet you, it's been a long time since I've seen you. In another place, everyone on the Sagittarius side sighed, phew, the house collapsed again. A imprisoned rabbit is constantly screaming, why do I have to live so miserable? If you let me go, nothing will happen. Sungchae immediately turned the rabbit around like a pinwheel and scolded, why did it turn out like this? Because of the people who wanted to find you, that's why. Everyone could only sigh. Sungchae, calm down, keep your strength to clean the house, if you just sit still then it's fine. At this moment, a noise caught everyone's attention. In the sky, something soared. It was a star dragon. At the top of the mountain in Seoul, Korea, bright yellow rays of light appeared in the sky. The Holy Master of Libra slowly walked down. The woman with bright yellow eyes said, "Hello, long time no see." Taiku was stunned. Giselle Lawrence came directly. Ivan and Morin were also stunned. "Libra, why did you come here? We haven't lost yet." Giselle Lawrence just raised her arm and told them to be quiet.
The next second, a magical formation appeared, causing everyone to collapse.
This power is terrible, even though it is holy, this power is very different. Morin and Ivan couldn't believe it. "What are you trying to do, attack us?" Giselle Lawrence calmly said, "Jean-Louis Morin, I allowed you to control the holy temple and lose the saint, but you couldn't even take down the citadel of the centaur. If that's not a failure, then what is?" Morin couldn't help but hang his head under this pressure. She continued, "Ivan Kruger, I didn't expect you to fail so miserably, the centaur couldn't control you." Ivan wanted to explain, but she added, "Don't ask me why I came here, but say thank you for coming to see you one last time before I die." Ivan was stunned. Giselle Lawrence increased her strength to make the two of them suffer more and said, "I can no longer trust and entrust you. This is my punishment. You should reflect on yourself." She walked in front of Taiku and Kevin. "Now, what should we do with these toys?" A magic circle appeared in her hand. She muttered, "Change the position of your head and arms, or I will turn you into a disaster like Li Jian once was." The next second, Kevin and Taiku's bodies suddenly had strong fluctuations. Kevin's pupils shrank. "Damn, this feeling." Libra zodiac sign skills, equivalent exchange. A power with such a huge symbol that even people far away can see it. Everyone couldn't understand. It was Libra, Saint Libra came here, what was going on? One person suddenly noticed something, they all turned their heads and looked up in shock. Li Jian was riding a dragon flying past them. That was not an ordinary dragon, but a tyrannical dragon. Li Jian smiled confidently and rode on it. All the civilians were stunned. "Dragon, that dragon." The dragon flew over the crowd and then headed straight towards the sign of Libra appearing. Li Jian laughed loudly and shouted, "Trash." Giselle Lawrence frowned and looked over there. Before she could say anything, a blast of power hit her. It was Li Jian who rushed over and punched her in the face. Taiku and Kevin were shocked. Li Jian smiled confidently, despite Ivan and Morin's frightened eyes. The whole group couldn't believe it. Libra was defeated with just one punch. At this time, the pressure from Taiku and Kevin was reduced, and the branches of the golden tree were disappearing. Taiku doesn't believe much. "Is it over? Has Libra been defeated?" Li Jian looked towards Giselle Lawrence's body whose face was broken. "Unbelievable, it seems like this is impossible." Li Jian said to Kevin and Taiku, "Hey, why are you climbing up there again? If you don't pay attention, you'll be robbed." "They're both mad at me, do you think we want to come up here?" But the one who is most angry is Taiku here. He shouted loudly and criticized, "Why don't you contact me? Do you know how many times I called you?" Li Jian is speechless. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then he asked for it, forgetting that he was the one who pushed it away. Taiku asked, "What did you do with my bow? Why do you have so many weapons of unknown civilizations?" Li Jian quickly turned away. "It's just bad luck, I'll fix it later, okay?" Ivan and Morin were stunned to hear them talk. "Bad luck, you know I almost died, that was an opportunity for you to appreciate your life more." Ivan and Morin looked at each other silently, as if they had achieved a common goal. The next second, both of them immediately rushed forward. Ivan shouted, "Damn it, I absolutely cannot accept this." He thought, "This is the only chance, let's end it." He immediately continued to activate the Taurus Constellation skill, but in the next second, he directly collided with Li Jian's beloved fist. Needless to say, this bull was thrown in 8 directions. Li Jian said angrily, "Who gave you permission to use the skill?" Ivan was thrown and his armor cracked, thinking to himself, "Damn, why did it turn out like this?" Not only Ivan, Morin also had his face blown away. His entire body was torn to pieces by the black dragon. Ivan was surprised to see that he was also bumping into that black dragon's mouth. Li Jian looked at them with contempt and said, "Stupid." Finally, as if inevitable, Ivan Kruger shouted, "Damn it." The black dragon didn't care and easily swallowed this Ivan's bull whole. Taiku was surprised. "Where did the black dragon appear from?" Li Jian explained, "That was the other red dragon that I was talking about." "They don't understand." "What, then why does it follow you? It seems like it's in the belly of Red Eyes in America." Return to the past, the system displayed, creative summoning, using the head of the red-eyed giant and the soul knight captain, using the 33rd sense skill, using the super regeneration skill. Li Jian smiled and said, I used my power to awaken them, and was also lucky to have useful ingredients. Taiku was speechless and pointed at it and said, don't you think it's very dangerous? Li Jian expressed, I already threw him a snack so nothing will happen. Taiku felt very proud when he heard the word snack. Kevin ignored them arguing and just looked ahead. He asked, hey, why doesn't that thing disappear? Only then did Li Jian and Taiku notice. The whole group was immediately alert, chains and strange magic slowly appeared. A voice rang out, because I'm still alive. Giselle Lawrence's headless body floated above the ground, it seemed to be reborn. Li Jian smiled in admiration, no wonder it was so easy. Beside him, two pillars of power appeared from nowhere. The semi-achieved hammer and giant sword appeared. Li Jian smiled and said, because I didn't want to see your face, I destroyed it. I didn't expect you to replace it with another trash face. Giselle Lawrence with a different face appears. Li Jian still kept that evil smile on his lips and vomited, let's see how many times you can change, and how many faces I will destroy. Are you ready, my punching bag? Giselle Lawrence's body is healthy again as if there had never been a separation, but her appearance has also decreased significantly. She raised her hand with a smile and said, stupid snake wants to bite someone, so let's tie that neck. Li Jian quickly turned his head and shouted loudly, his eyes red, moving his head away. The black dragon was immediately surprised. Li Jian just quickly dodged the attack and said, if you can't help here, go protect the people. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's arm changed again.
The next second, a huge, giant mark appeared in the sky.
Looking back in the distance, the mountain was completely out of shape, only a large golden pillar of power was seen residing there. The black dragon immediately received orders and left this battlefield. Even though Taiku and Kevin didn't want to, they were dragged along by red eyes. As soon as they flew out of the mountain, the place immediately exploded. Li Jian promptly jumped up on a rock. He smiled, you are indeed trash, not human. Giselle Lawrence and Li Jian stood facing each other. She smiled proudly and said loudly, ha ha ha, now you know. What's wrong? I'm disappointed. Li Jian muttered, she can use her powers separately from other saints, even if her head is broken, she can still cause chaos, definitely not human. He shouted loudly, you'd better close the curtain, stop acting, holy Libra Astrea. Sure enough, this is no longer Giselle Lawrence, but Astrea, the god of Libra. She shouted loudly, you're really quick-witted Li Jian, that's it then, I have nothing to worry about anymore, are you ready? Li Jian smiled and said, getting ready, you're the one who has to get ready, trash. He jumped up and rushed forward and said, I don't know how the gods are on this earth. If the other gods know, there will be something interesting to see. He rushed forward. Astrea also raised her fist and muttered, what does it have to do with them? I used the Taurus Constellation skill and accelerated. The next second, the punch seemed to have 77-49 powerful punches. It went straight towards Li Jian. Ivan's herd stomping skill was used by her to fight Li Jian. The blow was so powerful that its echo was enough to destroy a bridge in the distance, as well as turn the water surface into strong waves. Kevin and Taiku looked ahead in shock. They were ridden by a black dragon and couldn't believe their eyes. Astrea waved her hand and exclaimed, ha, this heavy skill is not suitable for my hands. Both were extremely surprised, that was the throne of the Taurus constellation, why did it appear on Giselle's head? Astrea smiled, oh, isn't that surprising already, I haven't shown you enough yet. The next second, the seals of the other zodiac signs appeared following her summons. Huge seals appeared in the sky with the symbol Libra. Kevin and Taiku were shocked, what the hell is that, isn't it just a Taurus? Cancer, Gemini, Scorpio, Aquarius, Aries, almost all appear. Li Jian slowly sat up, he muttered, I'm speechless. Green smoke emitted from his body. Li Jian said, it turns out it's okay if you say the gods know. Those damn gods seem to have colluded together. Li Jian looked up at the sky at that seal. Astrea smiled, of course Li Jian, the anger of the gods who lost their saint exploded. She said, these gods represent their anger, now I am the messenger of the 7 constellations, including the Libra constellations, even if it is you, you cannot defeat me. Li Jian gritted his teeth in anger, even one more disaster wouldn't be enough, those so-called gods who colluded with each other to pull this off deserve to be punished. Astria smiled contemptuously. I don't understand you, Li Jian. Why do you hate saints, gods, and saints so much? She said, if you want, you can rule this world, but you alone are not enough. Li Jian just said seriously, talking too much, what exactly do you want? Astria smiled, I don't like you, but I have to recognize your ability. She opened her hand, I have a proposal, choose Li Jian, come under my command, you will be the top of this world, or become a constellation crushed in our hands. Li Jian laughed as if he heard some ridiculous jokes and made those ridiculous choices. You raise your knife, I refuse to choose, and I don't want to listen anymore, because your choice sounds like nonsense. His eyes flashed with strength. Li Jian said, I don't care about the safety of others. Red lightning appeared in the sky. The sound slowly rang out, I knew you would say that. Astria said, for the safety of others, I don't think you will have that sense of responsibility. Then I will help you not to worry anymore, I will destroy this city first, she waved her hand. In the sky, magical swords appeared along with her giant body. Is the Aries constellation skill, the weapon of the heavenly body. It doesn't stop there, next is the Aquarius constellation skill, and the tornado is also introduced. Astria said, all this was caused by you, Li Jian, the wrath of the gods. She continued with the Cancer constellation skill, clone, she continued, and the city of 10 million people will be destroyed, all because of you, you who caused the disaster. In the sky, tornadoes, magic swords, and countless figures of Astria appeared with powerful destructive power. At this time, Li Jian's body was wrapped around golden chains. He was bound under a seal. Astria pointed her hand and smiled and said, go. The next second, all those spells pointed straight at Li Jian and rushed forward. Li Jian now roared, you only know this rope trick. The golden chains were easily cut, he said loudly, don't think that these chains can tie me up. The moment the swords were planted, causing a strong earthquake, Li Jian was freed from his bonds. The huge impact caused the ground to explode, sending smoke flying. Li Jian directly blocked this attack with his mirror blade. Astria just feels ridiculous, ha ha ha, this is a summoning skill using divine power, do you think you can easily break it? I haven't shown it all yet, you can slowly enjoy it. Magic swords continued to fall from the sky to the ground. Li Jian continued to struggle to resist this spell. He gritted his teeth, tensed up and was about to tear his shirt, so hard that he pulled his leg and broke the ground. Mirror bars continued to fall around. Astria shouted loudly, I haven't summoned all the swords yet, but you're already hiding, quickly crawl out and accept my intention, if you don't accept all of these swords, they will fall and destroy the city. The swords were still pouring down like water. Wherever the sword falls, buildings are destroyed. Normal people have no choice but to run away in fear. An enthusiastic reporter is still trying to report the news, hello everyone, there is now an unprecedented disaster in Seoul. As soon as he finished speaking, a magical sword also fell on a building right next to them. Everyone was as stunned as seeing a death notice. At this moment, someone promptly ran over. Kevin rushed forward like Elsa running away from home, using his ice magic to protect the common people. But his power still has limits, and there are still people injured. Kevin frowned and looked around, well, I can only freeze that much, he shouted loudly, the center quickly aimed at the frozen spot. Taiku immediately rushed forward and smashed the ice in front of him. The two reporters breathed a sigh of joy and couldn't believe their eyes, they were alive. They both ran and swore, damn, it wasn't enough to scratch it, how could Lee Gun break it, luckily we could combine to destroy it. Taiku told the two reporters behind him, this place is very dangerous, get out of here. Kevin looked forward, this power is stronger than the power of the Holy Altar skill that I know, if we don't join forces, it will be impossible to destroy the sword, Taiku also said, because this power is not the power of a saint but of a god. In addition, she also receives support from other gods, if this continues, we will not be able to win. They looked up at the sky, finally, the war had to end, besides saving the people, there was no other way to help him. Taiku and Kevin angrily remembered, at the beginning of the battle, Jian asserted that we couldn't help him, he said red eyes were more useful than us, this was an insult. At this moment, a noise rang out, causing both of them to quickly turn their heads. The river in front suddenly overflowed upwards. The next second, it fell directly onto the entire city. Both were shocked, was it living water? Everyone is both worried and desperate, the water is rising higher than the building, it's over, God please save us. Kevin suddenly felt something when he heard these words. God, God is the star. He quickly pulled out his sword and muttered, "O master of the Virgo palace, I know you are watching the current situation. Please give strength to Li Jian so that I can overcome this disaster." Li Jian was still silent and looked up at what was happening. He frowned. "She wants to drown this city with river water. This is complicated. She wants me to use my fighting god instinct to end this match now." Then right at that moment a light appeared, surprising Li Jian. He smiled and thought to himself, these guys are also smart.
The next second, a blizzard appeared with as much power as the Libra tree.
Astria muttered, "Li Jian, you still haven't surrendered, or were you too scared so you didn't show up?" "Humph, it's okay." Aquarius's mark began to flash. She said loudly, "If this continues, the river will flood into the city. How many people will die?" She smiled evilly and pointed forward. "Let's wipe them out." After speaking, the river water also rushed into the city. But right in this wave of water, a ray of light suddenly flashed. The great power that crashed into the water, making even Astria stunned, was the Virgo skill, the powerful wind. In an instant, that tsunami that Astria created was completely frozen solid. Astria was stunned. The river water was freezing. Could it be a trick of that guy Li Jian? "Looks like Li Jian is still alive. Let's destroy him." She pointed forward. Her clones also immediately rushed forward. There, following the instructions, they headed towards the place where a giant source of silver light was emitting. But right now, what was in front of them was a giant iceberg. Astria was stunned. "What, that is?" Then in the next second, from within the broken ice wall, a red-eyed black dragon appeared. Li Jian then returned to the ring and shouted loudly, "Hey Trash, say hello, introduce to my new friends, Red Eyes." Li Jian used the alternate attack skill and then smiled and said, "What are you doing, Red Eyes? Quickly say hello in a grand manner." After finishing speaking, the Red Eyes immediately opened their wide mouth. A ball of fire was being created. The next second, the Red Eyes attacked the Astria clones directly. Not only that, it also points straight towards the Libra tree. Astria angrily reached out her hand, using the skill Pan 2, teleport aka Magic Gate. A magical portal appeared between her, sucking up all the Red Eyes' power, then creating an outlet for it to point back towards the people. Everyone looked up in fear. It was coming. Just as the fireball was about to crash into the city, Li Jian jumped on the dragon's body and rushed forward, both standing in front of the fireball. Li Jian pulled out his hammer and shouted, "Don't you dare touch innocent people." Two powerful attacks were launched. Li Jian smiled looking at his frozen arm. He easily used this ice attack to deal with that fireball. Once again, he and Astria faced each other. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Her face was no longer normal and she roared, You bitch." Behind Li Jian's back appeared the mark of the processor, along with the silhouette of the sacred altar of the processor. System notification: Saint Virgo has prayed to Ophiuchus. Your divine power has increased. Saint Handler has blessed Ophiuchus with divine power. Your divine power has increased. Saint Virgo's power has merged with heavenly law. Heavenly punishment is a frozen state. Astria was angry when she heard Li Jian say, "Hey, you said you represented their anger, right?" Li Jian smiled and said, "Well, it seems like you're not the only representative here. The saint of the Virgo constellation has empowered the owner of the constellation Ophiuchus. The divine position increases. The saint of the Virgo constellation has prayed for the owner of the constellation Serpent. The divine position increases." Li Jian smiled, "Who just said who represents anger? It seems it's not just you." Astria stiffened at this scene. Looking at the frozen Aquarius seal, Astria muttered, "Representing anger, what a surprise." She smiled calmly and said, "Is there anything greater and more terrifying than the wrath of the gods? Anger about what and whom?" Li Jian smiled, pointed his hammer and asked, "Do you really not know? Innocent people have been harmed by you and your gang, my family and friends. Memories of the past gradually appear, innocent people caught up in your joke." Li Jian said, "I said it was their anger, do you understand?" He stood up, "And also, the one who was betrayed and abandoned in the Tower of Evil, my wrath." He frowned and said, "Quickly tell me, you bastard, who stabbed me in the evil tower. You, or those claiming to be gods who want to eliminate me, are hiding behind you." After hearing everything, Astria burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I wonder what you want to ask, so you want to find out the truth of that matter." She looked down. "Do you really want to hear it? Is that important? Only the strong have the right to ask questions. I am the one asking questions." She continued to use her Gemini power and said loudly, "Answer me, Li Jian. what can you two gods do to us? Immediately, the cosmic gate unleashed a huge power. Li Jian frowned and looked at what was in front of him. Is the Gemini constellation skill, Comet of Doom, it is rushing straight towards Li Jian. Li Jian spoke now, damn, just two gods. At this moment, the red-eyed black dragon suddenly flew up, a ray of light flashed and grew larger. Astria didn't understand, she shouted loudly, what? At this time, a terrible collision occurred that shook the entire earth. Beams of light as vast and dazzling as the sun. Is the Sagittarius constellation skill, the ring of the sun god, it is destroying that death comet thing. Astria gritted her teeth in shock, the ring of the sun god, could it be? Through her eyes, she could only see Li Jian rushing forward, his eyes were the same light as the centaur. Li Jian pushed Astria hard onto the ground below. She looked like a fish out of water and kept screaming. The sign of Sagittarius appeared with the incarnation of the sun god. Li Jian smiled and forced Astria's head down before she wanted to say anything. On the other side, Taiku is continuously praying. Both he and Kevin shouted loudly, followers of the Holy Temple, this is the order of the Holy Master. Not only them, the servants of the Sagittarius and Virgo temples are also praying, all the believers and people should pray to the gods. They all have the same goal, aspiration, to give power to Li Jian. In front of them, a giant explosion had just occurred. The system rang, the saints and saints of the constellation demon stood up for the master of the constellation Ophiuchus. The sanctuary of Virgo and Sagittarius were praying for the master of the constellation of Ophiuchus. Li Jian said loudly with a smile, what did I say, you trash, so many people hate you. Astria was beaten to death. Li Jian continued, it's not just the temples, it's also the people in the city that your gods ravaged. Tens of thousands of people are praying for the owner of the constellation Ophiuchus, whose position is increasing at a high speed. Li Jian was still strong, he smiled and raised his fist and said, you only have the wrath of the seven gods, and I have tens of thousands of people. This punch was solemnly rewarded on Astria's ugly face. She roared in pain. Li Jian continued, it's not over yet. Powerful blows were continuously delivered, Li Jian wanted to beat her until she exploded into 18 levels of hell. I said while hitting, let's see how many times your face can handle it. Astria was continuously beaten and finally counterattacked, she shouted, get your hands off me quickly. Then struck once, easily cutting off Li Jian's arm. The system also reminds you that your right hand has been damaged, activate the regeneration skill. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared behind Li Jian, he immediately turned his head. Those were the figures of Astria angrily calling his name. They were like stupid zombies reaching out to cut his body, Li Jian just smiled contemptuously. He pulled out Astria's own ugly body and offered it to them. Astria's only body was screaming in hatred, do you think you're touching someone? But right now something reaches out. This power easily dealt with Astria's silhouettes. Astria was also shocked, all my clones were destroyed. This power didn't stop there, it also reached out towards Astria, making her vomit blood. This thing directly pierced Astria's heart. In the smoke, a sound rang out, it seems I have to destroy your throne to capture you. Li Jian smiled and said, I will destroy you to pieces, first this crab soaked in soy sauce, the system announced, the Scorpion Constellation Temple has stood up for the master of the Ophiuchus constellation, the saint representing the Scorpion constellation Haley has given the power of heaven's punishment, the chained sword. Astria looked at what was in front of her in shock, no, it couldn't be. She shouted loudly, how did you find the Scorpion's core, how? Li Jian smiled and said, it's time to catch a big fish. He shouted loudly, it's the jackpot. The chain followed Li Jian's movement and pulled it forward, causing Astria to cry out in pain. At this time, a seal on the Libra tree showed signs of cracking. The next second, it crumbled, the dark constellation's power was disappearing. The system continuously announced that Cancer's core had been destroyed, and the power of the constellation was gradually dispersing. Unable to maintain the Cancer constellation's seat, unable to use the Cancer constellation's power, Astria groaned in pain. She became even more angry, looking at Li Jian in front of her and screaming his name. Li Jian needed the chain and smiled proudly at her. Astria continued to use another seal and shouted loudly, I will definitely destroy you. On the ground, arms appeared clinging to Li Jian's legs, they were like zombies in the shape of Astria. Li Jian frowned, a fragment of his destroyed self. Right at that second, an explosion rang out, the skill of the Taurus constellation, the destroyer of the world. Next, Astrea continued to summon the power of 2 more seals. This time she directly combined the 2 seals together and shouted loudly, "This star belongs to the gods." In the sky, the skill combined Libra and Aries, a giant sword appeared. She shouted loudly, "This is mine." The golden rule appeared. Astrea cried out frantically, "You brats think I will lose this star." The giant sword directly descended on the entire city. But as soon as it landed, some kind of power suddenly appeared and surrounded the sword. Astrea was stunned, the cold air, the cold wind of the constellation Virgo, the light from the frozen sword. When the fog cleared, it revealed the golden rule sword that had been completely frozen. Li Jian below smiled madly at Astrea. He smashed this giant layer of ice and then raised his fist straight towards Astrea. His whole body was covered with terrible wounds, but Li Jian still didn't care and punched this woman. The powerful blow caused Astrea to be thrown far away. This time, her face was beaten to pieces again. Li Jian said loudly, "You are too greedy, which star is yours?" Behind him, huge seals appeared. Li Jian smiled and said, "Stop talking nonsense, I will teach you a lesson." He lifted his leg. Astrea immediately gritted her teeth and used the Gemini constellation's teleportation skill. This powerful attack ultimately crashed uselessly into the ground. Li Jian just frowned when another fist appeared. Astrea stepped out of the teleportation gate and shouted, "Where are you looking, Li Jian?" She continued to appear behind him and said, "I'm behind you." She smugly beat her and said, "I will turn you into a pile of rags." Next, Astrea continuously used the teleportation portal to beat Li Jian to a pulp. At this time, she continued to speak loudly. It was over. Astrea activates the combined skills of Taurus and Capricorn, attacks Spearhead, uses buff skills of Libra. Li Jian wasn't scared at all, he just suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, where are you looking?" Li Jian identified Astrea using the absolute coordinates skill of the constellation Sagittarius. He turned his head like lightning and smiled and said, "Go die." The 2 sides fought each other in a terrible battle. Astrea can't believe it, "It's impossible, I even used the buff skills of the constellation Baobin and Taurus, why?" The system announced again that the Scorpion constellation's toxins reduced all ability indicators. Recalling that time when she was pierced by the chain, Astrea was angry. Could it have been Haley's daughter at that time? Li Jian raised his hand, a large fire appeared and burned Astrea. She kept shouting, "Damn it." She was about to become a roast but still said, "Do you think everything will end like that?" At this moment, the chains on the Libra tree immediately sprung towards Astrea. It pulled her forward. The scene was now chaotic. The system continuously announced that the power of the 7 temples had increased to the maximum, combining the power of all temples into one. Li Jian looked up and muttered, "What are you doing? A last desperate attempt." He smiled and jumped up and said, "How could we ignore it?" He immediately shouted loudly, his eyes red. The black dragon in the distance immediately flew towards him. Li Jian jumped up and rushed forward with red eyes. The system continuously announced and warned that the power of the temples was being forced to combine, and the power would be strongly rebounded. In front of them, they only saw the gathering of countless sources of enormous power like a great pillar. This power is extremely destructive, continuously destroying buildings around the city. Li Jian said to Red Eyes, "Try to endure a little, let's rush forward." After finishing speaking, Red Eyes immediately rushed forward. The normal people below looked in shock at the dragon that was rushing back. The 2 reporters immediately recorded everything to see if everyone was seeing it. From different places were filmed live. The power of the 7 holy temples was combining into one in the sky of Seoul, powerfully shooting into the sky. This city, Seoul, no one knew what would happen at the end of this battle. Innocent people have no choice but to continuously pray. Other people at home could only keep clasping their hands. Same with Taiku and Kevin. In Hawaii, Haley and everyone are aiming for the same goal. The reporter's voice still rang out, "In this apocalyptic situation, who will we trust?" In another place, the sounds of arguing rang out, "Deputy Holy Master, please stop, if the Holy Master sees it, he will be angry, I'm concentrating, don't disturb me." Chun Yoha clasped his hands and said, "Uncle Jian is fighting alone, we must pray for him." Stephen also told everyone to leave her alone. Stephen came forward and said, "There is no one in this situation." He also slowly knelt down and said, he could only rely on Li Jian. He said loudly, "All Leo followers, I command the representative of the Leo god, pray for Li Jian who is fighting, give strength to Qi Li Jian." On this side, Li Jian is facing powerful blows carrying the weight of the 7 gods. They all focus their attacks on him. At this moment, Li Jian stood up, his body also exuding a great source of strength. The alternating green and yellow attacks were frantically attacking each other. Next, Li Jian took out his achievement-granting hammer and dragon sword. Astria in the distance saw this power and was shocked. She shouted loudly, "Are you here, Li Jian?" Li Jian laughed loudly. "Are you waiting for me?" The system announced. The Leo constellation sanctuary appeared for the owner of the Ophiuchus constellation. The divine position was increased. The Saint Stephen representing the Leo constellation sanctuary was given power. He struck a strong blow forward and said loudly, "Let's start ending everything," shouted Astria, also unleashing her attack. Green and yellow, 2 destructive powers rushed into each other. But looking at the unbelievable look on Astria's face, I can understand which side is better and which is worse. Li Jian charged forward like a bow and arrow with enormous power. Astria laughed loudly. "This is the throne given to her by the gods, even you cannot destroy it," she is extremely confident. Li Jian laughed and said, "Oh really, haha, I have a lot too. The display system, the sanctuary and the people have prayed for you, the divine power has increased, all the divine thrones have been unlocked, activating the divine instinct." Right now, 4 super huge seals appeared on Li Jian's body. He rushed up and shouted, "Giselle Lawrence, Astria, go away." After finishing speaking, he immediately stabbed his sword down. Next, he used a hammer to hit hard and said, "For this star." The system announced, using the radial cutting skill, the sword was still firmly planted on that defense. Astria couldn't believe her eyes. Notification system, Taurus constellation has been destroyed, Capricorn constellation has been destroyed, Aquarius constellation has been destroyed, Aries constellation has been destroyed, similar to Cancer and Gemini. Not only that, Astria's body was also cut in half by Li Jian's sword. His divine power has penetrated the power of those 7 holy temples. In fact, the power of speech even lights up a part of the earth. This will pollute the environment. Finally, the sword stood tall in the mist. Li Jian pinned it to the ground, piercing Astria's body. Li Jian smiled like a winner. In front of this powerful destruction, Li Jian stood up and looked at Astria's body and muttered. He wondered, unexpectedly, "Why did you do such a terrible thing? How can you answer after you're broken?" Astria's body only had her face intact. Li Jian still said, "Didn't you say that only the strong ask questions? I still have many questions to ask you, so I can't forgive you easily." He smiled and said, "Reincarnation, 13th sense, divine eyes, no matter what method I have to use, I have to make you say it." Then at this moment, suddenly a sound rang out, "Very good, I didn't expect Libra to be defeated." He immediately turned his head cautiously. In the distance, a black power was covering the space. A pair of feet slowly stepped out. A guy wearing full armor appeared and asked, "You are Li Jian, right?" Li Jian frowned at this person. Next, Li Jian faced a hideous monster. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The thing in front of me immediately replied, "Me." It raised the axe in its hand and slammed it into the ground, causing a huge earthquake to resound. It was opposite Li Jian, who said at this point, "I am the general of a mysterious civilization. One of the 13 generals serving the monarch, the helmeted baron. The system displays the danger level as dark, close to invincible. Time goes back 30 years to the day when the army of an unknown civilization invaded the earth. At that time, the political world went crazy with a series of shocking information. Normal people hear them calling out loud, 'All living creatures on this planet, please listen clearly. From today, this place will be dominated by a mysterious civilization, any resistance will be meaningless.' The general said loudly, 'If you want to live, give us all the freedom, rights, and resources you have.' It also explains, 'I am the general of the mysterious civilization, one of the 13 generals serving the monarch, the helmeted baron.'" Returning to the present, Li Jian smiled crazily, "Oh, who did I think it was? Turns out it was the one who made a mistake on the first day of invading the earth." Li Jian remembered the words of the leader of the Soul Knights and pointed his finger and asked, "So, why did you come here, intending to avenge your henchman?" The mysterious civilization general only replied, "Libra would have destroyed you, and we would have rebuilt the evil tower with the power bestowed by the monarch. But unexpectedly everything went wrong with the plan," he muttered. Li Jian was stunned. "They want to rebuild the evil tower." This person continued, "Li Jian, I didn't expect you to be able to defeat not only the Soul Army but also the Libra supported by the 6 holy gods. Could it be that you were the one who destroyed the evil tower? The general muttered, "It seems you are not an ordinary person. I will change the plan." He held his axe and decided, "Then rebuild the evil tower. I will destroy you with the power bestowed by the monarch." Li Jian muttered, "It turns out that the person behind Libra is not only the gods but also you, just in time." He shouted loudly, "I was going to destroy all of you, but I didn't expect you to come here on your own," the system announced, activating all the thrones received. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jian immediately held his sword and rushed forward. Then he was surprised, he could stop it. The general's arm felt a little weak, but he just calmly said, "No matter how strong you are just the gods of the constellations. The power of those constellations is completely opposite to the power of our mysterious civilization. Before the great power of the monarchy, your constellations are just food for us to devour." The two sides were still fighting, but from this general's body radiated some kind of power. Li Jian gritted his teeth and thought, "My strength is decreasing." I experienced this feeling, yes, it was exactly like the power of the knife that stabbed me in the Devil's Tower. Li Jian realized, this is the power of the monarch that Haley mentioned. All the weapons of the mysterious civilization contain the power of the monarch, so scary that it can threaten the gods. Notification systems, warnings, and mysterious spaces will isolate you from the current world. Li Jian is knocked out, the connection to the gods will be severed. Li Jian looked behind him, the system was still reporting, the power of the constellation was decreasing. A few seconds later, Li Jian was stunned and looked around at a pitch-black scene. I thought, is this the mysterious space that trapped the Virgin? Then he was startled to look at the wound on his shoulder, the notification system, the mysterious space that was sucking your strength, all the ability indicators rapidly decreased, unable to activate the super regeneration skill. A sound rang out, "Jian ah," surprising Li Jian. He slowly turned his head and saw a familiar face and voice, "What are you doing here? Didn't we promise to go out together? I forgot." This person looked at Li Jian and said, "What's with that attitude? What is he holding in his hand?" Li Jian showed a pained look, "How could you?" The scene cuts here, the general mutters, "I got it." Li Jian was sliced horizontally with a hammer. Li Jian escaped the scene just now, only then did he realize his current situation. He was shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood. The general reminded him that once you are affected by this skill, you will become completely helpless. "This is my disaster skill, Nightmare," he said, "choose the memory you don't want to remember the most, I will help you remember it. The power of the gods is also gradually disappearing, so don't try to resist, this is enough, Libra." Right at this moment, behind them, a bright yellow light appeared, Astria's body gradually regenerated, she said, "Thank you, helmeted Baron." She smiled at her imperfect body and said, "You made me fall into this tragedy, I admit it, you are really formidable, but I have no intention of ending like that." She said triumphantly, "I will absorb your power and body." Li Jian also laughed, "Ha ha, you intend to use my body as a vessel to revive." Li Jian reminded her, "You will regret it." But Astria just smirked and opened her golden chains and said, "Is that your last words?" The chains immediately rushed straight towards Li Jian. It went straight into his body. The helmet baron exclaimed, What a trouble, I heard that you are an arrogant beast, I didn't expect to give up so easily." The power is gradually disappearing. Return to the past, the system rang, "You have become the owner of the Ophiuchus constellation." Li Jian looked at it and thought, is the body changed due to this super regeneration skill? I never thought other saints had the same condition. F-level super regeneration restores damaged bodies. The regenerated body is subject to some light penalties, reducing its strength by 50%. Return to the present, the system also sounds, due to the regeneration of your entire body, you will suffer a slight penalty, a 50% reduction in strength, remaining time, 1 minute and 57 seconds. Back in the past, someone once asked me, "Jian, why do you like the 10 saint crystals that much?" Jian laughed loudly and said, "Why should I ask that, of course." The other person also sighed and asked what he was doing. He was scratching his itchy spot. Jian then pointed at the screen and said, "Look over there, those protectors of humanity, they are so great, they want to save all of humanity, a spirit that makes everyone admire. I also collected the donation money and sent it all to them yesterday." The boy said loudly, "If everyone worked together, under the guidance of the 12 saints, the monsters would be nothing. The day when we chase all those monsters is not far away." Ha ha ha, humanity will win those stupid monsters. Everyone is speechless. Why contribute? It's only 50,001. Jian turned back and smiled and said, "But on a happy day, let's go eat something delicious at the shopping center. This time I'm hungry, just order the hen dish." Then the scene changed. Li Jian was stunned, tearful and trembling, looking at the scene in front of him. Or more accurately, looking at the broken body right in front of me. The radio rang out in the distance. This afternoon, a disaster appeared in the heart of Seoul and attacked the shopping center. But Chi Tin's counterattack team quickly took action and successfully destroyed the disaster. Li Jian just silently shed tears listening to this news. He remembered that at that time, that disaster monster had eaten his friend into something shapeless. Li Jian bowed down and muttered, "You guys can't do anything." The group of people that Li Jian once admired were talking to each other. Luckily, before we could get there, that bastard had already left. But what about this kid? He's so annoying. Let's just pretend we didn't see him. Just need to color it up a bit and receive the money. The radio station was still ringing, although many people were injured, thanks to the efforts of the Star counterattack team. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and humans once again confirmed that they could prosper under the protection of the 12 stars. Li Jian cried out in pain, "You guys can't protect anything. High above, when I saw through everything." Astria mumbled in amusement, "Oh, so that's why you hate both disasters and stars. A story so predictable, I say proudly, a cheap tragedy, just because of that past you hate both disasters and stars." She held Li Jian in the palm of her hand and muttered, "Then you let your anger destroy everything, turning everything into this pathetic appearance. From the beginning, being swept away by anger and hatred had blinded your eyes." She said, "No matter how great my anger is, it cannot overcome my divinity. This is the end of your stupid choice, Li Gon." She proudly looked at what was in front of her, obediently letting me swallow the evidence, for my resurrection. Astria opened her big mouth to swallow this soul. But at this moment, she stopped because a system line appeared. Astria was stunned and warned that the difference in personality between Ophiuchus and Libra was too great to be absorbed. Attention, Ophiuchus was too much better than Libra. The messages that appeared made Astria shocked and angry. "No way, how could my divinity be lower than Li Jian's?" She raised her head. What was it all about? High above, a huge clock appeared. Astria was stunned, not to mention, he is gigantic, beyond my understanding. Right now, a huge dragon shape covered the entire space. Astria shouted angrily, "No way, how could he have such a great divinity? How could a mutant who had just become a god be possible?" At this moment, Li Jian's soul ball suddenly exploded. The system announced, "The Ophiuchus bow penalty will soon be removed. The remaining time until the removal is 25 seconds. Astria was stunned. What a punishment. Inside the broken sphere, Li Jian spoke, "How dare you peek at your memories, Kosk? Are you ready, you trash?" The system announced that the remaining time was 17 seconds. Astria is really shaking. Li Jian, who exactly are you? 9 seconds left. The snake clock was counting down the seconds. Astria was still frantically shouting, "How did you get that power?" Li Jian in the sphere is still carrying strong, he thought, what can be done? Li Jian raised his fist once more and rushed straight towards Astria. He thought, I already have the power in my hands to crush you all. Astria could only look in horror at Li Jian's hand. Outside, the helmeted baron barely noticed, "Oh, this light is."
Then in the next second, I only saw Astria's figure being punched away by a hand.
Li Jian came back to life as if there had never been a separation and there were no injuries. The Iron Helmet Baron and Astria were stunned by this scene. Display system, the penalty has been removed, the body's ability limit has been released, all stats can be used completely. Li Jian with the Ophiuchus symbol on his forehead, notification system, begins his journey to become a god. Outside, the people looked ahead in surprise. What was going on? Hadn't the battle already ended? They looked forward in fear. What the heck was that thing? Where the mountain had previously been flattened, a square box with a strange green color appeared. Kevin and Taiku were stunned. Hey Sagittarius, could it be? Yeah, I thought so too. The memories of that time gradually returned. Taiku muttered, could it be that the magical space that Perio created, Li Jian was also locked in there? Right at that moment, giant cracks suddenly appeared on the box. Both were shocked. It was separating. The next second, the inside of this box exploded. Inside, back to the scene of Astria being knocked off her head by Li Jian in the presence of the helmeted baron, that was enough. The system has announced that Li Jian's punishment has been lifted, starting on his journey to become a guardian. Outside, the helmeted baron stood there watching the two gods fight. It seemed that Li Jian had exerted enough strength to destroy the illusionary space. He was stunned. No way, he could destroy the nightmare space created from the monarch's power. Li Jian now smiled and said, "Wow, it hurts more than I thought." Li Jian removed his hand from Astria and muttered, "You remind me of those obsequious days." Now that I know how strong the monarch is, he turned around. Li Jian smiled disdainfully and said, "I didn't expect you to be so overbearing just because you have the ability to see someone else's past and give it a cool name. Your vulgar tastes are as trash as your master." The helmeted baron immediately became murderous. "You, how dare you insult the monarch?" Li Jian is not afraid of confronting this general. The helmeted baron immediately swung his axe down powerfully. But then he was shocked to see the scene before him. He blocked my attack with just a finger. Li Jian smiled, "Lord and master, do you admire him that much?" He smiled and said, "Then let me give you a gift, something summoned in my hand." The sharp-hatted demon was shocked and stabbed. He shouted loudly, "What are you?" The blow from that sword was too strong, making him cry out in pain. The baron's hat was incredibly sharp. A dagger that contained the power of a monarch. How could he possess it? Li Jian remembered his past and smiled and said, "This is the knife that was stuck in my back at the Demon Tower, because it was created by your beloved monarch." The system announced that Li Jian had transferred the power of the snakehead into the chisel. He laughed loudly and said, "You must feel grateful for this gift." The helmeted baron cried out in pain. Astria in the distance witnessed everything and couldn't believe it. It was impossible. A divine god had just awakened. How could he resist the power of the monarch? But the truth is still the truth. Before the Iron Helmet Baron could even say the last word, it was broken into 100 pieces. His axe even fell right where Astria was collapsing. She couldn't believe it, even the Baron had fallen. She didn't dare crow anymore. She immediately turned around and ran away. Damn it, she thought, I can't die here, but as soon as she said that, the knife stabbed directly into her body. Li Jian asked, "Where are you going, Astria?" Astria trembled and looked at him with disgust. Li Jian slowly approached. Astria tried to speak. "Idiot, you have been brainwashed by that nonsense of justice. You intend to fight against all the guardians and monarchs just to pretend to be a hero." Li Jian used his foot to stomp on her face and said, "Why not?" Li Jian looked at her from above and said, "You must be mistaken about something. I didn't do this because I wanted to feel like a hero." Astria was stunned. "Huh?" Li Jian smiled sarcastically and said, "It was created by you." He stomped on her face and said, "Now I will return the favors that each of you have given me, the feeling of dissatisfaction that you have given me." Notification system. Li Jian has used the gluttony skill to absorb the holy energy of good peace. Li Jian said coldly, "This is my ambition." The system also notified. Because of the amount of holy energy absorbed, the holy body of the guardian angel Libra will be destroyed. He continued, "This will be the grave of your stupidity, you trash." He raised his hand high.
Astria crawled on the ground screaming in despair, I cannot be destroyed like this."
She shouted, "I must make a contract with the monarch." In the last moment, she shouted loudly, summoning the Libra Palace. Li Jian was also stunned. At this moment, a giant golden light appeared in the sky. A large island appeared. Li Jian silently looked up. Astria spoke loudly, "Being crushed by this 1,000,000-ton palace, Li Jian." She said proudly, "There is no guardian angel to support you, right? You will be crushed like an ant in helplessness." "But right now," Li Jian muttered, "divine weapon." Meteorite startled Astria. Li Jian smiled happily. Now it was Libra's palace's turn. Astria didn't understand. He was laughing. The next second, Li Jian looked at the falling thing and said, "It's as easy as eating candy. I will destroy everything in just a blink of an eye." Then at this very moment, the Libra palace fell, creating an earthquake throughout the city. Everyone looked up in shock. It was Libra's temple, Libra's palace. Taiku and Kevin were shocked. Li Jian is there, he will be crushed by this Libra palace. But for a second, both of them were stunned to see the light source in front of them, which was Li Jian's energy. Below, rays of blue power were gradually slashing at the place of the golden light just now. The reporters who were filming couldn't believe it and looked up. The palace, the Libra palace, was changing its structure. Indeed, the palace is undergoing a major transformation. Below, a sturdy steel bar wraps around a building directly below it. In just a moment, the Libra palace seemed to have disappeared. The system announced, "You have successfully rebuilt the Libra palace thanks to the gluttony skill. You have devoured and digested all of Libra's holy energy." Where they couldn't see, Li Jian's godhead, a giant snake was surrounding the entire city. The message displays, "You have been reincarnated as a true saint and received the Holy Seal skill." Li Jian looked at the thing in the sky. Holy, there was nothing. He muttered, "Are we superior just because of this?" The information panel changed. Holy Serpent Li Jian, he smiled smugly. At this time, Li Jian looked forward in bewilderment. What is it? Where is this? I don't understand. Obviously we were still on the newly built tower just now. The person in front spoke up. You're here, I've already prepared everything inside, Libra. Astria smiled and walked inside. Only then did Li Jian understand. Oh, this is Libra's perspective. The person sitting on the throne spoke up. I already know everything. This time you intend to destroy the Holy Master Snake, right? This person asked, is that okay? I heard you failed at the Devil's Tower 20 years ago. I heard that before he was reincarnated as a god, he defeated even the manager of the Demon Tower, the Iron Helmet Baron said. In the worst case scenario, if that snakehead had divine power beyond the reach of a general. Astria then said contemptuously, that's ridiculous, you say he's stronger than the general. She said smugly, so cheeky. Then right in front of them, a great power appeared. The helmeted male silently assessed the scene before him. The seals of the gods appeared, Astria said triumphantly, with the power of me, Libra, and the other 6 gods, what else could he do? Moreover, we have recovered the red eye that was buried in the sea. She proudly held it up and said, compared to my power, he is just a small snake, this time that guy cannot survive. I'm not even sure if I need your helmeted baron to take action. The helmeted baron reminded her, don't be subjective, have you forgotten that 20 years ago you thought that guy had died in the Devil's Tower, but then he still came back to life? He commented, you saints are easily blinded by complacency. Astria smiled and said, but your king is no different. She said, do you remember, the time you were so arrogant that you were harmed by your own king? You locked him in the deepest level of the Devil's Tower, right? The Helmet Baron laughed loudly, ha ha ha, that's right, okay, let's do it well this time. He did not forget to say, I will send a team of ghost knights to support, destroy him, then we will meet at the Demon Tower. After speaking, the iron helmeted Baron disappeared. Li Jian thought, this seems to be Libra's memory. So in the process of absorbing her power, I accidentally took her memories. This was before the invasion of the Black Area, it was a memory so I could only watch. Then the next second, another memory popped up. This person waved his hand in greeting and said, hello mom, it's Kali, if you call back, mom will only scold you, so I'll say hello via video. This girl said, I'm very sorry about the deaths of Siwoo and Taewoo, but what can I do, they have caused too much karma. To tell the truth, if it weren't for a relative, I would have said that dying like that was worth it, but lately, I've been very impressed with Li Jian's achievements, this girl said without knowing that her mother was angry to death. The other girl continued, but that 9-tailed fox Chun Yoha just kept clinging to Li Jian, just thinking about her, who is weaker than me, flirting with Li Jian before me, is really unbearable. She finished speaking, so I decided to go to Li Jian's place, and Kali said confusedly, don't try to persuade me to join the Libra Star anymore, this is the last time I will say hello to you. She continued, Mom will have to confront Li Jian, but I don't want that to happen, and this time I won't interfere in anything. Surely this is the last time we will talk to each other. Kali sighed, I'm really sorry Mom, I'm really sorry. She finally waved her hand and said, but, anyway, I still believe that we will meet again someday, goodbye Mom. Li Jian thought, Kali, who is that again, Libra's other daughter. The scene changes again, a woman screams, finally this group has gathered again. Like 20 years ago, other gods appeared. They muttered, and everyone did not change their mind about wanting to destroy Li Jian. Li Jian sounded angry, these damn gods. They turned to ask, how's it going Libra, are you sure you can do it this time? Astria then confidently said, of course, this time it will definitely work. I guarantee that in this battle, Li Jian will definitely die. The other gods just said, we need certainty. 20 years ago when we were planning to deal with Li Jian, you already said those words. Li Jian was stunned, what? Astria smiled and said, this time it will be different, it won't be a sneak attack anymore, we will crush him through all-out battle. And as a precaution, she said, I have allied with a general of a mysterious civilization, if he receives the power of the monarch, then Li Jian will be destroyed immediately. Everyone was stunned, General, are you planning to involve the entire monarch's power, what can we do? we must prevent that 13th Holy Master from awakening into a holy god. Thinking of that, they immediately said, yes, Li Jian will not be able to do anything to the king's power. I agree, this time we must destroy Li Jian. They all have the same goal, send him to eternal hell, completely destroy that snake. Astria smiled. After watching Li Jian, he became even more disgusted. So, for the past 20 years, they have been constantly plotting to destroy us. Holy body, divine seal, possession, will stop at nothing to kill me. Li Jian thought, but I can still feel it, this is just Libra's memory. He frowned, but the malice was obvious, how to crush these bastards. Right now, the sounds from outside woke Li Jian up, he opened his eyes. Everyone approached worriedly. Ah, you're awake. Li Jian slowly calmed down and asked them, what happened, why are everyone gathered here? Taiku recounted that he suddenly stood there screaming alone and then passed out. Li Jian sighed and rubbed his head and said, probably because I used too much force just now, but it's okay, no need to overdo it. When the rest saw that, they breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jian looked at the expressions on their faces in surprise. He smiled and said, it was wonderful despite everyone's confusion. Return to the second holy place of the soap opera palace, the Li Jian temple. Everyone was shocked to hear what Li Jian, what, Li Jian, you're not kidding, right? Li Jian sighed and said, I look like I'm joking, after this invasion of Seoul, and based on Libra's memories, I can be sure of one thing. From now on, we will have to fight the monarchs of hidden civilizations, as well as hostile gods. Li Jian frowned, remembering what he had witnessed. Taiku frowned, it was unbelievable, those kings and gods had been targeting him 20 years ago. Kevin doesn't really understand, but why, wouldn't you just be reincarnated as a god to cause harm to them, then there would be no reason for them to hold grudges against you at that time. Li Jian also frowned and replied, the reason they targeted us was because, at this time, the system board displayed a notification. Because the punishment has been removed, the two divinities of the Ophiuchus sign have been unlocked, life and death. From now on, depending on the development of the god of love, the Ophiuchus sign can become the god of life or the god of destruction. Li Jian thought, does one sign have two divinities? Could this be the meaning of the mutation or disaster god that those gods mentioned? Li Jian continued to think, well, for that reason, if that is the power that makes the enemy tremble, then it must be captured at all costs. The whole group looked at Li Jian, who was smiling evilly, and muttered, you look very cruel. Li Jian returned to the main topic and said, everyone, listen clearly, just a little carelessness will cause significant damage in places where I am not present, like what happened in Seoul just now. That's why we must expand our forces and become stronger together, so we can be sure to deal with the enemy. Everyone seriously listened to orders. Li Jian smiled and crossed his arms and said, there's a lot of work to do, so everyone has to concentrate hard on it. At Li Jian's workshop, Li Jian held the Bantan Tich hammer in his hand and panted tiredly. He looked at the finished products on the table and said with satisfaction, great, done. Looking at the centaur's bow on the table, the weapon maintenance has been completed. Li Jian looked up and smiled and said, the next thing is how to take advantage of this guy's ruins. In front of him was the body of that helmeted baron. He muttered, I'll make a prosthetic arm from one of his arms. The scene changes for a while, the past returns again. That's when Astria proudly says loudly, you're about to be crushed under the 1,000,000-ton weight of this castle, Li Jian. At that time, he faced it head on, in Astria's terrified eyes, without fear. Thinking back, Li Jian thought dejectedly, unexpectedly at the last minute she would rely on the king's strength to run away, her ability to survive was like a cockroach. He looked outside and thought, I can't help it, if I lose the trail, it's gone, there's too little information, I can only go to the Devil's Tower once. Li Jian opened his information panel and muttered, but before that he had to prepare carefully. System notification, elementary follower Chun Yoha is on a mission, the one blocking it is Saint Master Lion Stephen Marker. The Ophiuchus constellation still does not have a Holy Master. The Holy Master will be the center of connection between the gods and believers in the star. Find and appoint a Holy Master to support the gods and influence this star. The Holy Master candidates will be, Li Jian exclaimed as he read, yet more work has arrived. He looked at the information board and muttered, Yoha hasn't finished the mission yet, he has to go check it out. Then he looked in surprise at the next line of the notification. The Holy Master candidates will be temporarily granted the right to be the Holy Master of the Ophiuchus constellation, requiring the status of Holy Master candidates, 100% devotion to the Ophiuchus or more, and a follower rank of 55% or more. I think, as long as you meet the conditions, you can be appointed as a temporary holy master, then. On this side, Taiku asked everyone, have you brought all your luggage to the locker room? The whole group carrying their luggage looked up in shock. The scenery of this place is so beautiful. They couldn't believe it and asked, from now on, are we really going to live here, is it true? Taiku smiled and said, really, Li Jian said to use it freely. He also added angrily, this time our house was destroyed just because of the attack by other stars, so we will be here for a while. On the contrary, everyone was not sad at all but was excited and said, oh goat, I'm at Uncle Li Jian's house. Sungchae was so happy, the center holy land being destroyed was truly the best thing in the world, hey, I feel guilty when I hear it. Everyone cheered loudly, cheering for Li Jian, hope we can stay here forever. Taiku tried to tell them, no, it's not like that, when the center sanctuary is repaired we will return. Hearing that, everyone immediately showed extreme anger. They protested vehemently, I protested, I was fed up with repairing the destroyed altar all the time, we also wanted to have a majestic altar. Holy Sagittarius god Apollo stood up and quipped, you should have listened to me every time you thought about your home. Everyone was eager to immediately unload their luggage and stake it here. Apollo proudly said, it's okay, this time when repairing the sanctuary, let's rebuild it magnificently. Taiku heard that and wanted to scold him, but how can I do it on my own, you have to at least give a little support. Apollo heard that and immediately said, you can take care of that yourself, and then cut off contact. At this time, Li Jian appeared and told them, Taiku stop joking, get ready, where are we going to the Lion Constellation? Taiku was surprised, why so suddenly, it's not a joke. Li Jian explained, because Yoha wants to join the constellation Ophiuchus, I have given her the task of joining, if successful, I will consider appointing her as a saint in the holy altar. Taiku nodded, is that so? If so, then prepare quickly. But a second later he realized what Li Jian had just said. Taiku immediately questioned Li Jian, Yoha also said he would become a follower of your constellation, and was also appointed a saint. He was angry, wasn't it just a weapon transfer? Li Jian said with an evil smile, no. Taiku held his head and said loudly, no, Sungchae and Jiwoo have also moved to you, now Yoha is also included. There's nothing left to lose, if that's the case, Taiku angrily said loudly, after all, being a believer or a god will be looked down upon by you, you should appoint me as a saint. Apollo appeared from above and laughed and said a word, stop talking nonsense. Li Jian was surprised at this time then put his hand on Taiku's head and said, okay, Apollo on top was also stupid. Li Jian smiled evilly in his terrified eyes and said, if you want it, I will. Everyone around heard that and gasped in shock. Haley didn't expect it either. The rabbit Wang Ye and the ghost were also scared. But the words couldn't be taken back, Taiku's mark appeared on Taiku's back, Li Jian smiled and said, I'm sorry, welcome to the Snakeman. System notification, Hugo Otis has been chosen as the temporary saint of soap opera. Taiku is stupid, oh no, I'm just trying to say it. Apollo from above could no longer sit coolly and eat a bowl of gold. Both of them were on the radio. Li Jian shouted, what the hell? A woman in the distance looked towards the tower and muttered, it's finally here, this is Mr. Li Jian's citadel, right? Kali looked up, spread his arms and said loudly, Mr. Li Jian, wait for me, I'll be right here. Then at this moment she suddenly saw something and raised her head. A space rift appeared above their citadel, what is that? Taiku was extremely angry, the god Apollo insisted on asking why you switched sides. He said dejectedly, I didn't expect him to actually do it. Apollo still spoke loudly, the god shouted and said if there is anything you don't like, say it. Taiku thought angrily, could it be that I have returned to the time when I was Li Jian's disciple? The disciple is still high, it would be more appropriate to call him a servant. Apollo also quickly said, but I never thought of you as full. Li Jian looked at the two of them acting. Apollo said seductively, I will treat you well, so go back quickly, don't you listen to what I said. Li Jian looked at them speechlessly, if only he was always this nice, it's so confusing. At this moment, something rushed like the wind, and a loud voice rang out, where is the constellation Ophiuchus? Li Jian angrily turned his head, what else is going on? This guy shouted loudly, I know this is the territory of the owner of the constellation Ophiuchus, stop hiding, come out quickly. The whole group immediately ran outside to look. Sungchae quickly pointed up and said, Chu Jian, over there, up in the sky. A space portal appeared in the sky and someone riding on a dragon shouted loudly, we are the army under the helmeted baron. The leader shouted loudly, we came here to avenge the Baron. If you don't want this place to become pacified, then show your face quickly. Li Jian looked at them with eyes like stupid spicy chickens. Then he suddenly seemed to have an idea. Li Jian turned around and called out, Sungche, where is that kid? That's the name of that rabbit. This guy is sitting happily eating and dressing happily inside the house. He also proudly said that the life of a stuffed animal is not so bad. I find it more comfortable than the human form. As soon as he finished speaking, someone's arm lifted it up. Li Jian laughed loudly, oh, how happy I am. He put on an evil look and said, quickly come with me and do something. The bunny is so scared that he peed his pants. What are you doing? In the end, the stuffed rabbit was tied up and hung on the wall. It looked desperately at Li Jian, who was doing something, and screamed, damn, why do you treat me like that? I don't know what you're planning to do, but stop quickly. He used all his strength to try and break free from the rope. Li Jian didn't care and laughed loudly while doing something. The rabbit was scared. Li Jian, did you hear what I said? What are you planning to do with me? Li Jian didn't care. He was doing something with the helmet baron's pile of crustaceans. The room still echoed with its noisy sounds. Outside, the dragon knights were still located in the sky. They exclaimed, how boring, why only his subordinates appeared? The group only looked at the knights warily, listening to what they said. It seemed like we were looked down upon by that snake. Even though they weren't saying anything on the outside, everyone couldn't understand what was going on in their hearts. Li Jian, don't you come out here quickly, what the hell is he doing? The knight pulled out his sword and exuded murderous aura and said, if you don't come out, I will make you come out. I will kill each of your subordinates until you appear. First of all, it was that idiot over there. This knight aimed at Taiku, who was lost in the crowd. He brandished his sword and rushed forward, saying, I will cut them down one by one. Kevin saw this and immediately shouted. Everyone got out of the way. Haley also stood in front to shield the vulnerable people. In the end, only that idiot Taiku was still stupid. The attack that rushed straight towards this idiot Hugo was so spicy. Everyone looked ahead in surprise. Holy Master, Dad, are you okay? Centaur, please answer. The mist gradually faded, revealing the deformed sword still stuck on Taiku's head, and he was still standing there stupidly. At this moment Taiku also realized that he had a sword on his head, a notification system. Temporarily, the Saint O Taiku was blessed by the constellation Ophiuchus. His ability to endure increased compared to when he was a constellation of Sagittarius. Apollo was a bit angry after reading it. The system also reported, temporarily, Saint O Taiku is wavering due to the high index received. Everyone asked worriedly, are you okay, Centaur? But he was indeed fine. The knights were shocked, is he okay? They couldn't believe it. It was clear that the commander's spear had pierced him. It was said that the powerful Soul Army had been defeated. We could win. But the soldiers still stubbornly said, do you think we will lose to those humans? Maybe the commander was lenient when throwing. The commander felt guilty and thought to himself, I actually threw all my strength. Are his subordinates that strong?
The next second, a loud sound made the other knights turn their heads. What was that sound?
In the sky, a woman appeared with two swords in her hands, sweeping away the knights. Before they could even be surprised, their heads were cut in half. Powerful blows were continuously delivered at continuous speed. The two leaders were shocked to see their brothers being used as bait to sharpen their knives. The guy immediately pulled out his sword and attacked. But this woman's speed was even faster. The two slashes immediately collided. The leader asked loudly, who are you? The woman laughed loudly and said, what if you know but don't know? The guy got angry and said angrily, damn it, die. But the woman quickly jumped on top of the knight's soul, surprising him. How could that be possible? The next second, the woman jumped at lightning speed. After finishing, she quickly jumped to the ground. Everyone realized in shock and said, could it be that you are a Libra, Kali Collins? Kali smiled and said, oh, long time no see, Kali Collins, one of the 10 stars in SS level Libra. She smiled and said, thank you for introducing me, first meeting after fighting in the Lion Arena last time. She didn't forget to ask, wasn't it bad to fight with me at that time? Looking at this person's face, you can see how miserable it was. Kali is so strong that it makes me feel that she is different from the 10 of us, not only me but also Yoha and Selvia and many other fighters. That girl has never lost a battle. The 10 stars are right behind the saints of each saint, so if you don't count the saints, she is probably the strongest among humans. Kevin said again, it's been rumored for a long time but this is the first time actually meeting her. Is she stronger than Jin Myung? Haley also looked at her silently. She realized, Libra Kali Collins, that girl is Gisela's daughter, why is she here? The other knight spoke up, you just said you belong to the Constellation, why did you attack us? I remember we signed a compromise treaty. Kali waved his hand and said, you are wrong, I have nothing to do with that, I have left the Libra Constellation. Everyone was shocked, what? Kali smiled coldly and said, let's talk here, even if you come from a mysterious civilization, don't try to escape my hands, today, no matter what happens, I must join the Ophiuchus constellation. At this time, Li Jian appeared right on Kali's back and said, what are you doing on someone else's holy land? This voice made Kali startled. The next second, the citadel of the Serpent constellation suddenly welcomed a stream of extremely terrible power. Everyone quickly tried to support themselves to keep their balance. Kali was also surprised and exclaimed, the power was so terrible. Display system, the huge power of the gods was flooding everywhere, the aura of the alien civilization was gradually eroding, the Soul Knight roared. He glanced and said, you finally appeared, Snakehead. Li Jian also smiled to welcome this name. Kali blushed and thought, I finally met him, this person is Mr. Li Jian. Li Jian appeared holding something in his hand. He frowned and smiled and asked them, in order to avenge the helmeted baron, did he go to such lengths? The helmeted baron is lucky, loyal subordinates like this are not something you can just have. He threw the box down and said, but if you keep making trouble here, someone will get into big trouble, so is that okay? The knight said, what are you babbling about Li Jian proudly opened the box, revealing the helmeted baron's head with his mouth covered. The other knight was stunned, male, helmeted baron. Li Jian rubbed his head and smiled and said, today I just established a new territory, I'm in a good mood so this time I'll let it go, take this guy and get the hell out of here. The Soul Knights were stunned by this situation. Even everyone around him couldn't understand his decision. Taiku and Kevin quickly stopped, what are you talking about, Li Jian, you captured the Hat Baron and still give it back, Li Jian just told them, I've already figured it all out so just keep quiet. The knights talked in confusion, what's going on, why is it so different from our plan, don't waver, brother, that guy did this to the helmeted baron. They weren't even harmed after being hit by the commander's spear, just by releasing their divine power, it was enough to crush us. The knight leader listens to his troops, if he easily gives in just because of his words, then what is our honor? But at this time the Soul Knight captain said loudly, okay, Soapman, I will retreat today, in his heart he thought, how lucky, how lucky. At this time, the Li Jian tower is filled with smoke and fire. Inside, Li Jian said, great to chase away the remnants of the helmeted baron, now let's talk about you, do you want to enter the star of the snakehead? Kali happily sat seriously and said loudly, yes. Li Jian laughed and then answered her, no way, making Kali shocked, why? Li Jian smiled and said, I heard that you are the strongest among the 10 saints, I don't doubt your intention to join, but I need to check. Kali confusedly said, it seems like cutting down the helmeted baron's henchmen is not enough to prove it, is it because I come from the Libra constellation that I am being suspected like that? Haley slowly approached and said, I don't deny that, it's precisely because you are Giselle's daughter that you are being suspected like that. Kali looked at Haley and thought, you are a Scorpion saint. Giselle combined her own cells with the cells of powerful figures in the world, using the power of the Libra star to create her children, she wanted them to be able to influence the roots of human society. Haley continued, there is a high possibility that Giselle's children have inherited her genetics and thoughts, we have fought with Giselle before so we cannot easily trust you. Tell me the truth, why do you want to leave the Libra constellation to join Li Jian's constellation? Kali blushed and said, that's because I want to be Mr. Li Jian's daughter. Only Haley heard Kali's words, she immediately turned to stone. After Kali finished speaking, she was stunned and took her face. Kali said clearly, as a fan of Sir Li Jian, Libra has caused too much animosity towards others, I feel uncomfortable moving to another place, so that's how it is. She also said, I will try my best and be loyal to Mr. Li Jian to prove it, please believe me, Li Jian smiled and said, oh really, he immediately used the God's gaze skill. The information appears, the name Kali Collins, the attributes and characteristics of the 10 saints, the constellation Libra SS level, the confirmation of trust in Ophiuchus is 200%, and in the constellation Libra it is 1%. He looked at her and thought, look at that trust, at that level it won't be betrayed, right? The system also displays, what's special, it feels like the power is similar to that of the constellation Ophiuchus. Li Jian smiled and said, okay then I will give you a chance, Join my group and prove your ability and sincerity. Kali happily said, okay, if it's too easy for me to join, there won't be anything interesting, there has to be a challenge. The two of them laughed loudly and talked to each other. Kevin exclaimed, it was strange that a person from the Libra constellation would join Li Gan's constellation, but their personalities were so strangely compatible. Haley said loudly, there was nothing enthusiastic about the so-called civilization Kali mentioned before, it's really unbelievable. If it was Giselle, maybe she would have used some despicable trick. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that she entered the evil tower and stole Li Jian's information? It's unbelievable. What should I do now? I can only accept the truth. Kevin sounds scared. I won't bother you anymore. Where? He turned to ask Li Jian, hey Li Jian, the matter with this child is over. What will we do now? That helmeted baron. He said, it was very difficult to destroy the helmeted baron, but you released him to them. Li Jian smiled and said, oh, that's it, it's okay. On this side, the baron's head was still being brought back with his mouth covered. Li Jian smiled and told them that it was a fake. In reality it was Yang Wei. Yang Wei thought angrily, you hateful guy Li Gun, why did you lock me in this place? Li Gun, he wanted to cry, how dare you bully me? Go back to that experimental room. The rabbit Yang Wei is locked up above, and listen to Li Jian speak. Listen carefully. From now on, you should enter the body that I created, then infiltrate the mysterious civilization to get information as quickly as possible from there. Yang Wei said loudly, are you crazy? How could I do that? Li Jian smiled and said, I will return you to your original body. I heard that maybe it used to be birch, right? Li Jian threatened, it's too noisy, even if you're useless, at least you're a saint. As one of the 13 representatives of humanity, you should at least show some will. Yang Wei held his head and thought, damn, it was a mistake anyway, now I have to do something to return to my original body. After all, that Li Jian guy is evil, but he is still a man of his word. But the situation we are facing is much more terrifying. He turned back. Looking at where they were going, Yang Wei cried, why do I have to go back to the Devil's Tower? He spoke up, hey, I want to ask a question. The leader immediately said, what's the matter, Sir Baron? Yang Wei pretended to say, why are we returning to the Devil Tower? Isn't it already destroyed? The other guy immediately replied, it's because there is a device there that can restore your body, Sir Baron. Yang Wei immediately said, the device, I thought it was all destroyed, but there is still something like that. In front of them was a tower of demons that was still brand new, with its belt intact. Deep inside the tower, a person is tied up by chains and talismans. Not only that, that person also had giant nails stuck into his body. His entire face was tied up, leaving only his nose.